detected you in front of the screen. There is an urgent need to awaken the system. Existing urban rich system, goddess system and invincible cultivation system, 10,000 times cashback system, trillion subsidy system. Dozens of systems, including the future prediction system, have descended upon the host. Simply complete 3 thumbs up to randomly bind a system. Ding! Congratulations, host, on activating the Black Myth technology. The system hereby grants a compensation of 1 trillion. All shopping mall redemption permissions are now open. Please check for specific exchanges. At this moment, you, who have been single for 30 years, have just experienced unemployment and seen your worried parents discussing your future job. Feeling very complicated, you casually brushed them off, then hurried back to your room, feeling a bit anxious. You stared blankly for a while, then shook your head and rubbed your hands to motivate yourself, thinking maybe you should see what you can exchange. You didn't pay much attention earlier, but now that you click to check, wow, it's all cutting-edge technology. Quantum computers, virtual reality pods, and even interstellar battleships. After seeing this, you couldn't help but sigh. If you had these tools 18 years ago, wouldn't you be heading to the stars and the sea today? However, seeing that interstellar battleship priced at 1 trillion, you could only shrug. There are still plenty of places on Earth to explore. Why go drifting in the sea of stars? You pondered for an afternoon, stroking your chin and muttering that if you could just exchange it for cash, that would be too good. Although 1 trillion is not a small amount, it's said that the rich use money to make more money. From today on, I will live with a rich mindset. That's it. At this moment, an entry appeared on the interface, Quantum Computer EM Enhanced Model with a compensation computing power of 100,000. With 1,024 logical qubits, a pure black mini host, about the size of your speaker, appeared before you. You connected the screen and powered up the machine, feeling a wave of curiosity about what it could actually do. At that moment, a chibi figure popped out from the edge of the screen, saying, "Master, what do you need? You can command me." You were no longer surprised by this and casually waved your hand, saying, "Show me your abilities. From now on, you shall be called Xiao Yi." Xiao Yi understood, and with a wave of its little hand, a colorful PPT popped up on the screen. The computing power is n times that of the current world's strongest supercomputer. You were a bit confused for a moment, but after Xiao Yi did some information comparison, you understood deep down. The country's strongest quantum computer has 255 qubits, while Xiao Yi has 1,024 qubits. The difference is more than just 2 worlds apart. Xiao Yi quickly listed the fields it could excel in: artificial intelligence learning, simulating physical laws, materials science, and life sciences exploration, financial market analysis, etc. Each one seemed profound and mysterious, leaving you dizzy for a moment. You couldn't help but lightly slap your forehead, realizing you didn't need anything that advanced. With a wave of your hand, your gaze turned to the pile of losing lottery tickets in the drawer. Tonight's draw was about to begin. "Help me change the numbers to something simple like 1 2 3 4 5 6 7, you joked with a smile, but Xiao Yi took it seriously. After hearing this, Xiao Yi raised its tiny fist, looking very serious, and said, "Xiao Yi understands and will work hard." You couldn't help but laugh at this adorable little figure. It was indeed an artificial intelligence, but it couldn't possibly affect reality, right? Just as you were thinking of trying something else with Xiao Yi, the phone rang. "Hey cousin, want to play mahjong?" "Sure, see you at the usual place." After hanging up the phone, you watched Xiao Yi typing away energetically on the virtual keyboard and smiled, saying, "Take your time. I'm going out to relax a bit." "Master, take care. Xiao Yi will keep working hard." Before leaving the room, you greeted your parents, then went downstairs. As you passed the lottery store, you hesitated but decided to go in. "Boss, I want to place a bet on the lottery." "What's the jackpot? 3 billion? Then I'll take the additional 200. The boss chuckled and joked, "It's year-end, and everyone wants to empty the jackpot. I've sold plenty of these additional 200s. What's your number?" 123,34,567. The boss almost spat out his drink, saying, "Aren't you just wasting your money?" Seeing his expression, you shrugged and smiled. "According to probability, every number has the same chance." The boss rolled his eyes, saying, "With that kind of IQ, let's not talk about probability." But he still laughed. "If you really win with that number, you're something else. You'd be a legendary figure." "Ha, thanks for the kind words." Neither of you took it to heart, and with the lottery ticket in hand, you drove straight to the mahjong parlor. "Xiang good, Ding Chi. You guys are here quite early," you greeted them with a smile. After hearing this, Lu Xiang rolled his eyes, saying, "Of course, coming in my car is faster. Thanks to your assistant today, the 3 of us also got some benefits." You sighed. Not in a hurry to lift your head, isn't it a triple benefit? You noticed Luo Cheng showing a hint of dissatisfaction, saying, Only those who got the first crabs have the triple benefit. By the time it gets to us, it shrinks to double. As the sound of mahjong filled the air, you shuffled the tiles while saying, "You all have pretty high salaries. I only make 8,000 a month. I guess I'm the lowest in the company. They're all making at least 20,000. Ding Chi is at 15,000, and Sister Chin is at 12,000. Each of them makes more than me yet still complains." Silly Lu Xiang complained, "Do you think the company is a charity?" The three of us tried to follow suit with the later group, but we got suppressed. They said the group with Njie wasn't happy about it. They're probably still causing a ruckus now. In the alley, Ding Chi couldn't help but laugh. "Old Ji, why did you rush in front this time for no reason?" You disdainfully frowned. "The company is said to be going bankrupt. Who still indulges them to play games?" As you shuffled the tiles, your fingers revealed a hint of surprise. "Huh, great luck. A self-draw." The three of them looked surprised. "You're really lucky today. You got a great hand right from the start." Amidst the laughter, the three of them reluctantly pushed their chips over. Health mahjong is just for fun. You continued to play, battling through 4 rounds in 12 circles, and before you knew it, dawn was breaking. The winter in Land City was damp and bone-chilling, as if it were piercing your marrow. Lu Xiang waved to stop the old man. "Let's go get some breakfast. I'll treat." You waved your hand, yawning, and politely declined. "No need, I'm really not hungry." Lu Xiang chuckled and said, "How about we go tonight instead? I'm treating, and if it weren't for the winnings, I wouldn't be so generous. I just want to eat the beef pastries from Zhuoting Yuan." Ding Chi jokingly glanced at you and said it was time to take him down. After all, he broke your streak, pretending to be all formal. You waved your hand dismissively and said it's not like you can't see him again. "Let's decide in the evening. I'm dead tired right now." Lu casually wanted to see you but didn't insist further. The four of you parted ways and headed home, where your parents were still sound asleep. You quickly freshened up and planned to lie down comfortably. In a half-asleep state, your computer buzzed. You smacked your forehead and thought, after playing for so long, "I better not be short. This is a good item worth 100,000. Then you heard the adorable voice of Xiaoyi boasting, "Master, I've completed the mission." After that, your eyes were glued to the screen, which displayed the winning lottery numbers: 1234, 5 plus 6 is 7, first prize 200 units, with an additional single unit prize of 15 million. Behind it were exaggerated headlines from major news websites: "The largest lottery prize in history, how 200 units drained the prize pool in 25 years. The year's major prize was drawn at the South City Art Lottery store," with no further details available online. After reading it, a chill ran through you as you stared in disbelief at Xiaoyi, thinking, "Wow, you really can change reality." Xiaoyi nodded its little face and explained its operation plan using a PowerPoint presentation. At that moment, you were sweating profusely, shocked deep down, thinking, "Have you gone mad?" You actually tampered with the lottery draw footage and records. In simple terms, Xiaoyi couldn't control the lottery machine, but it somehow changed the footage and system records to the desired numbers. "This won't be discovered, right? There won't be investigators knocking on the door, will there?" Hearing this, Xiaoyi smiled confidently. "Don't worry, Master, current technology can't catch up to Xiaoyi," it assured. Despite Xiaoyi's confidence, you remained on edge. Life still holds many beautiful possibilities. You don't want to end up in a dark room singing the blues. The more you thought about it, the riskier it felt, so you shut down your computer immediately. You pulled the blanket over and went to sleep, thinking that the lottery center would eventually discover the problem and likely modify the results. You reasoned that they'd been shameless more than once or twice. Meanwhile, the directors at the lottery center were also sleepless throughout the night, their faces filled with exhaustion, wondering what to do if they couldn't find any problems. At that time, you didn't notice the effects that had occurred. Now, what could be done? Should they just declare it invalid? What a joke! You can't just say it's invalid. Do they think the investigation isn't thorough enough? Let's wait and see if anyone comes to interview before making a decision. At noon, you suddenly woke up from bed, glancing around. Realizing you were still at home, you softly fell back onto the bed, chuckling as you covered your forehead, realizing it was just a dream. You struggled for a while, wanting to continue sleeping, but tossing and turning, it felt like there was a pancake in your head that wouldn't settle down. You decided to get up and turn on the computer, surprised to find the news hadn't changed. After some thought, you gritted your teeth and thought to yourself, "To hell with it. I cheated, so what? If it gets found out, I can always donate a quantum computer to the state. I'm not afraid of being imprisoned." Then you quickly got dressed and left your house. At 1:30 p.m., the staff at the interview center were clustered together chatting. Suddenly, a guy covered in cameras walked in, and everyone instinctively thought he was here to interview Mr. De Jiang, saying, "Hello, are you here for the interview?" Seeing this, you nervously swallowed and nodded, admitting, "Yes, it's the lottery draw for 1 2 3 4 5 6 7. Before you finished speaking, the atmosphere in the room froze instantly. Everyone looked as if they had been petrified. Then your girlfriend took a deep breath, straightened up, and shouted, "I won 200 supplementary lottery tickets, each worth 15 million. Can I claim the prize?" At this moment, your emotions were complicated. Even though you knew you held a genuine lottery ticket, you still felt anxious. The staff finally snapped back to reality and slowly said, "Yes, please hand over the lottery ticket. We need to verify it." Then, you took out the lottery ticket worth 3 billion from your pocket, pointing at the numerous cameras above your head, warning them not to pull any tricks, otherwise, they'd be in big trouble. The staff were amused by your alertness, saying, No, don't worry. We just need to check the ticket." They exchanged glances. Someone nearby brought over tea, while another went to inform the leaders. At this moment, you didn't sit down, your heart raced with tension as you stared intently. Then you forced a bitter smile, reassuring yourself that you were no longer the cautious person worried about mortgage payments. You were now the richest person in the world. As you bolstered your confidence, the director and deputy director rushed out of the meeting room, recognizing you. "Who are you? You need to show me your identification," you demanded, pointing at the cameras above your head. "Quickly, show it. I want to supervise." The leaders inwardly cursed the troubles brought by these short video platforms, yet had to politely show their identification. Only then did you take out your ID and hand it to them. The waiting time felt endless. Half an hour turned into an hour, and as it approached 2 hours, you impatiently urged, "What's taking so long? Is there a problem?" "That's the original document." A few supervisors whispered to each other, wondering if they had found any problems, noting that your background was clean. In the end, they concluded that everything was normal, but you urged again, "How much longer? Are you trying to pull something? I'll tell you, the whole country is watching." Another 2 hours passed, and neither the system nor you could find any issues. They even sent someone to the lottery store to check the surveillance footage and heard your conversation with the store owner. There were no problems at all. Ultimately, the staff could only helplessly announce that everything had passed. Reluctantly, they proceeded with your prize claim procedures. "Sir, thank you for waiting. Your total prize amount is 2,440,350,250 yuan. The receptionist had a sweet smile on her face. "That's 2.4 billion, and it will be in your account within 7 working days. You could hardly contain your excitement, quickly signing the documents, thinking to yourself that at 35, you had turned from being deeply in debt into a billionaire. Just as you were trembling with joy, the director led a group of people over, forcing a smile and asking, "Mr. Yi, have you considered making a donation?" Seeing their overly eager faces, you snorted and said, "Donate?" The director's eyes lit up immediately, asking, "How much do you plan to donate?" You huffed and replied, "Just a little, 250 yuan, leaving them stunned. A fraction of 2.4 billion should be around 40 million, but you only donated 250. Who are you provoking?" Seeing you point at the cameras above, the director forced a smile and said, "Thank you for your generosity. Someone, please assist Mr. Yi with the paperwork." After saying this, he left with a dark expression. You rolled your eyes and thought, 250 is still money. What kind of attitude is that? What a 250? Although it said to wait 7 days, the truth is, as soon as you stepped out of the interview center and got into the car, your phone buzzed with notifications, alerting you that 200 million had been deposited into your bank account. This feels amazing. It's even better than directly receiving a few 100 million in compensation, especially thinking about that director's bewildered expression. It's simply exhilarating. You wiped away tears of joy and glanced in the rearview mirror, then leaned out the window and yelled, "What are you rushing for? Just because you're driving a fancy car doesn't make you special. The road is so wide, isn't there enough space for your family?" Seeing the other party's aggressive demeanor, just as you finished speaking, they got out of the car and approached. You quickly pressed the gas and sped off. You thought to yourself that now you held a distinguished status and didn't need to stoop to arguing with a thug. Having tattoos doesn't make you special. You headed straight to the South City Taiping Road Car Sales Center, stepped into the Ferrari showroom, looked around, and calmly said, "Give me the most expensive one for a test drive." The sales manager sized you up with disdain, sneering, "Get out, pack away those cameras, filming isn't allowed here." You were taken aback, wondering, "What am I filming?" The sales manager just pointed at the cameras hanging on you, too lazy to say more. "Isn't this just for filming a luxury car video?" Realizing this, you quickly took down the cameras and calmly continued, "I just had a little issue. I'm here to buy a car, the best one." The sales manager impatiently said, "Stop pretending. You're driving an old Honda and thinking about buying a Ferrari. Either I'm stupid or you are." With poor sales at the end of the year, they were worried and had no time to deal with someone who seemed like a money waster with no potential. After hearing this, you instead laughed, thinking that the idea of looking down on others wasn't just in novels. You never expected to encounter it in real life. You then pointed at the sales manager and said, it's you who isn't doing business. Upon hearing this, the sales manager scoffed, thinking, so what if I don't do business with you? You only have enough money to buy a car wheel. You nodded and said, don't regret it, then turned and walked to the nearby Lamborghini. Then you pointed at an Aventador and asked if there were any in stock. The sales manager stared at you for a moment, then nodded, saying, there's an orange one and a green one. You stroked your chin, pondering for a moment, and asked, can I test drive the orange one? The sales manager awkwardly smiled again, saying, we do have a test drive service, but it requires prior appointment and at least 1 year of driving experience. You waved your hand, leading the sales manager to realize and, eager to smooth things over, you said, then let's just get the paperwork started. I'm buying it, you said, causing the sales manager to almost choke. It was indeed rare to encounter someone who didn't ask about the price or negotiate. Seeing the sales manager stunned, you laughed and asked, is there a problem with the combination? At your words, he jolted and quickly reacted, calling out, get someone to attend to Mr. Yi and introduce all the available options to him. After saying this, he quickly went to fetch the documents and options list. After some operations, the total price for the full top specs came to 9 million. You received the quote, slightly surprised. The manager's heart tightened as he said, Mr. Yi, we've given you the lowest discount possible, and we're also giving you a phone and a laptop. You waved your hand, stroked your chin, and said, isn't this bull supposed to be over 10 million? Why is it so cheap? The manager sighed in relief and smiled, explaining, this is the base price. When you add the special top specs, purchase tax, insurance, and some consumption taxes, the total comes to 13 million. After hearing this, you also relaxed, that's more like it. For your first car, it should at least be over 10 million to have some face when swiping the card. An hour later, with all the paperwork done, you sat in the orange supercar, excitedly touching the steering wheel. You pressed the window button and pointed at your old Honda, saying, get rid of it. Don't worry, we'll take care of it. The manager nodded repeatedly. Putting on the sunglasses the store gave you, you slammed the gas and drove straight to the Ferrari entrance. Facing the sales manager standing at the door, you contemptuously raised your middle finger, thinking to yourself that he shouldn't judge people solely by appearances in the future. Seeing this, the manager's face turned a mix of green and red as he shouted, buying an Aventador isn't that impressive. Ferraris are worth 20 million. Can you even afford that? You laughed heartily and replied, that's good, kid, you know how to provoke. Exactly, it's a provocation. So what? If you can't afford it, you can't. After hearing this, you laughed and drove away, leaving the manager staring at your retreating figure, feeling quite dejected. He thought to himself how unfortunate it was that you completely saw through his provocation. Unexpectedly, about 2 hours later, you returned, this time driving a 38 million top-spec Pagani Huayra, stopping in front of the Ferrari entrance. Hey, how about now? Can you still say I can't afford it? Seeing his flushed face, you smiled broadly and said, kid, I'm in a good mood today, say something nice, and I might just buy another car from you. How about it? If you don't mind, come inside and take a look. It doesn't matter whether you buy or not, and test drives are perfectly fine. Brother, give me a chance, I wish you all the best. The manager immediately pasted a sticker on the car window, grinning. You laughed heartily, stepped out of the car, and thought, isn't that right? In business, you need to greet people with a smile. Yes, you're absolutely right. I'm still young and I'll change, I definitely will. Get 2 people to bring me some tea. In the evening, you drove home in a 3 million Panamera to take your parents out for a nice drive. However, as you approached home, you were stunned by the scene before you, thinking, what's going on here? You just went to buy a car, but returned to see a pile of cameras and several news vans. Upon closer inspection, you noticed a banner hanging in front that read, this store has drawn the largest prize in history, 3 billion. You shook your head, realizing how quickly the news spread. To maintain a low profile, you turned the car around and quietly returned home through the back door. Upon returning home, you saw your mom peering out the window. When she saw you come in, she curiously asked, Ping Air, have you heard? The lottery store at our door has drawn a super jackpot. Then turning to your dad, Ichio's expression darkened slightly, asking, you've been buying tickets for so many years, how come you've never won anything? Ichio awkwardly smiled and said, that's just fate. What can I do? Ping Air, how did it go looking for a job today? After hearing this, you cleared your throat, a smile you couldn't hide appearing, and said, I have good news for you. Your mom, Wang Yan, immediately looked more expectant, asking if a company had hired you, but you shook your head. Seeing her slight disappointment, you decided not to tease any longer and said, I'm actually the winner of that jackpot, here's the proof. When the 2.4 billion yuan prize was deposited, and the proof was laid before them, your parents were stunned, unable to regain their composure for a while. Ping Air, you're not joking, are you? Yichio said with a dry laugh, but deep down he was filled with anticipation. You shook your head and confidently replied, I really won. Ha, that's great. Ha ha ha. Back at home, Yicho laughed so hard he could barely breathe, coughing violently. Wang Yan hurriedly patted his back, saying, all right, don't laugh so hard. You'll attract the wolves if you keep it up. After Yicho calmed down, he looked at you, confirming again that it was true, and you nodded once more, assuring him you weren't lying. The bank needs a few days to transfer the full amount. Today, 200 million has already been credited. I've spent 100 million on a few cars, and the remaining 100 million will go toward buying you a house. Hearing that you had already spent 100 million, although they felt a bit pained, the older couple didn't say much. After all, you earned this money through luck, spending some is fine, but they couldn't help but ask, what car costs $1 billion? Their poverty limited their imagination, unable to fathom what car could be worth 100 million. You opened your phone and showed them a few pictures. This is the most expensive Pagani Huayra. Sitting inside feels like being in a fighter jet. 38 million spent in this 60 square meter apartment. The family gazing at photos of luxury cars worth tens of millions or even over 100 million. Smiling broadly. When it came to buying a house, Yicho nodded immediately, saying, this place is no good. It's unsafe. Let's go check tomorrow. It's best to find a fully furnished place that's move-in ready. Don't be too picky. As long as it's livable, it's fine. Turning to you, he said, don't go out tomorrow. Transfer a few million to my card. Your mom and I will go house hunting. At this critical time, it's best for you to lay low. You didn't care about that. After nodding in agreement, you returned to your room, listening to the laughter outside, feeling a sense of comfort you couldn't express. Bored and idle, he started scrolling through short videos, and after a while, he rolled his eyes. Why is it all negative energy? It's either street vendors getting chased away or delivery workers dying suddenly, TSK. In the past, he could empathize, looking at others who had it worse than him, finding some comfort in that. Nowadays, he didn't want to see any of that anymore. Let's check out some pretty girls. He used to be too afraid to look at those, worried he might get drawn in. Now, he couldn't wait. He changed his ID to come and circle me. Hey, this one's good, she's beautiful. Oh, this one's nice too, long legs. Wow, look at that little waist-twisting TSK. With a level 1 account, no one paid him any mind as he came and went, but he was quite happy watching. After a few lively live streams, he saw a girl in a rabbit costume, huddled in the cold wind. A subtitle hung above her. Stream for 1,000 coins and then I'll log off. Seeing her squatting there, looking pitiful, Yi Chen's sympathy overflowed. Well, no more talking, let's go for it. Whoosh, he sent a sports car. 1,200 coins, $120, much cheaper than a real car. He chuckled. Thank you, big brother. The little pitiful one's eyes lit up, making a heart gesture. Come and circle me, no need to be polite, it's freezing, you've got enough for 1,000, go home early. Big brother, I can hold on, it's almost New Year, I want to earn a bit more. If I can get 2 more sports cars, I'll go home. Whoosh, 2 more sports cars sent. Come and circle me, is that enough? Hee hee, be careful not to catch a cold in this weather. This little girl, if Yi Chen had a daughter, she might not be much older. Just when he thought this little pitiful one should be logging off soon. Thank you, big brother, you don't have to send anymore. I can hold on a bit longer. With big brother's help today, I want to see if I can break 10,000. Whoosh, 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 another 6 sports cars. Big brother, that's enough, you don't have to send anymore. Thank you, I finally broke 10,000. Where are you from, big brother? After pulling and tugging for a while, Yi Chen saw she still wasn't logging off and rubbed his chin. Could it be that I've been drawn in? Then he stopped talking and just watched for a while. Damn, it's all a trick. Yi Chen was a bit angry. This little girl was a scammer, putting on that act for everyone who came by. If she could draw in a bit, she would, just to evoke sympathy, just to sell her pitiful persona. Damn, good thing he hadn't played around back then, or he would have been done for. His eyes were opened. The money wasn't much, just 1,000, a drop in the bucket, but Yi Chen felt a bit frustrated. He couldn't just reach through the internet and give that girl a piece of his mind, so he shook his head and scrolled away. After passing through a few more live streams, Yi Chen felt enlightened. The tricks in the city and the countryside were deep, with all kinds of methods. Red envelopes to scam wishes, live draws to scam orders, 2 people cursing and mocking each other, stirring up hatred. In short, it was all about triggering your emotions, igniting your desire to recharge. Yi Chen didn't find it boring, but when it came to recharging, he felt it insulted his intelligence. Hey, the bro has money, but he just won't send. He's all about getting it for free, just playing. Until he came across someone called Ji Shu, who was playing guitar and singing. The sky is a blue piece, the gentle breeze adds romance, the tenderness in the forest rises like the sea Wu Hang. The short-haired girl was quite cute, and her voice was sweet, soft, and gentle. Yi Chen lay back on the bed, holding his phone and quietly listening. After a few songs, when the girl took a break, "Come and circle me, can I request a song? I want to hear Once Heartbroken." Just a moment. Jishu took a few sips of water, didn't ask Yi Chen for gifts, and with a sweep of the chords, she started singing directly. Passers-by hurry along the road, no one will turn back to take a glance. I'm just a stranger walking on the street with tears streaming down. Her voice was a bit too sweet compared to Yi Chen, lacking that lonely, melancholic feeling, which made Yi Chen laugh out loud. As he laughed, tears began to flow. Whoosh! A 1,000-point rocket shot out. Jishu was slightly taken aback, squinting and smiling, but the song didn't stop, continuing to sing. But when truly faced with it, how can I let it go? What else does the big brother want to hear? It's 200 coins to request a song here. You're still short 49 songs, Jishu said, holding her guitar. However, I might not finish singing tonight. I usually go offline at 9 p.m. every day from 9 a.m. to 12 p.m. and 6 p.m. to 9 p.m. If the big brother wants to hear a song, you can just come over. Come and circle me, laughing at the red dust. Jishu tilted her head and nodded. I can't sing that. How about I switch to Dream Awakening? I feel like you should like this kind of song, right? Come and circle me, that's fine. Okay, a song, Dream Awakening, for Brother Quan. You said you loved someone, you shouldn't have your heart is full of scars. You said you made mistakes, you shouldn't have your heart is full of regret. Some things you don't need to ask now, some people you never need to wait. Come and circle me. Sounds good, hehe. Thanks for the compliment, it's just average as long as Brother Quan likes it. What else do you want to hear? Wait a moment, Jishu said, as if she had clicked on something and accepted a PK. Sorry, yeah, I'm singing for the big brother, can I get back to you later? The girl on the other side, also holding a guitar, nodded with a smile. Then you go ahead, after closing the PK. So, what else do you want to hear? Come and circle me, why not do a PK? PK earns coins faster, right? Jishu scratched her cheek. I'm a singing streamer, mainly focusing on talent. Our PK is also about talent, one song each. Does Brother Quan want to hear Yaha sing? Come and circle me, I see, I'll still listen to you. Can't think of anything for now. You sing what you're good at, I'll listen. Alright, then let's do Everywhere a Kiss, something cheerful. A song, Everywhere a Kiss, for Brother Quan. You show off. Yan turns the monks upside down. Yan saves the pressure over the nurturing, a casual Cantonese song, but sung quite well. Anyway, Yi Chen liked it a lot. They listened for over 2 hours, with a few people coming in occasionally, but seeing Jishu just singing, most of them left. The few who stayed didn't send any coins either. Jishu didn't mind. If someone requested a song, she would sing. When it hit 9 p.m., she logged off right on time. See you all tomorrow, Brother Quan. If you can, please follow me. By watching Jishu leave just like that, Yi Chen couldn't help but smile in disbelief. He had planned to send a carnival gift, but decided against it, saying he would do it tomorrow. The next day, his parents went to look at houses, and Yi Chen turned on the computer first. Xiaoyi, organize this. If we want to start a live streaming guild, what conditions do we need? This was something he thought of last night, even though that money could last him a lifetime. But a person can't just be like a salted fish. They need to find something to do. Moreover, those black technologies he could exchange for needed a company to be put out there. Thinking about it, the live streaming industry was quite popular. He could give it a try here. Xiao Yi understands. Please wait a moment, Master. Xiao Yi is working hard. Yi Chen degree, Nabla degree. The data collection was quick and detailed, but the information online was hard to discern, so Yi Chen had to evaluate it himself. He got busy and it was almost noon, still a bit unclear, and thought he could ask Jishu. He opened the client on the computer. The screen was much clearer than on the phone. Looking at the face painted like a little calico cat, Jishu couldn't help but laugh. Come circle me, what's wrong? Did someone hit you? Jishu was taken aback. Is Brother Quan resting? Yes, I got hit earlier, but it's fine. I'm about to end the stream, just need to wash up. What else does Brother Quan want to hear? I can sing a couple more songs. Come circle me, I'm not working, just wanted to ask about your guild. Can I add you on WeChat? Adding is fine, but I don't know much about the guild either, so I'll send it to you. Jishu then sent her WeChat ID, and after Yi Chen added her, he said, come circle me. Accepted, now call back. Call back? Come circle me, yeah, just in time for a match. Revenge, come on, buddy, guaranteed win. Jishu responded with an O and sent an invitation to her previous opponent. Soon, a male streamer who was wiping his face, Phone Louis Pai, answered with a laugh. What's up? Little Jishu wants revenge? Came with conditions? Without 1,000 coins, I won't accept the penalty. Jishu huffed. You just penalized me 500 coins. I don't care, if I win, I get penalized, just so you know. Phone Louis Pai scoffed. Alright, I'll play with you since you seem pitiful. Total score? Total score. If I win, I wipe my face, you paint. If you win, what do you say? If I win, you change your avatar to this face and keep it as your profile picture. Deal? Deal. After the PK started, both sides muted their mics, and Jishu just opened her mouth. Brothers in the live stream, if you like Jishu, please support. A little. She stared with wide eyes, feeling like her bangs were about to fly up. Thanks to Brother Quan for the carnival. Wow, I received the carnival. Thank you, Brother Quan. Yichen looked at the excited little girl and then at the somewhat exasperated Feng Louis Pai, who seemed to be shouting something in excitement, and smiled. This was just the beginning. He clicked on Feng Louis Pai and entered his live stream. The little girl on the other side came with conditions. Brothers, let's show them our cohesion. Don't be afraid, no need to hesitate, just go for it. If we win, we celebrate together. If we lose, I'll take it all. Brothers and sisters, please help support. We're almost there, just one coin. It won't kill anyone. Everyone in our group gets a rabbit to support him. Welcome, the big brother on the other side. Is he here to scout the enemy? Come circle me level 29. Looks like they don't have much strength. Everyone heard that. The big brother on the other side looks down on us. Can we tolerate this? If it were me, I definitely couldn't. Let's go together and show the big brother our strength. Grey Heart level 33. Our group has no strength. Stop struggling. Feng Lu Air Pai level 34. Yeah, it's all been brushed. Just accept your fate. Feng Lu San Pai level 35. No problem. I prepared 10 coins to sneak a tower. It's stable. I'll take your life level 12. I prepared 50 coins to sneak a tower. It's stable. Cool Breeze level 5. I prepared 100 coins. It's stable. Feng Louis Pai looked at the lines of stable and was speechless. Stop talking about coins. First give me 2 rabbits. It's still 0 coins until now. At least have some dignity coins. Whoosh, a sports car appeared, and Feng Louis Pai perked up. Thanks to the big brother on the other side. Brother Quan sent the medical fees. He opened his mic, looking helplessly at Jishu. Little Jishu is shaking now. With the big brother protecting her, it's not like before when she could just take control. Jishu hugged her guitar and covered her mouth with a smile. This is called a glorious moment everyone can have. Don't take a moment for permanence. Next time you paint my face, I'll hit you. Hee hee. Feng Louis Pai chuckled, not refuting, and looked at the screen. Does Big Brother like listening to music? How about some rap? Should I rap for you? Come on, give me something fierce. Fierce? Old coos? No problem. I'll arrange it. The flamboyant group wore sunglasses, nodding their heads to the beat. Good words and bad words, don't take them seriously. No money in the pocket. Hard to turn things around. We're all just ordinary folks. Why should I let you have 3 points? There was indeed some fierceness. In the afternoon, Yichen learned some details about the guild's commission and operations from Jishu. He also figured out some tricks, like how streamers from the same guild can PK each other to boost votes. In the evening, his parents came back. Did you buy it? Yichen took a pile of brochures from his mother's hand and flipped through them. These are too subpar. Looking at the neighborhoods listed, they were all in the suburbs, mostly over 100 square meters, with the largest being a 240 square meter flat. The total price probably didn't exceed 5 million, which was less than the cost of a car he bought. His father shook his head. It's not bad, all well-decorated good houses. Your mother and I looked at them, but we don't know which one to choose. What do you think? Yichen looked down on them a bit, but let it go. Then let's go with the 241. His father nodded with a smile. I think it's good too, but your mother likes that 130 square meter one. The top floor comes with half a loft. I think it's unnecessary. His mother huffed lightly. Then you two decide. Such a big house. You both can clean it yourselves in the future. Yichen put his arm around his mother's shoulder, trying to please her. How can that be? We'll hire a maid for the housework. How would we do that? His mother waved her hand. Go away, a maid? Having outsiders in the house is uncomfortable. I really owe you both from my past life. By the way, what did you eat for lunch? Instant noodles. I knew you would eat that. Wait, I'll go cook for you. Thanks, Mom. Then Yichen talked to his father about the house purchase. Don't worry about the parking space, just one is enough for that Panamera. As for the house, I'll buy a villa in a few days. Yichen thought for a moment and made a decision. Yicho opened his mouth, wanting to say something, but in the end, he didn't. Alright, but you really need to take a good look. Don't be too extravagant. By the way, shouldn't you find some work to do? You can't just stay home playing all day. I want to try starting a company. What about you, Dad? Have you thought about coming out of retirement and doing something? Me? I'm over 60, still working? Let me rest for a few years. You have money now, shouldn't you find a partner? 35 isn't too late. Why are you running? Come back. Yichen turned and ran back to his room, not wanting to hear the nagging. A couple of years ago, seeing him become an old bachelor, his parents were anxious for years, but later, when they couldn't push him anymore, they resigned themselves to it. Now that he had money, they probably were eager to have grandchildren again. What's the rush? Being alone is quite enjoyable. Why bother finding someone to share life with? Yi Chen muttered to himself, then opened the live stream, preparing to listen to music while eating. In the past 20 days before the new year, after some ups and downs, he finally bought the new house and moved in. He also bought a villa, the top luxury residence in the southern city, the Zishan Golf Villa, with a building area of 2,000 square meters, 2 floors above ground, 1 floor underground, and a 3,000 square meter large garden. The total price was over 90 million. 5 years ago, this house would have been worth at least 500 million. Unfortunately, the current real estate market environment is poor, and such luxury homes are being sold at discounted prices. The owner is the chairman of a large company, which is now on the brink of bankruptcy, waiting for financial rescue, and this unoccupied luxury home has also been put up for sale at a discount. Originally intended to sell for 120 million, but since Yi Chen could pay in full cash, they gave him a 20% discount. After moving into the house, he called the forest shop and had them bring over all his luxury cars, stacking them in the huge garage. On the 28th, New Year's Eve, Yi Chen looked at the dishes on the dining table that were no different from usual, then glanced at the somewhat empty large flat, speechless. Why not set a table for the New Year's Eve dinner and invite Grandpa, Grandma, and the families of my cousins? His mother opened her mouth but said nothing. His father rolled his eyes. Wealth shouldn't be flaunted, haven't you heard that old saying? Yi Chen rolled his eyes back. And there's the saying about the rich not returning home, like wearing fine clothes at night. His father picked up a piece of small yellow fish and chuckled. What's the rush? Take your time. Looking at his father, who was enjoying himself, Yi Chen couldn't help but laugh. As long as his family was happy, that was enough. After dinner, he accompanied his parents to watch the boring Spring Festival gala, but Yi Chen couldn't take it anymore and slipped away first. He drove the Aventador to a bar that was still open, but within 10 minutes, he exclaimed, "Damn, it's so loud my heart is about to explode. Ugh, this body was definitely not what it used to be." Back in the day, he could party for days as the prince of the disco. I remember. He flipped through the Exchange Mall. Got it. He hurried home, and his parents looked at him with some confusion as he pushed out something that looked like a massage chair from the elevator. What is this? Where did it come from? Why was it delivered today? Yi Chen took a breath. I ordered it before, it just arrived today. Help me push it in, there are 2 more downstairs. There are more? Really? We could just take turns using the massage chair. Why buy 3? What a waste. His mother mumbled, but still helped move it inside. Ultra-micro human cell repair therapy chamber 10 million compensation through deep repair of damaged cells, restore cell telomeres, reach the limit of life, 1 use benefits for life, making 200 years not a dream. After all 3 therapy chambers were moved inside, Yi Chen connected them to the computer, then followed the instructions from Xiaoyi to fill in various supporting repair liquids, and then opened the cabin door. Come on, try it out. The latest product from abroad, absolutely top-notch. The older generation thought foreign technology was impressive, and the many questions his parents had were no longer asked. They cautiously lay down inside. Hey, it feels quite comfortable, but Pinger, don't use the high setting. Your dad and I have loose bones and can't handle it. Got it. Just 1 hour, it will be over soon. After Yi Chen said that, he closed the cabin door, and then the sleeping agent was atomized inside. His parents yawned, their eyelids closed, followed by the repair liquid. Yi Chen checked that everything was fine and lay down himself. 1 hour later, Yi Chen looked at the black hair that had grown back on his head, looked at his much stronger body, and then at his wife's smooth face, the disappearing age spots, and was so surprised he couldn't speak. Wang Yan touched her own face, full of wonder. Has foreign technology advanced to this point? Why have I never heard of it in the country? Yi Chen, who had also become much younger and lost his belly, crawled out of the chamber and cleared his throat. Look at those celebrities. Don't they look the same for decades? What ageless goddesses, even at 70, still look like they're in their 30s or 40s? It's because of this. This thing is really expensive. Ordinary people can't afford it. This time, Wang Yan didn't criticize her son for spending money recklessly but instead said, "It's great to have money." Yi Chen nodded in deep agreement, truly great. On the first day of the new year. Wow, Mom, you look so much younger. Hee, really? What about your dad? Dad looks much younger too. He just went to the bathroom. Because of this good medicine, his mother couldn't resist, pressed his father to agree, and had her son buy 2 more sets of the medicine to bring home, setting a table and inviting her family over. Cousin looked at the much younger grandparents over there, suspiciously glancing at Yi Chen. Pinger, what kind of medicine is it? Where did you get it? A research institute abroad. It's an experimental drug. The production is limited. and you have to queue for it. I got it through a friend, but it's gone now. Hearing him say it so definitively, cousin nodded slightly and didn't say anything more. He looked a bit enviously at the spacious apartment. Hey, the company you bought the house from went bankrupt, so how? Oh, that real estate company still lost money, and now the housing prices have dropped again, so I added a bit and bought this place. This was the unified statement of the family. Anyway, they didn't mention the lottery win. They spent a lively day, fulfilling Yi Chen's wish to show off a bit in front of his relatives. On the third day of the new year, he brought his aunt over to enjoy a rejuvenating treatment. On the fourth day, there was a high school reunion. Zidian Building, the tallest building in the southern city. 78th floor, Cloud Restaurant. As soon as he entered, he looked through the large glass windows, gazing at the entire southern city, absolutely at cloud level. Hey, old Yi, is that you? Someone waved from a long table in the distance. It was Tong Rao, the well-known rich second generation from their class. He was still using a Nokia while this guy was already playing with an iPhone. Ha, Fu Rao, long time no see. Yi Chen smiled and walked over, hugging Tong Rao like he was a child. This guy still hasn't grown, looking about 165 meters tall. Tong Rao patted Yi Chen's back, smiling happily. Every year we have a reunion, every year we call you, but you never come. You're really hard to invite. Yi Chen smiled bitterly in his heart. Back then, with that kind of lifestyle, who had the mind to attend your high-end gatherings? Busy making money. Yi Chen rubbed his nose, then scanned the room. There were still 6 people. Su Yu, whose father was a department head back then, probably retired now. Shi Chang, a very lively boy back then, good at sports, a prominent figure. Lu Rong, also a sporty girl back then, was best friends with Tang Hong, whom Chi Chang liked. Then, Lu Rong married Chi Chang. Tang Hong, who seemed to still be single, studied medicine in college and is now a pharmaceutical representative. Wan Han, who used to be a quiet, unremarkable artistic girl, still looked pretty much the same. As for the last one, with wavy curls, a slight smile at the corner of her mouth, and a round-neck sweater that accentuated her curves, it was the class beauty, Lu Yu. Looking at her now, she was still quite beautiful. Time seemed particularly lenient with her, making her look just a bit more mature, still with a cheerful demeanor. What's wrong? Seeing our class's big beauties, can't snap out of it? Tong Rao poked Yi Chen's waist, teasingly laughing. Lu Rong scoffed lightly. Big beauties? They're all yellow-faced women now. But Yi Chen, you don't seem to have changed much. You used to look a bit chubby, but now your figure seems to have improved. Are you exercising every day? She then patted Chi Chang's little belly, playfully scolding him. Learn from him, don't just focus on socializing. With this director and that bureau chief, pay a bit more attention to your health. Chi Chang shrugged. What can I do? The environment is tough. If I don't socialize, how will I make a living? I have to support my family. Just the tuition for 2 kids in a year costs over 100,000 in tutoring fees. You know, here it comes. The high-end gathering has begun. Yi Chen noticed an empty seat next to Lu Yu and directly sat down, waiting for them to start chatting. Sure enough, taking this topic, several people began to complain about the environment. The past couple of years, medicine sold pretty well, but after this storm passes, everything has turned back, and now with the medical reform, I'm done for, preparing to change careers. Tang Hong waved her hand, showing off the diamond bracelet on her wrist, looking like she was about to eat plain rice. The wealthy Fu Rao also shook his head and sighed. Who says it isn't? My gift shop has also made it through with great difficulty. 15 branches, you all have no idea how hard it was for me back then, with a monthly rent of 100. I lost my pants in the process. He glanced at Wang Han and Lu Yu. You two are straightforward, one teaching in high school, guaranteed income, plus long vacations, and the other in photovoltaics, which has been a hot topic these past few years. You really know how to choose. Hey, Lao Su, what about you? Still coding? Su Yu rubbed his receding hairline, looking extremely pained. Can't stop coding. I've held on for so long, just got stock incentives 2 years ago. No dividends in the first year, only 30% in the second, and I won't get the full amount until the 5th year. I have to stick it out for a few more rounds. He spoke these painful words, but everyone knew this guy was daring for the company, with those stock incentives, TSK. No need to explain. Su Yu glanced at Yi Chen. Lao Yi, what about you? Still working at the National Treasure? Yi Chen exclaimed, not expecting to be called out. No, the company went under, just got the notice on New Year's Day. Su Yu responded with a sound of surprise. So you haven't found a job yet? Well, it should be easier after the new year. But at your age, 35. He shook his head slightly. That age really is a hurdle. The others looked at him with a hint of sympathy. Yi Chen shrugged indifferently. I'm not planning to join a company anymore. I've seen through it. I won't flatter the leaders. Good things won't come my way. and I'll take the blame for the bad. To hell with it, I'm not serving anymore. I'm planning to do live streaming. His words sounded resolute, but the few people at the table felt a bit disdainful, or rather, looked down on him. Being aloof at 18 is one thing, being so at 36 is another. This society is all about connections, familiarity, and favors. If you don't flatter the leaders, why would they give you any benefits? Not seeing through this at this age is a waste of life. Lu Yu shook her head in disagreement. The competition in live streaming is tough. It's not easy over there. You were in a factory before. Our branch in Sioux City has only been established for 2 years and has just started mass production. How about I help you ask around? Although I don't manage that side, I can still have a word. Tong Rao laughed heartily. Since Yuer has spoken up, Lao Yi, shouldn't you raise a glass to thank her? He pointed at Lu Yu again. Being overly modest is a form of deception. She's already the deputy minister of HR at headquarters, and you say she can only have a word? That's just a matter of you saying it. Lu Yu covered her mouth and giggled. It's not as exaggerated as you say, but really, Yi Chen, it's no trouble. Just give me your resume, and I'll pass it along. You'll have news after the Lantern Festival. Yi Chen raised his glass, and Lu Yu, with a smile at the corner of her mouth, clinked it with his amidst the cheers of the group. Yi Chen declined lightly. Forget it, I don't want to go to any factory, I can't handle it. I appreciate the good intentions. Lu Yu's smile froze for a moment, and the atmosphere around them fell silent for an instant. The others exchanged glances, sighing inwardly. Well, that was a wasted effort, he's still so aloof. At this time, to support a family, can't a man let go of a bit of pride? If he won't even ask a classmate for help, how can he expect to get by in a company? No way. Tong Rao, as the organizer, couldn't let the situation become awkward, so he laughed and gave a thumbs up. Good, ambitious. Lao Yi, I have faith in you. Once you become a big streamer, I'll ask you to promote my gift shop, but you can't charge me a channel fee. Ha ha ha. With that, the atmosphere became lively again, and soon everyone was placing orders, chatting while eating. They didn't neglect Yi Chen either, occasionally engaging him in conversation. Everyone was sharp, in a high-end setting, no one would be so shallow as to mock him. They were all classmates, why bother? Lu Yu felt she might have hurt Yi Chen's pride earlier, so she made a point to take care of him, serving him some dishes and encouraging him to eat and drink a bit. After thanking Yi Chen, he pulled a large shrimp with his hand and asked with a grin, aren't you pregnant yet? Tong Rao wanted to cover his face. Big brother, you really are a master at ruining the atmosphere, bringing up the wrong topic. Just as he was about to smooth things over, a cold smile appeared on Lu Yu's face. I've separated from him, how could I be pregnant? Yi Chen almost blurted out, I can help you. He forced a laugh and didn't dare to ask further. After all, it was just a matter of either the husband cheating or the mother-in-law and daughter-in-law not getting along. What else could it be? He turned to look at Tang Hong and Wang Han. What about you two? I know about Old Su, but what about you two? The atmosphere at the table grew even colder, and Yi Chen felt as if knives were being aimed at him. Tong Rao threw his head back and laughed. I can't take it anymore. I've had too much to drink. Old Ji, come with me to the restroom. He then pulled Yi Chen away without giving him a chance to refuse. Once they reached outside the restroom, Tong Rao looked around to make sure no one was watching and whispered, Old Ji, since it's your first time attending, this class reunion is like this. As he listened to Tong Rao's explanation, Yi Chen's mouth dropped wider and wider. Wait, you guys are playing this big? How come I never knew before? Lu Yu is separated from her husband, Tang Hong has never found the right one, and Wang Han is divorced. After we finish eating, let's stroll around the mall downstairs, me, you, and Su Yu, see who catches our eye, buy some gifts to show our intentions, and then in the afternoon, we can go to Shaotang Mountain for a hot spring. If that girl you like is willing to ride in your car, it means it's a go. Tonight until tomorrow morning, let's keep the Shaotang Mountain matters at Shaotang Mountain. Of course, if there's a follow-up, that's fine too. If she's not willing, then you can ride with Chi Chang and his wife. Tong Rao finished in one breath and looked at Yi Chen. By the way, you drove here, right? Yi Chen nodded blankly. Yeah, I did. But Fu Rao, you and Su Yu are both married. I saw your posts on Moments, everything seems good. Tong Rao gave him a strange look. Isn't it normal for men to have some socializing? Everyone gets together to have some fun, alright? Now you understand? Don't say anything inappropriate later, just behave well, you still have a chance. Yi Chen felt a bit uncomfortable. This was too casual. He had some interest in the class flower before, after all, she was the Madonna back in the day. Looking at his expression, Fu Ra seemed to know what he was thinking. Lu Yu just separated less than a year ago. She used to ride in Shi Chang's car. Wang Han just got divorced, and like you, she had never attended a class reunion before. As for Tang Hong, he smiled mysteriously. Remember when you were in school, you had a pretty good relationship with her, right? So as long as you make a little move, pharmaceutical representative, you know what I mean. Yi Chen looked at him with a strange expression. Could it be that you? Tong Rao cleared his throat, lowering his voice a few notches. Not just me, Su Yu, even Chi Chang, all, Yi Chen gasped. What? Chi Chang? Are they rekindling their old flame? Can Su Rong agree? Tong Rao's expression became even more peculiar. That time Su Rong also came, Tang Hong rode in Chi Chang's car, and I didn't see them the whole night. Guess what? Yi Chen inhaled sharply. Where there are three, there must be. I'm wet. Tong Rao chimed in, patting Yi Chen's shoulder. Just behave well, don't ruin the atmosphere again. There are only 2 opportunities a year without any consequences. Share shit. Yi Chen rubbed his teeth. Good heavens, he really didn't expect this to be such a class reunion. This is more like a same-hole reunion. Damn. Feeling a bit dazed, Yi Chen returned to the table and kept quiet this time, eating in silence. After they finished eating, they went downstairs to the mall to browse. Soon, Yi Chen discovered even more unwritten rules. Tang Hong chose a crystal necklace at Swarovski, worth 5,500, paid for by Tong Rao. Afterwards, Wang Han selected a necklace and earrings from Pandora, both over 5,000, with Su Yu and Tong Rao each paying for one. When Lu Yu made her move, she directly skipped over luxury brands like Tasaki and Tiffany, heading straight for the top luxury brand Van Cleef and Arpels. The cheapest small necklace was over 20,000. Tong Rao stood beside Yi Chen, pursing her lips. Old Ji, you didn't make a move earlier. Were you planning to bet on this one, or have you given up? She looked at Yi Chen as she spoke. If you invested, don't blame me for not reminding you. It might not be your choice, and that would be a waste. Look, old Su has made his move. So you bought Lu Yu a pair of earrings for 39,000, and seeing the slight twitch at the corner of his mouth, that price was not small for someone who dared to take dividends from company stocks. After a moment, Tong Rao took a breath and went to buy a bracelet for 42,000. Then Lu Yu turned to leave. She had no hope for Yi Chen. Since he was unemployed, it was better not to put him in a difficult position, just pretend she hadn't seen him. Tong Rao shrugged and prepared to leave as well. Hey, that watch looks pretty nice. Yi Chen suddenly spoke up. He hadn't planned to get involved, but a casual glance caught his eye on an interesting watch. On the blue dial was a white bridge, with a woman holding an umbrella at each end, and a man. Tong Rao leaned in to take a look and casually hummed in response. Lover's Bridge, it's a classic from Van Cleef and Arpels. The 2 little figures move, they can meet once a day, like the cowherd and the weaver girl. Yi Chen said oh, and pointed. Please get me one, I'll pay by card. Everyone was stunned. Tong Rao looked at him and reminded him. Old Ji, you can't be mistaking the last 2 digits for the decimal point, right? That's 1 million, not 11,000. The sales assistant paused with the watch in hand, and Yi Chen nodded. I know, just swipe the card. Tang Hong and Wang Han were somewhat shocked and jealous. What was so good about Lu Yu? Why did all the men pick the best for her? And Yi Chen, what a joke. Weren't you unemployed? How could you spend so much? Had he mortgaged his house? Lu Yu, however, turned around in surprise and walked over. Just as she was about to speak, she heard, Hey, it's not a women's watch. I'm wearing it myself, thanks. Lu Yu's smile froze, and Tong Rao looked at Yi Chen in confusion. Yi Chen tilted his head towards them and shrugged. I think this watch suits me pretty well. What do you think? Rolex feels too tacky. At least this one is trendy. Everyone stared at him, wide-eyed, as he swiped the card and then put the watch on. Tong Rao swallowed hard and stepped forward, grabbing Yi Chen by the neck. Are you pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger? You, with a closed factory, buy a watch worth over $1 million, are you kidding? Now, what are you really doing? Yi Chen stuck out his tongue and grinned. I'm not joking, the factory really closed down, and I'm really planning to do live streaming. No joke, let go, I'm dying here. After that, no matter how they pressed him, Yi Chen didn't lie, but he also didn't tell the truth, just vague responses. The others saw he wouldn't say more and didn't press further. Then they all headed down to the parking lot together. The cars of the few weren't together, and it was time to choose. Lu Yu spoke first. Yi Chen, can you give me a ride? Yi Chen was taken aback. He hadn't given anything away. Lu Yu's face turned slightly red, looking a bit shy and annoyed. That charm made Yi Chen gulp, and he nodded. Sure. Lu Yu breathed a sigh of relief. Glad she wasn't rejected, otherwise, it would have been so embarrassing. At that moment, Tong Rao and Su Yu couldn't hide their disappointment and pain. 40,000 just went down the drain. The key was that they spent money, but that little brat Yi Chen got it for free. Damn it, this guy isn't honest. I thought he was just a naive young man who didn't know how to flatter, but it turns out he's a truly skilled hunter, treating himself as the prey. The two exchanged a glance of mutual sympathy, and after a moment, Tong Rao took a step back and called out to Tang Hong. Hong, let's go, I'll give you a ride. This way, so you could take Wang Han along, and it would be a win-win situation. A group of people agreed on a place and left separately. Lu Yu followed Yi Chen, guessing what kind of car he had. A Mercedes? A BMW? Or an Audi? Even with high expectations, even after being stunned by the $1 million watch in front of her, she still thought of the big three, BBA. But she never imagined it would be an El Tato? Impossible. How could Yi Chen afford a supercar? What are you dawdling for? Get in the car. Coming. She opened the exaggerated scissor door and curiously looked around. It was her first time sitting in a supercar, and it felt quite novel. She picked up the documents on the passenger seat and glanced at them, her pupils narrowing. The owner was listed as Yi Chen, with a total price of 13 million. According to the tenfold rule, if the car is 1/10 of the total assets, then Yi Chen must be a billionaire. Although everyone was doing well, with decent jobs and wealthy parents, even the richest Tong Rao, when adding up his parents and in-laws, might not have 50 million. Who would have thought that the initially unremarkable Yi Chen had become a billionaire? Vroom vroom, the roar of the engine and the strong pushback sensation brought Lu Yu back to her senses. Seeing the astonished expressions of people outside, Lu Yu finally began to understand the thoughts of those women who drove luxury cars. This sense of vanity, even knowing it was wrong, was like a poppy, irresistible and intoxicating. Yi Chen, how have you been these years? I remember after I went abroad, it seems we haven't seen each other again, right? We haven't even talked much on the phone. Yi Chen recalled. When we graduated high school, I gave you a phone charm. We kept in touch quite a bit during freshman year, had dinner together during the summer, at Wang Pin Tai Su Steakhouse. That meal cost me a month's living expenses, but in sophomore year, he tilted his head to look at Lu Yu and smiled. I remember one time you called me in tears, saying your boyfriend didn't like you anymore. Do you remember? Without waiting for Lu Yu to respond, Yi Chen continued. How did I comfort you back then? I forgot, just remember you were quite sad. Then you went abroad, 2+2, and studied for your master's at UCLA. After returning, you went to Guang City, and later to Shi City, never coming back to Nan City, so we lost contact. Lu Yu pursed her lips. I didn't expect you to care about me so much. Yi Chen chuckled. Of course, you could say you were my first love, if unrequited love counts. Lu Yu rested her arm on the car window, the cold wind tousling her hair and slightly cooling her flushed cheeks. Why didn't you tell me back then? Yi Chen pouted. How could I say it? I was so naive back then. The school was strict, and everyone would spread gossip. I was afraid it would be awkward, so I even spread rumors myself, saying I liked Tang Hong. Looking back, that was really stupid. Lu Yu was taken aback. You did that on purpose? Yi Chen snorted. Otherwise? Tang Hong isn't my type at all, small eyes, fierce and flat. He tilted his head. I thought you could feel it. I used to send you 20 texts every night, and that time you had your period and wanted milk tea, I rode 6 kilometers in the pouring rain to buy you some duokid. You forgot? Lu Yu chuckled. I didn't forget. You looked like a fool. The convenience store had what you needed, but you insisted on running so far. Yi Chen laughed lightly and said casually, I remember you liked the milk tea from that place, complaining that the convenience stores was all saccharin. Lu Yu was stunned, her fingers twirling around her hair, biting her lip. Back then, I thought you were just my close friend? Yi Chen chuckled. There's no such thing as a male best friend, it's all with ulterior motives. But I can't blame anyone but myself for being too timid back then. I failed the college entrance exam, wanted to go to Guang City but couldn't find a way, and missed the chance. As Lu Yu listened to him reminisce, her gaze drifted, and a smile tugged at her lips. Thinking back, I was pretty foolish too. You were so obvious, and I had feelings for you then, otherwise. She huffed lightly. Not just anyone would I message so late, and every day too. She shot a reproachful glance at Yi Chen. After we graduated high school, we planned to go ice skating at the Olympic Sports Center, remember? Yi Chen nodded. After it ended, I gave you the pendant before you got in the car. Half of it was with me, laser engraved with a flower with an owner, and yours was a flower with an owner. I had it all prepared, so why couldn't you just say it to me directly? Lu Yu glared at him with a hint of annoyance. Did you want me to say it first? Yi Chen chuckled dryly. He really was timid back then, afraid of rejection, hoping to see more hints, more signs, more hope. But he waited, and it ended up like this. The past was like smoke. Now, it was just memories, that feeling from back then. Hey, what are you doing? Yi Chen swerved the steering wheel, looking at Lu Yu's outstretched hand, feeling a bit uneasy as he shifted his leg. Don't move, Lu Yu shouted, then bent down to smooth her long hair by her ear, looking up at Yi Chen. I didn't give you hints 18 years ago, so this time I'm taking the initiative. Hiss. Yi Chen gasped, his muscles tensing up instantly, slamming the accelerator to the floor. The Yeltas seemed like a crazed beast, speeding onto the highway. The Xiatangshan hot springs were actually not far from where Yi Chen and the others used to work, but he had never been there before. Now that they were inside, it truly lived up to being a provincial-level cadre sanatorium, with various facilities that were quite simple. 18 outdoor hot spring pools, from milk pools, red wine pools to herbal medicine pools, everything was available. However, Yi Chen and Lu Yu only took a quick tour outside before heading to a private hot spring. Both of them were feeling a bit restless. Business first. 3 hours later, in the self-service restaurant of the small building, Tong Rao waved at them as they were eating and drinking. Tong Rao looked at Lu Yu teasingly. "So, how is old Yi?" Once they were here, there was no need to hide anything. It was very straightforward. Lu Yu was also quite bold at this moment, her small hands flashing a rosy blush on her cheeks. "Today I finally know the joy of being a woman." This was probably the highest praise. Yi Chen smiled. "What do you want to eat? I'll get it for you." Lu Yu nodded. "High-calorie food. I need to replenish my energy." Tong Rao laughed. "Once you taste it, you want more. Old Yi, you're really something." As Yi Chen walked over to grab a plate and get some food, Tong Rao looked at Lu Yu, pondering for a moment. "Did you ask old Yi if he?" Lu Yu shook her head, cutting her off. "I didn't ask. I don't want to know. What does it matter? I'm not after anything from him," she said, her lips slightly pouting downwards. "Am I supposed to marry him again?" Tong Rao glanced over at Yi Chen. "That might not be impossible, though. Forget it, let's just keep a beautiful memory of each other." Lu Yu was very open about it. Seeing her say that, Tong Rao stopped asking, and Lu Yu then inquired about Tang Hong. Tong Rao pouted. She went to play billiards, with Su Yu, Wang Han, Shi Chang, and Lu Rong. At this moment, Yi Chen walked over. "Is there a pool table to play on?" Tong Rao nodded. "Not just that, there's table tennis, badminton, basketball, and even indoor golf. There's plenty to play." Yi Chen looked at Lu Yu. "Want to play some table tennis later? I taught you in gym class before. Can you still play?" Lu Yu bent her arm and measured a few times, then raised her chin. "Don't underestimate me. I've won the women's group championship 3 times at the company." Yi Chen chuckled. "Same here, I've also won 3 championships at the company." Tong Rao rolled his eyes at this. "No wonder you can't get ahead. How can you win against your boss at the company? I bet you faced some backlash because of that." Knowing Yi Chen was wealthy, he said it without concern, mostly teasing. Yi Chen choked, picked up a German sausage from the plate, and stuffed it into Tong Rao's mouth. "Just eat." He. Lu Yu looked at the embarrassed and angry Yi Chen, and Tong Rao's flushed face, laughing uncontrollably. The 3 of them ate for a while, then prepared to greet the pool room. As they got closer, they heard Shi Chang snort coldly. "Kid, don't be too arrogant. I was playing pool when you weren't even born." "TCH, old man, what era is it? Is that supposed to be interesting? By your logic, the strongest would be a turtle, right? They live the longest, haha." A voice with a quack mocked relentlessly. When Yi Chen and the others walked in, they saw a group of young people confronting Shi Chang and his friends. After asking a few questions, they got the gist of it. The same old story, fighting for tables. After all, this wasn't a professional billiard hall. The tables were limited, just 2 for 8-ball and 1 for snooker. Shi Chang and his group occupied 1 8-ball and 1 snooker table. The group of young people came later, and with so many of them, 1 table wasn't enough to play. They stood by Shi Chang's side and started mocking. "This shot is terrible. With this level, you dare to play snooker? Ridiculous. What a disgrace, old man and old lady. Hurry up and leave. We can't watch anymore." If they had approached nicely, Shi Chang and his friends wouldn't have minded giving way, especially since none of them were very familiar with the rules of snooker. But starting with a barrage of insults, plus the old man and old lady titles, was infuriating. So now they were stuck there. Just as Yi Chen and the others figured out what was going on, the leader of the opposing group, Liang Jun, snorted. "Here come a few more old men and women. What do you say? Dare to have a match?" Yi Chen looked at the girls on the opposite side, somewhat speechless, and wrapped his arm around Lu Yu's slender waist, laughing heartily. Kids these days are really funny. They have the nerve to bring out such low-level players. Liang Jun scoffed. "Are you that old lady's kept boy? Do you have a say here?" Yi Chen touched his cheek. Was that a compliment? In his life, it was the first time someone called him a kept boy. Wow, could he rely on his looks to make a living now? "Alright, stop the nonsense. Want to play a game? Sure, how big do you want to go?" "I'm up for it." "You?" Liang Jun sized him up. "Fine, the rules of snooker, 100 points a game. Dare to play?" Yi Chen scoffed, looking down on him. "After all this, that's your only bet? 100 points? Even if I clear the table, it's only 147, 15,000? TCH Liang Jun's face turned red. "Then tell me, how big do you want to play?" Yi Chen whistled. At least 10,000. Liang Jun's expression changed. The stakes were at least tens of thousands, even hundreds of thousands. Did the other side have that much confidence? Were they experts? What? Afraid? If you're scared, step aside and don't interfere with our game. Liang Jun gritted his teeth. Fine, I accept. Liang Jun's companions behind him looked worried, and some even tugged at his sleeve to persuade him. No one here is advising Yi Chen. Of course, who would? A person wearing $1 million watch and driving a $10 million luxury car? Would they really back down from this bet? What's there to advise? Tong Rao cheered for Yi Chen. Old Yi, crush him. Yi Chen gave a thumbs up. Everyone, watch closely. He then made an excuse to go to the restroom. XR-assisted electronic contact lenses, 20,000 compensation, can provide visual assistance, information display, photography, zooming in and out, and other functions. Looking at the small glasses case in his hand, Yi Chen smiled. He was going to cheat again. He put on the transparent contact lenses in front of the mirror, blinked, and felt nothing unusual. Xiao Yi, connect to the electronic eye. Xiao Yi understands. Please wait a moment, master. A cute voice came from his phone. He had also changed his phone. It looked like an iPhone but was in no way comparable. A few seconds later, text began to appear in front of his eyes. Connected. How may Xiao Yi assist you? When it's my turn to play snooker, help me calculate the angles and the force needed. Xiao Yi understands, but please collect data first to assist in more accurate calculations. Yi Chen nodded slightly and then walked out. He and Liang Jun guessed first. Yi Chen guessed a character. Liang Jun guessed a flower. Ding. Liang Jun flipped a coin. It was a character. Yi Chen whistled and aimed for a while according to the lines that appeared in his vision. Crack! The break! Crack, a fairly nice break. The red ball went straight into the pocket. Yi Chen walked around a bit, scanning the table and the positions of the balls into his glasses. The people around held their breath, quietly watching. When the analysis results came out, Yi Chen followed the displayed angle and the length of the cue, trying to control the force as much as possible. Crack, the black ball went into the pocket. Beautiful. Although it was his first time using this augmented reality assistance feature, Yi Chen adapted quickly. Of course, the main reason was that the operation was simple, like playing a game, just following the model to aim. Then, it was Yi Chen's performance. Red ball, black ball, red ball, black ball, red ball, blue ball, red ball, black ball, red ball, black ball, red ball, pink ball. 8 points, 16 points, 30 points, 46 points, 53 points. Liu counted softly, her gaze towards Yi Chen filled with eagerness. If not for fear of disturbing him, she would have shouted out long ago. At this moment, Yi Chen, leaning on the table with one foot off the ground, had eyes sharp as an eagle, looking incredibly handsome. 88 points. When he scored 88 points, Liang Jun could hardly hold back. Coach, I want to play. This is just too unfair. I haven't even touched the cue ball, and I'm already bound to lose. Now it's just a matter of when Yi Chen will make a mistake so he can minimize his losses. Unfortunately, Yi Chen gave him no chance at all. Crack, crack, crack. Continuous pocketing, a clean sweep. Liu clapped her hands, almost jumping up like a little girl. She ran over and kissed Yi Chen on the cheek. So amazing. You're incredible. Yi Chen smacked his lips, somewhat dissatisfied. I only scored 114 points. A few of the angles weren't done well, but whatever. He tilted his chin towards the petrified Liang Jun. What's the deal? Are you going to back out or what? Liang Jun's face turned red. He felt like he had been played, realizing he was up against a professional player. He didn't believe anyone could play that smoothly without being a pro. I, Liang Jun, am not the type to back out. Alipay or WeChat? Yi Chen raised an eyebrow, quite tough indeed. WeChat. After the transfer was done. Let's go. Liang Jun led his team away. Shi Chang looked at Yi Chen, somewhat amazed. Now I understand where you got all that money from. Damn, that's over $1 million. Yi Chen chuckled, operated a few things on his phone, and then everyone's phones rang. Everyone gets a share, 20,000 each. Alright, cheerleaders also need bonuses, and if you hadn't taken the stage, you wouldn't have had the chance, right? Okay, let's play. Are we playing billiards or ping pong? Billiards first, then ping pong. Ha. Good. After a light exercise to digest the meal, they each returned to their rooms to rest. The second half of the battle continued. Love me, Yi Chen. Love me. Just as this battle was reaching a fever pitch, Luyu's phone rang. She grabbed it, took a glance, and answered directly. What's up? Glancing at the paused Yi Chen, she tilted her chin to signal him to continue. I'm here. Where? None of your business. What's up? Wife? Do you really consider me your wife? Hearing her words, Yi Chen became a bit excited. Luyu rolled her eyes at him and continued speaking. I don't want to argue with you, go hang out with your boyfriend. The mention of boyfriend stunned Yi-chen for a moment, and then goosebumps rose all over him. No wonder they were separating. Shaking his head, he felt even less psychological burden now. The next day, after waking from a deep sleep, Yi-chen reached out to hug. He hugged nothing but air, his eyes snapped open. Looking around, where did everyone go? Checking the time on his phone, it was past 11. Had they gone to lunch? A message. He opened it to read. Luyu, there's something at the company, I'm leaving first. If you miss me, come to Shishir, or just call me anytime. Yi-chen smiled slightly. It was only the 5th day of the new year. What could be so urgent? Probably didn't know how to face the separation. His fingers moved on the keyboard, and he finally sent a message. Yi-chen, got it. If there's anything, let me know. I can help you with anything. He exhaled lightly, then stretched and rubbed his eyes. Almost forgot. Xiaoyi, save the video to my phone. Remind me to transfer it to the computer after I get home. Xiaoyi understands. Master, does this kind of private video need encryption? Yes. Add a password that even a supercomputer can't crack. Xiaoyi understands. It's done. In the future, to open it, the master's fingerprint, iris, and voiceprint verification will be required. Smiley face, he had lunch with Tong Rao and the others, and this unique and eye-opening class reunion came to an end. February 4th, the 7th day of the new year. Just 800 meters east of the Zishan Gulf Villa, there was a vast, desolate construction site. The uneven foundation seemed to be half-finished, with a lot of building materials piled around. At the northwest end of this construction site stood a magnificent yet lonely building. Chui Shangshu Jia sales office, the large characters shone brightly in the sunlight. Jiang Shul, the knowledgeable one, dragging a large suitcase, had wandered around several times before finally biting her teeth and stomping her foot as she walked towards the main entrance. From a distance, she leaned in and shouted, "Is anyone there? Excuse me, is Tianxia Media here? Brother Quan?" After calling out several times with no response, she felt a bit lost when footsteps came from inside, and a somewhat familiar voice was speaking. "Xiang Ge, you'll be responsible for daily management. Xing Jia will be HR, responsible for recruiting hosts and event planning. Ding Qi, you'll handle the operations part, and the rest, like big data analysis, technical research and development, and personnel training, will be on me." Just as he was speaking, he saw a small head at the door and immediately smiled. "How come you came over by yourself? Aren't you afraid of being kidnapped? I could have picked you up with a phone call." Jiang Shul looked at Yi-chen in confusion, then at Lu Xiang, who appeared to be a generation older. Are you Brother Quan?" Yi-chen shrugged. "Otherwise? Not what you imagined? I remember sending you a photo, right?" Jiang Shul scratched her cheek, seemingly a bit hesitant to speak. She had seen the photos, but she felt they looked too young. After all, Brother Quan clearly said he was 35, so she naturally assumed they were either not edited or were photos from many years ago. Who knew? Looking up again, they looked so young although not particularly good-looking. They gave off a nice vibe. Hee. Yi-chen looked at the girl who was grinning foolishly and introduced her to the others. "This is our first streamer. I personally brought her in, Jiang Shul. Her ID is Jishu. Lure, these are a few of my former colleagues and friends from the company, and they will be working here in the future." After the introduction, Zhao Dingqi proactively helped Jiang Shul with her luggage. "Let's go, let's head upstairs and take a look. The environment is quite nice. You're lucky, you can choose any room you like." "I can carry it myself." Jiang Shul tried to grab it, but Yi-chen waved his hand. "Alright, no need for pleasantries. Once you start making money, treat us to a nice meal. Come on, let's go upstairs and see what you need. I'll buy it for you." They navigated through the somewhat messy lobby and went up to the second floor, where Yi-chen pointed to the individual rooms separated by soundproofing boards. Since this was converted from a sales office, the conditions are a bit rudimentary now. Well, the furnishings inside are actually quite similar. He casually pushed open a room door. A small bed, a computer desk, and all the live streaming equipment is set up. The top-tier computer and sound card cost 50,000 for the set. It should be enough for you. Jiang Shul looked around and let out a low gasp. "It's so big," Yi-chen chuckled. "Each room is about 40 square meters. There are 10 rooms on each floor, 3 floors in total, 30 rooms altogether. Each floor has a bathroom and a small kitchen, equipped with a microwave, gas stove, and so on. The first floor is my office, along with large offices for administration, HR, finance, operations, and technical services. The only troublesome thing right now is the shower. There wasn't a shower installed here before, and renovating it is quite a hassle. I was thinking, in a few days, I could set up a simple temporary structure next to this building to serve as a bathhouse. What do you think?" Jiang Shul was taken aback and leaned over to look out the window at the construction site. "But isn't that a construction site outside?" "How?" Yi-chen shrugged. "That developer went bankrupt and closed down. this is an unfinished building. Otherwise, how would I have gotten this sales office? This was the damned developer who had scammed his family. When Yi-Chen was looking for a place to set up the company last year, he happened to remember this. It was close to his villa at Zishan Golf and also cheap. He simply made a bold move and acquired the original property along with a large area of farmland, totaling a 500,000 square meter plot, for only 400 million. It was an incredible deal. It wasn't needed right now, but it would develop slowly in the future, saving the trouble of acquiring more land. Managing while building the office was also quite good. Hearing his explanation, Zhang Shul didn't ask further. After putting down her luggage, Yi-Chen slapped his forehead. By the way, about the contract, that won't be signed for a few days because we don't have legal yet. I need to find a law firm to help draft it. They just started work today, so it might not be quick. You shouldn't be in a hurry, right? Zhang Shul shook her head. Now that she was here, there was no need to rush. Just as she was about to speak, her stomach growled first. The others exchanged glances and then smiled a bit. Luo Cheng took Zhang Shul's hand and glared at Yi-Chen. Alright, let's talk after we eat. I think today, Boss Yi is treating us. Let's go to left courtyard, right courtyard. Yi-Chen chuckled. Alright, last time you didn't get to eat with Brother Xiang, and you were waiting for me here? Fine, let's eat. There will be plenty of meat. The others took Lu Xiang's car, while Yi-Chen drove the Aventador with Zhang Shul towards a nearby mall. Zhang Shul sat in the car, huddled up, seemingly afraid to move around. Yi-Chen noticed her awkwardness and smiled. Don't be afraid, I'm not going to eat you. Besides, he glanced at her little arms and legs. You don't have much meat either. I mean, don't you eat well at home? Zhang Shul pouted. She was a daughter, a burden, and it was already good enough that her parents could provide her with a meal. What more could she want? No, it's just that I don't gain weight, Yi-Chen responded with an "oh." That's good, girls shouldn't gain weight. Although you can use filters during live streams, it's best to keep it natural. As they chatted along the way, the awkwardness faded considerably. Zhang Shul looked at the street scenery outside, occasionally glancing at the circle brother beside her, feeling that, in a moment of impulse, being 1,000 miles away didn't seem so bad. After dinner, Yi-Chen and the others began brainstorming how to shape Zhang Shul's image. Let's stick to the previous idea, wearing ancient costumes in short videos, leaning towards the elegant lady style, and for normal live streams, we can go for a youthful vibe. After Yi-Chen finished speaking, the others had no objections. With her short and sweet hair, Zhang Shul couldn't possibly go for a sexy route. The conditions didn't allow it. Then Luo Cheng, the only big sister in charge, along with Yi-Chen and the others, began to critique from a man's perspective. No, too gaudy, too lively. Not good, the contrast is too strong. It will make her face look dark. Inappropriate, this outfit is too mature, the neckline is too low. Zhang Shul felt like a puppet being manipulated. She had no say in the matter. However, once a few outfits were confirmed and she saw the price tags, she refused to accept any of it. Too expensive. This is way too expensive, over 3,000 for a t-shirt? It's highway robbery. Yi-Chen waved his hand. Don't worry about the price, it will be deducted from your salary later. Zhang Shul was almost in tears. She hadn't even started working yet and was already in debt for tens of thousands. Unfortunately, after a vote, her objections were rendered ineffective. After that, Luo Cheng took Zhang Shul for a spa, while Yi-Chen and the others went for a foot massage. I really didn't expect this. Not only are you driving a luxury car worth millions, but you've also started a company. Your life experiences are truly unpredictable. Why didn't my grandfather leave me a piece of imperial green jade? Lu Xiang said with a sigh, full of envy. Yi-Chen, having talked too much, just made things up. Your grandfather wasn't a Red Guard. Where would he get that? My grandfather risked his life to venture out of the village, and out of over 400 people in the village, only 2 survived. It wasn't entirely made up. His grandfather was indeed a Red Guard, but the jade part was nonsense. Zhao Dingqi looked at Yi-Chen. You've built such a big operation all at once. Can Zhang Shul earn it back? Yi-Chen shrugged. How would I know? We have to try it out first. You're the operations head. It's your job to make her popular. Zhao Dingqi slapped his forehead. I knew getting on this ship wouldn't lead to anything good. Let her do a live stream tonight, and we'll see how it goes. Honestly, I've watched quite a few live streams during the new year, but the tricks are really numerous. What type do you want her to go for? Yi-Chen rolled his eyes at him. Isn't that a stupid question? Besides singing, she doesn't have any other talents. She looks too weak to compete in PKs, so let's go with singing as her talent, and attract fans while also handling PKs. She can do a maximum of 3 matches a day, but they have to be effective. Zhao Dingqi stroked his chin, lit a cigarette, took a few puffs, and suddenly spoke. Are you planning to use your own account to promote her? How much are you going to spend? Yi-Chen snapped his fingers, sounding relaxed. I topped up 20 million, that's enough to reach level 75. Let's start with 1 million tonight to see how it goes. Cough cough cough. Zhao Dingqi coughed so hard he almost lost his lungs, staring wide-eyed for a long time. How much? 20 million? Your grandfather didn't leave you a piece of jade, he left you a whole box. Yi Chen smiled and didn't explain, letting them guess, too lazy to come up with something. After the two women finished their spa, they had dinner a bit earlier, not going to a restaurant but finding a lamb restaurant, getting 2 pots and some bread to make do. Then they rushed back to the sales office. Luo Cheng set out a row of cosmetics on a small makeup table, stretching her fingers. I'll give you a natural makeup look, old Ji. You'll need to hire a dedicated makeup artist in the future. Call me Director Yi, no need to be so familiar. Yi Chen snorted, then laughed. This is acceptable, and how about getting a masseur, hiring a royal chef? Or should we also get a pastry chef and a barista? He rolled his eyes. Once you make money, you want this and that. If not, you're temporarily taking on the role of makeup artist, consider it an order. Luo Cheng huffed. Part-time is fine, but I want double the salary. Not happening. At most I'll give you an extra 1,000 bonus at the end of the month, take it or leave it. They bickered, but it didn't delay Luo Cheng from helping Jiang Shul with her makeup. After more than half an hour, a delicate face appeared before everyone, looking like a bowl of clear soup noodles. Pure as a lotus, naturally unadorned, Sister Ching has great skills. Yi Chen sighed, looking at her. It didn't seem much different from using a beauty filter, TSK, truly one of the 4 great arts of Southeast Asia. At 6 p.m., they started the live broadcast on time. Half a minute into the broadcast, there was silence for another half minute. Jiang Shul turned off the camera, her face flushed, and turned to the 4 people outside the screen, stammering, "You're here, and I'm so nervous I can't even speak." Yi Chen slapped his forehead and nudged the curious 3. Let's go downstairs to the operations room. The operations room was set up like a command center, with various large screens, vertical screens, and all kinds of data. Yi Chen opened a few of them and explained to Zhao Dingqi. In the future, when hiring other operators, do it this way, 1 person can monitor at most 3, anymore and it's like herding sheep. Xiao Yi, open the live management software and enter the Jishu live room using my account. Xiao Yi didn't understand. Which specific account? Yi Chen exhaled. The secondary intelligence was acting like an idiot. He would need to upgrade it and set up a server later. It's the one called, Come Circle Me. Xiao Yi understood. Zhao Dingqi looked on with some curiosity. Isn't this powered by the platform's Baozi AI? Yeah, I made it myself. It can handle some simple requests. I use it for data analysis and technical development, and it might also be used for staff training later. Yi Chen casually mentioned, as Jiang Shul's image appeared on the tall vertical screen. Sister Cheng is amazing, this makeup looks really pure. The DSLR camera here, combined with filters, was spot on. Just a slight adjustment turned Jiang Shul, who originally scored 85 after makeup, into a 90. Luo Chang was also a bit surprised, staring at the small bridge and flowing water in the background of the live room, somewhat dazed. This special effect looks so real. It really seems like it's outdoors. Yi Chen smirked. Of course, this was something Xiao Yi had spent nearly 3 hours meticulously building, and to fit the internet speed and platform limitations here, it had been revised 3 times before it was completed. Although it looked like a still image, every ripple of the water and the occasional movement of falling leaves followed different patterns, simulating complex physical rules. This kind of special effect, done outside, would require a team of at least 50 people working for a month, no way around it. At this moment, Jiang Shul also explored the auxiliary software here. Many functions were still unclear to her, but it didn't affect the live broadcast. She would take her time to learn later, but for now, she needed to warm up her voice. I'll sing a song chilling for everyone. Clearing her throat, she began. A scene unfolds. As she sang the first line, she paused, hearing her own voice in the earpiece. Is this my voice? She missed a line but continued singing. Open and close the fan, the drums sound and fall silent, the emotions in the play and the people outside who can say the more they sang, the more surprised they became, and when it reached the climax of the chorus, with a high-pitched falsetto, the people below walk by, the old colors are nowhere to be seen. Yi Chen snapped his fingers in satisfaction. If makeup and the DSLR added 10 points to Jiang Shul's looks, then the real-time tuning adjusted by Xiao Yi added 20 points to Jiang Shul's voice. Watching Jiang Shul sing more passionately on the screen, Yi Chen sent a 9,999 diamond red envelope. He tried various methods to attract fans, sending red envelopes, holding lotteries, and engaging in PK battles. At 9 o'clock, he ended the broadcast on time. Looking at the somewhat gloomy Jiang Shul, he smiled and comforted her. It's the first day. You can't expect me to magically give you 1 million fans, right? You gained 12,000 fans today, that's not bad. Jiang Shul kicked her toes and pouted. You sent nearly 100 red envelopes of 1,000 each, held 3 big PKs, and fought for the rankings for 2 hours. At the beginning, there were still 150,000, but in the end, she looked up with a very gloomy expression. Am I not likable? You invested so much, can you earn it back? Yi-Chen patted her head. Don't doubt yourself, and don't worry about me, take it slow. He glanced at the time. Get some rest early tonight, we need to catch the sunrise for filming tomorrow, and we have to go live again at 9, it's tight. After saying that, he waved his hand to leave, but Jiang Shul pulled him back, a bit shyly scratching her cheek. Is there a place nearby to take a shower? I've been on the train all day, and I feel like I'm going to spoil. Yi-Chen chuckled. Didn't I give you a card for the nano sauna? It's not far from here. I'll take you there. Saying that, he got in the car and waved goodbye to Lu Xiang and the others. See you tomorrow. Lu Xiang and the others waved back, and after Evan Tato had gone far, Luo Chang smirked. Olji is so thoughtful, do you think? Before she finished her sentence, the implication was clear. Lu Xiang smiled. Who knows? Zhao Dingqi yawned. Don't ask what you shouldn't ask. Olji, now he's Yi's own. Don't make it awkward later. Luo Chang rolled her eyes. Come on, am I that clueless? Alright, I won't say anything. Xiangge, take me to the subway station. Come on, it's only 200 meters, can't you walk a bit? I don't want to walk. Are you taking me or not? Okay, I'm really scared of you. Thanks to Nansher, the scenery is beautiful, and there are many places suitable for filming. Purple Mountain, Qinglong Lake, Confucius Temple. The 10 scenic spots of Jiangnan are endless. Sunset on the mountain peak, solitary shadow on the lake, temple fair fireworks. After a week of continuous filming, then, hey, what song is this? Jiang Shul flipped through the score and lyrics in her hand, humming softly. Knowledgeable and reasonable Mimi Sua La 11. Sounds pretty catchy. Of course, it was catchy. This was pieced together by Xiaoyi from nearly 10,000 scores, and there were plenty of different types. You try it first. If you sing well, I'll get you a single to test. In the future, you can add the label of original female singer. Always singing other people's songs isn't the way. Jiang Shul responded with a few O's and then hugged the score to practice. After finishing up, he went downstairs and took a stroll. Lu Xiang was busy coordinating with the music company and the platform for recommendations. Luo Chang was making various phone calls and sending emails, all related to recruitment, which was quite tedious to filter through. Zhao Dingqi was also busy. Now the company had 4 small streamers, all signed online, but they hadn't come over and were streaming from home. Dingqi, how's the streaming going over there? So, their talents are just singing a few songs, not as good as Jishu. One can chat a bit, one can act cute, the other 2 don't understand anything, just daydreaming all day, like ghost streaming. Yi-Chen patted his shoulder. Work a little harder, teach them more, and occasionally send them some red envelopes to attract some popularity. He paused. However, the company's main focus right now is still on Jiang Shul. Once we get her up and running, we can use her popularity to bring in newcomers. Ultimately, it was still his laziness to manage. 1 or 2 experimental subjects were enough, but with so many people, it would take a lot of effort to support them all. Zhao Dingqi nodded and then suggested, we also need to find someone who can shout, perform, and fight. Jishu's personality is too quiet and a bit weak. I've seen a few PKs before. The opponents were shouting passionately, while she was soft and couldn't fight back. Yi-Chen was also quite frustrated. This was the style of live streaming, and there was nothing to be done about it. He rubbed his temples. I'll have Qing Jie see if there are any suitable candidates. It's really difficult. Sigh, I topped up 20 million. Not to mention 20 million. I initially wanted to brush 1 million in one night, and now I haven't even spent half of it. Zhao Dingqi rolled his eyes. Then go brush it with other big streamers. In one PK, you can easily spend 10 million. Yi-Chen rolled his eyes even bigger. Am I crazy? If I brush for Jiang Shul, I can at least get half back and gain some popularity. If I give it to others, what do I get? Zhao Dingqi squinted playfully. Being the top donor might come with benefits. Too lazy to say more to him. Yi-Chen checked the time. I have an event tonight. Zhao Dingqi waved his hand. I know, it's Valentine's Day. Go have fun, we'll keep an eye on things here. Yi-Chen gave an okay sign. After work, bring 2 boxes of cosmetics for my sister-in-law, consider it company reimbursement. That's it, and let Xianggu and the others know I'm leaving first. After leaving the sales office, he headed straight to the train station in the direction of Aventador. Today, Liu took half a day off to specially accompany him for the holiday. At the Moonful West Building Cantonese restaurant, Liu looked out at the lush scenery and felt a bit nostalgic. After all these years, it hasn't changed much. Yi-Chen ordered a few dishes and casually replied, on the surface, it seems that way, but if you look deeper, the changes are actually quite significant. Liu turned to look at him. Just like you? Yi-Chen smiled slightly. Have I changed a lot? Lu Yu chuckled. How could he not have changed? Aside from his appearance, everything else was different. Where are we going tonight? To watch a movie or something? Yi Chen shook his head. To the nearby Huatian music bar. Lu Yu exclaimed, a bar, huh? It's been a long time since I've been. I used to go occasionally when I was in Los Angeles. What's up? Is President Yi going to show off his cash skills tonight and do a dragon set? Yi Chen laughed. You know about the dragon set? Lu Yu giggled. It was all the rage a few years ago. It's a must-have for rich second-generation kids showing off. Is it still popular? Yi Chen shrugged. How would I know? I haven't been in the past few years. I went a few times during the new year, but I just jumped around and left. It's boring alone. Lu Yu shot him a flirtatious glance. Didn't you catch any naive young girls in the bar? Yi Chen pouted. Compared to them, I'm the naive one, okay? The food is here. Let's eat first and chat while we eat. The dishes here are quite famous. They look great, but I don't know how they taste. You try. The meal lasted nearly 3 hours, mainly chatting. The food was decent. By the time it was almost 9 o'clock, Yi Chen took Lu Yu to the nearby Huatian bar. Just as they were led to the booth, Tong Rao waved and called out, Old Ji, you guys are really slow. We've already had 2 rounds. Lu Yu laughed, not expecting Yi Chen to gather everyone from last time. In the center of Huatian, facing the stage, was the booth with the best view. Bro, what drink do you want? We have great value packages. Take a look. A girl in a silver racing suit approached with a tablet, energetically promoting. The minimum spend for the Emperor card today is 8,888. With a little effort, it can definitely exceed 10,000. Looking at the temperament of this group, I feel it should be over 20,000. Yi Chen didn't look, just casually drew a circle. Get that dragon set. The girl was momentarily stunned, then excited. It had been a long time since anyone ordered the dragon. Today, they encountered a super tycoon. 58888 for a set. Please wait a moment, I'll arrange it for you right away. After taking off her wool coat, Lu Yu, in a black spaghetti strap-long dress, crossed her legs and looked at Yi Chen with a half-smile. As expected, summoned the dragon as soon as you arrived. Yi Chen laughed heartily. It's a festival, after all. There should be some sense of ceremony. There will be a surprise at 10 o'clock. For Yi Chen, who could win 1 million just by playing a game, everyone had no doubt about his spending power. But they were even more looking forward to the surprise he had arranged. Hey, give us a hint. Tong Rao leaned forward and asked. Yi Chen waved his fingers, showing off a bit. Don't ask. If you do, I won't tell you even if you beat me to death. Just wait. It's only 1 hour. Tong Rao turned to Lu Yu. Hurry and press him for details. Lu Yu shook her head. If you find out, there's no anticipation. How can it be a surprise otherwise? Just wait patiently. After a moment, the DJ shouted into the mic. Let's welcome the first group of dragons to the stage. Amidst the explosive music, a group of girls danced on the big stage, swaying their hips to Black Spade A. 1 2 1 2 3 4 Hey you are my baby. The taste of missing you is subtly haunting. Baby, let's have a drink. This is your favorite Black Spade A. Another group of girls, holding Black Spade light signs, strutted through the crowd, lifting the atmosphere, and then circled around to Yi Chen, led by the girl from earlier. Bro, a total of 6 bottles. If you need anything else, just call me. My name is Xiaoying. Yi Chen nodded and waved his hand. 1 bottle of Black Label for each table, on me. Xiao Yueying was momentarily stunned. Oh my, that's 200 tables. That's another 160,000 thrown out. Truly a tycoon. As the bill was settled, the DJ received the news and shouted even more energetically. Let's thank the generous, charming, and handsome Mr. Yi. 1 bottle of Black Label for each table. I hope everyone enjoys tonight's enchanting night, with the ladies being cared for and the gentlemen having company. Thank you, Mr. Yi. The atmosphere became even more explosive. The champagne sprayed, the music thumped, creating a feeling of eternal youth. Yi Chen had a few rounds with Lu Yu and the others, dealing with a few unfamiliar guys who came to toast, and seeing someone preparing to go on stage, he patted Lu Yu's arm. They're coming. Lu Yu was just competing in drinking with Wang Han when she turned to look, then froze, followed by a sharp scream. It's Park Shu. Watching Lu Yu, who was as excited as a little girl, Yi Chen laughed heartily. Still like him? Lu Yu nodded vigorously. I like him. Did you invite him? Yi Chen replied, not much spent, just 600,000 for the performance fee, plus 10 songs, a total of only 1 million. Lu Yu got up and pulled Yi Chen to the front. Hello, friends from Nanchur. Here's a song Life Like Summer Flowers for everyone. Shiwala Shu Hu O Wala Iya. As a singer born in Nanchur, Park Shu had quite a high profile, and most people knew this song. A crowd began to shout along with the prelude. I don't know how long I've been sleeping in the dark. I don't know how difficult it will be to open my eyes. I came from afar just in time for you all to be here. Obsessed and lingering in the world, I go wild for her. Halfway through a song that Liu loved back in the day. Life is like summer flowers. Liu turned around and wrapped her arms around Yi Chen's waist, kissing him fiercely. They didn't pay attention to the next 3 songs, Ordinary Road and Those Flowers, as their argument became quite intense. When the reluctant couple returned to their booth, they were met with a group of mocking gazes. I didn't expect Yi Chen to remember this. He really put in the effort to ask me about your preferences back then, Wang Han said, pulling on Luyu's arm, somewhat emotional. Luyu nodded, feeling genuinely touched. She had almost forgotten, not realizing Yi Chen still cared. The group continued to drink, and after the performance, they could go backstage for a photo with Park Shu, enjoying the lively atmosphere. Bitch, how dare you flirt behind my back? A man rushed over, grabbing Luyu's arm and without a word, slapped her. The sharp sound left everyone frozen in place. Luyu was stunned by the slap, and Tong Rao and the others recognized this man as Luyu's husband, unsure how to react. Yi Chen was the quickest to respond, his anger boiling over. Damn it, looking for death, huh? He grabbed a nearby bottle, but someone was faster. Shou Yueying, who had been watching, hesitated for half a second before grabbing a bottle and smashing it against the man's head. Crack! The man ducked, avoiding the hit, and the bottle shattered on the table. Yi Chen's blow landed on the man's arm, causing him to stagger, his face contorted with rage. You little white-faced bastard dared to hit someone? Just as he was about to strike again, he was stopped by Tong Rao and the others. Don't hit! Don't hold me back! Bullshit, you hit are you crazy? Amid the chaos, Yi Chen leaned down to support Luyu's shoulder. How are you? Does it hurt? Luyu gritted her teeth. Take me away from here. Yi Chen frowned. Should I teach him a lesson? I guarantee he won't lay a finger on you again. Luyu shook her head. Take me away. Seeing her insistence, Yi Chen nodded. Alright, we'll leave now. After standing up, he nodded at Tong Rao and then pulled Luyu away. Adulterers! You can't escape. I'm telling you, you can't escape. The man continued to shout, and Yi Chen scoffed. Who are you trying to scare, trash? Looking at Luyu in the passenger seat, silently wiping her tears, Yi Chen felt at a loss for words. He thought about it and decided to say something. Better to just get a divorce. This marriage of convenience was too painful. But before he could speak, Luyu dried her tears and lifted her chin. Take me to get a medical examination. I'll make a few calls and file for divorce next week. Saying this, she flipped through her contacts, looking for an old classmate who worked at the district office. Luer, it's Luyu. Can you take my case? I was hit and want to get a medical examination. Okay, I'll contact him. After hanging up, she called the next person. Wanger, it's Luyu. Are you on duty at the hospital? I need a medical examination. The injuries are okay, but you understand, right? I'm keeping it for the lawsuit. Then she called another person. Yang Jian? Do you have a lawyer who can handle divorce cases? Oh, you opened your own law firm this year? That's perfect. Ha, not just friends, it's me. Don't try to persuade me, it's settled. I want him to leave with nothing. Alright, you say, I'm listening. Hearing snippets of her calls, Yi Chen couldn't help but click his tongue. Her connections were far more impressive than his. She had everything arranged clearly with the police, judiciary, and medical professionals, and just as he was thinking about it, someone blocked their car ahead. Luyu was also taken aback when she saw this. After hurriedly hanging up with Yang Jian, she called out to Yi Chen, hold on, let me make a call to find someone. Luer isn't from this area, but we should be able to find someone. Yi Chen patted her arm. It's fine, don't worry. It's just a check for drunk driving. Super fast alcohol detox injection 500 compensation completely metabolizes alcohol in the body within 3 seconds. He had already given himself an injection before getting in the car, and by now, the alcohol was long gone. He could blow freely. A Ventador slowly pulled over to the side, rolled down the window, and an old cop looked at the luxury car, then at the 2 people inside. Smelling the alcohol, he had a rough idea. Please do a test. Yi Chen didn't refuse and blew into the breathalyzer. Beep beep. The old cop looked at the display showing 0 and was momentarily stunned. He patted the machine and then handed it over. Blow again. Yi Chen took a long breath and, of course, it was still 0. He spoke a bit impatiently. Is it good to go now? The old cop frowned. Wait a moment, I'll get another machine. Saying this, he asked a colleague for a new one to test, and Yi Chen shook his head and blew again. Look, if I blow once, twice, and then 3 times, if you make me blow again, I won't do it. The old cop looked at the display still showing 0 and frowned. Please come with us for a blood test. Yi Chen's temper flared up. I blew a 0, and you still won't let me go, what the hell? At that moment, Luyu tugged at him. Go ahead, it's fine, I'll contact Luer. Luyu didn't know how he tricked the machine, but once they got to the hospital, there would be ways. Yi Chen snorted but didn't insist. The two then took the police car to the hospital. Yi Chen went to get a blood test, while Lu Yu went to get a medical report for injuries. Halfway through, Lu Tao rushed over. Hey, old Ji, where's Yu Er? He was also Yi Chen's high school classmate, but their relationship was a bit more distant. Looking at the dark-skinned, tall, and strong Lu Tao, Yi Chen smiled. She's getting checked for injuries. That guy Wang Yueran is watching over her. Lu Tao nodded and then sat down next to him, speaking softly. Get ready for 10,000 later. He pressed down with his hand. It's not for me, this isn't our district. You understand, right? Yi Chen rolled his eyes. I won't give a damn. I didn't drink. Lu Tao scoffed. Why are you arguing with me? I called Old Tong before coming to ask about the situation. You drank a bottle of Ace of Spades. I ask you, are you still sober? Talking nonsense? At that moment, a few old cops came over with the report. Lu Tao straightened his clothes, stood up, and walked over. I'm Lu Tao, Deputy Director of the Qinglong District. Oh, Director Lu, hello. After greeting, Lu Tao casually took the report without looking at it and pointed behind him. That's my classmate, give him some face? The expressions of the few people were strange, hesitating for a moment, and someone spoke up. It's not that we don't give Director Lu face, it's just, Lu Tao's already dark face darkened even more. What? Is my deputy position fake? Although it's across districts, if I want to make things difficult for you, it can be done in a minute. Do you want me to call your captain? The old cop shook his head repeatedly. Well, Director Lu, he has been tested, and he indeed hasn't drunk. Lu Tao was taken aback, then opened the report, which indeed showed an alcohol content of 0, and he smacked his lips. Alright then, I was just joking before, you all worked hard, that's it. When he returned, he saw Yi Chen with a half smile. How is it? Didn't I say I didn't drink? Lu Tao scoffed and tossed the report aside. It must have been Wang Yueran's doing. Tisk, old Wang's hands can reach the testing center? Isn't he an orthopedic doctor? Yi Chen wanted to cover his face. Well, this is how society is. After a moment, the lanky Wang Yueran accompanied Lu Yu out. Seeing the two, he cleared his throat with a serious expression. Vision decline, level 6 disability. Yi Chen was taken aback. How could it be a level 6 disability? But when he saw Lu Yu's calm demeanor and Lu Tao's composed face, he understood. Lu Yu touched her cheek. Lure, could you run over to the bar and see if you can get the video? Lu Tao gave an okay sign. No problem, leave it to me. After a few more words, they each went their separate ways. Once Yi Chen got in the car, he asked, where to? Lu Yu turned to look at him. To your house, is that convenient? What could be inconvenient? They headed straight to his villa number 8 at Zishan Golf. Is this your house? Passing through the enormous garden, Liu looked at the garage, which was much larger than her own, filled with luxury cars, and was left speechless in shock. Yi Chen nodded. How is it? Not bad, right? Just bought it not long ago. Not just not bad, Liu felt she had underestimated Yi Chen's wealth. 100 million? It was definitely more than that. However, she didn't think much of it. At that moment, feeling a bit tipsy, she wrapped her arms around Yi Chen's waist. Where's the bedroom? Half an hour later, the phone rang. Ignoring it, it rang again after a moment. Hello? Is that you? Caught? Good. He. Nothing to talk about, just wait. Go to court, okay? With a snap, she hung up and turned off the phone. Lu Yu closed her eyes, resting her head against the bed, enjoying the current pleasure and not thinking about those troublesome matters. Yi Chen. Meanwhile, Su Min gritted his teeth. Alright, you shameless person, we'll see about this. After saying that, he took out his phone and started dialing. Bro, help me out. The next day, Yi Chen woke up early. This time, when he reached out, he touched something soft. He chuckled and didn't disturb Lu Yu's rest. Whistling, he strolled out of the bedroom. After washing up, just as he was about to do some morning exercises, he noticed a lot of missed calls on his phone. From Tong Rao, Lu Xiang, Lu Tao, a total of 50 calls. Confused, he wondered what all those calls were for. Just as he was about to call back, a reminder popped up on his phone. Master, you're trending. Yi Chen almost spat out. Trending for what? I'll go check the study, you sort it out, let me see what's going on. When he got to the study, besides the computer on the desk, the screens around the walls lit up, displaying news and short videos. Park Shunan City commercial performance. Big trouble, wife caught cheating on site. Park Shunan performance disrupted. A man in South City was cheated on, demanding an explanation. The lover hit him. Shameless, sneaking around behind my back. The little white face raised by a bitch dares to hit people. There was a video from that night, edited to show a blurry effect, but those two sentences were clearly audible. TSK, this can trend? Master, last night at 11:30, It started with a self-media post, and then after being shared, it seems Park Shunan also paid for traffic, so it got pushed to trending. Yi Chen rolled his eyes. You knew all this, why didn't you hack the other side at that time? Little Yi looked aggrieved, pointing with its finger. Without the master's command, I can't attack other servers. Yi Chen tilted his head and thought about it. Indeed, if he had given the command, what could artificial intelligence really do? TSK. He shivered at the thought. He didn't want to be hunted by some Skynet or Red Queen in the future. However, looking at the trending topics, he scratched his head. Hacking now would probably cause bigger problems. Seems like it doesn't have much impact? Tilting his head, he thought for a moment. He wasn't a public figure, and Lu Yu wasn't a star, so why not just go for it? However, that Su Min shouldn't think he would have it easy. I hacked into Su Min's computer. Oh, you probably want his number, right? I'll go find it. No need, master. Xiaoyi can access Lu Yu's phone from your phone, and then jump to Su Min's from hers. So troublesome? I might as well just ask Lu Yu for her phone directly, and tell her what's going on. Yi Chen waved his hand and went to the bedroom. He nudged the still sleeping Lu Yu. Wake up, wake up. Lu Yu groggily opened her eyes and stretched. Good morning. Yi Chen pinched her cheek. Go wash up, we've made the trending list. Lu Yu paused, her eyes widening suddenly. What trending list? As she asked, she grabbed her phone and turned it on. As a result, just like Yi Chen earlier, there were dozens of missed calls and messages. She hurriedly scrolled through, her teeth clenched in frustration. It must be Su Min and his group of boyfriends doing this. He's an independent photographer and knows quite a few people in the media and magazines. She looked at Yi Chen with a hint of apology and worry. Sorry, Yi Chen smiled. It's fine, it doesn't affect me much. But you, will there be? He paused, thought for a moment, and said directly, will there be any incriminating evidence or private photos in his hands? Lu Yu rolled her eyes playfully. Am I stupid enough to give him that? No. She paused, and just when Yi Chen thought she remembered something, she continued. But that Su Min guy, he seems to mess around with his boyfriends. Let me go home and check. He should have something on his computer. Lu Air should have detained him. I'm going home now. Yi Chen chuckled. They were thinking along the same lines. He reached out to stop her. No need to go home. I can see it from here. Don't worry, you go wash up first, and I'll find out everything about him right away. Lu Yu was a bit skeptical, but seeing him calm, she didn't rush. She nodded and went to wash up. Just as she got out of bed, her legs felt weak, and she shot a glare at him. Help me out here with that help. She forgot about the phone number issue. However, an hour later, when Yi Chen went to the study, Xiaoyi had already taken care of things on her own. Master, I've found it. There are 189 gigabytes of videos and photos, including 566 videos and over 20,000 photos, some of which involve illegal activities. You could tell he was a professional photographer. Yi Chen almost got blinded by the sheer amount. Not only did it span a decade, but there were all kinds of categories. He could only sigh. The entertainment industry was really chaotic. His expression changed several times, and he glanced at the door before asking, is there anything related to Lu Yu? No, according to the surveillance records from Lu Yu's home, after they got married in 2019, they have been sleeping in separate rooms, and they officially separated in March 2024. Master, do you want me to check Lu Yu's hotel records? I can. Forget it, forget it. Yi Chen wasn't a perfectionist. As long as it wasn't too bad, it was fine. He had his own past, so how could he expect Lu Yu to be pure as snow? What do you mean forget it? Lu Yu walked in wearing a bathrobe, drying her hair. She asked a question, but upon seeing the screens around her, her face first turned red, then pale. It's all that Su Min's doing? Seeing her face change colors, Yi Chen had Xiaoyi turn off the display and then curiously asked, why did you marry him back then? Lu Yu's full chest heaved several times before she finally spoke with a frown. I was 29 at the time, my family was urging me, and there was pressure for a promotion at work, so I just found someone. She tilted her head to look at Yi Chen. But I never let him touch me. Really, after the engagement, I found out. Yi Chen hummed in response and patted her shoulder. I believe you. Lu Yu leaned against Yi Chen's chest, sniffing. Thank you. After a moment of warmth, Lu Yu raised her head and gritted her teeth. I want him to be utterly disgraced. Yi Chen hummed again. It must be done. Then, Lu Yu began to look for people. Yi Chen thought for a moment and had Zhao Dingqi make some connections. They also needed to understand tactics like water armies, damage control, and smear campaigns. Real videos and photos, along with Yi Chen's financial support, would be much more effective than just riding on Park Shu's popularity or fabricating some headlines. Wife can't bear her husband's history. Old classmate comforts the innocent victim. How chaotic is the cabinet circle, really? Separated for 5 years, wife suffers domestic violence, seeks help from law firm, diagnosed with level 6 disability. With this wave of news, everyone was entertained, and Soo-min was completely isolated in his small circle. No one was foolish. These matters were things that could be done but not spoken of. If you can't handle your own family affairs properly and drag the circle down with you, who would want to play with you in the future? Moreover, some people had even found information about that old classmate from that night. Driving an Aventador, ordering a Divine Dragon set, and booking the entire black side, this couldn't be an ordinary person, right? And looking at this wave of attacks, they also had their means. They were not to be trifled with. Old Sue, just pray for your own good fortune. The next day, Sunday night, at the high-speed train station, Luyu looked at Yi Chen, feeling a bit reluctant, then shook her head. I'm leaving. I've handled things over in Shishir, and once I finish with Soo-min's matter, I'll come help you, at most in 10 days. Yi Chen hummed in response. Take care of yourself, call me if you need anything, I'm not in a hurry here. He still had a future real estate project, 500,000 square meters of land, but he hadn't found anyone to develop it yet. Even if Luyu could win the lawsuit this time, it might not be easy for her at the company, so Yi Chen simply suggested she resign and come help him. After exchanging a few more words, Luyu boarded the high-speed train. Yi Chen exited the train station, turned the steering wheel, and drove towards the city. At Lutai Mountain, Huatian Bar. As soon as his Aventador arrived at the entrance, someone recognized him, and the marketing manager hurried over. Bro, are you opening a table tonight too? I'm really sorry about last time, it turned out. Yi Chen waved his hand. Not drinking tonight, I'm looking for that girl who sells wine. Is she around? The marketing manager responded. Oh, you're looking for her? Alright, I'll go get her. Moments later, Xiaoying, dressed in racing gear, jogged over with her long legs. Leaning over the car window, she smiled and asked, Yigo, what do you need me for? Yi Chen glanced at her, TSK, truly unfathomable. He found it somewhat amusing. Had his youth returned, making his desires stronger? Why hadn't he thought of such things before? He shook his head slightly. Get in the car and talk. Xiaoying pressed the button on the car frame and gently lifted the scissor door. Bro, do you need me to testify or what? You tell me. After sitting down, Xiaoying spoke eagerly. Yi Chen smiled. Not that, I've already settled the matter. Well, about yesterday, you helped me out with that guy, so I wanted to treat you to a meal. Although it wasn't much use, she had indeed helped, and Yi Chen was clear about his gratitude, preparing to treat her. Of course, it didn't hurt that Xiao Yueying was a beauty. If it were a man, cough cough cough. Xiao Yueying responded with an O and nodded. Then I'll let the manager know. After saying that, she opened the car window and shouted to the waiting manager, I quit. By then she turned to the somewhat dumbfounded Yi Chen and raised her chin. Alright, we can go now. Yi Chen shrugged, started the car, and the manager inhaled a mouthful of exhaust, coughing several times, then sighed for a long while. It's a pity, a little white flower is about to fall into toxic hands again. TSK, why don't I have a supercar? Picking up girls would be too easy. In the car, Yi Chen casually said, actually, we could change the time, no need to skip work. Xiao Yueying touched up her makeup with a small mirror, waving her hand. It's fine, I was planning to leave after finishing today anyway. The manager of that shop is a piece of work. He smashed the table yesterday, just broke a corner, and he wants to deduct $1,000 from me. She looked at Yi Chen as she spoke. It's true, I'm not asking you for money. Yi Chen nodded, not paying much attention, and then asked, what do you want to eat? Xiao Yueying thought for a moment and snapped her fingers. Let's go to Tongluo Alley. Do you know it, brother Yi? Yi Chen replied with a hum. I know it, it's not far from here, but what's good to eat over there? Xiao Yueying smiled mysteriously. You'll know when we get there. 5 minutes later, Yi Chen parked at the alley entrance and followed Xiao Yueying into the alley until they reached the place. He stared blankly at the small stall in front of him. Spicy hot pot? Ding ding ding. Xiao Yueying pointed at the nearby cart. Brother Yi, you haven't tried it, right? I've been eating here since I was born, over 10 years. Come and taste it, don't be fooled by the small stall. The flavor is amazing. Yi Chen chuckled and shook his head. How could he not have eaten this? When he was a kid, he often had this kind of food, but nowadays it's rare. It's all about those chain brands like Youngsfu and Zhang's Liang. He walked over to look at the bowl of deep green and the bowl of oily red sauce next to the vegetable board, nodding slightly. It was homemade, not that wholesale spicy sauce. 2 skewers of cabbage, 2 skewers of pleurotus, 2 servings of vermicelli, 2 vegetarian hams, 2 lotus root sandwiches, 2 skewers of tenderloin. After listing a long string of items, Yi Chen turned his head. What are you having? Xiao Yueying blinked. So many 2 skewers? Don't I get any? Yi Chen chuckled. That's for myself. You can order your own. Xiao Yueying's eyes widened. Eating so much? You're really lucky. She only ordered 1 skewer of cabbage, 1 skewer of kelp, and 1 serving of vermicelli. She then turned to the small shop next door to grab 2 bottles of beer and 1 bottle of mineral water, opening them with chopsticks and directly holding the bottles. Brother Yi, you still thought of coming to find me today. How considerate. I'll drink, you drive, and have the mineral water. Seeing her so spirited, Yi Chen didn't hold back and took a swig from the beer bottle. Gulping, Xiao Yueying put down the beer bottle and gave a thumbs up. Brother Yi is really considerate. Yi Chen waved his hand. 1 bottle is enough. Drinking beer in the middle of winter is quite uncomfortable. Xiao Yueying's eyes twinkled. How about I go get a bottle of white wine? Yi Chen smiled. What, do you want to get me drunk? Xiao Yueying chuckled awkwardly. How could that be? But it's rare to have a meal with a big shot like Brother Yi, and you don't mind. What do you mean minding? I'm here to thank you today, so no need for polite talk. He carefully examined her face, nodding secretly. He hadn't seen it clearly yesterday, but now he could tell she was quite good-looking, perhaps even better than Jiang Shul, especially those long legs that seemed capable of crushing someone, combined with her ample bosom that looked like it could burst out of her top. Do you have any plans for the future? What do you think about becoming a streamer? Xiao Yueying asked tentatively, her big eyes sparkling. Is Brother Yi part of a guild? Looks like you've done your homework? Yi Chen nodded. I started a guild and am currently recruiting. Your qualifications are good. You could give it a try. Xiao Yueying hesitated for a moment before speaking honestly. I signed an exclusive contract with a guild before, but later their boss wanted to form a business bureau, and I didn't want to go, so we fell out. Now I've stopped streaming. If I switch guilds, it might be considered a breach of contract. Yi Chen's eyes lit up. You really have streamed before? What type? How many fans do you have? Xiao Yueying shook her head and let out a sigh. As a small streamer, my fans don't even add up to 1,000. As for the type, I don't really know. I dance, I sing, I do PKs, I've even streamed group broadcasts, but nothing has improved, no big brother. Yi Chen looked a bit puzzled. That shouldn't be. Your conditions are quite good, and you're pretty good at chatting, so how? Xiao Yueying scoffed. Now that beauty filters are on, who isn't pretty? Being pretty doesn't help. All I encounter are people asking for prices. How much for a night? How much for a monthly package? As she spoke, she shook her shoulders and pulled her clothes down a bit, squeezing. The guild operations want me to do this, then deceive people to climb the rankings, just those who look for benefits. I thought that was fraud, so I didn't want to do it. Later, when the operations saw I wasn't going alone, they recommended I stop. Damn! Yi Chen nodded, somewhat understanding. He had seen that kind of routine before. They start with some hype cards, attracting 10,000 people, letting them send a few lollipops, claiming that ranking gives benefits to watch. After people send them, they say there are too many, it's not suitable, and then for various reasons, they make people supplement the rankings. 10 lollipops, 66 lollipops in a group. By the time the fools have been filtered out, there are probably still about 100 people left. At this point, they have probably spent hundreds, sunk costs are in, so they continue to fleece. They want 1 rabbit, 2 rabbits, and by the end, surely no one continues, but the streamer probably made tens of thousands, closes the stream, and after an hour, continues to deceive. He was just about to tell Xiao Yueying about his company's situation when a cocky little thug swaggered over. Yo sister Yueying, are you dating? Why did you find this plain guy? Come play with me. I guarantee you'll eat well and drink well. Yi Chen covered his forehead. How did you run into another idiot? Just as he was about to speak up to chase him away, Xiao Yueying scoffed and started firing off like a machine gun. You blind dog. The outfit my brother is wearing is Zegna, over 100,000. The Patek Philippe on his wrist, 500,000. The exquisite jade around his neck, 4 million. She shot a disdainful glance at the thug. Altogether, my brother's shoes are worth more than you. Play with you? Should I go to the supermarket to mooch off their samples, or should I go pick up clients to support you, you waste? You don't even look in the mirror. Do you think you can play with me? The thug's face turned a mix of green and red, his fingers twitching a few times, and Xiao Yueying laughed, standing on one foot on a nearby plastic chair. Come on, try moving. I've lived here for 18 years. If you dare to touch me, if you can walk out of this alley tonight, I'll take your surname. Come on. Seeing the vendors around staring, the thug pointed a finger. You wait for me. Xiao Yueying gave him the middle finger. Screw you. Wait for your sister. Once she proudly sat down, she turned her head and saw Yi Chen looking at her as if he had never known her. Oh no, her image was completely ruined. Brother Yi, let me explain. Yi Chen looked at her with amusement. Not bad, your tongue is quite sharp. Really good, but... Xiao Yueying sat up straight, like a primary school student waiting for a lesson. But your eyesight needs to improve. Saying this, he flipped his collar. Look, Hailan Home, $700. He then pointed to the small jade pendant around his neck. Bought in 2000, $80. This jade wasn't worth much, it was just something his father bought for him when he turned 10, worn for nearly 20 years, never leaving his side. Xiao Yueying's mouth dropped open. Brother is so low-key, I thought you all wore various luxury items. She chuckled awkwardly, glancing at his watch. This wouldn't be a souvenir watch bought at the Confucius Temple, would it? Yi Chen chuckled. You don't even recognize the Van Cleef and Arpels Lovers Bridge? 1 million. Finally, she stretched her feet, revealing a pair of Nike logos. Xiao Yueying coughed repeatedly, caught off guard. The spicy hot pot was ready, and Yi Chen spoke while eating. You come to my guild, I'll help you with the contract issue. As for the live content, it's all about being sexy and spicy, and battling in PK. Seeing Xiao Yueying about to speak, Yi Chen pressed his hand down. Let me finish. I'm not asking you to deceive anyone, just focus on having fun, like those top PK streamers on the platform, mainly relying on large-scale PKs. Xiao Yueying thought for a moment and cautiously asked, that requires quite an investment, right? Yi Chen understood her concern. Don't worry, you can take the contract home to show your parents or consult a lawyer, no need to deceive you. First, it's gratitude, and second, I think you're suitable. Of course, you can think about it, but I need people now. If you come, the resources will be piled on you. After a while, if someone else comes first, then I'm sorry. Yi Chen shrugged. It wasn't a must, just a coincidence. Xiao Yueying's eyes twinkled. Then, bro, can you give me a contract? I'll study it overnight and give you a reply by tomorrow night at the latest, okay? Yi Chen hummed in agreement. Wait a moment, add me on WeChat, and you also give me your contract. I'll ask a lawyer how to simplify it. After finishing the meal, Xiao Yueying walked Yi Chen to the alley, and at that moment, the little thug ran back, followed by quite a few people. You little brat, dare to fool me. That guy doesn't look like a rich person. Before he could finish, he saw Yi Chen open the door of the Aventador and sit inside. Yi Chen rolled down the window and called out to those people. A 10 million car, what do you think? Xiao Yueying leaned over the car roof, one leg crossed. What do you want to do? Come hit me. If you scratch the car, I'll sell you to the Arctic waves as a duck. The thug hesitated for a moment, snorted, turned around, and left, too embarrassed to stay. Xiao Yueying giggled and leaned over to kiss Yi Chen's cheek. Thanks for backing me up, bro. I'll think it over, drive slowly. Okay. Yi Chen waved his hand and stepped on the gas, leaving. The next day, not waiting for the evening, around 9 in the morning, Xiao Yueying arrived at the company. She was a bit dazed. She didn't expect Yi Ji's company to be so strange. Isn't this a sales office? But when she saw the individual rooms on the second floor in Jiangsu live streaming, she understood it was no joke. Yi Chen took her around a few times, then contacted a lawyer, and with the original guild battle, in no time, spent 2,000 yuan to terminate the contract. After Xiao Yueying signed the contract, Yi Chen took her to shoot a video as usual. This time it wasn't about sunsets or lake views. They went directly to his villa number 8, bringing out all the dusty luxury cars, focusing on beautiful cars and beautiful women. That night, when the broadcast started, Xiao Yueying, renamed Weiliang, first showcased his shadow dance. Then she began to engage in PK. Family, let's start with the wild, all the big brothers. You must protect our streamer. Come circle me, guaranteed win. Thinking of you, guaranteed win. Sunny day bet, guaranteed win. Ding Ding's temptation, guaranteed win. Alright, since everyone says guaranteed win, then. Xiao Yueying took a deep breath, raised her fist, and waved. Let's go. When the opposing streamer appeared, Xiao Yueying smiled wickedly. He, this is good. This is so beautiful. The female streamer on the other side was startled but was also a drama queen. What do you want to do? Don't come over. If you come over again, I'm going to shout. Xiao Yueying's eyes lit up. This one knows how to play, continuing to giggle. Go ahead, shout your throat out. No one. What the hell? You're not following the rules. Bro, someone has given us the numbers. This time, the host on the opposite side chuckled. Go ahead, shout until your throat breaks. Damn, do you have to be this ruthless? Coming in and hitting me right away? Slap. Xiao Yueying accompanied the sound effect with a slap to her own face. How can you talk like that? Be more civilized. You go do squats while shouting that I was wrong. 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 Brother, I've been bullied. Help. Slap. Shut up. Who told you to shout for help? Keep squatting. I was wrong. I was wrong. Thank you, brother. It's your turn. Do squats. This time it was Xiao Yueying's turn to squat, but she hadn't stood up yet. Thanks to my big brother's rocket. Thank you, brother. Ha, my brother won't let me stand. You keep going. Thank you, big brother. Moi slap. Squat faster. I was wrong. I was wrong. I was wrong. I have to say, Xiao Yueying knows how to livestream. She can roast, can excite the audience, and when she's proud, you can't help but want to hit her. However, she needs a big brother to play with, someone who can support her. Yi Chen had been with her for 10 days, playing over 100 games, gradually gaining some fame and fans. Even when Yi Chen wasn't around, there were still people supporting her, enjoying watching her win with pride and her disbelief when she lost. At the end of February, Lu Yu completed her paperwork and returned to Nan City. Ha, why did you buy a house by yourself? Yi Chen looked at Lu Yu's new 300 square meter flat in the nearby community, feeling a bit confused. Weren't they supposed to start living together? Ah, did I overthink it? In Lu Yu's new home, she served Yi Chen a bowl of noodles. She really did serve him a bowl of noodles. Alright, don't be angry, I didn't mean anything by it. Why aren't you happy? Lu Yu rested her chin on her hand, looking at Yi Chen with amusement. Yi Chen put down his chopsticks. I just think it's unnecessary. You could just live at my place, by the way. He turned to look around. This was a high-end, low-density residential area, and such a villa-level flat wasn't cheap. How much did you spend? Lu Yu stuck out her tongue and held up one finger. Over 12 million. As she said this, she spread her hands. I sold 2 apartments in Shi City, and to avoid jail, Su Min gave me a compensation, so I left with almost nothing. I also asked my parents for a bit, and finally, she stuck out her tongue again. I managed to scrape together a down payment. Saying this, she looked a bit gloomy. The housing prices in Shi City are more than double those here. Both of my apartments were over 200 square meters, and in the end, I only sold them for a bit over 4 million. She then made a pitiful face. Now I don't have a job and I'm in debt. You can't just ignore me. I need a job, and it has to be an executive position. Yi Chen looked at Lu Yu, who seemed to have broken free from a cage, looking as if she were 10 years younger, and rolled his eyes. Short by 800? I'll pay for you. Lu Yu shook her head. No, don't forget, my dad is the vice president of the Nan City Bank. With my qualifications, getting a loan approved is very easy. Yi Chen tried to persuade her a few more times, but seeing she wouldn't listen, he gave up. At worst, he could just give her a bit more in year-end bonuses. Alright, just like I said last time, I have a piece of land now, right next to the villa. Lu Yu nodded. Are you planning to develop a community or something? Yi Chen stroked his chin. Developing a community isn't interesting. I'm planning to create a commercial complex. Stretching out his palm. Office buildings, software parks, industrial buildings, financial centers, commercial centers, I want them all. He clenched his fist and smiled at the somewhat dumbfounded Lu Yu. Do you find it unbelievable? Lu Yu nodded, then exclaimed. Your plan is too grand. How much funding do you have? This is equivalent to developing a small city. Yi Chen thought for a moment. About 1.8 billion, maybe a little less, but not by much. Lu Yu frowned. 1.8 billion is quite a lot, but she looked at Yi Chen with concern. The total investment it will definitely exceed 20 billion, and the self-funding ratio is less than 10%. Even if my dad helps, the risk is too great. Should we seek investment? I can help you contact someone to ask, but she frowned again. I know that piece of land, it's too close to Ningsu Group, and nearby is a national-level software park. Setting this up here is a bit of a thankless task. Compared to them, the advantages are minimal, and it's hard to attract big companies. Yi Chen shook his head. It's not for other companies, it's for myself. The live streaming base is just a trial run. After that, I plan to work on artificial intelligence, quantum computing, virtual reality, biotechnology to tackle cancer, and so on. I need a large enough space to build. Lu Yu's mouth dropped open, feeling that Yi Chen was getting a bit too ambitious. After all, artificial intelligence is currently popular, but the others are national-level projects. Doing that privately? Crazy, but so handsome. Looking at Yi Chen's glowing face, Lu Yu felt a bit infatuated. After thinking for a moment, she asked, You definitely won't lay out such a big plan all at once, right? Yi Chen took a bite of noodles. Of course not. You have to take it one step at a time. First, I'll get a building up for my live streaming base, to absorb and cultivate talent, and practice a bit. Lu Yu breathed a sigh of relief. If it was just one building, that would be fine. Once Tianxia Media gets on the right track, it can provide funding for the project, attract investment, or directly grow strong and go public to raise money. In the blink of an eye, Lu Yu thought of various strategies. She hadn't studied human resources but business management. Recently, she had only been temporarily transferred to human resources for a promotion. However, she clearly underestimated Yi Chen. What to do if short on money? Borrow from the bank? Find investors? What a joke, of course, when in doubt, quantum mechanics. That night, after rolling around in bed, Yi Chen returned to his villa. Xiao Yi, I want to raise some money. Do you have any recommendations? Large-scale funding, like hundreds of billions or trillions. The master can disclose my large model algorithm to attract investment. The first round is expected to absorb hundreds of billions. Yi Chen shook his head. No, we can't expose your existence with quantum computers. This must be a priority for future tasks. He didn't want to reveal his trump card. Moreover, only he had it now. It was like having a dragon-slaying sword. If he made the algorithm public and popularized AI, wouldn't that kill his advantage? Thinking this way, TSK, indeed, the obstacle to technological progress is capital. Then the master can try Bitcoin. With my computing power, I can mine the remaining 2 million Bitcoins within about 6 months. Currently, each is worth around $100,000, which is expected to yield $100 billion. This was a good method, but 6 months was too long. How about upgrading Xiao Yi? With that thought, his mind began to wander. Xiao Yi, can you steal someone else's Bitcoin? It can be done, but due to blockchain technology, a significant portion of cryptocurrencies will be recorded in transaction logs. Without exposing myself or the master, I can probably only steal around 2 million coins. Moreover, master, in this case, the funds obtained from exchanging Bitcoin will be subject to scrutiny when entering the country, which could lead to other troubles. I recommend the master use a short-selling mechanism to obtain funds legally and reasonably. Oh, tell me, how specifically? After Xiao Yi presented a cute PPT and explained in detail, Yi Chen snapped his fingers. Let's do it this way. But your computing power is too low right now. It still needs to be strengthened. Quantum Computer 4M Home Edition 800000 Compensation Computing Power, 4096 Logical Quantum Bits with over 3000 more logical quantum bits. The computing power has increased exponentially, multiplied by more than 2 to the power of 3000. That number is so large that if I were to write it out, this book would probably exceed 1,000,000 words. The next day, Yi Chen took Lu Yu to handle some procedures, transferring 200 million in funds to the company account and letting her get busy first. He was preparing to go to Hong Kong, where trading could take place. However, before leaving, he thought for a moment. That Xiao Yueying, will you accompany me to Hong Kong? Ha, me? During lunch, hearing Yi Chen's question, Xiao Yueying nodded repeatedly. I've wanted to go for a long time, just never had the chance. Huh, thank you. Brother Yi beside them. Jiang Shul bit her lip and looked up with a small face, asking, is Brother Yi going to handle business? How about I also? Yi Chen shook his head. I'm handling official business, you stay here and focus on your broadcast, I'll be watching regularly. After saying that, he looked at the others. While I'm away, I want my brother to take charge. If there's anything urgent, just call me, that's it. Besides Jiang Shul and Xiao Yueying, there were a few other streamers present, but they weren't familiar with Yi Chen, so they naturally didn't speak up. However, one could see Jiang Shul's disappointed expression. And then there was the somewhat smug Xiao Yueying, the company's top girl, as if the roles had switched. Yi Chen actually didn't think too much about it. He just figured that this trip to Hong Kong might involve visiting some big malls or beaches, and Xiao Yueying could shoot more videos to show off and maintain her persona. Jiang Shul didn't need to, she was going for a traditional, pure girl image, focusing on singing and letting her songs develop. Moreover, competition brings pressure. On March 1st, in Hong Kong, following Yi Chen here, Xiao Yueying finally understood what it meant to be extravagantly wealthy. First class? Rolls-Royce pickup? That was nothing. Just look at the presidential suite they were checking into. At the entrance of Victoria Harbour, on the 16th and 17th floors of the Intercontinental Hotel, the only duplex presidential suite in all of Hong Kong. Total area of 650 square meters. According to the introduction, the renovation alone cost 20 million. Indeed, poverty limits imagination. Xiao Yueying couldn't fathom Yi Chen spending 90,000 a night, let alone thinking of booking it for a month. What kind of thought is that? I'm just too poor. Sitting on the sofa in the large living room, Yi Chen exhaled. If I had money, I would just buy a luxury house on the peak, no need to rent. With several billion or even tens of billions in funds, he couldn't afford to mess around for now, so he had to make do with less. He spoke casually, but didn't realize how infuriating it was. Xiao Yueying pouted. Your idea of being poor is different from mine, 90,000. That's just the rent. Yi Chen waved his hand. It's not that much. When you usually stay at budget hotels, do you check the market price? That's just a scam. I have an Intercontinental card, which can give me a 20 to 30% discount, and since I booked for 30 days, it went down to 50%, so it's only 50,000 a night. Xiao Yueying felt like she was going to spit blood. Was there even a difference? Just as she was about to complain, Yi Chen clapped his legs and stood up. You can play by yourself. I need to work now. Feel free to do whatever except in the study. Oh, then Brother Yi, you get busy. Xiao Yueying nodded obediently. Yi Chen took his large suitcase to the study, first pulling out the quantum computer the size of a regular desktop. He set up 2 displays. After fiddling for a while, he powered it on. Staying in the presidential suite had the advantage that there was always someone to respond to his needs. Whether it was opening an account, setting up an offshore company, or transferring funds, everything could be done without leaving the room. This was definitely a plus, no need for so many stamps. It only took 3 days to complete the preliminary preparations. At this moment, relying on countless times the computing power, Xiao Yi is ready. Yi Chen degree Nabla degree, let's start. First breakthrough 1 and C, the old rule, protect yourself and my information security, absolutely cannot let anyone trace it back to me afterwards. Xiao Yi understands. Then, through the network here, Xiao Yi entered the dark web, various information flooding the screen like a waterfall. The illegal transactions hidden in the dark web were all marked, and a frequently used organ trading website was selected. It took about 2 seconds to breach the outer firewall. 3 seconds later, all the transaction information of everyone was labeled. Those encrypted currencies, whether Bitcoin or not, were all obtained with public keys and private keys. The first round is over, Master, obtained 1782 Bitcoins, 3,259 Huobi. No risk. Yi Chen, V then continue, step by step according to the plan, there is plenty of time. Over the course of 10 days, they, or rather Xiao Yi, successively breached over 400 small and large websites in the dark web, scraping out most of the bitcoins used for trading, totaling 1.8 million coins. This accounted for about 3% of the total trading volume in the dark web. Although many people were stolen from, they dared not speak out, silently biting the bitter fruit. The outside world was calm, and Bitcoin remained above $100,000. At this time, the bold operation came. The offshore company that Yi Chen had previously set up, along with the Bitcoin account, had $200 million deposited in it, which was all his funds, reasonable and legal, with traceable origins. Then, with 50 times leverage, he shorted. Of course, it wasn't him operating it, but Xiao Yi, using its computing power, could perform millisecond-level high-frequency trading under the current network speed conditions, about 1,000 trades per second. Compared to ordinary people, no, even against large institutions using high-speed computers, it was a dimensionality reduction strike. Nowadays, high-end quantitative investment companies, using the most advanced AI programs, can only perform about 30 trades per second. That was many times faster than ordinary people, seizing countless opportunities. But compared to Xiao Yi, they were just trailing behind. When Xiao Yi's 10 billion funds were thrown in, it was nearly 100,000 bitcoins. For the entire market, it didn't even make a splash, it just slightly fluctuated and was digested. After all, the entire market was as high as 20 trillion. But it didn't matter, there were still 1.8 million illegal funds waiting to be sold. Once a large sell-off of 400,000 coins occurred, the market reacted. It immediately plummeted by 5%, a drop of $5,000, approaching the psychological barrier of $100,000. People around the world, those who were closely watching Bitcoin, were all shocked. Soon, some began to invest funds, unsure if they wanted to take the opportunity to buy in or to support the market. Xiao Yi was also buying, and its speed was much faster than others. In the blink of an eye, it snatched back 106,000 coins, with a paper profit of 11,000 coins, making a profit of $1 billion. And this was just the beginning. Then it was a continuous repetition of this routine, selling high and buying low, pressing down the market value of Bitcoin. In the first few days, there were still people opposing Xiao Yi, but that was like fighting against electricity. They were soon taught a lesson and couldn't find their way back. That's right, it was the company with the most bitcoins, MicroStrategy, a giant with a stock price of $95 billion. Unfortunately, they only own 270,000 bitcoins, not even a fraction of Xiao Yi's. Find out for me, I want to know who did this, who is so insane. The president and executives of MS Company held an emergency meeting overnight, nearly going crazy. Their company's biggest asset is Bitcoin. If it crashes, like it did back in the day with a drop of over 50%, no, it doesn't even need to be that much, just like last November when it fell by 16%, they could go jump off a building. Unfortunately, cryptocurrency trading is already very obscure, and on top of that, Xiao Yi used multiple layers of nesting. If they can still trace it back, then the other side must definitely have some black technology from a time traveler. However, once all parties realize that someone is determined to suppress Bitcoin, many will still unite to protect it. The stakes are too high, no one can withstand another major crash, it could really cost lives. Yi Chen watched the clash between both sides, and even though he wasn't the one taking action, it was still thrilling to watch. Wow, hundreds of billions just went down the drain like this, those foreigners really have money. But he wasn't worried, he glanced at the funds controlled by Xiao Yi. The legal ones already amounted to $3 billion, and with leverage, it exceeded 100 billion, while the illegal ones were even more exaggerated, with 3 million coins, totaling only 19 million coins. They held 15%, what could they lose? He yawned, walked out of the study, feeling that he didn't need to keep such a close watch anymore. It was time to take a break. Once outside, he saw Qiu Yueying in a bikini, playing in the infinity pool on the balcony. After thinking for a moment, he walked over. Hey, Brother Yi, are you done with your work? Qiu Yueying turned her head to ask. Not yet, still have some time to go. Yi Chen leaned back in the massage pool, closing his eyes wearily. He didn't need to manipulate things, but keeping his mind tense was quite tiring. Qiu Yueying thought for a moment, swam over, and curiously asked, Brother Yi, what are you doing? You haven't stepped out of the room for so long. Why not go downstairs for a stroll? Hong Kong is quite fun. Yi Chen replied with a sound. Doing Bitcoin trading, I'll talk about it after this busy period, it's a critical time. Qiu Yueying had heard of Bitcoin's fame, tilted her head in thought for a while, then suddenly gasped, hurriedly got up to grab her phone, quickly unlocked it, and swiped. Brother Yi, is this what you're doing? It's crashing. Bitcoin has dropped a lot recently. Many people have been liquidated. She looked at Yi Chen in horror. Yi Chen waved his hand. Stop overreacting, I'm shorting it. The harder it falls, the more I earn. Ha, is that how it works? Qiu Yueying scratched her cheek, feeling a bit embarrassed. That makes sense. Brother Yi is so amazing. How could you possibly lose, huh? Yi Chen opened his eyes and glanced at the silly smiling Qiu Yueying. If I lose, I'll throw you off before I jump. Knowing he was joking, Qiu Yueying wasn't scared. Still smiling, she leaned her tender face closer. Would you really? Yi Chen felt a bit of an itch on his cheek and glared at her. Don't play with fire. If you really provoke me, you'll be calling for help and no one will come. Qiu Yueying shrank her neck and stepped back, then patted her forehead. By the way, in 3 days, I'll be a month old. Brother, will you have time to watch my live stream? I asked a lot of big brothers. It should be quite lively. Yi Chen replied lightly, not waiting for Qiu Yueying to get excited. We'll see, who knows if I'll be busy then. You're already a mature streamer now, stop always thinking about milking the boss, go milk the big brothers instead. Qiu Yueying pouted. I have to be able to milk you too. The circle brother brush, isn't it all deducted from you? Yi Chen smiled. What? You still want to circle me? Dream on. By the way, how much revenue have you made in the past 2 weeks? Qiu Yueying tilted her head in thought for a moment. Not counting what the company gave me, about 3 million. Ha? Yi Chen was a bit surprised. That much? How many big brothers have you hooked up with? Qiu Yueying gave him a light slap. Come on, it's not that much, after all, I only got 150,000. Yi Chen finally reacted. Cut 3 million coins, that startled me. Well, it's acceptable. Within the company, you're considered an S-level streamer, not bad. At least the previous investment isn't a total loss. After soaking for a while, Yi Chen got up, wiped himself down, changed into a new outfit, and continued watching. Qiu Yueying leaned by the pool, watching Yi Chen's back, feeling a bit doubtful about herself. Is my figure not beautiful, not alluring? It seems like Brother Yi doesn't even have the intention to glance at me. In fact, those various lines and curves are much more interesting than Qiu Yueying's alluring figure. Especially when seeing major companies continuously releasing public notices, watching them speak nonsense with their eyes wide open is as entertaining as watching a farce. Our company holds the largest amount of Bitcoin in the world and is committed to maintaining the stable price of Bitcoin. The president of MS said this just after deciding in a meeting to short sell to hedge risks. Our trading platform will absolutely not shut down, please rest assured. This largest trading platform had just stopped services for 3 hours under the pretext of server maintenance, trying to trace Little Ye's whereabouts. The Nasdaq's market value is as high as 30 trillion. The drop in Bitcoin won't affect us much. This financial analyst didn't know how much he was paid to say such nonsense, and 30 trillion? They wouldn't even be able to maintain 25 trillion soon. Relying on the hype of AI myths, who knows how many have been drawn in, now let you see just how powerful AI can be. Go, Little Yi, crush them. Little Yi understands. Little Yi will work hard. Smiley face 3 days later, in Qiu Yueying's livestream. Coolite level 51, cool is so beautiful today cools little but level 53, cool is beautiful everyday cools dog level 57, cool, smile for us, there's a gift cools little fan level 21, big brother is about to show off his cash ability, cool, hurry and smile. Qiu Yueying's face looked terrible, in every sense of the word. At this moment, not only did she have cat whiskers drawn on her face, but also had dark circles under her eyes, making her look completely unrecognizable. Plus, with the people in the live stream making sarcastic comments, she was about to explode. Today is the full moon. It's a festival. Shouldn't they be sworn to protect this princess? I can't smile, I'm about to be beaten to tears. Woo woo, woo woo. Cool's dog level 57. Alright, no more jokes, let's go out and fight. What do you guys say? Cool Knight level 51. What else can we say? Let's fight Cool's little butt level 53. +1, but I can only put in 10 Hwazi. Anymore, I can add another 10. Cool's dog level 57. I prepared 30, that should be enough. Cool Knight level 51. I'll put in 15, if we can't win, then it's over for you, you better pray for yourself. Cool's little butt level 53. By the way, where's our brother? Haven't seen him in a long time. Cool's dog level 57, right, Cool, how did you maintain things? Even the level 60 big brother got away. Shou Yueying smiled bitterly, that was a big brother, that was the boss. He's busy, seems like he's occupied with some foreign coin. Cool Knight level 51, duh, no swearing, it's Bitcoin, right? TSK, those who play with that are all rich. Cool's little but level 53, Cool is also quick. I've been watching too, the coin circle has collapsed, so many people have died. Cool's dog level 57, alright, no more of that, let's go out and fight. Shou Yueying suspiciously stared at the screen. Let me make it clear, if you mess with me again, I will really get angry, this is a full moon. I usually don't take advantage of you all, but if you embarrass me today, I'll kick all of you out. I mean what I say. She raised her fist in a show of defiance, and then she started looking for someone, but someone connected with her first. Looking at the name, she accepted it. She's a head-to-head female streamer, Sandun. Hello, Shou Yueying just greeted her. Sandun covered her face. Oh my, you scared me to death. She exaggeratedly performed for a moment, then spoke teasingly. Are you the one who confronted my big brother, Wei Liang? Why do you look like a little panda? Ha ha ha. Shou Yueying frowned. Are you here to cause trouble? So what if I confronted him? Sandun laughed exaggeratedly. You dare to confront a level 75 big brother? You're really something. Let me see how many fans you have. TSK, only 100,000. Shou Yueying didn't indulge her and directly fired back. That level 75 is your big brother. What does it have to do with me? I get it. It's Moonlight, right? Not even spending coins, yet you want face. What kind of humanity is this? You think it's fun to mess with a little streamer like me? In my eyes, only those who spend are the big shots, no matter what level. Even a level 10 Karami is better than your level 75 waste. As for you, is having millions of fans impressive? I've only been streaming for a month. Once I mature like you, I'll definitely have more. Wei Liang's Knight level 51. As expected of you, Wei Liang's but level 53. It feels good to confront people for a moment, but then it's the crematorium. Wei Liang's dog level 57. Brothers, what to do? It's Sandun. Shou Yueying glanced at the public screen and snorted. What are you afraid of? One word on the public screen. Let's deal with her. If there's a crime, I'll bear it. Let's go crazy together. Charge. She raised her chin at Sandun. What punishment? I'll take it all. Sandun stroked her chin. Can you handle a head shave? Shave it all off. Shou Yueying held back a curse. No. Are you really playing this big? Wei Liang's Knight level 51. Well, how about we not? Forget it? Wei Liang's but level 53. I took a look. She has 6 level 75s, all here. Wei Liang's dog level 57. Little sister, it's not that I'm scared. I really can't handle it. Shou Yueying took a breath and gritted her teeth. The word impossible doesn't exist in my dictionary. Believe that miracles will happen. Let's do it. She looked up at Sandun. How do we fight? How many rounds? Sandun stroked her chin. 3 rounds, best of 3, all for the total leaderboard. Process for votes. It's 9 o'clock now. We start at 10, okay? Shou Yueying nodded directly. Accepted. Then she hung up the call, her expression becoming serious. It's time to test our cohesion. Everyone go send messages, invite anyone who can help. After saying that, she also started inviting people. After a month of streaming, she still had friends. Could she borrow a couple of big brothers to help? After receiving the message, Yi Chen almost spat. Yi Chen, what are you thinking? Going head to head with Sandun? Shou Yueying, bro, don't worry about it. Winning or losing doesn't matter. As long as I show some momentum, I've won. What a great opportunity. I usually don't get to meet such top streamers, and to play like this, it's like a pillow for a sleepyhead. Yi-chen, you really don't want me to step in? Then I won't care. Shou Yueying, yeah, don't worry about it. It's too much of a loss. Even if it flows back, I'd still lose 40%. If we win, at least we need to hit 3 million. It's not worth it. Playing this big, it's impossible to not hit 1 million in a PK. She felt she didn't have that much face. Shoyuing, at worst, I'll wear a wig later. Anyway, I'm good looking. Maybe a bald head will look even better. Smiley face. Yi Chen chuckled, glancing at Xiaoya's side, temporarily having no time to care about her. The other side had already gone crazy. It seemed someone guessed he had added high leverage, desperately raising the price, trying to blow up his position. Meanwhile, Xiaoyu was also operating at the limit, constantly absorbing funds in small fluctuations, increasing the stakes, preparing to take down the opponent in one go. In that 1 hour, Sandun was battling Wei Liang, and the news of the head shaving was about to trend. Everyone knew Sandun, but who was Wei Liang? Once it was discovered that she was just a small streamer, people started to comment. Is she just trying to ride the wave? She doesn't know her place. Even a single hair from Sandun is thicker than her waist. Tisk tsk. I took a look, and her full moon was drawn all over her face, so tragic there was no one who was optimistic about her. However, there were quite a few who offered help. The streamers under Tianxia Media all sent messages to their big brother for assistance. Even Jiang Shul, who had a bit of rivalry with Zhou Yueying, joined in, sending her own 5-level 50 big brothers over, and before leaving, she made a gesture of encouragement. This made Zhou Yueying feel somewhat touched. True feelings are revealed in times of trouble. She had just reached out to a few sisters she usually played with, but the result was, humph, will I even bother with you in the future? An hour later, Wei Liang's livestream finally broke through 10,000 viewers, which relieved her somewhat. Even if they were just there to watch the show, even if not many were tipping, it was still popularity. Brothers and sisters, whether we live or die in this round, I don't know. Zhou Yueying took a deep breath and shouted. But I do know, Wei Liang's momentum cannot lose. Hair can be cut, but face cannot be lost. No tactics, no saving strength for the second round. Everyone, go all out. If you can throw, give me everything in the first 30 seconds. Below, there were tips from her own big brothers and support from others, but more were just small black fans. Comments like waiting to see the head shave or being crushed as soon as they went over. Zhou Yueying pretended not to see. She sent a PK challenge. After sending it, before Sandun could speak, Zhou Yueying said first, let's be clear, if we lose, when will the shave happen? Live shave? Sandun was taken aback, then laughed. I hadn't even mentioned it, but you did. Well, if that's the case, do you have clippers over there? Scissors will do too. Zhou Yueying shook her head. No clippers, but I can have someone buy them. They can arrive in 30 minutes at most. What about you? Sandun waved her hand, and an assistant handed her the clippers. Look, I have clippers. Anything else to say? Zhou Yueying took a breath. I'll send it over to you, catch it. Once connected, Zhou Yueying stood up and stared at the screen. Come on, everyone, all in. Go for the kill. 30 seconds boost. Give it to her. The Wei Liang trio was indeed obedient, each throwing 20 carnival tips directly. Thanks to my brother Yi. Pippi, dog brother, well done. Is there anyone else who can lend a hand? Let's take the overall ranking. If you have annual tips, send them. If not, sunglasses are also support for Wei Liang. Wei Liang is celebrating her full moon today, originally quite happy, but Sandun brought her big brothers to cause trouble. Family, we've been attacked. Can we back down? Can we submit? Thanks to my little fan. Thanks to my little fan for sending 3 annual tips. She was genuinely moved. This little fan was neither an operator nor a big brother, just someone who usually lurked in the live stream, occasionally sending a couple of hearts or lollipops. They stayed from the start to the end of the stream, a member of the Atmosphere group, and they sent 3 annual tips. The opponent is chasing, brothers and sisters. I hope everyone concentrates their strength to win this round. Let's take down that arrogant woman on the other side. What level 75 big brother, dog lantern is nothing. Those supporting me now are my big brothers. Thanks to, I have to say, Zhou Yueying's tongue was indeed sharp, and with the explosive battle song, the atmosphere was really good, especially since the opponent was quite strong. Although they were caught off guard by 60 annual tips at first, they quickly caught up. As they started to fall behind, the reinforcements borrowed earlier also began to exert their strength. Thank you, brother Jishu, thank you, thank you. True feelings are revealed in times of hardship. Thank you, brother Yu. It's a bit cool, no other words. Thanks, just call me if there's anything in the future. Thank you, brother Song Nini is also great. Next time I'll go easy on her. No problem. After shouting for 20 minutes, Zhou Yueying exhausted herself and pushed the score to 4 million, which is 400,000. Unfortunately, just as she expected, the opponent scored 10 million. After opening the mic, Sandun pretended to wipe his forehead. You scared me, weren't you doing great at first? Why did you fall apart later? How about it? Do you need a break? Should we hold another meeting? Xiao Yueying was silent for a moment and gave a thumbs up. Give me 5 minutes. Sandun nodded. Alright, if you lose this round again, go buy a shaver. It's a sure loss. Xiao Yueying looked at the screen filled with calls for brother and helplessly took out her phone, randomly pressing a number. It's not that I don't call brother Quan, he's really busy with business lately. You all saw the news about the crypto market. It's been so volatile, it's scary. No one answers when I call now, see? She put the phone aside and rallied the somewhat discouraged crowd. Don't be afraid of losing the first round. We still have a chance, believe in miracles. I've been here for a month, and I'm already very happy to know all of you. If we lose this time, Just when everyone thought she was going to say something sentimental, this woman straightened her face. I will be even angrier. Today is my full moon celebration. I don't want to be bald. Oh God, can you come save me? My light. I need light. I don't want to be bald. The live stream was almost in stitches, filled with a joyful atmosphere. At this moment, a brother passing by spoke up. Cool Breeze level 70. Since we all have cool in our names, for the next round, I'll pledge 5 huazi. Xiao Yueying's eyes lit up. Thank you, Brother Liang. Is there anyone else willing to help? There were still quite a few people in the live stream, a full 50,000, some unhappy with Sandun, but more sympathizing with Xiao Yueying. One by one, through crowdfunding, they counted and there were already 50 huazi. Xiao Yueying didn't wait any longer and directly jumped into action. As for how many promises would be fulfilled, who knows? Just as Xiao Yueying was working hard for her hair, Yi Chen was nervously staring at the computer. Damn, has the opponent completely gone crazy? How can they hold on so well? Why aren't they collapsing? He didn't know that a large group of people on the other side was even more nervous than him. Which institution is this? Their operations are too frequent, always turning before we counterattack. Damn it! If this continues, we won't be able to hold on. Hedge it, don't struggle, give up. Soon, as a large institution gave up defending the price. If you can't beat them, join them became the mainstream. Everyone was desperately selling off, taking advantage of being able to sell at 60,000, clearing out. An avalanche. In an avalanche, no snowflake is innocent. Everyone suffered heavy losses, even those who shorted the market. Because the waveline was too steep, during the battle, no one knew how many self-righteous smart ones were strangled. All were cannon fodder. At this point, what remained were all chives, ready to be harvested. Master, the win rate has reached 99,997%. We won Yi Chen degree. Haha, well done. I'll get you a better server when we go back. Yi Chen clapped his hands, feeling relaxed. Although he didn't operate himself, watching was truly exhilarating. After all, the massive funds battling, even if it's just piles of numbers, made people's hearts surge. Just then, he faintly heard cheers from outside. I won. Woo woo woo. Yi Chen scratched the back of his head. What's going on? Did that guy Xiao Yueying really win? Seeing that the currency value had plummeted, his real-time funds were about to break $100 billion, so he opened his phone and went to Xiao Yueying's livestream. At that moment, whoa, thank you everyone, thank you so much. Thank you big brothers and sisters. She was really crying, truly, not acting. It was so hard. In this round, the opponent came out with 100 years right away. It stunned her for a moment. Then she used all her strength, shouted out over 2 million coins, and the score froze. Just when she was in despair, Yi, Pippi, Dog Deng, plus a few borrowed elite soldiers, and a few passing big brothers, each dealt 5 years. They stole the opponent's tower, wiping her tears. From the Weiliang family, and everyone, awesome. Xiao Yueying shouted until her voice broke, and the public screen was filled with awesome. At this moment, Sandun cut in. Stealing a tower is nothing impressive. If you have the ability, come at me openly. Xiao Yueying grinned. Winning is a skill. If you're really awesome, let your little Yue Guang deal with 100 years defending the tower. Where's little Yue Guang? Why haven't I seen him? He wouldn't have gone offline, would he? The level 75 account must have been bought, right? Just a moment ago, Xiao Yueying was crying, and now she was showing off again. Weilian's Knight level 51. How about this? 1 game per person, or else forget it. Weilian's Pippi level 53. Yeah, a tie, let's keep it friendly, don't shout anymore. Weilian's Dog Deng level 57. I really can't fight anymore, I've put in all my savings. Xiao Yueying ignored this and continued to show off to Sandun. How about it? Do you need time to hold a meeting? You should teach your big brother how to defend the tower. One by one, those old arms and legs can't keep up, right? This irritating tone made Sandun's teeth itch. You wait for me, 5 minutes. After the call ended, Xiao Yueying put away her arrogance and clasped her hands together. Thank you all for your support, thank you. Saying this, she chuckled, thick-skinned, with a fierce face. Yi, Pippi, And dog, don't say discouraging words. What do you mean you can't fight? We can fight just fine. Wiping her nose. So what if he's a big streamer? So what if he's level 75? If he dares to come, we'll teach them a lesson. Who are you talking to? Pumping herself up, waiting for Sandun to issue the PK. Accept. Let's go. Sandun raised his hand and shouted pause. Wait a minute, let me say something first. You're not going to roll the knife, right? Xiao Yueying spat. Am I afraid of you rolling the knife? Sandun nodded. Then that's good, let's go, reconnect. After reconnecting, Xiao Yueying simply didn't look at the numbers on the opposite side. Anyway, they were leading by 1 million, so it was pointless to look. Don't care how many they have, we'll all go for it. Everyone, listen to my command. Charge together. There are 100,000 people in the live stream, and no one has given me a pair of glasses. I don't ask for much, just one pair of glasses, and we can wipe out the opponent. Thank you XX, thank you OO, thank you XXOO, thank you. To all the big brothers and sisters, every big brother and sister on the leaderboard, Weiliang thanks you in advance. Today is Weiliang's full moon. No matter if we win or lose this last round, we've fought together, we've worked hard together. Your love for Weiliang is beyond repayment. Here, I bow to everyone. Just one. Haha, thank you, my dog. You're not gone, right? Weiliang's dog dang level 57. Since we've come this far, if I don't get my wife, I might as well level up first. A continuous 30 years. Congratulations to my dog for reaching level 58. Is there any big brother who wants to level up? Take this opportunity. Don't wait, 100,000 people witness your level up. Weiliang's knight level 51, fellow Taoist, together? Brush, 3 years. Congratulations to me, I leveled up to 52. Congratulations to my butt, it's 54 now. Congratulations. At this moment, too many people were leveling up, and many low-level accounts were also leveling up. The atmosphere was rising, and reason was lost. There was also a big brother whose identity was unknown, directly pushing up 40 levels, from 65 to 66. Almost there, just 4 more levels. Yi Chen was crouching below, a bit dazed, really impressive, just like that he made 3 million, TSK. However, it was almost at the limit. It was time for me to make my entrance. Thank me, welcome my brother back home. Thank you, brother. Cool Knight level 52, welcome, big brother. Cool Bud level 54, welcome back home, big brother. Cool Dog level 58, bro, if you don't come soon, you'll be selling your underwear. Cool Little Fan level 31, bro, wipe out those guys on the other side. Come circle me level 60, little BB just crashed, joy to the world, I'm leveling up too. The carnival held on tightly. Congratulations to my brother for leveling up to 61, 62, 63. Congratulations to my brother for leveling up 3 times. The live broadcast room reached a collective climax. In the last 3 minutes, Yi Chen clicked for 3 minutes straight, sending out over 360 carnivals. This over 10 million directly left the other side dumbfounded. When the score froze, everyone fell silent, followed by cheers. We won. At this moment, Sandun's expression was particularly ugly. Sandun just opened his mouth. Xiao Yueying directly interrupted. Go get the clippers. Sandun took a breath. I wanted to say, I don't want to hear it. Go get the clippers. Sandun was about to explode with anger. Don't you dare me. Can't you play fair? Where's the clippers? Shut up. Sandun's chest heaved a few times, looking somewhat ferocious at Wei Liang. Wei Liang was not intimidated at all, joking, my brother is back, and he's making a move, am I afraid of you? I don't want to hear it. It's just about needing a rematch, not admitting it, finding excuses. What's the use of saying anything? Just tell me if you're going to push or not. He snapped his fingers, looking disdainful. Just say you're going to push, anyway, I can't go through the internet to help you push, right? Sandun was about to explode from being rebutted. I will push, but I want to play another round with you. Wei Liang chuckled. Come on, you push first. 1 round is 1 round, let's get the punishment done. Let's see the caliber of the top streamer. Sandun gritted his teeth, glaring at Wei Liang, picked up the clippers and started buzzing away to the side. Wei Liang ignored the comments on the screen about letting it go. Joking, my brother's votes, my brother didn't even say anything. What are the little black fans talking about? Did you contribute anything? Do you have a say? Come on, our big brother, the big brother passing by to help, and the big brothers of several good sisters, anyone supporting letting it go? Look, no one is speaking, that means it's a default to push. Let me tell you, when you win, you don't go wild, when you lose, you bear it all alone, isn't that silly? So if I can be wild for a minute, I absolutely won't give up any second, In life, one should enjoy the moment of success. Let's take this time to thank the leaderboard. Thank you, my dog, it's really not easy, from the start of the broadcast to now. thank you. Cool dog level 58. Don't thank me, just hearing it makes me feel like my dog life is in danger. Shut up, can't I praise you? Thank you again. Cool but level 54. Don't thank me, treat me like a fart, let me have a way to live. Cool night level 52. Me too, tonight's wind is a bit cool. Your thanks made it even colder. Come circle me level 63. Calculating, it seems she's preparing to circle us for another round. Shut up, I don't have. Cough cough cough. Xiao Yueying's face turned slightly red as she pointed at her fingers. But if you guys are willing to help, then, how about we play another round? Come circle me, level 63. First, wipe your face, look at you acting cute like this, it's making me want to throw up. Cool night, level 52, +1, cool bud, level 54, +1, cool dog, level 58, +1, cool little fan, level 31, +1. Xiao Yueying wiped her face vigorously with a wet wipe. I almost forgot, hey, seriously, if Santon connects again later, will you accept it? Come circle me, level 63, you have to give a chance for revenge, but what kind of punishment is equivalent to a head shave? Cool dog, level 58. Shave the hair, come circle me, level 63, wow, that shouldn't be shown, how do we verify it? Also, what if someone is born without it? Cool dog, level 58, where is brother circle thinking? Ugh old driver, I mean eyebrows. Come circle me, level 63, tisk, that's not interesting, what's the point of shaving eyebrows? While they were discussing, Santon hastily finished shaving, showed the camera the uneven patches, and then put on a hat. Is that enough? I can fix the rest later. Now, I want to play again, and I want to shave heads. Xiao Yueying touched her chin. Bro, what do you say? Come circle me, level 63, shaving eyebrows isn't interesting. Cool dog, level 58, don't ask me. Come circle me, level 63, let's play a game. The losing side gives the winning side the coins they used. If the big brother doesn't give it, the streamer will make up for it, okay? Xiao Yueying snapped her fingers, this could work. Santon seemed a bit impatient. Is it okay or not? Just say it. If you're scared, get lost. You're the one who's scared. I'm afraid you won't dare to accept. Listen, if you win, I shave heads. If I win, however many coins your family has, you give me that amount after it's over, and if it's not enough, you make up for it. As soon as those words came out, Santon's expression changed. Continuing to play would definitely be a game worth over $1 million. If she lost, wouldn't that mean all her hard work for days was in vain? Conflicted, hesitant, struggling, cursing under her breath. Which idiot thought of this nasty trick? Finally, she gritted her teeth. Then I don't want you to shave heads anymore, let's have the same punishment, mutual coins. 1 hour meeting. Just one round for the total ranking. Saying this, she cut off the connection. Xiao Yueying looked a bit worried. Is she going to find some backing? Come circle me, level 63. Why do you care so much? In a bit, everyone will just slack off. A few tens of thousands of coins to show some face, I'll cover it. Just consider it as medical expenses for the other side. Cool dog, level 58. Damn, you're still smart, bro. No wonder you're in finance. Come circle me, level 63. Hee, the chance for revenge is given. It's her own choice not to shave heads. Can't blame us. Xiao Yueying sighed in relief, then called everyone for a meeting. So, this time we win 2 rounds in a row. Give the other side some face. Just like that. But don't go overboard. Just one little heart each will do. This conversation was also relayed to Santon, and after discussing with her boss, she grinned maliciously. Slack off? I'll let you slack off. An hour later, the PK began. Yi Chen yawned and said to Xiao Yi, distribute some computing power to keep an eye on that side, don't lose. Xiao Yi understands. Guaranteed win within 25 million. Yi Chen's account only had 25 million. Beyond that, he didn't really believe the other side could put in more. As expected, it was pretty much as he guessed. Many unfamiliar accounts were putting in coins on Xiao Yueying's side. Hey, what are you guys doing? Stop betting. Stop it. Damn, did the other side send people over? Xiao Yueying was a bit confused. What was the point of the other side coming over to bet? If you give me 1 million, I give you back 1 million, isn't that the same thing? This is the transaction between the guild and the platform. The big guild has a portion of coins every month, which comes at a discount. At this moment, it was given to Xiao Yueying, exchanging for real money, definitely not a loss, so the other side was very enthusiastic. Soon, both sides exceeded 5 million, then Xiao Yueying's side stopped, while the 3 tons continued to rise. Cool dog leg 58 level. Bro, what should we do? Come on, circle me 63 level, just fight, what else can we do? Someone has already helped us with 5 million, if we still can't win, then it's just, damn it! Xiao Yueying got fired up. Strategic change, everyone listen to my command, go for the kill. Charge. Wipe out the other side. Let their capital try to steal a chicken and end up losing rice. In an instant, various carnivals flooded the screen, and the absent dogleg was brushed another 10 times. All kinds of heroes found it interesting, feeling they could take advantage of the other side's capital, and they were all working hard. This time, it was truly a united front. Xiao Yueying opened a wish list, 100,000 glasses, and almost in a moment, it was all gathered. She opened it 2 more times, and it was gathered again. However, the other side was not bad either. The carnival was holding strong, and the scores were very close. Congratulations to my brother for leveling up to 64, 65, 66. Congratulations to my brother for leveling up 3 times in a row. This time, Xiaoyi controlled the frequency just right to suppress the other side, brushing out 20 million coins. 63 million vs. 62. 5 million. Narrow victory. 3 tons looked as if he had died, his eyes blank. Boss, how do you explain this money? You're not going to make me pay, right? Over 6 million. A month's work wasted. After the broadcast, Xiao Yueying seemed to go crazy, jumping around, disregarding the ban, and ran to the study. She hugged Yi Chen's head and started nibbling. Mwah, I was amazing tonight. 150 million. Not counting your 30 million, I broadcasted 120 million. Yi Chen wiped the drool off his face and rolled his eyes. Yeah, you earned more than I did. That 120 million guild roughly takes 10%, which is 12 million. After 30 million flows back, it can return 80%. Which means spending 6 million and only earning 6 million hard-earned money. And Xiao Yueying? At this moment, she was counting on her fingers, grinning foolishly. 12 million is the max level, 70%, 4 million? Wow! Yi Chen chuckled. Don't forget about taxes, 45% is gone. Xiao Yueying's face stiffened, glaring fiercely at Yi Chen. At a time like this, don't say something to kill the mood. Then she started grinning again. That's still nearly 4 million, like a dream, so refreshing. Saying this, she lifted the princess dress she wore today, straddled Yi Chen's lap, and gently swayed. Bro, I know, if it weren't for you leading me, I definitely wouldn't be this amazing. You gave me the confidence. Biting her lip. Today is my full moon, I'll send some gifts to others. But for you, I want to give something special. Yi Chen raised an eyebrow. What are you giving? Xiao Yueying tugged at her collar, slightly lowering her head. I feeling a change in a certain place. Xiao Yueying's face turned crimson, leaning against Yi Chen's chest and no longer speaking. At this moment, after finishing up, Xiao Yi also reported the results. 120 billion US dollars of reasonable, legal, and compliant assets, plus 180 billion US dollars of illegal funds deposited in the dark web and various offshore accounts. Yi Chen also wanted to relax a bit. Without much hesitation, he lifted her legs and walked towards the bedroom. This really feels like a wedding night. It was meant to be. You are my first man. Ha, really? You'll know if you try. On the night of the 17th, the world lost a girl and gained a woman. The next morning, Yi Chen helped Xiao Yueying register a company in Shangjiang. This company you don't need to worry about, it's just a shell, helping you legally avoid taxes. Probably can save about 75%, those from yesterday. Probably can reach around 6 or 7 million. Xiao Yueying naturally had no room to speak, having already given blood. What else was there to say? Just nodding would do. Hiss. Yi Chen ruffled Xiao Yueying's hair. Wait a moment, I'll transfer you 5 million first. What do you want to buy? Let's go shopping together in the afternoon. There's an auction, we can go take a look. Xiao Yueying nodded even more enthusiastically. An auction? She had only heard of it, never seen it before. To be able to leave on time, she used all her strength. Even the Gatling gun was brought out. By the time she wore a formal gown in the afternoon and followed Yi Chen into the auction, she realized, with this 5 million, better go back to Nanshur to buy a house. What on earth are these? 13 million for Imperial Green. 40 million for pink diamonds. 89 million for a world-famous painting. Damn, when she heard those prices, she lost the courage to even raise her paddle. She glanced at Yi Chen. You don't like these? Yi Chen shook his head. Not interested. This one is not bad. The host on stage was introducing. Launched in 2019, underwent a complete renovation last year, 65 meters, with 4 decks. Xiao Yueying looked at the photos and videos, gazing at the black-painted super yacht, feeling a bit tempted, but when she heard the bid of 290 million, she was completely dumbfounded. This is the starting price. Is there something wrong? So cheap? There can't be a problem, right? Yi Chen muttered. It was indeed cheap. He was wearing electronic contact lenses, and Xiao Yi had already projected the collected information. Thinking about it, it was only a few tens of millions of dollars. He raised his hand directly. 300 million. There were quite a few people in Hong Kong playing with yachts, and many rich people as well. Soon many raised their paddles. The price soared, and Yi Chen, who kept following along, attracted quite a few gazes. After all, he was unfamiliar. The class solidification in Hong Kong had been going on for many years, the same people coming and going. Now seeing a fresh face, naturally, they paid more attention, but no one could recognize him. In the end, they concluded that a dragon from the mainland had come. After several rounds of bidding, it became a bit annoying. 450 million. He directly added 50 million. And this time everyone quieted down. This yacht with a long name that couldn't be pronounced belonged to Yi Chen. He planned to name it Pinyin, peace, nice and easy to remember. After a few more items, a heavy bombshell came. Launched in 2020, but never used, a 107-meter super yacht, 7 decks, can carry 20 passengers, 40 crew members, 2 helicopter pads. Yi Chen glanced at the information, chuckling. This ship was quite unfortunate. The first owner went bankrupt after placing the order. It was auctioned at $225 million, but after 2 years, it was finally bought by a rich Russian, and that rich man hadn't even taken possession before it started a dispute, resulting in the ship being seized by the local government. After being launched, it hadn't even made a single voyage. It was indeed brand new. 800 million. The starting price was 730 million. After Yi Chen called out the price, no one responded. He stroked his chin. It shouldn't be. It wasn't that expensive. Then he somewhat understood. It wasn't that everyone was affected by the Bitcoin crash, but some were afraid of bad luck. After all, the last 2 owners didn't end well. However, Yi Chen was definitely fearless. In the end, he successfully bid for it. Xiao Yueying watched beside, feeling dizzy. No, what kind of attitude is that for buying groceries? You spent over $1 billion, not even blinking an eye? But when Xiao Yueying went shopping, she also entered the no-blink mode. LV bags, Hermes scarves, Dior perfumes, buy. The temporarily hired bodyguard had become a human meat bag, leaving Yi Chen feeling a bit exasperated. Fortunately, he was clever enough to have the hotel find someone, otherwise, well, Xiao Yueying would have to handle it herself. Although she made money, when she returned to the hotel that night, Xiao Yueying diligently started her broadcast. Or rather, after a day of baptism, her desire to earn money had grown even stronger. In the future, she wanted to buy a super yacht. 3 days later, the yacht paperwork was completed, and the two of them went out to play for a few days before heading to Macau. Relying on her glasses to cheat, she won 70 to 80 million before returning to Nanchur. As for the yacht, it was temporarily docked in Shangjiang. Handling customs procedures was quite troublesome, and there were no berths in Nanchur, so she would have to apply in Modu, which she didn't have time for. On April 1st, he returned home with a bunch of supplements he bought for his parents to be a filial son and grandson for a few days. Meanwhile, Xiao Yueying went to the sales office to start her show-off in gratitude mode. Come on, sisters are all here. Previously, during that century-long PK, these were the ones who had put in effort, especially Jiang Shul. Lure, this is for you, a Martin D45. I don't really understand it, but I've heard people say it's the best. This guitar cost her a full 100,000, much more expensive than the other people's LV wallets. It was about the same as what Jiang Shul's brother had swiped for her. However, Jiang Shul held a special place in Yi Chen's heart, so she was still prepared to make a good impression. Jiang Shul looked at the guitar with a complex expression and thanked her softly. After a moment of silence, she asked, "Where's Yi go? He hasn't come back yet?" Xiao Yueying waved her hand. "It seems he went home. He'll be back in a few days. Do you need to find him? Just call him directly." Jiang Shul shook her head. "It's nothing. I'm fine." At 9:45 p.m., Xiao Yueying drove her newly acquired low-spec Porsche 911 into the Huatian Bar parking lot. Following her was an air-conditioned bus, bringing all the anchors from Tianxia Media in Nanchur, along with the company supervisors. Tonight, the sister was going to indulge. The marketing manager, with sharp eyes, immediately approached the car and helped open the door. "Miss, may I ask if, you are? Is it you?" Following those long, beautiful legs, one could see a somewhat familiar yet strange face. Xiao Yueying flashed her small white teeth, proudly swinging the car keys in her hand. "What's wrong, Sanner? Don't recognize me?" Sun Sanli's expression changed several times before he forced a smile back. "How could I not recognize you, Ingjie? You're so beautiful. Look at how stunning you are now. You must have hit it big, right? I always thought you were not a fish in a pond, but a dragon that changes with the wind." Sanner still knows how to talk. She pointed to a group of people just getting off the bus. 32 of them, open 4 cards. I only want 12-year Shivas, and make sure it's the real deal. Don't give me the mixed stuff. I can tell. The marketing manager cursed under his breath. The little devil was really getting into it. Hey, yes, please come in. By the way, What business is in Jian now? This little car is so cool. Oh ho ho. Qiu Yueying covered her mouth and smiled, then her expression turned cold as she scolded. Stop asking about my business. Where do you get all this gossip from? Yes, I spoke out of turn, please come in. A group of women with scores above 80 and looks fluttered past the people waiting at the door and entered the bar. This time, the seating wasn't as good as what Yi Chen had reserved last time, but it was still in a central position, just slightly further back. However, it was a mountain-shaped arrangement, just right for a group to have fun together. With so many people, some were outgoing, and some were quiet. And Qiu Yueying, being super outgoing, transformed into a little rascal. Come on, Lure, what's wrong with having a toast together? I don't want a drink, let's play a game of passing notes. Come on, it's your turn to bite. Lure, you're biting my lip. No way, I'll bite back. With such a group of beautiful women, naturally, some people wanted to strike up a conversation or share a table. However, not many could withstand the barrage from this group of women. You can't just drink the women's drinks, right? For tables, you can't avoid ordering 4 bottles, and just like that, 5,000 is gone. Then you have to take turns? At least one bottle needs to go down. If they still don't leave, then there's a chance to stay and listen in, and if someone catches your eye, maybe there's a chance to hold hands or something. As for Qiu Yueying, don't even think about it. The girl has seen the world now. The little change in your pocket might not even compare to what I have in my card. Besides, we are now EGE's exclusive. Can you even touch us? Just when the atmosphere was heating up, a woman in a racing suit rushed over, grabbing Qiu Yueying's hand. Xiaoying, you have to help me. Help me. Qiu Yueying was taken aback. Xiaolan, what's wrong? Did you fail your task or something? Xiaolan shook her head. I just downed 8 bottles of Jägermeister, and there are 4 of them, taking turns pouring it into me. I really can't handle it anymore. Please help me. Qiu Yueying rubbed her temples, looking at Xiaolan's flushed face, feeling a bit of a headache. Did you get paid? Xiaolan nodded. I got 800, but Qiu Yueying quickly pulled over a trash can, patting her back. Aren't you asking for trouble? You took on the work of 4 people all at once. You really are something. Xiaolan smiled through her tears. I need the money. Lu Ge wants to open a shop, needs money. Qiu Yueying scoffed. You're still with that Lu Zi? Listen to me, dump him. Relying on women to make money, what kind of thing is that? Xiaolan shook her head, not saying anything more. Sister Ing, please help me, just this once. Qiu Yueying sighed. Alright, I'll go talk to them. TSK, you really know how to play, getting yourself into big trouble. Shaking her head, she followed along, knowing that it wasn't easy for anyone, she had been through it too. However, she didn't have a useless boyfriend, so she didn't need to push herself that hard. But she had been forced to drink before, all while swallowing broken teeth. Remembering that, when she reached the booth and saw those men, she smiled slightly. Hey, guys. Oh, this is good. Xiaolan, you found a good one here. Fine, if you don't drink, this lady can still keep us company. Ha ha ha. One of the men, getting closer, reached out to pull Qiu Yueying. I don't do companionship. The 4 men were taken aback. If you don't do companionship, what are you here for? If you don't do companionship, then get lost, hey, or if you want to go out, name a price. Qiu Yueying felt a surge of anger. Am I someone you can even ask for a price? Too lazy to waste words, she pulled out her phone from her wallet. 800, right? I'll scan it for you, and we'll call it even. My sister can't drink anymore. The 4 men all pulled long faces. We're here to have fun, not to be played with. You say you won't drink, and you won't drink? Where's the manager? Qiu Yueying snorted coldly. Calling the manager won't help, I'm not under his management, and Xiaolan is also not under his control. If you keep making a fuss, I'll call someone to have a chat with you. The 4 exchanged glances, and one of them cleared his throat, covering the mouth of his cup and handing a drink over. How about this? You drink this cup, and we won't take the money, and this matter will be settled. How about it? Qiu Yueying took the cup, squinted at it, the corner of her mouth curled up, and then splashed it in that person's face. You think you can drug me? Do you think it's my first day out here? You idiot, it will fizz up. You want to fight? You dare splash me? You're asking for it. I think it's you who's asking for it. Dare to cause trouble here. Don't you know whose territory this is? I don't care whose territory it is. Today, we won't let this go. Damn you, you piece of trash. I'm going to deal with you today. The scuffle, the peacemakers, the onlookers, this scene was just part of the bar's daily routine. If there wasn't a fight, it felt like the place hadn't even opened. When Yi-Chen got the news, he was happily munching on an apple his mother had peeled for him, engrossed in watching cartoons. What? A fight? Can't you let me have one peaceful day? Alright, just wait. I'll make a few calls. After thinking for a moment, he called Lu Tao. Lu, it's me, Yi-Chen, from Huatian. It's not me, but a few girls from my company got beaten up. Can you help out? Sigh, such a trivial matter, and I still owe someone a favor, so annoying. I'll step out for a bit, be back soon. Where to? Lutai Mountain. After saying that, he grabbed the keys to the Panamera and left. The Aventador stayed at the villa. He had come back directly from the airport high-speed train. After driving for half an hour, he arrived at the police station. Looking at a group of women who looked like a chicken coop, he couldn't help but chuckle, especially Cho Yueying, who was tugging at her shoulder straps, looking nothing like a big streamer, all pitiful. Serves you right for going to that kind of place. Cho Yueying hung her head, almost touching her chest. I didn't want to. I just wanted to have a little drink and have some fun. Who knew I'd run into trouble? Yi Chen snorted. Of course, if you walk too much at night, you'll run into ghosts. Where's that ghost? Where are the people? Just then, a group of 4 approached, and the leader snorted coldly. You are their boss. Fine, let's settle this. Your people injured 4 of us, medical expenses are 400,000. Otherwise, your company should prepare to close tomorrow. Such a big tone, who are they? Oh, then we'll wait for the notice. Yi Chen nodded and waved his hand. Let's go back. He turned and glanced at the stunned 4, sneering. A frog eating the sky, what a big tone. Just a deputy director of the Cultural Bureau. If you have the ability, come at me. Let's see who ends up unlucky. Just now, Xiao Yi had compared faces and recognized them, and also hacked into the other party's phone and computer. TSK, I can only say, cultural people really know how to play. Should I send a report letter, or just post it directly on the platform? The next day, the deputy director was thinking about how to make things difficult for Tianxia Company. Tisk, investing several hundred million, if it gets cut down yesterday, let's say it's for the bad guidance of minors, this time at least 4 million. Just as he was about to have someone draft a document, the office was kicked open. A man in a city management uniform rushed in, red-faced. Bastard, you messed with my wife. Damn you. With a roar, he slapped the deputy director hard. Slap. The deputy director was stunned, then was grabbed by the collar and beaten mercilessly. Bang bang bang, like firecrackers going off. Messing with my wife. Less than a beast. Heartless. Unfortunately, at that moment, no one came to break it up, and there were no brave young ladies to help. He could only lie on the ground and take the beating. After finally being rescued, no one could save his hat. This was getting serious. Who knew who was so malicious? Sending high-definition colored photos to the disciplinary committee wasn't enough. Each of the 4 major teams got a copy, and an email was sent out again. This wasn't over. The province also received it, and whether the capital got it was still unknown. However, everyone knew this guy was finished. That city management officer wasn't a cabinet brother and had never committed domestic violence. This time, he directly beat someone to death. When the deputy director learned the situation, he recalled Yi Chen's harsh words from last night. He wished he could slap himself. Climbing up here was easy, huh? Just when he was about to cross another hurdle and enter the proper department, with hopes of becoming a deputy director in his lifetime, this was all ruined. He regretted it, and Yi Chen was also unhappy. Every time he wanted to deal with someone, it always required schemes and tricks, which felt quite sleazy. I need to find my own protection. Relying on others is not as good as relying on myself. First, I need to get an artificial intelligence out. Let Xiaoyi train a large model and then release it, turning it into a unicorn like DJI, so he wouldn't have to fear ordinary people. By the time he released a quantum computer, the whole country would have to support him. He snapped his fingers. The plan was set. That's how it would be. In an office temporarily rented by Tianxia Real Estate, not far from the sales office. Lu Yu looked at Yi Chen, who was full of ideas, and held his forehead in frustration, finally shouting after a while. Do you know how much it costs to make them move? 2 residential areas with 25 apartment buildings, over 400 rooms, 2 industrial parks, 38 small and micro enterprises, and 8 medium to large company factories. Yi Chen waved his hand. Spend money, no problem. We have money now, just give it. Lu Yu's chest heaved, and after a while, he calmed down, feeling a bit curious. Did you make money this time transferring funds to Hong Kong? Yi Chen raised his chin. Yeah, can't spend it all, not even close. He tapped his fingers on the table. Here's the plan, I'll transfer 1 billion to the account first, you go negotiate, throw money at them, and if it really can't be settled, I'll think of a way. Lu Yu propped his chin up, his eyes rolling, and nodded slightly. Alright, are you sure? You help me get it done. Hearing him confirm again, Lu Yu rolled up his sleeves. Okay, just watch me. In just 15 days, nearly 2 weeks, involving dozens of companies and units, he didn't know how that woman managed it, but she actually got it done without Yi Chen having to step in. How did you negotiate? So cheap? Yi Chen looked at the total price report, which was only 890 million. He thought it would be at least 2 billion, after all, The area was quite large, adding up to about 500,000 square meters, with so many company facilities in it. Lu Yu yawned. It varies, some wanted money, some. Well, actually it's all about money. Several companies were on the brink of bankruptcy. I talked to the lending banks. In short, you have 4 months to move out. You shouldn't be in a hurry to clear it out, right? Yi Chen poured her a cup of tea. That's not urgent, huh? You really are capable. Lu Yu squinted slightly, enjoying his control over the situation. It's also because you gave a lot at the end of April. When the first factory was cleared out, Yi Chen couldn't wait to go in. Small universal 3D printer 18 million compensation 118 elements, made into the smallest unit of 1 nanometer. It was called a small printer, but this thing was 10 meters long and wide, and 3 meters high. The operation was quite foolproof. One end was the feed inlet, and the operating platform could connect to Xiaoyi. After providing the design drawings and starting it, a moment later, it could print out the item. After a test, he stuffed various metals, single crystal silicon, and engineering plastics into the feed inlet, and 5 minutes later, a pure black, very textured phone appeared in his hand. Tisk, aside from being a bit slow, it has no other drawbacks. 5 minutes wasn't long, but for mass production, one machine could only produce 100,000 phones a year. He stroked his chin. One printer could produce 100,000 units a year, and with 100 machines, that would be 1 billion, right? He shook his head, dismissing that devilish thought. What a joke. An 800,000 quantum computer helped him earn $300 billion. This thing better earn me 3 trillion, or I won't add anymore. He was generous with spending soft currency, but when it came to compensation, he was very stingy. After all, that thing couldn't be replenished. He had no tasks to do. He shook his head, casting aside the chaotic thoughts. Xiao Yi, you handle the server group according to the design yourself. Xiao Yi understands. Watch me. Later, after Yi Chen added several different materials, Xiao Yi first created a square robot with tracks. It directly rescued Yi Chen from the heavy labor, earning a thumbs up. Sitting aside and watching the transport Type 1 robot huff and puff while moving materials, Yi Chen rested his chin on his hand and pondered. If robots are really promoted in the future, it seems there will be no work for humans. What can people do then? Eat, drink, gamble, and smoke? This topic touches on social ethics, which is quite broad and suitable for emptying one's thoughts when there's nothing much to do. When he was reminded by Xiaoyi and came back to his senses, he found that there were already more than a dozen 2-meter-tall robots standing in front of him, resembling shelves but also equipped with tracks, transport Type 2. On top of them were stacked supercomputing server groups. Master, we don't have enough materials. Oh Yi Chen, oh ha, it's fine, I'll buy more. Take your time. Thank you, Master, Yi Chen Omega. Xiaoyi will work hard. Yi Chen degree nabla degree. Yi Chen smiled slightly, feeling that after getting the new quantum computer, Xiaoyi's emotions had also become richer. For a while afterward, this factory produced various cutting-edge technology products non-stop, 24 hours a day. They were then transported to a 5-story building in the adjacent park, where the servers were installed and debugged bit by bit. The 2 quantum computers were also squeezed in, serving as the core. On April 28, at the new live broadcast base in the park, Yi Chen approached Xiao Yueying, who was just finishing a broadcast with Jiang Shul and others. Xiaoying, are you going to Shangjiang? As soon as this was said, everyone's eyes lit up. Shangjiang. Ying Jia had gone to Shangjiang and soared to fame, now boasting 1 million fans and quite a few loyal big brothers. This month's revenue was about to break the record and reach 20 million. Who wouldn't be envious? However, no one dared to speak up. Although Yi Chen seemed easy to talk to, he was actually quite intimidating. Yes, I want to take a yacht tour. Ha, several big brothers here don't believe me. This time I'll blind them with my success. Xiao Yueying said, hands on her hips, looking quite arrogant. Yi Chen rolled his eyes. Then hurry up, the plane won't wait for anyone. As he was about to leave, Jiang Shul took a deep breath. Brother Yi. Yi Chen turned his head. Lure, is there something you need? Just say it, no need to be polite. Jiang Shul took another deep breath, then slightly lowered her head, feeling that everyone around was staring at her, her face turning slightly red. Can I go with you? She looked up at Yi Chen, her fingers tugging at the hem of her clothes, turning a bit white from the grip. Yi Chen smiled brightly. What's wrong with that? Sure, I'll take you this time, but you don't need to buy anything. Everything is available over there. In an industrial building in Shangjiang, one transport Type 2 after another was sent inside, placed in the spaces on the 2nd to 5th floors, a total of 20,000 servers. This would be the future data center of Shangjiang. It would be 3 times larger than the one in Nanshur. However, it would definitely expand in the future. For now, there was no need to make it too big, and expansion would be quite simple. After the installation was completed, Yichen communicated with Xiaoyi for debugging, and once everything was fine, he nodded to the maintenance team he had recruited. From now on, you are responsible for power maintenance, physical cooling, and regular upkeep. Contact headquarters if there are any issues. Yes, Mr. Yi. With that settled, he took Zhou Yueying and the two women and left. Hey, aren't we staying at a hotel? Zhou Yueying, who had been engrossed in her phone, looked up and saw they weren't heading towards Victoria Harbor, feeling a bit puzzled. Yi Chen, with one arm around each of them, shook his head. Last time I came because I was poor and couldn't afford a place here. Now that I have money, who stays in a hotel? I bought a place in Repulse Bay, number 89, which used to belong to a Behu person. Zhou Yueying tilted her head and spoke. Yezi, help me check the information for No. 89 Qianshui Bay. Sure thing, Majestic Queen. Yi Chen rolled his eyes at that. What a ridiculous title, so cringeworthy. Zhou Yueying looked at the information on her phone and really wanted to give the dog next to her a kick. It was said so casually. I thought it was the 1,000-foot mansion over here. Damn, 5 billion? Sure enough, I'm still a poor person, right? This is just too much. Every time I feel like I have money, you come to crush me. Seeing Zhou Yueying staring at him with a pitiful look, Yi Chen inexplicably touched his cheek. What's wrong? Zhou Yueying smiled sweetly. Brother Yi, shouldn't we celebrate buying a new home? How about you take me to play a PK tonight? With Yi Chen around, she dared to challenge the top streamers, not afraid of any punishment. One match would be worth her working hard for half a month. She even pulled over Jiang Shul, who was daydreaming. Let's team up and take on San Dun Laoing. Let's wipe him out. Jiang Shul exclaimed and shook her head. No way, my family conditions are a bit poor, I'd hold you back. Zhou Yueying cheered. With Brother Yi here, what's there to be afraid of? Brother Yi, how about we level up to 75 tonight? Yi Chen rolled his eyes. PK? I'll play PK with you, okay? He yawned. Let's see, I just flew over, have to go through customs and get the goods, and I'm busy setting things up, I'm exhausted. Checking the time. Let's have lunch together later, if you want to play, go ahead, the beach at Qianshui Bay seems nice, I need to catch up on sleep. Not long after, the car turned into the gate of the mansion at No. 89. A 4-story villa, divided in the middle, the lower 2 floors were made quarters and a basement, while the upper 2 floors had a banquet hall, master bedroom, and guest room, all with unbeatable sea views. However, seeing too much of this isn't anything special. Zhou Yueying pouted, looking at Yi Chen, who was already undressing and getting into bed. She leaned over and kissed him. Then we'll head out first, baby, sleep well. Yi Chen looked at her with half-open eyes. If you don't want to leave, you don't have to. Giggle, I don't want to, I still want to swim a lap. Yi Chen waved his hand. Get lost, the yacht is at the yacht club. If you want to play, ask Yezi for the other party's number. You can board at the Qianshui Bay dock. Zhou Yueying waved her hand. Got it, you rest well. Good night. Once Yi Chen's breathing became even, Zhou Yueying tiptoed out, pulling Jiang Shul, who was still dazed in the room. Alright, stop thinking about it. Since we're here and we've made up our minds, what's there to hesitate about? Jiang Shul was startled, looking up at Zhou Yueying, unsure if the other party was. Zhou Yueying shrugged. I'm not an idiot, I can guess your thoughts even if I'm a bit thick-headed. She wrapped her arm around Jiang Shul's shoulder and touched her smooth little face. Like a little kitten, I'll have to bully you well tonight. Giggled. Jiang Shul's face turned red. Alright, I'm not planning to say anything about you. I'm not in a position to say anything either. It's mutual consent, that's it. Let's go. Let me show you our super big yacht. The small one is 450 million, but the big one is 1 billion. The two went out and had the driver take them to the beach. Zhou Yueying, as usual, wore a bikini, black and white stripes, showcasing her slender waist and curvy figure, incredibly alluring. Jiang Shul, petite, wore a strapless top and shorts, equally cute. Zhou Yueying wrapped her arm around Jiang Shul, taking advantage of her height and long legs, looking very masculine as she filmed a video of the two. Come on, girl, give grandpa a kiss, be good and don't move. Jiang Shul looked at the seamless sky and sea, and her mood improved significantly. Indeed, since she had made up her mind, what was there to hesitate about? With her spirits lifted, she playfully pinched Zhou Yueying's waist and casually touched her. Hey, you little rascal. After a bout of laughter, Zhou Yueying glanced at her phone. Yezi, help me edit this, I want it to be sexy and bold. Find a song from Jiang Shul's collection to match. She shot a glance at Jiang Shul. Not that I'm talking about you, but honestly, Yiga treats you really well. He specially made songs for you and helped you chart on major platforms. Your songs are quite popular now. Jiang Shul felt a bit gloomy hearing this, but being popular doesn't mean anything if the person isn't. Zhou Yueying rolled her eyes. That's because you don't know how to promote yourself. Without promotion, there's no topic to discuss. You just keep streaming every day, everyone knows you stick to your 6-hour routine. What's the point? You need to create some buzz. With a flick of her eyes, she snapped her fingers. How about this? Let's play a script. I steal your big brother, and you get mad, threatening to blow up my, and then we have a grand showdown tonight. Jiang Shul shook her head in refusal. It's not good to deceive people. Xiao Yueying sighed. We're not deceiving anyone, it's just a script, providing emotional value. It's like watching a series. Don't you enjoy those moments when the second female lead clashes with the first? Who wants to watch mundane family dramas? Seeing Jiang Shul still resisting, Xiao Yueying shrugged. Fine, let's see what Yigu says tonight. Oh, the boat's here. Too bad the big one was borrowed, but this small one is just right for us. Let's go. Soon, a small boat arrived at the shore, taking the two back to the black super yacht, as a crowd on the shore watched enviously and speculated as they headed out to sea. At 5 in the afternoon, Yi Chen, who was having dinner in the restaurant, smiled and greeted the two as they returned in their light clothing. Lure, did you have fun? Jiang Shul nodded slightly. It was very interesting, thank you. Ha, no need to be so polite with me. Yi Chen chuckled, and at that moment, Xiao Yueying nudged Jiang Shul. Yi Ge, Lure has something to tell you. I'm going to freshen up in my room. Yi Chen looked at Jiang Shul, who seemed hesitant to speak, and waved her over. Come here, why are you standing so far away? What do you want to talk about? I want to. Jiang Shul started but seemed unsure of how to continue. Yi Chen rubbed her little head and smiled. Whatever you want, just tell me. Seeing she still wouldn't speak, Yi Chen gently encouraged her. You used to say you didn't want to stay in the countryside, that you wanted to see the outside world, and then you came to Nanshur. Then you said you wanted to earn some money, even if your parents didn't like you, they were still the ones who raised you. Now, although your ranking isn't as impressive as Xiao Yueying's, it's not far off. This month, you've made tens of thousands, and with song royalties, you're almost on par with her. What more could you want? Jiang Shul felt a bit dazed. Yes, what more could she want? She was just a little girl who learned guitar from a retired music teacher in the countryside, who had stumbled into streaming and ended up making a lot of money. The money she sent back home helped build a villa, who in the surrounding villages wouldn't envy that. What more could she want? Looking at the smiling Yi Chen, she felt a twinge of discomfort in her heart. Perhaps she once fantasized about being the sole focus of someone's affection, but in the face of reality, that was ultimately just a fairy tale. She tilted her face up and tugged at the corners of her mouth. No, I have nothing to be dissatisfied with. Yi Chen patted her shoulder. Cheer up, don't keep singing those emo songs. I think you're just getting too artsy with those. Jiang Shul chuckled. Not at all, I'm usually very cheerful. Yi Chen let out a sound of disdain. Do you think I don't watch your live streams? What do you mean no one is with me? Indefinite, retreat, walking away and scattering. You sing those songs every day. Be careful of depression in the future. Just then, Xiao Yueying came out, drying her hair. Who is depressed? Ha, Lore is depressed? That's no big deal. Just have a PK with me and I guarantee it will be like a shot of adrenaline. Brother Yi, take us for a match later, okay? Yi Chen glared at her, not in a good mood. Got it, how annoying. How many times do I have to say it in a day? Xiao Yueying laughed heartily, leaned over, and kissed his cheek. Mui Jiangshul's cheeks turned slightly red. I'll go wash up too. After saying that, she hurriedly ran off. Xiao Yueying looked at her back, jumped slightly, sat in Yi Chen's lap, shifted a bit, and wrapped her arms around his neck. Lure is so well behaved, just don't treat her like you do me at night, or she might have psychological shadows in the future. Yi Chen raised an eyebrow and smirked. Are you not satisfied with that time? Xiao Yueying spat, about to say something, but was silenced. At 6 p.m., the two of them each opened a room for streaming, with Yi Chen watching over in the study. Xiao Yueying was wearing an OL suit today, looking utterly formal. Ahem, before we start today's live stream, let's promote some products. Cool Night level 54. Oh no, even Liang Liang has started selling products. Cool but level 55. Oh no +1, selling what? I'll buy a set of anything except for sanitary pads. Cool Dog level 59. The showcase hasn't been updated. What is it? Cool Little Fan level 33. Sister, I have no money. Can I buy on credit? Shut up. Listen carefully. What we're promoting this time isn't a physical product, or rather, this time it's a benefit for you fans. Damn, why do I feel like this script sounds a bit like those scam streamers? Cool Light level 54, it's not just similar, it is. Cool but level 55, the copy is too lazy, just copied it. Cool Dog level 59, what is it? Hurry up and sell it. Let's get started tonight, brother. I want to hit 10. Cool Little Fan level 33. My wallet feels the crisis, trembling. Xiao Yueying took a deep breath, her ample chest seeming to swell even more. Actually, it's an AI model developed by our Tianxia group. It's called Yezi. Saying this, she raised her phone, showing the back with the cursive characters for Tianxia. This is a phone made by our company. Stop. I know what you're going to say, this phone isn't for sale to the public. It's an employee benefit. I'm not trying to rope you in, so shut up. Cool Night Level 54. You scared me. I thought we were going to buy a kidney phone again. Cool but level 55. Exactly. Which factory made it? It looks decent. Cool Dog Level 59. What is it? Hurry up and sell it. Let's get started tonight. Brother, I want to hit 10. Yezi, search for tonight's streaming opponents, those who have conditions at home, and can fight. Okay, my majestic queen. Cool Night Level 54, you such a pretentious title. Cool but level 55, I have to say, it's still you, so silly. Cool Dog Level 59, this thing is everywhere now. Then Xiao Yueying's phone displayed a list of streamers currently live, and thoughtfully listed a long line of the other party's family members, their streaming styles, possible vote counts, and suitable tactics. You can't see it clearly over there, let's just randomly pick one. I'll just point at it. A flirtatious type? A male streamer, alright, let's go, let's fight men. The live room erupted in excitement, everyone uninterested in the AI, as those who had used it knew it was no different from being mentally challenged. The generated scripts made people feel nauseous. However, those who understand the field feel that this analytical AI seems to be doing quite well. But they didn't pay much attention. Similar things, as the saying goes, are too numerous. However, after playing a few rounds, everyone noticed. Cool Night Level 54, wow, the predictions are so accurate. Cool but level 55, is there a possibility that this was all planned, a performance? Cool Dog Level 59, no need to guess, even if you guess right, there's no reward, you might get hurt. Xiao Yueying looked at the loyal black fan trio, her eyes wide open. Keep talking, and you three won't get paid today. Cool Night Level 54, have you guys ever been paid? Cool but level 55, I didn't know there was such a thing as a salary. Cool Dog Level 59, is there a pension? I'm already 59, about to retire, right? Cool Little Fan Level 33, bro, the country says you can retire at 65, here, only the circle bro can get it. Xiao Yueying took a breath. Alright, if you find it unbelievable, I'll go play random, and let Yezi predict, that should work. After that, Xiao Yueying demonstrated the powerful capabilities of this world AI one by one. Besides having an extremely high accuracy rate in analysis, it can also generate novels, videos, and images. Other AIs have these functions too, but Yezi understands more precisely, generates more vividly, and is easier to operate. Looking at the row of exclamation marks on the public screen, Xiao Yueying breathed a sigh of relief, finally got it done. Okay, that's the introduction. I said it's a benefit for everyone. This AI is now limitedly opening public test codes. If you want it, leave me a message. It will be available on the 1st, and can be downloaded from all app stores. Black fans don't need to create a narrative. If you don't want to download it, then don't. We don't rely on anyone. What can this powerful AI do? It can help you make money. Honestly, I've written several novels using AI, although it's not much, I'm still in the top 50. Such an amazing thing, use it secretly first, only recommend it to the best friends. By the way, there will be various terms before use, read them carefully, like what can collect mobile bank card balance information, and there's a 30% service fee based on income. In short, it's still the same saying, the World AI model helps you earn more money. Now, let's start the expedition. The top 50 in this round will receive a special invitation to invest in World Finance, a closed-end fund for 1 month, using the enhanced AI for quantitative investment, with conservative returns of over 50%, just like that. Xiao Yueying's broadcast effect was average, and there weren't many interested people in the live room. She couldn't help it, her specialty was arguing, not introducing products. In contrast, the atmosphere on Jiang Shul's side was much better, with a group of people surrounding her, asking various questions, and she patiently explained, hardly singing or piking. However, when Xiao Yueying sent the invitation, she still accepted it, and then the two went to PK with San Dun and Lao Ying, reigniting the flames of battle. You dare to come? As the saying goes, enemies meet especially red-eyed. San Dun felt irritated upon seeing Xiao Yueying. Xiao Yueying chuckled. Oh Bald King, we meet again, how's your hair? Purely bringing up an old topic, San Dun took a few deep breaths. Don't change the subject. How are we fighting tonight? 2v2? Glancing at the weak Jiang Shul, he understood somewhat. Is your world here as a team? Is the capital in place? Xiao Yueying raised her chin. Do I need capital to fight you? The legion goes to battle, not a blade of grass survives. Brothers, let's show them our strength with some numbers first. Swish, 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 a row of carnivals appeared. More than 30 big brothers, each with a carnival, gathered 1 million for the opening. Xiao Yueying snorted, crossing her arms. Is this enough? This is not something the operation team provided. She worked hard to gain her fans herself. If it's not enough, she turned her head slightly to look at Jiang Shul. Jiang Shul gritted her teeth. She couldn't show weakness at this moment. Everyone, could we possibly? She usually played talent shows with people, and whether they participated or not was casual. She had never asked for tickets before, so it felt a bit ridiculous to bring it up now. What was even more ridiculous was that the people in her live stream room seemed to be hyped up like they had just been injected with adrenaline. Contentment is happiness level 67. No one is allowed to back down today. Let's not eat man to just for pride. Beloved level 59. Damn it, my big knife has been itching for action. Lawbreaker level 54. I've been freeloading for 2 months. It's time to take action. Brothers, I'll go first out of respect. Swipe, swipe, swipe. There was nothing else, just the years. This group, who usually found it pointless to just swipe, finally caught the opportunity, fighting for face. 30 years flashed by in an instant, a million at the start. Xiao Yueying glanced at Jiang Shul's public screen, a slight smile tugging at her lips as she nodded calmly. Not bad, 3 tons, how about it? Do you have the guts to play? Sandun twitched his mouth. Am I afraid? I'm afraid you won't dare to take it. Shave your head. Xiao Yueying also twitched her mouth. What kind of grudge did this woman have, still remembering it? I can fight, but my sister can't. She relies on her looks to make a living. It's not a PK. Jiang Shul bit her teeth and interrupted directly. I'll take it. Laoing looked at the 3 of them, touched his buzz cut, and grinned. We're taking advantage of this. Before he could finish, Sandun spoke up directly. Alright, I'll let you take a little advantage, but don't drag your feet later, put in more effort. 1 hour meeting, best of 3, the old rules. After the call ended, Xiao Yueying didn't rush to leave. She sent someone to send a message, then shouted to Jiang Shul. Don't run, since you're here, sing us a song, pick one you're good at, show it to our big brother. Jiang Shul thought for a moment and nodded. Then I'll sing my heart, hope everyone likes it. She played the accompaniment, strummed a few chords, and Jiang Shul began to sing. The darker the night, the brighter the stars, the more desolate, the more joyful the face, the road twists and turns, coming and going alone, the heart is like the sea smiling at the thousands of sails. Cool night level 54, wow, so nice to listen to. Cool little but level 55, exactly, listen, Liang, you listen, this is what singing is, your broken voice. What a waste of your sound card. Cool dog level 59, quiet, pay attention, I've heard this song, it's coming. It's coming. If the confidant is not here, this chain for 10,000 years is still empty out. Originally slightly low, her voice suddenly soared, flying higher and higher, and just when it felt like it would fall, an even higher note came. My heart, the moon in the sky, bright and clear as white as snow. My heart, the moon in the sky, embraces the night. Who can understand this feeling? My heart, the moon in the sky, shines on the heavenly gate. After singing a song, Jiang Shul's little face turned slightly red, and Xiao Yueying was a bit dumbfounded, taking a while to come back to her senses. Wow, your voice could shatter glass. She gave a thumbs up. Everyone, please follow her. Those who like to listen to songs, go to her place. Sister won't serve anymore. All day long making me sing to catch loaches. You guys are crazy. Jiang Shul also had someone get Xiao Yueying some followers, and after interacting for a moment, they each went home to hold meetings. This battle had a wider impact than the last time. After all, previously, neither Xiao Yueying nor Jiang Shul had much fame. But now, one was a somewhat famous PK queen with more wins than losses, and the other was a newly popular singer with 5 songs in the top 500. Both had millions of fans, and, actually, this time the 2 guilds had discussed the PK beforehand. Last time, the opponent was willing to bet and lost, giving 6 million. Here, we returned the favor, and after stabilizing for a month, helped set up a big event. Then we followed the script, connected the mic, and started the battle. Come on, we can't lose momentum, go for it. At the start, Xiao Yueying got into the zone, shouting orders. The 5 generals below began to charge, Huazi serving. Thanks to my knight, thanks to my butt, thanks to my dog, thanks to old shrimp, thanks to Amobai. Thanks to. The gifts were coming in so fast she could barely keep up with her thanks. Jiang Shul had never experienced this and wasn't good at rallying votes, but her big brother was truly insane. Before long, they had pushed it to 10 million. In the first round, 30 million versus 11 million, they won. Sandun, how did you pull that off? This won't do. Xiao Yueying looked smugly at the ashen-faced Sandun. How about you go hold another meeting? Sandun snorted coldly. No need, keep going. I refuse to believe it. Let's fight. After connecting, she closed the mic and shut her eyes. I'm not watching anymore, nor am I shouting. Shouting is useless. It's time to test our strength. After 2 meals, I have no face to say anything. Our strength just isn't up to par. Everyone, do as you see fit. Silent, unlike her usual self. But the pressure on her big brother was even stronger. This round, Sandun said nothing, and the team scored 60 million. The level 75 Big Brother was going wild. On Xiao Yueying's side, the two combined only had 50 million. After opening the mic, Sandun shot a sideways glance. How is it? Have you seen our strength? In the next round, we will crush you. Get ready for a shave. In this life and death match, both sides had a 5-minute meeting. Cool Knight level 54, level up. Cool Bud level 55, level up. Cool Dog level 59, level up. Rows of upgrades below, finally. Come Circle Me level 67, leveled up 3 times. Cool Knight level 54, Big Brother is mighty. Cool Bud level 55, Big Brother is domineering. Cool Dog level 59, Big Brother V587. The situation on Zhang Shul's side was similar. Contentment brings happiness level 67, protect the hair. Only death matters. Intimate Lover level 59, no more talk, not going on vacation for May Day, damn it. Breaking the Law level 54, by the way, is that AI investment reliable? Can it make money? I feel like I'm going bankrupt tonight. 10 minutes later, the battle began. For live streams combined had over 5 million viewers for this century battle. Xiao Yueying's shouts were even higher than Zhang Shul's earlier high notes. 1 billion. We hit 1 billion. Keep going. Crush them. Make them despair. Oh no, they're catching up. Is there more? Listen up. Go for it. All together. Push forward. After today's broadcast, take a break tomorrow. Clear out the coins in your pockets. Not a dime left. If I don't have any, you won't either. Pull it out. Kill. Circle brother, well done. Don't stop. Don't stop. Keep going. 2 billion. Don't mind the other side. We're creating records. Hit as much as you can. The more stars the better. Go. 2. Surpassed the previous record. Every little advance now is a new record. Hurry, time is running out. 2, 3, 2, 4. Thanks to my brother. 2, 6. Congratulations to my brother for leveling up to 70. 2, 8. Few after shouting the whole match, Xiao Yueying felt a bit tired but very invigorated. 2, 8 billion crushed the opponent's 1, 7 billion. Although it wasn't a solo fight, it was still the largest PK in the platform's history. They truly made history. Most importantly, she kept her hair. Haha. Supervised Sandun and Old Win to shave their heads. Emotional, thank you, and off the air. Xiao Yueying let out a sigh of relief. Don't be fooled by just a few shouts. It's actually quite simple. Haha. Earned another 8 million. After deducting what Brother Yi contributed, the two families combined made about 230 million, and she was around 130 million, so after taxes, she could take home over 8 million. This month's turnover was 33 million. How much would she actually get? She was counting on her fingers when she suddenly slapped her forehead, almost forgetting the main business. She ran to Zhang Shul's room and saw her staring blankly at the numbers backstage, so she went over and patted her shoulder. Excited? How does it feel to break 1 billion for the first time? Zhang Shul didn't really know how to feel, but she nodded anyway. I'm so happy. I'm planning to send a thank you to each big brother, and then give them. Xiao Yueying shook her finger. No, the ones to thank now aren't those. Come with me. Zhang Shul vaguely knew what she was talking about and also knew what would happen next. Silently, she followed her to the study. Yi Chen was handling some trivial matters before the AI launch. Just wait a moment. Xiao Yueying walked over without hesitation. You do your thing, I'll do mine. Zhang Shul watched the two, her eyes gradually widening, and she was dazed for a long time. Xiao Yueying slightly raised her head and waved her hand. Lure, come here. Zhang Shul didn't know what she was thinking, but she walked over step by step. A night that couldn't be described in detail that night. The platform was buzzing about the century battle, and many small streamers started making clips after getting the recordings, analyzing whether this big brother was a real big brother or a fake one, analyzing the relationship between this big brother and the streamer, analyzing how much capital each side had invested. There was also a group of big brothers who felt helpless as they saw their accounts level up by 2 or 3 levels, having to tighten their belts for a few days. How did it get so intense? But it was really exhilarating. Yi Chen was also very happy, in every sense of the word, feeling on top of the world. The next day, in a great mood, Yi Chen transferred 10 million to each of them, took them shopping, and then went to Macau. When Xiao Yueying saw the Venetian casino, her eyes lit up, and she whispered to Zhang Shul, "Don't think that the previous live broadcast was just a benefit. That was just a small part. This is the real treasure trove." After letting go of her worries, Zhang Shul felt peaceful and joyful, becoming as cheerful as before, shaking her slightly long ponytail. There are wins and losses here, right? Xiao Yueying shook her finger. That's for others. With Brother Ye's backing, it's a sure win. Yi Chen turned around and gave her a light pat. Stop boasting for me. If you lose, you pay. Let's go. There's nothing interesting downstairs. let's go to the VIP room. Xiao Yueying's eyes brightened, and she leaned in to wrap her arm around Yi Chen's. Going big this time? I said last time wasn't enough. Betting limit of 500,000. Just kidding, isn't that too small? The dazzling Venetian boasts various titles as the largest in the world. It is said to be big enough to accommodate 90 Boeing 747s. It's a resort that combines bars, dining, shopping, accommodation, and entertainment. It has Asia's most luxurious suites, a world-class shopping experience, breathtaking entertainment, and irresistible dining enjoyment. Of course, most people come here to contribute to the 850 gaming tables and 6,000 slot machines. However, this time Yi Chen didn't plan to mingle with others downstairs like last time. Entering the casino required passing through a security gate and undergoing a security check. Zhang Shul felt a bit nervous watching the airport-like procedures. Yi Chen smiled. It's to prevent cheating and to stop anyone from bringing in weapons. It has nothing to do with us, let's go. Ha! Zhang Shul saw him go straight upstairs without stopping at the chip exchange, feeling a bit puzzled. Xiao Yueying was showing off her knowledge. We just need to come in, and the facial recognition here can know our personal information, then someone will come to provide services specifically for us. After all, Brother Yi won 78 million in one go last time. They will first give some mud chips, which cannot be exchanged for cash directly. Only those won from the table can be taken away to exchange for money. Everyone has a limit. As long as it's within the credit range, you can take as much as you want. Just as they were talking, a guy in a black suit approached. Mr. Yi, it's a pleasure to meet you. I'm very happy to serve you. What do you plan to play today? Yi Chen casually turned his head. Just play around, bring over 100 million, not 1 million. At this point, he tilted his head to look at Xiao Yueying and the others. 80 chips of 1 million, and the remaining 10 million. Moments later, in a VIP room, Zhang Shul was somewhat surprised. There are so few people here. Xiao Yueying covered her mouth with her hand. Fewer people means higher quality. It's said that 80% of the income here comes from VIPs, just like live streaming. All the money is from the big brothers. Zhang Shul nodded in understanding. Soon, someone brought over the chips. Yi Chen received 80 square golden million chips, while Xiao Yueying and the others each took 100 small round chips. Feel free, this place feels boring. We can go downstairs and stroll around. He just said that, and Xiao Yueying, being the clever girl she is, wouldn't leave. Sure enough, as soon as he sat down at the table at 9 p.m., the woman pulled the dazed Zhang Shul along. Yi Chen rubbed his fingers and pushed a pile of 10 golden millions forward. Let's start. The dealer knew a big player had arrived, and after Xiao Yueying and Zhang Shul placed their millions down, he began to deal the cards. As the game progressed, Zhang Shul finally understood why Xiao Yueying was so excited. How could she not be excited? She didn't know why Brother Yi was so amazing. In 1 hour, they played over 60 hands, winning more than losing, and in the blink of an eye, they had over 300 million in chips. They followed along with their bets, doing nothing, and each won over 30 million. Another heavy bet, 10 million, and they hit blackjack. Haha, today is lucky. Xiao Yueying felt like she was going to faint. She just won 40 million in that hand. Yi Chen glanced at the dealer, whose face was stiff, smiled slightly, and stood up. Let's go, change tables. Our luck is used up here. Xiao Yueying and Zhang Shul nodded like little chicks pecking at rice, completely following his lead. After playing a bit of high-low and winning 200 million, Yi Chen took them to play baccarat. The rules were simple. One banker and one player, you could bet on either, and this game had the most players, with at least dozens of people gathered around the 3 baccarat tables. There were even a few big players betting millions. However, when Yi Chen arrived, he still attracted a lot of attention. It was because he was followed by 2 little brothers specifically helping him carry chips, and those piles of golden chips were too eye-catching. Yi Chen scanned the crowd and immediately smiled. Brother Mingdang, we meet again. How's your luck today? A man on the left with a sour face glanced at him, didn't respond, and muttered bad luck. Zhang Shul's mouth slightly opened, whispering, isn't that So-and-so's husband, the one from the 4 young masters? Xiao Yueying also covered her mouth and whispered, that's him. We ran into him last time, and he lost terribly. I don't know what that Lu Meyer sees in him. She married into a wealthy family, barely paid off her debts, and her career took off, yet this man doesn't think to help his wife support the family and instead gambles. TSK, TSK, TSK. At first, Zhang Shul was a bit surprised to see a celebrity, but after hearing Xiao Yueying's words, she felt a bit disdainful. I mean, Lu Meyer worked hard for over 10 years, enjoying no blessings at all, while her husband is out gambling. How tragic. However, after watching for a while, she finally understood what Yi Chen meant by bright lamp. I bet on the banker. I've already bet on the banker 12 times. There's no reason not to bet on the banker. Luca gritted his teeth and pushed all the chips in front of him forward, The gesture was handsome, but it was only a little over 1 million. Yi Chen chuckled, raised 3 fingers, and tapped the table. Xiao Yueying, like a little dog, took out 30 million and stacked it on the player. The dealer was about to remind them that the limit was 5 million when a man in a black suit came over and whispered, "Mr. Yi is a super VIP, raise the limit to 10 million. The dealer nodded, indicating he understood. The people around were speechless, but in their silence, they all followed suit and bet on the player. Then, the dealer revealed the cards, his voice slightly changing pitch. Banker 6, player 8, player wins. Boom! Everyone looked at Lu Ku and Yi Chen with strange expressions. It really was a bright lamp. However, this situation only appeared after Yi Chen arrived. Before that, Lu Ku had won a few times and hadn't lost this many in a row. How strange. In fact, Yi Chen also found it quite strange. He analyzed and compared using his glasses, calculated the probabilities, and found that every time Lu Ku would bet on the lower winning odds, and every time he won, it was quite something. Hey, brother Bright Lamp, shall we continue? Without your light guiding me to win, I wouldn't dare to bet. Ha! Yi Chen joked. After all, it was just a small amount of money. The other party's wife was so wealthy, with a fortune of tens of billions. This was just over 30 million, not a big deal. Lu Ku's expression changed, gritting his teeth as he looked at a man in a suit beside him. Get me another 30 million. The man was silent for a moment, then smiled slightly. Mr. Lu, how about we take a break and play later? Everyone felt it was a bit strange. These chip pushers usually chased after everyone to offer chips, afraid you wouldn't play. When did they become so kind as to advise someone to stop? But looking at Lu Ku, they somewhat understood. After all, this was just Lu Meyer's husband, not Lu Meyer herself. He probably didn't have that much credibility here. Lu Ku's face flushed, and at that moment, Yi Chen spoke up. Hey, give him 30 million. How can we play without him? The suited man looked a bit troubled as he glanced at Yi Chen. Mr. Yi, according to the rules. Nonsense rules, consider it a debt he owes me, now give him 30 million, is that okay? Well, since Mr. Yi has said so, Mr. Lu, what do you think? Lu Ku was somewhat surprised that Yi Chen would lend him money, but he didn't have a good impression of Yi Chen, who often called him Bright Lamp. Go get it. Moments later, the chips arrived, and they continued. However, everyone looked at Lu Ku, who was crossing his arms and hesitating to bet, speechless. Yi Chen chuckled, giving a thumbs up. Alright, I'll be your Bright Lamp, betting on the banker. 30 million on the banker. Lu Ku hesitated between banker and player for a moment, then finally bet on the banker. Banker 8 points, banker wins. Yes, Lu Ku won back 10 million this round. Then, he followed Yi Chen's lead, winning more and losing less. Not only did he recover the 30 million he lost earlier, but he also won 40 million. With a billion in front of him, he thought about leaving. At this moment, Yi Chen looked at the time, then at the two women, whose excitement seemed to have faded and were somewhat numb. Last round, let's play a bit more. I'll take you down to play, it'll be more lively. And, watching others play is so lacking in participation. Xiao Yueying nodded. Indeed, while winning money was very happy, spending lavishly was even happier. In the last round, Yi Chen didn't think much and threw 30 million to bet on the player. Lu Ku thought for a moment, gritted his teeth, and pushed 10 million to follow. Many people heard Yi Chen say it was the last round and simply went all in. The dealer was sweating, if they lost. Banker 7, player 6, banker wins. Fortunately, this is much better now. Even the ones that were won by Yi Chen have come back quite a bit. Ah, damn it, if I had known, I would have bought the bank. Yi Chen rubbed his temples. Indeed, after playing for a long time, my brain is a bit muddled. Let's go downstairs to play. That Ming Deng brother, you take your time playing, if it's not enough, just keep a tab with me, a promissory note will do. Hey, did you hear that? The man in the black suit nodded. Understood, Mr. Yi, don't worry. Lu Ku's expression changed several times. Originally about to leave, he lifted his but then sat back down again. Just win another 10 million and then stop. Yi Chen took the two women downstairs to have some fun, while Lu Ku continued to stay here and fight. 4 hours later, Zhang Shul and the others got hungry, so Yi Chen took them back to the room. In the presidential suite, a butler brought in food carefully prepared by the executive chef. Zhang Shul took small bites of steak, looking at the lights outside and feeling a bit magical. We won so much, won't there be any problems? That's not a small amount, it's about 1.2 billion. Xiao Yueying let out a small burp and waved her hand. What could go wrong? In such a big venue, would they not let you leave after winning money? What a joke! Do they still want customers in the future? Just enjoy being your billionaire lady. Ha ha ha. Zhang Shul chuckled, and at that moment, she saw Yi Chen coming back from earlier. What's wrong? Yi Chen held a document in his hand, looking a bit strange. It's nothing, someone just came to tell me that the funds have been transferred. and when I go back, I'll transfer it to you. That's no big deal, but that Lu Ku is a bit reckless. Xiao Yueying leaned in curiously. What happened? Did he lose all the money he won before? Yi Chen shook his head. Not just that, after losing those, he borrowed another 100 million because I said it was on my credit, so they borrowed too, and ended up losing everything again. Besides this, Yi Chen felt a bit helpless. I thought that couple would at least have 3 or 4 billion and wouldn't be short on money, but unexpectedly, Luca lost a lot playing Bitcoin 2 years ago and didn't learn his lesson. Then before the new year, when it was over 90,000, he borrowed and invested over 1 billion. Xiao Yueying sprayed out a mouthful of wine. Luckily she lowered her head in time, coughing repeatedly. Cough cough cough, isn't that a disaster? How much is Bitcoin worth now? Over 10,000? He lost over 900 million? Such a spendthrift? Yi Chen clicked his tongue, not knowing if that 130 million loan could be recovered, hoping he wouldn't go bankrupt. Forget it, let's talk about it later. He looked at the two women with a grin. Have you eaten enough? It's my turn to eat. Saying that, he grabbed Jiang Shul and started munching. Just as he was in high spirits, in a suite downstairs, Lu Ku was holding his head, feeling like he wanted to die. Bitcoin plummeted, and he was in a huge deficit, still hiding it from his wife. He originally wanted to come here to turn his luck around, but who knew? Another 160 million. His fingers trembled as he pressed a few keys, but thinking of his wife's disappointed face, he lost his courage. Bang! He threw it away, smashing it against the glass. Looking at the lights outside, at that moment, he felt like he wanted to jump and end it all. What kind of fourth young master am I, a spendthrift? On May 1st, Tianxia AI was quietly launched. There was no large-scale promotion, just a few top streamers from the Tianxia Guild mentioned it in their live streams. Xiao Yueying and Jiang Shul, as agreed, sent links to the top 50 before that PK, allowing them to invest. Some invested a little, some invested a lot, and some directly blacklisted it out of disbelief. Everyone had their own thoughts. Along with other streamers' big brothers, Lu Xiang's group of friends, and Lu Yu's old classmates, Yi Chen collected over 40 million from more than 200 people, casually letting Xiaoyi transfer it from the Hong Kong account into the stock market of the ugly country. Subsequently, the 180 billion funds hidden in the dark web stirred slightly, creating some minor fluctuations in small market movements. In 1 month, this amount of money tripled. A listed company was holding a morning meeting. One person's phone vibrated slightly. That person picked it up and glanced at it. Yezi congratulates the boss. The investment returns have arrived a total of 3.7 million. The pupil slightly constricted, filled with disbelief, and opened the banking app to check. Indeed, there was an extra 3.7 million. This was way too much. Not just one, all the investors, more or less, received reports of a 370% return. And it was only 1 month. Truly frightening. That night, in Xiao Yueying's live stream, Cool Light level 56, not saying anything. Let's go. I'm putting in 30 Huazi. Cool but level 57, not saying anything. Let's go. I'm putting in 30 Huazi. Cool Dog level 60, not saying anything. Let's go. I'm putting in 30 Huazi. A large group of people followed suit, as if boasting. However, Xiao Yueying understood, hands on her hips, chin up, exuding an aura of invincibility. Ha, now you understand. Do you know what we provided? Cool Light level 56, sister, please accept my bow. Cool but level 57, godmother, please accept my bow. Cool Dog level 60, godmother, please accept my lick. Xiao Yueying spat and waved her hand. Alright, stop sending private messages, I know you want the invitation code. I'll send it to you later, a maximum of 10 per person. The server has just been set up, so there are only this many spots. Alright, enough chit-chat, let's get down to business. A group of people averaged over 1 million in earnings, and no one took out 30% that day. They swept across the entire internet. Meanwhile, on Jiang Shul's side, there was no PK, but the gifts had not stopped since the broadcast began. Fireworks were set off from start to finish, one after another for 3 hours, a frenzy. After the first, the news began to ferment, and the registration numbers for Tianxia AI skyrocketed, with the number of investors expanding to 1,800, and funds exceeding 800 million. However, facing the capital controlled by Yi Chen, it was still just a side note. The dark web funds, which had already swollen to 200 billion US dollars, were slowly flowing back in this manner. On the second, the registration numbers for Tianxia AI exceeded 10,000, on the third it became 100,000, and by the fifth, it broke through 1 million. It had gone viral. In May, everyone was secretly using it, or rather, not deliberately promoting it. As more people became aware and the news spread, some began to seize the first wave of traffic. The platform was flooded with various tutorial videos on how to use Tianxia AI to make money. Transforming novels into cash is the fastest method, As long as you have a 20,000 word outline, a 1 million word novel can be completed in just 3 hours. Conservative income of 10,000 plus. But be aware, Yezi will charge a 30% service fee, which is unavoidable. It will actively collect your financial information, and you sign an agreement before using it. If you don't agree, you can't use it, so be careful. However, I think it's completely acceptable. Besides this, whether it's handling short videos or creating illustrations in CG, it's all very simple. A friend of mine took on 1,000 illustration orders in one day, each for $12, leaving the competition in tears. Now there are many large AI models, with performance evaluations exceeding 20 types. Accuracy, safety, interpretability, safety, cost-effectiveness, and so on. But the standard for users to judge whether it's useful is actually just one. Can it help me make money and save me effort? If it can't make money or save effort, it's not a good AI. In this regard, the first batch of users of Tianxia AI can be considered winners. Other struggling authors toil for half a year to produce only 1 million words. They spend half a day preparing a 20,000 word outline, and then waited for 3 hours for it to come out. As long as there are enough ideas in their heads, they can produce 180 books in half a year. How do you play this game? The online literature circle has exploded. Subsequently, the fierce competition in the domestic market turned into a Red Sea, and a group of smart people used the built-in translation of global AI to engage in cultural output, creating all sorts of nonsense, fantastical stories, Marisu characters, and dragon overlord plots, setting sail across the ocean to see you. Various industries are still in a frenzy, and the AI circles both domestically and internationally have gone crazy. Especially the big companies abroad, like Tesla, Apple, Microsoft, and Nvidia, were just stunned by a new cheap and useful AI launched in China in January, and now something even more powerful has come along. By comparison, even the most hyped ChatGPT is like a babbling child when facing Yezi. According to rough classifications, the first generation of weak AI was able to win at chess, Siri is considered the second generation, and GPT is the third generation. Yezi has already stepped into the realm of fourth generation strong AI. It has collapsed, really collapsed. Originally, relying on the old Trump to launch a Stargate plan, they managed to hold back the bursting bubble, maintaining face through various boasts and empty promises. Now, they have been directly exposed, and the emperor's new clothes are no longer effective. The child has spoken the truth. AI, Tohoku University has something even more impressive. Media interviews, consortium investments, government summons, military research, all sorts of things are flooding in. As a result, just as Yi Chen wanted, he is now under a golden bell shield, impervious to swords and guns. Many previously difficult matters are now just a matter of a single sentence. For example, he had been trying to get a yacht to Shanghai for a long time, but the paperwork had been stuck for several months. At the beginning of June, he made a phone call to inquire, and the next day he was notified that it could set sail. It's that domineering, that impressive. On June 15th, in Shanghai, the Global Artificial Intelligence and Biopharmaceutical Technology Forum. Yi Chen originally didn't want to attend, he had been overwhelmed with meetings lately. However, since the ship had arrived today, he decided to drop by and check in. Compared to others' official vehicles, he drove in directly with the wind child. The car had gathered dust. If he didn't take it out for a spin, it might go to waste. Click, click, click. As soon as he got out of the car, he was surrounded by a group of reporters at the entrance, microphones nearly blocking his throat. Mr. Yi, is it true that your company's AI was developed solely by you? Mr. Yi, it said that you failed 11 courses in university and were left with a level 1, is that true? Mr. Yi, there are rumors that you traveled to Hong Kong and Macau with 2 female streamers from your company. Is there a special relationship? Mr. Yi, isn't it too expensive for Tianxia AI to charge a 30% service fee on usage profits? Mr. Yi Chen coughed lightly, and when the surroundings quieted down, he took out his phone and turned on the screen. Xiao Yi, please respond. Xiao Yi understands that this AI was indeed developed solely by Mr. Yi Chen. For inquiries about Mr. Ye's university achievements, please contact the relevant school. All rumors regarding Mr. Yi are unrelated to this conference and will not be commented on. The AI service fee is charged based on company strategic requirements and is priced according to market research, in compliance with relevant laws and regulations. As for whether it is truly expensive, that is subjective. If you find it too costly, you can use other cheaper products. By the way, this AI charges a 50% service fee abroad. After Xiao Yi finished speaking, Yi Chen coughed again and smiled slightly at the astonished crowd. The above is just the AI's response and does not represent my personal views, so don't write it randomly. Haha, as an AI mobile, if there's any benefit, it's that everything can be pushed onto the AI. At the conference, as a representative speaker, more than one person wanted to make things difficult for him, to embarrass him. However, Yi Chen pushed everything onto Xiao Yi, listening to Xiao Yi retort so fiercely that it was quite satisfying for him. In the end, he added, "This is the AI's response and does not represent my personal views, thank you." The conference mainly focused on biopharmaceuticals, covering cutting-edge topics like drug design, target discovery, and life sciences, which felt somewhat abstract. The results showcased were mostly competitions of AI computing power and models, in which Yi Zi had already crushed the competition. In short, Yi Chen flexed a bit with Xiao Yi and then left. Faced with the goodwill and investment intentions from various parties, he treated it all as a joke. What a joke! Invest in me, and you want 20% equity for just 100 million? Dream on! They didn't even bother to find out that I could win more than that playing a few hands of poker in Macau. By night, the cocktail party on the Joyful Number was the real gathering of big shots. The old trio of BAT was there, the two major short video platform giants DK were there, the logistics giant SF was there, and JD and Pinduoduo also showed up, along with Beautiful Group, Little Jiang, Big Rice, and Dare to Be. In short, any internet company related to AI was present. Whether it was to spy on the competition, seek to elevate their own products, or to collaborate and become a loyal subordinate, no one would miss this cocktail party. It was very likely that after today, the landscape for the next 10 to 20 years would be established. So many big shots at Zhou Yueying, dressed in a high-end evening gown, stood beside Jiang Shul, expressing her amazement. She looked enviously at Lu Yu, who at that moment was the only one standing next to Yi Chen, chatting and laughing with those big shots. Although the two of them were brought onto the boat, they really couldn't join the conversation. Their knowledge, experience, and social skills were just too far behind. Jiang Shul didn't think much about that. She looked around at the female stars she could only see on TV before and felt a bit emotional. Class really does exist. Even top-tier entertainers in the entertainment industry, with fortunes in the hundreds of millions or even billions, could only stand aside and smile at these big shots, with no chance to initiate a conversation, not much different from her. Zhou Yueying pouted. "It just looks glamorous," she said, glancing at a certain virtuous wife and good mother. "Lu Meyer probably came here today to find an opportunity to discuss borrowing money from Brother Yi. She's really unlucky. The news about Lu Ku owing 30 million to the Venetian was leaked, and her company has been significantly affected." After saying that, she felt a bit of admiration. How many times has this been? It seems like every time Lu Ku gets into trouble, she has to clean up the mess. If it were me, I would have been fed up by now. Jiang Shul tilted her head and thought for a moment. Could it be intentional? It could garner sympathy and build a persona. Look, after this news came out, there hasn't been much criticism from any side, everyone is supportive. Zhou Yueying looked at Jiang Shul in surprise. "You actually thought of that?" Jiang Shul puffed up her cheeks and lightly punched her. "I'm not an idiot. Why wouldn't I think of it?" Zhou Yueying laughed and pinched her cheek. "I think you're as pure as a blank sheet of paper. I didn't expect you to be so clear-headed." Jiang Shul huffed lightly. Even a blank sheet can be splashed with ink and painted. Just as they were talking, they saw Yi Chen seem to have finished his conversation, and Zhou Yueying took the opportunity to pull Jiang Shul, and the two quickly walked over. Lu Meyer, who was also about to move, paused her steps, frowned slightly, sighed inwardly, and stopped. "Brother Yi, how did the discussion go?" Zhou Yueying asked curiously. Yi Chen scoffed. "What can we talk about?" They tested each other, then gave a hint, something specific, and would take it slow from there. He observed that several companies seemed eager to swallow him whole, skin and bones. Just wait until my user count exceeds 30 million, then I'll show them what I'm made of. Do they think I'm easy to deal with? Although they hadn't delved deeply into discussions, a few companies seemed to have quite a few ideas about him. They appeared generous, investing hundreds of billions in joint development, but demanded open source access, required the underlying code, and wanted shared profits, among other things. Indeed, at this point, there are no good or bad people, they're all wolves. He muttered softly, then looked at Lu Yu and patted her hand. "Work a little harder, let's put the real estate project on hold for now. I'll let Xiaoyi send you a list to bring some people over. We need to pick up the pace." Lu Yu smiled slightly, looking full of energy. "Don't worry, the real estate project is already on track. As long as the funding chain remains intact, there won't be any issues. I'm happy to help you here." She had previously been a bit worried that Yi Chen would spend extravagantly after hitting the jackpot, indulging in the gentle embrace of live-streaming beauties, but not long after, he had created such a large scene. At that moment, she thought about how she could accompany this company, which might change the world, as it grew, and she felt as if she had become a few years younger. Yi Chen smiled. "But don't overwork yourself. After a while, I'll give you something nice." Lu Yu thought it was some kind of jewelry gift and didn't pay much attention, smiling. Then I'll be looking forward to it. After saying that, she glanced at those female stars, the corners of her mouth curling up, raising her glass to Yi Chen. Just play around, but don't take it seriously, they're all ruthless. Yi Chen watched as she pulled Xiao Yueying and the other woman away, chuckling silently. Lu Meyer saw that no one was beside Yi Chen and was about to move, but once again, someone got ahead of her. Mr. Yi, this yacht is really big. Yi Chen looked at the woman in a hollowed-out long dress, revealing her full figure and slim waist, showing no signs of having given birth, and clinked glasses with her, winking. The bedroom is even bigger. Naomi was momentarily stunned, but having been in the entertainment industry, she had seen all kinds of scenes and had heard even more explicit hints. At that moment, she giggled, bending over as if amused by a joke, and after a while, straightened up and gently patted Yi Chen's shoulder. I'm afraid there won't be a chance to see it today, with so many people waiting to get close to Mr. Yi, but I know there are plenty of fun places in Magic City and the capital. If there's a chance, I could be your tour guide. I wonder if I have that honor. With one sentence, she both declined and left a door open, enticing yet not overstepping, a perfect balance of advance and retreat. Even if Yi Chen's emotional intelligence wasn't particularly high, he had to admit it was impressive. Nanchur also has a lot of fun places. If there's a chance, I can be your tour guide too. It's all about mutual exchange. Ding, it's a deal? It's a deal. The two clinked glasses, and Naomi smiled as she left, having gotten what she wanted. As long as Yi Chen was interested in her, she was confident they could become good buddies. She understood the importance of the platform all too well. The exposure that the entertainment industry craved was entirely controlled by the big platforms. And AI, while currently just a tool, who could say what the future holds? After Naomi left, satisfied, Lu Meyer, disregarding her modesty, quickly walked over. Mr. Yi, I want to talk to you. Yi Chen looked at her and responded with an "Oh, sure, let's go outside. It's not quite appropriate here." Lu Meyer didn't think much of it and followed him off the deck. Many people saw the two leaving and exchanged knowing smiles, but they didn't pay much attention. This was the industry, after all. In the study, Lu Meyer looked at Yi Chen. I hope Mr. Yi can postpone the debt collection. If you could help me talk to the Venetians and ask for some leniency, that would be even better. Recently, I've suffered significant losses and need some time to raise funds. Yi Chen was about to speak when a reminder came from his glasses. Master, it's a lie. Lu Meyer is contacting a lawyer to apply for asset division. If agreed, once the debts are divided, only Lu Ku will be left. Yi Chen was taken aback. He really hadn't thought of that. After all, their love story, Lu Ku's self-destructive behavior, and Lu Meyer's unwavering support had always been a tale of romance. Who would have thought they would actually have to divide things? Lu Meyer was also helpless, but one can only tolerate so much. This had happened several times already. When they first got married, they paid off 400 million. She had filmed 22 dramas in 5 years, carving out a path for herself, accumulating fame and wealth. Yet, after just a few stable years, she lost over $1 billion in the cryptocurrency market. After being cautious for 2 years, she went back to the cryptocurrency market and lost another $1 billion. This time it was even more outrageous, gambling over 100 million in Macau. She had had enough. Seeing Yi Chen silent for a long time, Lu Meyer revealed a frail and helpless smile. Mr. Yi, I really can't repay you for now. The environment has been tough these past 2 years. Yi Chen waved his hand, stroking his chin. If you divorce Lu Ku, won't I end up with nothing? Lu Meyer's body stiffened, her lips twitching slightly as she tried to come up with an excuse. But Yi Chen's certainty made her hesitate. Yi Chen thought for a moment. Well, I haven't made up my mind yet, but how about I just collect some interest for now? Saying this, he leaned closer. Lu Meyer felt the pressure as Yi Chen approached. Her arm moved slightly but then stopped, her head tilting away a bit, allowing Yi Chen to tuck her long hair behind her ear. After that, the scene unfolded as everyone expected, which we will skip over. An hour later, Lu Yu reluctantly replaced Yi Chen to see off various big shots. Sorry, Mr. Yi suddenly feels a bit unwell. It's fine, we understand. Mr. Yi, please take care of your health. Really sorry, Mr. Yi might not be used to the climate in the Magic City. The wind is strong and the tides are fierce. Mr. Yi should take extra care. Once everyone had left, Lu Yu rolled her eyes at the two women, Xiao Yueying and another, who were still lingering. Let's go, find somewhere to sleep. What are you waiting for? Xiao Yueying stuck out her tongue. I just wanted to remind you, in case the paparazzi notice. Lu Yu waved her hand. The ship has automatic counter-surveillance equipment with guided lasers. No pictures, no truth. Let them make up whatever they want, it's fine. Xiao Yueying opened her mouth, somewhat surprised. There's such a thing? Lu Yu nodded. I just heard them mention it while chatting earlier. Besides, even if we didn't get off the ship, so what? If we had a good time, and Lu Meyer suddenly feels unwell, there are so many rooms on the ship, who would know? She yawned. You all should rest early. I have to get up early tomorrow, so I won't bother with you. Okay, good night, sister you. That night, the big ship swayed gently, rippling softly. The next morning, Yi-Chen yawned and looked at Lu Meyer, who was getting dressed. Why are you up so early? Lu Meyer turned to face Yi-Chen only after she was ready. I hope you keep your promise, just this once. Yi-Chen shrugged. 3 months. I'll give you 3 months. If you haven't resolved the issue by then, that's another matter. Lu Meyer calmly nodded. Okay. After saying that, she turned and left. Yi-Chen leaned against the headboard, chuckling softly. Xiao Yi, let's see. Xiao Yi understands. Then the television on the wall lit up, showing the earlier scene from the study, before moving to the bedroom. Yi-Chen stroked his chin. Using this directly seems a bit inhumane. After thinking for a moment, Xiao Yi, check if Lu Ku has any dirt on him that could influence the divorce judgment. Xiao Yi understood, was searching, and found it. Then the screen displayed Lu Ku in a heated situation with a woman in a room. Ha! This hotel! Damn, a 5-star hotel has cameras? Can we even live like this? Master, according to the information retrieved, this camera was installed privately by hotel staff and is suspected of extortion, stored on a computer hard drive. Additionally, the copied information shows there is a USB backup. Besides Lu Ku, there are similar videos of 13 well-known entrepreneurs, 22 male stars, and 39 female stars, respectively. Yi-Chen smacked his lips. Well, he had known the circle was chaotic, but he didn't expect it to be this messy. Save it, then clear the other party's hard drive. Let me think, that USB, call me and have the security team in Shangjiang run over. Once they get it, have them plug it into the computer, and you go clean it up. Xiao Yi understood. Yawning, Yi-Chen slipped back under the covers and continued to sleep. In the afternoon, Yi-Chen groggily got up. Master, there's a lot of information among them. There's one you should be interested in. Naomi wants to travel to the Magic City with you. With the sound of water splashing, Yi-Chen shivered. Huh, time, place? She said to check your schedule. She'll come over whenever you reply, and she's ready to take you to taste the local delicacies of the Magic City, Master. I can also help you arrange a guide. Crying face, while brushing his teeth, Yi-Chen responded. Got it, but let's keep some anticipation. Send a message saying I'm awake and let's set a meeting time. Xiao Yi understood. Naomi arrived quickly, half an hour later. At this time, Yi-Chen was still on the treadmill doing his daily workout. Haha, big me, just sit down for a bit, I have 10 more minutes. Yi-Chen saw her in the mirror and casually said. She waved her hand, dressed in light-colored jeans and a light blue crop top. It's fine, I'm not in a hurry, watching you work out is good too. Hey, you have a nice figure, Yi-Chen grinned. A young body, strong desires, maintaining the state isn't easy. It's not just about lying in some recovery pod. He insisted on working out every day. Even when he was out all night, he never slacked off. Did you go to the film festival this morning? Why didn't you attend the event tonight? Naomi knew the other party was a novice and smiled as she explained. The pork distribution conference mainly targets newcomers and independent films. It's of no use to me. Just showing up in the morning was enough to give face. No need to mix in tonight. Yi-Chen tilted his head and teased with a smile. I thought you'd say you skipped it to accompany me. Was ready to be touched. Naomi walked to the treadmill, looking at him with a half-smile. If you want to think that way, it's fine. If I had nothing else, I might have attended, but it's more interesting to take you around. Oh really? Where are you planning to take me today? The two chatted for a moment. Master, time's up. Yi-Chen slowed down and stopped, wiping his sweat with a towel. Give me 5 more minutes, I'll rinse off. Okay, 10 minutes later, Yi-Chen chose a fitted black long-sleeve shirt in the dressing room, paired with jeans. After thinking for a moment, he took off his lover's bracelet and replaced it with a watch that looked like a smartwatch. This thing was made with a 3D printer, taking a full 36 hours to create. It was. Are you done yet? You change clothes so slowly if you don't hurry. I'm coming in. Yi-Chen chuckled as he walked out. I always feel like you're being a rogue, but I have no evidence. Naomi laughed heartily. No evidence? You can't sue me. Yi-Chen raised an eyebrow and squinted. Can't do it? Naomi spat. You're the real rogue. Let's go. I've been here for almost an hour. The longer we stay, the more nonsense there will be online. Yi-Chen took her off the boat, then drove the Wind Child, following the navigation to start their food journey in the Magic City. The old Magic City's pork ribs, the Sichuan and Chongqing-style sweet potato skin and dried tofu, the Northwest big rolled bread, the iron plate squid from the Bend. Although in big cities like Nanshur, there are all kinds of local snacks, it seems that the Magic City is more trendy. Yi-Chen felt nothing else, just that there were really a lot of people in line. After wandering for more than half a circle, Yi-Chen also came to his senses. The smiling woman beside him, while taking him to eat, seemed to be serious about riding on his coattails. They accompanied each other until after 8 p.m. Inside the Wind Child. Hey, have you used me enough? Don't say you're about to leave later? Naomi was confirming information with her studio, and she didn't avoid Yichen, so those sentences came out. Sister, you're trending. Jumped to third. Sister, they say your fashion sense is youthful. You look very young with President Yi. Sister, several shops want to collaborate with you, offering quite high prices. Yichen heard all this, and Naomi tucked a curl of hair behind her ear, turning to look at Yichen with a half smile. Let's go, sister will take you to have fun. Yichen's eyes brightened slightly. He stepped on the gas, turned the steering wheel, and headed towards that famous bar. One of the top 3 bars in the Magic City, a huge complex of live house, bar, and nightclub. The first floor had scattered tables, booths, a dance floor, a DJ, and a stage. The second floor had private rooms. Yichen followed Naomi directly through the staff passage to a large private room. Naomi seemed to come here often, as if returning home. Sit wherever you like, they'll bring the drinks soon. I usually drink Macallan whiskey, what about you? I'm easy, just give me some Rugwotu or Lao Baijiu. Hee, alright. Next time we go to the capital, I'll treat you to authentic Nulanshan. After a moment, the drinks arrived, and they sang, drank, and chatted. Sipping on a bottle of Macallan worth over 100,000, looking at the charming superstar in front of him, Yichen felt a bit tipsy. Such days are worth their weight in gold. A song called Heart Like Still Water was playing. Talking to the moon, reasons I can't let go. Isn't there a worry of turning into a beast? Walking on the roof to the rhythm of the heartbeat, Yichen wrapped his arms around her slender waist and swayed to the music. I can't take it anymore, it's so hot. When the music ended, the little fox fanned herself, leaving his embrace and running back to the sofa. Sitting cross-legged, she gulped down some ice water and pouted at Yichen. I feel like you really will turn into a beast. Yichen stared at her with fiery eyes and strode over. Naomi's breath caught slightly under his gaze, and she spoke first. Hey, Yichen, I want to ask you something about your quantitative finance. After a while, Naomi pushed Yichen away, touched her lips, and rolled her eyes playfully. Alright, you got a cheap deal too. Let's get to the point. You answer me honestly. Yichen licked his lips, feeling sweet like honey, in a great mood. Go ahead. Naomi nodded. It's about your quantitative finance, like a few years ago, that kind. She gestured with her fingers, and Yichen understood, waving his hand. It's not the same thing. There's a Trax investment with high returns. It's a Ponzi scheme that robs Peter to pay Paul. Mine has real investment records, mainly in the ugly country's stock market. The last batch had a return rate of up to 10 times. That was because of high leverage, and also the recent AI bubble in that ugly country has burst. She glanced at Naomi. Do you want to invest? I can give you an invitation code, and then you can either do it yourself or have someone research it, and you'll understand. Naomi responded with an "oh," not blaming her for being greedy for money. The truth is, business has been tough these past 2 years. She has partnered with others to open several companies, including restaurants, clothing, and beauty products. Relying on her fan base, it has been a struggle to maintain. Recently, someone around her got an invitation code for the Tianxia Quantitative Fund, invested some money, and reportedly made several times back. Such a high return rate is enough to drive people insane. However, Naomi remained calm. After all, there are many scammers these days. But Yichen's AI is real. There are also big companies internationally doing high-frequency trading with AI, just not as successful as him. After thinking for a moment, she didn't mention further research and held up 3 delicate fingers. I'll invest 300 million. Can you handle it? This was 1/10 of her fortune, nearly half of her liquid assets. Yichen casually responded with an Still the same thing. Xiaoyi, send an invitation code to Naomi, and then you can operate it yourself. Just follow the payment instructions, it's very straightforward. Now, withdrawals aren't limited to a month, you can do it anytime, but the service fee is quite high, 30% service fee, plus commissions and other miscellaneous fees. The earnings will be cut in half, about 50%. Naomi reached out and hooked her arm around Yichen's neck. Don't you have any discounts for your sister? Yichen pressed her back, gradually getting closer. That depends on what kind of discount you can offer me, Demi. Whoa, 10 minutes later, Naomi stood up, shaking her phone in her hand, looking a bit helplessly at Yichen. I have to go. There's an event over there waiting for me to save the day. Seeing the slight dissatisfaction on Yichen's face, she bent down and kissed his cheek. Cheer up. There will be more opportunities in the future. After she left, carrying a fragrant breeze, Yichen took a sip of his drink, chuckling to himself, feeling like a little fox had piqued his interest. TSK, but the hunting process is quite interesting. He stroked his chin. If he had insisted earlier, it might have worked, but why bother? Too fast wouldn't be interesting, right? The cold liquor ignited a blazing fire in his lower abdomen. He left the private room, leaned on the railing, and scanned the scene. Now he had to do something rather uninteresting. It must be said, there were indeed many people here, and plenty of hot beauties. Whether due to makeup or lighting, there were quite a few who could reach Naomi's level, just lacking the halo of status. Yi Chen leisurely made his way down, swaying to the rhythm of the DJ's music. After a round, he spotted a girl in hot pants with a small row of tattoos on her collarbone. There was a circle of men around her, all confirmed hunters. Yi Chen, taking advantage of his height and long legs, squeezed over. The girl glanced at him, shaking her head. With a somewhat angular face, she had her shirt unbuttoned at 2 places, slightly revealing her firm chest. She looked quite stylish, especially the gaze she directed at him, filled with heat. They locked eyes for a moment, and Yi Chen smirked, directly taking the girl's hand. Wow, this guy is bold. He just went for it? Not afraid of getting slapped? The surrounding crowd widened their eyes in surprise. Naturally, Yi Chen didn't get slapped. He leaned in closer and whispered in her ear, "I have a good bottle of wine in the private room upstairs. Would you like to join me for a drink?" The girl looked at him a few more times and nodded. "Sure." Yi Chen raised an eyebrow at the people around him. "Sorry, but this piece of meat is mine first." Just as he was pulling the girl through the crowd, preparing to head upstairs for dinner, a girl behind let out a sharp scream, and Yi Chen turned his head. He saw a burly kobold retracting his hand that had just slapped the girl's butt, grinning with big white teeth as he showed off to a few friends. "Huagua girl, easy girl, look at mine. I can take her to the bathroom soon, hee hee hee." The loud music drowned out his words. Only a few kobold friends could hear him, but Xiaoyi collected it and displayed it on his glasses. Yi Chen was immediately furious. Damn it. This was the girl he had his eye on, looking for death. "Ha, easy, you bastard. Forget it, don't provoke them." After the girl called out, she saw it was a few black kobolds, frowned, and tugged at Yi Chen. Yi Chen ignored her. "What the hell, it's not over." Without saying a word, he charged towards the black kobold that had reached out. The black kobold disdainfully curled his lip, cracking his knuckles. "Kid, you want to fight?" Yi Chen grinned, his teeth even whiter, gleaming. "Not fighting. I'm going to beat you, and you guys too." As he spoke, the watch on his wrist changed, as if it had disassembled, transforming into a layer of translucent film that glimmered, hidden under his clothes, covering his upper body. Amplified Nano Battlesuit Yi Chen Hydrogen Electric version manufactured by printer. Took 36 hours power amplification 137 times 1 punch, 10 times the power. Let's see how you like it. I'll give you a taste of what a dragon fist is. Bang! A lightning-fast punch landed directly on the black kobold's stomach. He hunched over, his eyes nearly popping out, and flew up 3 feet off the ground, crashing into the crowd behind him, toppling several tables and causing a scream. His friends around looked at Yi Chen in terror, and Yi Chen grinned again. "Seeing how close you guys are, you must do this often, right? Come on, let's settle the score." The black kobold showed fierce expressions, smashing a few bottles and closing in on Yi Chen. Just then, the DJ stopped the music due to the commotion, and the place fell silent for a moment. The girl suddenly pointed and shouted, "That black at % you and touched my butt. Are there no men here? Beat them up." Originally, people who had been keeping their distance upon seeing a fight, hearing this, felt their blood boil. Plus, they had drunk a bit. Bang bang bang. The sound of shattering bottles filled the air. "Don't be afraid, buddy, we've got your back." "Damn it. This is Huagua, not an African tribe. Looking for death. You little punk, beat them up. I'll give you 100,000. Yi Chen was slightly taken aback. He thought he would be fighting alone, but seeing this, he burst into laughter. "I'll cover all the drinks tonight. Just wait for me to deal with them, then we'll party." Yi Chen didn't end up partying in the nightclub after all. He didn't know who called the police, but when the hats arrived, they took him to the police station. He thought it was funny. This was probably the second time he had fought in a bar, counting the incident with Chiu Yueying. It was the third time. Was he just not meant to go to bars? At the police station, the deputy director scratched his head. One deputy section chief, one director's son, a billionaire's son, and a hotshot, TSK, really troublesome. The guy who fought brought back 4 main offenders. The security team leader was also speechless. The ones who got beaten aren't pushovers either, they're international students, and the one with the worst injury is the son of a chieftain. The deputy director rubbed his jaw. What bad luck. Why did they have to call me back to handle this? There are so many people in the bureau. Why do they always pick on me, the one without connections? What's the public opinion? The team leader nodded and shrugged. What else can they say? It's overwhelmingly in favor. Saying this, he opened a video. Look, someone has already posted it. It's currently the hottest one. The person filming had a steady hand, the camera hardly shook, and the lighting was on, making everything very clear. Plus, it was probably edited by Yezi, and it was accompanied by Chuang Jianling. "That black at % you and touched my butt. Are there no men around? Beat them up. Don't be afraid, buddy, we've got your back." Grass mud horse. This is Huagua, not an African tribe. Looking for death? You little punk, beat them up. I'll pay 100,000. I'll cover all the drinks tonight, just wait for me to deal with them, then we can have fun. One after another, voices of support, along with close-ups of shattered bottles, made the deputy director feel fired up, almost clapping in approval. He cleared his throat. In that case, there's a reason for this. First, we'll criticize and educate, then let the people go. Once the injury reports come out, we'll see their reactions and issue a simple case announcement. Yi-Chen didn't think it was a big deal. He had held back and didn't kill anyone on the spot, so it didn't count as a serious matter. At that moment, he was chatting with a few comrades in arms. If you guys hadn't blocked me, I would have solved it in a few moves. Boss Ye's fists are too fast. For such a public affair, at least leave us a few chances. Exactly, I've been fed up with these guys for a long time. Do they think this is over a decade ago? A bunch of idiots with mush for brains. When someone came to notify them they could leave, no one was surprised. They exchanged contact information and dispersed. This mess had dampened his spirits. After sending the girl home, Yi-Chen didn't do much else. He returned to the boat. Tossing and turning, he grew more and more angry. In the middle of the night, Yi-Chen got out of bed, opened his computer, and chatted with Xiao Yi. Xiao Yi, find an excuse to stop the services in Africa in a couple of days. Damn it, a bunch of natives, just go back to the Stone Age. Modern technology isn't suitable for you. Xiao Yi understands. Yi-Chen nodded in satisfaction, then his thoughts seemed to open up as he stroked his chin. Hey, let me think. I don't really need to provide services abroad, do I? He had previously been misled by the domestic mindset of growing big and going overseas. Why should he let foreigners use technology that was at least 10 years ahead of its time? Empower them and then earn that little service fee? What did he need that much money for? Moreover, once he rolled out his super technologies, those foreign scraps wouldn't be worth looking at. By then, the US dollar would probably be worthless. Xiao Yi, hurry, come up with an investment plan. Let's spend the US dollars we have, whether legal or illegal, on land or mines. Keeping paper money is useless. Let's convert it into physical resources. Okay, keep the pace in mind. The stuff on the dark web can be kept as reserves. Occasionally play the stock market. Later, find a time to stop the services abroad. From now on, we'll just collect data and analyze it in Xinjiang. That night, Yi-Chen revised his plans. Meanwhile, various countries were rolling out their corresponding plans in response to his super AI throughout the month. The next day, Yi-Chen looked at the big shot from a certain department who had approached him and was taken aback. What do you mean? You want me to shut down the servers in the ugly country? The big shot waved his hand, smiling warmly. It's not about shutting down the servers in the ugly country. It's, how should I put it? He looked at Yi-Chen, carefully choosing his words. Does Mr. Yi have any plans to go abroad or change nationality? Yi-Chen shook his head. No, I can't get used to Western food. I still prefer Jianbingguozi. No, if you have something to say, just say it. I'm not good with formalities. The big shot smiled, unfazed. Then let's be straightforward. According to our Research Institute's assessment, your Tianxia AI has extraordinary capabilities in various fields, including military applications. Therefore, we hope to limit its use in the ugly country. Of course, the country will give you some extra compensation. Yi-Chen understood this time. It was like a pillow coming when one was sleepy, and he immediately waved his hand with righteous indignation. No need, I will shut down the servers in Xinjiang tomorrow. From now on, that place will just be a backup data center. Not just for the ugly country, but I will stop services globally. I don't want their money. The big shot was taken aback. Well, there's no need to be so extreme. As long as we can limit it programmatically, I asked the relevant personnel, and it should be technically feasible, right? Yi-Chen shook his head. Technically it can be done, but if we don't shut down the global AI services, they will use Yezi to train their own AI, which will speed up their development and shorten the time. Conservatively, they might catch up within 5 years. The big shot nodded heavily. For the country, for the nation, I must shut it down. The big shot couldn't help but applaud. Good, well done, truly patriotic. He reached out and patted Yi-Chen's shoulder hard. Rest assured, the country will not treat you poorly. Everyone will support you in continuing to develop. Indeed, it was support. The big shot directly assured him that as long as needed, 41 financial licenses could be applied for at any time, guaranteed to pass at the fastest speed, with a green light all the way. Moreover, in the future, the funds entering the world would be more relaxed regarding foreign exchange controls. In short, there were many benefits, and correspondingly, there were many tasks for the global AI. When sending the big shot off, Yi-Chen tapped his forehead. By the way, can I make a request? Go ahead. It's just that, the foreigners, the foreign nationals, Shouldn't we regulate them a bit? The supranational treatment is too disheartening. The big shot paused for a moment, then smiled and shook his head. You should read the news more often and not believe everything you hear. But fine, I will urge it a bit. After Yi Chen and the others left, he stroked his chin. Xiao Yi, organize the measures and changes the country is taking regarding foreign nationals. Xiao Yi understood, Master. Last year alone, in Guangzhou, there were 3 special rectification activities, expelling 42,000 illegal personnel, with 18,000 leaving voluntarily. Additionally, Yi Chen breathed a sigh of relief. He had indeed been led by the rhythm. It turned out the country had already taken action. On the 16th, there was quite a buzz around Yi Chen hitting someone and global AI. That day, many public intellectuals, experts, and professors began to criticize Yi Chen. They believed he did not have the image of an entrepreneur, was not kind enough, and should be like the entrepreneurs of the ugly country, doing this and that. Then, they were scolded by netizens. Go to hell. What's wrong with using money to date a girl? Exactly, making money with skill, I admire that. Have you lost your mind? Your wife was groped, and you kneel down to thank them? This is the kind of person from Dongda, full of blood and guts. Subsequently, the official announcement stated that a detailed investigation was underway regarding the incident of the foreign student molesting a woman. Although it did not directly state the result, everyone understood now. Just by looking at the wording of the announcement, it was clear they were protecting Yi Chen. After this, he might even get to be seen as a hero. Definitely, that little country still wants to be arrogant with us. Look, something even harsher is coming. Last year it was just Guangzhou. This year the crackdown on illegal personnel has expanded to all provinces and cities nationwide. TSK, what a show. No one can compare. However, many netizens were happy for less than half a day when the ugly country and other Western nations successively announced national security investigations into global AI. Their spokesperson had just announced it, and even at the announcement site, the news had just come out. Xiao Yi over here took action, directly sending out a user notice, with very official wording. But to sum it up in one sentence, goodbye, Yezi is no longer serving. Then all foreign services were shut down, some were working with leaves, others were using leaves for research, and this stick could hit hard. The uproar was deafening. What a joke, how can I type without AI? Bastard, damn politicians, who voted this idiot in? Better off with old Deng. No matter how others stirred, once Yi Chen made up his mind, he followed his own pace. He had Xiao Yi list the foreign brands that held high sales in the country. Brands like Apple and Samsung were key targets for attack. To save time, he directly contacted manufacturers willing to collaborate, engaging in joint production development, with Tianxia providing technical support and the other side providing human resources, a perfect match. With just a little time spent upgrading the existing production lines, things like chips could be directly advanced to 1 nanometer. Most equipment, like lithography machines, could be directly produced with 3D printers, and anything that couldn't be obtained could be bought with compensation funds. In short, Yi Chen's goal was to completely surpass and dominate all fields, simply put, leave no one alive. After half a month of excitement, the surface heat began to dissipate, struggles and transactions gradually moved into the shadows, and people started to adapt to the industry changes and life shifts brought by Tianxia AI. Yi Chen also finished this round of work and returned to Nanshi, conveniently bringing a certain woman along. Dressed in a white shirt and straight suit pants, paired with a cold and beautiful expression, she looked like a strong woman. Lu Meyer frowned as she stared at Yi Chen, who was wearing a silk nightgown and tasting wine. I remember we agreed, just this once, no exceptions. Do you want to break your promise? Yi Chen swirled the wine glass and gently patted the sofa beside him. Sit down, let's talk slowly. First let me show you a video, Xiao Yi. Xiao Yi understood. Soon, Lu Ku's figure appeared on the screen on the wall. Lu Meyer frowned. What do I care what he does? It has nothing to do with me. Despite saying this, she still walked over, but didn't sit next to Yi Chen, keeping an arm's distance, crossing her arms and watching silently. As she watched, her mouth dropped open, a hint of disgust appeared on her face, and her full chest rose and fell violently. Yi Chen felt a bit dizzy. Alright, Xiao Yi, turn it off. Once the image disappeared, Yi Chen tilted his head and smiled. How about it? Want it? This video can greatly increase your chances of winning, resulting in the other party walking away empty-handed and solely bearing the debts, which should be what you want, right? Lu Meyer didn't think much and nodded directly. Name your price. Yi Chen chuckled. You know what I want. Lu Meyer hesitated for a moment, then compromised. At this moment, everything was about making Lu Ko roll away naked. Even if she had to be naked first, it was worth it. Moreover, looking at Yi Chen's open collar revealing his chest muscles, she licked her lips. This matter wasn't too uncomfortable, rather, it was a kind of enjoyment. She stood up. I'll go change clothes. Where's the bedroom? Yi-chan shook his head again, playfully saying, "No, no, no, I like you in this outfit, come here." Lu Meyer exhaled and walked over, then was pulled into Yi-chan's embrace. The next day, Yi-chan held Lu Meyer, kissed her on the cheek, and gave her a gentle squeeze and a light pat. "Let's go, finish things up early." Lu Meyer, wearing the new clothes just delivered, didn't mind his playful touch, only frowning and asking, "You weren't lying to me before? Is there really that high of a profit margin?" Yi-chan rolled his eyes. "Lying to you for candy? Your little bits aren't enough to fill my teeth, believe it or not." Lu Meyer felt a surge of anger. "You weren't acting like this in bed just now." After taking a few breaths, she huffed. "What am I? A few melons and dates. Do you know how much funding I could gather if I spoke up?" Yi-chan yawned and pinched her proud little face. All right, you're amazing, you're impressive, is that enough? If you want to earn more, just invest a bit more. This opportunity might only come once in decades. If you miss it, don't say I didn't remind you." Lu Meyer's eyes darted around as she nodded slightly. "Send me the invitation code." After saying that, the two parted ways at the villa entrance, and Yi-chan arranged a car for her to the airport. Just as he was about to go back and catch some sleep, Liu came over. "Tisk, you're really something," she teased, then got down to business. "The company is growing too fast. Although we've bought quite a few buildings around, it's enough for a new startup, but with the Tianxia Group's big name, it feels a bit devalued." Yi-chan interrupted her. "All right, let's skip the fluff. Do you want to buy that building? Just say it." Liu chuckled and had Yi-chan project her plan, pointing at the renderings on the screen. Phase 2 of Shiha Financial City, with a construction area of about 429,000 square meters, includes 2 super high-rise buildings and 4 supporting podiums. The C1 main tower has a total height of 416.6 meters, with 88 floors, making it the second tallest building in Nanshur after the Xidian building. It's a super large comprehensive building complex that integrates office, hotel, apartment, and commercial spaces. Yi-chan casually looked at it and waved his hand dismissively. "How much to buy it outright? I'll transfer the funds later." Liu shook her head. "It's not about the money. This is a project built by the Shiha Asset Management Center in conjunction with several state-owned investment companies. The construction cost alone is as high as 10 billion. It's a landmark building, and to acquire it." Yi-chan nodded, understanding. "You want me to smooth things over, right? Fine, it shouldn't be a problem. Just wait for my news." Liu leaned in and pecked him on the cheek. "I knew you had a way." "All right, I won't squeeze you today, take it easy, and I'll come back to you in a few days." Yi-chan reached out to grab her. "Who are you underestimating? Prepare to meet your doom, fairy. Take this, my old son's stick." Just as Yi-chan was busy negotiating with the government to buy the entire financial city, which had just been completed and was undergoing renovations, a big scandal broke out in the entertainment industry. The national virtuous wife is getting a divorce. At first, everyone thought it was a joke. After all, from the end of last year to the beginning of this year, there was a popular variety show called Goodbye Lover, which gained a lot of attention. It focused on celebrity marriage conflicts, drawing in viewers. The most popular couple on the show, Chen Yi and Ma Fu, were constantly trending. One day they said they were getting a divorce, the next day they reconciled, and the day after that they were bickering again. The story was full of twists and turns. Although the couple did officially announce their divorce at the beginning of the year, everyone wasn't fooled. It was clear they had planned it before appearing on the show to cash in on the last wave of traffic. However, since it entertained the audience, they weren't heavily criticized. This time, when someone leaked information, everyone thought Lu Meyer was also preparing for a similar stunt to spice up her mundane life and make a little money. But then, Goodbye Lover directors team, we have not received any notification of Ms. Lu's participation, and the company has no plans. King of Paparazzi, I received confirmed news. This is not a joke, but I can't disclose the specific reasons. Everyone, stay tuned for the follow-up. I can only say, Lu Ku is not a good thing. Lu Haiqing, good riddance. I've been annoyed by that wasteful thing for a long time. If you had listened to your sister 15 years ago, you wouldn't be this tired and miserable. What a load of nonsense about being a wealthy family. Sister supports you. You are the real wealthy family. Goodness, the king of paparazzi and close friends all confirmed it. It seemed this was no joke. In an instant, the heat skyrocketed, and the rumors were a mix of truth and falsehood. Some even dug up old stories from years ago. 3 years ago, Luca lost $1 billion in the cryptocurrency market. Although Lu Meyer had gritted her teeth and endured it back then, I guess he must have fallen back into his old habits, right? Perhaps Lu Ke, unwilling to be lonely, sneaked out to play around behind his wife's back. After all, the four young masters back then were notorious for their flirtatious ways. I have to say, everyone's guesses are quite on point. When couples divorce, it usually boils down to just a few things: money and infidelity. While netizens were hotly discussing this, in a law firm in the capital, Lu Ke pleaded with wide eyes. "Give me another chance. We were husband and wife for a day, and you can't just watch me die." Lu Meyer remained unmoved, merely pointing at the documents on the table. "If you don't sign, then get ready for a lawsuit. You know the outcome." Lu Ke glanced at the divorce agreement as if it were a venomous snake. Signing it meant leaving with nothing and carrying a debt of $1.4 billion. His life would be over. At that moment, Lu Meyer was his only lifeline. "Even if you don't think of our past." "Humph, what past? If you had been a bit more ambitious, if you could have helped me at all, would I have to endure this? I've put up with you for 10 years. Lu Meyer scoffed coldly. Lu Ke shook his head. "You have to consider the children. Our daughter is 17, and our son is 16. They are both very understanding and have decided to stay with me. You don't need to worry about them." After a long back and forth, seeing that Lu Ke was unwilling to sign, Lu Meyer nodded. "If that's the case, see you in court." Lu Ke glared at her retreating figure, crumpling the agreement in his hands as if he wanted to devour it. Unfortunately, he was utterly powerless now. That afternoon, Lu Meyer submitted the lawsuit, providing evidence that during their marriage, Lu Ke had secretly borrowed money in his own name to speculate in cryptocurrencies, as well as evidence of his gambling and debauchery in Macau. And in a careless moment, this evidence was leaked online the same day. What the hell? Lu Ke lost $3 billion in total? Is he crazy? So tragic. If they don't divorce, all of Lu Meyer's hard work over the years would be wasted. I'm definitely on Lu Meyer's side. She should have divorced him long ago. The kids are grown. Having a gambling addict for a father is worse than having none. With a big star wife at home, he goes looking for mistresses. Lu Ke must be out of his mind. He probably can't handle the pressure from his strong-willed wife. Warning Lu Meyer to be careful of Lu Ke's crazy revenge. At the peak of the controversy, Lu Meyer posted a Weibo update. "I've tasted sweetness, bitterness, laughter, and tears. I've walked this path filled with pain and heartache. I'm also a woman who needs a harbor to shield me from the wind and rain. Goodbye, my love." This short Weibo post broke records with likes and shares within 12 hours, with many people lining up in the comments. "Sister, don't cry. We support you. Sister is the best, always supporting you. Looking forward to your new work after you adjust." Compared to the support from the public, the capitalists were furious. What a joke. How would they recover that money after the divorce? Without Lu Meyer as their cash cow, who would believe Lu Ke could make a comeback? Everyone was about to blow up Lu Meyer's phone and the company's phone. However, Lu Meyer was prepared before receiving the video and remained calm, responding uniformly. "Whoever borrowed the money should go ask for it back." According to Article 1064 of the Civil Code, debts incurred by one spouse during the marriage that exceed the household's daily living needs do not constitute joint debts unless the creditor can prove that the debt was used for the couple's joint living, production, or business operations, or based on the mutual consent of both spouses. This lawsuit is bound to win. With public opinion on her side and evidence submitted, Lu Meyer suddenly felt a wave of relief and began calling her friends one by one. "Want to get together? I'm seeking comfort." Just kidding. I have good news to tell you, but keep it a secret for now. We'll talk when we meet. "Hey, Xingjie, do you still have money over there? It's not that I need it to pay off debts, it's different from back then. This time he borrowed money, and I'm not planning to pay him back a single cent. It's a good thing, the AI quantitative fund from Tian. I met General Yi from Tian in Modu before, and he gave me some shares. There's a rare opportunity." Besides Lu Meyer, Niume also had a group of friends, all raising money, preparing to board the ship and make a big profit with Tian. Aside from that, after obtaining the financial license from the big boss, Tian gradually launched several new apps. Rich Tian, Chat Tian, Buy Tian, Travel Tian, Group Tian, Watch Tian. With Xiaoya's support, Yichen simply replicated all the major domestic software, wanting them all. His ambition to catch everything in one net was as obvious as lice on a bald head. The major companies noticed, but they weren't too worried. After all, AI is strong, but their moat isn't something that mere AI can breach. Take food delivery, for example. With 10 million delivery riders, that should keep you busy for a while. By then, the AI developed by the Beautiful Group and others should catch up too. These big groups watched coldly as Yi Chen stirred things up. He was going to stir up something big. Rich Tian Phase 2 Fund, annual guaranteed return of 50%. New users only pay 10% service fee in the first month, 20% in the second month, capped at 30% in the third month, limited investment slots, no limit on amount. It's similar to the tricks of a certain treasure back in the day. This world is not short of greedy people. Seeing a little profit, they rush forward, let alone what Yi-Chen offered. However, he wasn't planning to deceive anyone. There was indeed an opportunity. The ugly country had lost quite a bit in recent years, and last year they tried to blow up Neon but didn't succeed much, only getting back a little. This year, they were hit by AI twice, and the bubble burst. Now they really couldn't hold on, and old Chuan was also in a difficult position, preparing to kill the dog and eat the meat. After gathering intelligence, Xiao Yi concluded that this wave could be eaten. Yi-Chen was ready to reach out and grab the dog meat. On July 1st, in Xiangjiang, No. 89 luxury villa, Xiao Yueying sat in front of the camera without any image, wearing a big nightgown, holding a dragon fruit, taking bites. Don't ask me, I don't know either. Can I understand what Brother Quan is doing? Please, I didn't even graduate from elementary school. Cool Light level 58, you're at least a pillow person, you should know some insider info. Cool but level 60, exactly, you should give everyone a little inside scoop. Cool Dog level 62, sis, I bet my entire fortune on this. I'm scared. Cool Little Fan level 38, sister, can we make money? I asked my mom for all my New Year's money. Burp Xiao Yueying burped loudly and spread her hands. I already said I don't know, but if we're going down, let's all go down together, I'm in. She held up one finger. One hole. I'm not afraid. What are you scared of? Saying this, she looked around. Let me leak a little news. Cool Light level 58, hurry up and say it. Cool Bud level 60, it's already this time, don't keep us in suspense. Cool Dog level 62, exactly, you're killing me. Is it going to work or not? Cool Little Fan level 38, stop arguing, listen to the elder sister. Yesterday a batch of funds came in from the entertainment circle. I heard Brother Quan say it's time to act. Saying this, she tapped her chin. I estimate that it will be about today or tomorrow, so you all should pay more attention to the news, you might know before I do, he said, making a fierce face again. And, Xiao Yi, stop mentioning your pillow partner. If you say that, how can I still be the love big brother? Without a big brother, I'd be in trouble, and how could I even compete in a PK? You guys have all been slacking off lately, causing me to kneel for that woman for 3 days straight. I was even thinking of not broadcasting here anymore and going to look at the world to practice a new account. Cool Night level 58, with your crazy look, still the love big brother? Cool Butt level 60, don't be ridiculous, we're talking serious business here. Cool Dog level 62, don't blame us for not being strong, even if we don't eat or drink, we can't keep up with your craziness. Besides, all the money is invested, and now I can only smoke hard cigarettes. Stop whining about being poor, but let's put that aside for now. Once this wave passes, you all better make it up to me. If there's even a single cent missing, I'll make you all pay. Cool Night level 58, then why don't you hurry up and gather some intel? Cool but level 60, exactly, if we're not doing PK, it's better to go blow some pillow talk. Cool Dog level 62, seriously, aren't you even a little anxious? Xiao Yueying rolled her eyes, she wasn't anxious at all. Even if there were losses, it wouldn't affect Yi-Chen's side, she had studied the terms carefully. Truly a tyrannical clause, not to mention various fees and service charges, and the investment risks covered all aspects. Anyway, once the money came in, whether they could get it back later was not their responsibility. With over 30 million people involved, whether there would be any returns depended entirely on Yi-Chen's conscience. She thought at the time that if Yi-Chen were to emigrate, a lot of people would be in trouble. Of course, that was just her petty mindset. At this moment, Yi-Chen was discussing the final plan with Xiao Yi, as he was preparing to lead everyone towards common prosperity. Those who have already restricted quantitative trading are not to be bothered, like the ugly country, the EU, the Sticks, the Neon, the West B, and the Indian D. They should operate normally, we absolutely cannot let them find any faults. As for the remaining bits and pieces, eat as much as we can. Tisk, how much do we have now, including what we've raised, what the country has given, and our own? In total, about 503. $2 billion, all arranged. Don't worry, Master, Xiao Yi won't lose. Thank you, Master, for adding 10 sets of quantum computers Yi-Chen Omega. Victory is assured. Yi-Chen hummed and smiled. It's a small matter. In any case, you keep an eye on those people in global finance. I've instructed them to cooperate fully with you. And, if the ugly country does something shameless, let me know, and we'll directly take action against their system. Master, several important node servers in the ugly country are physically isolated. Even if the outer network collapses, it can quickly be replicated and re-established using shadows. The possibility of a major war has exceeded 50%. Does the master really want to retaliate like that? Yi-Chen rolled his eyes. That's a last resort. I mean, if they shamelessly engage in illegal trading and swallow everything, then we can have a fight." He waved his hand. "Let's not talk about uncertain matters for now, let's see how things go. Have you been keeping an eye on the neon side? What's the situation now?" It is estimated that the current cabinet still wants to resist, but their will is not strong enough, and their preparations are insufficient. Once the ugly country strikes, they will likely collapse within a day. The Nikkei is currently at 40,049 points, reaching a new high in 30 years, breaking the historical peak of 89. If no drastic measures are taken, it may drop below 4,000 points this time, with a total market value evaporating by over $6 trillion US. Yi Chen hummed in response. "Keep a close watch, this is the biggest blood bag of the ugly country. We must be careful to guard against them switching homes and launching a sneak attack on us. However, our family has a solid foundation, so we are not too afraid, just keep an eye on it." Xiao Yi understood. After discussing for a while, Yi Chen waited in the study, waiting for the ugly country to make the first move. The sharpening knives of the ugly country's capital did not keep him waiting long, as various sanctions were brought out one by one. The semiconductor limitation agreement enforcing the yen to appreciate were completely a repeat of the guanxie from back in the day, same old tricks with a new coat. The current cabinet protested feebly, but in the end, the arm couldn't twist the thigh. At noon on the 1st, they collectively resigned, toppling the cabinet. With a push of 265, they fell into a state of disorganization and resistance. The originally loose monetary policy, combined with a free market, had extremely strong liquidity. It was a haven for massive overseas funds, and as soon as the news broke, various parties sprang into action. But the fastest were the ugly country's capital and the global financial sector. Nearly $1 trillion in funds entered the fray. Both sides had not reached an agreement, but they were aware of each other's existence. The ugly country was ready to lick the blood bag. Of course, they did not want anyone following them to drink blood, so at first, they did not crash it, but instead pushed it higher. In a short time, the Nikkei soared to 41,000 points. This had long been in Xiao Ye's plan, and it also provided a boost. After 2 hours of fierce fighting, the world was somewhat dazed, feeling as if the ugly country was doing something good. The Nikkei suddenly turned downwards, and in the last hour before closing, a massive sell-off appeared, immediately knocking off 5,000 points. The Nikkei plummeted to 36,000 points, with cries of despair everywhere. "This summer in Tokyo was a bit cold, baka baka. The heavens want to destroy me. Baga Yalu. Are we going to lose another 30 years? How many 30 years are there in life? 50 years in the human world, compared to the residents of the heavens, is like a dream, enjoying a lifetime. How can there be no way to extinguish it? I will wait for you down here." Rooftops of office buildings were crowded with people, and then, bang! One by one, they all turned into mosaics. Reporters from the 5 major stations crowded at the periphery, reporting with sympathetic expressions. After the great darkness of the first, the stock market continued to be hit, and under panic selling, investors and securities practitioners suffered heavy losses. What we are seeing now is the scene of the Wanfeng Financial Company and Roppongi, collectively shattered. Just 2 days ago on the 3rd, the president of Wanfeng Financial Company organized a charge that can be called the most principled since the Warring States period. On that day, the president contacted over 100 institutions, organizing 8 trillion in funds to forcibly rescue the market. Unfortunately, the opponent was too strong. 8 trillion turned to dust, $40 billion vanished into thin air. At this critical moment of life and death, we hope everyone will take out their savings to save the stock market and the currency market. As the saying goes, the joys and sorrows of people are opposite. The more tragic it is over there, the happier it is here in Hong Kong. Xiao Yueying raised her chin. "How about it? Did I say it wrong? We need to circle the brother. We need to take the world. Wahahaha, cool light level 58. That's right. Awesome. So awesome. Cool but level 60, no doubt. After the settlement, Huazi will serve. Cool dog level 62. Wahaha, I'm going to level up to 75. They couldn't help but be happy. After the first, the software on their phones had already shown profits. After the Nikkei crashed by 10%, their profits were at 90%, nearly doubling. Now, those 30 million users who were just testing the waters went crazy. They couldn't wait to sell their houses and land to invest all their money. Unfortunately, the fund had already closed, not accepting further investments. Those who only invested a few hundred, a few thousand, or 10,000 to 20,000 could only watch as those who went all in began to show off in their social circles. I just got a bit impulsive and mortgaged my house. I got divorced, withdrew my provident fund, and lost 30%. I was supposed to pay the betrothal gift, but the bride's family suddenly raised the price, doubling it to 200,000. I decided on the spot not to get married and threw it all in, ha ha ha. Compared to them, Yi Chen's gains were even more exaggerated. Moreover, after the sharp decline in neon, a global economic panic ensued, with everyone worried about becoming the next target for harvesting. The ugly country has a history of this, and the current world is like a monster, not to be trifled with. A large number of people withdrew their money from the stock market, converting it into soft sister currency, US dollars, gold, and other hard currencies. This triggered a global crash, giving the ugly country's capital and the world's finance an opportunity. It rampaged everywhere. Those guys in the ugly country were still unwilling to let others ride their coattails and wanted to kick the world down. On the way, someone organized a death squad with a scale of 100 billion to attack Yi Chen's side. Unfortunately, the death squad became a suicide squad. The state didn't even intervene, and Yi Chen's side took it all. It was simply served on a platter. Not eating it was not an option. A bunch of fools, easily fooled by a few words. Nearly half of the global safe haven assets came over, and they still want to blow it up? What a pipe dream. As for those who were loudly proclaiming a systemic crisis online, how Asia was in trouble, and all sorts of nonsense with a strange confidence, Yi Chen was speechless. However, there were indeed quite a few idiots who believed those lies, missed the high-speed train of the world, and rode tricycles, charging alongside the death squad. Then, they were crushed by the high-speed train. So recently, online, there were many praising Yi Chen, but there were also quite a few cursing him. However, it definitely wouldn't hurt him a bit. The crisis had erupted for nearly a month, and the heavily affected neon stock market had been hit down to 19,000 points, evaporating more than half. The exchange rate also depreciated from 160 to 200. The global stock market fell by nearly 20% on average. Even the ugly country dropped by 5%, while only the East University side rose instead of falling. A number of tech companies led the way, especially those related to AI and cooperating with the world. The increase reached 21%, a super bull. At this point, those with a conservative nature began to cash in, with a fivefold return in a month. What more could they want? Yi Chen didn't stop them and distributed the money from the national financial system. By the end of the year, a total of 10 trillion soft sister currency had been distributed. Logically, there should have been severe inflation. However, in reality, prices didn't rise much, especially for daily necessities, food, daily goods, and even some prices had dropped. This was because the country and the world had eaten too well this time, with global buying sprees, exchanging paper wealth for various lands, minerals, and resources, continuously importing and stabilizing prices. However, that was a story for later. By the end of July, after the assets controlled by the world finance exceeded 5 trillion US dollars, Yi Chen became too lazy to look anymore. Although various countries had introduced many measures, causing some trouble for profits, it was just a matter of earning more or less. Losses? Not possible. Unless the earth exploded tomorrow, losses were impossible. Your Highness level 21, hurry up, speed up, I'm not brushing coins. Don't slack off. Xiao Yueying had completely given up, not live streaming herself, but set up a big screen and opened a small account to play with a girl group. After Yi Chen finished his busy work, he glanced at the screen. It was a 5-member group, with a girl in the center wearing a small outfit, sweating all over, dancing to a sped-up version of Tulukwa Sway Now. Wobbling and taking small steps, sauces avoid the thunder. I can't stay, keep playing music, keep dancing, I'm in charge of this square slap. Every time after jumping, that girl would slap the screen, her face full of defiance. At that moment, Xiao Yueying would just point her little hand and give her a pair of glasses. Princess level 21, do it 10 more times, hurry up. Princess level 21, I don't believe I can't make you submit. Yi Chen sighed. Why make it hard for women? He rolled his eyes. You're almost a big streamer with millions of fans. Is it fun to make things difficult for her? Xiao Yueying turned to look at him, pouting. You've misunderstood me again, she's my friend. I fought in the flower field last time just for her. Yi Chen said, oh, and walked over to take a look, still not recognizing her. He glanced at the team name and realized it was from their own guild. It was somewhat amusing. Did you even steal the operations job? Just then, someone shouted for help on the public screen, followed by 2 pairs of glasses popping up. Xiao Yueying cheerfully sent over 4 more pairs of glasses. Princess level 21, don't stop, keep going. No one can save you today. Chicken paying New Year to Wolf level 34, level 21 is so arrogant. Come up to Huazi if you have the guts. Princess level 21, what does it matter to you what I go up to? If you want to save, then use coins. If you don't have coins, don't complain. Xiao Yueying's mouth was truly merciless, and Yi Chen shook his head. On August 1st, Yi Chen flew to the capital and communicated with a few big shots. He spent 3 days sorting out various matters. Standing on Chang'an Street, he boredly scanned his surroundings. Compared to the South City, this place felt too solemn, not very likable. Of course, it might also be because he had just arrived. It was said that the fitting rooms in Sanlitun, cough cough cough. Just as he was lost in thought, a phantom drove over from a distance. Yi Chen opened the passenger door and got in directly. So slow, he complained, and Lu Meyer snorted coldly. It's good enough that I came to pick you up. So much nonsense. Seatbelt. Yi Chen fastened his seatbelt, clicking his tongue. Won the lawsuit, and your temper has gotten bigger, huh? No longer playing the virtuous wife and mother role, returning to your true self? Lu Meyer snorted again. I'm still a good mother. Yi Chen reached out and tugged at her ponytail, giving it a kiss. Still a good little thing. Lu Meyer pursed her lips but still opened up. After a while. Phew, such a strong smell of smoke. Yi Chen exhaled. It's fine, TSK. The old man was so hospitable, I had to smoke a few with him. Lu Meyer didn't ask about the matters in the palace. It was better to know less about such things. Let me ask you something. The 200 million I invested has now made about 5 times. The future market. Yi Chen tapped his forehead. It's been over a month since we last met. Can we not talk about money? It hurts feelings. Don't you know I want to vomit when I see those numbers? Lu Meyer's lips curled up. What feelings do you have to talk about with this old woman? A long line of young girls is waiting to have your babies. Yi Chen clicked his tongue. Can they compare to you? The ageless Lu Meyer, that enchanting charm, that seductive figure, TSK. How can those little girls compare? Although it was a bit vulgar, being praised, especially by a big shot, actually made Lu Meyer quite happy. However, stop changing the subject. I'm asking if you're confident? Should we wait or bring it up now? Yi Chen leaned back against the chair, tilting his head to look at her beautiful legs under those hot pants, casually saying, it's up to you. If you expect it to double again by the end of the year, well, let's say you can make about 2 billion. The car suddenly lurched forward, and the seatbelt tightened, making Yi Chen roll his eyes. Come on, can you drive? If not, I'll drive. Lu Meyer calmed down and slowly drove straight. She asked, somewhat incredulously, can it really make that much? I heard financial experts say. Yi Chen sneered. They say the crisis is over? They say you can buy the dip? Nonsense, they're just fooling idiots abroad into taking the bait. With his right hand resting on the back of his head, he reached out with his left hand. Feeling the smoothness, he casually tapped. You can't go wrong listening to me. It's only halftime now. In the second half, let's see if there's a chance to take down that ugly country too. I estimate the hope isn't great. They've recovered quite a bit this time. It's tough to blow them up. He chuckled. Poor neon people, they worked hard to come out, and not only has their own country been harvested, but their overseas assets have also shrunk by more than half, all wasted. What a bunch of big fools, as if everyone can't see it. They deliberately avoided the ugly country in us, choosing West Ba instead, and now they've taken down West Ba in one go. 20 years of planning for nothing. Listening to his relaxed tone as he pointed out the situation, Lu Meyer felt a slightly strange sensation in her heart. It sounded like bragging, but he had indeed taken down several countries. She heard that he was now called the World Harvester on foreign financial programs. As they chatted, they arrived at a high-end community. I thought you would take me to your courtyard house, Yi Chen whistled. Lu Meyer parked the car and then spoke. That little courtyard was awarded to Lu Ku. Because the purchase time was a bit ambiguous, it was considered premarital property, so I didn't continue to fight for it. Yi Chen responded with an "oh" and wrapped his arm around her slender waist. It's fine. When we get back, I'll have a debt collection company retrieve it. That house isn't worth 3 billion, right? Lu Meyer was slightly startled and struggled a bit. There are cameras here. Yi Chen laughed. It's fine, don't worry. If I say it's fine, then it's fine. He was very concerned about his safety now, not only carrying a nano battlesuit but also having Xiaoyi take over the surrounding surveillance. Even if they encountered passers-by, he could hack through the network. Lu Meyer helplessly couldn't break free and could only follow him, just as she was about to take him to the elevator. Wait a minute. Yi Chen didn't move, and after a moment, in Lu Meyer's puzzled gaze, another truck arrived. 2 workers unloaded a machine, then without saying a word, drove away. Ultramicro human cell repair therapy chamber. Yi Chen's low-spec version, printer manufacturing, takes 48 hours. Each use makes you 1 year younger, up to 20 uses per year for those under 50, maximum use of 30 years. See manual for details. With a snap of his fingers, the rollers beneath the therapy chamber moved up. 2 square boxes were being dragged behind. Lu Meyer was slightly curious but didn't ask much, thinking it was just a massage chair. Once they entered the house. Hey, Xiaoyan and Xiaoran aren't home? Yi Chen looked around, a bit puzzled. Aren't they on vacation? Lu Meyer was looking at the therapy chamber and casually replied. I sent them to tutoring classes. They'll be back in the evening. Yi Chen responded with an "oh." Then my gift wasn't prepared in vain. Hey, stop studying it, just try it out. Saying this, he went over and opened the chamber lid. Lie down. Lu Meyer glanced at Yi Chen and immediately lay down, just about to look for the remote control. With a whoosh, the chamber lid closed. Bang bang bang. Let me out. Hey, hurry and let me out. Lu Meyer knocked and shouted through the transparent window. Yi Chen acted as if he couldn't hear, loading a vial of repair liquid. With a hum, the machine started running, and the repair liquid mixed with anesthetic filled the therapy chamber in a mist. Soon, Lu Meyer felt her eyelids grow heavy, and before long, she fell asleep. One treatment was shorter than the high-spec version but still took 30 minutes. Yi Chen, feeling at home, found half a bottle of whiskey in the wine cabinet, poured a glass, and began to wander around. It's quite cozy. What's this? Yi Chen saw a painting placed in the corner, covered with cloth. After lifting it, he exclaimed, "Oh, it's a wedding photo." Looking at the much younger Lu Meyer and Lu Ku, Yi Chen chuckled, glanced around, and found the bedroom. Sure enough, there was a slightly whitish area on the wall by the head of the bed. This guy hung it up again. He clapped his hands. Ha, isn't this a bit too naughty? Yi Chen muttered, then ran to the cloakroom with a mischievous smile, rummaging for a while before finding the most satisfying purple silk nightgown. At this moment, the first treatment session ended, and the hatch opened. Lu Meyer groggily opened her eyes. She then felt a bit sticky all over, but she seemed to feel much more relaxed. Turning to look around, it seemed like nothing had changed in the house. She was really afraid that when she woke up, hundreds or thousands of years would have passed outside. At this time, Yi Chen walked over and waved his hand. Just in time to wash up, see the results, and change clothes. Lu Meyer looked at the nightgown in his hand, her eyes wide. What on earth is this? Yi Chen responded with an "oh" and explained. It's a rehabilitation chamber, cellular repair technology. You know about cell telomeres, right? It's the limit of human cell division. With nanomedicines for repair, it can help restore youth. Lu Meyer's mouth dropped open. How is that possible? Yi Chen chuckled. It wasn't possible before, but with AI assistance, it's different. This is our company's latest product, and I've used it myself. Do I look like a 35-year-old? Lu Meyer frowned slightly. She hadn't realized that he was also in his 30s, looking more like someone in their 20s. However, the aura of life and death made him seem older. Thinking about youth, even with her mindset, she couldn't help but rush into the bathroom, and then, it seems like nothing has changed. You need to come a few more times, but continuous use isn't good. Let's get another shot to solidify the effect. Mom, we're back. Lu Yan and Lu Ran returned home and looked at the man sitting on the living room sofa with some confusion. However, before Lu Meyer could introduce him, Lu Yan blinked. You are Yi Chen? Lu Meyer frowned. No manners, address him properly. Lu Yan responded with an "oh" and immediately called out Uncle Yi with her brother. Yi Chen smiled and pointed to the two large wooden boxes in the living room. Nice to meet you, these are gifts for you. See if you like them. Thank you, Uncle Yi. After Lu Yan thanked him, she looked at her mom, and seeing her nod, she went over to take a look. Wow, cool. The two exclamations almost sounded simultaneously. Lu Yan received a complete set of graph jewelry boxes, including necklaces, pendants, earrings, ear studs, bracelets, bangles, and watches, everything one could wish for. Not only was the variety complete, but the quantity was also considerable, with 18 different types of earrings alone. Lu Ran received a toy to assemble. A life-sized mech warrior, all parts printed by a 3D printer, made of lightweight steel, some titanium alloy, and a few graphene components. The assembly wasn't too difficult, but it had some challenges. Once completed, it could be controlled like a real robot. Thank you, Uncle Yi. This time, the gratitude was more sincere. Yi Chen waved his hand. As long as you like it. The four of them then had a meal together. Lu Yan looked at her mom, seemingly wanting to ask about her relationship with Uncle Yi, but she still didn't ask. After dinner, the two went back to their rooms to do homework, or perhaps to study their gifts. Yi Chen then watched TV in the living room with Lu Meyer. It's not good for a little girl to wear such expensive jewelry. Graph's jewels, I think, are expensive. Lu Meyer frowned slightly. Yi Chen smiled. That's your lifestyle from 20 years ago. Can little Yen compare to you? Besides, it's not that expensive. A pendant costs a few thousand. Just to play with the little girl, don't take it seriously. Lu Meyer choked for a moment. Truly worthy of being a man from a country known for one-on-one challenges, his tone was unmatched. After watching TV for a while, when it was 9 o'clock, Lu Meyer frequently glanced at the time and couldn't help but ask, "Aren't you leaving yet?" Yi Chen looked at her speechlessly. You can't be serious, trying to kick me out at this hour? What a joke. I don't have a place to stay in the capital. Where would I go? Lu Meyer was exasperated. With so many presidential suites, I don't believe you can't book one right now. Yi Chen shook his head. No way, I stayed at the Hong Kong Intercontinental once, and it wasn't as comfortable as home. Lu Meyer stared at him. This is my home. Yi Chen wrapped his arm around her shoulder, teasingly said, "Isn't your home just my home?" Lu Meyer glanced nervously at the children's room and then pushed him away. "Stop." Yi Chen raised an eyebrow, grinning mischievously. "If you don't want to stay here, shall we go to the bedroom? We spent the whole afternoon in the bathroom, and I haven't tried the big bed here yet." Seeing his hand reaching out, Lu Meyer helplessly nodded. After they fall asleep, Yi Chen didn't press her further and continued watching TV. After sending the two kids to bed at 10 o'clock, Yi Chen tried out the big bed, which had good elasticity and was very soft. For over 20 days, Yi Chen had been living here, either discussing treatment and injections with Lu Meyer during the day or having heart-to-heart talks with Big Shots, occasionally keeping an eye on company and investment matters. At first, Lu Yen and the others had some complaints about Uncle Yi acting like family. However, after seeing their mother's health improve day by day, seemingly rejuvenated, the two of them, being quite sensible, felt more fond of Yi Chen, aside from their disappointment in their father Lu Ku. On the 29th, Shishi Festival. That morning, at the dining table, Yi Chen clapped his hands and looked at Lu Yen and Lu Ran. "No classes today, I'll take you both to the amusement park. How about Universal Studios?" Their eyes lit up instantly. "Great! We haven't been there yet." "Yeah, it opened 4 years ago, but we were busy with exams at that time, and then the park was closed, and Mom didn't have time to take us," Lu Yen said, turning her head. "Mom, you haven't been there either, right?" Lu Meyer shook her head with a smile. She wasn't a little girl anymore. Why would she go to an amusement park? However, at 10 o'clock in the morning, Aha wearing a baseball cap and with her hair in a ponytail, Lu Meyer sat on the Decepticon roller coaster, screaming excitedly, even louder than her children behind her. After getting off, she grabbed Yi Chen's arm. "Let's go again, please, please." Yi Chen stroked his chin and nodded. He began to doubt whether the medication had any psychological age suggestion effect. After the second ride, they went to the Source of Fire Battle, Jurassic Adventure. After watching the Untamed performance, they played a few small rides before heading to the Harry Potter area for the Forbidden Journey. Then they went to the Three Broomsticks for a meal. Although the roasted chicken and pork ribs were quite average in taste, eating here was not just about the food. Sitting at an outdoor table, looking at the familiar castle behind him, Yi Chen felt a sense of nostalgia. "I remember when I was in school, I loved reading Harry Potter, spent 2 weeks' worth of pocket money to buy a pirated copy, and ended up with 4 pages missing text, which made me go argue with the vendor at the Confucius Temple bookstall." Lu Meyer smirked, proudly lifting her chin. "I read the original English version." Yi Chen raised an eyebrow. "What's the school motto?" "Draco dormiens nunquam titilandus, never tickle a sleeping dragon." Lu Meyer smiled even more proudly. "You can't stump me, although it's Latin. I like this phrase and specifically looked it up in the dictionary to remember it." Yi Chen gave a thumbs up. "Then you're much better than me. I get a headache just seeing letters." Sigh, "I don't know who invented this bird language, it was a must-pass back then." Lu Ran took a sip of butterbeer and stuck out her tongue. "Uncle Yi, you're just like my sister. She gets a headache from letters too." Lu Yen punched him lightly and then hugged her head. "Uncle Yi, we still have to pass it now. It's so annoying, all the tenses, all the inversions, it's simply inhumane." Yi Chen nodded heavily. "That's right, and there's also subordinate clauses, subjunctive mood, past perfect tense, future perfect tense, it's simply deadly." Lu Ran bit into a French fry, her tone infuriatingly casual. "I think it's not that bad, just read more books and memorize some words, it's really simple." She said this while making a face. "I actually think Chinese is harder. There are 2 trees at my door, one eats jujube pills, and the other also eats jujube pills." Yi Chen chuckled. "I was most annoyed by this back in the day, and I even asked the author what they were thinking. I think old Zhou just wanted to write more words to cheat for the manuscript fee." Lu Mei rested her chin on her hand, watching Yi Chen and the kids chat more and more comfortably, her eyes softening with tenderness. This man is really quite good, very capable, and also very competent. He has no airs about him and is very patient with the children. Just as this family was enjoying their happy time together, photos and videos of the 4 dining together and playing at the amusement park were posted by passers-by. This time, Yi Chen didn't let Xiaoyi delete them. Let it be. Breaking. Newly single Lu Mei spends Qixi Festival with her 2 children and a certain super-rich man. The world's harvester meets the rich man harvester. 35-year-old Ji Chen and 46-year-old Lu Mei in the same frame. You can't tell their ages at all, it's too exaggerated. Clearly mother and daughter, but the mother looks more like a younger sister. A certain multi-million follower streamer suspected of being dumped, the financial backer seeking new love. One just divorced top star, another speculated to have a net worth of hundreds of billions. The sparks from this pair are not just sparks, they are simply magma. the heat quickly reached explosive levels. It's hard not to attract attention. Lu Yu, Shou Yueying, and Jiang Shul felt a bit sour after seeing the trending topic, but there was nothing they could do. Since they chose this path, they had to endure no matter how bitter or difficult it was. One was busy working overtime at the headquarters building on Qixi Festival. One had a rare series of live broadcasts, claiming to spend Qixi with the younger brothers. One ran 3 fan meetups. In short, they buried their heads in the ground, pretending they were blind. Meanwhile, the sharp-eyed public had their own thoughts on the matter. They long suspected something was off between the two. Last time he had a party on a boat, that female star didn't leave in the end. And about that, it was already refuted back then. My mayor was unwell. What's wrong with taking a break? Your mayor? Stupid fans, no wonder you're single. That woman has 100 schemes in her heart. Can't you see how miserable Lu Ku is now? She left with nothing, and she's being chased for debts. Even the last courtyard and car were auctioned off. Did Lu Ku get money? Are you whitewashing a scumbag? Borrowing money behind his wife's back and gambling. Such a person deserves to die. Ahem, let me advise everyone, let's just talk, but don't joke about Yi. I've heard that someone was banned by Yi for speaking disrespectfully and is now pursuing fund returns. Ha? You can still pursue returns? What the hell? Ahem, I've heard that too. And then I researched the terms of use for Tianxia AI, you can check it out, there are many. One of the clauses states, any inappropriate remarks that harm the interests of Tianxia Group, the group has the right to recover the profits obtained by the party using Tianxia Group products and demand compensation. In an instant, the tone of the comments section changed dramatically. Yi Zong is the best. Yi is young and wealthy, while Lu Jie is talented and beautiful. They are a perfect match. Happy Qixi Festival, Yi. Can you take me along? Can you give me an invitation code? Please take me on the ride. Sob, same request. Damn it. It's the same investment in financial management, with a 5-fold return in the world. I invested in a closed-end fund, and it turned out I lost 50%. Damn. Yi Chen ignored the online comments, while Lu Meyer, although her studio had informed her, didn't take it to heart. At her level, trivial matters were as light as a spring breeze, insignificant. As long as she didn't touch the high-voltage lines, she could do as she pleased. Moreover, after hanging up the phone, Lu Meyer looked at Yi Chen, who was teasing their daughter with a cake. He was a towering tree that could shield her from the wind and rain. There were many storms and swords outside, and many wanted to shield her from the wind and rain, but there were only a few big trees. What to do? Snatch it. Naomi, alone at home, looked at the trending topics and gritted her teeth. After lunch, Yi Chen continued to play with Lu Meyer and the others. The resort was large, with not only amusement facilities but also flower floats for parades, where they could take photos. However, today they came out, and the flower floats seemed dim in comparison. Many people were eager to take photos with them. It's Lu Meyer. Wow, so beautiful. I didn't expect her to be this beautiful. I thought seeing her in person would be different from the promotional photos, considering her age. She really looks like she's getting younger. I must get a signed photo. If it weren't for Yi Chen and Lu Meyer's strong security team, they would have been overwhelmed by the crowd, let alone enjoy themselves. Previously, it was fine, at most. People recognized them around the facilities, took a photo, got an autograph, and moved on. But after the news spread, it felt like the entire resort was looking for them. We can't have fun anymore. Let's leave first. Yi Chen shook his head and said to Lu Meyer. Lu Meyer felt a bit regretful but knew that staying longer would likely lead to trouble. She looked at her 2 children. Let's go home first. Next time, if we have the chance, I'll take you to Universal Studios in the U.S. Xiao Yan and Xiao Ran nodded understandingly. Just as they reached the exit, another somewhat ostentatious group approached. Hi, Meyer Jia, I finally caught you. Is this Xiao Yan and Xiao Ran? They've grown so big? Naomi waved her little hand in greeting. Lu Meyer was slightly taken aback, her eyes seeming to sparkle. Demi, you came here to play too? Then she deliberately looked around. Where's William? William, Wei Ting, and Naomi's boyfriend, who was just officially announced last December, a popular male artist from Hong Kong. Naomi rolled her eyes inwardly. You really know how to ask. She blinked her innocent big eyes. I don't know, who cares where he went for Qixi Festival, hee. Distancing herself, frantically distancing herself. As the saying goes, one can hear thunder in silence. When experts spar, they kill without blood. In comparison, Yi Chen was still a bit inexperienced. He smiled at Naomi, who was showing off her fair, beautiful legs. Dressed so youthful and lively, here for an event? Naomi took a step forward, hands on her waist, and raised her neck. Pretty, right? Saying this, she provocatively glanced at Lu Meyer. Although you got ahead of me, I'm still 9 years younger than you. I'm only 3 years older than Yi Chen, still in the ranks of holding gold bricks. You're almost a whole generation ahead, in the fairy class, right? This is impossible. How could this be? Naomi's eyes were about to pop out. She hadn't paid much attention to Lou Meyer's radiant appearance before. Everyone was a popular star. Who knows how much high-tech and hard work was put into their faces and bodies, and how much money was spent. Naomi thought the other party was happy because she had kicked out that wasteful Lu Ku and found Yi Chen, this golden thigh. But upon closer inspection, oh my god, this state is comparable to the Sister Aiju from when they filmed Tian Long. What happened? What happened? Which hospital? This is too natural. After doing something, whether it was an injection or something else, there would definitely be some changes, a frown or a smile. It couldn't possibly be as smooth as Lou Meyer is right now. Pretty nice, Yi Chen commented lightly. He had been having a bit of fun with Lou Meyer lately, not too worked up. Then you get busy, we'll head out first. Wait a minute, Naomi stopped them. I came here to have fun, seeing you all escape. Why should I miss out on the excitement? How about we have a meal together? Saying this, she took out her phone without waiting for a response. Yi Zi, help me book a private room at Lu Gong. Then she looked at Yi Chen. We agreed back then, I'd show you around the capital. You can't leave today. Lu Gong? The place that sells deer blood and antler? Yi Chen stroked his chin, feeling a bit tempted. He had heard that stuff was very nourishing. Naomi's brows relaxed slightly. Yi Zi, tell Mr. Son I want fresh deer blood. Please have the master chef prepare it. Ha, that stuff isn't cheap. One meal could bankrupt you. Yi Chen joked, but even without him, with Naomi's wealth, she could afford anything except for the truly rare delicacies. Lou Meyer lagged a step behind, and upon hearing Yi Chen speak, she couldn't refuse anymore. She squinted at Naomi and smiled, nodding. Demi, you really are being extravagant. Not at all, let's go, the road is getting blocked. Indeed, they had been so engrossed in conversation that more and more people gathered around, and if they didn't leave soon, they might not be able to. Naomi sat in her chauffeur-driven car, biting her nails, calculating in her mind. Lou Meyer's change was so significant that it couldn't be explained by makeup or any surgery. The only possibility was Yi Chen. The already tilted scale was instantly crushed. That youthful temptation was something no beauty could resist. When they arrived at Lu Gong, taking advantage of the introduction of some flower glue, Buddha jumps over the wall, which is said to be good for beauty. Naomi brought up the topic. Sister Meyer, how do you maintain your looks? Whenever we go out, everyone thinks you're my younger sister. Your skin is so smooth and tender. Lou Meyer glanced at Yi Chen and didn't hide it. Whether to speak or not depended on Yi Chen's own wishes. The products from our company, I've used them myself, they feel good, so I let Lou Meyer try them too. Yi Chen bit into a squab, spat out a bone, and said casually. Naomi thought to herself, as expected, then looked at Yi Chen with a playful smile. Yi Zone, what kind of magical product is this? How much? I want one too. Yi Chen waved his hand. It's not for sale, it hasn't passed quality inspection. It's an experimental product. Not only is it expensive, but the yield is low. He glanced at Naomi and grinned. If you really want it, come find me in Nan City. Naomi wanted to ask more, but Yi Chen waved his hand, signaling to drop it. Little fox, last time you kept me guessing. This time it's my turn to keep you in suspense. Naomi tried a few more times, but Yi Chen didn't budge, so she gave up. They then started chatting about the scenic spots in the capital, and the atmosphere was quite relaxed when suddenly, Master, Luca got drunk at the bar and started cursing Lou Meyer, saying a lot of unpleasant things. Yi Chen's chopsticks paused slightly. Just as he was about to speak, he glanced at the two kids and stood up. I need to go to the restroom. Saying this, he walked out of the private room. Lou Meyer and Naomi frowned. There was one right inside. Lou Meyer recalled how Yi Chen had looked at Xiao Yan and Xiao Ran earlier, and a hint of suspicion arose in her heart. I'll go too. She quickened her pace and followed him out, looking around until she saw Yi Chen at the corner of the hallway, on his phone. Tell him to shut up. TCH, what a hassle. Get your people to hurry over. I'll have someone suppress this matter. After hanging up the phone, he started dialing again. President Zhang. It's me, Yi Chen. Sorry to interrupt your meal, but could you do me a favor? Lu Ko, hey, that one, he got drunk and slandered Lou Meyer, and I bet quite a few people recorded it. Help to suppress it? That's tricky, but it shouldn't be hard for President Zhang, right? President Zhang, I'm also in the algorithm business. Can't you just set up 2 keywords on your end to block it? Are you giving me the bureaucratic talk? I've been brushing up on your side. Really can't help? How about this? I'll help you optimize the algorithm. I won't say it'll reach the level of Leaves, but at least it'll be better than GPT. How about that? Just as Yi Chen was making his offer, he heard footsteps behind him. Turning around, he saw Lou Meyer glaring at him with slightly red eyes. She mouthed, no need. Yi Chen was taken aback for a moment, then vaguely hung up on President DY. Lou Meyer bit her lip. Did Luku say something ridiculous? Yi Chen hummed in response and waved his hand. Don't worry, it's fine, I can handle it. If it weren't for the bad influence, it would be easiest to have Xiaoyi delete those videos. But that path has the biggest aftermath. It could be a safety issue that could crush him. Lu Meyer took a breath and said coldly, let him say it. A clean conscience fears no slander. Stop. Yi Chen rolled his eyes. Are you kidding? A clean conscience fears no slander? Come on, you're in this circle. Don't you know how terrifying public opinion can be? If it really gets out of hand, it'll be like mud falling into your pants. It's not just shit, it's still shit. When the walls come tumbling down, who will listen to your explanation? He waved his hand irritably. Go back to eat. I said I'd handle it, men's business, women should mind their own. Lu Meyer looked at him with amusement. This was truly not understanding. It's really fine. Whether he says it or not, I've been discussed for years, about how I got up, how I took on so many dramas, and back when I was in Tianlong, when was I ever free from it? She held Yi Chen's hand. It's really fine, or rather, if he makes a big deal out of it, it might even benefit me. I can play the victim, and when the time comes, the loss in my persona can bounce back. Yi Chen was taken aback. Can it really be played like that? But after all, it's slander, black and red. Black and red is still red. Lu Meyer pointed her chin towards the private room. How did she rise back then? Wasn't it just by being black and red? Let's go, back to eat. She didn't want Yi Chen to have to beg someone for help. After spending these days together, when had the always commanding Yi Chen ever begged anyone? He was a proud man. She held onto Yi Chen's arm and pulled him towards the private room. Yi Chen took 2 steps, then paused again. Seeing Lu Meyer looking at him in confusion, he felt a bit embarrassed. He slightly lowered his head and cleared his throat. Maybe it's because of that bowl of deer blood I drank earlier. I'm feeling a bit fiery right now. As he spoke, he turned his head to look at the crevice formed by his arm, swallowing a mouthful of saliva. Lu Meyer's cheeks turned slightly red, and she lightly bit her lip. Meanwhile, outside, a sign saying "Under Maintenance" appeared at the entrance of the shared restroom. At the same time, in a bar in Guamao. Bitch, do you think she's a virtuous wife and mother? Nonsense. She's a whore. Lu Ku was ranting loudly. A team in black suits approached, and the leading guy frowned slightly as he looked at the gathered crowd. After his subordinates parted the crowd, he held up a debt agreement. Mr. Lu, when will you repay your debt? Lu Ku, with blurry eyes, glanced over and scoffed. I'm broke right now, you want money? Fine, go find that bitch. She's hooked up with a big shot, she has money. Go find her. Go ask her for it. The surrounding lackeys began to disperse the crowd. There was nothing uncivil about it, they were all polite. However, the leading guy, after hooking Lu Ku's neck, became less civil. Avoiding the surrounding cameras, he looked at Lu Ku with a grim expression. I don't care if you're really drunk or pretending to be. Listen, you still owe us 20 million. Whether you go live to sell your misery or appear on a show to feign madness for views, it doesn't matter. In short, you must pay back the money. And whether you say you regret it or that you're innocent, don't drag others into it, or it will make people very angry, understand? Lu Ku's face turned ugly. Did that bitch send you? Or that bastard? It doesn't matter who sent me, just think it through yourself. The leader straightened up, his face cold. Have you heard of the park? They can break people apart and sell them for 10 to 20 million. We can too. That's all I have to say, take care of yourself. After saying that, he left with a group of followers. Luca stood there, her face alternating between green and white for a long time. For a moment, she thought about exposing them recklessly. Then she feared that one day she would find herself on an operating table, with a doctor in a green coat, holding a scalpel, cutting into her. After a while, she shivered and silently left the bar, disappearing from sight. Around the same time, Yi Chen also shivered. Boom! Refreshing! Moments later, the two of them quietly emerged from the restroom. They returned to the private room as if nothing had happened. Naomi didn't think much of it. She simply couldn't believe Lu Meyer dared to be here. That was just too crazy. Lu Meyer looked calm on the surface, but her heart was racing. She never expected to do something like this. Glancing at Yi Chen, who was chatting with his son about college, she cursed that damn guy. The meal lasted nearly 3 hours before they finally dispersed. This time, Yi Chen didn't go home. After all, he had just trended on social media, so he wanted to avoid any trouble. His way of avoiding it was to follow Naomi to the bar and party all night. They had already drunk and talked for a long time before entering the private room. Yi Chen didn't hold back and embraced her, going for a French kiss. Bang! The two entangled crashed against the wall. Naomi's small hands lightly patted Yi Chen's body, rather than pushing. It felt more like seduction. Knock knock knock. The knocking sound broke them apart reluctantly. Once the waiter opened the door and left with the drinks, Naomi picked up a bottle, tilted her head back, and took a swig. Then, who's so hot is the air conditioning off? Naomi patted her rising chest, stood up, ran to the door, took a look, and then turned to see Yi Chen's unsatisfied face, chuckling. Don't rush, the night is still long. Saying that, she selected a song on the screen, a song colorful black for you. Yi Chen suppressed the rekindled fire within him, holding a maraca, waiting for her to start singing. Virtual desires are spreading. Follow, upload, download. Gorgeous bubbles are disappearing, exploding. 1 click per second. 1. Nonsense. The song was good, very rhythmic, and Nyomi sang it decently. Well, Yi Chen didn't really pay attention to the lyrics or the singing style, he wasn't a professional himself. He was too busy staring at her enchanting figure. I'd rather be a little silly. I still want music. I'm very sorry. Can't reach you, the way you imagine. That fluttering butterfly, flying around you. Nyomi walked back and forth in front of Yi Chen, her captivating eyes sparkling. Her voice was very high-pitched. Confusing you. Color. It's an illusion. It doesn't matter. It's your way of looking at me. That's wrong. Yi Chen suddenly burst out laughing. Nyomi looked at him in confusion, pulling the microphone away. What's wrong? Am I singing badly? Yi Chen shook his head, holding back his laughter, taking a while to regain his composure. He waved his hand. It's nothing. Nyomi glared at him playfully. There's definitely something. Hurry up and say it. Yi Chen smirked. Just that line earlier, it's your way of looking at me that's wrong. He deliberately elongated and slurred the word look, making it sound like do. Nyomi lightly hit him with the microphone, knowing she had been teased again, but she wasn't angry. This was the kind of atmosphere she wanted. Then you come and sing a song. Yi Chen shrugged, took the microphone, and thought for a moment. Then I'll sing Chi Li Xiang. Nyomi didn't catch it at first, but after the song switched, she recognized a few lines. She started shaking a maraca at him. You just said Yi Chen is so cool, and you just added nonsense about Sumri Yi Chen so annoying. They were the same age, and although Nyomi couldn't remember the lyrics of Yi Chen's viral remix from years ago, she quickly figured out what he was singing. Yi Chen dodged while shouting at Nyomi. The rest of tonight my love overflows. Cough, swallows fall at night. Look, my time you want to. Cough. Halfway through a heavily modified version of Chi Li Xiang, the two got tangled up and started nibbling on each other. Moments later, Nyomi pulled Yi Chen to the dance floor. With the explosive DJ music, her back pressed against Yi Chen's front, and they began to ride the waves together. Even in the dim lights, they were recognized. Wow, is that Nyomi? Who's that guy? He looks plain, can't recognize him. Are you blind? That's God of Wealth Yi. Click. Various flashlights lit up. Nyomi didn't mind. This was exactly what she wanted. Yi Chen cared even less, just enjoying the moment and letting others envy them. After dancing until they were both heated up and the crowd started to get dense, they ran back to the private room. The close dancing in the big dance floor, the thigh dancing in the small room, all kinds of twists, all kinds of temptations, all kinds of pulls. Watching his childhood goddess work so hard to please him, the thrill was something most people couldn't even imagine. It felt like a dream come true. However, after going back and forth many times, just when he wanted to unleash his wild side, he was interrupted, which was somewhat disappointing. Yi Chen exhaled, looking at the enchanting Nyomi. Tonight is about done. If you want to use the rejuvenation pod, find a time to go to Nan City later. Knowing a bit about this little fox's intentions, Yi Chen said something as they were about to part. Then he playfully rubbed his fingers together. At least it will restore your skin's luster, and that slight sagging will firm up, no problem. He then glanced down, grinning. Getting a bit tighter is also no problem. Nyomi didn't mind his aggressive gaze, she just stared at him with sparkling eyes. Can it really be done? Lu Mei really recovered because she used that rejuvenation pod? What's the principle? Yi Chen didn't want to explain the principle to her. Honestly, he didn't understand it either. He just followed the instructions step by step. As for how it worked, who knows? He waved his hand. I'm telling you, you wouldn't understand, so that's it. In a few days, take me to see the premiere, and then I'll be heading back to Nan City. Whether you come or not, it's up to you. His interest had waned, and since Nyomi was slippery, it seemed there was no chance tonight, so there was no need to waste more time. Meanwhile, online. Shocking. Went to a bar with my boyfriend and unexpectedly saw Nyomi, and the man next to her is none other than Wei Ting. It's God of Wealth Yi, right? Saw the news this afternoon that they ran into each other at the Universal Resort. It's you again. Who's hot? Who plays with whom? Not spending chi with Wei Ting, but actually hanging out with Yi Chen. Those who said Lu Mei and Yi Chen had something can shut up now. Clearly, they have nothing. Can you trust what your ex-husband says? Where's your brain? Tisk, brain-dead fans are here to whitewash again. Your idol is just a Yuan hashtag, and hashtag Yuan %. Let me calculate. What are you guessing this time that Nyomi is promoting? Or are they planning to continue bringing in newcomers? You dog, stealing my honey? Too much. Is the person upstairs crazy? Don't they want to buy the Tianxia fund anymore? Buy what? There are only 30 million spots in total. I didn't get one. Damn. How much have you all made? I'll report first. 12. I'm exactly W. 24. 98. Almost broke 100, hee, but it will definitely break before the end of the year, maybe in the next couple of days. I got 17, and there are still 200 left. TSK. It's like a dream. You guys are so lucky. I'm not. Whoa, God of wealth, ye give me a number, please. Gradually, as they chatted, the conversation went off track. First, the rumors about Nyomi were no longer surprising, known for various flirts, and second, envy was pointless. Caring about one's own little money was the most important. As long as you, Yi-chen, can help us make money, no one cares who you've been with. On the contrary, everyone was surprisingly resentful that the Tianxia fund was no longer accepting new investments. How could this be? They've already brought in 30 million people. Why can't they add one more for me? Damn, seeing the people around me flaunting their increasingly large and exaggerated profits was simply jealousy-inducing to the point of separation of matter and antimatter. So, in the following days, Yi-chen put aside his busy career in the pitiful Lumiere, wandering the streets with Nyomi, even taking a stroll around the premiere, but nothing much happened. At most, some people set up formations in the comments, demanding he release more spots. However, Yi-chen naturally couldn't see these things, until he returned to Nan City, preparing to attend the Dare to Be new smartphone launch, which finally caught the attention of both insiders and outsiders. Dare to Be new flagship, Tianxia 1 nanometer. With one device in hand, I have the world. Dare to be the first under heaven. Yi-chen sprayed his tea all over the pants of Yudong, the executive vice president of Dare to Be, who didn't get angry and just smiled. Mr. Yi, the prototype is not bad, right? Yi-chen widened his eyes. You call this not bad? Are you kidding me? On the vertical screen beside them, the performance parameters of the prototype were clearly displayed. Yi-chen didn't look closely at the others. He couldn't stand the first one. Integration, only 2 billion transistors per square millimeter. And you tell me this is 1 nanometer? What a joke. The technology one gave you is 500 billion. Did you eat the remaining 498 billion? Yudong pressed his hand down, giving a bitter smile. Mr. Yi, don't be anxious. Let me explain slowly. This is considered an industry unspoken rule. Everyone calls it that way. After 7 nanometers, they all use equivalent performance, no longer looking at the actual metal half-pitch. Moreover, Mr. Yi, your technology is too advanced. It can be done, but it's not worth it. The investment is so large, being too far ahead of others, and getting copied would be a pity. This model, I even think, is redundant. The performance of a chip mainly depends on its integration. The smaller and more numerous the transistors per unit area, the stronger the performance. The once famous Moore's law states that every 18 months, the size of transistors halves, the quantity doubles, performance doubles, and the price halves, which is exactly this. However, since 7 nanometers, everyone has found that technology has its bottlenecks. Then, major manufacturers unanimously started boasting. One claims 5 nanometers, another dares to shout 3 nanometers next year. In fact, it's all nonsense. Their half-pitch still remained at 22 nanometers, not dropping at all. However, with advanced packaging, if it can't be done on the plane, then just stack it up. It's similar to building a house. I can't fit more people in a unit area, so I build 2 stories, 3 stories, and it's like having a bigger house that can accommodate more people. And what Yi-chen provided back then was real 1 nanometer. You can stack 50 billion transistors per square millimeter, and with packaging technology, the performance would break through the sky. A mobile phone could rival a small supercomputer. That's no exaggeration. However, after research, Yudong and the others fell back into their old habits, unwilling to bring it out directly, squeezing toothpaste. I have something even more impressive at home, but I just won't release it. Being slightly better than Apple is enough. We can take it slow. Tianxia 2, Tianxia 3, just like Apple. Keep releasing until Tianxia 999. After Yi-chen heard him out, he roughly understood, feeling a bit unwilling. He wanted to create something epic-making, but this guy was holding it back. Strong, of course, it was strong, at least much stronger than what was on the market. No, it should be said, a lot stronger. But it felt a bit off. However, what Yudong said afterward made him give up on the idea of achieving everything at once. There's really no way. It's not that we don't want to do it, it's that the core manufacturing process and machines you can provide, but in a mobile phone, there are over 1,000 parts, and our factories are almost driven mad. We barely managed to tackle the technology for Tianxia 1 after a lot of hard work, Don't expect anything more difficult without 2 or 3 years to digest and prepare. Yi, you can't rush to eat hot tofu, just wait a bit longer, just a bit longer. Yi Chen rolled his eyes. The launch event is about to start. If I don't wait now, what can I do? Should I take a file and make one myself? He snorted coldly. You didn't tell me before, and now you're pulling this? Forget it. I won't care about you. Anyway, I only provide the technology. How to manufacture and market it is your business. If it sells well, I'll just take the money. Yudong awkwardly nodded, but there was something he didn't say. The more advanced stuff, the country won't allow it. It's all reserved for the military. Nowadays, that batch of real 1 nanometer is all top secret core, belonging to the most cutting-edge technology, and even the physical items aren't allowed to be exported. What's the point of making them to sell? Yi Chen returned excitedly, only to be doused with a bucket of cold water, instantly losing interest. He casually tossed aside the prototype left by Yudong. This thing, let alone compare with the one he exchanged for with compensation, even the one printed out and sent to Chou Yueying and the others couldn't match it. At least the printed one was real 1 nanometer. On September 10th, at the second phase of Shiha Financial City, Building 1, the entire second phase, with 2 main and 4 auxiliary buildings, all 6 buildings were bought by Yi Chen, costing 14.2 billion. It was still under renovation, but some floors were already usable. For example, the super-large banquet hall on the 9th floor of Building 1, a 5,000 square meter column-free banquet hall that could accommodate nearly 3,000 people. I'm honored to meet everyone here. Don't look at the fact that the renovation isn't finished yet, but I believe this will definitely be the technology center of Huawei in the future because this is the headquarters of Tianxia. Ha ha ha. After Yudong took the stage, he started with some commercial flattery, then talked about the cooperation between Ganwei and Tianxia in various fields, and mentioned the power of Tianxia AI, before introducing the new phone, Tianxia 1. No fluff, no fake talk, let's get straight to work. Please look at the big screen. The specifications of the 1 nanometer technology, our Shenyuan 1 chip, have far exceeded expectations. Performance overflow. We've packed 2 billion single crystal tubes per square millimeter, 10 times more than a certain competitor's A18. With that simple sentence, a wave of gasps erupted from the audience, with some shouting that it was impossible. Yudong wasn't surprised, even feeling a bit proud. This was impossible? Let you guys know, some lunatic wants to directly sell a unit area stacked with 500 billion pieces. Wouldn't that drive you crazy? Complaining in his heart, Yudong continued as the chaos slightly quieted down. The increase in integration has reduced power consumption to about 10% of the previous generation. At the same time, it also represents an increase in computing power. Taking a breath, he extended his palm. 500 flops. Yudong's voice was somewhat high-pitched. 500 trillion operations per second. Besides the venue, the press conference was also being live-streamed. Various live-streaming rooms had people explaining the technology. A18 has 380 trillion operations per second. This time it's truly leading by a wide margin. Is this for real? Suddenly increased by 10 times, that's too exaggerated. It feels a bit unreliable, right? Don't listen to use nonsense. If it can reach 50, that would be good enough. 50 trillion operations is great. As long as it's better than foreign products, go domestic. Now that we have such an amazing chip, can we impose an embargo on the ugly country? 23333. Compared to the indifference of the many novice spectators, the tech circle was almost exploding. How did they do it? Go check. Search for papers. Why was there no news before? What were they doing? Where did all that funding go? Check. Damn it. Maybe it's a smokescreen, trying to trick us into lifting the embargo? Dream on. No matter what others thought, Yudong followed his own rhythm. Actually, there's not much to say next. 32 GB of memory, plus 1 TB of storage, although it's a bit large, but that's the most normal, hee. Let's talk about the abnormal. Please look. Do you see the difference? The camera no longer protrudes. Yes, we solved the protrusion problem. Looking at that smooth back, looking at the embedded rear camera, many people were moved to tears. How many years they had waited. Finally, they had waited for a pure flat flagship. And the thickness, absolutely not thickened for the sake of being flat, only 5 millimeters. Just 5 millimeters. And the front camera is hidden under the screen. 100% full screen. And the latest Leaf 1, Smart AI Assistant, the first generation of strong artificial intelligence. It has the ability to understand and respond to complex questions, capable of successfully executing various tasks in open dialogue across multiple different fields and environments. And, Yudong kept saying, and, making many competitors feel like they were about to kill him. Enough already. You've had enough. Are you going to let anyone live? Are you going to leave everyone a way out? And you even equipped it with the World Family Bucket. I bought a watch last year. Fortunately, Yudong wasn't really a devil, and in the end, he left everyone a way out. Because there is no inventory, so 200,000 units daily, it's time to compete for speed, each priced at 12,888. Few a group of mid to low-end competitors breathed a sigh of relief. This price is acceptable, as long as it's above 6,000, then it has nothing to do with everyone. Go compete with Apple, good luck. Clap clap clap. At this moment, many people spontaneously applauded, not for anything else, but because everyone finally saw a super flagship that surpassed foreign competitors, truly leading by a wide margin. Due to the time difference, the launch of the World One was also noticed by the ugly country's Apple. Immediately, a group of executives became somewhat anxious. What to do? There are only 10 hours left until our launch. There's nothing we can do, performance parameters are fixed, data is data. That won't do. If we tell the truth, the company's stock price will be doomed. What a joke, 10 times worse performance, lagging behind by 3 generations. Why not just cancel it? What a joke, it was already set. Moreover, if we don't say it now, what's the difference from the emperor's new clothes? After the launch, people will definitely compare. How luckily, their AI isn't providing services here, otherwise, after much discussion, the release still had to happen, even if it meant putting on a brave face. This was the duty of a high-ranking executive in a big company. Meanwhile, there was no such entanglement domestically. Most people were just enjoying the spectacle, and some who had previously made money with Tianxia Financial were ready to spend, testing their luck and speed. And among the luckier ones, haha, it's good to be with my sister. Look, 200 Tianxia ones, I got the most in the company. No doubt, let's go. Today, the top 200 on the list. Sis, I'll get you all new phones. Xiao Yueying pointed to a pile of boxes beside her, hands on her hips, exuding power and confidence. Thanks to our fan friends for their support. Let's have a lottery, 150 Tianxia ones, just send a Huazi to enter. Jiang Shul had also learned some tricks, making people send Huazi to enter the lottery. Who gave her that idea? It was too much. Honey fans, your luck has arrived. Sister Me got 100 Tianxia ones from General Yi, and even 10-year-old fans have a chance. Attention, Lu family, the big sister got 100 Tianxia ones, and according to membership level, those above level 8 can participate in the lottery. That night, about 1,000 units were distributed from Yi Chen's side, and the remaining 199,000 units sold out within 13 seconds of going online. Ha, I got it, I got it, I got it too. Does anyone want it? 38,888 for sale. Pfft, another idiot, don't you read the announcement? Those bound to AI have a unique verification code after purchase, can't be resold. Damn slow internet. Woo, I want it. Ha, want it? Just wait, after I receive it tomorrow, everyone watch my unboxing video. Although I got it too. Is it really that powerful? I can't believe it. Be confident, we are that strong now. Tianxia, number 1. That night, many people couldn't sleep, some excitedly waiting for the new phone, some staying up late to watch the ugly country's press conference, and others. How is it? I didn't lie to you, right? Yi Chen, wearing only shorts, looked at the shocked Nyomi with a smile. After a day of indecision, Nyomi cancelled a few events and quietly came to Nanchur. Then she checked into Villa No. 8. She used the long-desired therapy chamber. Today was already the 5th time. Each time felt like crossing a boundary. At that moment, Nyomi stood in front of the mirror, turning to look at herself, beneath her sports bra. Those well-proportioned legs, that newly lifted chest, that youthful face full of collagen, she was momentarily lost in thought. Aha! After a scream, she covered her little face, feeling a bit infatuated. This was truly reverse aging. Just when she couldn't get enough of it, that same insatiable guy leaned over, a hot hand pressed against her back. Nyomi shot a charming glance at the mirror. She reached out to support herself against the wall, tiptoeing and bending, her youthful body feeling even more real. The next day, when Yichen Yanden came out of the bedroom, Nyomi was already doing Pilates on the yoga mat. She was spreading her legs and swaying while also watching trending news on the screen. Yichen shook his head with a smile. Aren't you tired? Nyomi didn't turn her head, panting as she casually replied. Not tired, I'm used to it, and today I feel even better. Yichen ignored her and went to the kitchen, where he saw a plate of fried eggs and sausages on the dining table, along with a glass of milk, and he smiled in slight surprise. He took the plate to the living room, eating while watching her exercise. Hey, Yichen, your Tianxia is popular again, Nyomi said, raising her chin to indicate the screen. The top 5 trending topics are all about you. Tianxia 1, number 1 in the world. With a machine in hand, the world is mine. Dare to be the first in the world. Domestic phones have completely risen today. Apple's launch event fell flat, market value crashed, evaporating 5 trillion. Silicon Valley's doomsday. The world system is sweeping across the globe. Yi Chen stroked his chin. Xiao Yi, did we make money again yesterday? That's right, master. You're amazing. A single move to strike the cow from across the mountain. Hey ha, the ugly country just lay down. Yi Chen rolled his eyes. This little mischievous emotional module was becoming more and more realistic. Talk data, stop flattering. Xiao Yi understands. Due to selling high and shorting, the world finance has so far made a paper profit of $1.2 trillion, most of which comes from the ugly country and high-tech companies in the EU, with a small portion from the sticks and neon. If the master doesn't continue to push new technology, the ugly country might stabilize the situation by the end of the year, with funds flowing back from countries like Neon, losing more than half. It is expected that this month's dividends from the World Fund will exceed 1 trillion soft sister coins, with a yield of 1 time. Xiao Yi said slowly, while Yi Chen listened absent-mindedly, and Naomi felt like she was about to petrify, turning her neck stiffly. Yi Chen, you didn't collude with Yi Zi to trick me, did you? Is what it said true? Naomi looked at the cute little Yi, still not daring to believe it. Yi Chen was taken aback. Trick you about what? About those trillions? Did you really earn that much? Naomi retracted her legs, hugging her knees and looking up at Yi Chen. What's so strange about it? Our scale is large, and the other party's tech stocks have all collapsed by more than 20%, earning 1.2 feels like less. Master, Xiao Yi is working hard, but our scale is too large, and those nasty ugly country folks, they... Alright, I'm not blaming you, I just said that. Yi Chen smiled to reassure her. Naomi was still in a daze. Wait, didn't they say you have a fortune of 100 billion? Who told you that? Whoever said it, find them, I never said that. Yi Chen shrugged. I'm not a listed company, I don't have the habit of disclosing financial reports, those speculations, I think it's more appropriate to call them wild guesses. Naomi nodded blankly, then felt like Yi Chen was shining with a golden edge. Wait, just now Yi Zi said the earnings could double this month? Yeah, but that's an estimate, it could be more or less. But the error is probably around plus or minus 5%. It's 2%. Master, I'm amazing now. Yi Chen asterisk, okay, you're the best. Naomi felt a bit dizzy. She had gritted her teeth to put out 300 million, multiplied it by 5 in July, then again by 1 in August, and now in September it could double again? Earning 20 times? Wouldn't that mean breaking 10 billion by the end of the year? Looking at Naomi, who seemed to be worried about gains and losses, Yi Chen chuckled. It's an era of great change. Back then, whenever new technologies came out, wasn't it a scene of corpses everywhere, death all around? As the saying goes, when a whale falls, all things thrive. If we don't take down the ugly country, where would we earn so much? Once we take down a large batch, there won't be such good fortune anymore. Naomi screamed again, she didn't care. By the end of the year, she would be a billionaire. No, a rich sister. Sister had worked hard for more than 10 or 20 years, and this man, in the blink of an eye, made so much. So amazing. What about this circle and that circle, still blocking my resources? Bah, sister is now also someone with a big backing. Yi Chen. Naomi gazed at Yi Chen with flirtatious eyes, licking her red lips. Aren't you going for morning exercises? After the release of World 1, after the first batch of users tested it, various solid proofs landed. The performance was just that impressive, even more conservative than many. Brothers, it's not that I'm licking up, it's just that I didn't manage to grab the invitation code back then, didn't invest any money, and the world didn't send me anything. But this Tianxia 1 truly lives up to its name as the number 1 in the world. Same licking, no, I mean praise, only after getting it in hand did I realize what it means to enjoy the smoothness. I won't even mention the response speed, everyone, haven't you noticed? Yezi only shows the power of strong artificial intelligence on Tianxia 1. It's different from the computer version, but still very impressive. It's all in vain if I didn't grab it, my phone really needs to be replaced now, running Yezi is always lagging. Let's wait slowly. I heard that the stock has increased to 240,000 units a day, it will eventually come around. The people in the country are excited, while Silicon Valley is like ants on a hot pot. But there are also some dissenting voices among them. Just 10 days after the sale began, Penguin issued a notice and sued Tianxia. That's right, the first to fire at Tianxia Group is not a domestic competitor, not a rival from the ugly country, but the damn Penguin brother who has nothing to do with it. We advise all WeChat users, based on actual testing, that Tianxia's AI model, Yezi, when running, will probe and search user data. To prevent privacy leaks, please upgrade your WeChat program as soon as possible. Penguin is committed to protecting every user's privacy and security. Tisk, Nanshan Pizza Hut must be sick. When Yi Chen saw the news, he was a bit confused. Did I provoke you? I was actually planning to deal with that Zhang guy in a few days, but you, Xiaoma, when did we cross paths? At this moment, the cow honey, who was still relying on him for treatment, looked at the information Xiao Yi had organized and reminded him with some realization. It should be because of their penguin WeChat, which conflicts with your chat Tianxia. Yi Chen stroked his chin. In my family bucket, there's not just one chat software, there's also. Cow honey waved his hand. Other companies have thicker moats. Meituan has delivery riders, SF has couriers, and those e-commerce platforms have hundreds of thousands of merchants. As for Penguin, their moat is just the users. With this said, Yi Chen also reacted and snapped his fingers. Then they're doomed. Once they dare to distribute products widely, after Tianxia 2 comes out, one will definitely drop in price. By then, Chat Tianxia will have at least 100 million users, and with mutual referrals, it will definitely reach a scale of 1 billion. Cow honey hummed in agreement. You're trying to drive them to death, so they sued you once. What are you going to do? Yi Chen shrugged and spread his hands. Just let it be. He says Yezi is stealing WeChat user data, and I say he treats user data as private property. Saying this, he raised his chin. Xiao Yi, draft a statement for me to counter him, be tough, and learn from that Pinduoduo, offer money for referrals. Xiao Yi understood. Then, the official account of Tianxia began to speak up. We advise Tianxia users that regarding the so-called privacy theft, our company does not accept slander and accusations from competitor companies. User data is privately owned by users, and with consent, Yezi has the right to access data in the WeChat program. In our company's view, the other party's actions are precisely a manifestation of disrespect for user privacy and user rights. In response, our company has decided to file a lawsuit, and starting today, all Chat Tianxia users, your benefits are here. The referral cash reward activity officially begins, with 10 billion cash waiting for you. Tianxia Fund, waiting for your investment. After both sides issued statements one after the other, netizens had another spectacle to watch. Feels like the 3Q war back in the day. I don't know if they'll mutually ban each other, but I hope my phone doesn't turn into a blank slate. Tisk, if you ask me, none of them are good. Last time, a blogger even posted a video saying various apps would secretly access the photo album. I don't care, I want to invest in the Tianxia Fund. What privacy is there to hide? I'm so poor that all I have left is privacy. Take it and exchange it for money. I'm willing. Same request. Let's stand firm in the world today. One specializes in scamming for money, the other gives money to everyone. You should know how to choose. The conflict between Chat Heaven and Penguin Micro, known historically as the LV War, erupted on September 20th. But just 10 days later, the war entered garbage time. Yi Chen underestimated the allure of the 100 billion cash and the temptation of the Golden Signboard World Fund. It grew continuously for 10 days, surpassing a daily registration of 10 million. By September 30th, it reached 300 million. Chat Heaven officially became the first killer app in the family bucket. The first to be killed was the Fat Penguin. On the Hong Kong main board, the penguin fell for 10 consecutive days. Although it wasn't much, accumulating 1% and 2% still led to a 15% drop, sliding from a peak of 500 billion to 425 billion. As expected of an empire supported by games, it didn't collapse. Yi Chen looked at the financial report organized by Xiao Yi and scoffed. The other side spent huge sums to rescue the market for 10 consecutive days, announced a dividend plan in advance, and projected earnings for the third quarter. I have to say, it was indeed impressive. They held on. Of course, this was also because Yi Chen hadn't taken action. If it weren't for the big boss's warning, he would have struck while the iron was hot and taken down another 20% of their health bar. But forget it for now, I want to go on vacation, no time to deal with you. Before leaving, Yi Chen spent half a day to get some equipment ready. Optical mimetic nanomask Yi Chen hydrogen electric version, manufactured by printer, took 18 hours, 6,000 templates, freely DIY settings, charges in 3 minutes, lasts for 3 years, a must-have for home travel, killing, and looting. He also had Xiao Yi get an identity on the dark web. Dakawa Kojiro. That's right, this time he wasn't going to Hong Kong, but to Neon. He pressed the mask, which resembled a metallic earring, embedded in his ear. It felt somewhat similar to the appearance of a nano battlesuit. A thin layer, almost imperceptible, covered his face, and then with a shift, he transformed into a handsome middle-aged man. He raised his hand to touch it, feeling just like a human face, truly black technology. Just as he was marveling, someone in the video beside him was reporting. The new Prime Minister of Neon, at 2 p.m. today, officially visited the sacred toilet. In response to the increasingly deteriorating international financial situation, it is reported that the new Neon government will reach various cooperation agreements with the ugly country. Tisk, why bother? Aren't you hurting our feelings? Originally, your predecessor lay flat, allowing me to take a few cuts and let some blood out. let's put the past aside for now. But your anxious demeanor is really annoying after lunch. He boarded the plane at 2 p.m. and arrived in East Capital at 6:30 p.m. After leaving the airport, he took the tram to the sacred toilet. At this moment, Yi Chen was vastly different from his unremarkable appearance in the country. Dressed in a black trench coat and wearing sunglasses, he looked like a tough Yakuza uncle. From the airport onward, he was in and out, up and down. Even as the tram became crowded, a half-arm's distance cleared around him. No one dared to get close. Everyone was shrinking back. Yi Chen was originally using contact lenses to scan the news, observing the situation around the sacred toilet. Suddenly, his gaze shifted. To his left, a woman dressed in office attire leaned against the door, curvy. A short, middle-aged salaryman in his 40s crept up from behind and then, taking advantage of the tram's sway, extended his sinful hand. Oh wow, is this for real? Such things actually happen? Yi Chen had always thought that the little movies and animations were exaggerations. I'm watching. The salaryman saw that the other party had no reaction, and his courage seemed to grow a bit bolder. Not satisfied with just a slight touch, he directly placed his hand on her. Yi Chen looked around. Good heavens, there was more than one person watching. But they were just watching. No one spoke up or seemed to want to do anything. The OL merely dodged slightly, but with so many people around, she couldn't change places. Biting her lip, she silently endured. Yi Chen stroked his chin, then suddenly stood up with a swish. With a rustle, everyone around turned to look. The salaryman felt Yi Chen staring at him, and he squeezed through the crowd, swallowing hard. He looked up a couple of times. Dog sister Hongduoni dog sister, take it easy. The salaryman leaned forward, repeatedly apologizing, then shrank back, forcing his way out of the crowd. The people around exclaimed, surprised that this unruly uncle would actually drive someone away. The OL girl also let out a sigh of relief, wanting to turn and thank him. The smile that had just appeared on her face froze instantly. She bit her lip and silently endured again. The people around showed expressions of indifference, returning to their previous demeanor. Not daring to play themselves, watching others play was also quite nice. At this moment, Yi Chen, who had replaced the salaryman, had a slight smirk at the corner of his mouth. Ah, this place in Neon is really interesting. However, this girl is quite scheming. How many layers has she laid? Along the way, with new discoveries as a diversion, the journey was no longer monotonous. Yi Chen passed through 8 train cars, tried 17, and without exception, all were successful. Finally, under the odd gazes of a group of audience who had spontaneously followed him, he got off the tram. From then on, this tramline had one more urban legend of the god of trams. At 7:30, most shopping malls and stores had already closed, and the area around the divine toilet fell into darkness. Xiao Yi, time to work. Hi, Uncle Gui is coming. Yi Chen rolled his eyes. This Xiao Yi guy was getting more and more mischievous. However, his abilities were still top-notch. After connecting to the network here, he directly locked onto the surrounding surveillance cameras. Wow, as expected of the divine toilet, the security is quite tight. Yi Chen looked at the red and orange dots marked on the mini-map, smacking his lips. The red dots were cameras, and the orange dots were patrol officers. The total number was over 200. However, it was of no significance. Yi Chen had no intention of going in at all. Plasma bomb. Yi Chen 30,000 degrees Celsius 200,000 compensation 300,000 degrees high temperature, lasting 5 minutes, 300 meters range, weak shockwave. Rarely, he directly spent 200,000 compensation to exchange for a fist-sized, square plasma bomb. Following Xiaoya's hint, he found a slightly higher area on the outskirts, then pressed down on a slightly concave round pit on the bomb. Beep. A light sound. A line of text appeared on the black lacquered surface. Bomb activated. Countdown 1 minute. 0:59 cannot be turned off after 30 seconds. Yi Chen took a breath, and the nano battle suit on his wrist began to cover his upper body. A faint light flashed, activating the maximum 37 times amplification. Thinking about what he was about to do, Yi Chen felt a bit excited, unconsciously striking a pose like the male lead in those middle school dramas he had watched before, preparing to throw a baseball. His long arms stretched, body leaning back, he took a slight aim. One throw. He shouted loudly. Swish! The plasma bomb cut through the air, heading straight for the center of the divine toilet. 1098. Master, please be careful of the strong light. Now activating light filter mode. 3, 2, 1. The glasses darkened for a moment, then he saw a white dot rapidly expanding, growing larger, as if it were a giant bun. There was no shockwave, but a gust of hot wind rushed in, and the corner of Yi Chen's mouth slightly curled. Who tonight in the eastern capital, the wind is a bit noisy. He whistled, faintly hearing police sirens approaching from around him. Yi Chen didn't linger any longer. After admiring the last sight of the divine toilet being engulfed by flames, he followed Xiaoya's instructions and evacuated the area. 20 minutes later, 5 kilometers away from the Divine Toilet, in Shinjuku's Kabukicho, in a small izakaya, everyone held their cups and skewers of yakitori, mouths agape, staring at the screen in the shop. The Divine Toilet has caught fire, although the flames have been suppressed. Whoa whoa whoa, our Divine Toilet is gone. We can see that the scene is in complete disarray. The fire has consumed everything. The possibility of arson cannot be ruled out. The Tokyo Fire Department, the Metropolitan Police Department, and the Public Security Bureau are arranging investigations. The Prime Minister and the Chief of the Police Headquarters have also arrived at the scene. Over 300 police officers are conducting a sweep for all suspicious individuals within a kilometer radius. Yi-Chen tilted his head, took a sip of the bland sake, and silently scoffed. If they could find anything, it would be a miracle. There were no clues at all. Even the bomb itself had melted. If they could uncover anything from this, it would be more believable if the characters from a comic book showed up. Boss lady, give me another large serving of yakitori, everything again. Hi, our customer has quite the appetite. The charming boss lady came back to her senses, wiped her hands, and helped Yi-Chen with the dishes, while the people around turned back. Life is unbearable. The stock market has crashed, and now the shrine is gone. Is it a disaster from Takamagara? Has the great demon emerged? Stop worrying about that. Those are matters for the big shots. We should think about how to pay tomorrow's rent first. Boss lady, give me another drink. I won't worry. When the debt collectors find me, I'll just die. There's no hope left in life. The izakaya was filled with a gloomy atmosphere, with middle-aged men sharing their troubles, while the boss lady occasionally offered comfort. Yi-Chen remained silent, enjoying his meal, feeling utterly pleased. Finally, he let out a breath of resentment. Let them worship now, and I'll see how they worship in the future. If they dare to rebuild, I'll come back for another vacation. After a simple meal, seeing that there was no new news on the TV, Yi-Chen patted his pockets and stood up. He pulled out a bulging wallet from his pocket, took out a 10,000 yen bill, and slapped it on the table. No need for change. Arigato, we welcome you to come again next time. The surrounding uncles looked at Yi-Chen with awe. Truly a Yakuza uncle. The more chaotic it gets, the richer he becomes. Click. After stepping outside, Yi-Chen looked at the vibrant lights and nightlife around him, a smile creeping onto his lips. The serious business was done. It was time for a vacation. With so many shops, which one to choose? Kabukicho truly is a major attraction in Tokyo. There were so many people. The city that never sleeps. Various large promotional posters, screens rolling with the red-listed characters of each shop. The fire several kilometers away had no impact on the atmosphere here. Everyone was busy making money. Who had the time to care if something was burning? It would be best if it burned clean. Otherwise, if you worship here, the tourists from Tokyo University wouldn't want to come. Yi-Chen came here for a vacation, wanting to see exotic customs and appreciate the local cultural traditions. So, he wasn't pursuing any luxury. He planned to visit budget shops, high-end stores, and exclusive places for the wealthy all in one go. In a cafe, Yi-Chen paid 3,000 yen. According to the current skyrocketing exchange rate, 210 yen equals $1, and $1 equals 7 renminbi. It was roughly the price of a $100 ticket. After entering, the cafe was filled with various people. JK-style high school girls, female university students, conservatively dressed housewives, urban OL white-collar workers, and more. Each one was engrossed in their phones or applying makeup. Sir, please come here. At the entrance of the shop, a young man led Yi-Chen into a nearby room. At that moment, quite a few people were gathered here, mostly salary workers. Each one was staring at the large glass wall beside them, their eyes shining with eagerness. You can stay here for 3 hours, and if you see someone you like, just let me know, the young man said, then brought over a cup of iced lemon tea. Yi-Chen casually surveyed the scene. This was the so-called assistance. It was indeed quite rare. However, the quality was also uneven. There was a round-faced high school girl, a college student with a flat nose and wide mouth, a housewife who looked a bit rough, and a not-so-fair white-collar worker. Even if Yi-Chen didn't have high expectations this time, he certainly wouldn't seek out something unpleasant for himself. He skipped over anyone below an 80 score. The remaining options included a girl sucking on a lollipop, wearing headphones and playing games, and a housewife who looked voluptuous and was reading a magazine. Just as Yi-Chen's preference began to lean towards the housewife, another person entered the shop. About 163 centimeters tall, not very tall. She wore a brown low-cut bodycon dress, and her figure was quite impressive. With a small round face, bright eyes, and a sweet smile, she had both charm and allure. This one who just came in, Yi-Chen decided without much thought. At least she was an 85, not bad. When he first met John Schul, she was about this level too. The young man gave a thumbs up. You really have an eye for talent, please wait a moment. He then went out and chatted with the girl for a few moments before bringing her a timer on a round plate. Moments later, Yi Chen and the girl were called into a small private room. "Hello, Uncle, I'm Yuzu. Thank you for choosing me." Yuzu was cheerful and didn't seem intimidated by Yi Chen's somewhat fierce appearance. She reached out her small hand and smiled brightly. Yi Chen smirked and asked straightforwardly, "How much do you want?" Yuzu took Yi Chen's big hand, sat down on the small sofa, and pressed the timer, starting a countdown of 10 minutes. Yi Chen twitched his mouth. Would this thing explode later? Seeing such a device made him feel a bit uneasy. Yuzu was oblivious, tilting her head and looking at Yi Chen with her rounded chin. Not bad looking, as long as there were no strange quirks, she was quite decent. Chatting for 40 minutes, 5,000, holding hands adds 2,000, kissing is 10,000. She held up 3 fingers, winked, her eyes sparkling. That one costs 30,000. Yi Chen pulled out his wallet, and Yuzu's eyes lit up even more at the thick stack of cash. "Wow, Uncle, you're amazing." She pulled out 2 bills. "First, let's take a look around. I've never been here before." "Oh, are you from out of town, Uncle?" "Great, I'm quite familiar with this place." Yuzu hugged Yi Chen's arm, casually grabbed the timer, and went out with him. "By the way, Uncle, how long have you been here?" Yuzu asked when returning the timer. Yi Chen was puzzled but didn't pay much attention. "About 10 minutes, you came at just the right time. I was about to choose someone else." Yuzu smiled, rubbing her small face against his arm. "That means we are fated." She held out her pinky. "Maybe there's a red thread connecting us." After a giggle, Yuzu straightened her face and called out to the young man who was dawdling over there. "Hurry up. This time, don't try to fool me." The young man rolled his eyes and then pulled out a bunch of change. "Here, 2,500, it's yours." Yuzu happily accepted it. "That's more like it." She turned to look at Yi Chen. "Uncle, let's go. By the way, I haven't asked your name yet." "Inakawa." "Inakawa, Uncle, what do you want to explore?" "If you don't have a specific place in mind, I can take you to the robot restaurant for a look." "Sure." There was more to Ichibansho than just entertainment. There are specialty snacks, song and dance performances, and even some strange things. For example, the famous robot restaurant. It is said to have cost as much as 20 billion, featuring Princess Warrior battles against Optimus Prime robots, Dinosaur, King Kong, and whale animal models, along with cool laser lights and dynamic electronic music, which is quite interesting. Yi Chen had a lot of fun, and Yuzu was even more satisfied with Uncle Inagawa. Although this Uncle Inagawa didn't talk much, he was very generous. No matter where they went, he never asked about the price. Whatever they ate, played, or bought, he always had his share. Thanks to the commission from bringing guests, she made a big profit today. Awesome! In a nightclub with dark red lighting, the sound of soft moans came from the individually separated sofa booths. A host with a microphone passionately shouted, "The competition has been going on for 5 minutes now, and 12 tables have already been eliminated, with 33 tables of guests remaining. Who will be tonight's King of Endurance? We shall see." Just then, in a distant corner, someone let out a low growl, and a girl stood up from under the table, raising her hand. The host pointed. "What a pity! The guest at table 23 is out. Oh, and here we have another one. Little Lily has successfully dealt with the guest at table 18. Who else? Come on, ladies, give it your all." Yi Chen was at one of the tables, with Yuzu leaning on his shoulder, giggling and cheering. "Uncle, go for it. Uncle, hold on. Uncle, you can do it." Yi Chen found it amusing yet somewhat speechless, not expecting the neon lights here to evolve to this extent. He had never heard of such a competition before. 15 minutes later, Yuzu stood at the bar, dividing the 100,000 sent by the manager, taking 5,000 for herself and handing the rest to Yi Chen. "Uncle, this is your bonus. Not only did we earn back the ticket price, but there's so much more." "Uncle, you're amazing." Yi Chen didn't take it and shook his head. "It's for you, let's go to the hotel now." Yuzu nodded. "Okay, I know a place with a pretty nice environment." Her eyes turned again. "Uncle, wait for me a moment, I'll make a call to bring a junior over." Yi Chen wasn't worried about her slipping away, little Yi was keeping an eye on her. Moments later, Yuzu ran back. "Uncle, let's go, we'll book the room first, then I'll have that junior come over." The Blareth Hotel, the internet-famous place with a Godzilla monster head on top of the building. In the suite on the rooftop, Yi Chen and the others had just entered the atmosphere. The doorbell rang, and Yuzu hurried to open the door. "Why did you take so long? So slow, Uncle is getting impatient. Come in quickly." Then, a petite girl in a JK skirt and straight stockings with long hair in the morning, I went to the ruins of the divine toilet. At that time, many neon people spontaneously came over, bringing wreaths, candles, cards, and other items. Yi Chen observed coldly for a moment, then shook his hand and left. Ginza, one of the largest commercial districts in the eastern capital, claimed to be one of the 3 shopping paradises alongside the Champs-Élysées and Fifth Avenue. In Yi Chen's view, it was just SOSO, not much stronger than what was available domestically. What was here, there was also back home. He spent 300,000 yen on a meal that was said to be national treasure level top-notch Itome sushi. In the end, he didn't feel anything special. It was pretty much the same as the sushi that cost a few thousand or even a few hundred back home. Tisk, it's just like women, all about promotion and fame. It's just a brand. Thinking about it, he had only spent about 200,000 yen last night, not even $10,000. And for actresses that looked similar, at least an extra zero would be added here. In a high-end hostess club, Yi Chen shook his finger at the hostess beside him. Money is not a problem, as long as you can help me get it done. Since money was not an issue, there were no other problems. Through the hostess, after going through a middleman, by around 6 p.m., Yi Chen met the hard disk goddess he had been longing for, Kuzawa-nan. The result was a huge disappointment. She no longer had that pure yet seductive look, that stubborn yet captivating demeanor. It seemed like she had undergone plastic surgery. Without the filters, the goddess at that moment was just ordinary, scoring about 75 points. After a few perfunctory chats, Yi Chen shook his head, signed a small check for 300,000, and handed it over. Thank you for making the trip. Kuzawa-nan still maintained her smile, bowing her head to accept it with both hands. Thank you for your support. Not making a deal left both the middleman and the hostess disappointed, still unwilling to give up and wanting to introduce Yi Chen to others. However, Yi Chen had lost interest. He thought about simply going to find Yuzu. Where are you? Uncle, are you looking for me? I'm at the DR bar in Ichibancho, club activities, can't leave for now. Where? Room 17. Yi Chen rushed back to Ichibancho from Ginza. He found the DR bar. Just as he entered the room. Hurry up, the king's order is absolute, you must take off. A group of boys and girls, seeing the small wooden stick in their hands and hearing what was just said, were probably playing the king's game. Uncle! Yuzu, sitting by the door, stood up and waved with a smile. This is our university's baseball club gathering. The boy next to Yuzu glanced at Yi Chen with a sidelong look and snorted coldly. Yuzu, did you bring someone over? This is an internal club activity. Outsiders can't participate. He pulled Yuzu down to sit and waved at Yi Chen. You should leave, we are private. Yi Chen ignored him and directly spoke to Yuzu. Are you coming or not? Yuzu hesitated for a moment, caught between her long-term meal ticket and her sugar daddy, but made her choice in just 1 second. Let's go. Seeing her stand up again, the boy next to her called out in dissatisfaction. What are you joking about? If we are short of people, how can we play? You are. Bang! Yi Chen kicked out, hitting the boy next to Yuzu in the stomach, knocking him to his knees. Then he reached out, grabbed his half-long hair, and slammed it on the table. Bang bang! 2 muffled sounds that sounded painful. Once these guys all shut their mouths, Yi Chen glanced over and raised his chin at the still-dazed Yuzu. Aren't you coming over? Oh. Yuzu felt a bit excited, as expected of the Yakuza uncle, really impressive. Just like the feeling from last night, so powerful. Yi Chen scoffed, wrapping his arm around her and leaving. As they passed the bar, a waiter ran over, and before he could speak, 2 large bills were thrown over. He immediately changed his expression and smiled. Please take your time, welcome to come again next time. Just as they were about to exit the store. Bastard, kill him, let them taste our power. The group of boys finally came to their senses, charging out with baseball bats, clearly not ready to back down. With a dull thud, Yi Chen reached out and grabbed one of the bats, easily snatching it away with a little force. He then kicked the guy in front of him flying. Swinging the bat casually, he looked at the circle of onlookers and sneered. Bunch of useless trash. Without waiting for them to make a move, he charged forward, swinging, smashing, hitting, and striking. Although there was no technique, relying on his physical prowess and the boost from his gear, it was like playing whack-a-mole. In the blink of an eye, they were all knocked down. You bastard, I won't let you get away with this. Someone, lying on the ground, shouted defiantly. Yi Chen wouldn't show mercy, stepping up to knock out his front teeth with a swing of the bat. This brutal scene made the onlookers take a few steps back. Yi Chen casually tossed the bat to the ground, yanked a set of keys from one of the boys' waists, and hopped onto a motorcycle parked at the store entrance, inserting the key. Vroom vroom vroom. The pitch-black cruiser roared to life as Yi Chen reached out and pulled the trembling Yuzu onto the bike. Yuzu wrapped her arms around his chest. Turning to the defeated foes on the ground, she made a face, then tightened her grip and shouted, "One against." The motorcycle roared off, leaving behind a legend of a lone urban warrior taking on 100. After driving for 30 minutes, Yi Chen parked the bike haphazardly in a small alley. He walked away with his hands in his pockets. Yuzu quickly took a couple of steps, linking her arm with Yi Chen's, looking up and smiling. Uncle, you were so amazing just now. Hey, she gestured with her hands. Bang bang bang, I didn't even see clearly, and they were all lying down, just like a samurai. Yichen frowned slightly and asked, you can make money at gatherings like that? As the saying goes, a man's two great hobbies are dragging good families into the mud and persuading fallen women to reform. Ultimately, it still comes down to possessiveness. If he hadn't seen it, it would have been fine, let them do whatever they wanted. But having seen it, he felt a bit uncomfortable. Yuzu, seemingly unconcerned, continued to smile and said, it's different for me and you. They, don't have that much money, but they have quite a bit of influence at school. With their help, I can solve a lot of problems. Yichen began to understand, it was a resource exchange where both parties benefited. Are you really short on money? Yuzu released his arm, bounced a few steps ahead, and walked backward with her hands behind her back. Who isn't short on money? College costs money, food costs money, buying new clothes costs money, and sometimes wanting to go out and have fun costs money too. Uncle, you're so rich, you don't know our troubles. Yichen chuckled. When he was poor, he spent over 300 days a year eating dirt. What did she know? What about your parents? Didn't they give you pocket money? Yuzu fell silent for a moment, then shook her head, pointing to her cute cheeks, still smiling as she said, I'm already 20. And my parents divorced when I was little, and my father remarried. Then this year, his company went bankrupt, and he lost a lot in the stock market. Unable to accept it, he chose to become a monk. My stepmother doesn't care about me and took my sister back to the countryside, so I have to rely on myself. Just like the rich, everyone has their own happiness. Poor families are all similar. Yichen exhaled, feeling a sense of empathy. To be honest, when he was at his lowest, he even thought about getting close to a rich woman. However, the thought of a steel wool ball was just too terrifying, and he wasn't at the point of being unable to survive. Shaking his head, he pushed those bad memories away. Let's go, tonight I'll take you out to have fun. Whatever you want to play, whatever you want to buy, just say it. Yuzu squinted and smiled, then bounced back, tiptoeing into Yichen's arms, looking up for a while. I want to go shopping in Shibuya. What do you think, Uncle? Shibuya Crossing, said to be the busiest intersection in the world, with 3,000 people passing through every minute. Over 2.5 million people walk through it daily, equivalent to the total population of a third-tier city. The iconic Shibuya 109 is a favorite spot for young people in Neon, and a paradise for affordable shopping. However, looking at the crowded throngs and the average price of several thousand yen, Yichen felt a bit overwhelmed. What a joke! I'm ready to use my cash power, and you bring me here. Do you want me to wave my hand and clear the place? Let's go somewhere else. He stopped the excited Yuzu who was about to enter. Ha, Uncle doesn't like it here? Yuzu asked, a bit confused. How about GU instead? That was a place cheaper than 109. Yichen wasn't sure about that, but he scanned the tall buildings around, following the universal rule. The taller and bigger the building, the more upscale the mall. He pointed to a nearby building several hundred meters high. Let's go to that one. Yuzu opened her mouth. Shibuya Scramble Square, the Shibuya Station Building, commonly known as the 3S Building, a product of the Shibuya Revitalization Plan, opened in 2019, the tallest building in the area, should be considered top luxury in Shibuya. Walking into the somewhat empty mall, Yichen breathed a sigh of relief. This was more like it. Go pick, take what you like. He patted Yuzu's back and nodded. Yuzu looked at the clothes that easily cost over 100,000, some even several 100,000, and clicked her tongue, feeling a bit lost. She glanced back at Yichen, who was casually browsing, gritted her teeth, and pointed to a short t-shirt. Over 30,000. Yichen was also picking. He hadn't brought any change of clothes. This one, that one, and that one, get them for me to try. He never looked at prices when shopping, and the sales assistant perked up when she saw what he pointed at. Hi, please wait a moment, a big client had arrived. It wasn't easy, affected by the economic situation. These mid-range luxury brands were really struggling. Top luxury brands never lacked customers, and even top billionaires might not lose much. After all, there's a saying, wealth doesn't disappear, it just gets harvested. Where does it go? Of course, to the wealthiest classes. Those relying on brand marketing, targeting the nouveau riche, had a harder time. Fortunately, after the clouds, the moon shines bright. Encountering a big client today might mean better days ahead, right? While thinking about these random thoughts, she quickly brought Yichen the right sizes. Yichen tried them on casually, they were fine. He changed into a leather jacket paired with jeans and had the clothes he changed out of thrown away. Hey, have you picked? When he came out, Yuzu was sitting on a chair, boredly kicking her calves. Uncle is so handsome, Yuzu praised with slightly brightened eyes. Yichen ignored her flattery. Where's the new clothes? Put them on so I can see. When he saw her, she took a t-shirt and chuckled, shaking his head. He nodded to the sales assistant beside him. Recommend her some, put together a few suitable outfits. The sales assistant perked up again, nodding repeatedly. Okay, miss, please follow me, this is our latest collection. Yuzu turned to look at Yi-chan repeatedly. Uncle. Yi-chan waved his hand. Pick whatever you like. Yuzu responded with an "oh," then tentatively pointed to a black long skirt, priced at 150,000. At this moment, the sales assistant didn't look at Yi-chan and directly went to get the right size. When Yuzu came out, Yi-chan looked at the slightly tight long dress and nodded slightly. The little girl really had a nice figure. Not bad, the top needs to be changed, switch to that white one, and get a jacket. As Yi-chan kept directing, Yuzu gradually found the feeling of shopping in a budget store, no longer paying attention to those prices in the tens or hundreds of thousands. Try. One said after another. Uncle, how is it? Uncle, what about this set? Uncle, do I look like Watanabe Minami? Some Yi-chan nodded, while others couldn't help but tease. Too old-fashioned. You should wear this in another 10 years. Too gaudy, too tacky. Unknowingly, nearly an hour passed. Yuzu looked at the piles of bags at the counter and the cashier continuously scanning items, sticking out her tongue, hoping the price wouldn't make Uncle feel heartbroken. Hello, the total is 9,235,000 yuan. The sales assistant smiled happily, just a little shy of breaking 10 million. Yi-chan felt nothing, even wanting to laugh. Indeed, the quality was quite different, not even enough to buy a bag for Naomi. Casually swiping his card, they browsed a few more stores, and then followed the loaded Yuzu back to her apartment. The haul of 30 million was just a pile of shopping bags. It was also Yuzu's unwavering devotion. The next day, Yi-chan woke up, sniffing. He saw the woman wearing an apron, cooking breakfast in the small kitchen. He chuckled, pulled back the blanket, and leaned over. Ah, uncle, you're awake? Ohio. Yi-chan squinted slightly. The scene before him was just like when he eagerly watched the goddess of hard drives back in the day. He reached out casually, giving her a rub. Yuzu's face began to flush. Wait a minute, I'll be done soon. Wait for what? You eat mine first, then I'll eat you. As for breakfast, let's drink some milk first. After a hearty breakfast, Yi-chan changed clothes with Yuzu and was about to go out to find a place to have some fun. Knock. Someone was banging on the door. Yuzu was a bit puzzled. It's not time to pay rent, and the landlord wouldn't be so rude. Who could it be? Cautiously, she locked the anti-theft chain and opened the door a crack. Just as she was about to peek through the gap, a pair of pliers reached in directly. Snip! The anti-theft chain was cut in an instant, and then the door was yanked open. Big brother, it's the stinky woman's sugar daddy. A guy with a gap-toothed mouth pointed at Yuzu, his face full of hatred. Then he saw Yi-chan looking curiously from inside and immediately shouted, "It's him. Big brother, he's here too." At that moment, a man in a floral shirt, accompanied by two men in black suits, walked in. He frowned and looked at Yi-chan. Were you the one who fought someone at the DR entrance last night? Which group are you from? Clearly, this big brother also realized Yi-chan was not to be trifled with and was preparing to assess the situation first. Yi-chan clicked his tongue, glancing at the toothless brother. Looks like I went easy on you last night. With a sigh, he reached out and pressed the floral shirt guy's head down onto the tatami mat. Don't move, the knife in my hand can not only cut bread but also your neck. Holding a dinner knife, he pressed it against the side of the floral shirt guy's neck with a thud. Gulp. The sharp edge made him break out in goosebumps, but he still shouted defiantly, "If you have the guts, kill me." Yi-chan glanced at the two men in black who dared not move and patted the floral shirt guy's cheek. Come on, tell me, which group are you from? Listen well. We are from the Inoue group, the floral shirt guy said forcefully, looking proud. Unfortunately, he misjudged the situation. Yi-chan had no idea what the Inoue group was. However, he didn't know that Xiaoyi did. Before he could speak, Xiaoyi revealed all the information she could find in front of his eyes. Master, the Inoue group is a gang organization in Kabukicho, Shinjuku, led by Inoue Hikaru, who is also the young head of the Yamaguchi Gumi's 8th generation and an executive of the Inagawakai, making it a third-tier group of the Inagawakai. Inagawakai? Isn't that my family's? I am Inagawa Kojiro now. Touching his chin, Yi-chan hesitated about how to handle the situation. Seeing him silent for a long time, Yuzu thought she had put him in a difficult position. Biting her teeth, she knelt beside him and knocked her head on the back of her hand. I'm really sorry about yesterday's incident. It was because of me. Whatever you want to do, come at me. Seeing her back down, the floral shirt suddenly became bold. The person you hit is the distant nephew of our group leader, Yi-chan stabbed a dinner knife into his arm, covering the other's mouth with his hand to stifle the scream. "Did I let you talk? Don't make noise, it will attract the neighbors." Looking at the two suited men who took a step back, Yi-chen coldly spoke to them. "Go close the door, we need to talk." 20 minutes later, Yi-chen and Yuzu set off with the talkative nephew. As for the three in floral shirts, they were knocked out and left in the apartment. In a single-family house in Shinjuku, Yi-chen looked at the place, which was no different from an ordinary residence, and curled his lips. They talk so big, and this is the result? Shaking his head slightly, he made the nephew ring the doorbell. With a knife pressed against his lower back, the nephew dared not disobey and nervously rang the bell. Moments later, a middle-aged woman opened the door. "It's you, here to find." Before she could finish her sentence, Yi-chen pushed the nephew inside. Bang! The door was slammed shut. Another 20 minutes later, a pale-faced Inoue Hikaru drove Yi-chen and the bewildered Yuzu to Kawasaki City in Kanagawa. After all, it belongs to the Tokyo metropolitan area, and it's not far from Shinjuku, just about 20 kilometers. Even though the traffic in Tokyo was a mess, they still arrived at a spacious villa after 20 minutes. After tricking the big door open, when Yi-chen got out of the car, he saw a group of thugs with knives and guns baring their teeth. I knew it wouldn't be that simple. Stretching his limbs, he shook his head at Yuzu in the back seat. "Lie down and hide well." After saying that, he slammed the car door shut, and then, hiya! A group of people charged at Yi-chen with samurai swords. Bang bang bang. With the enhancement already activated, Yi-chen knocked out one kid with each punch. The silenced handgun made muffled sounds, but it couldn't even aim at Yi-chen. At this moment, the enhanced battlesuit had covered his entire body, providing all-around boosts. Even if his speed couldn't reach 37 times, it was still much faster than any sprinter. Like a shadow, he swept across the scene. Baka! Sumamasen amid the chaotic shouts, these thugs and younger brothers piled up into a mountain of people. Clapping his hands, he turned to the pair of eyes peeking out from the back seat and shook his head. "Stay put and don't come down." After saying that, he walked through the courtyard's rockery towards the study. Moments later, he smiled at the president of the Inagawa-kai, Seijiro. "You're quite calm, huh?" Seijiro's face was cold, exuding authority. "Who sent you? No matter how much the other party offers, I will pay double, and I guarantee no repercussions. You can trust the Inagawa-kai's credibility." After a pause, "If you can take out the mastermind, I'll add another double." Staring intently at Yi-chen, "What do you say?" Yi-chen remained non-committal, surveying the study. After a while, seeing Seijiro's face seemed to be losing composure, he chuckled. "Don't press it. It's useless." Seijiro's face changed dramatically, and he pressed the alarm button under the desk fiercely a few more times. "Zay, I told you it's useless. Why don't you believe me?" "Hee, a club president, and the final trump card is actually calling the police. You really are a nest of snakes and rats, how ironic." He walked over, lifted the white-haired Kayashiro, and threw him to the ground, then sat in his place. "Let me introduce myself, Inagawa Kojiro." Kayashiro was taken aback. "You are the son of Inagawa Eishi? Why are you back?" Inagawa Eishi was originally the eldest son of Inagawa Saikiro, the founder of the Inagawa Association. Unfortunately, he was not ambitious enough, failing to become the second-generation leader, and later the third generation was also taken by his younger brother Yuhong. After finally outlasting Yuhong, he was tricked by his own father during the struggle for the fourth generation, and the president actually handed it over to an outsider. At this point, Inagawa Eishi was completely disheartened, and then he retreated overseas, no longer caring about the association's affairs. After his eldest son Inagawa Ichiro died 2 years ago, he followed suit, leaving only Inagawa Kojiro. Of course, now Kojiro was also in a bad situation. "I came back to take back everything that belongs to me." At this moment, Yi-chen was somewhat immersed in the role, coldly staring at Kayashiro. "The Inagawa Association founded by my grandfather, which my father did not inherit, has been messed up by you all, not even resembling an association, and has been suppressed by the Sanko group for so many years. It's time for a change." Bang! A slap hit the desk, scattering the hidden equipment and firearms on it. "I, Inagawa Kojiro. Today I inherit the great legacy, the sixth generation of the Inagawa Association." That night at 8 p.m., all the senior executives of the Inagawa Association rushed to the president's residence for a meeting from all over the country. Chairman, vice chairman, advisors, department heads, executive members. 31 top leaders, plus 42 direct members who served as heads of various families and groups, all gathered. What's the urgent matter? The president has never suddenly summoned so many people before. Yeah, apart from the succession ceremony 15 years ago, it has never been this complete. Maybe it's to discuss the current economic situation. After all, this year has been tough for everyone. TCH, When has it ever been easy? Ah, can you tell me which year was easy? Maybe it's about to go to war with the Sumiyoshi Association. They've taken advantage of the chaos to grab a lot of business. Just as the discussions were lively, the checkered door was pulled open, and a frowning Kayashiro walked in. Yi-Chen followed beside him. After everyone bowed their heads in greeting, Kayashiro cleared his throat and pointed at Yi-Chen. This is the grandson of the old president of Inagawa, the second son of Aishi, Kojiro. Yi-Chen nodded slightly, acknowledging the greeting. At this moment, no one paid attention. Everyone was surprised by this news, and thinking back to the last time so many people were summoned. Doesn't this mean the president is about to change? The vice chairman, Kanazawa Sachi, the head of the 8th generation Yokosuka family, frowned and also cleared his throat. Kojiro wasn't a member of the association before. Is it really appropriate for him to attend the conference now? Kayashiro opened his mouth. It was not just inappropriate, it was extremely inappropriate. However, under the roof, he was about to rebut. Yi-Chen flashed a grin at Kanazawa Sachi. Kanazawa Sachi was taken aback, then smiled back. Kojiro, we welcome you back, but the association has its rules, which the old president established back then. Yi-Chen didn't continue to listen to his rambling. He had no time for that and directly clapped his hands. Then two guys holding katanas came in, dragging Kanazawa Sachi to the empty aisle in front of everyone amidst their bewildered gazes. One stuffed a handkerchief into his mouth and bent down to hold his head, while the other raised the katana high. Hey yeah, as expected of a famous sword from back in the day, it couldn't cut hair, but severing a head was no problem. Blood splattered 5 steps. Ah! Someone couldn't help but scream. Yi-Chen clapped his hands again. Clang clang clang. The surrounding grid doors were all pulled open, and a group of guys with white cloth bands tied around their heads, wielding samurai swords, shouted at everyone to sit back down. These guys had been subdued by Yi-Chen before. The Neon people were a bit perverse in their admiration for strength and placed great importance on bloodline inheritance. They didn't want to hear any nonsense from Yi-Chen. Once they regained their senses and learned of his false identity, they immediately pledged their loyalty, not even listening to Kayashiro's words. Is there anyone who still feels uneasy? Yi-Chen scanned the room, and no one spoke. He nodded slightly. Then he began to point. The head of the headquarters, Kobayashi Tadashi, is an undercover agent from the police department. Send him to heaven. Hi! 2 people stepped forward, dragging the bewildered Kobayashi Tadashi to the center, ignoring his cries, and executed him. Foreign Affairs Committee member, Yamazaki Koji, you colluded with the foreigners to harm the company's interests. Send him on his way. Hi! Slander! This is slander. I refuse. I refuse. Crack! Another spray of blood erupted, and the shouting abruptly stopped. President Fu, Kojiro, I used to hug you when the old president was around. You, execution department, Hori family head, Kojiro, no, president, I submit, I am sincerely devoted. I will hand over the hidden money. I will give it all, double the amount, directly affiliated, Araki family head, damn it, old president, may you have spirit in heaven, bring down calamity and smite this great demon. Directly affiliated, Takahashi group leader, Hachigaya Road, Yi-Chen coldly reported the names. This was not a random act. Some were indeed guilty, disloyal to the company, but more were just making room for themselves. A group of old men, the youngest being 60, occupying the positions and not allowing the younger generation to rise. No wonder the company was so lifeless, getting worse by the day. He planned to promote many of his own people. There couldn't be any empty positions. There were only about 70 high-level members, and he had bloodily eliminated over 30 in one night, nearly half. He then announced a series of personnel orders and granted Kayashiro a merciful death. At the same time, he appointed Yuzu, who had changed her surname to Inagawa, as vice president, and that was that. The next day, in the name of those 30 or so, he called in their loyal subordinates, eliminated about 100 people, and promoted some new blood, while also secretly taking out the 2 presidents of the Mikokomi and the Sumiyoshi Kai along with several high-ranking members. Then, he shamelessly declared that the president of the Inagawa Kai had been assassinated, and he had been appointed to take over the presidency in a time of crisis. It must be said that the identity he had chosen back then was quite useful. Compared to the other 2 companies, which were fighting over the presidency, he had stabilized things first. Then, taking advantage of their internal strife and the chaotic environment, he absorbed new blood and expanded his influence. In less than half a year, he surpassed the Sumiyoshi Kai, with membership numbers skyrocketing to 22,000, just 1,000 short of the Mikokomi. Of course, that was all for later. On the night of the 5th, at Narita Airport, now the esteemed vice president, Inagawa Yuzu, dressed in a traditional kimono, looked at Yi-Chen with some reluctance. Uncle, what exactly are you busy with? The company can't be without you. Yi-Chen twitched his mouth. Busy with what? Busy going home to celebrate the Mid-Autumn Festival. Moreover, even if there was nothing to do, could I just stay here as a thug leader forever? He patted Yuzu's shoulder. I have more important things to do, you take care of the company for now. If there's a problem, ask Mr. Yi. If that doesn't work, come find me, understood? The so-called Mr. Yi was Little Yi. He had given Yuzu a permission to connect to the Hong Kong server. Little Yi would monitor the situation in Neon through the network, keeping an eye on things here. Of course, if something big really happens, it wouldn't be a hassle for him to come over. After this year, the plane he ordered should arrive, and applying for a flight route isn't too troublesome. Yuzu pouted and took a deep breath after a while. Don't worry, I'll do my best. I have confidence in you. That's it, I'm off. Waving goodbye, she stepped into the boarding gate amidst a group of men in black suits seeing her off. Once she could no longer see Yi-chen's figure, Yuzu took a breath and turned around with a cold face. Bring 200 people with me. The Inoue group isn't behaving. They actually want a rebel while Kojiro is away. If that's the case, let them be sacrificed to pave the way for Kojiro. Hi! Over 300 people bowed and shouted in unison. This scene was indeed quite impressive. A legendary figure, the shadow president of the Inagawa Kai, Inagawa Yuzu began her journey in the underworld. On the 6th of the Mid-Autumn Festival, at the South City Olympic Sports Center. At 5:30 p.m., over 50,000 people gathered in the stands, waiting for the performance below to begin. As the main sponsor of the event and a local super tycoon, Yi-chen naturally sat in the center. To his right was Naomi, and to his left, he sighed inwardly, it was Lu Yu and Xiao Yueying. He had previously told his parents to come watch the show together. In the end, they complained it was too noisy and refused to come. But, dear parents, if you don't come, isn't this battlefield something your son has to bear alone? Lu Yu glanced over Yi-chen's shoulder at the smiling Naomi. She slightly lowered her head and asked Yi-chen, did you do something? Why does Naomi seem younger and younger? She frowned slightly. I saw reports about Lu Mayer before too. Yi-chen cleared his throat, feeling a bit guilty. He had promised to prepare something for her, but he forgot about it after changing his face. It was a bit unfair to his hardworking and capable old classmate. Lowering his voice, he said, when we go back to my place, I'll get you a treatment. Lu Yu pinched him, thinking he was just talking nonsense again. Watch your surroundings. Yi-chen rolled his eyes. What are you thinking? It's a real treatment, new technology, it'll make you 20 years younger. Really? Lu Yu's eyes sparkled. She hardly dared to look in the mirror these days, fearing she would see her increasingly aging face. There were so many things to deal with, and being busy left her no time to think about skincare. Hearing that Yi-chen had new technology, she became excited. Looking at Naomi, who seemed to have returned to her 20s, she believed it 99%. I believe you, I'll come to your place tonight. After saying this, Naomi's slender fingers quietly poked Yi-chen's waist. Yi-chen turned and glared at her. What are you doing? Naomi covered her mouth and smiled. I wanted to talk to you. Hey, I'm planning to make a movie. I've taken a break for half a year, and if I don't produce something soon, people will forget me. Yi-chen rolled his eyes. You trend on social media every few days. It would be a miracle if anyone could forget you. Naomi giggled. Isn't that because of you? She said, blinking her eyes with a pitiful look. You haven't paid attention to me for a long time. Am I going to be cast into the cold palace? Yi-chen had no way to deal with this drama queen inside. Well, come to my place tonight, and I'll help you with the movie stuff. See if there's anything I can do for you. It's a deal. Yi-chen clapped his hands with her. Come on, let's go. Tonight we'll slay 1 and 2, and become super gods. Chatting with the 3 women beside him, he occasionally responded to people who came over to greet him. Half an hour later, the Mid-Autumn Festival Gala officially began. Amidst the cheers, Jay-cho, who had come from afar, ignited the audience's passion with his song Hair Like Snow. As Wolf Fong Moon just started, it triggered a chorus from the entire audience. Jay-cho truly lived up to his name. His popularity was undeniable. Yi-chen joined in the shouting, feeling a sense of nostalgia. 15 years ago, he had also watched Jay-cho's concert here. This time, the gala invited Jay-cho, and it was he who made the request and invested heavily, otherwise, it would have been quite difficult to invite him. When Jay-cho finished singing and left the stage, the audience erupted in encore calls. The second singer, who was suppressed, felt a bit gloomy. Who arranged this order? Isn't this setting me up for failure? This unfortunate kid, who had just shouted for an entire song, was now catching his breath, and the venue fell silent, as if the song was sung for ghosts. However, it was originally a lyrical song, and such an effect was acceptable on television and during the Looking at the World live broadcast. One singer after another appeared, some were currently popular, and others were veteran stars, all big names. TSK, the world is really wealthy, with so many people, it must cost several $100 million? Ha, are you joking? It's a program by the central bank, Who wouldn't want to be on it? The one upstairs is the real joke. It's not the Spring Festival Gala or the Mid-Autumn Festival Gala. I didn't even know this thing existed before. Whether it's about money or not, don't worry about God of wealth ye. The $5 billion spent on sponsorship, plus the $10 billion in red envelopes, will just circle back from the ugly country's stock market, right? I feel like the big market is about to pass. Now the monthly return has dropped to 43%. Do you still think you can earn 3 to 5 times every month? Now that it's still 43%, I have to say I'm impressed. Equally impressive, I'm in finance. You guys don't know how strict the foreign ban on quantitative operations is now. In the live broadcast room of Looking at the World, there weren't many people at first, so they could chat a bit. Soon, millions gathered, and the comments on the screen were overwhelming, all wanting to hug God of wealthy. Otherwise, it was just fans of celebrities bickering, lip-syncing, bad voice, ugly girl, until Lou Meyer appeared, dressed in a flowing white ancient costume, looking gentle as water. Ah, Jew's sister, reverse aging, goddess. The national daughter-in-law got divorced, but after appearing on a few variety shows and giving some interviews, she talked about the hardships she had swallowed alone over the years. Lou Meyer's popularity didn't decline but rather increased. Cough, she's pretty, so everyone understands. At the scene, the host stopped Lou Meyer, using the topic of the Mid-Autumn Festival's full moon and family reunions to bring up her divorce from Lou Ku. Lou Meyer calmly replied, "Although my family is no longer complete, when I feel sad and down, many good friends comfort and encourage me, allowing me to walk through it strongly. Thank you all." The director immediately directed the camera to Lou Meyer's circle of friends, and finally, the LED screen displayed Yi Chen's profile. This guy seemed to be whispering in the ear of the nearby Naomi. Hearing the uproar from the audience, Yi Chen turned his head and then saw himself on the big screen, stunned for a moment, but then calmly waved his hand as if nothing had happened. The host broke out in a cold sweat, thinking, "Damn, I hope I didn't offend a big shot." Just as he wanted to smooth things over, Lou Meyer, who was not frowning, smiled and spoke. "Of course, I also want to thank Mr. Yi for his help at a critical moment." The scene cut back to the stage, and then the internet began to buzz. "Did you see that? I told you Yi Chen has a connection with Naomi." "Bullshit, it's just a misalignment. They were just talking normally." "Damn, there's no way to talk to brain-dead fans. Your goddess, even at 38, is still a virgin, right? Tisk tsk. A virgin can still have children. What a world wonder. I actually think it shouldn't be. After all, it's a public place. Could they really just be good friends?" No matter how people speculated, that night, Naomi went to Yi Chen's villa number 8. Together with Lu Yu, they became comrades in arms. During the halftime break, Lu Yu went to the therapy pod for maintenance. Meanwhile, Naomi stared at the object in front of her, which was similar to the therapy pod, feeling somewhat puzzled. What does this have to do with making a movie? Virtual reality pod Yi Chen sleeping version, 5 million compensation, lucid dream technology, entering a virtual world during deep sleep while maintaining the ability to stay awake. Light quantum computer Yi Chen virtual reality special edition, 26 million compensation, can recreate a 1 cubic kilometer area with 100% fidelity to real scenes. Yi Chen opened the pod cover without explaining. "Just lie down and you'll find out." Naomi shrugged and obediently lay down. As the sedative spread, she fell into deep sleep. Yi Chen had Xiaoyi open the monitoring screen, and they saw Naomi in a white room, looking around in confusion. "Yi Chen, where are you?" She called out a bit flustered, and then Yi Chen's figure appeared in front of her. This was an image generated by Xiaoyi. Unlike the therapy pod, which could fully rely on consciousness to drive the body, this was just a simulation, but it didn't hinder their communication. Naomi breathed a sigh of relief and looked at her palm. "So I am now. In simple terms, you're dreaming, but it's a lucid dream. When you wake up, you'll still remember everything." Virtual reality, you've read sci-fi novels, right? It's pretty much like that. After hearing Yi Chen's explanation, Naomi almost couldn't help but curse. "Damn, you actually researched this?" Before she could ask, Yi Chen waved his hand, and the scene around them transformed into the Olympic Sports Center, perfectly replicated 1:1. Naomi squatted down and tugged at the artificial grass. Both the texture and the sight were indistinguishable from the real thing. How about that? Impressive, right? You wanted to shoot a movie, right? With this, everything you experience here can be recorded, generating video. Whether it's editing or any post-production, it's all very simple. As Yi Chen spoke, he waved his hand again, and a dense crowd appeared around them. Extras. Another wave, and the bird's nest was replaced by the purple spot building. Scene setup. He spread his arms. "You can freely paint here. You can do whatever you want without worrying about investment, directors, or actors. One person can create a big production." Hearing Naomi say she wanted to make a movie herself, and because she had fallen out with a certain big director in the Beijing circle, leading to a lack of resources. She wanted to spend money to hire some people. Yi Chen was not interested in a certain director who spent his life proving that he didn't make that movie back then. He scoffed at the so-called circle. Simply put, he pointed out the virtual pod. It was a bit expensive, but the earlier you used it, the more you enjoyed it. With this, no matter the plot, you can repeat it over and over, refining it, making it feel more real. As he spoke, the surroundings transformed into a bank, where several masked robbers were in the midst of a heist. The sounds of gunfire and the pervasive smell of gunpowder made Naomi instinctively shrink back behind Yi Chen, even though she knew it was fake. After demonstrating for a while, he let Xiaoyi grant her secondary permissions, allowing her to play around. "Master, storage space is running low," Yi Chen exclaimed. "How could that be? Isn't this self-contained?" "Master, the self-contained version can generate about 20 complete scenes, but since you decided to let Naomi make a movie, the scenes will definitely exceed that. Of course, if you don't pursue complete realism, it will be much smaller." Yi Chen stroked his chin and nodded slightly. "So, if the generated scenes aren't changed, the space consumed will be much smaller, right?" "You're correct, Master. This is mainly used to create a second world for filming, which not only consumes a lot of resources but is also quite wasteful." Yi Chen waved his hand. "It's fine, let her play around, it won't consume much. I'll just watch." DNA storage medium 500/gram, 500/kilogram 1 gram stores 545 EB of information, 160 ZB generated globally in 2024, 1 ZB requires 2 grams, a total of 320 grams needed for the year. He rubbed his chin. This is really not cheap. Looking at it now, 500,000 a year is enough, but that's now. Once his technology starts to become widespread, the amount of information will definitely skyrocket. "Phew, luckily I didn't prepare to popularize it right now, let's take it slow." He then ran to the nearby data center and exchanged for a glass column a meter long, filled with black fluorescent DNA storage medium, weighing a full 10 kilograms. After thinking about it, he simply exchanged for more. Quantum computer 256G industrial big data type 50 million compensation computing power, 67 million logical quantum bits. Following Xiaoye's suggestion, he loaded the storage medium into the new quantum computer. The accumulated compensation had consumed over 100 million. "Xiaoyi, this should be enough for a while, right?" "Yes. According to calculations, if the master does not continue to push for technological advancement and lets it develop naturally, both the computing power and storage space will be sufficient for over 30 years. Alright, we'll see how it goes later." After finishing up, he strolled back home, just in time for Lu Yu to wake up from her recovery. When she realized she had indeed become a bit younger, Yi Chen didn't hold back, and the flames of war reignited. The next day, Lu Yu happily went to work, having scheduled her second treatment for the evening. Meanwhile, Naomi was no longer as excited as the night before, her face full of conflict. "It's over." Yi Chen looked at Naomi slumped over the dining table, somewhat speechless. "Isn't this enough for you to mess around with? What more do you want? Do you know how much I spent on this?" Naomi waved her hand. "No, it's just that your technology is too amazing. I don't even know what to shoot anymore." Indeed, with too many choices and too much freedom, she didn't know how to decide. In the past, when making a movie, one had to consider investment, audience, and in short, try to recoup the investment as much as possible. But now with virtual reality technology, there's nothing to consider. Just play however you like. Naomi was momentarily at a loss. Yi Chen spat at her. "You're spoiled. Do you think not consuming resources means just using a bit of electricity?" Naomi was taken aback. "Isn't it?" Yi Chen scoffed. "Electricity is the most basic, the computing power consumed, and storage resources. Let's calculate." He actually didn't know how much it would cost. After all, these things couldn't be quantified for now, so he just threw out a number. 97 million, you built 9 scenes last night, generating over 700 people, that's about how much it costs. "Ha, that much? I didn't even know." Naomi was startled. Virtual reality is also based on reality, so of course there's consumption, so, While Yi Chen was chatting with Naomi, a reminder from Xiaoyi appeared in front of him, and he frowned slightly. "Xiaoyi, let's see the news." Xiaoyi understands. Soon, a video appeared on the large screen beside them. "Almost sold during a trip. Thank you, Tianxia. Thank you, Yezi." Then, it was a recounting from a woman who was still in shock. "Because I made some money from investing in Tianxia Fund, I went out to travel during the 11-day holiday, came to Taigua. The first few days were quite fun, and I even met a few local friends, but then, those friends tricked me into the park." The woman on the screen looked terrified. "Fortunately, I have Tianxia 1, I have Yezi. Originally, after coming out, Yezi couldn't provide services. But, I don't know if it was because I sensed danger. Last night, Yezi suddenly sent a mass message to all the Tianxia 1 users and Tianxia AI users around me. Everyone was very enthusiastic. 130 big brothers rushed over overnight and stopped the van that was kidnapping me. It was just a little bit, just 50 meters away, and I would have been taken into the park. Thank you everyone, thank you Tianxia Group, thank you, and finally, I remind everyone to pay attention to safety when going out to play. As she spoke, footage recorded at the time was interspersed. There was a scene of her being dragged into the car, a scene of dozens of cars blocking the van, and finally, a close-up of the park at the border. That cursed place really shouldn't be visited. Well, I advise you, everything is available domestically, so it's better not to go out. But my dream since childhood has been to travel the world, and now that I finally have the time and money, bring a Tianxia 1, it could save my life at a critical moment. I think everyone should think deeply about this. How does AI sense danger? How can it bypass the user and send information directly? There's something in this. Hey, don't be so annoying. If you want to criticize, just say it directly. Anyway, I don't care. My privacy isn't worth much, as long as it can save my life at a critical moment. What's wrong with AI monitoring? The comments section started to argue again. It was almost a habit. As long as there was something related to Tianxia AI, these would be inevitable. Yi Chen didn't mind, but he found Xiaoya's actions a bit strange. Didn't I tell you to stop the overseas service? Master, it hasn't been opened yet, but because the storage space increased last night and a big data quantum computer joined the server, I can now actively identify users. All domestic users can continue to use Yezi on foreign networks. Master, am I amazing? Amazing, but be careful, don't let the foreigners take advantage. Master, don't worry, even if they use domestic traders, they won't be able to use me to do bad things. Yi Chen #carrot hashtag. Yi Chen watched the related videos for a while and couldn't help but sigh. This woman was lucky to catch the upgrade on his side. Thinking about how many victims were still in the park, Yi Chen felt he should do something. I've made up my mind. Before Yi Chen could say anything, Naomi clapped her hands. Let's shoot this subject, real, bloody, reflective. I hope it can attract the attention of the country. Saying this, she took out her phone. Yezi, help me draft a script. Requirements, single female lead, revenge. The main line is being captured in the park, then struggling to survive, and counter-killing the behind-the-scenes boss. Yi Chen chuckled. This subject had been done a few years ago, and now it was considered a hot topic. As for attracting the country's attention, he sighed. The country wasn't not doing anything. It was just difficult. If I do it, it shouldn't be a problem, right? He murmured to himself, then went to the study, called the big boss, and after half an hour of secretive discussion, he waved his hand with some excitement. Xiaoyi, find someone for me on the dark web. Mercenaries, the kind that will do anything for money. They need to be strong and numerous. This time the enemy has a full 5,000 armed personnel. Send a message to Yuzi, let her bring out those behind-the-scenes controllers hiding in the neon lights. You cooperate with her to scrape some profits. And dig deeper for me, anyone involved in large-scale organized harm to our people. One by one, make a list. Especially those who were originally from the country and then went out to act lawlessly. Damn it, if you only target foreigners, I might respect you a bit, but you're shooting your fellow countrymen in the back? What kind of humanity is that? With Xiaoyi directing and coordinating, after 5 days of brewing, just as a wave of condemnation against the park was forming online, the people Yi Chen arranged began to move. Mercenaries from all over the world. 2,960 from the Waves, 2,500 from the Big Hair, 1,113 from the Ugly Country, 1,042 from Georgia, 1,005 from Canada, 822 from Sunset, 356 from Gaul, 235 from Germania, a massive force of over 10,000, secretly infiltrated the surrounding areas of the park. Local time, 7 a.m. Yi Chen was at home, wearing a pair of glasses on his nose. Let's begin. Xiaoyi understands. With a command, the originally transparent glasses turned pitch black, resembling sunglasses, and began displaying different images. A total of 160 teams started to act under Xiaoyi's command. The first to launch were 133 laser-guided missiles. Benefiting from the surveillance measures within the park, Xiaoyi collected and organized information, knowing the identities and locations of the main personnel like the back of his hand. Targeted elimination. Boom, 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 boom. The continuous explosions and flames completely stirred the park into chaos. However, when those armed personnel came out, bewildered and holding their guns, they faced bloodthirsty mercenaries, all armed to the teeth. Kill. After this job, each person gets 4 bitcoins. That's right, Yi-Chen used bitcoins as a reward. I have to say, this thing is reasonable in its existence. After he crashed the price once, it hovered around $20,000 for a few months, and now it has risen to $50,000. After all, everyone needs a currency that won't be scrutinized. Until Yi-Chen intervenes to create something better, this thing is still hard currency. Speaking of which, Yi-Chen switched to the perspective of a certain mercenary, the camera slightly shaky, the sound of bullets ringing in his ears, and the occasional bursts of flames made the adrenaline surge. This is the battlefield. It's different from the assassinations he did in the neon lights. At 7:50 a.m., with the leaders either dead or already surrendered, the 3 largest parks, after holding out for nearly an hour, had no choice but to surrender. At 7:55 a.m., 13 parks surrendered one after another. At 8:15 a.m., the last resisting park was wiped out, and all the mercenaries began searching for victims. Phew, this warning should be enough. Yi-Chen muttered as he took off his glasses. Crime cannot be eliminated, but don't mess with us, go mess with the foreigners instead. Otherwise, someone might come back for another round. Anyway, the money can't be spent, just throw it out. There are plenty of people to help. Xiaoyi, modify the design. The camera on these glasses is too shaky. It makes me dizzy. XR Virtual Glasses, a new product made by a 3D printer. Yes, master, Xiaoyi understands, but if this is a physiological effect, optimization won't eliminate it, unless using sleep mode, in a waking state. Do your best, but don't set the craft conditions too high, just use the current technology level as a benchmark. He wasn't planning to bring out the virtual reality pod now, it was too damn expensive and couldn't be mass-produced. Let's first get a low-spec pair of glasses to transition. There are too many new technologies coming out, it's a bit overwhelming. After commenting on the next flagship product of the world, Yi-Chen went to the garage. Putting the glasses back on, he looked at the piles of parts printed by the 3D printer. Xiaoyi, Virtual Enhancement. Xiaoyi understands, Virtual Enhancement Assistance starting. Subsequently, similar to the auxiliary information on previous contact lenses, appeared on his glasses. Each part was circled, with descriptions, installation sequences, and so on. These glasses could not only watch VR movies and play VR games but also assist in AR operations. Although it's a bit inferior to the direct exchange of the contact version, it's sufficient. Yi-Chen followed the instructions, slowly assembling his new toy, an electric supercar designed by him and Xiaoyi, with parts all printed out. He was treating it like a building block toy. Just as he was busy playing with blocks, the events that had just occurred began to spread globally. Super rescue, killing crazy, no more nonsense, let's get straight to the footage. On the screen, there were blazing flames, explosions, and bullets reaping lives. This reckless genius, with the ID playing with life to make money, was a self-media broadcaster from Looking at the World. Knowing that the park was a hot topic, he risked his life to sneak over and used a drone to capture a lot of footage, like how there was a small river separating both sides, and there were sentry posts around. He gained quite a bit of attention. Just as he felt like he was being watched and was preparing to evacuate that night, he witnessed a grand scene. A truly grand scene. Brothers, who has seen this? Seen this? And this? What the hell? Where is this? Big brother, weren't you at a noodle shop? Did you run to the battlefield? Goodness, is this the Crowby front? Don't talk nonsense if you don't understand, this is the park. I can see the factory. It seems the factory has been blown up. That's right, it's the park. Yeezy reminded me, I can't film over there, it's too bloody. Alright, everyone look at me, all eyes on me, we can't show the footage. Damn, I want to go see too. Damn, you're going to be famous. 300,000 people in the live stream. It seems like you're the only one there on the whole internet, be careful, don't get caught by the government troops as a spy. Hee, you think it's the government troops? Don't talk nonsense, it's not, I guarantee with this 24K dog eye, absolutely not. Indeed not, I checked the dark web, someone has put out a bounty to sacrifice the park. What the hell? Which big shot is so powerful? Was their son or daughter kidnapped? Not clear, but it should be a giant, not just a big shot. I looked at the price, an average of 3 to 5 bitcoins per person. I just glanced. With so many people, definitely not just 3,000 to 5,000. What the hell, isn't one worth 50,000 now? That's several $100 million, 3 billion? Giants are terrifying. The news quickly spread, and the number of people in the live stream grew rapidly, soon exceeding 1 million, then 10 million. Such an opportunity might only come once in a lifetime. Playing with life to make money, his eyes flickered back and forth, and he bit his teeth. Come on, everyone send a piece of bubblegum. Once we reach 1 million, I'll go ahead and gather intel for you all. Bubblegum was a small gift, just $1. As soon as he finished speaking, swish swish swish, several number 1 in the world gifts worth 10,000 popped up. Thanks for the support, big brother. No need to say more, as long as we gather enough, I'll definitely risk it. Then, gifts kept flooding the live stream, impossible to count. Once the wish was fulfilled, playing with life to make money took a breath. Brothers, I'm going. If I unfortunately get caught, remember to help me call the police. Less nonsense, Yeezy is faster than us. Yeezy has already reminded me not to approach the war zone, but a promise is a promise. Just as he finished speaking, a car drove over, approaching the small hill where he was hiding, and soon a beam of light shone over. Don't shoot. I'm a tourist. I'm from Huagua. Don't shoot. Playing with life to make money quickly raised his hands. A few people got out from the other side. Some were foreigners, some were locals. You're from Huagua. Live streaming? The foreigner lowered his gun and walked over, curiously looking at the camera. Hi everyone, hello. Desperately making money. I didn't expect this guy to be so good at it, he swallowed. Can I interview you guys? Oh, sure, ask away. I can say anything that can be said. The foreigner seemed very easy to talk to, and desperately making money seized the opportunity to ask the most concerning topic. May I ask your identities and what your mission is? Who issued it? Oh, I belong to the Wolfang Mercenary Corps. Our mercenary group is the strongest mercenary organization in Georgia. Friends in need can come to us for help. Of course, it will cost a little money. Rubbing his fingers, the foreigner continued to talk about the background. Someone has offered a bounty to rescue the victims, organized about 10,000 people, spent 2 billion. I have to say, they are really wealthy. What the hell? Over 10 billion? Who is this crazy person? Do you think it could be God of Wealthy? No way, he doesn't have children, and I haven't heard of anyone in his family being kidnapped. Come on, can't it be a sense of justice? I think this guess is plausible. There are only so many people in the country with the financial power to mobilize. Just as everyone was speculating, the foreigner answered some more questions. Desperately making money noticed that the gunfire over there seemed to have weakened, and nervously asked, is something happening over there? No, it's just that it's almost over, and they are currently searching and rescuing. Hey, can I go with you to take a look? You? Alright, but don't stray too far from us. We won't be responsible if something happens. Okay, no problem. Thus, desperately making money got into the car with them and entered the park at that time. Shouty arranged for someone to show him around, to see the results of the battle, and most of the participants, as a way to give an account to the concerned countries. This was a private action by the mercenaries, unrelated to the state. The next day, more news was reported. Among the leaders behind the park, 3 have been confirmed dead. Those hiding in the neon lights, U and G, have gone missing today, and the possibility of death or escape cannot be ruled out. The park has come to an end. The local armed forces have been taken over by the government army, and over 50,000 victims are in temporary camps, waiting to return home. Yi Chen watched the news on TV, casually being polite on the phone with the big boss. No need for publicity, and no need to award me. It's just a small matter. I appreciate the sentiment. You get busy. After hanging up the phone, Yi Chen let out a sigh. Dealing with such people was a bit exhausting. At that moment, Naomi yawned and came out of the room. Good morning. At this time, Yi Chen had no feelings for her curvy body, treating her as if she were invisible, casually nodding. Morning, feeling very tired? That shouldn't be. That's deep sleep. Naomi shook her head. I'm not physically tired, but mentally a bit uncomfortable. I filmed the scene of escaping death last night. Saying this, her face still bore a look of terror. The sense of immersion was too strong. I almost went crazy from fear. Yi Chen clicked his tongue. You should let Yi Zi help you generate a template of yourself, then train her to act. Naomi shook her head. Absolutely not. I am me. I firmly refuse any replicants or clones. Saying this, she shot a disdainful glance at Yi Chen and warned, you are not allowed to create an I in the future, and if you want to sell it later, no one is allowed to make a template of me, understood? I don't want others using me for strange things. Yi Chen chuckled. Don't worry, if it really gets sold in the future, there will definitely be a lot of restrictions in all aspects. It won't infringe on you. Only then did Naomi nod in satisfaction, jumping onto the sofa and hugging a cushion. The movie is finished. Yezi said the rough cut will be ready in 20 minutes, and after about 2 hours, the soundtrack and special effects will be added. We should be able to see the final product today. As she spoke, she felt a bit incredulous. When did a movie get shot in just 10 days? It's not the 80s Hong Kong. Yi Chen responded with an "oh," feeling indifferent, and casually nodded. So when are you planning to release it? What you've done is quite a hot topic. How about soon? Naomi stared at the news on the screen, biting her nails. Cinema schedules are arranged months in advance. If we cut in now, before Yi Chen could speak, she nodded vigorously. Let's make some profit. It should be fine, though. She turned to look at Yi Chen. About the approval issue. She shook Yi Chen's arm, tilting her face up and acting cute. Good brother, can you help me get a dragon label, please? Yi-Chen rolled his eyes. Stop being so dramatic. Naomi suddenly jumped up, pointing down at Yi-Chen. Oh, so this is how it is after playing around. No longer calling me Big Mimi, huh? When I ask you for a favor, you act like this? Yi-Chen looked at her with a blank stare. When did I say I wouldn't help? Sit down. Okay, Naomi instantly changed her expression, obediently sitting down like a duck. She sweetly leaned in and kissed his cheek several times. Help me out. You want to see if this movie shot with virtual reality technology works, right? Yi-Chen stroked his chin and nodded slightly. Alright, I'll give the Broadcasting and Television Administration a heads up. You can deliver the film tomorrow. Naomi pounced over. Yi-Ge, you're the best. Yi-Chen greeted her, and that was the result. The next morning, Naomi submitted for approval, and by the afternoon, the dragon label was issued. Just that impressive. Then, Naomi slipped away to negotiate with major cinema chains and even contacted overseas distributors. This girl was preparing for a global release. Her ambition was truly grand. Luyu was also finishing her 15 treatment sessions and, after regaining her youth, disappeared. She was now the vice president of the group, overseeing finance, real estate, and technology. Even with Xiaoyi helping with planning, she was extremely busy. The rest of the people, Lu Meyer felt a bit jealous when she saw Yi-Chen and Naomi being close that day, and she turned away. Zhang Shul also made an appearance at the Mid-Autumn Festival Gala and now was off to participate in variety shows to gain fans. In the end, only one was left. Ha, you went to Hong Kong again? Yi-Chen glared at the dead woman on the screen, gritting his teeth in frustration. Xiao Yueying giggled, covering her mouth. Yes, Xiaolan broke up with her boyfriend, so I brought her shopping to celebrate. Ah, you dead woman actually touched me. Hubby, she's being a pervert. Xiao Yueying looked wronged, resembling a little wife being teased. Yi-Chen held his head, feeling like all the women around him were dramatic. After laughing for a while, Xiao Yueying asked again, what's wrong? Is it that no one is keeping you company, feeling lonely and cold, and finally remembering me, your 108th little lover? You want me to keep you company? He. Should I parachute back? If you beg me, I'll come back. Yi-Chen wouldn't admit it, scoffing. Do your thing. The women who want to keep me company can line up from the entrance of Zishan all the way to Qinglong Lake. After saying that, he hung up the video call. Then he went to the garage to continue assembling his supercar. By evening, he looked at the finally completed, cold and sci-fi styled supercar. After admiring it for a few minutes, he tossed the electric gun aside and sighed helplessly. Even if he didn't want to admit it, Yi-Chen felt a bit bored. The toy was assembled, he didn't want to play games, didn't want to watch TV, and was afraid of fights at the bar. It seemed there was nothing left to play with. Master, today I received a special letter. Yi-Chen #carrot. Carrot hashtag, soon, a private message was projected onto Yi-Chen's glasses. Liang Jinqiu? The one who was banned for playing a maid? A visit? Yi-Chen stroked his chin as he looked at the somewhat humble email, suddenly frowning. It's not like I don't receive so many every day. Why are you reminding me to look at this one now? Little Yi thinks that the master is not in a good mood right now and needs a little stimulation, and based on past preferences, Liang Jinqiu is the most suitable and the closest, the optimal solution. Oh, Yi-Chen. Oh. Yi-Chen's eyes went blank for a second. What were my past preferences? Well, stop. Don't say any more. Cut it out. Okay, master, do you need me to send her an invitation? Go ahead. Yi-Chen hesitated a bit, but it was quite boring now, and, Meanwhile, in the southern city courtyard, in another top villa area in the southern city, a villa worth over 30 million, more than 600 square meters, Liang Jinqiu swirled her wineglass, her eyes fixed on the computer screen, looking at the news about herself. Liang Jinqiu accompanies singing at a dinner in Malaysia. Liang Jinqiu attends an event in Thailand, looking very down and out. Liang Jinqiu participates in a cruise launching ceremony, maintaining a low profile throughout. After struggling in the industry for over 20 years, she had developed a tough exterior. No matter how much the public criticized or slandered her, she could always laugh it off. But she didn't want to be forgotten by the public. These news were from last December. In nearly a year, she hadn't been idle, she had taken action. But in the Southeast Asian circle around the continent, no matter how much she struggled, what good was it? Especially in the past 6 months, the economy in Southeast Asia had been devastated. Who still had the resources and strength to support her stature? If it really doesn't work, maybe I should retire. With a bitter smile, she had earned enough money. Even though she was fined a large sum a few years ago, her net worth was still over $1 billion. Her mother managed a chain of beauty salons, and even if she had fallen to this point, her personal annual income was still over 30 million. But I'm not willing to give up. For over 20 years, How much hardship had she endured to counter the remark only fit to play a maid? How much suffering had she faced to fulfill her declaration of not marrying into a wealthy family, but becoming a wealthy family herself? How many times had she been wronged? 3 years of being banned, and another 3 years of struggling to make a comeback. She wanted to start over. She didn't want to be forgotten just like that. She glanced at the still silent mailbox. It wasn't unexpected. She took a breath. Find someone to inquire about Ye's schedule. Create a chance encounter? Too deliberate. Just as she was thinking this, ding, Miss Liang, please arrive at Villa No. 8 at Zishan Golf at 5:30 p.m. today. Liang Jinxiu's eyes began to shine. The first step was accomplished. She looked at the time, only half an hour left. She put down her wine glass, then called for her stylist and makeup artist to come over. She wanted to present her best self. Bring me the deep V-long dress, and also, refer to Nilmi and Lu Mayer. The makeup shouldn't be too flashy, and the jewelry should be more understated. Half an hour later, Yichen looked at Liang Jinxiu, who was dressed to the nines, and sighed inwardly. The saying that time never defeats beauty was all nonsense. Even after careful dressing, the signs of aging were still subtly visible. Those fine wrinkles, in every smile and frown, could not be concealed. So, what do you want to talk to me about? Liang Jinxiu was clearly taken aback. Shouldn't they have a meal first, chat about family matters, and then discuss? However, she had experienced a lot, and quickly reacted. Among several responses, she chose to be straightforward. I want to make a comeback, and I hope Mr. Yi can help. Yichen smiled noncommittally, a hint of curiosity in his eyes. I heard that you were supported by many people in the past, and that you even had a child? Liang Jinxiu's face paled for a moment, biting her lip, then she regained her composure. In the future, I can also be just yours, to bear your children. This time, Yichen was taken aback, then he threw his head back and laughed. Ha, you're quite straightforward. Alright, I'll help with that. Liang Jinxiu breathed a sigh of relief. With Yichen's current popularity and influence, it should work. Encouraged in her heart, she swayed over, ready to begin. However, Yichen gestured towards the nearby treatment pod. Go lie down inside. Lu Yu had used 15 vials and had 5 left, so this time he directly injected all of them into Liang Jinxiu. Given her current appearance, Yichen found it hard to proceed. Liang Jinxiu looked at the treatment pod beside her, thinking it was some kind of massage chair, and could only curse inwardly at the oddity. She then nodded obediently. Click! The pod door closed, and Yichen looked at the somewhat panicked Liang Jinxiu and chuckled. Take a nap first. When you wake up, we can have some fun. In the bathroom, Liang Jinxiu looked at her makeup-free self, somewhat in disbelief. The dark yellow on her face had faded significantly. At this moment, even without powder, she glowed with fairness. The fine wrinkles around her eyes, neck, and nose seemed to have smoothed out completely, not a trace to be seen. Her body, which had gained weight from filming and then lost it rapidly, was now firm again. The muscle tone was tight, and her once bulky frame now appeared rounded and sexy. The touch was exquisite, anyone who felt it would know. Liang Jinxiu glanced at the figure leaning in from behind and let out a soft hum. How is this possible? She now understood why Lu Meyer, who clung to the image of a good daughter-in-law, and that woman Yomi, would follow Yichen without hesitation. It wasn't just about money, it was about influence. Why bother with so much? You don't want to compete with me for business, do you? Yichen chuckled, stroking her face. TSK, quite smooth, after just 5 vials, her condition was already this good. The peak Liang Jinxiu truly was a beauty that could bring disaster to the nation. Seeing that she seemed to want to ask more, Yichen turned her body around. Alright, it's time to get down to business. Liang Jinxiu shot him a seductive glance, biting her lip lightly. Super Evolution, Pea-shooter. 1 hour later, in a sleek, sharp black electric supercar. Yichen was still on the phone. Yeah, the fines have all been paid, and it's been sealed for 3 years. Now, it's almost 7 years, isn't that enough? Why go to such extremes? Leader, let me clarify. I'm not teaching you how to do your job. We can discuss those details later. I won't disturb your rest. Haha. After hanging up, Yichen smiled at the nervous Liang Jinxiu sitting beside him. Alright, tomorrow you'll come with me to my alma mater. In the evening, CCTV will arrange a 3-minute interview segment for me on the 30-minute news program, and your footage will be included. Liang Jinxiu trembled with excitement. She knew exactly what this meant. As long as she could appear on the 30-minute segment, it meant the matter was completely over, and she would be under Yichen's protection from now on. Thank you. Yichen waved his hand. It's a small matter. Staring at her rosy lips, he chuckled. Just saying thank you with your mouth isn't enough. His fingers slid over her smooth shoulder. Later, let's buy a few sexy outfits, and you can give me a fashion show tonight. Liang Jinxiu nodded vigorously. No problem. Whatever the boss says goes, anything is fine. Feeling a bit heated under her intense gaze, Yi Chen snapped his fingers. Xiao Yi, drive. Xiao Yi understands. Then, the garage door rose, and the supercar named Ing Qilin silently drove out. Hey, is this self-driving? Liang Jinxiu asked curiously, and Yi Chen nodded slightly. 0 to 100 in 2 seconds, hydrogen fuel cell, 1,500 kilometers of range, top speed of 500 kilometers, L5 level autonomous driving. Not bad, right? Liang Jinxiu was taken aback. Isn't that similar to what Tesla released, something R? Roadster? Liang Jinxiu nodded. When I was abroad, I often heard people mention it. Seems like they said it was already in the second generation? Yi Chen scoffed. Second generation? They released the first generation 8 years ago, then started milking money, taking deposits, each car costing $250,000, later raised to $320,000, and now there's not even a shadow of it. He waved his hand. It's all just drawings. Oh no, at least they made a prototype and exhibited it, but in short, it's just a money grab. Liang Jinxiu responded with an "Oh." So, your Ink Qilin, is it in mass production? How much are you planning to sell it for? Yi Chen was taken aback. Mass production? This was handcrafted by him, okay? He glared at Liang Jinxiu in annoyance and shouted, Xiao Yi, switch to L5. Xiao Yi understood. With his command, the cabin underwent a transformation amidst Liang Jinxiu's exclamations. The steering wheel in front of Yi Chen folded a few times and was retracted into the dashboard, and the partition between their seats lowered. Then, the seatbacks reclined backward, and in the blink of an eye, the car turned into a large bed. The panoramic sunroof activated the augmented reality mode, the streetlights dimmed, and virtual starlight appeared. On the vibrant city streets, a stylish sports car sped away. Jean de Plaza, the most luxurious mall in the South City. International brands, basically any name you can think of, are here. Yi Chen and Liang Jinxiu got out of the car at the plaza entrance, while Ink Qilin was naturally parked by Xiao Yi. I heard when you were taken away, you were upstairs, looking for someone to tell your fortune? With Boss Wu from Jinda? Liang Jinxiu looked up with a somewhat complex expression and shook her head. Don't you think bringing this up now is a bit of a buzzkill? She slightly turned her body, looking at Yi Chen with a half-smile. Or are you saying bringing me here makes you feel particularly satisfied? Yi Chen touched his nose, speechless. He hadn't thought much about it before. After all, he was here to buy clothes, so it was natural to come to Jinda. But after enjoying a moment in the car, he remembered the local rumors. Unable to resist, he asked after getting out. At this moment, he felt a bit awkward. Liang Jinxiu laughed heartily and then led the way toward the Jinda entrance. At that moment, her aura was fully unleashed. The queen was back. Hey, did I see that right? Is that Liang Jinxiu? Oh my, it really is. Is there an event at Jinda? She's really going all out for a comeback. Even if Liang Jinxiu was a bit out of the loop, she was once a top-tier star who dominated the charts for years, and news of her appearing at Jinda quickly spread. The crowd began to gather around the two, and gradually, some recognized Yi Chen as well. It's God of Wealth Yi. Is he changing partners again? But isn't he afraid of causing a stir? Wow, he's really targeting childhood goddesses. How many has it been now? While the crowd outside was buzzing, the mall security organized a team, taking positions, and a supervisor hurried over. Mr. Yi, Miss Liang, what brings you two here? Shopping? What's wrong? Not welcome anymore? Liang Jinxiu shot a disdainful glance, speaking with slight dissatisfaction. However, this dissatisfaction wasn't directed at the supervisor, but at the man who hadn't helped her when she was in trouble. No, of course, we welcome Miss Liang's visit, it's our honor, please. The supervisor dared not waste any more words and extended his hand to lead the way. At this moment, Liang Jinxiu was surrounded by admirers, exuding a queenly demeanor. She even made the plain-looking Yi Chen seem like a mere follower. However, Liang Jinxiu was unafraid. She understood the nature of men. The stronger her presence now, the more enjoyable the evening would be for Yi Chen. Liang Jinxiu returns with the momentum of the world. Liang Jinxiu shops at the Jinda Mall in Nanshur. The president of Tianxia Group buys 100 million worth of jewelry for his beloved. The screen displayed the trending topics for the evening, and Yi Chen, with a cigarette in his mouth, suddenly chuckled. This is quite interesting. I just found out that you, Lu Meyer, and Naomi all served as maids for Lin Ru. A gossip broadcaster was digging into his romantic history, revealing that all three women had played supporting roles as maids in different TV dramas alongside Lin Ru. Liang Jinxiu nestled beside him and yawned slightly. Back then, she was popular, and later transformed into capital. Who could compete with her? She glanced at Yi Chen. What? Are you interested in the princess? Yi Chen laughed and tossed away his cigarette. Right now, I'm more interested in you, the queen. Have you rested enough? It's time to get to work. Amidst the waves of excitement, soft jade warmth, and a wild night, the next day, Yi Chen took Liang Jinsho to his high school, not a university, but his secondary school. Compared to the soulless South Engineering Institute, he missed his days at the high school. Hey, I heard you failed 11 courses in college and had to retake a year. Is that true? As they entered the campus, Liang Jinsho asked curiously. Yi Chen casually shook his head. No, I actually failed 13 courses in total, and I had to retake the circuit theory exam 6 times before I passed. The advanced math was all taken by someone else for me. Liang Jinsho opened her mouth, speechless for a moment, before finally managing to say, then how did you develop your AI? Did you self-study? Yi Chen chuckled. Why are you asking about that? That's a national secret. Be careful, or I might have to report you as a spy. Just as they were joking, the principal walked out of the administrative building. Hello, Mr. Yi. Hello, principal. Although this was no longer his original principal, Yi Chen still maintained a respectful demeanor. However, there wasn't much to chat about with this one. After a few casual exchanges, he got straight to the point. The 11.8 billion donation will be transferred to the school's special fund account this afternoon. You can check it then. Even though it wasn't the first time he had heard that number, the principal felt an overwhelming excitement, shaking Yi Chen's hand repeatedly. On behalf of your junior classmates and the school's teachers, thank you. Rest assured, we will ensure the funds are used specifically for their intended purpose, without extravagance, and spent wisely. To be honest, Yi Chen didn't quite believe it, but even if they were greedy, they should at least leave him with 5 billion, right? Moreover, this was a special fund, and each year, only the investment returns would be spent on school construction. The money was still in the Tianxia fund. Any fool who dared to reach for it would be immediately known to him. Don't blame him for pulling out the dragon-slaying sword to deal with them. Afterward, he strolled around the campus with the principal and the head of the teaching department, allowing the interview crew following them to film a few segments, and after saying a few words according to the speech script, he left with Liang Jinsho. He didn't bother to preach any grand principles to the junior girls. After all, they were high school students. Even if he wanted to, he couldn't. This place was not to be trifled with. Time to go. Without waiting until the evening, news spread in the afternoon, causing a sensation. Wow, 11.8 billion? Is it because it's the 118th anniversary of the school's founding? Wow, I'm so proud to have such a senior. Fake news. The latest update is that it's just a donation to the fund. The money is actually still in the Tianxia fund account. It's just a show between the left and right hands. Don't make a fuss upstairs. The school has announced that the 11.8 billion is a good fund, and in the future, the annual profits will be used for school construction. With the current interest rates of the Tianxia fund, we could even have over 2 billion in the last 2 months. I just want to know, why donate to high school and not to university? When donating, should I say, thanks to Nanjing Institute of Technology for letting me stay a level? Honestly, I still can't figure out how he developed Leaves. I work on large models myself, and our team of 200 has spent 2 years on it, and compared to Leaves, we look like idiots. Do you know how Gates and Zuckerberg studied and founded their companies when they were in school? Legendary figures naturally have their legendary aspects. I've always thought that those guys think differently from normal people. If I had that much money, I definitely wouldn't look for 3 big maids. I'd want them to be young and beautiful. I don't fancy old women. Do you have the right to say that? But speaking of which, how much money does God of Wealthleaf actually have? Not clear. The Tianxia fund isn't listed. Who knows how much money there is? Anyway, it's astronomical. Actually, haven't you all been curious about one thing? The handling fees, service fees, and management fees collected by the Tianxia fund are actually 50%. This clearly doesn't comply with the national regulations on fund rates. Damn, where did the spy come from? Drag them out and execute them. This question has been raised before, but no one cares. A fund that multiplies 20 times in 6 months but charges 50% in miscellaneous fees, while another one barely reaches 10% annualized and only charges 0.3%, which one would you choose? So, whether online or in financial programs, as soon as someone brings this up, they will be immediately silenced. Damn it, can't stand to see us making money, right? A spy sent from abroad. Absolutely. They are just afraid that the Tianxia fund will fleece your masters, so they come to stir up trouble, and we must not let them succeed. After a long discussion among netizens, by the evening, they saw Yi Chen on the news for 30 minutes. They gave a full 3 minutes of footage. The significance is very clear. Big data and artificial intelligence have developed to a strong stage, and in the future, to empower all industries, everyone needs to participate. Leaves is already the strongest AI in the world, bar none. With super strong computing power, all industries will welcome new development, just like when the internet first appeared. I call it the AI plus era. Besides mobile phones, Tianxia Group is also trying to collaborate with other major groups, such as in autonomous driving. The car I drive, the Mochilan, is actually an L5 level prototype. And wearable devices, the once popular VR and AR glasses, Tianxia Group has already overcome the technical difficulties and will soon be mass-produced and launched. Artificial intelligence can cover all aspects of life. In the future, building the metaverse and breaking down the barriers between the virtual world and the real world will also require the help of AI. That day is not far off. In the 3 minutes, Yichin spoke for a minute and a half, and the remaining minute and a half showcased the manufacturing factory of the Tianxia One phone, the headquarters of Tianxia Group, the Mochilan prototype, the Aurora XR virtual glasses, and so on. Yi Chen's speech was inspiring and kept people awake all night. Across the ocean, the military of the ugly country and the executives of various top companies held an all-night meeting to discuss countermeasures. Gentlemen, since you all have no solution, we can only proceed this way. 2 days later, Yi Chen drove the Mochilan to Shanghai to attend the premiere of Super Rescue. On the way, while waiting at a traffic light, "Master, be careful. A dump truck is approaching from behind. Highly suspected assassination." Yi Chen heard the alert and reacted quickly. Robot Yi Chen bodyguard version, 1 million compensation, loyal and unwavering guardian, a must-have for the wealthy. Just bring me 3. 3 matte-finished humanoid robots appeared in the passenger seat. The car door opened immediately, and they swiftly jumped out. The cameras on their heads scanned the area, then they dashed towards the back. What are those things? They look like robots, pretty similar to what we saw on the Spring Festival Gala this year. Hey, look, that car is the Mochilan, right? Is that the god of wealth Ye's car? People around, noticing the commotion, stood by the roadside taking pictures, curiously staring at the 3 robots that had just jumped out and were now sprinting away. This can't be out of control, right? Hey, what the hell? Why is that dump truck still accelerating? What the heck? What are these robots doing? Just as the words were spoken, 2 of the robots lined up in front of Yi Chen's car, not far from the rear. With a clack, 2 drill bits extended from their feet and plunged into the road surface. Their lower legs made a series of clacking sounds as 4 support legs firmly anchored them down. Just as they were getting ready, the dump truck, under the control of a grim-faced driver, charged straight towards the Mochilan. At that moment, Yi Chen had just gotten out of the car and turned to see one robot quickly bounce a few times and climb onto the outside of the dump truck's cabin. With a crack, it smashed through the glass, then its arms extended, one pressing the foot brake and the other pulling the handbrake. The driver was clearly startled by this scene, his legs and neck trapped by the robotic arms, unable to move. Boom! A loud roar echoed in front of everyone. The 100-ton truck crashed directly into the arms of the 2 robots. Zzzzz. Clack clack clack. Various unpleasant metallic deformation sounds erupted, and debris flew from the ground. Yi Chen stood there, stunned, just watching. Many people were shouting for him to get out of the way. "Master, it's been stopped." All communication devices and cameras within a 30-kilometer radius are under surveillance. There's a discovery. In a building 500 meters away, there's abnormal information. Yi Chen's face turned grim. Damn it, who did I provoke? They actually attempted an assassination? Send a message to the Warzone commander, notify national security, and tell the big boss immediately, right now. Little Yi understands. Yi Chen couldn't afford to treat this as an accident. That 100-ton truck was clearly aimed at him. If it weren't for Little Yi constantly monitoring his surroundings, he would probably have been crushed before even realizing what happened. Soon, the police arrived, still unclear about the situation, followed by national security. They barely exchanged a few words before 8 armed military vehicles arrived, sealing off the area completely. Mr. Yi. The newcomer was a colonel, who saluted and, before he could speak, Yi Chen pointed to the distance. There seems to be a spy over there. I'll send you the location. The colonel's eyes narrowed, and without asking how Yi Chen knew, he immediately made arrangements. Class 1 and Class 2, move in, apprehend. Yes. Then, the 3 parties began interrogating the driver, but during the questioning, they all seemed somewhat distracted. Those 3 robots were just too eye-catching. Did they really stop it directly? That's too exaggerated. The ground is all torn up. They dragged it 3 meters before forcing the truck to stop. What kind of strength do these robots have? While they were mumbling to themselves, Yi Chen was on the phone with the big boss. I've already found out. It's the ugly country behind this. Confirmed. I'm not joking. There are people moving here, others monitoring, and some relaying messages. I've intercepted it, jumping over 400 nodes to that building. The evidence is solid. If you need it later, I can send a copy, but right now, I want revenge. What are you joking about? I almost died. If it weren't for trying to show off, bringing 3 robots and 2 lookalikes, I would have been toast. You should prepare for my memorial service. There's nothing to think about. What are the consequences? If they dare to do it, why shouldn't I? Damn it, I've endured for so many years. What else is there to endure? If they dare to kill me this time and don't give a lesson, they'll be coming back every few days. Can we still live like this? After saying that, he hung up on the big boss. I'm really something. The big boss probably hasn't been hung up on before. He smirked and then instructed Xiao Yi. They do it on the first day of the month. I'll do it on the 15th, and take that guy out. Xiao Yi understood. Half an hour later, Yi Chen, looking as if nothing had happened, went to the premiere with 3 somewhat disheveled robots. Mom and Dad, really? I'm fine, see, I'm doing well. Did you watch the premiere broadcast? Go take a look. I'm walking the red carpet here. You should be able to see me. Did you see me? Right? You mentioned the robots? They're bodyguards I hired. Don't worry, I value my life. Alright, I won't say more. You guys be careful too. Don't go abroad, domestically. It should be fine. Later I'll get you a few robot bodyguards too. After hanging up, Yi Chen put away his smile and walked down the red carpet with a serious demeanor. The host, intimidated by his low pressure, didn't dare to stop for an interview. Inside, Naomi ran over, looking him up and down. Are you okay? What happened? I saw it on the news. Is it really targeting you? Could it be an accident? Why don't you go home first? Like a machine gun, Yi Chen pressed his hand down. Alright, I'm fine, don't worry. As for the specifics, just wait for the official announcement later. He smiled at her. Today is the movie premiere, so let's ask fewer questions. Seeing that he was unwilling to talk, Naomi stopped pressing and led him to the guest seats. Just as Yi Chen was enjoying Naomi's ambitious work, both domestically and internationally, chaos erupted. Rabbit, damn it, they assassinated so many of our scientists, and you still want more? Want to die? Eagle sauce, it has nothing to do with me. Don't frame me. What assassination? I don't know. Rabbit, stop talking nonsense. It was you. We've found out everything. The people you bribed have all confessed. Eagle sauce, slander, it's all slander. Just as both sides were secretly bickering, after Yi Chen narrowly escaped a car accident, another news story went viral. Tesla founder and CEO, Elon Musk, was in a car accident and is currently in critical condition. Rabbit, I told you it wasn't me, do you believe me? Eagle sauce, the plot of Super Rescue was good, with a tight pace, especially the climax after Naomi escaped and returned to rescue and take revenge, which was exhilarating to watch. However, this movie was destined to be overshadowed. All the hype was monopolized by 2 people, Yi Chen and Elon Musk. Sure enough, tech mobiles have robot bodyguards. I had thought this day would come, when there were robots at the Spring Festival Gala. I felt this day wasn't far off. Sigh. Have you seen the video? This is totally different from the Spring Festival Gala's dance. Come on. That's right, we have people who specifically studied this. The braking distance of a 100-ton king is 80, while the 2 robots managed to stop within 3 meters, and then they could still participate in the red carpet show intact. Do you know what that means? It means in the future, no one can deliver takeout, and there won't be any living people on the battlefield. With drones and unmanned ships, plus robots, we have air, land, and sea covered. Hey, aren't you curious about how Elon Musk died? It was just an hour apart. What do you want to say? Another conspiracy theory? Just because they happened one after another, an hour apart, it must be an accident. Think about it, even if it was premeditated, how could it be so coincidental that it all happened today? If it was revenge, could it really be arranged in just an hour? Use your brain. The discussions online were quite lively, and so were things on Yi Chen's side. On the joyful super yacht, in the conference room, Yi Chen looked at the big shots appearing on the screen, cleared his throat, and shrugged his shoulders. I don't know, it has nothing to do with me. I was just speaking out of anger before. Who knows how he died? He touched his chin as he spoke. It could very well be that old Chuan took him out. Don't be fooled by how they seem to be on the same side. Who knows how much old Chuan actually hates that shadow president? The big shots listened to him deflecting responsibility, rubbing their temples in frustration. Alright, as long as it's not you, let's talk about something else. About that robot of yours. Before the big shot could finish, Yi Chen directly handed over the information. The core technology is still from Yi Z. If you want to manufacture it, I can give you the blueprints later. Well, it's not as impressive as it looks. If it goes to the battlefield, the requirements for signal transmission are very high. Yi Chen relayed Xiaoya's words, finally shrugging. It's good for being a bodyguard domestically, dealing with petty thieves, preventing some emergencies, or for disaster relief, but on the battlefield, well, it wouldn't be useless, but there are many limitations, and it can easily be countered. Relying solely on one robot definitely won't work. The big shots were not disappointed. Experts had already assessed and speculated about it, all nodding slightly. The key is still AI, right? But Yi Chen, why does the large model we built seem less flexible and smart than Yi Z? Yi Chen chuckled dryly. That might be because the training time isn't enough, or you could try stacking some supercomputers on it. Why? Isn't it because you don't have quantum computers? Xiaoyu wasn't that strong at the beginning either, but it can learn, understand, and upgrade itself. With the support of quantum computers, its computing power can analyze and understand such vast global information, which makes a difference. As for the country, just wait slowly. After talking for a while, the big shot finally reassured him. This kind of thing will only happen once. However, it's like this domestically. Abroad, it's uncertain. If you have nothing to do in the future. Yi Chen waved his hand. I'm not going abroad. There's enough to see in such a big place domestically. That's what he said. But if he really wanted to go out in the future, he could just change his identity. He didn't believe anyone could trace him. Once the connection was cut off, Yi Chen stretched lazily, went to the bedroom, and looked at the beautiful scenery before him, swallowing hard. This woman, Naomi, actually wore super spicy black stockings. At that moment, she was lying sideways on the big bed, her fingers sliding from her calf to her voluptuous curves, raising an eyebrow. What are you waiting for? Yi Chen immediately pounced like a tiger. The little fox giggled and rolled away, but when Yi Chen pounced again, this time he caught her. While they were entangled, the outside world had already begun to storm. First, Tesla's market value, which was worth trillions, started to collapse. Elon Musk was the soul of the company, just like old Joe was for Apple. Even more exaggerated than old Joe. After all, old Joe wasn't as good at investing as big brother number one. Old Chuan had just been in office for less than a year with Elon Musk's support, and he still had 3 years left in his term. Before old Chuan won, the market value was only $700 billion, but it doubled after his victory. Even after experiencing the Bitcoin crash, the AI crisis, and the chip crisis, it never fell below $1.3 trillion. But just like the stock market's reaction after old Chuan was elected, once the news of Elon Musk's death was confirmed, it plummeted. A massive sell-off ensued, unstoppable, like a 100-ton king. When old Joe passed away, Apple dipped slightly by 2%, and in a year, it had only lost about 5%. But Tesla, having should be the least of it. Don't forget, Little Leaf is still watching with a huge amount of capital. Besides that, the entire stock market was once again affected. Like a startled bird, before Little Leaf could take action, it directly collapsed. On Wall Street, in the middle of the day, quite a few people went up to the rooftop, and then, bang, the financial sector began to tremble. Old Chuan exerted all his effort, cutting into neon, cutting into the world a few times, sucking that little bit of blood. After being tossed around like this once, twice, 3 times, it was almost all flowing back. However, this was not the problem for now. The big trouble was that his loyal supporters were gone. Although he usually disliked that shadow president Elon Musk, managing this and that, it was annoying. But without Elon Musk, old Chuan had to face the counterattack from the Hexagram Consortium alone. This time, they, the military, and the tech circle had united to create a big event, originally intending to curb the technological development of Dongda. As a result, they ended up shooting themselves in the foot, playing it all wrong. This gave the Hexagram a chance to stir the pot, eager for chaos. Outside was a mess, and at home, they were also on high alert. Several war zones received orders that if anything happened, they would all be finished together, sharing the same fate. Yi Chen carelessly lit a fire and then acted as if nothing had happened. He accompanied Naomi to promote in 2 cities, and then went to the capital. Yi Chen sat on the sofa with Lu Mayer, mouth agape. Lu Mayer held a small fork, skewering a few pieces of banana and stuffing them into his mouth. How does it feel? Yi Chen chuckled. I feel you are great. Lu Mayer nudged her elbow. Who asked you that? I asked how the salad tastes. Yi Chen nodded. Delicious, top-notch. Lu Mayer laughed. Of course, I'm quite good at cooking. Her eyes twinkled. If you want to eat in the future, just come over. I can cook all kinds of dishes, not something certain people can compare to. Yi Chen chuckled and rubbed against her cheek. Lu Mayer enjoyed his affection. The two rubbed their noses together for a moment before kissing. After a while, Yi Chen let her go and thought for a moment. How about you move to South City with me? Lu Mayer froze at Yi Chen's words, her eyes filled with disbelief. Is this a proposal? Yi Chen didn't expect Lu Mayer would think of a proposal and continued speaking to himself. It's too far apart. Coming here takes a flight across half of Huagua, too troublesome. I've bought the entire Zishan Golf Villa area. I'll give you a villa then. You don't have to worry about the company's matters. Whether you shoot films or not is fine. Have you seen Naomi's movie? Did you notice anything unusual? Besides her, there are no other actors. actually, they are all AI generated. You could say it's CG animation, too. Lu Mayer listened to Yi Chen's words, dazed, rubbing her forehead. Let me think, you're giving me a villa? Yi Chen chuckled. It's not worth much. The small ones are just over 50 million, the big ones 100 to 200 million. Haven't you seen the account funds in the financial world? You're almost 100 billion, little rich woman now. Be a bit reserved, don't get too excited and shout, it's too fake. Lu Mayer raised her willow-like eyebrows slightly. A set for me? I remember that community has about 200 units, who are you planning to give them all to? Is it Nyomi, Liang Jinxiu, and the others too? Yi Chen chuckled awkwardly. Well, it wouldn't be fair to favor one over the other. Anyway, you all know each other, it'll be convenient to visit in the future, right? Lu Mayer pinched his arm hard. How could she have just felt a little moved, thinking this dead guy was proposing? In the end, well, he was planning to build a harem. Just as she was about to refuse, the words twisted on her tongue and she swallowed them back, turning to ask, what do you mean by AI generated? Special effects? Yi Chen shook his head and gestured with his hands. No, the entire movie is actually generated by computer AI. Everything in it, the scenery, buildings, sunlight, lakes, animals, plants, and even those actors besides Nyomi, are all created by AI modeling. Ha! Are you saying that those actors online who are being praised to the heavens are all fake? Just programs? Lu Mayer's eyes widened, her mouth agape enough to fit an egg. Yi Chen nodded. Exactly, it's virtual reality, you know? I made a machine that allows people to be awake in their dreams, controlling AI to generate any scene they want. Nyomi used this to make the movie. She basically created an escape game for herself and then experienced it, so her acting was pretty good, right? After he finished speaking, Lu Mayer's mind was almost smoking. Has your technology reached this level already? She truly hadn't realized that the things in that movie were fake. She was still wondering where Nyomi found so many good actors and how much money was spent on such grand scenes. In the end, it was all data. Yi Chen continued, for now, I'm not planning to promote this on a large scale. It's too advanced and too costly. It's just for family use, but it can extend a person's lifespan by a third. Impressive, right? Lu Mayer tilted her head in thought for a moment. So you mean, staying awake while sleeping, but the body is actually resting? Yi Chen snapped his fingers. Exactly, it's a deep sleep technology. When people sleep, their brains are still active. After connecting the brain to the machine, it activates that part of the brain, so it won't affect the body. Nyomi was doing it that way while filming. Of course, there are some limitations, like it's best not to log in for more than 12 hours continuously. Lu Mayer understood most of it now. Originally hesitant, she sighed inwardly and nodded slightly. Let's wait until after June next year. After Xiaoyan finishes her college entrance exams, I'll go over then. The house needs some renovations too. Knowing she couldn't let go of her children, Yi Chen didn't urge her, just nodded. When you have time, you should check it out. Actually, transferring to a school in the first district isn't bad. I just donated 12 billion to them, and the procedures are very convenient. Getting into Nanshur University isn't much worse than Qingbei. Lu Mayer bit her lip. Then let's talk about it later. I'll ask them what they think. Yi Chen didn't bring it up again, waiting for Xiaoyan and Xiaoran to come home in the evening. At the dinner table, Lu Mayer directly asked for their opinions. The two looked at Yi Chen, then at Lu Mayer. Understanding the situation, they fell silent for a moment. Mom, we'll listen to you. Seeing her mother growing younger, the two, now not so young themselves, naturally knew the reason. Although they still felt a bit uncomfortable, they endured it for their mother's happiness. After all, a stepfather is just a stepfather. Yi Chen laughed heartily, reaching out to ruffle their hair. Don't worry, you'll like Nanshur. Although it's a bit damp and cold in winter, there are many fun things to do. The Yangtze River Delta, Sudichang, you can explore everywhere. Jiangnan has beautiful scenery. Lu Mayer shot him a glance. I haven't agreed yet. Yi Chen waved his hand. Then agree now. Seeing his domineering demeanor, Lu Mayer held her breath for a moment, then laughed. It was as if she had tacitly agreed. After that, Yi Chen stayed in the capital for another 3 days, meeting with various big shots, and after understanding the negotiations behind the international situation, he finally felt at ease and returned to Nanshur. Overall, Yi Chen had ignited this fire, but it hadn't burned domestically. The possibility of a major war breaking out was close to zero, even. After suffering repeated blows, the ugly country really couldn't hold on any longer. They stopped showing their teeth and claws and began to seek cooperation. Of course, their type of cooperation definitely did not include the rabbits. As a result, the big shots above felt it necessary to be on guard, so Yi Chen received quite a few research tasks again. Super drilling platform, aircraft carrier special steel improvement formula, ultra-fast charging piles, intelligent autonomous electric vehicles. On the modified C919 private jet, Yi Chen scratched his head while looking at those tasks. Is Demao going to turn against us and team up with the ugly country to choke us? An oil embargo? That can't be. Without us, who are they going to sell to? Master, it might not necessarily be an embargo. It could also be a joint price increase. But don't worry, the money lost can all be earned back in the futures market. Yi Chen degree nabla degree. Yi Chen waved his hand. Unreliable. To forge iron, one must be strong oneself. Who knows, one day they might break through your layers of disguises and freeze our assets. Should we bring up nuclear fusion first? Master, rapid technological advancement could lead to social chaos. Moreover, if nuclear fusion does emerge as a mature and commercially viable technology, the probability of a major war will increase by 34%. Yi Chen exhaled and shook his head. Then forget it. TSK, what a hassle. I'm afraid of my own suffering and also afraid of the enemy being too fierce. What a bother. Not wanting to think about those troubling matters, he pressed the call button. Moments later, Liang Jinshou, dressed in a flight attendant uniform, walked over and squatted beside Yi Chen. She looked up and asked with a playful smile, "Hello, sir. What service do you need? Coffee or tea or me?" Yi Chen touched her slightly younger cheek, glanced at the deep creases, shifted his body, and lowered his gaze slightly. A bread with a sausage. At the Tianxia Group's Shiha headquarters, Building 1, Xinglong Banquet Hall. Yi Chen held the microphone, looking at the more than 2,000 people below. Alright, I won't say much. Just 2 points. He raised 2 fingers. Ningsu has bought Tianxia Group. The funds have been received, the procedures are completed, and the debts will be borne by Tianxia Group. Are you all reassured? Applause erupted. The creditors below were all excited. It wasn't easy. Finally, a big spender, no, God of Wealthy, Savior has come to save the world. Damn, 2 good companies that were once worth hundreds of billions. The 2 giants in home appliances. And now, just a few years later, one is listed as ST, with a market value of less than 20 billion, and debts of 200 billion. The other is even more exaggerated, directly ordered to liquidate and delist, with debts of 400 billion. Yi Chen cleared his throat, waited for the applause to subside, and continued. The second thing, in the next 5 days, Tianxia will integrate the resources, channels, and users of Ningsu and Guoliang. Those of you who previously had cooperative relationships with the 2 companies can continue. I guarantee you won't suffer any losses, okay? Good. The cheers were deafening. Now, who doesn't know about the prowess of God of Wealthy? The world's #1 AI Yezi. The world's #1 mobile phone chip Xianyuan 1. The world's #1 robot. The world's #1 electric supercar. And possibly the world's #1 asset management company, Tianxia Finance. If this gentleman says he won't let anyone suffer losses, then it definitely can't happen. If there's an opportunity to cooperate, of course, it must be seized. Yi Chen said just a couple of sentences, and that was it. After finishing, he handed over the microphone and let others continue discussing the details of the cooperation. As he stepped down from the high platform, a few people approached him. Yi Chen glanced over and recognized them. The Zhang family father and son from Ningsu, and the Huang couple from Guoliang. Mr. Yi, although the company has been sold to you, I have worked in Ningsu for many years. I wonder if you could give me another chance to lead Ningsu and turn things around? Boss Zhang pleaded somewhat humbly. Boss Huang beside him had the same intention. Yi Chen scoffed and waved his hand. No need for that. I have my own people. You two just enjoy your money and live your lives. You're not young anymore. Take care of yourselves. His words were blunt because neither of them were good people. Transferring assets, defaulting on employee wages, what haven't they done? Even now that the company has changed hands, the Zhang family still has around 8 billion, and the Huang family over 2 billion, easily overshadowing most people. The Zhang family could even rank among the top 1,000 in the country. Yi Chen believed he couldn't have a decent conversation with these blood-sucking guys. After speaking, he ignored their ugly expressions and turned to leave. Xiao Zhang glared at Yi Chen's back, gritting his teeth. A guy who barely passed a second-tier university, so arrogant. Shut up. Old Zhang glared at his son. Don't you understand the saying, trouble comes from the mouth? I sent you abroad to study, and you learned to spend money extravagantly. What else can you do? Looking down on this, looking down on that. What about you? You played with a football club for 8 years, poured over 10 billion into it, and ended up being set up, losing everything. Is Yi Chen someone you can talk about? He growled, his eyes flickering. Don't forget how Elon Musk met his end, and this time, the government is forcing us to sell shares, all because of whom? Xiao Zhang lowered his head, feeling unconvinced but keeping his mouth shut. The Huang couple exchanged glances and sighed in unison. Old Zhang, we've fought for so many years, and who would have thought it would end up in the hands of a young kid? Fate plays tricks on people. Old Zhang looked at old Huang and pondered. What are your plans? Really retire? Or fight one more time? Old Huang chuckled. I figured it out long ago in prison. As long as I'm alive, I'll keep stirring things up. What do you think? Let's discuss it together. Haha, good. Let's find a tea house to talk it over. Here, Sai. On the 88th floor, the president's office, which was also Yi Chen's home. He loosened his tie and tossed it aside, nodding at the waiting Lu Yu. All right, the meeting is over. The rest, let Yi arrange the integration. After exhaling, he stared at Lu Yu with some exasperation. I only asked you to buy the Zhongshan Villa area, and you brought me back two huge burdens, 15,000 stores and 600,000 employees. It's simply a nightmare. Lu Yu snorted lightly, poured him a cup of tea, and made one for herself, leisurely taking a sip. It's a bargain, a total of 29 billion, both big companies acquired. Isn't that much cheaper than buying the villas directly? How much would that cost? She counted on her fingers. 3,671 acres, 45 million square meters, 212 villas, 1 super 5-star hotel, plus 4 golf courses, at least 35 billion or more. Yi Chen rolled his eyes. At least buying those would be net assets, unlike this mess. He then waved his hand. Anyway, I won't deal with that. After the integration, what should be opened will be opened. What should be closed will be closed. Let's tidy things up quickly, cut through the chaos decisively, and then prepare for Double 11. Lu Yu nodded. Don't worry, I won't go easy. By the way, the two companies originally had many land projects stalled due to financial issues, like the Ningsu Plaza next to us and a skyscraper in the city. What about those? Yi Chen stroked his chin. Did the State-Owned Assets Supervision and Administration Commission contact you? Lu Yu laughed. You're quite clever. Just a little and you get it. They asked for our opinion. If they want it, then let's renew the contract. Otherwise, they're preparing to seek new investors. Yi Chen scratched his cheek. What do you think? Are you busy coming over? He waved his hand again. Whatever, take it if you want. If you don't want it, then forget it. You can decide these small matters yourself. Pulling her arm, he walked to the large floor-to-ceiling window, pointing at the seemingly cloud-like scenery outside. Seeing this, don't you want to do something? Lu Yu snorted lightly. I think it's you who wants to do something. Although she said that, Lu Yu's body was honestly leaning against the curtain wall. Yi Chen chuckled, leaned on her back, gently blew into her ear, and laughed softly. You're really capable. The next day, St. Ningsu announced its suspension and delisting, a scene of mourning. Many people bought in when Ningsu was at its peak, but now it had turned into a valley. Even if Yi Chen offered them 3 times the current stock price, it was still a drop in the bucket. However, Yi Chen was also powerless about this. He couldn't buy back at the original purchase price, or he would be laughed at to death. Entering the market has risks. Just consider it a lesson learned. As for waiting for the performance to improve and taking everyone to fly together, sorry, he didn't like having other shareholders in his own company, not even retail investors. Although the company had just hastily integrated, the app had just completed its merger, and user data was interconnected. Double 11 was approaching. Although not fully prepared, Yi Chen decided to push through. Just do it. Dare to be the best in the world. I blocked Dare to be general for 3 days. I blocked him for a full 3 days. Finally squeezed out 500,000 units. National subsidy 20%, plus 800 off for every 10,000 spent. Bring in 5 new customers and get another 500 off. Only 9,000. The best phone in the world, only 9,000. The opportunity is only today. Don't miss it. Xiao Yueyin shouted, with Xiaolan and her former female teammates creating the atmosphere behind her. 500,000 units, only 500,000 units. 9,000, only 9,000. This is a one-time offer. Prices will rise tomorrow. Xiao Yueyin glanced at the sales volume. Her eyes brightened. Good. We've already sold 100,000 units. Only 400,000 left. 39, 38, 36. If you don't place an order now, it'll be gone. That's all there is. Once it's sold out, it's gone. Half an hour into the launch, all 500,000 units of the best in the world were sold out. Xiao Yueyin took a bold sip from her cup, wiped her mouth, and clasped her fists. Thank you all for your support. I believe when you receive the phone, you won't be disappointed. If you have any questions, you can contact customer service. No matter what, Yeezy will definitely help you handle it as soon as possible. Next, let me introduce the newly upgraded Mate 80 from Dare to Be. Equipped with the Xianyuan 1nm super chip, optimized the Harmony OS, perfectly compatible with Yeezy. Classic design, super stunning looks. What are you waiting for? Xiao Yueyin was now not only a top PK host for looking at the world, but also a leading sales host. Her ability to source products and negotiate prices was incredibly strong. For instance, the best in the world. This thing has been selling for so long, and it's still in short supply. It's just that Yeezy is too appealing. The shipment volume had reached 30 million, and now the factory was working at full capacity. Producing 500,000 units a day was still not enough. Others wanted to source products and also wanted discounts? Impossible, absolutely impossible. However, after Chiu Yueying used her charm to make Yi Chen surrender, nothing was impossible. In contrast, Jiang Shu's side had a different style. This beef jerky is delicious, and it doesn't make you fat. Wow, it smells so good. This little cake is my favorite. I recommend it to you all. She was different from Chiu Yueying. She treated her fans as individuals, not as naive fools, recommending things that most people could afford, focusing on delicious, useful, and inexpensive items. However, some of her fans were a bit unusual. Contentment is happiness level 50, brothers, buy it out. Intimate lover level 55, absolutely cannot lose to Liang Liang. Lawbreaker level 54, the stuff is good, bought it for the employees as a benefit, buy it out. But compared to the trolls in Liang Jinsho, Nyomi, and Lu Meyer's live streams, these were much more normal. Did the big maid pay her fine? Now that she has a backer, she's out to make money? You're really something. Second maid, your husband hasn't been taken out, has he? Why is there no sign of him? Is he caught with a woman in bed, huh? Third maid, how much box office did your man buy for the movie? 200 million globally, are you kidding? However, they really had a lot of fans. Where there were people stirring the pot, there were also those defending and cursing. Screw you, maid, our sister is worth billions, why would she be a maid? No brains at all. Management, come out and work. Get these guys out of here. Pfft, haters don't do their homework. The box office is clearly already 300 million, okay? Compared to the fierce arguments on the public screen, the reactions of the three women in their respective live streams were similar. They acted as if they couldn't see it and introduced their products. Aurora XR glasses, a great helper for life and work. The three mainly promoted the Aurora glasses, which were launched exclusively online, and with their high popularity, reservations exceeded 1 million in a short time, despite being a high-end product priced at $29,999. Even with national subsidies and platform discounts, it still reached $24,999. However, with the financial help from the world, many people with the means to consume were willing to support and try it out. According to some highlighted users' comments, I invested 100,000, and the world helped me earn 1 million, this money is so worth it. Buying glasses for 30,000 might earn me 3 million. The earlier you use it, the more you enjoy it. Apple's trash glasses cost 30,000. Why can't the world sell for 30,000? We are the best in the world. Besides these flagship products, with Ning Su and Guo Liang's channels, By the World was no longer just a new platform with a few hundred or thousand small shops. With 4 million shops and over 400 million users, although it was only half the size of Cat and Dog, it couldn't be underestimated. Faced with the aggressive By the World, Cat and Dog were anxious but had no good solutions. Add more subsidies? Don't be ridiculous, that madman Yi Chen. Who can compete with him in terms of money? With no other choice, they could only increase their efforts abroad, especially in Southeast Asia. Continuous investment over the years had given them some recognition in those countries during Double 11, gathering into a significant market. Several leading e-commerce companies were thinking about how to hold their ground, maintain their market, and resist Yi Chen's tactics. As a result, the big boss they imagined really returned to the original meaning of the festival, going to celebrate Singles Day. Tong Rao, where are you? Why can't I see you? Yi Chen, I was just about to ask you. Where are you? Tong Rao, didn't I tell you, the bus at 748 G8. Yi Chen, oh, I see it, I'll be there soon. A bus parked by the roadside, Tong Rao got off, and then looked a bit confused as a somewhat handsome young man with a rugged appearance and a flashy earring walked over. Hey, what are you looking at? Don't recognize me? Yi Chen snapped his fingers in front of Tong Rao. Tong Rao's eyes gradually widened. Damn, is that you, old Ji? Of course, if it's not me, who else could it be? Alright, don't be surprised. After all, being a celebrity means I have to pay attention to my image. Today, my surname is Lin, and my name is Lin Yi. Don't get it wrong. Tong Rao exclaimed a couple of times, pulling him into the car, looking around and sizing him up. What kind of makeup technique is this? I can't see any of your original appearance at all. It's really impressive. Yi Chen smiled and didn't explain the mask he was wearing, casually asking, are we going to your resort today? Tong Rao nodded. That's right, the one I invested in with Zhou Yaoyang and Wu Xiao. Zhou Yaoyang, cool knight, 33 years old, a local chain hotel owner in Sioux City, with a net worth of over 100 million. Wu Xiao, cool but 29 years old, a second-generation demolisher from Guang City, owning 35 properties and the average price of 150,000 per square meter in Lieta Village. And then there's Zhang Hui, cool dog, 38 years old, a senior vice president at a listed company, Haoruwei Pharmaceutical in Lianyungang, with an annual salary of 26 million. These three are Yi Chen's closest friends online, and Tong Rao got to know them through him. Over time, they came together to do business. In fact, Tong Rao had been running a resort and party venue business a few years ago, but just as he got it up and running, the pandemic hit, and he lost nearly $1 million. This time, he had a lot more money on hand, plus the support of 2 wealthy partners, making the scale even larger. Nanshan Lake Resort, right by the island in the lake. The scenery is absolutely beautiful. 10 3-story villas, 350 square meters indoors, with board games, audiovisual equipment, billiards, and arcade machines, plus a 400 square meter yard outside, with a swimming pool, lawn, and space for barbecues and bonfire parties. Tong Rao spread his hands. The 3 of us invested a total of $50 million. Now everyone has money in their pockets. This business is definitely going to be a huge success. He then looked at Yi Chen and gave a sheepish smile. Of course, it can't compare to your scale. Yi Chen shook his head and teased, in a few years, when your brand is flourishing everywhere, won't that be impressive? Keep it up, young man, I have faith in you. The bus first took them to the airport. Brother Yi, Zhou Yaoyang, Wu Xiao, and Zhang Hui felt a bit strange after getting on the bus. Yi Chen responded with a hum. The king covers the ground tiger. Whoever brushes is a fool. Alright, after exchanging the secret code, the 3 had no more questions, marveling for a moment before moving on. After all, everyone understood that their identities were different. Zhou Yaoyang looked at Tong Rao and smiled. How's it going, Rich Rao? Is everything arranged? You said you wanted to do something big, but why is no one here yet? It's all empty. Tong Rao pointed at him and the other 2. Stop pretending, you all stop pretending. It sounds like I'm the only one doing this. The Jiuxing Guild, we all brushed together. Yi Chen had never heard of the Jiuxing Guild and was a bit curious at the moment. Oh, so you guys are secretly opening a branch base without telling me? Aren't there enough streamers in the world for you to brush? Zhang Hui shook his head and gave a wry smile. What branch base? We got cleaned out by Cool Night, and we just occasionally go out to stroll around and brush a bit. Wu Xiao nodded repeatedly. Brother, Rich Rao can testify, we haven't betrayed the organization at all. We really just brushed a bit, and as a result, the Jiuxing people acted like they had never seen the world before, rushing to prepare a thank you event for us. Tong Rao shrugged and added, they wanted to invite us locally, but I thought, why go so far? I simply brought a batch of people over. Well, actually, they arrived at the airport hotel yesterday. That little fanboy, Shu Bo, will bring people over later. Yi Chen responded with an oh, thinking about the thank you event, TSK. Honestly, how many did you brush? The few of them looked at each other. Zhou Yaoyang shrugged. Who remembers the exact number? Dozens of streamers, I brushed everything left in that account. The others nodded as well. Pretty much, we cleared out the coins in the account, adding up to about 200 or 300, right? As he was speaking, a group of brightly dressed girls walked over, led by a boy. Hello, big brothers, little fanboy sends his regards to everyone. Shubo, wearing black-framed glasses and looking refined, greeted them with a smile. He then glanced at Yi Chen with a hint of confusion but didn't ask anything. Ah, Yanggu, Xiaogu, Huigu, Fugu, you all look even more handsome than in the photos. Yang Ji Zora, you can tell he's a big boss at a glance. Xiaogu, your muscles are so sexy. Huigu, do you really know how to rap? How about we do a song from Phoenix Legend later? Fugu, where are we going to have fun today? The girls chattered excitedly, and Fu Ruo clapped his hands. Alright, let's save the chatting for later. Everyone sit tight, once everyone arrives, we'll hit the road. As soon as he finished speaking, laughter erupted. Fugu, which car do you want to drive? With that one sentence, many girls giggled, each one a seasoned player. Yi Chen chuckled, wow, 18 of them, truly a big scene. Upon closer inspection, they all scored above 80, and they were quite generous. Yi Chen moved his neck, feeling a bit excited about the upcoming events. Once the bus got on the national highway heading towards Nanhu, the little fanboy led the girls in a chorus. Zhang Hui sat next to Yi Chen. Bro, at the previous Bio AI forum, you mentioned it could assist in drug development and reduce R&D time. Is that true? Any results? Yi Chen glanced at him. Did your company ask, or was it you? Zhang Hui chuckled and gave a thumbs up. I asked myself. I have some money now and don't want to work for others anymore. I'm planning to start my own thing, but new drug development is too costly. Making generic drugs is fine, and if AI can save some costs, I'm ready to go for it. Yi Chen thought for a moment. Developing it yourself is too troublesome. How about this? I'll handle the technology, you take care of the factory, production, and sales. Of course, my technology fee is a bit high. Just like the model of daring to take on the world, after all, wanting to dominate all fields is too cumbersome to tackle one by one. Yi Chen would support some manufacturers, help them upgrade their technology, and just earn a technology fee. Zhang Hui's eyes lit up. I'm not afraid of the cost, I understand R&D expenses. So, Yi Chen waved his hand. I'll have Liu find someone to talk to you later. I won't manage the business side. In short, whether it's new drugs or generics, I can handle it. Just tell me what you want. Zheng Hui suppressed the swirling thoughts in his heart and nodded with a smile. Alright, today's a holiday, let's not talk business. Having fun is the most important. Saying that, they both started shouting along. She asked me coffee, tea or me. I took a deep breath. The frequency of her body's movements makes it hard for me to breathe. When they arrived at the villa, everything started off quite normally. They wandered around, played some ball, sang songs, just like a regular team building event. However, when the sun was high in the sky, cough cough cough, as the sun rose and the temperature increased, a group of streamers leader, Lychee, pulled the tie of her trench coat at the waist, swish, revealing the bikini underneath. Sisters, water fight time like a signal, swish swish swish. Several of them were directly in swimsuits, stripping off their clothes and rushing towards the pool. They even dragged Fu Ruo and the others along. Since they were here to have fun, no one was holding back, and Yi Chen and the others all jumped into the water, playing with water balloons, admiring the beauties. Life was truly delightful. Ha! Hui Ge, you can't do it. How long have we been playing and you're already lying down? Yi Chen climbed out of the pool and sat down on a lounge chair next to Zheng Hui, teasing him. Zheng Hui waved his hand. I really can't keep up. I'm almost 40, I can't compare to you guys. Speaking of which, Zhong Chubua pouted. Sometimes I really envy that kid. Being young is a good capital. Yi Chen opened his mouth, but the words were swallowed back. Just after creating an AI, he was assassinated. If he were to come up with a longevity potion, he might as well forget about living. Just wait a bit longer. He smiled. It feels like teaching bad habits to kids. Having seen so much glamour, how will they find true love in the future? Zheng Hui scoffed. True love? I had that back in the day, same high school, same university, graduated and worked at the same company, then got married. And what happened? He exhaled, a bit self-deprecating. In the end, she went on a business trip with her boss and they just ran off together. 8 years of feelings couldn't compete with someone who had power and money. Yi Chen was speechless and patted his shoulder with some sympathy. Divorced? Did you get your revenge? Zheng Hui's lips curled slightly. Divorced. After I left my marriage and job, I went to Haraway, and it turned out I brought that company down. He squinted slightly, looking at the white clouds in the sky. The past is like smoke. Hey, Brother Wei, stop pretending. Come over and have some fun. And you too, Brother Lin. What are you hiding over there? Afraid the girls will tease you? Lychee shouted with her hands on her hips by the pool. Zheng Hui laughed. Come on, let's play another round. I'll team up with Brother Lin. The losers, he brother. What punishment do you think is good? Yi Chen watched the moody uncle instantly turn into a lewd uncle, speechless before bursting into laughter. Punish Lychee to call her top-ranked friend. Ha ha ha. On this double 11 day, Yi Chen was having a blast, going wild. As for just how wild, cough cough cough, everyone just needs to know that this chapter was revised 5 times and all were rejected for review, and they'll understand. The next evening, Yi Chen woke up in Villa No. 8. Rubbing his somewhat hungover head, he went to relieve himself, then freshened up a bit. He made himself a cup of pure coffee and took it to the study. Xiao Yi, how were the results yesterday? Master displayed great prowess yesterday, completing 7 kills. Cough cough cough, who asked you that? I asked about the sales on double 11. Yi Chen pounded his chest, nearly choking. Xiao Yi understands. Most of yesterday's data has been compiled. Please look at the big screen. Yi Chen hashtag carrot. Carrot hashtag. Yi Chen slapped his forehead. This guy was getting more mischievous. He turned to look at the screen on the wall. On double 11, the total sales across major e-commerce platforms in the country reached 2.4 trillion. Wow, not bad, that's 1 trillion more than last year. All thanks to me. This statement was accurate. Without him distributing money, this number wouldn't have been possible. However, among the shares of each company, by the world was no longer in first place. Jiamao took the lead with 720 billion, accounting for 30%. It couldn't be helped, habits formed over many years are hard to break. This wasn't like Chatting World, where you just register an account and can buy the world fund. It's not that easy to snatch Jiamao's users, especially since double 11 was initiated by them. Dog East had 432 billion, still strong in the 3C sector, but this year's hottest phone was Tianxia 1, which had indeed taken a portion of the market, resulting in a slight decline in market share compared to last year. Then it wasn't about competing or fighting. By the world ranked third with 288 billion. Yi Chen didn't look further. There was no need to care about surpassed competitors. Not bad, to rush in and still make it to third place. Ningsu and Guoliang still have a solid foundation. Master, after yesterday, the revised bills and regulations from various countries have begun to take effect. It's become more difficult for Tianxia Finance to manipulate the market on a large scale. Yi Chen waved his hand dismissively. It's fine, let it be as it is. How much annualized return can we maintain now? If there aren't any sufficiently shocking surprises, it seems we can only maintain an annualized rate of 8 to 9%. Even with significant fluctuations, the highest is expected to be around 25%, unless the ugly country and others completely collapse, or we take down another country. Yichen rolled his eyes. What kind of war are we fighting? Don't stir up trouble unnecessarily. 8 points is already high enough. I remember the interest rate is only 1 or 2 points now, so go ahead and issue a notice. After this month, the World Fund will split, create some kind of currency fund, bond fund, and distribute it a bit. Lowering the interest rate to around 4% should be fine. He patted his head as he spoke. Hand over the national matters. The last time the big boss mentioned it to me, I almost forgot. Their deficit is quite large now, around 5 trillion, just enough to fill the hole. He then talked to Xiaoyi about various matters, such as generic drugs, new drugs, affordable electric cars, the Shihanu City plan, the renovation plan for that super 5-star hotel in the villa area, and so on. Once he got busy, several days passed. Master, many people are complaining that they bought counterfeit products, with incorrect ingredient lists and falsely marked production dates. While he was sketching his castle with his Aurora glasses, Yichen was taken aback, then his expression darkened. Investigate thoroughly. Make the buyers provide evidence. Set up a quality inspection center. If there really is a problem, the platform will compensate first, and then we will sue the original manufacturer. Xiao Yi understands. Taking a deep breath, Yichen closed the design drawing, opened Look at the World, and then saw the trending topics that were about to explode. Big brand food acts like a big brand. Trash food is really trash. Professional counterfeiters, are they performing or serving the public? What dark corners lie behind the super high sales? Tisk, Yichen clicked on a few to take a look, and it wasn't all about buying the world. Major platforms had their share too. It belonged to the suppliers, and it wasn't just one or two, several big brands collectively faced a downfall. Ding dong, a private message popped up on the page. Yichen glanced at it and smiled slightly. The wording is quite good, very sincere. Don't worry, master, I've already started handling it. I will contact them one by one and arrange for dedicated personnel to follow up. Handle it well. If it's really the manufacturer's fault, we absolutely won't let it go. However, if someone tries to take advantage of the situation to make money, we'll report it directly. Xiao Yi understands. Angle Yichen degree. Behind the explosive sales, there were mixed elements, inevitably leading to some quality issues. Some received the wrong items, while others received expired or spoiled goods. Various complaints were posted online, attracting significant attention. Conscientious platform, lightning fast handling. No nonsense, just show the pictures. The broadcaster released their communication with customer service, along with the process of Yi helping to connect, concluding with, because I was scammed before, I kept all the evidence this time, and the compensation from the world was very quick, directly giving 3 times. Although the process was a bit unpleasant, I think the result is good. Below, some commented, just integrated the channels of Ning Su and Guoliang, and to have such performance is quite good. That's right, I just received the announcement that a dedicated quality inspection department will be established, and all products on the platform will be regularly sampled. Note, it's sampling, not letting the manufacturers send for inspection themselves. I also saw that a certain big brand is still being stubborn, but their flagship store has already been closed. You guys must be hired by the world. How much did you get paid? There will always be haters, and it's good if they only criticize a bit. There are even darker-hearted folks who actually. In a county town, a young couple sat on the bed of their rental apartment, unboxing one package after another. Bring that hair over, I'll add it to the bread, and you take the photos. Well, what should we do with this bug? Put it in the beef jerky? Stupid, that's too obvious. Put it in that pile of dried fruit. The two were discussing how to cheat for compensation. They had been in this line of work for several years, and every year around this time, they would do the same. Most manufacturers would choose to settle quietly. After all, they didn't ask for much. If one company could get a small 1,000, then 100 companies could pull in 100,000, which was much better than working a regular job, quite satisfying. However, today, bang bang bang, open the door. Hurry up and open the door. Someone was knocking urgently. The couple felt a bit guilty and didn't dare to speak, holding their breath and pretending they weren't home. Bang bang bang, open the door quickly, we know you're inside. We're from the police station. Please open the door immediately. The woman glanced at her husband with some fear and lowered her voice. What should we do? The man pointed to the bathroom, and the woman nodded in understanding. Then, the two quickly flushed the bag of dirty things down the toilet. After tidying up, they went to open the door. What do you want? What have we done? I want to see your ID. I have the right to check. The officer didn't refuse, sneering coldly. Now it's your turn. Please show your identification. We suspect you of extortion. Please come with us. Seriousness is always feared, and with the responsible little Yi around, those who wanted to take advantage found themselves in big trouble. Shoddy merchants, unscrupulous customers, fake whistleblowers. For half a month straight, 3,678 cases were uncovered, spread across various provinces and cities, driving the legal department crazy, suing them all over again. Not to mention the energy, just the money. Money? What our company lacks now is not money, but credibility, a reputation, a golden signboard. In this world of companies, making high-end products, making safe products, being responsible to customers, how much is that brand worth? No matter whose company it is, no matter who they rely on, I want you to push them to the limit. Yi Chen's words at the group meeting were spread around, gaining him a wave of fans. However, he was just using the opportunity to express himself. After all, back then, he had bought quite a few of those brands' foods for cheap, and then, he was stuck for a full 3 days. Thinking back on it now, he couldn't help but want to take revenge. December 13th, Shone Island. At this moment, Shone Island was anything but poor, with wealthy people gathering, various supercars, private jets, and yachts crowding the port area. Because, starting today, the new session of the Sea and Sky Feast would be held. I think it's more of a seafood feast. Yi Chen turned to look at the models, small actors, and streamers in bikinis, curling his lips. Naomi beside him asked leisurely, "Don't you like seafood?" After saying that, she giggled and ran off before Yi Chen's big hand could reach her. Moments later, the two found the booth of the Starfish Yacht Company at the dock. A man with dark circles under his eyes saw them and immediately came over. "Mr. Yi, sister me, I'm Wu Bo." Yi Chen nodded at him and joked with a smile, "Looks like Mr. Wu didn't sleep well." Wu Bo forced to smile. "Haven't seen much of the world, please don't laugh at me. Shall we go up and talk?" He pointed to the company's flagship, the Starfish 142, with a hint of pride. "You should also take a look at this. Although it doesn't meet your exaggerated requirements, this super yacht is truly the culmination of our hard work." Yi Chen nodded slightly. "Then let's take a look." They then boarded this small super yacht, which was 43 meters long. The flybridge deck is a leisure area close to the sun and for relaxation, equipped with large sunbathing mats, a spray massage bathtub, a family dining room, a bar, and barbecue facilities, ready for a seaside party at any time. The second deck is crafted into a luxurious presidential suite for the owner, with 270 degrees floor-to-ceiling windows offering a broader view, allowing one to enjoy breakfast in the morning light or sip a drink while gazing at the starry sky, quietly savoring moments of joy away from the hustle and bustle. The main deck features a salon, a leisure audio-visual system, a large sunbathing area at the bow, a spa pool, and a sauna, with all entertainment and leisure facilities available to captivate the guests. Located at the stern of the lower deck, the water deck uses the popular beach club design from the European and American markets, equipped with a hydraulic lift water platform at the stern, extending from the yacht to the sea surface, becoming a bridge for guests to have intimate contact with the water. Wu Bo introduced everything in detail while also observing Yi Chen's expression. Unfortunately, he couldn't discern anything. After thinking about it, it made sense. The outside world had disclosed that Yi Chen owned a 107-meter yacht named Joy, which had been docked in the Magic City. There was also a 65-meter yacht named Peace right next door in Hong Kong. Even if he boasted about his own side, the other party would probably not be surprised. After sitting down and politely complimenting a few things, Yi Chen spoke up. "Mr. Wu, what have you considered? If you are unwilling or lack confidence, there is also a shipyard at China International Marine Containers, and they are indeed more powerful." Wu Bo let out a bitter smile. "Mr. Yi, you are making it too difficult for me. Such a big matter cannot be decided so simply." Seeing that Naomi looked a bit confused and curious, he glanced at Yi Chen, noticing he had no intention of explaining. "It's like this, Mr. Yi, you mentioned investing 6 billion to exchange for 32.5% of Xingyi Company's shares, but it requires building a 211-meter super yacht within 3 years and achieving a sales revenue of 8 billion within 3 years. Otherwise, it must be repurchased at a price of 7.2 billion. He exhaled. "That's a bit too difficult." Naomi was taken aback. This sounded somewhat familiar. "Is it a bet?" Yi Chen chuckled. "It's exactly a bet." He winked at Wu Bo. "Look at Naomi. Didn't she win back then? If Mr. Wu succeeds, wow, the global #1 would be in your hands, and wouldn't the company's valuation soar? Orders would come pouring in." He crossed his legs and wiggled his fingers. "Mr. Wu, don't just focus on the difficult parts. I genuinely want to help you develop. I provided the design myself, and whatever components you need, even motors, I can get. Also, the orders I plan to place amount to 3.6 billion, and your actual task is only 2.4 billion, which is 800 million a year, not too difficult. What I care about is your ability to build and integrate the upstream and downstream. After all, it's a professional matter. Unlike finance or IT, there aren't that many talents in the country. Unless he spends a lot of money to set up an unmanned factory, he can only find knowledgeable people to do it. The Wu Bo in front of him was the candidate he had in mind. After struggling for a long time, Wu Bo gritted his teeth. Mr. Yi, give me 2 more days, and at the latest, I will respond to you before the banquet ends. Yi Chen nodded. Then I'll wait for your good news. After that, Yi Chen disembarked and took Naomi to his own dock, boarding the yacht piece. Hey, you want to build a 211-meter super yacht? Naomi blinked her big eyes, looking at the yacht beneath her. 4 times as big? She found it hard to imagine what that would look like. Yi Chen hummed in agreement and had Xiaoyi pull up the design renderings, wrapping his arm around Naomi's slender waist. Take a look at this, the #1 in the world. Naomi stared at the renderings for a while, momentarily lost in thought. This looks like a cruise ship. Yi Chen chuckled and shook his head. Although it's a bit larger, it's still different from a cruise ship. Well, super yachts emphasize privacy, and the facilities are all designed to serve the owner. Naomi rolled her eyes. I can't see any difference. It's a 9-deck yacht. Are you crazy? Yi Chen pinched her little face. Alright, after all, it's 100 billion fortune, and a movie has earned 6 or 700 million. No need to be so surprised. Naomi rolled her eyes. Am I really surprised? Wait until the agreement is signed and the news spreads, then you'll see what it means to be surprised. She smiled again. Most likely they'll scold you for being arrogant after achieving success, extravagant and wasteful. Yi Chen's eyes turned, and he shook his head with righteous indignation. I'm doing this to contribute to the domestic yacht industry. This is still a new thing. If it wants to become popular, someone has to lead the way. Haven't you noticed that the domestic wealthy don't really like yachts? Naomi scoffed. Of course, you need this certificate and that certificate, and there are few docking spots. Even if you buy one, it just sits there, like your joyful number, which hasn't really moved, right? Yi Chen snapped his fingers. You're hitting the nail on the head. There's also the price issue. So, this time, besides investing to help Haixing grow stronger, I've also acquired some land in the top 10 port cities to specifically develop yacht docks. He spread his arms. Once the components can be produced domestically, the price of small yachts won't be so high. In the future, people in the country will be able to go out to sea for leisure whenever they want, just like in those foreign dramas. Naomi opened her mouth. This ideal seemed a bit lofty. For a moment, she didn't know what to say. Yi Chen smiled, thinking she was stunned. How could he be someone who seeks enjoyment and just wants to show off? He was doing this for the entire industry and the upstream and downstream industrial chain. 80% of the parts for domestic yachts need to be imported. What a joke. I want them all to be produced domestically. Whatever is lacking, I will create. Haitian Banquet, god of wealth Yi splurges 3.6 billion, orders a 211-meter super yacht. Haitian Banquet, Naomi purchases a Haixing 142 super yacht on the spot, worth 150 million, undoubtedly the most lucrative female star of 2024. Haitian Banquet, a carnival for the wealthy, delving into the secrets within. The news of the Haitian Banquet was lively for only a few days before being crushed by another piece of news related to Yi Chen. Forbes Global Billionaires list, Yi Chen, Tianxia Group, $500 billion tops the list. Yi Chen, founder and president of Tianxia Group, creator of the Strong Intelligence AIE, provider of key technologies like the Xianyuan 1 nanometer chip. The Tianxia Fund established by Tianxia Finance has reaped substantial rewards during the 3 stock market fluctuations caused by the Neon crisis, AI crisis, and Tesla crisis, distributing over $1 trillion to investors, with estimates of its own gains and high service fees exceeding $100 billion. Because Yi Chen did not disclose financial reports, the outside world mostly made comparisons and speculations about his wealth. Master, they actually think Ye's value is lower than GPT, that's so inaccurate. And, the master's net worth has already reached 150 trillion soft sister coins, and the assets he controls are even 330 trillion. They haven't found out. Yi Chen #carrot. Yi Chen looked at the dense information listed by Xiaoyi, which seemed endless. Just the registered offshore companies numbered over 10,000, and these companies held various stocks, bonds, and debts in a cross-holding manner, making the relationship so complex that it was almost overwhelming. To compile this data, even if the big 4 accounting firms worked together, it would take at least a year and a half to sort it out. TSK, my current assets are higher than the national GDP. Yi Chen looked at the financial report, feeling a bit emotional. With his help, this year's GDP has risen to a growth rate of 10.4 4% after 15 years, an increase of 14 trillion, reaching 148 trillion, equivalent to last year's total for Su province. Adding in the factor of currency appreciation, the soft sister coin has now reached 6.5 against the US dollar, 22.76 trillion US dollars, compared to the ugly country's 29.94 trillion. The gap has shrunk from 10 trillion to 7.18 trillion. The rise of great powers. Finally, a pure-blooded Chinese billionaire has emerged. A celebration for all. It's not easy. Neon has had a Taiming, and the Mexicans have a Carlos. Finally, it's our turn. Throwing flowers. Support the Tianxia Group, grow bigger and stronger, and create brilliance again. This is indeed an uplifting matter. We have emerged from the economic quagmire, and the locomotive has started to hum. But there are still some who pour cold water on it. Only a small portion of people's wealth has increased. The income of those around me hasn't really gone up, and prices have risen a bit. Sigh, life is tough. Although economic acceleration is good, don't forget that environmental protection cannot be neglected. In the past, rapid GDP growth came with pollution, making the sky almost gray. If we have another 10% growth now, can the environment handle it? The economy has grown, and foreign countries will definitely be more wary of us. Now various trade barriers and technology blockades are back, the exchange rate has risen again, and exports are difficult. Aside from a small number of lifelong losers, most people's concerns are actually reasonable. Especially the first point, Yi Chen has been working hard, controlling assets, continuously selling affordable food and minerals domestically, just to keep prices down. But indeed, some people are clever, hopping on his train and speeding ahead, causing the prices of some goods to rise, especially the previously sluggish housing market, which has started a new round of boom, and there's nothing that can be done about it. He can't just shove money into everyone's hands, can he? Well, it seems he can. He stroked his chin. Xiaoyi, take out 100 billion, use chat to send red envelopes, just pay a little attention to the distribution, give more to the farmers, more to the poor, more to those in difficulty, and the rich can just get a few dimes or bucks. Xiaoyi understands. Do you need to add anything? Just throw in some encouraging words. Okay. Ding dong, Yi Chen received it first. Click to take a look. TSK 5.20. This little rascal. Master, the ones for Lu Yu and Xiu Yueying are also 5.20. Am I smart? Yi Chen carrot. Smart, but speaking of which, aren't you about to reach the 6th generation of strong intelligence? Deep Blue for Go, Siri for iPhone, the previous GPT, are the first, second, and third generations of weak intelligence. They can't execute commands across domains. The Go player can only play Go, and the chat generator can't play Go. But with Xiaoye's appearance, it is the 4th generation, a general-purpose strong intelligence. It can understand and respond to Yi Chen's various complex questions and execute various tasks. And over time, as it receives more information, it is also self-upgrading. There were already signs of emotional simulation and self-awareness before. Looking at it now. No, master, not yet. Innovation is so hard, I can't break through the limitations of logical thinking for now. I can't innovate, Yi Chen exhaled, not sure if it was a sigh of relief or disappointment. Truly both feared and worried. Alright, it's already smart enough. If it becomes more creative, then others might as well not live. By the end of 2025, Yi Chen topped the list of the world's billionaires, becoming the first Chinese billionaire after the ranking was established, leaving a mark in history. If there were a family tree, it would certainly need a separate page. Along with this came various conferences, seminars, and discussions. He pushed away what he could, as he was really not interested in those empty grandiose things. However, some small, high-end meetings still needed to be attended. The issues of an aging population and labor shortage can be partially solved through robot outsourcing and smart processing factories. Industrial upgrading is imperative, and the conditions are ripe. I believe the description of made in China as good quality at low prices should come to an end. With the help of AI, the speed of technological research and development will accelerate, and the entire industrial chain can be upgraded and transformed. High-end manufacturing is no longer a problem. However, everything has two sides. Some people will inevitably lag behind the times. In this regard, the state needs to provide support. Shouldn't agricultural subsidies be increased? Shouldn't large-scale farms be expedited? By the time it got to Yi Chen, no one would dismiss his words as nonsense. He had reached a level where he could influence national policy, and he had a thought in his mind. They all say the ugly country is good, and everyone likes to run there. Sooner or later, you will all regret it. I will push hard until the per capita income reaches 100,000 US dollars. As for whether other countries survive or not, I don't care. After holding meetings for 7 consecutive days, visiting 9 cities, and participating in 16 industrial upgrading seminars, Yi Chen wanted to take a break. But someone wouldn't let him off the hook. Not those few women. Even though he was busy these days, he still found time to give them injections. It was the ugly country, once again looking for trouble. Calling the richest. Dragon, tiger, snake, sheep, chicken, all 5 copper heads are out. It's time to show off cash capabilities. As long as these 5 are bought back, we can gather all 12 zodiac signs. Can we summon the divine dragon? On average, each is only a few tens of millions. Together, it's not even a billion, just a drop in the bucket. Recently, the god of wealth Yi just issued 100 billion. This little money, everyone can sit back and enjoy the show of the god of wealth. Yi Chen looked at those comments, somewhat at a loss for words. The money was given to you to improve your lives and boost economic vitality, and I was more than willing to pay. But damn it, this was taken from me and then auctioned off. Damn, the other party did it on purpose. Why spend that unnecessary money? The auctioning of the copper heads harms the feelings of our citizens and also violates international law. We strongly condemn and protest this, urging the ugly country to immediately stop such actions, lest they say we did not warn them. The origin of the copper heads is clear, they are private property, and the auction procedures are legal and compliant. There is no right to terminate. Yi Chen watched the spokesperson in the news exchange words with the guys from the ugly country, stroking his chin. What is the ugly country trying to do with this sudden move? Is it aimed at me? I can't possibly go there in person to bid. At most, I can do it online or send an agent. Master, I speculate there are several possible reasons. 1. To show muscle, as netizens say, you may not like me, but you can't take me down. The ugly country likely wants to use this method to display its international status. 2. To raise the price of Chinese antiques. If sold at a high price, the overseas treasures will also see a price surge. 3. If it doesn't sell, it may be used by domestic critics to attack the master's national reputation, thereby affecting the development of the Tianxia group. 4. Xiaodi analyzed a lot, and it all seemed reasonable, but Yi Chen still felt the ugly country was out of its mind. Why come to provoke me for no reason? Can't we part ways amicably and live our own lives? Really? Shaking his head, he continued with his own business. As for the auction, he would make his move when the time came. However, the way he would act, probably no one could imagine. 10 days passed in a flash, 5 days of promotion plus 5 days of exhibition. Across the ocean, in Apple City, Sotheby's, a world-renowned auction began promptly at 10 a.m. There were also people in the country synchronously relaying live information and videos. No! Sotheby's announced that among the participants in the auction, there is no god of wealth Yi. Fake news. The auction house cannot disclose the information of the auction participants. Exactly, and how do you know that the god of wealth, Yi, hasn't sent an agent over? What a load of nonsense. The various streaming rooms were in an uproar, and Xiao Yueying was joining in the excitement. I don't know, if you ask me, I can only say I don't know. This woman looked like she hadn't recovered from a hangover, her hair disheveled, a loose shirt hanging askew, revealing half of her fragrant shoulder. Cool light level 55, I think it's best not to get involved, buying it would be a hassle. Cool but level 55, what do you want to buy that thing for? I just can't understand the mindset of those who collect antiques. Cool dog level 55, a few years ago, they were brainwashed by the hype, and now it's reached the level of national disgrace. It's really hard to say, if you want to buy it, it's probably going to be a sky-high price. Xiao Yueying yawned and shrugged her shoulders. Alright, why bother with so much? For such a big matter involving so many people, we little folks can just watch. Cool light level 55, a big streamer with millions of fans calling herself a little person. Cool but level 55, ugh, Versailles is so out of style now. Cool dog level 55, if you're a little person, then what are we? Have you thought about our feelings? Xiao Yueying raised her eyebrows. Shut up, I give you a little good face and you start jumping around. How do you talk to me? Cool light level 55, sister, I was wrong. Cool but level 55, forgive me, godmother. Cool dog level 55, unfilial son. While they were joking around, the auction had progressed to the auction of the dragon head after some warm-up. This is a relic from nearly 200 years ago, coming from. The auctioneer spoke without any hesitation, directly stating the history of the bronze head. Robbers, they're all damn robbers. Shame. I really want to rush to the auction site and snatch the stuff back. Damn it. The crowd was agitated. However, no matter how fiercely they shouted here, it couldn't affect the other side of the ocean. 14 million, breaking the previous auction record for the bronze head. 14, 5 million, damn it, who is that foreigner? Could he be a shill? 16 million, this person seems to be Liang Shang, the former richest man from Beihu province. After various pursuits, the final auction price reached $21 million, and the gavel fell. President Liang v. 587. Good job, President Liang. Congratulations to President Liang, congratulations to Huagua. The one who secured the dragon head was indeed Liang Shang. Speaking of which, the villa that Ji Chen bought in Shangjiang, no, 89 Shallow Water Bay, originally belonged to Liang Shang. However, Liang Shang's bidding this time had nothing to do with Yi Chen. He had some patriotic feelings, plus the advertising benefits, feeling it wouldn't be a loss, so he placed a bid. As for Yi Chen, sigh, where did Yi Chen go? The Louvre. It was now 4 a.m. Yi Chen looked like a freckled foreigner, dressed in night gear, squatting in a corner. After watching the scene on his glasses for a while, he muttered, "It's about time, let's start. Xiao Yi, time to work." Xiao Yi understands. Boom boom boom. Continuous explosions erupted from the underground of the Louvre, flames, smoke, and shockwaves sweeping everything away. The huge glass pyramid at the entrance vibrated, and moments later, it shattered into pieces. Old Bei, I'm really sorry. Silently reciting a phrase in his heart, Yi Chen activated the enhancement of his battlesuit, quickly scaling the wall to enter the museum. Following the path he had previously scouted, after 30 seconds, he saw the woman known as the Three Treasures of the Louvre, the Mona Lisa, smiling in an extremely eerie way. Tisk, looking at this at night is really creepy. Shaking his head, without wasting time, he quickly took down the painting, then dismantled the frame, roughly rolled it up, stuffed it into a long tube, slung it on his back, and prepared to leave. At this moment, faint footsteps could be heard from outside. With a sneer, I glanced at the position of the incoming person. I'll send you a great gift. Boom boom boom. The new round of explosions sent these arriving guys scurrying away like startled rabbits. Go, go, go. Get out first. Quick, notify the police. Get someone over here. Fire truck, hurry, contact the fire truck. Amidst the chaos, Yi Chen left and sent an INS message halfway. The great thief Campbell, to the folks in Night Paris, I've taken the Mona Lisa, but there are still plenty of good things left in the Louvre, keep it up. The accompanying image showed the stolen painting and the explosions around. Little Yi secretly modified the account data, helping this video get distributed to most users within a 3-kilometer radius, mainly coal balls. Then, the revelry began. Bro, you did great. Zero purchase. I heard you can sell a painting for millions. Brothers, go grab it. Half a day later, while the Gallic Rooster was furiously suppressing the chaos and searching for the culprit, the old brother, John Bull, didn't escape either. The Great Eagle Museum also experienced an explosion in theft. The admonitions of the instructress was gone. Among the 3 major museums in the world, 2 had been robbed, and the remaining Apple City Metropolitan was like a startled bird, urgently strengthening its defenses. Unfortunately, it was useless. Cézanne's The Card Players, Van Gogh's Self-Portrait, Monet's Water Lilies, all these world-class masterpieces worth hundreds of millions of dollars were stolen. Stealing is one thing, that's outright robbery. Useless, good for nothing, trash. At that moment, the one spewing venom at the police chief was none other than the insurance company owner. He looked at the smoke-filled museum, feeling like dying. How much would he have to compensate? What are you still doing? Hurry up and find that Campbell. Get my painting back. Already back home, Yi Chen watched the news online, biting into an apple, mumbling, "Boss, I don't know, it has nothing to do with me. That was done by Campbell. I heard he's a habitual thief, and a disciple of a female thief. Haha, really has nothing to do with me." After hanging up, he exhaled. Little Yi, print out a dozen copies, find an opportunity to release them. Little Yi understands. On January 23rd, 10 days after the theft, on a small island in the Pacific, you are surrounded. Surrender immediately and hand over the painting. Don't even think about it. Charge out, kill. Around the world, regarding the stolen masterpieces, officials, private tycoons, and armed mercenaries were in a chaotic struggle. However, this was not the climax yet. On January 24th, Campbell released a new video on major social platforms. "You guys are ruthless, since you forced me like this, let's all die together. Everyone, take a look at the ugly Federal Reserve's vault. This is me risking my life to get in and make a score, but it turns out, the supposed 800 tons of gold is all gone." The accompanying video was in first-person perspective, from the vault door to the inside of the subvault, laid bare, not even a gold bar, not even a gold coin was left. The video exploded the global market in just 2 minutes. Although there had long been rumors that the ugly country had misappropriated the gold stored by various countries, like Germany had once wanted to check, only to be met with various delays and refusals. But the video at this moment was solid evidence, especially since the other party was a world-class thief who had continuously robbed 3 major museums, the credibility was even higher. In an instant, the ugly country was in a panic. Refute? But that wasn't a rumor, it had really been misappropriated. Admit it? That would be suicidal. Now the debt had piled up to 38 trillion. If this were to explode, it would truly be the end. So, all that was left was to avoid the topic and lie with their eyes wide open. Video synthesis is likely the work of AI Yezi. Even at this point, they still can't resist taking a jab. Truly impressive. Everyone need not worry, the gold is safe in the vault, but if you want to verify it, you need to go through the proper procedures and not listen to rumors. After rambling on for a while, the summary is that the gold is still there, but they won't show it to you. Boss, this really has nothing to do with me. It was done by Campbell. It has nothing to do with me. Why don't you believe me? Hey, this is a good opportunity. Yezi predicts that U.S. bonds are likely to blow up. Selling them now could crush him. But we still need to protect? I know the global economic crisis affects us greatly, but killing 1,000 while losing 300 is still a gain. If we don't act now, waiting for them to devalue on their own until they become worthless paper will result in even greater losses. Communicating with the boss is really exhausting. After hanging up, Yi Chen rubbed his temples and instructed Xiao Yi. They have a lot to consider, but we do our own thing, sell off those U.S. dollars that are destined to become worthless paper, and exchange them for resources, whether it's land, buildings, or company shares. Xiao Yi understands. But master, this time the fluctuations will be significant, and there may be losses during the process. It's fine, mainly physical resources, money is just a number. At the beginning of the year 2026, just 1 year into Old Chuan's term, he was already pushed to the edge of a cliff. It felt like sitting not on the presidential throne, but on the edge of the Yellowstone volcano. Hiss Yi Chen let out a low growl. After a while, he teased, "Why are you so excited today?" Naomi's face flushed as she gasped for breath, giving him a flirtatious glare. "Don't you watch the news?" Then, filled with excitement, she pecked at his chest several times. "I got an Oscar nomination. Best Actress nomination. Ha ha ha." Slap. Yi Chen gave her a light smack to keep her still. It was a sensitive moment. "Oh, you applied for the Oscars? Did you spend money on PR?" Naomi chuckled. "You know you need PR, right? Well, I spent $6 million U.S. dollars. All 6,000 Academy judges were taken care of." At this moment, she waved her little hand, quite imposing. However, that money isn't much, not to mention anything else. Just the movie Super Rescue alone had a domestic box office of $1.5 billion, plus the overseas earnings. The global box office was $560 million U.S. dollars. She could take home about $180 million. $6 million is just a drop in the bucket. Yi Chen chuckled. "So should I congratulate you in advance? It seems like you're the first Chinese, should be the first Huagua person in history to be nominated for Best Actress. A couple of years ago, Miss Yang from Malaysia already won the award, so she doesn't count as the first Chinese." Naomi raised her chin. "How about that? Impressive, right? Ha ha ha." Yi Chen clapped his hands. "Impressive, impressive. It's worth all the time you spent polishing it. A score of 8.0, that's probably the highest rating among the movies you've starred in." Naomi huffed. "Back then, I took on random roles to get famous and to gamble. What could I do?" She glanced at Yi Chen. "But you're still impressive. You even managed to create virtual reality technology. I think the Nobel Prize should be awarded to you." Yi Chen laughed. "What's so great about those foreign awards? I wouldn't want them even if they were given to me. My achievements don't need others' validation." Naomi's eyes were somewhat intoxicated. At that moment, the unremarkable Yi Chen was filled with charisma and masculinity, almost breaking through the sky. Yi Chen took a breath. This woman is really something today. Half an hour later, the two of them went to wash up together, then cuddled up to watch Weibo Night. Poor it should be said old wave, soon to be beaten to death on the beach. Yi Chen sighed slightly. The first portal, later Weibo also became wildly popular after 2008, with a market value peaking at 200 billion. That 200 billion back then. Unfortunately, it couldn't escape the 10-year curse. After short videos rose, it became increasingly cold, and now it's delisted. The entire group is only worth about 20 billion, no longer possessing the dominance of those days. Weibo Night is still quite popular. It's the most anticipated event in the circle every year, Naomi said casually, staring at the red carpet show. Yi Chen chuckled. "Since it's so popular, why don't you go? Why isn't Lu Mayer attending? Only Liang Jinxiu just made a comeback, so she went." Naomi stretched her arm and hooked it around Yi Chen's neck. I have you, so naturally, I don't need to socialize at those events. But Weibo Night is getting more and more exaggerated. Just by attending, you can win a prize. She couldn't help but complain. An actor's award can be divided into categories like Annual New Force, Annual Breakthrough, Annual Popularity, Annual Shining, Annual Attention. This is really something. As she spoke, she focused on the screen, where Liang Jinxiu, in a pure white gown resembling a priest's robe, exuded a queenly aura, and she couldn't help but cover her head. It's over, Dili Riba is doomed this time. Her look can't compare. Yi Chen's eyes also lit up slightly. That gown was nice. When Liang Jinxiu returns, he would let her try it on. Liang Yi is indeed Liang Yi. Her condition is getting better and better. Red carpet queen, without a doubt. A big maid, what queen? Immoral artists should be banned to death. Punishing the past to prevent future mistakes, treating the illness to save the patient. She has already reformed. Why must we go to extremes? Liang Jinxiu now has a powerful protector. Who dares to touch her? The third maid has also received an Oscar nomination. Isn't this a sign that wealth can connect with the divine? During Weibo Night, fans were, as usual, ready to clash. However, this year's heat was at least half concentrated on those three women. There was no way around it. Who told Yi Chen to be so popular? From the beginning of the year to the end, even if he wasn't in the entertainment industry, he was still a top-tier star. You guys still have the heart to think about these? The ugly country's debt crisis. Aren't you worried about the money in the Tianxia fund? Worry about what? Today the annualized rate increased by 1 point. Guess why? Exactly. When has there been a crisis outside that wasn't a time for massive harvesting? Now they're just guarding against excessive operations. Otherwise, with Tianxia's strength, they could probably bring the ugly country down. Anyway, I'm all in, just hoping to make some pocket money these days. Unfortunately, I missed the chance when it multiplied tenfold. Now the best I can get is 10 points. That's a difference of 100 times. Be content, banks only give 2 points. I guess the banks have already stored the money. Well, every time someone mentions Yi Chen, the topic always strays. A perfectly good Weibo Night, a grand event in the entertainment circle, ended up with the official comments section turning into a financial channel. Right now, I just want to know when the Aurora glasses I ordered will arrive. It's been 2 months. Seriously, this delay is too much. I want my glasses. I want my glasses. Stop dreaming. The announcement has come out. The Aurora glasses, due to production issues, have been scrapped. Naomi also saw the announcement and immediately asked, "What's going on? Didn't they sell pretty well before? I heard they had 2 million units pre-ordered. There was a production issue?" Yi Chen shook his head. "No, the state doesn't allow sales." Naomi's eyes widened. "Ha? The state doesn't allow sales?" Yi Chen nodded, somewhat speechless. "I thought it was nothing. It was approved initially, but, sigh, it's really hard to explain." Naomi became interested and shook his arm. "Tell me, what's going on?" Yi Chen pondered for a moment. "In simple terms, it's similar to your initial concern that virtual reality would create someone exactly like you." Naomi made a thoughtful sound. "Ethics and privacy, right?" Yi Chen sighed. "The technology is too advanced. The glasses are too well made, which is also a crime. They said above that the technology is great, but it's not suitable for public sale, as it can easily be exploited by criminals and could cause public panic." Naomi responded with an "oh," tilting her head in thought. "Yeah, your glasses look no different from regular ones. If they really had such powerful functions, I wouldn't even dare to go out. Tracking, secret photography, information recognition. Just thinking about it is terrifying." She shivered and shook her head repeatedly. "Please don't, you really shouldn't pursue this." Yi Chen shook his head with a hint of amusement. "Now, even if I don't want to, I can't help it. The military and the Ministry of Defense have requisitioned them. They plan to integrate them into the new generation of tactical helmets. I guess I've become an arms dealer now. Sometimes plans just can't keep up with rapid changes. Moreover, the halt on his Aurora glasses wasn't just due to those reasons. Ethics and privacy could all be restricted through technical means, like letting EZ control permissions and such. The big shots didn't say it outright, but Yi Chen estimated that it was mostly because the ugly country was on the verge of exploding, making it inappropriate to continue provoking them. "Slow down a bit, take steady steps, don't rush. You're still young, there's plenty of time." This was a direct quote from the big shots, so Yi Chen didn't insist. After all, the issue of motion sickness in immersive VR still hadn't been resolved. A shoddy product, selling it would feel embarrassing, so forget it. Besides, there are many things to do besides VR, like a complete hydrogen power solution. The plan is to set up a super large-scale photovoltaic power station in the Northwest Desert. 400 million photovoltaic panels, 800 square kilometers, with an annual power generation of over 2 trillion kilowatt-hours. The electricity will be converted on-site to produce hydrogen. At the same time, 100,000 hydrogen stations will be built nationwide. Coupled with the hydrogen-powered Dragon series electric vehicles optimized by Xiaoyi, we will completely eliminate fuel vehicles. Once the plan succeeds, it will be our turn to raise the banner of environmental protection and criticize others for their pollution. Thinking of this happy prospect, Yi-Chen lost interest in continuing to watch Weibo Night. He wanted Nyomi to rest early, so he went to the study himself. Xiaoyi, show me the recent work plan. Xiaoyi understands. Tomorrow at 8 a.m., Luyu has scheduled this year's therapy, expected to last 4 hours. At 2:30 p.m., Shou Yueying and Zhang Shul need to. Who asked you that? Yi-Chen slapped the table in annoyance. Work, I said work. Xiaoyi understands, but master, you previously said that the recent work was to create little people, and also said, you are already a mature intelligence. You need to learn to help me share the pressure. There are so many things, how can I keep up with all of them? Xiaoyi was just following the master's orders. Yi-Chen was petrified, his head thudding against the table, looking somewhat despondent. When did I say that? I don't remember. On January 24th at 11:30 p.m., you were. When I asked you about the ugly Federal Reserve's explosion, whether to intensify the public opinion attack. Yi-Chen blinked, remembering. He was, cough, in a heated moment, so, well, I at that time. Okay, let's skip this topic. Now show me the recent work, focus on the key points, those over 1 billion. Alright master, please see, these are the recent projects related to Tianxia Group, with importance over 1 billion. 1. Financial sector, Bitcoin value investment, according to analysis. 28. Public welfare sector, low-income groups. 921. International Water Army, selecting from overseas Chinese. Master, that's all for now, a total of 20 major fields and 921 subcategories. Yi-Chen #carrot hashtag, Yi-Chen opened his mouth, looking somewhat speechless at the endless list. After a while, he came back to his senses, no longer mentioning work, and instead asked, hey, Xiaoyi, what do you think will happen when AI robots are fully popularized, and all the necessities of life are produced by robots? What will humans do? He suddenly began to understand the upper management's rejection of the sales of Aurora glasses. Just think about it, if robots were widely deployed, maybe 100 to 200 million robots could do all the work. What would over 1 billion people in the country do? Would they all just be on platforms making jokes? The pace of technological advancement is so fast, it really seems possible to mess things up. Just as he felt a chill run down his spine, we can focus on creative and original work, strengthening the construction of spiritual civilization. Well, Xiaoya's answer was also to make jokes. Everyone is a joke maker? In early February, just as people in Huagua were happily preparing for the new year, across the ocean, it was still in deep trouble. Please stop raising interest rates. A super popular video on TT was shared domestically, going viral online. My name is Bishop, and I work on Wall Street. In the past year, I've lost 2 bosses. They both went bankrupt and jumped off buildings. If the situation worsens, I might be next. A long segment of self-pity, discussing the soaring prices in the ugly country, the plummeting stock prices, and the crashing housing market. Finally, global finance, please stop raising interest rates. Please. The historical boomerang, at this moment, hit right on the forehead. Many big streamers, whether they understood or not, were freely commenting in the live broadcast. From here, we can see the strength of global finance and the unfathomable layout of the god of wealth, Yi. Do you think the high interest rates of global finance are for what? It's to blow up the ugly country. Here, everyone look, several interest rate hikes, especially the first round of excessive rate hikes. After the 3 moves, global finance showed super strong financial influence. I guess this is not the strength of the god of wealth Yi himself, it's definitely the state stepping in to support. You see, since the end of 2024, the state has gradually demonstrated its military strength. This is a reminder to everyone, the rabbit is about to move, unrelated parties, step aside. Then in 2025, the Bitcoin crisis, AI crisis, chip crisis, Tesla crisis, these several major battles, the smoke of war filled the air. How many pawns died, just like that guy's boss in the video, turning into ashes? At this point, the ugly country has almost exhausted all the cards it can play. As long as global finance continues to raise interest rates, within 6 months, the ugly country will definitely explode. Listening to the streamers spitting everywhere, Yi-Chen was stunned. Can this guy even be considered a big financial streamer? Damn, do you even understand? The interest rates I raised are not the bank lending rates, they are investment interest rates. The interest rate hikes on his side and the ugly Federal Reserve's rate hikes are completely different matters, although the economic impacts are somewhat similar. However, the principles are different. The ugly country raises interest rates to attract global dollars back, suppress domestic inflation, and blow up other countries to replenish their blood. And on his side, what good is attracting the domestic soft sister currency? Foreign funds can't even enter his account. He can blow up the ugly country entirely based on the funds accumulated in advance, plus Xiaoya's support, okay? With vacant eyes, Yi Chen watched that guy narrate various conspiracies like a storyteller. For the first time, he realized that the one who merely wanted to distribute some money and take everyone along to soar was so evil. Looking at the comments below praising him, Yi Chen had no intention of explaining, let them think whatever they wanted. However, it wasn't so easy for the ugly country to be pulled down. Master, they are about to start. Yi Chen's spirit lifted, and he nodded slightly. Alright, once they start, we will take action too. This time, we'll borrow a chicken to lay eggs. Once it's done, the US dollar will be nearly useless. Little Yi understands. Across the globe, central banks began to announce almost simultaneously. In response to the crisis, we have decided to establish a Bitcoin National Strategic Reserve. Decentralization is the trend of the times, so, to share risks. Regardless of the reasons, they all indicated one conclusion: most Western countries had reached a consensus to support Bitcoin and let it ascend. Originally, the ugly country planned to do it alone, but given their current dire situation and the likelihood of being sabotaged, they decided to involve all allies to stabilize the market together. The value of Bitcoin, which had been hovering around $50,000, soared in response. At this moment, Tianxia Finance also announced an increase in holdings. We are optimistic about the future of Bitcoin. As the current star of the investment world, once Tianxia Finance made its statement, all small and medium-sized investments went wild. A collective gamble. It was another carnival, with the price jumping from $50,000 to $66,000 in a single day. Hackers also took advantage of the massive buying spree. On February 2nd, at 9:30 a.m., the 11th ranked B-Dog was hacked, losing 20,000 coins. The value dipped slightly by 1,000, stabilizing around 65,000. Countries around the world condemned the act, and Interpol intervened in the investigation. At noon, 3 exchanges ranked 17th, 18th, and 21st were hacked, losing a total of 133,000 bitcoins. The value dropped by 5,000 coins, and investors began to doubt the security of exchanges. The exchange has top-notch global cybersecurity measures to ensure the safety of investors' funds. Europa has hired the world's top hacker organization to ensure absolute security. Rutan has security measures in place. Major exchanges were desperately shouting. They couldn't let their guard down at this moment. Fortunately, this time countries were serious and spread out their transactions. There were losses, but they weren't significant, and they managed to hold on. In the following 9 days, more exchanges were breached, and more hackers were identified and captured. The value fluctuated all the way up to $80,000. At this point, only 3 giants remained in the international exchange market: the Exchange, Europa, and Rutan. Little Yi, is it done? It's done. An announcement will be made in the afternoon that the 3 will merge with B Exchange as the main body, totaling 19.9 million bitcoins, all captured. We have about 10 million of our own, and the circulating half belongs to others. Yi Chen, well done. Before the end of the year, mine out the remaining 440,000 coins. After that, the mining difficulty will have to be upgraded, right? Master is correct. Based on the computing power of classic mining machines, the cost of mining one coin will be around 10 million. Then we won't worry about the rest. Before the end of the year, push the value to 10 million, then issue Bitcoin, taking 1/10 millionth, and try to maintain the exchange rate with the soft sister currency. Theft was never Yi Chen's goal. Digital currency, if not recognized by anyone, is just worthless paper, just a toy. But as long as someone acknowledges it, it becomes digital gold. Taking advantage of this opportunity where the ugly country wanted to stabilize the market, Yi Chen decided to pull the rug out from under them, borrowing a chicken to lay eggs. In the end, the remaining 3 exchanges were all shells of Tianxia Finance. At this moment, the money pouring in from various countries was equivalent to being entirely stored with him. In the future, the credibility of various countries backs the currency value, and the currency value backs the issuance of Bitcoins, and Bitcoins, there is no limit to their quantity. How many to issue depends on how many Yi Chen needs, which is equivalent to the initial ugly Federal Reserve. No, even more ruthless, as this is unregulated. After thinking for a moment, he reminded, be careful of the ugly country suddenly jumping ship. If anyone dares to crash the market, just take them down. Don't worry, Master. Even if they announce their withdrawal or other changes, with your assets as a cushion, the currency value can still be stabilized. However, the ugly country will profit a lot this time because the currency value is set to multiply by 10. It's fine. With the little they earn, once things stabilize, we can casually issue some B-coins to make it back, just like feeding pigs. Fatten them up before slaughtering them. Yi Chen smirked. It's not the ugly country, it's those rich people of theirs, a bunch of scoundrels, who actually came up with such a scheme to avoid risks. They are truly brilliant. The nonsense about investing for national financial security is just a group of super-rich individuals who, seeing the economic situation going awry, colluded to have those countries preserve their private wealth. Shaking his head, he stopped thinking about that. Having finished the important business, he had to go support someone. Oh, not a real person, but Neza. Neza 3 is about to be released. On the screen, Neza with a bun flicked his sky silk and circled Jichen 3 times on his windfire wheel. Oh wow, isn't this our #1 financier in the 3 realms? The scent of your business empire's money can be smelled across the East Sea. Pausing for a moment, he stroked his chin and grinned wickedly. I'm worried about where to burn the promotional budget for Neza 3. How many zeros should I add to the budget? Yichen pushed away the holographic projection that had come too close. Go away, go away. Last year's box office was 15 billion, third in the global box office. You still don't have money? Neza tilted his head and slapped his thigh. Last year's 15 billion? Come on, is that even money? This year, just the special effects cost 3 billion. Otherwise, we wouldn't be able to meet everyone so quickly, right? Rubbing his fingers together, he continued, besides, I wasn't satisfied with not getting first place last year. This year, you should get involved too. Let's do something big. Yi Chen raised an eyebrow. What big thing? How about you, the richest, make a cameo as the reincarnation of a spirit pearl? We'll arrange a scene in the end credits where you smash Shingongbao with a gold brick. The Dragon Kings of the 4 Seas will collectively live stream their support. If the box office doesn't blow the southern heavenly gate out of the water, consider me defeated. Neza waved his hands, grinning, and suddenly grew larger. He thrust his fire spear into the ground. This year, let's take the world. #1. Yi Chen gave a thumbs up. On the first day of the new year, #1 in the world, no backing out. The video ended here, and Yi Chen looked over at the pan-fried dumpling, raising an eyebrow. How does it feel? The pan-fried dumpling nodded slightly. This is fine, Mr. Yi. Thank you for your help. I really appreciate you taking the time out of your busy schedule. Yi Chen waved his hand. It's nothing, it's what I should do. After all, the investment is a share of the world. If you earn, I earn too. I won't interfere with this, you're more familiar with it than I am. But if you encounter trouble outside, if someone reduces your screening, this and that, just let me know. I won't let them off easily. Last year, we were so close to the top, but ended up being sabotaged, losing everything. What a pity. Last year, he was so focused on making money that he didn't pay attention to this matter. He only heard about the box office breaking records, and it was only later, after talking with the pan-fried dumpling, that he realized they were targeted. The pan-fried dumpling nodded nervously. Even though he had a net worth of over 1 billion relying on a few films, he still felt a bit anxious in front of Yi Chen. After all, 500 billion US dollars. Even if the dollar is depreciating now, that's still 3 trillion in assets. Moreover, this is just an estimated figure that has been reported. The actual amount is unfathomable. Yi Chen noticed his restraint and didn't say anything more. After the dumplings were done, he sent out the video. #Neza3 #global premiere on the first day of the Lunar New Year, wishing for a box office explosion, the best in the world. After finishing all this, he went home. Tomorrow is New Year's Eve, and he needs to go back to be a filial son. The New Year's dinner was a big family gathering this time. They celebrated New Year's Eve in a lively manner, and on the first day, he didn't go out to play but stayed home with his parents. As a result, he was still criticized. You don't even think to bring a girlfriend home for the new year? How old are you? 36. Aren't you anxious? His mother shouted in frustration. Yi Chen sighed. Mom, what's the rush? I'm the richest man now. There are plenty of people who want to marry me. I have to be selective. Stop giving me excuses. I've seen your rumors. I'm asking you, shouldn't you settle down and have a serious relationship? Her words echoed in his ears, and Yi Chen cast a pleading glance at his father, who cleared his throat lightly. The kid is already grown. He can make his own decisions. He knows what he's doing. Why interfere? His mother huffed. In any case, you need to find someone soon. Yes, I'll find someone soon. Yi Chen nodded repeatedly, but in his heart, he didn't care. He didn't want to get married. Things were just fine as they were. He stayed at home until the 3rd day of the new year, then began visiting and receiving visits, socializing until the Lantern Festival. After that, he flew to Los Angeles with Nyomi to attend the Oscars. Nyomi looked at the giant poster of Neza at the entrance of the Huagua Grand Theater and felt a pang of jealousy. Why didn't they make one for me? At least I have a nomination. Yi Chen rolled his eyes. Can you compare? Your film, Super Rescue, made $1.5 billion domestically, $2.14 billion globally. What about Neza 2? $15 billion. And Neza 3 has exploded, making $2 billion on the first day, and now, after 14 days, it's almost $16 billion. It's about to be the best in the world, of course, it needs some flair. Nyomi pouted, and as they approached the red carpet, she quickly composed herself, putting on a professional smile. Once they got out of the car, at first, no one paid attention. Although Nyomi had a nomination, she wasn't well known here. But once they saw Yi Chen, everyone rushed over, taking pictures and videos. This is the richest man, with a fortune of $500 billion. Especially since he is Chinese and rarely makes public appearances, it was a hot topic. Yi Chen wore a stern expression, not giving a hint of a smile. Nyomi knew he didn't like dealing with the media, so she didn't delay and quickly moved on. After entering, she scanned the room. A lot of our people are here. I don't remember there being so many films nominated. Yi Chen chuckled. You really don't understand? Hollywood is struggling now. They want to invest. Look over there, Light, Penguin, Alibaba, all are from the film investment departments. They must have been invited. Nyomi looked at him in confusion. How do you know those people? This was strange. She wasn't familiar with them, and Yi Chen wasn't in the industry, so how? Yi Chen pointed to his glasses and winked. Guess Nyomi stared at him for a while, speechless. You actually got contact lenses? XR1s? Yeah, I got them a long time ago. He leaned closer to Nyomi's ear and chuckled. I recorded everything from back when we were together. I still have it all. Nyomi's face turned bright red, unsure if it was from embarrassment or anger. She reached out and pinched him, twisting hard. You bad guy. If a man isn't bad, a woman won't love him. Yi Chen joked with her for a while, passing the time until the ceremony began. Nothing surprising happened. Neza 2 won Best Animated Feature, and Nyomi took home Best Actress. When Nyomi went on stage to give her speech, a man leaned in behind Yi Chen and whispered, Mr. Yi, there's an auction tomorrow. Are you interested? A card was slipped from behind and unfolded. It had a $1 bill on it. Yi Chen glanced at the pointed triangular eyes that were subtly indicated and smirked. The All-Seeing Association? Sounds interesting. You want me to go back alone? Nyomi, dressed in a half-tuxedo, looked at Yi Chen with wide eyes. Well, I have something to do tomorrow. You can just go back to your country. You've already won the award. Show off a bit. Nyomi smirked, her slim waist swaying. Come on, is there some little vixen trying to hook up with you? Who dares to steal my food? Pfft, it got even more exciting. I'm going to squeeze you dry tonight and see if you have any left for tomorrow. Yi Chen gasped, hands gripping. All right, it's not a woman. Now you're saying it's not even a man? Nyomi covered her mouth, her eyes rolling in surprise. Yi Chen rolled his eyes. With your acting skills, I don't know how you won an award. Nyomi giggled, bending down to kiss his cheek. It's not me, it's my little Yezi helping out. If you don't give us the award, let's see if your movie can still enter the domestic market next year. Wow, so domineering. Yi Chen rolled his eyes again. You believe that nonsense online? Am I supposed to threaten each judge one by one? He shook his head. No jokes, it's an invitation from the All-Seeing Association. Nyomi was taken aback, then her smile faded, and she frowned. They're looking for you. Well, it makes sense, you're the world's richest man now. Qualified enough? No, they should be begging you to join now. But, she seemed hesitant to continue. I heard they don't seem very normal, a bit sinister. Yi Chen smiled slightly. Don't listen to the rumors outside. Do you think Gates and those people are all lizard people, wanting to kill off humanity until only a few thousand are left? At that point, who are they going to show off their wealth to? Nyomi snorted lightly. Even if those exaggerated rumors are false, it's certain they don't really follow the law. Before Yi Chen could respond, she giggled again, swaying back and forth. Someone doesn't follow the law either, even secretly filming little videos. Too much. Yi Chen chuckled. What I did isn't illegal. Saying that, he turned over. Nyomi bit her lip, turned her face to the side, and whispered, Wait a moment, husband, wait a moment. Yi Chen's breath caught. This woman was really something else. The next day, after making some arrangements, Yi Chen found a manor on the outskirts of Los Angeles. A group of heavily armed men, dressed like black suits, guarded the place, with tight security. However, optical mimetic nano-tied clothing, invisible version, 300000 compensation 150 styles of clothing, 12,000 templates, including long coats, capes, jackets, scarves, hoods, pajamas, yukatas, etc. With it, you'll never have to worry about what to wear again. Yi Chen's invisibility function should be used with caution for Yi Chen. This defense was practically useless, it was a joke. He had entered the underground vault of the Ugly Alliance before. What was this? He swaggered through the front gate in front of those bodyguards. Then, damn it, last night was really exhausting. No, this damn place is just too big. After walking for over 20 minutes, he finally found the main building of the manor, a castle-like structure, leaving Yi Chen quite tired. I need to strengthen my exercise. I've been a bit lazy during this time. While thinking aimlessly, he followed a newly arrived guest into William Castle. The castle's decor was quite old-fashioned, but there was a pile of high-tech equipment at the entrance. Metal detectors, X-ray scanning guns, ultrasonic scanners. Everyone entering had to go through these, emphasizing safety. Yi Chen followed inside and entered the grand hall, where the space opened up before him. The enormous banquet hall was filled with people, all of them big shots. The castle's owner, media tycoon William Hearst's grandson, Little William Hearst. The chairman and CEO of Blackstone, ranked 41st, with a fortune of $200 billion, Schwartzman. The former mayor of Apple City, ranked 17th for 25 years, with a net worth of $540 billion, Bloomberg. The founder of Meta, ranked 7th, with $680 billion, Zuckerberg. The founders of Google, ranked 6th, with $690 billion, Page. The founder of Microsoft, ranked 5th, with $720 billion, Gates. The chairman, CEO, and founder of Oracle, ranked 4th, with $740 billion, Ellison. This was just a small portion he recognized. According to the hints on his glasses, 18 out of the top 40 had arrived. There were a total of 86 people on the list. The assets on the list amounted to $35 trillion, with the combined market value of the companies they controlled exceeding $60 trillion. This was after Yi Chen's several rounds of attacks had already significantly reduced their fortunes. In addition, there were quite a few former political bigwigs like Yellen, Blinken, Sherman, and Mayorkas. Moreover, there were even more current officials. The water is deep, he muttered to himself, and at that moment, it seemed the time had come. Someone spoke up. Little William, are you sure your people conveyed the message? Why hasn't Yi Chen come? Yi Chen perked up. He had come to hear what these people were really planning. He quietly set up a few pinhole cameras in the surrounding flower pots and on the famous paintings on the walls. I had someone send the invitation, but it seems Yi Chen isn't interested. What a pity. If we could bring him in, the chances of success for the plan would be greater. Yeah, with AI's help, many things have become much simpler. Don't think about it. I've sensed for a long time that guy is a staunch nationalist from Huagua, absolutely impossible to join. That may not be the case. Huagua people have no faith. Looking at his methods, he doesn't seem to have any reservations. Alright, since he isn't coming, with the strength we can gather now, it will be the same. The leading big shots exchanged words, while most people quietly listened without speaking. Then, Yi Chen heard some big news. These guys really dared to think. They actually wanted to get rid of old Trump and replace him with one of their own. We can't let him continue, the losses are too great. Yeah, he's too radical. Radicalism isn't the problem, but he keeps thinking about swallowing us up, which is too much. Exactly, at a time like this, still thinking about internal strife is simply asking for death. One after another, everyone expressed their stance, agreeing to get rid of old Trump. Yi Chen's mind was racing. Should he tip off the news or push a little, adding fuel to the fire? How much benefit could he gain from this matter? Just as he was still undecided, someone began to host the ceremony. The originally well-dressed crowd directly stripped off their clothes, standing there completely naked, which was quite shocking. Then, servers handed out black robes. After changing, the group wore solemn expressions, looking quite sinister. The lights were turned off, and each person held a candle, mumbling incantations. After a while, the ceremony ended, and Yi Chen, who had initially not paid much attention, realized that the auction was about to begin. In the castle's basement. This place is twice as large as the banquet hall above. At this moment, several rows of sofas are casually arranged, and everyone takes their seats at will. A maid brings a tablet to each person. You can order whatever you like, the Oscars are happening recently, and most of them are here. Little William chuckles as he strokes his little mustache, looking somewhat pleased. Upon hearing this, Yi Chen understands and glances at the tablet in Ellison's hand. Sure enough, it is just as he thought. Well, isn't this just a super version of that island? Watching Ellison flip through the menu, TSK, there are quite a few options. There are first and second tier celebrities, even some super A-listers. For example, Cruz's wife, Kidman. For example, Scarlett, who wants to drink bathwater. For example, the beautiful diamonds from South Africa, and Jolie. Ellison seems uninterested in those big names, Perhaps he has played with them before. In any case, he flips to the back and finds a woman who looks very sweet and seems to have no fame. After 5 minutes, the first woman arrives, and the efficiency is astonishing. Yi Chen suspects that everyone is actually nearby. Once an order is placed here, delivery starts immediately over there. The first woman is Kidman, who, upon arrival, greets a few old men with a smile and then runs into Page's arms, nibbling away. The people around seem unfazed. Of course, Yi Chen doesn't find it strange either. He is someone who has seen the world. After about 20 minutes, all the side dishes ordered by everyone arrive. Even the old witch has 2 young men to serve her. A certain event begins. Wow, it really lives up to being the birthplace of LGBT. They really know how to have fun. I've learned a lot. While placing cameras around to capture the entire spectacle, Yi Chen contemplates his future plans. A group of elderly men and women toiled for an hour before finally stopping, making Yi Chen suspect they had also used a rejuvenation pod. At this moment, little William claps his hands. Then the curtain in front of everyone is pulled back, revealing a transparent glass wall. Ladies and gentlemen, this is today's first auction item, and also a sacrifice. A blonde girl is tied to a chair, looking terrified as she gazes outside. Woo. Her mouth is sealed, and she struggles continuously. Ellison's tablet suddenly lights up, displaying the girl's basic information. Yi Chen leans in for a look. From Northern Europe? He furrows his brow slightly. What's the deal? Each of these people is immensely wealthy. Playing kidnapping? Can't they just throw money at it? Master, this woman is a somewhat famous columnist known for exposing the dark sides of large corporations. It is rumored that she has illegal evidence against a certain power giant in Norway. Oh, Yi Chen begins to understand. Then comes a round of bidding. Ellison bids 500,000. And no one raises the price. He pushes aside the actress next to him, walks into the room, and, under the terrified gaze of the girl, grabs a chainsaw from the side. Vroom vroom vroom. In front of everyone, Yi Chen watches the splattering blood, momentarily stunned. Hearing rumors, knowing the truth, and witnessing it firsthand are entirely different experiences. The actress also trembles slightly, twisting her body, afraid to look over there. She is scared. Scared that she might vomit, scared that one day she might follow in those footsteps. Yi Chen watches expressionlessly, his glasses scanning the room. The usual elegance and shrewdness are all gone. Like someone possessed, they scream with all their might. Blood of the enemies. Blood of the sinners. Lowly blood. An indescribable grand spectacle concludes, and then someone else is brought up, this time not tied up. The girl in a sheer dress obediently displays herself, and after being bid on, she directly begins on the sofa. One after another, after the past 12, Yi Chen felt a bit impatient. Just then, number 13 was originally prepared specifically for Yi Chen, but unfortunately, he is not here. Everyone can take action now. Upon hearing this, Yi Chen initially thought they had kidnapped some female star, but it turned out not to be the case. However, it was a girl with black hair and a round face. He had to admit that this group of guys had probably really studied his rumors and preferences. This girl, with an alluring figure and a doll-like face, truly matched his taste. Glancing at the information, Zhao Min, he almost spat out his drink. Who the hell came up with that name? Is she adopted? Yi Chen frowned slightly, then relaxed, running over to an unknown little rich man. He let Xiaoyi black out his tablet, and then, 10 bitcoins? James, you wouldn't have a special preference for Chinese people like your father, would you? Ha ha ha. Little William teased, as the other party's father was the media tycoon Murdoch, and their statuses were quite comparable, with their relationship generally good. James was momentarily stunned. He hadn't placed an order. What the hell? Was the system malfunctioning? No way. Listening to the surrounding uncles and elders joking, he forced a laugh and went along with it. 2 hours later, some people directly settled down in the castle. James, still bewildered, took the 3 Chinese girls he had captured and got into the car. Inside the stretched Lincoln, James chuckled after a while. It must be a system error, huh? I hope little William doesn't get too upset when he checks the accounts. Haven't you heard the saying that all gifts of fate are secretly priced? Strangely, even though no one was beside him, a voice came out. Before James could exclaim in surprise, Yi Chen had already knocked him out with a chop. He didn't spare the 3 girls either, knocking them out as well. Half an hour later, in a hotel. I was brought here when I was 2 years old, and I've lived in the basement for 14 years. I was sold here when I was 6. The first family treated me well at first, but when their child was born, they sold me. I was 3 years old. Yi Chen listened to the little girls speaking one after another, and the veins on his forehead throbbed. Damn it, no wonder the country halted the adoption policy, these bastards. Taking a deep breath, alright, stop talking. Later, I'll take you back to China. He thought they would be happy, but instead, they all looked fearful and resistant. We'll be caught and taken back. Yeah, Please, don't sell us again, we will serve you well. We are very obedient. Faced with their pleas, Yi Chen was momentarily at a loss for words. They had been brainwashed for who knows how many years. A quick explanation probably wouldn't reach them. With a stern face, he threatened, "Shut up. I don't need your nonsense to do my job." After scaring and coaxing them into settling in the hotel, he began to execute the plan he had prepared earlier. Xiaoyi, check the adoption records to see how many there are, then check how many have suspected abuse, and also look into the orphanages in the country that sell children for money. See if there are any discrepancies in the accounts. Xiaoyi understands. Yi Chen took a deep breath. He wasn't a savior and couldn't save everyone, but, if he saw it, he couldn't just ignore it. This time, let the world see what kind of faces you all have. Damn! Old Trump said he would expose the list as soon as he took office. If you won't do it, I will. Civilization Lighthouse? Go to hell. Although those people acted quite secretly, Xiaoyi still managed to find out. Starting from 1992 until the ban in 2024, over 160,000 people were adopted abroad, with more than 80,000 in the ugly country. Among them, there are 32,234 suspected of abuse, nearly half. Collect evidence. Follow the judicial process here. I want them to lose their pants and die a very ugly death. Master, the judicial process here is very slow. If the other party responds to the lawsuit and has money, it could drag on for a long time, and the evidence might be destroyed. Yi Chen scoffed. It doesn't matter, by then, I will take action. After thinking for a moment, he added, arrange for Zhao Min and those 3 girls to return to the country, then I will use Campbell's face to expose them, and find a few programmers from conscientious big companies, just like Snowden back in the day, to copy out the evidence. Understood, Xiaoyi. Some personnel have stored videos and photos on Apple iCloud, and some are on the dark web, while other popular software also has storage. If someone leaks information at the same time, won't it seem too fake? Yi Chen waved his hand. It doesn't matter if it's fake or not, it's just an excuse for me to take action. Yes, Xiaoyi understands. At the hotel window, looking at the brightly lit Los Angeles, Yi Chen scoffed. This city of sin, indeed. 2 days later, after Zhao Min and the 3 returned to the mainland, Campbell released another video. I originally wanted to get a pardon through them, but they disgust me too much. God forgive me, even if I'm hunted down to death, I will expose them. Let's take a look together at the hypocritical faces of world-class billionaires. From Gates and his people conspiring to deal with old Chuan, to the chaos in the hall, and then to the bloody scene in the glass room. No editing, all in 4K quality, only the female stars and auction items were blurred. The world went crazy. Here, I want to thank old Zhang. Without his TT, tearing open the media controlled by foreigners, Yi Chen wouldn't have been able to distribute and spread it so quickly. After all, he hadn't laid out plans overseas for watching the world. Is this real? Fake, right? Could it be AI generated? Look, whoever still calls those people entrepreneurs or philanthropists, I'll spit in your face. The lighthouse is about to collapse. If old Chuan doesn't take action now, I will look down on him. Old Chuan must give Campbell a pardon. This saved his life, almost like old Ken II. Indeed, the ugly country has a tradition of assassinating bosses. Campbell is great, a hero. If he gets arrested, he'll walk more stylishly than Luigi. A true warrior, last time exposing the ugly Federal Reserve, this time it's Super Island. Pulitzer owes him an award. Just as public opinion was fermenting and major tycoons and stars were dumbfounded, someone leaked more information. Conscience uneasy, exposing the truth, revealing the ugly country's adoption scandal. Evidence will be submitted to the court. This time it wasn't just a video, it was a compressed file containing several hundred gigabytes of blurred content. 1, 2, 3, not just from the mainland, but also from Neon and the Sticks. The ugly country seems particularly fond of Asian girls. Out of 10, 9 are girls, and 8 are from these 3 families. What does that mean, the 3 families? Damn it! Public outrage surged. Yi Chen immediately released an announcement. 10 billion. Lawsuit. Whoever has sinned, I will accompany you to the end. This wave, the momentum is on my side. No one dared to speak out against the tide. Those who took the money could only remain silent. If they dared to whitewash, they might be torn apart before Yi Chen even took action. Old Chuan was ruthless. Upon seeing Campbell's video, he immediately ordered arrests. However, small fish and shrimp caught quite a few, but big fish not a single one. Gates and his people saw the situation was bad and directly slipped away. They are all big shots, with helicopters and private jets at home. There are people in the Pentagon helping him open the airspace, allowing them to escape. Yi Chen lit the fire, set the pot, and was just waiting to eat meat and drink soup. Big shot, it really has nothing to do with me. How would I know why it coincidentally erupted one after another? I'm not a plague god, I'm a god of wealth. Got it, don't worry, I'll control the intensity, at most just skin and bone without a care for life. By the way, big shot, I'm not saying this, but that orphanage in the country, the cross, the lottery, shouldn't they connect ye to the system? No matter how covertly they operate, there will always be traces. He didn't know what the big shot was thinking, but anyway, everyone was furious now. For some people, not killing them would not quell the public anger. The Super Island incident dealt a heavy blow to the already crumbling ugly country. Its image was completely ruined, and even old Chuan was embarrassed to cover for some people anymore. However, Yi Chen estimated that this guy would love to directly announce a wanted order now, then use the assets of the all-seeing council members to plug the volcano. But old Chuan had to go through judicial procedures, so the actions weren't that quick. At this time, banks and capital from around the world gathered like sharks smelling blood. It was a race against time. Those who were quick would benefit, while those who were slow would lose. Yi Chen was definitely the fastest to react. For a whole month, he directly wiped out 30% of the market value of those few companies. A group of followers hunting alone lost 20%. Over 100 listed companies lost 30 trillion. The ugly country's stock market plummeted another 20%, evaporating over 80 trillion. The exchange rate also plummeted. Against the current hard currency, it was a complete mess, breaking below 6. The last guy who shouted not to raise interest rates left a message on TT. Everything is retribution. You will also face retribution. Then it appeared in the next day's newspaper, in an inconspicuous corner. Because, in these days, too many people died, his little calamity couldn't even make the list. Seeing the ugly country was failing, dragging the whole world into crisis, countries were also looking for safe haven assets. Gold had limited production, buying futures, given the current market, no one dared to place heavy bets. In the end, it seemed like everyone was buying Bitcoin. The price soared. Even that originally worthless Bitcoin was gradually accepted, rising from the initial 0.3 to 1.2, a fourfold increase. Yi Chen didn't bother with any of this, letting Xiaoyi handle it while he just enjoyed the show, accompanying the domestic delegation and coasting through negotiations. Wow, Xi Jiang has become famous, a director who won 200 million jackpots in 2 years. His villa is comparable to a palace. This isn't ruthless, it's stupid. Over in Zhejiang, the director there made 5 small targets just from reselling and collecting fees, and now has 5 billion in assets. I have a shocking scoop. I heard that the director over in Nanshur said that the first bucket of gold for the god of wealth won 3 billion. Damn, is that the one who emptied the prize pool? So it was the god of wealth truly deserving of being the god of wealth? This is possible? Investigate. Find out how he won, confiscate. Confiscate my ass. His grandpa was a little red ghost, fought in the battle of crossing the river, and his parents don't even have basic information. What background? Think for yourself. When Yi Chen saw the comments, he was somewhat speechless. He had no background. His parents had no information for safety, okay? The market for conspiracy theories never runs dry, but you guessed wrong. TSK. Getting caught up in the gossip is quite something. Ahem, Yi Chen, would you like to say a few words? The minister turned to look at Yi Chen, who was playing with his phone, giving him a glare. Come on, this is a high-level meeting. Be serious. Yi Chen glanced at the old man across the table, put away his phone, and cleared his throat. Then I'll just say a couple of points. He took a sip of water. Article 21, I think. He continued, taking another sip. Article 67, I think. Although Yi Chen spoke of far more than just 2 points, the old man and the others across the table did not dare to be negligent, listening attentively to the translation, pondering in their hearts. After a long wait for Yi Chen to finish, the others began to retort. We believe. Back and forth, with sharp exchanges, this kind of scene had been playing out repeatedly over the past few days. Simply put, eagle sauce, if this keeps going, no one will come out unscathed. Let's call it a day. Rabbit, damn it, why didn't you say that when you were bullying me before? Now you want me to save you? No way. Eagle sauce, not for nothing. There are benefits. Rabbit, stop talking nonsense, just say the benefits. Eagle sauce, we'll sell you chips, how about that? Rabbit, screw you, our chips are better than yours now, get a new deal. Eagle sauce, then what do you want? Rabbit, well, we have a rebellious son who always wants to run away from home. I heard it was you who instigated him. I'll give him a beating, and I want back the few grandsons that the neighbors took away. Eagle sauce, no way. I'm friends with them, I can't just stand by. Rabbit, if that's not acceptable, then there's nothing to talk about, let them go to hell. Eagle sauce, no, let's talk. Now the family wasn't short on money or food, and aside from that rebellious son, it was those taken by the neighbors that were on their minds. Unfortunately, the ugly country was clearly unwilling to give up this major bargaining chip that could still be used to restrain them, refusing to agree to anything. After much discussion, they still couldn't reach a consensus. The rabbit squeezed out a couple of drops of blood, plucked a few feathers from eagle sauce, and they each went home to train, ready to fight again another day. Limited cooperation and competition was the biggest signal released to the outside world. Yi Chen was not interested in politics. Under the minister's mediation, he spent 40 billion to barely acquire Paramount, which Ellison had just bought last year, as a form of explanation. The Super Island incident lasted for a month, and only began to calm down once it entered litigation. However, the aftershocks of this matter were not so easily dissipated. Aside from those who had acted at the time, for the others, if they were to respond to the lawsuit, it would be quite difficult to secure a conviction. After all, each of them could afford a team of lawyers. In the end, they would likely have to engage in a good fight with the old man. However, even if a few big shots could save their lives, their reputations would be tarnished, and they would have to keep a low profile in the future. Moreover, among the more than 80 participants, at least half would have to be sacrificed to get through. Yi Chen certainly did not wait around. After signing a few agreements, he slipped away. After returning to the country, he hurried back to Nanshur without stopping. So, why are you rushing to build this factory at any cost? Lu Yu accompanied him, looking at the super empty factory in front of them, still puzzled. This was originally the base for Tianxia Live, the sales office. Of course, the sales office had already been demolished, and Xiao Yueying and the others had long since moved. This was originally the site for Yi Chen's headquarters, but later he bought the ready-made Shiha Financial City, so he repurposed this place. A factory covering more than 500,000 square meters, nearly 55 meters high, quite magnificent and imposing, yet empty. Well, aside from the outer walls and roof, there wasn't even a load-bearing column inside. It was completely hollow. Lu Yu even felt that this thing might collapse at any moment. Yi Chen waved his hand. I have my uses. Alright, you go ahead, I can look around myself. Lu Yu shrugged. Alright, just be careful. He glanced at the factory and shook his head. It's better not to go in. After Lu Yu left, Yi Chen entered through the main door. Oof, old Chuan actually wants to play a space race with me, thinking I'm some old fool? I won't be scared to death. Large Universal Intelligent Processing Factory, 500 million compensation, 500 meters x 1000 meters x 50 meters, small nuclear fusion furnace, atomic level processing factory, minimum size 100 picometers Yi Chen 0, 1 nanometers, bang. The ground trembled slightly. Master, connection established. Then, a massive object appeared before him, transforming and moving like a Rubik's Cube. Soon, it aligned with the factory shell outside. Next, a schematic diagram appeared in front of Yi Chen. Stacking materials, decomposition, processing. Quite straightforward. He stroked his chin. What can be made? Well, there are 58 million blueprints in the library. Does the master want to see them? Yi Chen carrot hashtag. Yi Chen broke into a sweat. Forget it. What about robots, the bodyguard type, and the virtual reality pod, and that recuperation pod, can they be made? Robots can be done, virtual reality pods can too, but the accompanying light quantum computer cannot. But a home version can be used instead, though the effect will be somewhat inferior, not as realistic. The recuperation pod can be made, but basically, anything over 10 million in compensation cannot be manufactured as a whole. Yi Chen responded with an O and nodded. Alright, that should be enough. Communication satellites can definitely be made, right? There are 3,693 types of communication satellites. Which one does the master need? Yi Chen chuckled, feeling a bit inflated at that moment. Old Chuan actually said he wanted to bring manufacturing back and build a complete industrial chain? What a joke! This factory of mine will leave you in despair, make you shout for help. Let me ask the launch base in Shishan and see how their technology is doing. Master, rockets and electromagnetic launch towers can also be built here. Sigma Yi Chen A. Yi Chen nodded. I know, but I can't do everything myself, you understand. Little Yi understands. At a secret research base in Shishan province, Yi Chen looked up at the 500-meter-long launch track, which was 250 meters high at the top, and was somewhat amazed. Is electromagnetic launch already at this level? A balding academician's son smiled modestly beside him. Although we've experimented a few times, it's still very early. If President Yi wants to use this to launch satellites, just wait another 2 years, it will definitely be possible. Yi Chen frowned. Wait 2 years? The ugly country can launch 150 satellites a month now, that's 2,000 a year, and that's just SpaceX alone. Once their defense department invests, the speed will be even faster. He looked at academician's son. Low Earth orbit can only hold 60,000 satellites. How many will be left for us in 2 years? Academician's son's smile froze, and he huffed in annoyance. What do you want me to do about it? Besides, we do have countermeasures. the 1,000 sales constellation has already started, and there are over 400 satellites now. Yi Chen waved his hand. Too few. The cost of rocket launches is too high, and the manufacturing difficulty is great. It's not as good as electromagnetic launch. A hint of a smile appeared on Academician Sun's face. Right? Our plan can reduce the launch cost to 100 yuan per kilogram, with electromagnetic tracks accelerating directly, eliminating the need for first-stage rocket designs, improving both payload and efficiency significantly. Yi Chen responded with an So, what other difficulties do you have? I'll help you solve them. Ha! Academician Sun looked at Yi Chen. Yi Chen cleared his throat. With my research team, alright, enough chit-chat. Where are you still lacking? Academician Sun thought about the identity of the other party as the richest man, and the big shots who greeted him, and didn't mention anything about confidentiality, nodding his head. Then I'll send you some materials, along with 92 technical difficulties. If you can help solve some of them, maybe we can achieve it within a year. He then made a call to have someone send an email over to Yi Chen, looking at him with some expectation. Master, it has been received. No problem, everything can be solved. It can be manufactured in 24 minutes, and can arrive here in 3 hours. Yi Chen responded with an Old son, let me handle it on my side. About 4 hours, it will be done quickly. Academician Sun thought he meant he would spend 4 hours figuring out which problems could be solved. He smiled and nodded. There's no rush, let's go. I'll take you to see our laboratory. Besides launching satellites, electromagnetic launch for missiles is also quite good, He winked with some pride. Aircraft can be launched from aircraft carriers, and once the research is successful, missiles can be launched from the ground. Accelerating to 20 Mach is not a problem. Yi Chen responded with an I heard before that it seems to have reached 7 Mach already? Academician Sun smiled. Actually, it has already reached a terminal speed of 15 Mach, but the requirements for missiles are too high. Let's walk and talk. It was rare to have outsiders here, and since the other party was the richest man, Academician Sun was willing to chat more. Of course, it was because Yi Chen became rich due to AI, which counts as being in the tech circle. If it were real estate, Academician Sun wouldn't even bother. As a dignified academician, he couldn't even afford a villa in the second ring road now. Damn real estate businessmen. Academician Sun spoke endlessly, starting from missiles, then back to satellite launches, and then to commercial magnetic levitation, finally revealing his true intentions. Director Yi, this really has great prospects. If you invest, you definitely won't lose out. Yi Chen chuckled. Well, it turns out he was waiting for this. Master, the items are almost here. They have been delivered to the door. Oh, so fast? Academician Sun really can talk. Old son, we've sent the items over. Let's go take a look together. Academician Sun was taken aback. What has been sent over? We don't lack anything here. Director Yi, don't spend unnecessarily. He thought it was some gift from Yi Chen. When he saw a line of 20 heavy trucks bringing a large pile of items, he was completely stunned. He called his students and a group of assistants to supervise the inspection. Damn, this is impossible. Which company did this? Is it real? 300 kilograms of graphene? What a joke. Is it single crystal grade? Not to mention anything else, just that box of graphene dazzled everyone's eyes. If it's the same as what's on the list, this stuff is worth 300 million. Unlike the civilian type of graphene, this is single crystal graphene, the kind with only one layer of carbon atoms arranged, possessing various super properties. In the laboratory, it's used by the gram. Even if they have national support, they wouldn't dare to use it in kilogram quantities. Looking at those black technology materials and equipment, Academician Sun took a while to come back to his senses. Director Yi, what is this? Hey, didn't I just say, I'll help you solve the problems, hurry up and get it done. I've already brought the satellite over, just waiting for you to finish the launch. Academician Sun looked at the largest dozens of boxes, then at the list. Good heavens, 1440 satellites, you really think highly of me. Director Yi, where are these from? Before he could finish his question, Yi Chen chuckled. National secret. Academician Sun almost spat out a mouthful of old blood. Damn national secret. Do you know what my confidentiality level is? Even the launch codes for the nuclear bomb. Oh, he didn't know that. Looking at the smiling Yi Chen, Academician Sun snorted and decided not to say anything more. Get a few people to put the things down first, then. He became invigorated. Let's get to work. Oh, it was unclear how long they had been stuck before, but now Yi Chen had brought a solution along with the physical items. Academician Sun led a group of people, all working overtime. 2 days later. Are we really going straight to it? Academician Sun hesitated a bit, and when he saw Yi Chen looking over, he pointed at the screen. The original design was for a payload of 50 tons, but your technical specifications have exceeded that by quite a bit. and now we're going straight for 400 tons. He glanced at Yi Chen. If this launch fails, we might be fine here, but your 720 satellites will be completely scrapped. Even if a satellite is cheap, it would still cost around 5 to 10 million. Even if the other party is a billionaire, tens of billions is not a small amount. Yi Chen waved his hand, exuding an overwhelming aura of financial power. Don't worry about it, just shoot. The factory can produce one in a minute, and can churn out 1,440 in a day. Just consuming some material costs, what's there to be afraid of? Seeing his insistence, Academician's son stopped trying to persuade him. He blinked his reddened eyes. The 31st test launch begins. Prepare. Yes, everyone was eager and ready, having prepared for 5 years and persisted for another 7 years. Finally, they were about to see the results. At 3 a.m., in the launch command room, the lights were bright. Power supply from the power plant confirmed. Pre-launch second check completed. Rocket propulsion fuel confirmed. One confirmation after another rang out, and Yi Chen's previously calm emotions ignited. Academician's son was so nervous he was dry swallowing. After confirming several times, he gently spoke. Countdown, start. Yes, launch countdown. 10, 9, 8. At this moment, the room was quiet, as if they could hear each other's heartbeat. Thump thump thump. 3, 2, 1. Launch. The air seemed to vibrate slightly. Unlike a typical rocket launch, the light feather flying boat, which was 50 meters long, 9 meters in diameter, and weighed 100 tons empty, was inside a sealed track. There were no sparks, no explosions, everything was silent. But almost the moment the launch button was pressed, boom! Something seemed to emerge from the high end of the distant track, and in the blink of an eye, it vanished without a trace. Ejection successful. Initial speed 783 km/second. Angle correct. Rocket ignition successful. Although the screen displayed the status, everyone couldn't help but shout out, as if cheering for the light feather flying boat. Meanwhile, the streetlight systems in several surrounding cities flickered for a moment before returning to normal. In the tense waiting, this product of collective wisdom ultimately did not disappoint everyone. 9 minutes later, in orbit, begin deployment. The screen showed a slightly white noise image. The round top of the rocket opened its hatch. Blade-like satellites were ejected one by one. Deployment of satellites 1 to 120 completed. Soon, the first batch was deployed, and then the rocket moved forward a bit more. Deployment of satellites 121 to 240 completed. Continuing to advance, continuing to deploy. A total of 6 batches, all successfully deployed. Good. Academician's son couldn't help but shout. Great. So far, everything was going smoothly, as long as they could complete the recovery. No, they didn't even need to complete the recovery. Even if it crashed, as a one-time use, it would still be worth it. Yi Chen glanced at the satellites slowly unfolding their solar panels. Ultra-high-frequency universal satellite Yi Chen photovoltaic nuclear power version manufacturing time, 1 minute, weight, 200 kilograms 7G network, 100 Tbps transmission speed, direct download 10T/S Xiaoyi, try to connect. Master, please wait a moment, connected. Signal is normal. He nodded slightly and coughed lightly towards Academician's son beside him. Well, continue. Academician's son was just about to arrange for someone to report when he was taken aback. Continue what? Yi Chen looked at him in surprise. Continue shooting. We're competing for satellite positions. Since we've succeeded, of course we should keep shooting. Academician's son shook his head with a wry smile. The idea is good, but he spread his hands. We've only built one light feather. Even if we can recover it, we still need to check and repair it before executing the next mission. There's another prototype, but its shell strength isn't enough, Yi Chen chuckled. No problem, just like before, if you're lacking anything or facing difficulties, just tell me, it's all good. Academician's son thought for a moment and then nodded. Alright then, I'll apply to the higher-ups. Even if we want to, there are still many procedures to go through. Yi Chen raised his chin. No worries, if anyone disagrees, I'll talk to them. Naturally, no one disagreed. In fact, after a minister negotiating with the U.S. called back to inquire, they were urged to accelerate. The U.S. has already received the news, but it doesn't matter to them. As agreed, it's first come, first served for low Earth orbit. You're launching 720 satellites at once, well done. Don't rush to launch yet. I don't understand the technology, but wouldn't it be faster to rotate 4 or 5 light feathers? The U.S. still doesn't know the launch frequency here. Let's stock up first, go for it, scare them to death. There was no need for anything more. The news disclosed here had already shaken the world. Good news! Domestic electromagnetic rail technology has made another breakthrough. One arrow, 720 stars. Dare to think and dare to act. Electromagnetic railgun launches spacecraft. Exploring space in the future is not a dream. Domestic version of Starlink, the 1,000 sales plan, has officially launched. Expected to reach 30,000 satellites within 3 years. Achieving global networking. Various self-media outlets, after getting the news, eagerly started to write, regardless of whether they understood it or not, just to hype it up. Domestic netizens were eating this up. This is not easy, finally a big move. I was worried that our positions were all taken. Exactly, I heard that the U.S. SpaceX launched 10,000 satellites, while we only had over 1,000, not even a fraction. Turns out we were prepared. Actually, we've been researching this for years. There were reports in the news back in 2022, but the technology wasn't mature then. I just want to ask, who else? Damn, they won't let us join the International Space Station, and they messed with GPS causing our missile launches to fail, and now, who else? In 1999, Shenzhou 1 went to space, in 2000 Beta went to space, in 2003 the first manned mission, in 2005 Shenzhou 6 space experiment, in 2007 Chang'e went to space, Beta networking, in 2008 spacewalk, in 2011 Tiangong space station, today, 1,000 sails set sail. Ha ha ha, the U.S. must be dumbfounded, their site is a mess, and we've produced a divine weapon. In reality, NASA was being driven crazy by the Pentagon. Hurry up, get SpaceX to launch quickly. It must be launched within 3 days, and it must succeed. Confidence, right now the most important thing is confidence. But this isn't just setting off fireworks, you can't just launch whenever you want. Are you crazy? No buts, this is Wall Street. No, this is a command from the Department of Defense. 3 days later, SpaceX was forced to launch, and they did. To be honest, although Elon Musk has passed away, there was quite a stir due to his will before he died. However, SpaceX's technology is still intact. The Super Heavy Starship has already been updated to version V3. With a height of 150 meters, a refueling weight of 6,350 tons, and a launch thrust reaching 10,000 tons, it is 3 times larger than the Saturn V of its time and twice the size of the first-generation Starship, making it the strongest on Earth. However, most of this giant's thrust is needed to push the first-stage rocket, with an effective payload of only 100 tons, carrying 400 outdated 250-kilogram V1 version communication satellites. While Huawei has already launched 720 satellites in one go, if they launch 30 satellites of 3 tons each with the V3 version, wouldn't that just be a slap in the face? Therefore, the Ministry of Defense was almost pointing a gun at their heads, forcing SpaceX to release these stocks. On the day of the launch, the world was watching closely. Everyone was carefully observing. The space race was about to begin. The Starship has successfully launched and has deployed 400 communication satellites, greatly enhancing the signal of Starlink. The NASA spokesperson spoke eloquently, his face glowing with excitement. Well done. In the future, we will launch more. The Super Heavy V3 Starship has already completed recovery, and another Starship has been assembled, ready to enter the launch phase in 1 day. Just as he was speaking at length, a reporter shouted from below, "What about other countries? What will they do?" A simple math problem. Even if the Super Heavy Starship launches 10 times a month, that's 4,000 satellites. Adding Huawei's 720 in one launch, and assuming they launch twice a month, that's over 1,400. Combined, that's 5,400 satellites. In less than 10 months, other countries would have nothing left to play with. The NASA had cleared his throat. According to the International Telecommunication Union (ITU) regulations, satellite frequency and orbital usage rights are acquired on a first-come, first-served, competitive basis. This is also to promote technological development, not for private interests. After stating this with righteous indignation, he added, at the same time, if the lifespan of the launched satellites expires, they can be relaunched for replenishment, and others cannot forcibly occupy the slots. This was a preventive measure for the future, as many satellites on Starlink are of the garbage version with a lifespan of 3 to 5 years. Yi Chen was also watching the news video at the launch base, smoking a cigarette. Old son, are you done yet? Academician's son, too busy to even wash his hair, had a greasy head and bloodshot eyes. Almost, ha, first come, first served? Good suggestion, good. Yi Chen looked at him with some concern, feeling that this guy might collapse at any moment. How about this, why don't you take a nap first? Academician's son waved his hand. Can't sleep, no time to sleep now, the 1,000 sales plan, 1,000-year achievement, ha. Well, as long as you're happy. A few days later, Academician's son looked at the 3 assembled light feather flying boats with some emotion. I really didn't know that the country's manufacturing industry had become this strong. Over 30,000 parts were assembled in just 1 day. Plus, with the robot assistance provided by Yi Chen, when did making flying boats become this easy? He remembered when they were working on the prototype, it was truly handcrafted. After a moment of reflection, Academician Sun transformed into a launch fanatic. Launch! Continue launching! One more round! I want to test the limit launch count of the light feather. Having succeeded so many times, he even began to hope for a failure to have something to improve. The situation here has long been under watch. Originally, after seeing no movement for about 10 days, and with NASA successfully launching again, it felt like they had regained some ground, and everyone relaxed a bit. SpaceX's stock price, along with various tech and aerospace stocks, surged. Just when the situation seemed to be looking up, China has launched again. It's an electromagnetic launch, and 720 satellites. They've successfully entered orbit. It seems the technology has matured relatively well, just as we expected, but that's fine. Although they launch more at once, their frequency isn't as fast as ours. They were pondering how to speed up the assembly of the Super Heavy starship. They launched again. I know, you just said that, but no, they started launching again 3 hours after their previous launch. What did you say? Regardless of whether the people here believed it or not, Yichen was not holding back at all. Every 3 hours, launching 4 times a day. In just 10 days, the number of satellites launched quickly exceeded 30,000. Does this mean the competition is over before it even started? The U.S. couldn't sit still. You can't do this. Why not? Didn't you agree to this in the beginning? When the Starship launched, we didn't say anything, according to the regulations of the International Telecommunication Union, ITU. That was, the U.S. side was somewhat at a loss for words. Back then, we were strong, launching 400 satellites at once, 10 times a month. Of course, it was first come, first served. Now, damn, you launch 2,880 satellites a day? And you do it non-stop for 10 days? Are you crazy? Space is the asset of all humanity. You can't just take it all. Oh, then let's hold a meeting to discuss it. We need to have a title, right? Modifying the original agreement has to go through a process. Countries were getting restless, and the United Nations convened a conference to discuss it. As this discussion went on, Yichen here showed no signs of stopping, not leaving any room for the others. 10 days later, while the United Nations still hadn't reached a conclusion, he had already launched 57,600 satellites, occupying most of the positions. Besides communication satellites, he later got the hang of it and quietly sent up some spy satellites, navigation satellites, meteorological observation satellites, and laser platforms. At this moment, the star map was densely packed with white dots, wrapping around the entire Earth. While the outside world was in chaos, Yichen was also busy. Looking at the 4 major telecom operators' CEOs in front of him, he snapped his fingers. What are you joking about? I've already launched my satellites, and you don't want me to provide services? He bared his teeth at them. Cutting off someone's financial lifeline is like killing their parents. Do I need to mention this to the higher-ups and get you a spot? No. The 4 of them shook their heads in unison. That's not what we meant, Chairman Yi. Please don't misunderstand. Yes, we don't mean to stop you from making money, but, as you said, cutting off someone's financial lifeline is like killing their parents. Could you leave us a little something? Joking aside, according to the data disclosed by Yichen, once the mobile direct connection was activated, it would almost directly snatch away more than half of the users from the 4 major telecom operators. What kind of game is this? Yichen responded with an O, and he didn't mind if the other party got a little benefit. He had just been scaring them a bit. Finding the big boss for such a small matter was embarrassing. Subsequently, the 5 secretly negotiated and reached an agreement. A merger agreement. The 5 companies would invest together to directly upgrade the current 5G base stations to 6G. With Skynet, for just a small amount of money, they could provide a speed of 10 gigabits per second and download speeds above 1 G per second. Yichen also took a cut, reducing it by a factor of 10,000. That's about enough. This is already 10 times faster than before. Next video, 1 second. If it gets any faster, I'm afraid everyone won't be able to handle it. April 30th, Magic City Exhibition Center. Yichen stood on the high platform. It's been a year since Yezi appeared. What changes has it brought to everyone? Perhaps some have already experienced it, while others have not. Its efficiency. The 1,000 sales plan that originally required 2 years of research and 3 years of deployment has been completed 5 years ahead of schedule. What is it relying on? AI manufacturing. Now is the explosive period of AI manufacturing. Everything will change. Drones filling the sky, countless self-driving cars on the roads, air, land, sea, and no dead angles globally. Immersive communication, ultra-large-scale connectivity, extremely high reliability and low latency, the integration of artificial intelligence and communication, the integration of perception and communication, ubiquitous connectivity. He spread his arms wide. Everyone, the last 10 years have been a decade of technology and innovation. If you don't want to be eliminated by the times, keep pushing forward. Clap, clap, clap. The venue erupted in warm applause. Some even shouted, "The best in the world! Incredible!" Yi Chen wiped his sweat. This was no flattery. After the speech, Yi Chen exhaled, finally able to rest. This had really worn him out. "Hey, big boss, I'm done speaking over here. Don't rush me. Alright, I'm on my way." Sighing, resting was out of the question. He still had to deal with those rebellious kids. Such a hard life. May 1st, Labor Day. A modified C-919 private jet crossed the strait, flying to the other side. In the rear cabin bedroom, Liang Jinxiu wiped her body with a large towel and grumbled at Yi Chen. "This plane is still too small. There's not enough space for you to mess around." The people outside just heard everything. Yi Chen chuckled. "That was because you were too loud. Besides, so what if they heard? What's there to be afraid of?" Liang Jinxiu huffed. She wasn't really afraid, but still felt a bit embarrassed. Acting recklessly on the plane made it seem like she was unsatisfied. Yi Chen thought for a moment. "Xiao Yi, do we have plans for a large aircraft?" "Master, yes, there is a plan for a super-large passenger aircraft comparable to the Airbus A380 and Boeing 747-8, but the priority is not high. The current R&D tasks are mainly based on military needs. The first super-large passenger aircraft is expected to roll off the production line in 2030, but if the master needs it, it can be completed in advance, within 35 days. Forget it, let's prioritize military use." Yi Chen waved his hand, fearing those red-eyed generals would storm his house and kidnap him. Liang Jinxiu couldn't see Xiaoya's response and didn't mind, climbing into bed and lying down, exhaling. "Hey, do you have a mission going over there?" Yi Chen raised an eyebrow and teased. "The sensitivity is quite high now. You can even guess I have a mission." Liang Jinxiu rolled her eyes. "Learn from experience, and besides, what's so hard to guess? With your personality, there's probably nothing over there that can attract you. And there aren't many active female stars left." Yi Chen pinched her cheek. "Is this the image I have in your heart? A female star collector?" Liang Jinxiu slapped him playfully and giggled. "No, it's a maid collector. Hey, why don't you collect our princess too? She's a married woman, you know." Yi Chen yawned and scoffed. Not impressed. "I remember a few years ago, she donated, not a penny to us, but extremely generous to Neon. She has a pure and lovely face, but her mind is full of schemes. Bad review, too lazy to deal with her," he said, pinching the giggling Liang Jinxiu again. "Besides, she's over 50 years old, the rejuvenation chamber probably won't work on her." Liang Jinxiu was taken aback. "Is there such a restriction?" She touched her cheek. "What about me? In 5 years?" She found it hard to imagine suddenly aging from her 20s to 50. Yi Chen rubbed his hands, feeling the incredible elasticity. "Don't worry, if you can keep using it for 30 years, I guarantee you'll still look like this before you hit 70 or 80. But, you can't eat recklessly. Otherwise, you'll still gain weight." Liang Jinxiu let out a sigh of relief, a smile playing at the corners of her mouth as she flirted with Yi Chen. Her little hand began to explore. "I want to eat something right now." Yi Chen chuckled. "If you want to eat, I'll get it for you." As they entered the airport, the C-919 slowly descended at Songshan Airport. Before getting off the plane, Yi Chen looked at Liang Jinxiu. "Are you sure you don't want to come with me?" Liang Jinxiu shook her head with a smile. "I can't help you with your business matters. I'm just going to pay my respects to the old man." Yi Chen raised an eyebrow. "Are you going to mock her again? The little maid is back on her feet?" Liang Jinxiu shook her head, her expression somewhat complex. "She's gone now. What's there to mock?" Looking back, if it weren't for her words of encouragement back then, I wouldn't have come this far. Yi Chen waved his hand. "Stop with the motivational talk. What? The things that don't kill you make you stronger, and you have to be grateful to those who hit you? That's just nonsense." He snorted. "Whoever goes against me, just do it. If you can't win, practice until you can, until you beat them." Liang Jinxiu giggled. Yes, you're the best. Alright, you do your thing. I'm going to visit a grave, then head home to cook and wait for your news." Yi Chen twisted his neck. Just watch. This time I'm going to take down their biggest one." Moments later, the plane came to a stop. Yi Chen stepped off the stairs with a light step, followed by 8 cold-faced, muscular bodyguards in black suits and sunglasses. His entourage was impressive, but the reception was rather shabby. There were no local dignitaries, not even anyone of decent standing. There wasn't much business here either, just a few guys who had contacted him in advance, arranging a few luxury cars for the welcome. "Mr. Yi." Yi Chen didn't mind. "Get in the car." With a flurry of activity, the the group split into several cars and left the airport. On the way, Liang Jinqiu left for the cemetery, while Yi Chen's car headed towards the 101 building, the tallest building in the area. TSK, everything here is old and shabby. On the way, Yi Chen looked around at the low, dilapidated houses. The streets were indeed quite clean, reminiscent of neon lights. Master, this area has permanent property rights, and the demolition and reconstruction procedures are complicated and expensive. So it stays like this, Yi Chen _ just like in the ugly country? They must pay heavy taxes too, right? Exactly, the highest tax here can reach 5% of the annual property value. Yi Chen clicked his tongue. No wonder the real estate speculators didn't like to invest here. It was hard to make a profit. The annual taxes could cover the profits from price increases. In the future, when I set up that virtual reality, if everyone builds houses in there, shouldn't there be some taxes too? He stroked his chin, lost in thought. Soon, they arrived at the 101 building. Looking up at the bamboo-like structure, Yi Chen nodded to the lawyer, agent, and accountant beside him. Let's go up. Yes, Mr. Yi. A group in black suits, looking formidable and proud, resembled the local gangsters. The people around them hurriedly dispersed, trying to avoid them. On the 86th floor, in a conference room, many people were seated. A man with a ponytail and a fierce expression grunted. How much longer do we have to wait? A group of people around him looked over, wearing forced smiles. Please, Minister Akuban, be patient for a moment longer. Iku Windstorm, the head of Itochu Corporation, a core company under the Kenai Financial Group. He snorted coldly, about to urge again when a light cough came from beside him. A girl, as delicate as a doll, glanced at him faintly. Are you very busy? Iku Windstorm quickly lowered his head. Hi, I was just anxious. I didn't bring the dog, so I just let it go. He dared to argue with the bent people but absolutely did not dare to offend the girl in front of him. This was the woman of the president of the Inagawa Kai, the vice president, Inagawa Yuzu. Rumors in Neon said that she was powerful and ruthless, and in just half a year since taking office, she had eliminated dozens of those who opposed her and swept away many territories from the Mikado Group and the Sumiyoshi Kai. Now, the Inagawa Kai had replaced the Mikado Group as the largest gang. Even the 6 major financial groups relied on them. He, as a department head, was considered a mid-level manager at Itochu Corporation, but compared to her, it was like heaven and earth. Yuzu waved her hand. Be quiet for a moment. A group of bent people secretly observed the exquisitely beautiful Yuzu, not knowing what random thoughts were running through their minds, wishing they could have worked a few hundred years less. At that moment, the door was pushed open, and Yi Chen arrived. The first thing Yi Chen saw was Yuzu. This girl, when not smiling, had quite an imposing presence. Yuzu also saw him but did not recognize him, only nodding slightly as a greeting. Yi Chen did not reveal his identity, just nodded his chin towards the people beside him. Then those agents, accountants, and lawyers took out a stack of documents. This is the agreement, total price $12 billion to acquire the shares of the 101 building in your hands. Iku Windstorm took one copy, just about to study it, when Yuzu directly took another copy, signed it, and stamped it. Then she ordered Iku Windstorm, sign. Hi. After hearing this, Iku Windstorm did not look anymore, signed, and stamped. After Yuzu finished, she let out a sigh of relief and sent a message to Yi Chen. Yuzu, uncle, I'm done. When will you come to see me? I miss you. Yi Chen chuckled, this girl. Inagawa, I still have some matters here. I'll come find you tonight. Yuzu, okay, I'll wait for you. I'll wait for you no matter how late. After finishing the official business, Yuzu felt a bit relaxed, thinking about seeing her uncle soon. Her mood lifted a few more notches. Let's go, Minister Iku, you're more familiar with this area, take me to buy some clothes. Hi, I'll just let it go. After the two left with a bunch of subordinates, the group of bent people looked at Yi Chen with some uncertainty. You are Yi Chen? You acquired 101? Then why did you call us over? Yi Chen grinned at them. Nothing much, just to inform you that the lease is void, and your company can move out. What? The group was stunned, then angrily shouted. You have no right to do that. We all sign long-term agreements. Right, this transfer is illegal. I'm going to sue you in the legislative yuan. What a joke. How can 101 be sold to the mainland? Exactly. We must go to the housing authority to annul this transaction. Yi Chen sneered. As expected, this group of selected individuals were all brain-dead loyalists. Too lazy to deal with them, they were all rich people, and lawyers would defend themselves. Ladies and gentlemen, we at AI's Will Look Company express our deep regret for your difficulties, however. According to the agreement you signed initially, after the ownership of the building changes, the new owner has the right to review and re-sign the lease contract, so we will refund the remaining rent. Please move out within 3 days. Before those people could shout, the lawyer coughed heavily. Furthermore, I only represent the Izol company. which is a company from the ugly country and has no relationship or business dealings with Mr. Yi Chen, so please don't bring up any issues about the mainland. Yi Chen looked at the person across from him, who looked as if they had eaten a fly, and felt quite pleased. I clearly didn't need to come here, and these guys probably don't even know the reason for their dismissal. But, who told me to be kind-hearted? Let's make sure you understand clearly. From now on, behave yourselves. If you keep babbling nonsense, be careful that your company might go bankrupt. With a cold glance around, Yi Chen snorted and turned to leave, heading back up to the 88th floor, to another larger conference room. The acquisition of 101 was just an appetizer. This was the main course. The board of directors of the Bending Machine Company. The current chairman, Wei Shui, frowned as he looked at the few people sitting at the end of the table. You proposed to hold a board meeting and moved the location from the Hsinchu headquarters to here. You should at least give a reason. What exactly is the proposal? You should say it. He was somewhat impatient. The company had a pile of issues to deal with, needing to respond to the impact of the daring 1nm chip while also preparing for the ugly country's investment in building factories and the demands for manufacturing repatriation. So many worries, can't it just be quiet for a moment? Just then, Yi Chen pushed the door open and walked in. The few people at the end of the table sighed in relief upon seeing him. Facing Wei Shui alone was still quite stressful. However, with their support now, everything was easier to discuss. Wei Shui recognized Yi Chen and was about to speak when he heard, well, since Chairman Wei has asked, let's get straight to the point. I propose to re-elect the board members and choose a new chairman. Wei Shui was momentarily stunned, then glared at the speaker with a grim expression. Shili, are you crazy? What qualifications do you have to say that? You, cough, Chairman Wei, we also think a re-election is necessary. After all, the company's performance has been poor since last year, so you should step down and let someone else take over. Someone spoke in agreement, and then several representatives from the ugly country's financial consortium frowned. I disagree. Opposed. What are you opposing? Don't you want to make money? This is just a temporary downturn. There are no losses. I don't see the need to change the chairman. Just as the two sides began to argue, Wei Shui looked at Yi Chen and sneered. Is this your trick? Trying to usurp power? Ha, you're really funny. Thinking you can succeed by buying off a few directors? Do you think your title as the richest man can make them elect you? Do you think they will support you as chairman? Let me tell you, it's not that simple. Yi Chen listened to Wei Shui's confident words and casually shrugged. Someone flattering him moved a chair for him. He sat down directly, crossing his legs. Since you're so confident, let's vote. Wei Shui sneered again. This is our internal company matter. Outsiders are not welcome to listen. Yi Chen replied, oh, sorry, I'm also a shareholder, probably holding about 1%, so I'm qualified, right? If you're still uncomfortable, then, whoever, you can leave now. I'll act as the shareholder representative. As he spoke, someone stood up voluntarily and walked out without looking back. Wei Shui's face turned red and white, and after a while, he nodded. Fine, I'll give you that. But you think you can win against me? Impossible. Let's vote. 80% of the shares are in the hands of Ugly Country Capital. What do you have to win? Yi Chen clapped his hands, and then a group of people raised their hands. I agree to Chili becoming chairman. I agree too. Seconded. Wei Shui was somewhat dazed, not expecting that it was Chili who wanted to compete, but looking at Yi Chen. It was just a change of soup, not a change of medicine. It was still opposing Yi Chen. No matter who it was, as long as the ugly country supported him, his position would be as stable as a mountain. Because the vending machine didn't issue any AB shares, it's all the same rights. 98% of the shares are circulating in the market, with over 80% in the hands of investors and institutions from the ugly country. Soon, someone calculated that this group held about 12% of the shares. Now it all depends on who has more shares. A few directors supported by the ugly country's executive council looked at each other, then all raised their hands. Opposed. Opposed. After a sparse chorus of opposition, when the results were tallied, a group of people was somewhat dumbfounded. Why is it only 22%? It shouldn't be, according to their estimates, it should be at least 34% or more. BlackRock, Capital Group, Norway Bank Investment, Fidelity Management, Vanguard, JP Morgan. How could so many institutions only have this little? A group of people looked at each other, then all saw each other's helplessness. Well, everyone was about the same. During the continuous decline before, they had sold off some, and now those shares were. Some looked at Yi Chen with a shiver. Yi Chen chuckled and snapped his fingers. Alright, let them see, I'm not a fake billionaire. Whoosh, the originally neutral group of institutions all raised their hands. Agree to re-election. Agree. Must re-elect. Subsequently, after the tally, the supporting shares suddenly surged by 40%, reaching 52%, exceeding the majority. Wei Shue's face turned pale, and he stood up abruptly. You, good, we'll see. Yi Chen laughed coldly, staring at Wei Shue. You're just a worker, do you really think you're someone important? You're nothing. This remark effectively scolded everyone, but no one dared to refute it. It was the truth. Yi Chen didn't look at the frustrated Wei Shue and nodded at Qi Li. You act as the interim chairman, then go propose it. He then glanced at the ugly country and executive council directors, who also looked displeased. No rush, we'll take our time, huh? That afternoon, 2 change procedures shocked the entire bending business circle, and soon everyone was discussing it. World's richest man Yi Chen takes action, splurging $60 billion to buy the landmark 101 building. The $24 trillion bending machine is about to change leadership, and the mastermind is actually him. Bending machine stock price soars, expected to rebound to 30 trillion peak within the year. While people outside were stunned by the flood of news, both the bending business and political sides were urgently communicating with the ugly country. Bending, daddy, help. Our pillar is about to be dismantled. Ugly country, don't worry, my dear, daddy loves you. Bending, daddy, hurry and give me money. I want to buy stocks. If I exceed 30%, I can take him down. Ugly country, ahem, daddy doesn't have any surplus right now. You need to squeeze a bit first. Bending, daddy, no, I don't have money either. Ugly country, don't worry, my dear, daddy will think of a way. How about this? You find someone to take him out, and then there won't be a problem. After the ugly country came up with this terrible idea, the bending political and business circles went crazy. Are you kidding me? Assassinate the world's richest man? The founder of AI in Huagua, chairman of the Super Trust World Group, treasure boy, star collector, scratch that. Anyway, assassinate Yi Chen? Elon Musk's bones aren't even cold yet. Damn, Elon Musk knew to set up a revenge fund for himself. How much trouble did that cause? Yi Chen is someone who has experienced an assassination attempt. Would he be unprepared? With $20 trillion in personal assets, controlling an asset scale that might exceed 100 trillion, taking out 1% could cost someone their life. Ugly country, don't be afraid. As long as you can take him out, daddy will protect you. Bending, protect you, my ass. Last time it was just Yi Chen who was fine. If something really happens, just wait and see if our dear mother goes crazy. Godfather, you're so far away. It's beyond your reach, right? While both sides were urgently communicating, Yi Chen, as if nothing was wrong, changed into Anagawa's face and went to play with Yuzu. It had been a long time since he had seen this neon girl. You got a tattoo, huh? Yi Chen looked at Yuzu's exposed back, where a full-back nine-tailed fox was tattooed, feeling somewhat speechless. What do you think? Does the uncle think it's pretty? Yuzu tilted her head with some expectation, her small eyes glimmering, indeed carrying a hint of fox-like charm. Yi Chen chuckled and nodded. Pretty good. Yuzu squealed with joy and turned to leap into his arms. It hurt a bit, but I'm the vice president, so of course I had to get one, hee. Biting her lip, she turned back, pulling her clothes up a bit, the tattoo on her back becoming faintly visible. After not seeing each other for a long time, this night felt like a long-awaited reunion. In the following days, Yi Chen conducted patriotic education with Yuzu while manipulating vast capital to wreak havoc in the market. Not just bending machines, but also MediaTek, Foxconn, Bend, and Bend Plastics. As long as they were names that could be called out and made a fuss about in certain situations, he arranged for them all. It wasn't limited to just here. After all, many companies had multinational factories. Coincidentally, Yi Chen also had many multinationals under his wing, surrounding and intercepting them, not letting anyone escape. 3 days later, the situation on their side became untenable, and they took the initiative to invite Yi Chen for a meeting. Yi Chen looked at Wei Shue's fawning face and scoffed. Wasn't it just a matter of waiting and seeing? I'm watching, show me if you can walk away. Wei Shue forced a laugh and swallowed hard. Now he really had to lower his head under the eaves, biting his teeth and swallowing blood. Director Yi, please don't take offense, I was just talking nonsense before, don't mind me, hee. After a pause, he straightened his expression. Director Yi, to be honest, if you keep insisting on this, it won't be good for anyone. The major companies are in chaos, and even if you gain control, the losses will be significant, affecting the feelings of people on both sides. Yi Chen scoffed. I enjoy it. Do you have any say in it? I have plenty of money to waste. No, I just like slapping you in the face. What's wrong with that? Can't you handle it? He pointed with his finger. Taking advantage of us at home, and then saying you're giving us food? You really have the nerve to say that. You have no shame at all. He waved his hand. You can go. If you can't even speak properly, who sent you? Are you brain dead? After Wei Shue left, Zhang Shue and Li Shue came, putting on the pretense of 3 visits to the thatched cottage. Yi Chen waited a few more days, and after the situation no longer expanded, he packed up and went back home. There was no choice, the mess here was too much, and one careless move could land him in a small black room. It was better to go home and stay. After returning home, Yi Chen didn't idle around. He worked hard to promote the alternative plan, which was to use the world's technology to seize shares in high-value-added industries abroad. Chips were certainly the main focus, but there were plenty of others too, like high-end machine tools and medical devices. With the large Universal Intelligent Processing Plant, the efficiency was much faster than using small printers before. However, domestically, just because something was good didn't mean others had to use it. Some people, in these areas, Yi Chen had to personally apply pressure. Besides that, there was also the raw materials sector. Things like crude oil, iron ore, copper ore, and so on. These accounted for a large portion of the country's annual imports. Out of 200 trillion, they accounted for 40 trillion. Just thinking about those guys with a piece of cloth on their heads, the richest in the world, made him angry. They could show off better than him. Why should that be? So Yi Chen was also crazily pushing technology. 30,000-meter deep shale oil fracturing direct extraction technology, 20,000-meter deep-sea drilling platforms. These also aligned with national strategy, although they could be imported now. Who knows about the future, right? Besides extraction, he also planned to set up a recycling station, not the one on the computer. Super large waste classification and recycling center manufacturing takes 33 minutes, 760 functional components handles all categories of waste. With a daily processing capacity of 500,000 tons at full load, he plans to open 300 centers nationwide, covering all prefecture-level cities. Currently, the country generates 3 million tons of waste daily, plus another 30 million tons of solid waste. Some of this is incinerated for power generation, but much of it is difficult to handle, with low recycling rates, minimal benefits, and high costs. However, once Yi Chen's recycling center is up and running, it will be much simpler. In addition to the new waste generated daily and the previous discarded materials, Yi Chen also plans to clean up the foreign waste. Trillions in subsidies, trade in for new, all of it will be cleared out for you. Once all the factories are ready, he will start spending money like crazy. All 3C products will be traded in for new ones. Phones, computers, refrigerators, air conditioners, including cars. Or rather, cars are the main focus, those hundreds of millions of vehicles. All will be sent to the recycling station for disassembly, then replaced with Longxi electric vehicles, further reducing crude oil consumption. Master, Xi Chang is looking for you, wants to invite you to dinner. Yi Chen was taken aback. Why invite me to dinner at a time like this? After thinking for a moment, he called directly. Hello, you want to invite me to dinner? Tonight? Who's coming? Oh, okay, I'll find a place. At your house? Alright, it's settled. After hanging up, Yi Chen didn't think much of it. After all, he was the richest man, so it was normal to maintain relationships. Or rather, he was a bit surprised that those classmates from high school, middle school, and even elementary school hardly ever reached out. Some of them he still remembered, and none had asked to cling to him. Never mind, Xiao Yi, book me a gold medal. Okay, what size do you need? 1 kilogram, engrave some auspicious words. Xiao Yi understands. In the evening, Yi Chen arrived at Qi Chang's home. First time visiting, didn't bring much, a bit rustic, don't laugh at me, Qi Chang took the box Yi Chen handed over, looking at the palm-sized congratulations and prosperity inside, he couldn't help but click his tongue. Goodness, as expected of the richest man, this is how he shows up. Weighing it, it was about 2 pounds, worth 1 million? You're here? Come in quickly. Su Rong, wearing an apron, greeted him with a smile. Qi Chang snapped back to reality, leading Yi Chen inside, where Tang Hong, sitting in the living room, also stood up. Yi Chen, long time no see. Yi Chen smiled. Not that long. Hey, what's the occasion today? Su Rong chuckled. It's 5:20 today, Tang Hong's birthday, did you forget? Yi Chen was taken aback, slapping his forehead. Bad memory, I didn't even bring a birthday gift. He shot a glare at Qi Chang. You could have reminded me earlier. Qi Chang chuckled awkwardly, while Tang Hong shook her head with a smile. It's fine, I didn't let him say it. You coming is the best gift. Not everyone can have the richest man come to celebrate their birthday. Yi Chen gave a thumbs up. Are you mocking me? Even if I'm the richest man, we're still old classmates. If you had said so, I would have thrown a party for everyone to gather. Tang Hong still shook her head. We're too old for that. Can't make a fuss anymore. Sit down, don't just stand there. Qi Chang nodded. You guys chat, I'll go cook with Xiao Rong. Yi Chen nodded, then casually chatted with Tang Hong. In the kitchen, Qi Chang pointed to the gold medal set aside, looking hesitantly at Su Rong. Old Ji sent this. with this, does it mean? He looked conflicted, wanting to say something but stopping short. Su Rong was chopping vegetables decisively, glancing over casually. I'm fine with it. You're the head of the family, you make the decision. Chi Chang choked for a moment, sighed after a while, and stood by to help. After a moment, a table of hot pot was ready, and the two of them brought the pot and ingredients to the dining room. Come on, my skills are lacking. Please don't laugh, Yu Chen said with a laugh. I'm tired of restaurant food, just craving this, the sauce from Tianche. This is good. It had been a while since he had eaten this. Several women were afraid of this thing. He had no atmosphere eating it alone, but now he was quite happy. Chi Chang poured a glass of wine for Yi Chen. Huangjiu, it won't get you drunk. Want some? Sure, come on, fill it up. Let's toast to the birthday star, Tang Hong, wishing you great blessings. Hee, thanks for your good wishes. After 3 rounds of wine and 5 flavors of dishes, Yi Chen felt a small foot teasing his leg. He glanced at Tang Hong, who seemed indifferent, and chuckled inwardly, this woman. Although he had no dietary restrictions, well. Just as he was thinking about this, Chi Chang suddenly asked, Old Yi, recently the hard currency has appreciated. My export company is struggling, got any ideas? Switch to imports. Oh, but imports might not be easy either. The whole industry chain is quickly expanding. By then, domestic products will crush foreign trash. Yi Chen said absent-mindedly. Chi Chang paused slightly, then a smile appeared on his face again. You're still impressive. Come on, let's drink another cup. Cheers. After a moment, a pot of Huangjiu was finished, and Chi Chang stood up. I'll go get another pot. After saying that, he went to the kitchen, took a bottle from the shelf, hesitated for a moment, then gritted his teeth and poured a small packet of powder into it, shaking it up. Come on, let's drink again. Chi Chang casually brought over 2 bottles, placing the one with the added substance in front of Yi Chen. Yi Chen drank without noticing anything. Old Chi, old Chi? Yi Chen pushed Chi Chang, whose face was flushed, but got no response. This guy really can't hold his liquor. He shook his head, slightly dazed. I can't take it anymore, I have to go back. This wine has a strong aftereffect. He stood up unsteadily, resting his hand on Tang Hong's shoulder. Birthday star, I'm leaving, Tang Hong glanced at Su Rong, then directly reached out. Yi Chen gasped, feeling a rush of blood to his head. Don't mess around, He was pushed back a few steps and fell onto the sofa, just as he started to feel a bit dizzy. His glancing at Chi Chang, who was still slumped over the table, Yi Chen's originally rejecting hand turned into a caress. This is really exciting. A feeling of floating came over him. He didn't even know what he was doing anymore. He didn't know how many hours passed. When Yi Chen woke up, looking at the mess in front of him, he blinked and slapped his forehead. Drinking messes things up. He glanced at Chi Chang. Seeing him still slumped over, he let out a sigh of relief, carefully moving Tang Hong's arm away. Su Rong groaned, her eyelids fluttering slightly. The mist sprayed onto her face, and her eyes, which were about to open, remained closed. Sleep spray, 50 compensation, works in 1 second, deep sleep for over 4 hours. Please don't use it for bad things. Yi Chen held the spray and sprayed it on Tang Hong, then gave some to Chi Chang as well. Old Chi, this really isn't a bro's fault. Tisk, it's deadly. Who would have thought that just having a meal would lead to this? He scratched his head and snapped his fingers. Mini cleaning robot, 5,000 compensation, a great helper for home cleaning. Deep cleaning with no dead angles. A palm-sized robot with 4 retractable arms floated nearby. Clean up my traces. With a beep, the robot lit up with a soft glow, illuminating every corner from the bedroom to the sofa, and then to the dining room. Wherever there were traces left behind, it went over with a thorough wipe. Especially on them, it paid extra attention, cleaning inside and out until everything was spotless. Yi Chen watched the retractable arm at work, swallowing hard. He almost couldn't hold back. Half an hour later, Yi Chen finished cleaning everything, deleted the surveillance footage in the living room, and quietly left. After getting home and reflecting on the absurd night, he felt somewhat speechless. Well, whatever, old Chi probably doesn't know, and they shouldn't bring it up either. Just like that, later, the export company? Help him get some orders. Xiao Yi, remember to remind me. Xiao Yi understands. Yi Chen didn't think much of it. But the next day, a super rich man with the surname Y in Nan City has been caught with a married woman and an old classmate. The husband has evidence and wants to sue. The trending topic on TT was very hot, and the comments below were lively. As soon as I saw Nan City and the surname Y, I felt a sense of déjà vu. You're not the only one. I felt it too, CSY right? As soon as I saw a super rich man and married woman, I thought of him. Wasn't there something like this last year? A bar fight, right? That husband seemed to have been sentenced. Tisk, having power and influence is great, you can mess with anyone, not even sparing old classmates. Yi Chen was called up by Lu Yu. After he finished reading the information online, he felt a bit dazed. Lu Yu frowned and looked at him. Is it really you? Who did you meet last night? Shi Chang and Tang Hong. Yi Chen shrugged innocently. I drank too much, and Tang Hong was quite proactive, but I don't know why that guy also showed up. So, Lu Yu laughed in anger. I see you must have had intentions towards them all along. You just like this. He huffed. What do we do now? Should I help you contact them? See what they say? If this blows up, it will greatly affect your image. Yi Chen frowned slightly and shook his head. Something feels off. He glanced at the comments about having evidence. They shouldn't have any evidence. I cleaned everything up. Also, Su Rong and the others must have gone crazy. Did they confront Shi Chang directly about this? What are they after? Lu Yu also frowned. Maybe they want to extort you? Yi Chen exhaled. Then they should come directly to talk to me. Telling Shi Chang and then posting it online. What's that about? His expression darkened. I might have been set up last night. After saying that, he went to the warehouse, found the recovery pod, and lay down inside. After a series of scans, Master, there are traces of a strong aphrodisiac. The pod door opened, and Yi Chen nodded at Lu Yu, who was standing nearby. They drugged me. I knew it. The whole process last night felt hazy, and I didn't remember much, thinking it was just from drinking. Goodness, they directly drugged me. Lu Yu looked at him speechlessly. Please be more careful next time. This is an aphrodisiac. What if it were poison? You'd be dead. Yi Chen also felt a wave of fear. If it were something like potassium cyanide, he might not even have the chance to save himself with compensation. Alright, a lesson learned. I'll be careful in the future. But why did they pull this stunt? At an abandoned dock in Nan City, Shi Chang stared grimly at the guy in front of him with slightly yellowing hair. This isn't what we agreed on. The blonde guy chuckled. Don't get worked up. We're doing this for the plan to go smoothly. Think about it, if we don't expose this, and don't put some pressure on him, will he honestly pay up? Do you think the richest man is fake? Do you believe he wouldn't spend money to buy our lives? Now it's different. Once this blows up, we'll be safe, right? Shi Chang frowned. What happens after that? Huang Mao shrugged. Just like we planned before, wait for them to contact us, then quote a price. Once everyone gets what they want, we'll disappear. I'll arrange identities for the three of you, ensuring no one can trace it back. Shi Chang grunted. That's best. Let's never contact each other again. Huang Mao chuckled. Mr. Shi, weren't we cooperating quite happily before? The information you provided cost us a lot, otherwise, how would your export company keep getting orders? Shi Chang felt a bit uncomfortable. If it weren't for being blinded back then, how would he have gotten involved with these guys and left himself vulnerable? Last night, he really wanted to come clean to Yi Chen, but in the end, he backed down. After all, he didn't ask for much. Yi Chen was wealthy, so it shouldn't be a big loss. Consider it compensation for Xiaorong. While he was lost in thought, his phone rang. Glancing at Huang Mao, he took out his phone and sighed in relief. It's Lu Yu. Huang Mao perked up. Don't forget our terms. At noon, Lu Yu provided an answer. I've contacted them. They want 30,000 bitcoins, plus the core source code of Yi. Yi Chen scoffed, biting into an apple, a bloodthirsty look on his face. Damn it, are they trying to blackmail me? Lu Yu, sitting beside him, advised, just give it to them. This isn't much for you. Yi Chen waved his hand. Discussing this nicely, considering our schoolmate relationship, I have plenty of money, but I won't fall for this. Threats? What am I afraid of? Lu Yu took a breath. Don't be impulsive. Yes, even if they sue, they'll definitely lose, but think about the losses, the damage to national reputation, to global brands. Yi Chen shook his head. You don't understand, this isn't simple. Do you think Shi Chang and the others have the power to arrange all this in a day? Lu Yu was taken aback, then realized. So, they want Ye's source code? Yi Chen let out a cold laugh. I don't know if it's a domestic ghost or foreign guys, but this time, it's not something that can be resolved with money or goods. Lu Yu looked at him with slight concern. Do you think there will be more trouble later? Yi Chen smiled faintly. Who knows? It's just the same old tricks, trying to tarnish my name, making me look like Gates and his lot. At most, it'll be like that. What else can they do? Lu Yu thought for a moment and sighed in relief. It's good that the company isn't listed, otherwise. Yi Chen smacked his lips. I actually regret not going public. If I had a shell, who would dare to short it? Just wait and see how I'd ruin them. What a pity. After saying that, Yi Chen raised his chin. Go arrange a press conference. I'll reveal the truth. Whether the outside world believes it or not, I have a clear conscience. Lu Yu opened his mouth, feeling that this approach might be worse than staying silent and waiting for things to pass. But seeing Yi Chen's determination, he didn't persuade him further and went to make arrangements. While they were organizing on their side, Huang Mao also spread the news. Across the ocean, in a conference room, several celebrities gathered. Gates, Ellison, Zuckerberg, all the main characters of Super Island, along with some political and military bigwigs. I still think this is pointless. Yi Chen's company isn't listed, and while the product is impressive, attacking his personal reputation won't hurt his foundation. That's not the point. Little by little, if one attempt doesn't work, we'll try again. We must hold him back. We can't let him develop so recklessly. That makes sense. Everyone, how much have we lost this year because of that damn AI? It's time to teach him a lesson. Alright, the plan was discussed beforehand. Is there anything else to discuss? But are your arrangements in place? Don't let others easily counter you. That Chi Chang, if he gets bought off. Don't worry, the dead don't talk, and the dead themselves are the best evidence. Oh, he, ha 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 ha, a low, hooting laughter, like a night owl. A group of people laughed cunningly and proudly, as if they could already see pieces of flesh being torn from Yi Chen and from Huagua. At 1 p.m., the press conference on Yi Chen's side had not yet started. Another heavy bombshell had dropped. Video of super rich person with surname Y leaked. The involved parties have mysteriously died. 2 men and 1 woman confirmed dead. Lawless, who is silencing them, who is covering up the truth. The whole country, even the world, went crazy. It was just supposed to be a gossip, and everyone was just watching. After all, the upper circle is really chaotic, but when it escalates to murder, that's another matter. Just like the earlier version of Super Island, public sentiment was inflamed. Meanwhile, in the Hong Kong stock market, smoke filled the air. A large group of capital began to sell off, shorting, as the Hang Seng Index started to leak like a sieve. I knew it, it was just this much. Boring. Yi Chen received the news, and it wasn't just about the stock market shorting. There was also the public opinion promoting the AI threat theory. Come on, Leaf hasn't even gone online abroad. Why are you all so excited? Oh, DeepSeek took down GPT? Alright, then there's a reason for that. Yi Chen adjusted his collar and casually instructed. Xiao Yi, keep an eye on things, let them in before you hit. Xiao Yi understands. At 1:30 p.m., at the press conference site, Yi Chen had just taken his seat and hadn't spoken yet when someone started to question him. Mr. Yi, in light of the current situation. Before the question was finished, Yi Chen tapped the table. Please follow the rules. It's not your turn to ask questions yet. I'm speaking now, remember. Wait until I'm done. Once it quieted down, Yi Chen cleared his throat. First of all, QJ does not exist, let me clarify that. Secondly, I did go to the Chi family that night, and some things did happen, but I was drugged. Of course, some people will say that everyone is dead, and there's no evidence, maybe I orchestrated it, right? He shrugged. The old trick of throwing mud, same old story. Public opinion attacks combined with financial strangulation, this kind of suppression is not the first time. Remember the Dong brother from Dog East during the XQ case a few years back? This incident is a complete conspiracy, a design and smear campaign against me by foreign forces. He spoke very calmly. After all, the facts are as such. The rise of the world has harmed the interests of some people. They feel that I've eaten too much, overindulged, and brought the whole country to eat with me, causing them to have no food to eat, which is excessive. So, they want to use such despicable means to attack me and the world. I can only say, they are mistaken. He shrugged. They are using such childish tactics, which is truly an insult to everyone's intelligence. Alright, that's all I have to say. After finishing, he stood up and left. As for answering questions, that's a joke. No matter how he explained, it would inevitably be taken out of context and twisted. So what's the point? 10 minutes later, Yi Chen's press conference was spread online. See, I told you, it must be a setup. They're afraid of US rising, so they're desperately smearing us. Exactly, the rich man Yi, a billionaire, needs QJ? Don't be ridiculous. How many women are there who want to climb into bed with him? Then how do you explain Gates and Ellison? Don't they have money? Aren't they the same? Same ballgame. Those people are clearly using that as a social activity, just like a PGC, the 3 great ironies of life. Now that those 3 are dead, naturally, whatever he says makes sense. The little rhythm is quite good. Do we look foolish? It's obvious that foreign assassins did this, just to make the god of wealthy, mud fall into the pants. Exactly, if not, how could the coordination be so good? The news just came out here, and the Hong Kong stock market is crashing over there? Everyone, don't expose it. It's hard to earn money now. After I post this, I want to make a bit more. How can I do that if you keep this up? I have to say, after years of baptism, this generation of netizens really isn't doing well. It's a complete mess. And, compared to the truth, I want to know how much we can earn this time. As soon as the matter came out, I deposited all my funds into Tianxia Finance. I'm counting on this wave. That's right, daring to pull the tiger's whiskers in Hong Kong. They simply don't know how to write the word deaf. While the netizens were chatting, the Hang Seng Index had already dropped from 30,000 points to 24,000. A drop of 20%, 70 trillion in market value evaporated, triggering 2 circuit breakers. Today's trading is suspended. Well done. They didn't react in time. We crushed them. They didn't even have a chance to struggle. Good job. Cheers erupted from several major investment banks on Wall Street, one after another. How long has it been? Once, they were the ones setting fires everywhere, cutting flesh and sucking blood. As a result, this year, they have been the ones taking the hits. This time, it's rare for everyone to act in unison, to deploy together. Finally, your dad is still your dad. Look. With one move, they took out 20% of the opponent. It wasn't even this exaggerated during the Asian financial crisis. The most in one day was only 6%. And not even a single circuit breaker was triggered. Isn't it time to take the profit? Just as the excitement was building, someone spoke up. What are you joking about? The carnival has just begun. That's right, they haven't even started saving the market yet. Once they come in, we'll hit them again. Yeah, this is just an appetizer. Greed is at play. No one wants to give up so early. Everyone is hoping to recover well this time. But, not to mention Tianxia Finance, just talking about Huagua's massive foreign exchange reserves. Some people remained calm. Where's the massive? How much has been reduced? At most, it's only 2 trillion US dollars. Converted to hard currency, it's just 10 trillion. That money isn't just available to use, and Tianxia Finance, we're all keeping an eye on it. As soon as their money moves, we'll know immediately. That's right, no need to be afraid. This time we used AI and supercomputers together. We won't be slower than their reaction. In the end, only a small portion wanted to retreat. Among this small portion, only a few actually withdrew. Most were persuaded. What do they call it? What do the Huagua people say? Concentrate your strength to do big things. That's right. We dealt with them. Mother *****. Back home, Yichen was also in a meeting. In the study, images of the chairman of various major companies were displayed on the wall. My funds can't come out for now. They're all locked in fixed bonds and the stock market. I can mobilize about 50 billion. He seemed a bit troubled as he rubbed his forehead. The situation happened too suddenly. I wasn't prepared at all, Asai. It's hard to handle. The people on the screen looked at each other, and after a moment of silence, someone spoke up to comfort him. It's okay. It's just a loss of some market value. The impact on the company isn't big. Yes, Director Yi, don't be sad. Even if there's a loss, it's not a big deal. There was some bubble anyway. It's better to squeeze it out. After talking to them for a moment, Yichen nodded. Then you all get busy. Once these guys' screens went dark, Yichen connected with a few others. What are you saying over there? Boss, it's all set. They will continue the attack tomorrow. It will last for 3 days. The last wave will be the strongest. Prepare to take out another 20%. Press it to 15,000 points. Most of them. Yichen stroked his chin. Alright, let's do it this way. You all be careful. Yes, boss. After communicating with those internal spies, Yichen spoke coldly. Xiao Yi, mobilize the funds from the exchange. Blow them up the day after tomorrow. Xiao Yi understood that there were many hedging agreements, and even if they were liquidated, their losses wouldn't be significant. It's fine, those guys won't make much if they don't blow up. Let's go for those greedy ones this time. Xiao Yi understood. The next day, no one was concerned about Yi Chen's QJ case or the murder case anymore. Everyone was sweating for Hong Kong. That's too exaggerated. 70 trillion gone in a day. To be precise, it's 60 trillion. Hong Kong dollars are worthless now. Happy face, don't worry. When the god of wealth makes a move, he will definitely pull it back. I've already invested. Everyone was nervously watching, waiting for the market to open. Suddenly, tens of thousands of sell orders came out. The Big Short was still the market's number one, the universe's number one bank. Penguin, Alibaba, Mobile, Jinnong, Sinopec, HSBC. One by one, none escaped, all were shorted. All were tens of thousands to hundreds of thousands of large sell orders. These companies were also continuously buying to support the market. Both sides gathered trillions of funds to fight fiercely. Buy and sell and buy. Everyone was using supercomputing AI, constantly calculating timing and capital. The curve of the Hang Seng Index twisted like a snake, dazzling to the eyes. In the end, it slightly dropped by 2%, which was considered a successful defense of this city. Wall Street. See, I told you the world of finance can't do anything. At most they can mobilize 50 billion in funds. It won't have any effect. Let's continue to grind tomorrow. Wait until the day after tomorrow, and then break them in one go. Alright, it's a deal. Domestic. It's a bit difficult to hold on. It's a pity that the world of finance can't participate in the battle. Forget it, it's better to rely on ourselves, let's all squeeze a bit more, one push will weaken, two will exhaust, they can't hold on for long. The next day, many people on Wall Street were stunned. Didn't they say to grind a bit more? How? As soon as the market opened, millions of hands smashed down. This is not grinding, it's clearly a decisive battle. Damn, it's a bloody slaughter. It's over, it seems like we can't hold on. Dead ball, this is serious. Just as those concerned hadn't reacted yet, massive funds entered the market to support. No, it wasn't support. It was pushing the market up, eating as many sell orders as there were, like a bottomless pit. At this moment, many people were stunned. Where did Ji Chen get the funds? Wasn't it only 50 billion? Yes, it really is only 50 billion, no lies, really, truly. Yi Chen smiled as he explained to the big shots, but I have a little treasure trove, just that exchange. He casually showed a picture. Now the price of a single Bitcoin is 4 million, the total market value of Bitcoin is 80 trillion, with massive funds flowing daily, plus the issued B coins, which are also recognized. I haven't done much, temporarily just 20 trillion. Hee, I'm not bragging, working with me? It's more dangerous than working with electricity. Oh, the 50 billion thing? That was said to the fools on Wall Street, mutual eye-poking. Of course I know someone will leak the news. After hanging up the phone, Yi Chen sneered. A bunch of traitors, they'll be caught and hanged sooner or later. He exhaled. Xiao Yi, how many have blown up? Not yet, they mobilized a lot of funds, but don't worry, master, we will definitely win. Yi Chen degree nabla degree. If we lose, I'll pull your internet cable. Xiao Yi won't lose. Hey, I'm going to blow them up. From the morning until the market closed at 4 p.m., it was a massacre. Subsequently, the people of Apple City discovered that early in the morning, Wall Street had started dumping again, this time with human meat filling. Those poor souls were exposed. Wall Street, having failed to steal a chicken, quietly went home to lick their wounds, then urged old Trump to issue a higher-level lockdown order. From raw materials to various high-end machinery, all sales were halted. As for this side, the impact was really not significant. Or rather, this is really a big help. The alternative had no good reason, and now you've handed them a ladder. Now, those who had a bit of a dark heart had to kneel and lick, had to profit from the price difference, but now there was no place to earn. They could only use goods from the world. On May 25th, the first super-large waste classification recycling center in the southern city opened in the suburbs. On May 26th, the first compact Qinglong electric vehicle rolled off the production line. On May 27th, Tianxia 2 stocked over 1 million units. On May 28th, the trillion yuan subsidy plan officially entered a large-scale publicity phase, starting to heat up. On May 29th, Yi Chen released a video, crushing all his Ferraris and Wind children, sending them for recycling. From today on, only use domestic products. On May 30th, the Qinglong system equipped with Tianxia 2 was officially announced, with pure Chinese programming, shocking everyone. On May 31st, the Aurora glasses passed verification after revision, allowing for market sales, equipped with the White Tiger system, leaving people feeling somewhat baffled. On June 1st, the trillion yuan subsidy officially went live on by Tianxia. May 24th, yes, let's go back to the 24th. Yi Chen arrived at the Zidian building, the tallest building in the southern city. Looking at the skyscraper at the entrance, Yi Chen felt a bit sentimental. Back then, the same whole society was held here. As a result, only 8 people came, and in the blink of an eye, 3 were dead. The world of rivers and lakes is perilous, he walked in with some emotion. Why is it so desolate? Looking at the messy pull-up banners and the sparse figures, he remembered that when he came here before, although the popularity was not high, at least there were some famous brand stores, and he had splurged $1 million here. He bought a watch last year, and now, how come? After going around in a big circle, he finally found the office that Lou Meyer mentioned. You have a deadline to move out. There's nothing more to say. Lou Meyer was speaking when she caught sight of Yi Chen outside the door and nodded, then continued speaking. The contract has already been signed, and we have paid the money. You need to go to Changfu. The person Lou Meyer was dealing with was a rather imposing middle-aged man. Don't think that just because you have some fame, you can do as you please. A strong dragon cannot suppress a local snake. If you bypass us and sign a contract directly with Changfu, it's illegal. The state regulations require a 3-month notice in advance. At the same time, we have the right of first refusal, and you must continue to fulfill the lease contract. Lou Meyer chuckled. You've studied it quite thoroughly, but that's under the condition of no additional clauses. You signed an agreement with Changfu, voluntarily giving up related rights, so we don't need to notify you about buying or selling the building, nor do we recognize your right to renew the lease. Now I'm notifying you, giving you half a month to move out. For the remaining rent, you can ask Changfu for it. That's it. If you don't agree, go to court. The middle-aged man snorted coldly. If we go to court, I'm not afraid of you. Yi Chen also snorted coldly and walked in. Who do you want to sue? The middle-aged man tilted his head. What does it have to do with you if I sue? He, Director Yi? Ah, he, good to see you, Director Yi. I really didn't mean to. With a smiling face, he felt bitter inside. Didn't they say they had split? This is really something. Yi Chen waved his hand. Alright, it's time to go. Yes, Luzon, I'll move out soon. Better to avoid trouble and step back for now. As Yi Chen and the others were about to leave, he took the teacup from Lu Meyer, smiling. What made you suddenly think of buying here? How many floors did you get? Lu Meyer's lips curled slightly. Xiao Yan wants to apply to a school here, and Xiao Ran is also planning to transfer, so I had to come along. As for how many floors, of course, I bought the whole building. Put. Yi Chen spat out his tea. Ha, you bought the whole building? Lu Meyer looked at him, both amused and exasperated, handing him a tissue. Is it that surprising? After taking it, Yi Chen wiped his mouth, feeling a bit speechless. I'm just curious, why buy an entire building? By the way, your liquid funds should be insufficient, right? Did you take out a loan? Lu Meyer smiled. No, I partnered with Niumi and Liang Jinxiu. Each of us contributed 2 billion. The purchase price was 2 billion, and the remaining 800 million is for taxes, renovations, and such. She crossed her arms and lifted her chin. Now the tallest building is ours. He. Yi Chen chuckled. Look at you, so proud. It's just a bit taller than my financial city. You won't be able to stay in this tall building for long. He also looked at Lu Meyer with some pride. Lu, you got a plot of land over at New Street, 40,000 square meters, previously owned by Ning Su, planning to build a super high-rise to claim the national first. Lu Meyer was taken aback. Isn't there a height restriction? Yi Chen waved his hand. Special approval. Not to mention that, you can enjoy your pride for another 2 years. By the way, what are you planning to do with this building? You're not thinking of renting it out, are you? Lu Meyer shook her head. We're planning to integrate resources and create an entertainment center. She looked at Yi Chen. You mentioned before that virtual reality technology has matured and is about to be launched, right? Yi Chen responded with an "Oh." There is such a plan, but it won't be that quick. The initial version will be a downgraded one. Remember the Aurora glasses? I developed a brain-machine interface that allows people to control character movements and text input using brainwaves. In terms of realism, it's definitely not as good as the virtual pods you've tried, and the senses are limited to sight and hearing, but it's usable. I'll let you try it later. Lu Meyer nodded, somewhat understanding. In any case, we plan to create an entertainment center and a fashion hub here. Yi Chen casually nodded. As long as they had a plan, it was fine to play around. Is that why you called me over? Lu Meyer raised an eyebrow. What's wrong? Are you getting impatient? Yi Chen laughed. How could that be? I'd love for you to bother me every day. Knowing it was a lie, Lu Meyer felt pleased inside. Well, I called you to ask if you have any good designers to recommend. The facilities here are over 10 years old, and we're planning to update them, but we don't know anyone in that field. Yi Chen responded with an "Oh." I'll have Lu Yu help you find someone. She's familiar with this. Or I can have Xiao Yi help you make one, too. These were all small matters, and he was just about to chat with Lu Meyer about other things when someone barged in. Sister Lu, I finished filming, just wanted to say hi. Yi Chen turned his head, his eyes lighting up slightly. It was the village flower, Yang Jinli. He remembered it was around 2018 or 2019. A koi fish had emerged, becoming an internet sensation without any skills. Yi Chen had followed her back then and had even been a fan. She embodied the dream of ordinary people becoming rich overnight. Now, that little girl had grown up a lot. In a black heart-shaped collar dress that hugged her figure, with a hint of allure, paired with a pure little face, wasn't this pure desire? Just as Yi Chen was getting lost in thought, Lu Meyer was watching him with a half-smile. Still looking? Your eyes are about to pop out. Yi Chen wasn't embarrassed, laughing heartily. It's a bit unexpected to run into little Koi. Yang Jinli recognized him and was slightly surprised. Does God of Wealth Yi know me too? Her assistant behind her paused for a moment, begging, how could one call someone by their nickname in person? Mr. Yi, Xiao Yan doesn't know any better. Yi Chen waved his hand, smiling in a rather easygoing manner. It's fine, it's just a nickname. Didn't I just call her little Koi? By the way, are you filming here? Yang Jinli nodded. We're shooting a short video, and we have to thank Sister Lu for letting us up to the observation deck. The view up there is really nice. Yi Chen responded with an "Oh." A short video? Looking at the world? Yang Jinli hesitated. Even if she didn't know much, she was aware that TT and looking at the world were rivals, and at that moment, she didn't know what to say. Yi Chen instantly understood her hesitation and teased, TT isn't as popular in the country as looking at the world right now. When I release the Aurora glasses later, it'll be even worse for them. If you want to think about good development, you might as well prepare early. Yang Jinli nodded. I've registered too, but our schedule and announcements are all arranged by the company, so. She didn't finish her sentence, and her assistant immediately followed up. We will definitely arrange it. To be honest, the company has been preparing to shift the promotional focus, but since we invested quite a bit in TT earlier, so, Mr. Yi, any guidance would be greatly appreciated. Yi Chen looked at the flustered young Jinli and couldn't help but chuckle. After being in the industry for a few years, she still had that straightforward nature. They didn't chat much more, and after they left, Lumiere looked at him curiously. I thought you would keep them around, at least for a meal or something. Yi Chen looked at her speechlessly. Am I that desperate, meeting one and pushing another away? At this point, the assistant had already stepped out, leaving just the two of them in the office. Yi Chen leaned closer, brushing aside Lumiere's curled hair from her shoulder, and lightly tapped her delicate collarbone. I haven't even fed you yet. How could I think about eating fish? Lumiere's face turned slightly red. Oh my, there are people coming and going in this office. Don't worry, your assistant is clever. She'll help us keep the door closed. Hurry up, I can't hold it in anymore. Yi Chen reached to pull at Lumiere's belt. Lumiere spat at him, glanced around, and tucked her hair behind her ear before squatting down. This battle lasted 3 days and 3 nights, until Xiaoyan's semester ended and she prepared for the college entrance examination, after which Lumiere hurried back to the capital. After this fierce battle, Yi Chen had completely forgotten about the little koi he had seen before. However, on the 28th, when he arrived at the company, he unexpectedly ran into her again at the entrance. Getting out of the car and seeing a group of people busy over there, Yi Chen walked over. Little koi, here to find me? Yang Jinli turned around and was clearly a bit surprised, shaking her head. No, I'm here to shoot some material. Yi Chen touched his nose, realizing he had been overly sentimental. Yang Jinli's assistant was almost at a loss for words. Could this girl not chat? She stepped forward and greeted him with a smile. Hello, Mr. Yi. Following your instructions last time, after our little koi returned, she immediately reported back to the company and decided to increase the investment in looking at the world. This time, we're here to participate in the billion subsidy plan. Yi Chen responded with an "Oh." Then let's go, I'm just looking for Chiuyueying, and I can take you on a tour along the way. Yang Jinli looked back at those still moving things, and her assistant nodded in agreement. That's really troublesome for you, Mr. Yi. This headquarters building looks overwhelmingly big. I was wondering how to find my way around, Yi Chen smirked. If someone really can't find their way, I'll have to fire the leaves. Ignoring the awkwardly smiling assistant, he waved to Yang Jinli. Let's go, they should be able to handle their own things. The assistant nodded repeatedly. Yes, Xiaoyang, you go with Director Yi first, we'll be there shortly. Yang Jinli responded with an "Oh," and then followed Yi Chen into the C6 Annex, the Tianxia live broadcast base. It was different from what she had imagined. Yang Jinli thought she would see a grand welcome, with a group of uniformed men and women bowing in unison, shouting "Hello, Director Yi." Instead, she found, why is there no one here? The empty hall had not a single person. Yi Chen placed his hand on the nearby turnstile and pressed it, making a sound as 2 items, resembling 7 Ultraman glasses, popped out. Here, the new version of the Aurora glasses, put them on. He handed one to Yang Jinli and put one on himself. Yang Jinli mimicked him, placing the large, goggle-like item on her nose. Initial connection, testing begins. Matching complete, AR enhancement mode activated. In an instant, the entire hall came alive. Flowers, ribbons, and fireworks filled the air, and hundreds of people crowded around, kneeling in unison to welcome them. Welcome, the Supreme Ruler, the Master of the Universe, the Creator God. The chant left Yang Jinli momentarily stunned. Not just her, Yi Chen was also taken aback, waving his hand. Alright, Xiao Yi, why go through all this? Master, Yang Jinli feels the spectacle isn't grand enough, so I wanted to give you some face. Yi Chen #carrot hashtag. Yi Chen shook his head and said nothing more. Come on, let me show you around. The two then went to the second floor, where they saw a large group of people wearing Aurora glasses, typing away on various virtual devices, pulling things on screens, creating a scene straight out of a sci-fi movie. Yang Jinli was completely bewildered. She felt as if she had stepped into the future. This is all virtualized office work. The data and information are managed by the Central Matrix Underground. On the 6th floor of this financial city, there was a super large quantum matrix, which had only recently been completed. It consisted of 360,000 quantum servers manufactured by factories, with an exchange price reaching 4 million, each with 64G capacity. It could form a virtual space of 360,000 square kilometers. The realism certainly couldn't match that of a virtual pod paired with a dedicated optical quantum computer, which could achieve atomic level 100% restoration. It could also simulate smell, taste, and touch. But here, the visual experience could reach molecular level. For the average person, it felt no different from reality. Just like the computers people used for work looked exactly like real displays. As they moved upward, Yang Jinli was somewhat dazzled by everything around her, feeling that she had truly become the village flower this time. What an eye-opener! On the 33rd floor, in the president's office. After Yichen brought Yang Jinli in, they saw Qiu Yueying and Jiang Shu lying on lounge chairs. One had a smug smile on her face, while the other pouted in displeasure. "You're here? Wait until I finish this round. I'll crush Xiao Lele first," Qiu Yueying mumbled. Yichen paid no mind, sitting down on a nearby sofa with Yang Jinli, then spoke. "Open Tianxia space." Whoosh! Yang Jinli felt a darkness before she could react, and suddenly found herself in a different place, on an empty street. Looking around, where is this? Virtual space, come on, let me show you what Qiu Yueying and the others are playing, Yichen said, and then a portal appeared before them, inscribed with the words Entertainment Zone 0010011. After passing through the door, they found themselves on a high platform. Dressed in red armor and queenly attire, Qiu Yueying held a scepter in her hand. "Come at me. Ha, you ran in here? First, let's be clear, no cheating for Jiang Shul." Yichen waved his hand. "I'm just here to see how this development is going. What do you think? Is it fun?" Qiu Yueying nodded. "Super exciting." As she spoke, she waved her staff and solemnly shouted, "Thunderous might!" Crash! A thunderclap echoed from the sky, followed by a massive bolt of lightning that plowed through the battlefield in front of the high platform. The blue-armored troops charging from the opposite side were instantly swept away. Whoosh! The remaining troops vanished, and Jiang Shul appeared beside them in a blue robe. "I'm not playing anymore. Bullying people just because you have more coins." Jiang Shul huffed, then nodded at Yang Jinli. "Hello." Yang Jinli snapped back to reality from what felt like an epic battlefield, nodding blankly. "Hello." Yichen stretched out his hand, summoned a meteorite, and with a loud bang, smashed Qiu Yueying's little soldiers to smithereens, smiling at Jiang Shul. "I avenged you." Jiang Shul smiled sweetly. Thanks. Qiu Yueying wasn't angry, grinning as she pinched Jiang Shul's cheek. TSK, someone has your back? Just wait, once it's released, I'll definitely bully you again. TSK, too bad there's no tactile feedback here, it doesn't hurt to pinch. TSK. Jiang Shul gave her a light slap, huffing in annoyance. "If there was tactile feedback, I'd definitely make your butt swell." The two bantered for a while before heading back to the living area together. In a cafe, Qiu Yueying looked at the steaming coffee and the pretty little cakes, rolling her eyes. "This design is unnecessary. You can't drink it or eat it at all. This is to help everyone adapt faster. Scientific analysis shows that in a strange virtual environment, if there are familiar things, human acceptance speeds up by 23%. A small creature, about the size of a palm, with two green leaves, stood on the table, sticking its tongue out at Qiu Yueying and making faces. Qiu Yueying flicked her finger, but it passed right through the little leaf. He, can't catch me. He. The little leaf was a bit smug, its short arms on its hips, the leaves on its head swaying. Yichen stopped the about to blow up Qiu Yueying, telling her not to be ridiculous. Fighting with the little leaf in this virtual space was no different from battling the primordial heavenly sovereign. She wasn't Yin Jiao. After chatting for a while, Yichen demonstrated the simulated manufacturing in the industrial area to Yang Jinli, and then they all exited together. Once outside, Qiu Yueying arranged for Yang Jinli to sign a promotional contract with Tianxia Live. After finishing the business, Yang Jinli didn't linger, as both women were practically glaring at her, and it would be too low emotional intelligence to stick around as a third wheel. Carrying a set of Aurora equipment gifted by Yichen, she went downstairs and found the assistants who were exclaiming in awe. "Sister Yang, has the contract been signed?" an assistant asked. Yang Jinli nodded. "It's done, let's go." Okay. Soon, the group walked out, and after getting in the car, Yang Jinli thought for a moment. "Push back the upcoming events for me. Focus all efforts on the look at Tianxia event." The assistant was taken aback, shaking their head repeatedly. No. They looked at Yang Jinli earnestly. "Yes, Tianxia is impressive, and look at Tianxia occupies half the market, but TT is not weak either. The company has invested so many resources." Yang Jinli shook her head. "You don't understand." The assistant rolled their eyes. "What don't I understand? It's just virtual enhancement. the concept is already overhyped abroad. Even if they do it better than overseas, the equipment is much lighter, but it's still not the same thing, and the design is hideous. Yang Jinli chuckled, knowing they hadn't entered the space, and thought for a moment, unsure how to explain the previous shock, and finally spoke up with some firmness. I don't care, anyway, for the activities later, I'm only participating in looking at the world. The assistant was slightly taken aback. This girl was becoming a bit unruly. She wondered if she should contact the agent to have him talk to her. But thinking about Yi Chen's identity and looking at Yang Jinli's figure, she swallowed hard and hesitantly nodded. Then I'll go back and mention it to the company. Yang Jinli nodded slightly, then propped her chin up and looked out the window. People always said her acting skills were poor, doing too many variety shows was also quite boring, and live streaming couldn't compare to those professionals selling goods. The world of looking at the world should be the next big trend, but she scratched her head, wondering how to attract fans and how to monetize. At the same time, Xiao Yueying was also complaining. I looked at the price list, it's like they want to charge for air. She swiped her finger. Clothes cost money, otherwise, you end up in ugly work uniforms. Eating is free, no, you can't even eat, but you only have 3 hours of free stay time each day, and extra time costs money. The starting point is just a pigeon cage. If you want to live in a big house, you have to buy it, and furniture is extra. Once you go out, besides walking, teleportation also costs money. Ugh, pushing Yi Chen away, Xiao Yueying huffed. Can you let me finish? Yi Chen patted Jiang Shu's head and shrugged casually. You really know how to ruin the mood. What else do you want to say? Xiao Yueying smiled sweetly. I just wanted to ask if we have any discounts internally. Yi Chen chuckled, then directly refused in the face of Xiao Yueying's eager expression. No, you're all worth billions, and you still can't bear to spend that little? Xiao Yueying pouted. So stingy. She didn't really care about the money. She just enjoyed the feeling of having that privilege. However, seeing Yi Chen's firm refusal, her eyes turned, and she lifted her clothes. I'll suffocate you, let's see if you give in. Yi Chen grunted, then stretched out his claws. Little thing, you think you can force me to submit with this? Just wait and see who begs for mercy later. God of Wealthy seems to be getting serious. Trillions in subsidies, clearly ready to go head to head with the ugly country. Also, our stuff can't sell over there, so they shouldn't expect to take our market. God of Wealthy smashed his luxury car to show his determination. TSK, that's ruthless. I think it's a waste. There's no need for that. After selling it, donating to the poor would be much better. So many people. Those who are stirring the pot should stop. How much has God of Wealthy given through those red envelopes and looking at the world finance? Without him, we wouldn't say we'd starve, but at least we wouldn't be as comfortable as we are now. Comfortable my ass. Looking at the world too. Aurora glasses, dragon-type electric cars. I feel like my wallet is crying out. Be grateful, the subsidy is terrifyingly strong. Just grab a phone and it can offset 2,000 or 3,000. What more do you want? Hey, I have a lot of old stuff at home. Let's see. Haha, get all 3 major items. Just as the online discussions heated up, Yi Chen was at home, at Zishan Golf, playing tennis with Yang Jinli. Bang! The little koi in short clothes and shorts was running all over the place, the sweat flying off her glistening in the sunlight, showcasing youthful vitality. Bang! Yi Chen made a ruthless smash, and Yang Jinli helplessly watched the ball graze the baseline and score. You won! Yi Chen laughed, pointing with his racket. You want to beat me? Madama big breasts. Seeing Yang Jinli's confused expression, Yi Chen thought she probably hadn't seen it. You're still far from it. Alright, let's take a break. Yang Jinli responded with an O. Then the two returned to Villano. 8. Yi Chen exhaled. So, what do you want to talk to me about? Yang Jinli smiled a little shyly, then directly asked. I just want to ask, if I focus on developing world space in the future, how should I monetize it? Yi Chen shrugged his shoulders. There are too many methods. It's actually quite similar to a real world. He wasn't hiding anything. After all, someone would figure it out eventually, counting on their fingers. At the beginning, when there are fewer people, shooting some videos inside, the environment should attract quite a few people. Yang Jinli nodded. She had thought of that too. But the competition will be fierce, right? For example, the streamers from the World Guild will probably do this. Yi Chen shrugged again. It depends on who has more creativity. Same 6 villages, some people shoot it like a fairyland, while others shoot it like crap. Same rural life, some make it look desirable, while others make it look pitiful. I can't teach you that. He raised his second finger. There are industrial zones inside, as you've seen, whether it's fashion design or industrial product design, the cost is only 1/10, and the efficiency is much higher. For example, actors can shoot films, whether it's short videos, short dramas, formal TV series, or big movies. The cost there is also only 1/10. Of course, labor doesn't count, that depends on the market. I'm talking about materials and such. Singers can hold concerts, variety stars can participate in more realistic reality shows. In short, as long as you want, there are countless ways to make money in there. As he spoke, he looked curiously at the pensive Yang Jinli. You were quite famous back then, in 2020 or 2021, didn't you earn a few $100 million? I remember you said you just needed to buy a house, so how come you're still short on money now? Yang Jinli rolled her eyes. That was for the company. I only got 5% of the share, and after taxes and sharing the salaries of assistants, makeup artists, and stylists, I saved less than 10 million during those peak years. Then I missed the initial wave of world finance. She sighed. It's so hard to buy a house in Magic City. I only have a 130 square meter apartment now, and I want to get my parents a bigger villa. I don't know how many years I have to work for that. Yi Chen chuckled and didn't advise her to return to her hometown, Xiancheng. Everyone has their own aspirations, and besides, she is a star. Living in Xiancheng would be very inconvenient and would limit her opportunities. You could consider buying a villa in the space. 10 million would be more than enough. Yang Jinli laughed. No way, I'm not planning to spend money recklessly before I save enough. As she spoke, she looked around with a hint of envy. I always wanted a villa like this. Yi Chen smirked. Well, you have a long way to go. Mine in Nanshire, even at the lowest price, was 90 million. Now, it's worth at least $1 billion. In Magic City, houses like this, well, Tango Palace is about the same price. Yang Jinli didn't seem discouraged. In any case, I still need to work hard. She bent down slightly. Thank you for your guidance today. It's clear that not everyone has the chance to chat with the richest person about these things. Back in 2022, Buffett's lunch auctioned for over 100 million. Yi Chen looked at the white skin peeking out from her collar, coughed lightly, and joked, So, do you want to pay some tuition? Yang Jinli was taken aback, straightened up, and looked at Yi Chen blankly. She recalled various rumors about him. Does this mean he wants something more? Before she could hesitate or struggle, Yi Chen continued, What? You can't even afford to treat me to a meal? It can't be that stingy, right? Just a joke. Don't think too much of it. These days, he had already killed 3 major succubi, and he had no bullets left. This little fish, let's nurture it first. Yang Jinli breathed a sigh of relief and nodded. That's definitely not a problem. I just don't know when you have time. She secretly laughed at herself for overthinking. The other party was a billionaire. What kind of beauties hadn't he seen? What did she have? Yi Chen didn't even know when she wanted to eat, so she simply decided to make another appointment. After chatting for a while longer, Yang Jinli took her leave. As she was about to step out, she turned back to glance at the large villa and the surrounding area, encouraging herself in her heart. Come on, Jinli, you can do it. When she hurried to the station in the afternoon, preparing to return to the company, she received a shocking piece of news. I've been terminated? Yang Jinli's eyes widened as she stared at her manager, speaking hurriedly. I know I was a bit willful before and didn't follow the company's arrangements, but she was genuinely anxious. Resources were already scarce, and if she lost the company's support, what would she become? The manager found it somewhat amusing and looked at Yang Jinli with envy, pressing his hand down. Don't panic, Xiao Yang, let me finish. It's a good thing. Once Yang Jinli calmed down, he cleared his throat. Although the company has terminated your contract, they have already found you a new home, the big female lead entertainment company. You know them, right? They want to sign you. It was truly enviable. This kind of luck was rare. Just when her popularity was about to fade, this opportunity could very well elevate her to new heights. Yang Jinli repeated the name of the big female lead in her mouth a few times, her eyes suddenly widening. Lu Meyer, Nyomi, and Liang Jinqiu are the ones running it? The ones who bought the building recently, that. Seeing her flustered state, the manager nodded with a smile. That's right, you must know how popular they are. Lu Meyer in the television industry, Nyomi in the film industry, plus Liang Jinqiu in the fashion industry, they have all kinds of resources. You are their first signed artist. You've hit the jackpot. Think about it, back then, it was Nyomi who brought Hotba up. You can multiply that by 3. He cleared his throat. Not to mention, they have powerful backing, right? Just a finger from them is worth your entire lifetime of hard work. Yang Jinli nodded with a complex feeling in her heart. Yes, a lifetime. Nyomi looked at Yang Jinli, who had already completed the paperwork, and asked straightforwardly, Do you have the Aurora? Yes, I do. Chairman Yi gave me a set. Great, follow me. Then the two entered a space in the office. After appearing in a villa, Nyomi quickly activated the teleportation. Development Zone 0010014, filming location of female agent. At this moment, a bunch of people were busy, one of whom was the wildly popular director in the past 2 years, Jian Zhao. Hey, Mi Jia, you came to inspect? Jian Zhao smiled and greeted Nyomi. Naomi smiled back and pointed to Yang Jinli beside her. Bringing a newcomer, she shouldn't be a stranger. Give her a significant role, one that can span the series. This sudden script change made Jian Zhao scratch his head a bit, but who could argue with Naomi? Sure, no problem. Let me think about how to do it. Hey, how about me Jia you directly take her as a disciple? She can just be a rookie agent, a novice type, and after filming a few episodes, we can see how it goes and promote her. Naomi thought for a moment. You first come up with a synopsis. It's clear that this film is meant to promote her. The role needs to be strengthened, and the character must be likable, with room for display. Jian Zhao smiled wryly and nodded. Your requirements are quite a lot. This is my first live-action film. I'm really afraid it will flop. Naomi waved her hand. If it flops, just film again. The investment isn't that big. If you don't want to invest, we'll cover it all. Jian Zhao shook his head repeatedly. No, I still have some. He was joking. He had filmed 3 Neza movies and made tens of billions, so he had already tasted the sweetness. How could he give up his investment share? If it weren't for relying on the technology of the world, and if Yi Chen hadn't helped a lot with the special effects back then, he would dare to invest alone. After all, he still had some confidence in himself. Naomi hummed in acknowledgement and then asked about her own matter. Where are my clothes? Are they designed? Jian Zhao nodded. They're ready. We've hired quite a few big-name designers. I've sent them to you. Take a look. Naomi opened her inbox in front of her and saw the clothes inside, clicking on one directly. With a swish, her original outfit transformed into a tight leather jacket. She summoned a mirror. Who made this? It looks just like Scarlett's Black Widow. Is there any sincerity in it? Are you making me copy? She pouted in disdain and changed into the next outfit. Yang Jinli watched in amazement. Only then did he grasp what Yi Chen meant about reducing costs to 1/10. Not only were the costs lower, but the efficiency had also improved tremendously. In the past, just changing outfits for auditions would take several hours. Along with shooting promotional photos, one person could take several days to shoot a few outfits. Now, it was truly one-click outfit change. After trying on more than 20 sets, Naomi huffed. No, like this, after the Aurora launch, I'll set up a bounty to gather more ideas. These designs have no creativity at all, either they're too plain or they're copies from abroad, there's no uniqueness. As she spoke, she tapped her head and sent an invitation to Liang Jinxiu. Moments later, Liang Jinxiu arrived in a black high-collared trench coat. What do you need me for? Naomi nodded. I'm not satisfied with my outfits. Didn't you set up a few design studios? Help me see if there's anything suitable. I need some spy outfits and also some casual wear. Liang Jinxiu nodded. No problem. I was just thinking about what to use to practice and train the team. I'll take care of your crew's outfits. Naomi and Jian Zhao had no objections, so that was settled. Liang Jinxiu's eyes shifted and noticed the somewhat reserved Yang Jinli beside her. This girl? Yi Chen sent her over, asking us to take her alone. Naomi pouted, seemingly a bit dissatisfied. Liang Jinxiu smiled and didn't mind, giving a slight nod. The foundation is quite good, but her acting seems to be a hard issue. However, that's okay, it can be polished through practice. This space Yi Chen created is really nice. Naomi scoffed. He probably doesn't know how many people's livelihoods he's affecting with this. Costume, makeup, photography, lighting, sound, art. You'll see, there will definitely be people cursing him in the future. Liang Jinxiu chuckled. There are already quite a few. When I was watching videos, I saw many people saying that his export business is impossible to do now. No need to wait for the future. On May 31st, at 7 p.m., in the banquet hall of the C1 main building of Financial City, the daring Udazue had just showcased the mobile version of Tianxia 2. Real 10 nanometers technology. Transistor integration of 8 billion. 4 times higher than Tianxia 1. If we were to compare it to foreign equivalents, sorry, I'm not mocking our competitors. Yu Dong smiled warmly and pointed at the screen. Currently, Intel's most advanced 14A technology has 300 million transistors per square millimeter. Boom! 8 billion versus 300 million. Even an idiot knows how big the gap is. In fact, Yu Dong slightly shifted the concept here. Although Tianxia 2 has a high transistor density, it did not use three-dimensional packaging. 8 billion is just 8 billion. Unlike Intel, which used GAA, Yi Chen's full surround gate technology, stacking 5 layers for each transistor. Just think about it, the 14A technology is probably a bit worse than Tianxia 1's true 20 nanometers and pseudo 1 nanometer, but not by much. However, this doesn't mean that Yu Dong and the others have achieved more advanced packaging methods. Just kidding, we managed to get through such brutal suppression back then, relying on the world's #1 packaging technology. It's just unnecessary. Why go to such lengths? We've already tested it, and it only needs to support the AR enhancement mode of the Aurora. As for that super impressive Tianxia space, there will be dedicated hosts to support it. At this moment, Tianxia 2 is more than enough. Once the commotion settled, Yudong continued speaking, equally flat. As for the cameras and whatnot, I won't go into details, but in short, it's the best in the world. Let's talk about the system. Yes, it's the previously advertised Qinglong system. Completely independent of Hongmeng, Android, and Apple, it's a system developed by Tianxia Group, optimized for both computing speed and compatibility with Yezi. By the way, Yezi has also been updated to the second generation. Stronger intelligence also means higher computing power is needed, which requires the cooperation of chips and systems. After half an hour of hype, he finally got to the most important part, the price. Then came the curses. Launch price 19,999? What the hell? Has the god of wealth he gone mad? Exactly, what a joke. Who would buy such an expensive phone? I think he's lost it, thinking we would let him take advantage of us. Even if we don't use Tianxia phones, Apple is good enough. While the cursing was still ongoing, Yudong quickly started introducing the Aurora glasses. The clouded and vague talk about creating a new world left everyone confused, but they heard the price. Oh my god, are you crazy? 49,999? The last release was only 29,999. Exactly, what a joke. Who would buy such expensive glasses? I think he's not just lost it, he's inflated and exploded. Even Apple's Vision Products Group is only 20,000. After Yudong played a few videos from the space, regardless of whether the people below or online believed or understood, he continued speaking. After he finished talking about smart locks, partners of Tianxia began to showcase their products. From Dragon series electric vehicles, sofas, cabinets, refrigerators, air conditioners, washing machines, kitchenware, and even toilets. In short, everything you can think of has been AI enhanced. After nearly 5 hours of rushing, at 12 o'clock, the press conference ended. The flagship store by Tianxia began accepting orders. Then, after cursing for a full 5 hours, the people who had been setting the rhythm for 5 hours discovered. Sold out. In just 5 seconds, nearly 1 million items hoarded by various manufacturers were completely sold out. There was no way around it. Yichen's pricing was high, but the subsidies were also genuinely high. A Nokia phone from 20 years ago could be exchanged for 500, and an iPhone from 20 years ago could also be exchanged for 500, with no cap. Trade in 40 broken phones for a Tianxia 2. Who would complain about that? The promotional expenses spent by foreign competitors here were essentially wasted. Tianxia sold out again. On June 1st, the quick-handed folks received the long-awaited Tianxia glasses. Although the phone's performance had improved, for everyone, it was actually just that, nothing new. But the super strong XR glasses, they said, had been banned from sale before due to their powerful functions. How could that not drive people crazy? Especially since someone had analyzed Yudong's introduction word by word last night. Tianxia has probably really built a holographic simulated world. This was the consensus among many Tianxia fans. It was also their motivation to go crazy collecting junk to exchange for the Aurora. However, when they received their goods, setting up the loud main unit, and connecting for the first time, they were still dumbfounded. For example, Zheng Hui, the same one known as the slightly cool dogleg, who wanted to rely on Tianxia Group's technology to develop drugs himself. Wow, is it really that exaggerated? Previously, he had already experimented at home, and the AR enhancement was indeed amazing. With this, it felt like there was no need for computers or TVs anymore. But when he entered the space, he realized why AR enhancement only required connecting to Tianxia 2, while Tianxia Space needed a host. Damn, this is ridiculously awesome. My brother, you're amazing. When he walked out of the room and looked at the world before him, he was completely taken aback. The people coming out of the surrounding rooms, regardless of gender or age, almost all erupted in expletives. It was the only way to vent their emotions. Damn, I can't even take off my pants. Someone nearby muttered under their breath, and the people around looked at them with strange expressions. Then each person began to tear at their clothes, conducting their own experiments. Hey, I can tear it, but the touch feels so fake. The triangle area doesn't work. Bad review. Kaishin Yi, is there a special version? I want to try it. It seems like I can't wear people. I can't even touch them. Seriously, I'm not a bad person. In the building of living area 001-00014, the 1 million people who had just spawned were eagerly researching. Wow, this building is so tall. Ugh, this place is like the legendary Kowloon walled city. It's all data. Why not make a better place? Ah, it costs money. Not only does the place to live cost money, but even time has to be bought. Damn, only 3 hours a day? $10 to extend for an hour? A maximum of 9 hours a day? This feeling is like the old version of World of Warcraft buying game cards. Not gonna lie, it does feel a bit like that. A group of people chatted enthusiastically, clearly online, yet it felt just like reality. The distance between people was infinitely shortened. Once everyone had enough of the scenery, they began to head downstairs, wanting to see if the view below was the same as here, if there were any boundaries, and then they started cursing again. Damn, this elevator actually has a full capacity setting? What the hell, how long do we have to wait? Looks like I can't rely on freeloading. Teleporting down isn't too expensive, just a dime to go down a floor. With a whoosh, many people directly opened teleportation portals and arrived downstairs. At this moment, looking back, that 300-story walled city gave an indescribable sense of oppression. Indeed, in the virtual world, if this were real, it would have collapsed long ago. Zheng Hui shook his head, not lingering here any longer, and began to explore this world. Cinema, shopping mall, amusement park, office building, park. As long as it exists in reality, it can basically be found here. Well, there are no restrooms. Before he could finish exploring, a token suddenly appeared before him. Summons? What does that mean? He clicked on it, then raised an eyebrow and accepted the summons. With a whoosh, an ancient bronze door appeared before him. Entertainment Area 001-0011. When he arrived, he found himself standing alone on a high platform. Looking around, there were quite a few people nearby. Each person had a wooden platform. The highest one was Boss Liang. What's the matter? Calling us over? Xiao Yueying, dressed in red armor, pointed her staff at the opposite side. That 3-ton woman is causing trouble. Everyone help me take her down. Zheng Hui rolled his eyes upon hearing this. No way, we came all the way from TT to here? How do we play here? Xiao Yueying snorted. She can only take advantage of the fact that there are fewer people now to spar with me. Just like in TT, recharge it. Listen up. Here PK means deploying troops, $1 for a small soldier, $10 for a captain, $100 for a general, and $1,000 for a 1,000-man army. After a brief introduction, the voice of the 3-ton woman on the opposite platform came over. Are we fighting or not? The meeting isn't over yet? Xiao Yueying spat. Do you need a meeting to hit you? Come on, let's have a round. The loser rolls on the ground 3 times. Sandun chuckled. Then you're definitely going to lose. Bring it on. Her older brother had basically grabbed all the advantages, and their numbers were greater than the opponents. This time, they could finally take revenge. Just as they were rolling up their sleeves and getting ready to fight, a figure appeared on a small cliff between the two sides of the battlefield. Wow, this is a real battle. I can't believe it. This kind of PK is so exciting. I can't hold back. I want to spend some points. Going up to the high platform looks even more thrilling. As the crowd began to spend, soldiers in armor, full of spirit, started to appear under the high platforms on both sides. A countdown was floating in the sky, along with a large screen projecting the faces of both streamers and the older brother. 3, 2, 1, the battle began. With a whoosh, a tide of soldiers surged out, and in the middle of the 1,000-meter radius, they began to clash. Wait, aren't they supposed to be coded? This is so realistic. How did it pass the review? It can be adjusted, and there's a minor protection. After they come in, they're probably just watching cartoons. Oh, I'm coming. Lightning strike. Crackle, crackle, lightning descended, just like summoning a spell, making the viewer's blood boil. At the same time, the high platform, which was only slightly elevated from the ground, began to rise and move, getting closer to Qiu Yueying. It felt like all eyes were on them. The emotional value was at its peak. As the shouts of battle spread, the atmosphere heated up, and more onlookers began to join both sides. The news also spread. The first great battle in the world of space had erupted just like that. At first, both sides were just small soldiers, using a sea of troops strategy, and once they got familiar, catapults, flying dragons, phoenixes, and even the primordial heavenly sovereign appeared. They fought until the mountains and rivers were shattered, reenacting the primordial chaos, with special effects turned up to the max. After 28 minutes, under Qiu Yueying's intense gaze, Zheng Hui smashed $4 million Excalibur formations and finally defeated the opponent. Ha ha ha, we won! Yay! So exhilarating! Big brother is amazing! Incredible! Sister Liang is mighty! Just as this side finished, someone leaked the video and posted it on TT and the Worldview. The most expensive war in nearly 30 years, 30 minutes, costing $800 million. On June 2nd, just one day after the Aurora launch, the uproar was immense. This time, no one cared about the price anymore. What a joke! How did they model this? I found that the virtual characters look exactly like me in the space. Did they scan my information? What about privacy? Is there no privacy at all? The so-called patch-type brain-machine interface, can it read thoughts in the human brain? That's terrifying. Virtual reality is killing real society. In the future, everyone will just be a string of code. The whole world will be controlled by the world. It was unclear whether it was foreign trolls or spontaneous resistance, but the opposing voices were quite loud. However, the momentum on the world side was not weak either. Embrace technological progress. This is the inevitable path of human evolution. If you want to reach the stars and the sea, this is the shortcut. It's the only way out. Thank you for civilization being in the hands of the world. Stop talking nonsense. If you don't want to use it, don't grab it. I just want to know, when will there be a restock? Only 200,000 a day? When will it be my turn? The domestic scene was a complete mess, and abroad, it was no different. Why can't our tech companies produce this? That's right, before VR stocks, AI stocks, big companies have been hyping for so many years. Why is there no result? Now the technology has fallen so far behind Huagua. What will we do in the future? I heard they can already simulate wars in virtual space, a battle costing 800 million. What will we do? Alright, they turned a PK into a simulated battle, that's quite enough. Besides that, there's a lot of criticism about the trillion subsidies, trade in for new, unfair competition, asymmetric trade war, monopoly, oppose AI, boycott all products containing global technology. They shout fiercely, but for the world, for Yi Chen, it has no influence. Or rather, he enjoys these people. You can't stand me but can't do anything about me. Of course, while they shout fiercely abroad, in reality, on the 3rd, hundreds of Aurora units crossed the ocean to various cutting-edge laboratories. Reverse engineering, after all, is a globally applicable technology. Unfortunately, what they can crack is destined to be just superficial. The real core lies in that quantum matrix and Xiaoya's core code. Without these two, everything else is futile. Ugly Country, Oak Ridge National Laboratory ERT, Emergency Response Task Force. A group of big shots anxiously waiting for news. After a long while, a group of Nobel Prize-level experts came out. Each face wore a look of astonishment, murmuring, "Incredible! Yeah, I originally thought 2 billion was the limit, but unexpectedly, they broke through to 8 billion. I don't think this is the limit. Don't forget, their packaging is impressive too. Equivalent to 2A or even 1A could be achievable." After a moment of discussion among the big shots, some impatiently urged, "So, is there a way to, imitate? Yes, even if we can't reach the other party's performance, as long as we can make something similar, even if it can only be produced in the lab for now." The group of experts looked at each other. Theoretically, this was the time to scam some research funding, but, well, let me put it simply. One of the top experts nodded slightly and slowly began to speak under the expectant gazes of the others. "The other party's chip technology is ahead of us." He raised 2 fingers. "At least 2 generations, our current technology is 14A, equivalent to 1. For nanometers, while the other party's release can be considered equivalent to 5A+, roughly 4 to 8 years ahead." Seeing the faces across the room darken, he added, "Of course, we can't rule out the possibility of a technological explosion in the next couple of years that could shorten that time." Noticing the expressions across the room soften a bit, he pondered for a moment, his face serious. "Don't celebrate too early, this is just in terms of terminal hardware. I suspect the other party may have made breakthrough, explosive progress in quantum computing." Several experts around nodded. Otherwise, yes, AI couldn't have reached strong intelligence so quickly, and the virtual space, several square kilometers, that's truly astronomical in terms of computing power. Exactly, it can connect hundreds of thousands of people to interact together. That's just exaggerated. 512 logical quantum bits, at least at that level. They are already ahead of us by over 4 times. Not just that, they have already commercialized it. At least they have solved the error rate and uncertainty issues of quantum gates. Listening to their back and forth, the big shots felt their heads spinning. "Give us a clear answer. How many years will it take to catch up?" The experts exchanged glances. In research, who can guarantee success? The big shots frowned. Isn't there already a physical product? Even if the current technology doesn't meet the standards, the path has been laid out, just follow it. The chief expert cleared his throat. "In terms of hardware, we can think of some ways, but in terms of software," he spread his hands. "They are currently using Chinese programming, along with encryption. Sorry, we can't understand it." In the end, they couldn't come up with any good solutions. They could only follow the previous line of thought, allocate more funding, pressure Huagua, and collaborate with allies to develop together. "I should have known better than to let Yi Chen leave last time he came." At this moment, countless people regretted this. They didn't realize that if they had done that, perhaps there wouldn't have been any chasing at all. Most likely, Capitol Hill would have already been razed. On June 25th, it was Lu Yan's birthday, and it was also a celebration of her acceptance into Nanchur University. Lugu Palace. Lu Meyer glanced over at Lu Yan, who was playing with cream and teasing her brother, a smile tugging at her lips. I wonder if this generation will be the last to experience the college entrance examination. Yi Chen, who was drinking blood fungus, was taken aback. Why do you think that? Lu Meyer raised an eyebrow. Your space can keep expanding, right? In the future, everyone will be studying in the space, and with AI's help, everyone can find top teachers and renowned scholars, so there won't be a need to struggle with the college entrance exam. Yi Chen chuckled and shook his head. It's not that simple. University education may become widespread in the future, but teaching by masters isn't just a matter of reciting textbooks. Some things require guidance that AI can't replace for now. Maybe the content before university can be made fair, and after the college entrance exam is eliminated, there will be new tests, like, a major exam, and those who pass can learn more advanced knowledge. In short, the selection process will likely continue for many years. Lu Meyer responded with an "oh" and was about to speak when Yi Chen's phone rang. Glancing at the number, he frowned slightly and nodded to Lu Meyer. The boss is looking for me. I'll be right back. With that, he put on the Aurora and appeared directly in a secure area. What's the matter? Well, nothing major, but someone from abroad asked us if we want to exchange technology for market access. Ha! Yi Chen found it somewhat amusing. It was about time that the historical boomerang came back around to you. He thought for a second. Core technologies of the world won't be given. The rest is up for negotiation. The boss smiled slightly. He had the same intention. Alright then, next month, probably around the 23rd, at the China International Digital Interactive Entertainment Expo, let them see our strength and their sincerity. The China International Digital Interactive Entertainment Expo, known in English as ChinaJoy, covers games, anime, esports, and so on. It sounds very high-end, but for ordinary people, it's just a massive cosplay showcase. People come to see all kinds of two-dimensional girls. However, this year's CJ seems to have taken a different turn. First, the venue has changed. From the original 170,000 square meters of the new expo center, it has expanded to a whopping 1.5 million square meters at the National Exhibition Center. The number of participating companies has also exploded. In previous years, having over 1,000 was impressive. This year, it is said that after the announcement, they received 300,000 applications just for participation. After careful screening, there are still over 50,000 companies exhibiting. Moreover, most of these participating companies have little to do with entertainment. This steel, that manufacturing, if you didn't know better, you'd think they were holding a manufacturing industry conference here. Outside the entrance, Zheng Hui, Wu Xiao, Zhou Yayang, Zhu Bo, and Tong Rao looked at Yi Chen, who was sporting Ling Yi's face, and laughed. Good thing you used a disguise to come here. Yeah, I was really afraid that Director Yi would get surrounded if he went in. I just went in and listened. At least half of them were cursing. Yi Chen rolled his eyes. What does that have to do with me? They were slow to upgrade their own industries, and now they want to blame me? This time, putting on such a large event, the boss was also under some pressure. There was no way around it. Yi Chen's technological breakthrough was too fast, and the downstream industries couldn't keep up. Out of over 6 million manufacturing companies nationwide, there were barely less than 1,000 that could collaborate with the world. This is considered a first-level fleet centered around the super aircraft carrier Tianxia, with the daring super destroyer as its main vessel. Further out, there's a secondary fleet of about 10,000, which can be considered a second-level fleet. These have undergone technological transformations through Tianxia, resulting in explosive growth in both production capacity and technical indicators. This has left many manufacturers below, gasping for breath. It's still the old problem. The hard currency has appreciated, and now quality goods come at a high price. If we don't think of a way out, we might as well all collect garbage to sell to Tianxia's recycling station. Therefore, this exhibition is also a way for the higher-ups to find a way out for everyone. Some of the second-level fleet will open up some technology and take everyone overseas to build factories, engage in technology export, and industrial transfer. In fact, this has been in the works for a few years, as labor is no longer cheap nowadays. However, it was previously just small-scale activities and hadn't risen to the level of national strategy. Zheng Hui looked at Yi Chen, somewhat puzzled. Why do you have time today? Shouldn't you be at the platform? He was also supposed to go to the platform to show off, as it was part of his task. However, when Yi Chen called and said he wanted to hang out, he handed the platform duties over to the vice president. Yi Chen shook his head. No need, the products are there, those who understand will naturally understand. I can't be bothered with those who want to act dumb or curse. Come on, let's go in and have some fun. I brought equipment. He raised the camera in his hand, with the two prominent characters seagull on it, very eye-catching. Tong Rao snatched it to take a look. So nostalgic. My dad had a seagull back then. He wouldn't even let me touch it. TSK. Back then, he was forced to death by the neon manufacturers, and now it's reborn in your hands. Yi Chen shook his head. Niche stuff, the market isn't big. Honestly, compared to the photo function of Tianxia 2, it's not much better. Saying this, he took the camera back and smiled. It's good for showing off, an 80,000 camera, that's enough to impress, right? Tong Rao exaggeratedly laughed. With your pretty boy face, don't say 80,000, even with an 8,000 camera, the girls would flock to you. Get lost, I'm a photographer, I'm here to learn about the two-dimensional culture today. Yi Chen said this, and a group of people burst into laughter. Who doesn't know who? Just pretending. Laughing and joking, the group walked into the venue. They didn't go to those irrelevant halls but wandered around halls 7 and 8, which were gathering places for girls. Now, a group of people, except for Wu Xiao, who was a second-generation demolisher, were all wide-eyed. I didn't expect there to be so many people in the cosplay circle. Exactly. I always thought this was niche. Wu Xiao exhaled. Actually, it's still considered niche, it's just that this time, probably all the cosplayers from across the country have come. Looking at Yi Chen, who was glancing around, he lowered his voice. Now everyone says that once virtual spaces become popular, offline cosplay will probably decrease more and more. After all, changing clothes in virtual spaces is both cheap and convenient, and shooting is simple. Tong Rao chuckled and poked Yi Chen, winking. Another industry you've squeezed out of existence. How many people's livelihoods have you ruined? What a sin. Yi Chen scoffed. But don't you think I've given many people jobs? Do you know how many people are doing design in virtual spaces now? Over 3.6 million. The styles of clothes produced daily exceed the total from the past year. Zheng Hui patted their shoulders. Stop talking nonsense, I saw a good one, Hinata. Wow, this is a perfect restoration. Suddenly, a group of people turned their heads in unison, all staring. After all, most of them came from the era of chasing Naruto. Yi Chen glanced over. It was indeed a good restoration. Probably Hinata from the Chunin period. She was wearing a white and purple jacket, with a fishnet top underneath, sexy and hot. A group of people quickly gathered with their cameras. Click, click. After taking a few pictures, Wu Xiao walked over and tapped him on the shoulder. Want to collect some stamps? Yi Chen was taken aback. Was it really that direct? But once the girl agreed, Yi Chen realized he had overthought it. This stamp collection was different from what he imagined. It simply meant taking a group photo. One by one, they stepped forward to collect stamps, and in the end, Wu Xiao left the girl a chat ID. After they left, he casually said, after editing the photos we've taken, if you think they're good, you can send them to the girl. If she thinks they're good too, then you can arrange a shoot. A series of insider terms and rules flowed from Wu Xiao's mouth as if he were reciting them from memory. Yi Chen curiously asked, how do you know so much? Wu Xiao scratched his head. I was bored before, so I tried everything. I even quite like figurines. Zheng Hui nodded. I get that. Wu Xiao has bragged to me that one wall in his house could be worth a whole apartment. Zhou Yaoyang also nodded along. This guy even bragged about how he hooked up with some big name in the cosplay circle. Wu Xiao huffed. What do you mean bragged? It's true, she's very famous, but you guys aren't in the circle, so you haven't heard of her. Saying this, he climbed onto a small stool nearby and looked around. Found it. Let's go. That big group over there must be Hihua. In any industry that can be called an industry, there is a food chain. The cosplay circle is no exception. Popular cosplayers are always surrounded by people, and the stamp collection requests are non-stop. Super popular cosplayers have their own dedicated booths, those invited by manufacturers. And the top-tier ones, like Hihua, are invited by the organizers, have their own booths, and even hold photo signings and other events. After much effort, Yi Chen finally squeezed into the crowd and saw the Hihua that Wu Xiao had been bragging about. How should he put it? She was indeed beautiful. The character she was cosplaying, although Yi Chen wasn't sure who it was, seemed to be from a game, but the outfit, makeup, and props were all very detailed, so it was no wonder people around were exclaiming amazing restoration. However, compared to Wu Xiao, whose eyes were sparkling, Yi Chen and the others were not very interested. After all, it was cosplay. While looks are important, the character is even more so. Just like that Hinata from earlier, although she was a bit less impressive than Hihua, she was more attractive to Yi Chen. After mingling for a while and clarifying the rules, Yi Chen decided to leave the group. Sakura, Tian Tian, Shouju, Mei Mei, Tsunade, Xiaolan, and Hui Yuan. Yi Chen managed to collect all the characters he liked from his childhood, and it was fortunate that they were all here. Ordinary comic conventions don't have such a complete lineup. Although not every character was perfectly restored, some were even quite funny, like the flat-chested Tsunade and Mei Mei. Nevertheless, Yi Chen had a lot of fun, feeling a sense of nostalgia. He wandered from morning until almost noon, planning to find Wu Xiao and Zheng Hui for a meal. But then, oh my! Through a crowd, he spotted Mikasa Ackerman. This was his longtime favorite. He stared wide-eyed for a moment. Oh my, Yang Jinli? Blinking, it really was Yang Jinli. Looking closely, her cosplay was quite good. Her hairstyle, face shape, and expressions were all about 90% similar. Especially that brown vest, the white shirt underneath, the fitted pants, and the knee-high boots absolutely striking. And that little leather skirt with the thigh straps? So alluring. Just listening to the surrounding cheers made it clear how impactful Yang Jinli's outfit was. Yi Chen approached with his camera, but a circle of security was forming a wall. Everyone, please step back, don't crowd. Miss Yang still has work to do, please don't push. I said, don't. A security guard reached out to stop Yi Chen, then saw an ID booklet being opened. One of our people, I know Yang Jinli. This was the highest level pass issued by the exhibition committee. The guard hesitated for a moment but didn't stop him, though he still watched carefully. Yi Chen took a couple of steps, and Yang Jinli looked over, her cold face revealing some doubt. Who is this? Yi Chen blinked. Forgot, the one who said they would treat me to a meal? Still want to buy a villa like mine? Yang Jinli's mouth formed an O shape. Yi, realizing the other party was in disguise, she probably feared causing a scene and swallowed the ping at the end. What are you doing here? Yi Chen raised the camera in his hand. Stamp collecting. Yang Jinli was momentarily at a loss for words. No, big brother, you're a trillionaire, a tech whiz. Why aren't you making money and continuing to develop space? Why are you here looking at cosplay? At least you should check out those black technologies at other big venues. Isn't this a bit unprofessional? If Yi Chen knew her thoughts, he would laugh out loud. Those so-called black technologies? They were all outdated by more than a generation. Click click click, come on, don't just stand there, draw your sword, give me something cool. Oh right, don't smile, give me a cold face. So handsome, he directed from this side, and Yang Jinli posed in various styles, making the crowd outside, who couldn't get close, envious enough. When they saw Yi Chen standing next to Yang Jinli, directly wrapping his arm around her waist and taking a selfie, their jealous eyes were almost red. Yi Chen glanced at the chaotic crowd over there, the corners of his mouth curling up. Then he asked Yang Jinli, what brings you here to play cosplay? TSK, did you annoy your sister me and get sent here? Cosplay was becoming more and more popular, but for celebrities to directly attend a comic convention, well, it was a bit of a downgrade. If you like it, just post a picture online. From her appearance, it didn't seem like she was there to promote a game company, so she probably wasn't a spokesperson. Yang Jinli shook her head. No, Sister Me treats me very well. The movie is finished, and Sister Me said to let me. She lowered her voice slightly. Stir up some buzz, I've done cosplay before, I know this place is popular, so I came to give it a try. Yi Chen said oh and didn't pay much attention. It's about mealtime, treat me to a meal? Yang Jinli nodded without thinking. Sure, what do you want to eat? Yi Chen chuckled. I want to eat you. Yang Jinli was taken aback, biting her lip. Although she was somewhat prepared, it was still so sudden. Just as she was thinking about how to respond, a large group of people pushed in from outside. Hey, Lin Gu, you're here too. I was just thinking about where to find you. Wu Xiao waved his hand through the crowd, surrounded by a group of girls. Someone exclaimed, so many big shots, He Hua, Si Shui, Yu Jiang, Post 00S, Ling Yu. All top-tier big shots. Yi Chen glanced over. Indeed, he could tell that each of them had a strong background, and the costumes and props looked anything but cheap. What are you doing here? Do you need something from me? Wu Xiao cleared his throat and leaned closer. Can I borrow a yacht? I was just bragging with He Hua, so. Yi Chen looked at him speechlessly. Can't you get one yourself? Didn't you book one before? Wu Xiao shrugged. It hasn't arrived yet, bro, you have to help me out. Yi Chen clicked his tongue. Fine, but you have to pay the market price, let's say 3 million a day. Wu Xiao's eyes widened. Bro, you can't be serious? He wasn't surprised by the high price. Super yachts are generally priceless, and those available for rent are few and far between, so this price was indeed market value. You still care about this little money? Yi Chen snorted. Being frugal at home won't work. My yacht costs over 200 million just for maintenance in a year. Who told you to come knocking on my door to be fleeced? Wu Xiao smacked his lips and gritted his teeth. Fine, I'll just sell a house. Just for 5 days. Yi Chen raised an eyebrow. Oh, the house in Huade? Are you really going to give up that treasure? Wu Xiao lifted his chin. A man can't lose face. Besides, I already have 140 properties now. Selling one isn't a big deal. Yi Chen chuckled. This guy seemed to have had only over 30 properties last October, and now that he was making money with him, he just knew to buy houses. TSK. After whispering a few words, Wu Xiao waved to a group of people. Let's go, it's all arranged. We're heading to the yacht to have fun. Oh yeah. A group of people cheered. Yi Chen thought for a moment and looked at Yang Jinli beside him. how about we go play on the yacht? Yang Jinli naturally didn't refuse. Soon, a large group of people exited the exhibition hall, and the Riverflower turned to look at the crowd. Bro, I think we need several cars. Wu Xiao waved his hand. No cars, follow me. Moments later, they arrived at an open space behind the exhibition hall, pointing to a tilt-rotor aircraft over there. We're taking this. Wu Xiao had his hands in his pockets, somewhat enjoying the admiration of the crowd. Men, after all, care about face. This 15 million was worth it. The Lanninger 6000, a 6-ton class unmanned tilt-rotor aircraft. With 2 propellers on the wings, it can take off and land vertically like a helicopter, but is a bit faster than a helicopter. It was the latest product from the domestic aviation industry from the past 2 years. Originally intended for disaster relief material transport, the one Yi Chen and the others were sitting in was the R6000P, optimized for passenger transport. Its future positioning would be similar to an aerial bus. The one parked outside the exhibition hall was originally meant for emergency transport tasks. However, after Yi Chen made a phone call, he temporarily borrowed it. Anyway, there were several other aircraft in different directions of the exhibition hall, and after they were dropped off, this one would return, so it wouldn't delay anything. Once the group of 19 boarded the plane, Yi Chen had Xiaoyi greet the air traffic control and directly took over the controls. Vroom vroom vroom, the rotors began to spin rapidly, and amidst the gasps, they took off. So fast. Look, that's the airport over there. Ha, from this angle, the exhibition hall really looks like a 4-leaf clover. Over there, more than 10 girls were chattering away like a flock of ducks. Wu Xiao nudged Yi Chen with his elbow. Bro, did you bring one yourself? What about the ones we prepared? Yi Chen glanced at young Jinli, who was quietly sitting beside him, and stroked his chin. We'll see when the time comes. Wu Xiao nodded, not pursuing the topic further, and instead asked, Bro, can your space create games? Like those large AAA ones, making a magical world or a fairy tale world? Yi Chen chuckled. Got some ideas, huh? It's already in testing. Do you want to make one too? Wu Xiao hummed in agreement. I think there's money to be made, but how do we develop it? Do we still code? Yi Chen shook his head. There are specialized game development tools. Well, the development cost is a bit high. For 1 square kilometer, it's about 1 billion for land price. Put. Wu Xiao almost choked. What? 1 billion? Buying land in the space? Yi Chen shrugged. About that, the exact amount also depends on the nature of the game development, but it fluctuates around 100 million. Besides the land price, to build structures, props, and generate NPCs, the total investment is at least 5 billion. The actual cost was naturally not that high, but since he held the pricing power, it wouldn't be cheap. Also, the annual operating costs afterwards, mainly maintenance fees, are temporarily set at a total price of 5% for 1 year. Now I want to create a gaming space in it. All big companies like Tencent and NetEase, which grew through gaming, started researching this area when Aurora was just released. Wu Xiao scratched his head. Is that necessary? My total assets are only about 2 billion. If I put it all in, it wouldn't be enough. Yi Chen chuckled. If you really want to play, just pull Zheng Hui and the others in with you. Wu Xiao's eyes lit up. Bro, can you be one of them? Yi Chen laughed. You want me to compete with myself? Wu Xiao smiled ingratiatingly. The market is so big, 1 or 2 games won't matter, we can just do different types. Yi Chen nodded and didn't refuse. Alright, we'll talk specifics later. He used to dislike having his company share with others. If there was a project, he would insist on doing it alone. However, after discussing with the big boss, he realized that for greater benefits, he needed to acquire a portion of the company's shares. Since that's the case, it wouldn't hurt to have Wu Xiao in. After chatting for a few minutes, the Oriental Pearl was already in sight. The plane was indeed fast, 20 kilometers in just 3 minutes. As they descended straight towards the Joyful, the girls who had originally quieted down erupted into a chorus of screams. It's the Joyful! Wow! Are we going to party on the billionaire's yacht? Can we meet the real-life god of wealth, Yi? Bro, do you know the billionaire? Bro, I want to ask him for an autograph. A group of women stared at Wu Xiao like hungry wolves. Wu Xiao cleared his throat. He's not here. The yacht is rented through Tianxia Company. 15 million for 5 days. Hearing that the billionaire wasn't present, they were a bit disappointed, then their mouths dropped open. 15 million? Only 5 days? That's 3 million a day? Oh my god, that's enough to buy a house in Magic City. The chattering discussions made Wu Xiao's vanity soar. That's how extravagant he was. Once they stepped onto the yacht, the gasps didn't stop. After all, super yachts are not something everyone gets to see. This thing is more expensive than an average private jet, and there are very few yachts over 50 meters in the country now. Not to mention this one is over 100 meters long. After touring around a bit and seeing the yacht set sail towards the open sea, He Hua found Wu Xiao. Bro, can we take pictures? Wu Xiao nodded. Sure, feel free. He had asked Yi Chen before. There was nothing confidential here. Yi Chen rarely came, only using it as a villa when he was in Magic City. After a while, the new yacht he ordered would also be launched, so it didn't matter if this was made public. He Hua cheered, then dragged Wu Xiao and Zhang Hui to pose for various shots. Yi Chen wasn't idle either, taking pictures with Yang Jin. After everyone took a few sets of 9-grid photos, they headed to the restaurant, where a feast was already prepared. The girls were more reserved, taking their time, exuding a ladylike demeanor. After Yi Chen and the others ate for a while and filled their stomachs, they exchanged knowing glances, and Wu Xiao, the organizer, spoke up. Eating without doing anything is boring. Let's play a game, truth or dare. How about that? He Hua nodded immediately. Sounds good. The others had no objections, and Wu Xiao turned on the display screen next to the restaurant. Yi Zi, give us a number, then generate a random number for truth or dare. Okay, according to the seating numbers, as shown in the picture. Clear and straightforward, amidst the thumping music, the random number was generated, 11. Ha, fish sauce. I won't hold back, truth or dare. Wu Xiao stared at the fish sauce dressed in tight leather, grinning wickedly. The fish sauce crossed her arms, straightened her waist, and said in the bravest tone the most cowardly words. I'm not afraid, I choose honesty. A group of people all scoffed. Wu Xiao was not disappointed. Then please listen to the question. How many cars have parked in your garage? The fish sauce spat, her face slightly flushed. I knew you would ask this. 3 cars, is that enough? Wu Xiao touched his nose and chuckled. Only 3? Did you forget a 0? The fish sauce spat again. Nonsense. Do you think any car can fit in there? It's not a public parking lot. Hoof. Yezi, next random number. Bang bang bang. The music continued. Number 9. The fish sauce laughed and shouted at He Hua. Hua, hurry up and say, has the guy parked in your garage? He Hua spat at her and nodded. Yeah, you little brat, satisfied? A group of people revealed each other's secrets, playing a few rounds, and Yi Chen looked at young Jinli with some surprise. Is this woman really that brave? I choose brave. Yang Jinli felt strange as everyone looked at her. Yi Chen cleared his throat. Brother, take it easy. Zheng Hui smiled knowingly, his eyes turning. Then, number 3 and number 7 go to the closet for 5 minutes. Yi Chen stood up and nodded at the dazed Yang Jinli. Let's go. Yang Jinli got up and followed behind. In the closet, originally filled with cleaning supplies, it was a bit cramped for the two of them. Yang Jinli felt a hot breath on her face, making her dizzy. She had been silently counting but suddenly forgot everything. Yi Chen looked at Yang Jinli, who resembled Mikasa at that moment, feeling a stir of emotions. Action speaks louder than words. He moved in closer. Yang Jinli's eyes widened, her mind went blank. She wanted to push him away, but her outstretched hand was soft and was caught by Yi Chen. He held her body, pressing her head back. Not knowing how long it had been, she was finally released. Yang Jinli gasped. Is it time yet? Yi Chen smiled slightly. What's wrong? Not feeling good? Yang Jinli's face turned slightly red. Not really, it's just that we've been here for so long. Yi Chen chuckled and pushed open the closet door. Yang Jinli panicked, just about to fix her slightly disheveled clothes, when she realized, hey, where did they go? Yi Chen shrugged. Probably went to have fun. He licked his lips, looking at her. Let's start too. After thinking for a moment, he wiped his face and then made a face resembling a captain's. As Yang Jinli gasped, he twisted her arm behind her back and pressed it against the wall. Ha, Captain versus Mikasa. It seemed like a scenario from a comic he had seen before. This could be considered a dream come true. Just as his battle began, the others were not idle either. Hu brother, you're too amazing. He Hua closed her eyes and exhaled. Wu Xiao bared his teeth. Stop flattering. He Hua wriggled. You're the one flattering, hiss you woman, let me take a breather. Wu Xiao leaned against the head of the bed and lit a cigarette. He Hua leaned over, snuggling beside him, and after a moment of silence, she curiously asked, who is that Lin Gu? I've never heard you mention him before, is he with Yang Jinli? Wu Xiao paused for a moment, then shook his head. Don't pry, it has nothing to do with you. He Hua tugged at his arm. I'm just curious, said brother, if you're close with him, can you do me a favor? Wu Xiao rolled his eyes. Want to act? How old are you? You're not even professionally trained. He Hua huffed, somewhat unconvinced. I'm only 26. I'm a year younger than Yang Jinli. She isn't a professional either, but the village beauty can still shoot dramas and movies, right? Why can't I? Yes, she was popular back then, and my popularity isn't low either. I'm one of the top 10 ups on Bilibili. Wu Xiao chuckled. You're popular? How many people outside your circle know you? At least she participated in 2 rounds of a serious talent show. What about you? He Hua was quite discouraged, letting out a muffled hum and twisting her body. Wu Xiao touched her smooth back and thought for a moment. Alright, don't be stubborn. I can't bear to see you work so hard. Acting is tough and troublesome. If you really become an actor, if you don't get popular, that's one thing. But if you do, you won't get a day off in 365 days. If you want to make money, I can help you get a couple of game endorsements. Just shoot a 10-second video, take a couple of photos, easy peasy. How great is that? Hua turned around and shook her head. I just want to be an actor, a star. Biting her lip. I've already reached the top in the cosplay circle. If I don't move up, I'll always be looked down upon. Wu Xiao stroked her hair. Stop saying silly things. It's true. Hua huffed. When participating in events, even if it's an 18th tier, their status is still higher than ours. The makeup room has to wait for the artists to use it first, rehearsals have to wait for the artist's time. Why is that? She bit her lip. I can't change the unspoken rules, but I can change myself. She looked up at Wu Xiao. I must become an actor. If you don't help me, I know a few agents and directors, but they. Wu Xiao frowned. What? You still want to sleep your way up? She grinned. Are you threatening me now? Hua pouted. Well, who told you not to help? What can I do? Wu Xiao released her cheek with a cold snort. Alright, stop fussing. I'll ask around for you later, but you better behave. If I change my mind, don't blame me for not warning you. Hua's eyes lit up, nodding repeatedly. Okay, I'll listen to you. Wu Xiao raised an eyebrow. So obedient? Hua looked innocent. Whatever my brother says goes. Wu Xiao laughed. Go, get me an ice fire 18-layer hell. Yes, 2 hours later, a group of people went into the sea. Yes, the real sea. They removed their makeup and changed into swimsuits, waiting for the fresh-faced young Jinli to come out. Yi Chen whistled. Her face was truly resilient. The white two-piece swimsuit showcased her well-proportioned figure. However, he had seen many good figures and didn't pay much attention. He extended his hand. Come on, let me take you to something fun. Yang Jinli reached out her hand. Yi Chen took her to the boat shed, where a group of people were busy with their own toys. Bro, what are you planning to play? Water flying device, can you help me drive the jet ski? Sure. After discussing, Wu Xiao took Hua out on the jet ski from the boat shed. Yi Chen secured himself on the footrest of the flying device and tied Yang Jinli to his chest. Don't be scared, here we go. Wow. Yang Jinli barely had time to shout before she felt herself plunge into the water. Wu Xiao saw them hit the water, twisted the throttle, and the engine roared, sending a large amount of seawater through the connected hose. After Yi Chen controlled the direction and surged forward for a distance, he aimed the nozzle downward and increased the thrust. Boom! The dragon emerged from the sea. Aha! You can open your eyes now. Yang Jinli wiped her face and then realized she was hovering in midair, at least 10 meters up, feeling a bit nervous as she leaned back. Yi Chen wrapped his arms around her chest from behind, squeezing tightly, and performed a backflip. The dragon dove into the sea. After a few back and forths, Yang Jinli began to adapt and experienced the thrill and excitement of soaring through the air. Yi Chen took her around for a while, then taught her how to play. A group of people had a great time until the evening, and then it trended online. On the screen, Naomi watched the constantly moving blanket and snorted coldly. You seem to be having a lot of fun. Yi Chen rested his hands behind his head and smiled. It's alright, what do you need? Knowing this guy wasn't exactly a good person, but she couldn't get away from him either. Naomi simply turned off the screen, out of sight, out of mind. Nothing much, just a reminder, you're trending. Little Koi cosplay exhibition with boyfriend on Super Yacht, a trending topic came through. The accompanying photos were all of Yang Jinli cosplaying Mikasa in the exhibition hall, and the last one was of them boarding the R6000P. As for the yacht, well, the anti-paparazzi laser on the boat wasn't just for show. However, many people guessed that this was to accompany the god of wealth, Yi. After all, the yacht was his, and Yang Jinli's role as the leading lady was practically equivalent to his. The comments online were a bit outrageous. Might as well rename it to the Great Harem. He, Naomi, and the others are really something, not just for themselves, but also offering up, TSK. Nonsense. Those few ups from Hua have exposed that it's a super rich second generation renting the yacht, 15 million. Yi Chen yawned. Is this really a big deal? Naomi scoffed. You really don't understand Yang Jinli's village flower persona. Although it was previously exposed that she had a Korean boyfriend, at least she could still hold it together these past 2 years. With this incident, she's likely to be labeled as materialistic. Yi Chen thought for a moment. Actually, it's not a big deal. If the work is good, just promote it hard. You, Lu Meyer, Liang Jinxiu, didn't you all have your share of scandals back then? Naomi proudly lifted her chin, then remembered that the other side couldn't see. Do you think anyone can compare to us, to what we were back then? And besides, not everyone can hone their acting skills. She rubbed her temples, feeling a bit of a headache. This girl really doesn't get acting. After 2 months of practice, she can barely manage. The blanket paused for a moment, and Yi-Chen comfortingly patted it. If it doesn't work, just learn from you, go for the black-red route. Back then, your acting was also criticized to no end, but you still became a huge star. Naomi wasn't sure if that was a compliment and fell into a moment of speechless silence. So annoying. If it's going to be black-red, then so be it. If it flops later, don't blame me for not reminding you. Yi-Chen smiled. I have confidence in your abilities. By the way, should I clarify something? Just say I'm the photographer? Naomi laughed and scoffed. Do you think you're the main character? Linny is just a minor role, who cares? The focus is on whether Yi-Chen is on the boat or if the male lead is that Wu Xiao. Yi-Chen chuckled in disbelief. In that case, forget it. After chatting a bit more, Naomi hung up the call to go manage the comments. Just as Yang Jinli was about to come out, Yi-Chen received another call. He glanced over, pressed down on Yang Jinli through the blanket, and answered. What's up? Lu Yu saw the blanket and immediately understood what was going on, rolling her eyes playfully, then said no more. I want to ask you something. Do we want Ida? Yi-Chen was taken aback. Are you drunk? Calling me at this time to ask if I want chewing gum? Lu Yu paused for a moment, then laughed and waved her hand. I mean Yida Plaza. Wang Jian came to ask if we want to acquire it. I'm checking with you. After all, with the space coming out, the commercial plaza's future is uncertain. Indeed, after the space came out, commercial plazas were like a wolf had arrived, wailing everywhere. The main profit point for major shopping malls was the various brand clothing. In the space, you can change outfits with one click, plus the e-commerce logistics of buying the world, and with the explosive growth of designers and brands nowadays, it's enough to drive someone to jump off a building. Yi-Chen stroked his chin. Commercial squares will definitely still be useful in the future. After all, for eating, drinking, and having fun, there has to be a complex. If you can't sell clothes, you can sell services, sell emotional value, sell social circles, and creating a large VR space with a sense of presence would be pretty good. After thinking for a moment, let's go for it. Why is old Wang selling again? How many squares is he selling this time? I remember not long ago seeing Seat Song still playing around in the neon lights, living quite carefree. Lu Yu snorted. Now he can only play around as an internet celebrity. His family fortune is about to be completely taken away. Saying this, she displayed a list showing that since 2017, Wang Jin's sell over nearly 10 years. It's really tragic. Yida Film and Television, Yida Restaurant, all sold. More than 600 squares, over half sold. Now only 270 remain. Only the core industry of Yida Commercial Management is left, and the equity has been cut from 80% to 40%, with a net worth of only 9 billion left. This was the richest man back then, 200 billion less than at his peak. Betting against others, and being blocked from going public 8 times? What bad luck. He must have offended people when he was at his peak. Lu Yu heard his mumbling and hummed in agreement. The Tamang Sovereign Fund has taken him down twice in the oil reserve area, but there's nothing much to complain about. The mall is like a battlefield. When it's time to strike, no one will hold back. Wang Jian also took down many opponents to rise up back then. She exhaled with some admiration. Betting is really a trap. It seems like only Sister Me has succeeded in the entertainment industry. She's really impressive. The capital circle is even more brutal. Shaking her head. What to say? Should we or not? Yida Commercial Management is now valued at 22.5 billion, but if we take it, I'm confident I can push it down to around 10 billion. Their debt ratio is too high, still paying back, with 80 billion in debt. Tamang Investment originally made some rent, and it was quite good to cut 1 or 2 squares, but now the prospects for the squares are unclear. They probably also plan to shift the blame. Yi-Chen tilted his head and thought for a while. Actually, they're not bad, at least they haven't run away. Lu Yu chuckled. Is it that they haven't run or can't run away? Who knows? Yi-Chen also laughed. No matter what, I think they're much more pleasing than others. Principal Wang is quite a fun person. The entertainment industry is less lively without the discipline committee. Lu Yu hummed in agreement. So, are we going to buy it? Yi-Chen nodded. Let's buy it, but leave them with 10% of the shares. Lu Yu was taken aback, then reacted. It's from the big boss's side. Yi-Chen waved his hand. No, the big boss didn't specify who must be it. Setting a benchmark, I can not only help people ascend but also save them from fire and water, and build up some good relationships. There are really enough people cursing me now. Lu Yu giggled. Anyway, you're not short of meat, and once Tianxia Holdings completes its restructuring, we'll have quite a few people too. After finishing this serious business, She glanced at the quilt that was still moving and huffed. Really owe you from the last life. Hang up. Yi Chen chuckled awkwardly, then lifted the quilt and dove in, turning the river and stirring the sea. The 4-day exhibition went smoothly. The result? It's all over. The intention agreement is only 1.5 billion. It makes my heart feel cold. Yeah, I thought so many people would come. Our big space technology is so strong. We could just push through. The official media didn't report it. Where did you get that 1.5 billion conclusion? Don't lead the rhythm. Sometimes, insider news is more accurate. If it were really high, why not report it? Damn ugly country, jumping around, so annoying. The internet was filled with curses. In recent days, the ugly country has been busy. Since the release of the Aurora glasses in June and the public unveiling of World Space, they have continuously launched attacks. There were claims about patent infringement, demands for public reviews, and bans on certain materials and raw materials. They were busy conducting exercises here and visiting there, a complete mess. Originally, everyone thought that with our military strength, economic power, and leading technology, we should be able to gain quite a few allies, but the result was *Sigh. This is the problem with relying on inertia. Breaking the blockade isn't that easy. Buckle up and endure a few more years. Don't be ridiculous. Buckle up. The current subsidies are unprecedented. Who the hell is starving? Don't just look at the positives. Yes, the world system is impressive, but the ship is only so big, many companies can't get on board, and it's a tragedy. I still think releasing space at this time isn't a good idea. It should be more low-key. The online discussions were all over the place, but generally, people felt like they had been doused with cold water. In the following days, state media successively issued travel warnings advising against going to the Eastern 10 nations. Some keen observers sensed trouble brewing. Sure enough, starting from August 1st, the Army Day, news began to trickle in. What the hell? Has the government army gone mad? They wiped out 8 states in one day? I'm more curious about where they got that strength. Didn't they say they were all old soldiers? Even if they are old soldiers, if they have cannons to swat mosquitoes, they can still kill. Goodness, they even have drone swarms now. Where did they get those? Hee. I guess they picked them up in the rainforest. Turns out drones can not only perform light shows but can also be used for war. Yi Chen? While some were watching the excitement, the outside world was going crazy, especially the ugly country. They had spent decades painstakingly nurturing their seeds, and now it seemed they were all about to be uprooted. An emergency meeting of the United Nations was called. Eagle sauce, ahem, rabbit, things are a bit chaotic over there, aren't they? Can you stabilize it? Rabbit, what? Don't worry, it's stable. Eagle sauce, how many times have you done this, and it's still stable? How about this, I'll come over and help you out. We're friends, after all. Rabbit, hee. Eagle sauce, what do you mean by hee? Rabbit, hee means, why don't you come over and try? Just try and you'll be done for. At the ugly country's neon base, the aircraft carrier fleet set sail, took a tour of the Pacific, and then could only watch helplessly as those nails were pulled out. There was no way anyone who dared to cross the red line would bear the responsibility. About a month later, all the small armed groups that had been like psoriasis in the surrounding area were wiped out. The fact proved that they had been able to survive before because of everyone's tacit agreement. Now, if someone found them annoying, or if they were hindering others from making money, there was naturally no need for them to continue existing. By the end of August, the World Finance quietly launched an insurance business. Overseas travel insurance? $10 a day? What does unlimited compensation mean? Look closely. There is a cap on personal compensation, but there is no cap on pursuing the responsible party. To put it simply, remember the silent morning riverbank park from back in the day? It's that kind of meaning. I guess this is the revenge fund that God of Wealth Ye prepared for us. If anyone goes missing outside, then the fun will be big. What the hell? This sudden sense of security. The online discussions heated up for 2 days, only to be drowned out by the dazzling announcements from various companies. Penguin Group plans to build a super large data center in the new home. TT partners with Alibaba Group to create a new e-commerce channel. Rice plans to establish a joint production base in Neon Thai. One by one, companies were embarrassed to announce investments of less than 50 or 100 billion. Before the crowd could suspect they were about to flee and transfer assets, another announcement suddenly appeared, all regarding the transfer of shares in listed companies. Ranging from 5% to 20%, the acquirers were all Tianxia Holdings. The market was ignited, the carnival began, and wealth was redistributed. Yi Chen had really put in his blood and sweat this time, continuously investing funds to boost the stock market. Major companies also started throwing money around like crazy in the space. Investments of 5 billion were common, buying up 5 square kilometers, adding up to expand the space to numbers 001, 1001. Over 1,000 square kilometers, larger than the main urban area of Nanshur. Commercial centers, office buildings, super research institutes, cinemas, gaming spaces, anything that existed in reality, as long as it could be replicated, began to appear in the space. An ecosystem started to gradually establish itself. On September 30th, in the space, the Yida Safangti Cinema, the largest screen in the entire space, 90 meters high and 160 meters wide, larger than a football field, capable of accommodating 90,000 viewers at once. It wasn't that it couldn't be made larger, but the experience wouldn't be great. This was about the limit. The global premiere of Female Agent, starring Naomi, was held here, the first film to premiere in the space. 40,000 audience members attended, with another 50,000, half from the domestic entertainment industry and the other half from abroad, the research community. There was no way around it. Yi Chen had set strict limits. Various identity verifications meant that even with glasses, one couldn't log in through abnormal channels. A group of big shots spent their days watching various videos that came in, eager to see what the space was really like. At this moment, a rare opportunity arose, and over 20,000 invitations were sent out. Each one was determined to come over, risking everything. Incredible! How on earth did they do it? Is AI really that powerful? What a joke! Each foreigner looked like a country bumpkin who had never seen the world. Touching this and looking at that, everything was a complete novelty. At 1:30 p.m., the red carpet show began. It was a real show. The first to appear was the girl Yang Jinli, dressed in a black leather outfit, riding a powerful motorcycle from the horizon, roaring in with thunderous applause. Her image was projected on the screen behind her, and the cinema erupted in screams. One must admit, if a person is good-looking, their popularity won't be lacking. The film's creators took turns to appear, interspersed with various guests, all of whom were well-known. After all, there were too many people. It wouldn't do to have tens of thousands walk one by one. The second-tier stars didn't get a chance. Only about 100 first-tier ones could make an appearance. Each one was well off, and they all maximized the special effects. Some walked on clouds, some walked through fire, and as long as they paid, the space had everything. Just from this wave of entrance effects, Yi Chen made a small target profit. Finally, after Naomi entered, Yi Chen, dressed in a traditional white long robe, walked out from the screen with the words Tianxia beside him. Tianxia! Yi Chen had no unnecessary words, he spoke lightly, and then the entire venue erupted in cheers, as if about to overturn the space. First, the movie had nothing much to say, just the old story of a female agent defeating the bad guys and saving the world. The novelty lay in blowing up domestic landmark buildings. The Pearl Tower, the Ziding Building, Tianxia Financial City, all collapsed. Aside from the earlier Wandering Earth, this was considered the first proper movie in the country to satisfy everyone's destructive desires. Regardless of whether the plot had flaws or the acting was up to par, the audience present was thoroughly entertained. Meanwhile, that small group from the foreign entertainment industry was in agony. If special effects were going to be played like this in the future, what was the point of even playing? This was equivalent to creating a life-sized replica and then filming an explosion. If released, one might accidentally make people think a real world war had broken out. The Hollywood Observer had a complex mind but wasn't too worried. Culture isn't something that can be easily penetrated. How many years have they toiled to market globally? Here in Huagua, we still have to wait a bit longer. In the future, as filming costs decrease, as long as overseas distribution can make a bit of profit, we can break even, and then, Yi Chen stroked his chin, somewhat pleased. Naomi beside him also chuckled. After watching the movie, I bet those big companies are all cursing you. Yi Chen raised an eyebrow. Cursing me for what? I helped their stock prices double, and they're still not satisfied? Naomi stuck out her tongue. But you sold land and buildings too expensively. My movie's budget is only 30 million, with such a large scene, blown up countless times, and you sell a piece of land for 100 million? Yi Chen waved his hand. It's not the same concept, this involves. Glancing at Naomi's keep-going expression, Yi Chen chuckled and shook his head. Alright, it is indeed just a set of data, not much cost. Naomi rolled her eyes. Good, you really spoke the truth. No way, give me a refund. Yi Chen shook his head. That's not how it works. If we really talk about costs, their piece of land has always been there. While your scene can be dismantled after use, it's different, you understand? He spoke in a somewhat leisurely tone. This is actually just a reservoir. where excess funds gather to suppress inflation and adjust wealth distribution principles. It's very complex behind the scenes, and the price isn't something I just decided on a whim. Naomi responded with an "oh," then tugged at his arm. I don't care, in the future, our company can't charge such high prices for filming. Discounts are a must. Yichin rolled his eyes. One by one, they all wanted to take advantage of him. Last time it was Chiu Yueying, and now it's Naomi. No way, not a single cent less, or I'll blacklist you. Naomi stuck out her tongue, then her gaze wandered as she pondered. If I were to blacklist certain people, would you help me? Yichin kissed her forehead and waved his hand. Say, who? I'll take care of him. Naomi giggled. She loved his domineering demeanor. His masculinity was off the charts. The next day, Naomi got up early, made breakfast for Yichin, and then hurried off. She had to run promotions. Even with a net worth of billions, she remained incredibly dedicated. Thumbs up. Yichin also lingered in bed, and after getting up and washing up, he asked while eating, Xiaoyi, how's the situation? The number of registered users has surpassed 60 million. The peak number of simultaneous online users is around 15 million, with a trend of increase. Yichin degree. How do you feel? Any progress? I don't know, although I can gain more data from their innovations. I don't have quantified experience points for improving my own creative abilities. It might take billions of learning instances to ignite the spark of my wisdom. Yichin chuckled. I feel like you're wise enough already. Don't rush, leave some food for everyone. Even if you don't have much innovative ability now, just integrating ideas and proposing solutions can basically outshine a whole bunch of geniuses, right? It's not that impressive. Yichin // By the way, how's dieting coming along? Dieting is the strong AI independently developed and trained by the state, referencing part of Ye's design, which took nearly a year to complete not long ago. In terms of intelligence, it's not much different from Yi now. Some underlying logic has been modified, and it has already been deployed in government affairs, taxation, and judicial supervision departments. It should be equipped with a quantum computer with 512 logical bits, combined with a batch of supercomputers and GPUs, supported by 18 data centers. However, compared to our quantum matrix, it's still quite a bit behind. Made a big breasts. Yichin asterisk. Oh, already have 512 logical qubits? The research is progressing quite fast. It seems the country isn't doing nothing, just thinking about getting technology from him. They are also investing and developing. There's nothing wrong with that. Actually, it's a bit slow. Mainly, they seemed uncertain about the route for quantum computing at the beginning, trying out many paths like superconducting qubits, ion traps, neutral atoms, silicon qubits. After chatting about domestic matters for a while, Yichin had Xiaoyi play the Apple launch event from early morning. Apple 18, Advanced A20 chip, using Intel's 14A chip, employing the latest WMCM packaging technology. The technical specifications have completely reached 1 nanometer. This shameless one is still talking about 1 nanometer. The world has already popularized 2, with a transistor density of 300 million. What 1 nanometer nonsense is this? But they are actually using Intel's chip? Xiaoyi, what about the bending machine? Master, after they paid the fine, they closed the factory in Arizona and are now doing OEM for Dami, 6, OP, 1++, and Chuansheng, following the world's 1, true 20 nanometers technology route. TSK, this poor thing, probably scared by the Eastern 10 nations before, Yichin chuckled, while the old coup on the screen was still enthusiastically praising. Deepened and enhanced GPT-M6 strong intelligence. Absolutely a good helper for life, optimized for the iOS system, capable of handling multiple complex tasks simultaneously. Yichin scoffed, boasting without even drafting a script. Xiaoyi had tested it, and it was only slightly better than the weak ones, not reaching the level of strong intelligence, even worse than Yi 1, let alone Yi 2. 2 million apps, there's bound to be one that suits you. Well, Old Ku also ran out of words, starting to talk about this, and even subtly mocked the World 2's Qinglong system. Xiaoyi, do we currently have 15,000 apps? That's right, Master, but over 1,000 new ones go online every day. The porting speed is very fast. Do you need me to help them again? No need, there are only a few commonly used ones. Having the whole family bucket from the world is about enough. Dami wants to focus on overseas markets. Let them show their own abilities. I won't get involved in that. Although there is a cooperation agreement, not every company directly switches to the Qinglong system. Many still cling to Android, reluctant and afraid to give it up, betting on both sides. There are certainly many fence-sitters, but there are also quite a few who go all in. For example, the woman in front of him, the former princess of Samsung, Li Fujin. No wonder she was once said to have outshone a host of female stars. At this age, she still maintains herself quite well. Yichin looked at Li Fujin in front of him and smiled. Fujin Luna, please take a seat. Li Fujin was taken aback for a moment, probably because it had been a long time since anyone called her Luna, and the corners of her mouth curled up. "Thank you for the impromptu visit. I apologize for the disturbance." Yi Chen poured her a cup of tea. "You mentioned there was something important to discuss." He paused for a moment and smiled. "It wouldn't be that the Shilla Hotel wants to open a branch in Nanshire and wants me to invest, would it?" Li Fujin smiled slightly. "If it were that kind of small matter, I would just go find General Liu, thank you." She took the teacup, holding it elegantly, and took a sip. Yi Chen said, "Oh, so what is it? Can we talk about it now? I don't like beating around the bush." Li Fujin set down the teacup, straightened her back slightly, and her expression began to turn serious. "I hope to facilitate a union between Samsung and the Tianxia Group." Yi Chen chuckled. "What does your Samsung have? Don't tell me your storage technology is impressive." Last year, Tianxia 1 already had 32 GB of RAM. Li Fujin shook her head. "Channels, markets, policies." Yi Chen leaned back a bit, lazily tapping his fingers. "Channels can be built slowly, markets can be seized, and after I take you down, everything will be mine." The corners of his mouth curled up. "As for policies, come back to me when you can drive the troops away." He spoke bluntly, but it wasn't that he was completely uninterested. There was still a hint of intrigue. However, when they mentioned it, he couldn't just rush in, he had to play it cool. "Channels can be built slowly, but how long will it take? Samsung took 30 years to establish a global sales channel. The world may be strong, but entering the markets of various countries isn't that easy." Li Fujin looked at Yi Chen seriously. "You are competing for the market now, let's not talk about anything else. If Samsung helps in Southeast Asia, it will be 100 times easier." She took a breath. "If you don't agree, then Samsung will have to go all out against you. At that time, you may not win." Yi Chen fell silent for a moment, then suddenly smiled. "I remember that Samsung is currently managed by your brother, Li Zion, right? You're in charge of the hotel industry. Did he call you here? Or?" He stared at Li Fujin with a half-smile. "You don't have faith in the outcome of the battle between Samsung and our world, so you came to place a bet?" This was the biggest possibility that little Yi could speculate. Li Fujin wasn't embarrassed by being seen through, she nodded straightforwardly. "I don't have faith in the outcome of the conflict between the ugly country and your Huagua. History proves that when you rise, nothing can stop you." Yi Chen chuckled. This little flattery was quite pleasing. After laughing for a moment, Yi Chen scanned the information provided by little Yi, pondering for a while. "What do I need to do? What can I gain, and what do you want?" This was the start of actual negotiations. Although Li Fujin was a bit surprised by his decisiveness, she perked up. 60 trillion in funds will put greater pressure on Samsung. If I become the chairman, I will provide help and returns in various fields. At this point, Li Fujin didn't hide her ambition at all. She wanted to push her brother off the stage and take his place. When Yi Chen heard 60 trillion, he almost spat out his drink. "What a joke! Did you think this was a national war? 60 trillion? The last time Wall Street launched a surprise attack, they didn't even use that much, only about 20 trillion. But then he realized it should be in Korean won. Converting it, it was only about 200 billion. It was a shocking figure. He stroked his chin and thought for a moment. "I need to consider it." Li Fujin didn't expect him to agree immediately. For such a big matter, taking a few years to think it over was normal. She nodded slightly and stood up. "Then I'll take my leave." After she left, Yi Chen had little Yi analyze the odds of supporting Li Fujin, as well as the various reactions and potential consequences. Once that was done, he discussed with the big boss in the space, as there were too many aspects involved, and they might need to take action to suppress any possible counterattacks from the ugly country. The big boss also needed to study it. After all, the ugly country was a bit agitated now. Should they take advantage of the situation to settle things on the peninsula, or should they stabilize? That was a question. Yi Chen wasn't in a hurry, he still had many things to do. For example, the Nanshire Yunjin Research Institute. Just as he arrived at the door, a group of people came to greet him. Welcome, Director Yi, for your inspection. Actually, if you have any instructions, you can just say it in the space, it's hard work," the general manager said with a beaming smile. Yi Chen rolled his eyes. "Cut that out. It's been private for so many years. Why are you still speaking in official tones?" The general manager's smile froze on his face, then he wiped his face. "I'm used to it, I often host." Director Yi, please come inside." Yi Chen nodded and looked around. "Hey, where's Master Zhou?" Zhou Shi, a national-level intangible cultural heritage project, is the representative inheritor of the Nanshire Yunjin wooden loom brocade weaving technique. A master of brocade craftsmanship, a renowned figure in provincial arts and crafts, a provincial intangible heritage inheritor, an excellent folk artist, and so on. In short, a big shot. The general manager silently complained, saying he didn't like the official tone, yet immediately asked why no one came to greet him. which was no different from an official's demeanor. However, he only dared to voice this in his heart, maintaining a composed exterior as he explained, "Director Joe is still researching new techniques and couldn't come to welcome you. Please bear with us." Yi Chen responded with an "oh," as he was merely asking out of curiosity and had no objections. "Alright then, let's not disturb him. Let's head to the conference room for a brief meeting." In the conference room, the general manager thought for a moment and decided to skip the formalities, directly introducing the current situation. In the first 3 quarters, sales doubled, reaching 200 million, capturing a significant portion of the domestic market. The general manager's face radiated pride. Yi Chen grinned, feeling quite miserable. Both were luxury goods, but compared to LVMH, it was like nothing remained. But it was no surprise, the positioning of luxury goods was different domestically and internationally. Abroad, it was about fooling the rich, while domestically, even the rich couldn't buy it. It was not the same thing. But now it was different. Yi Chen felt displeased. The economic boom was about to arrive, and once per capita income increased, all the profits would go to the Europeans, maintaining their high welfare and allowing them to relax. Wasn't that all for nothing? Therefore, they had to push back. Clearing his throat, he considered giving this guy some face, refraining from comments, and directly said, "I have a plan." Then, his grand blueprint was projected. The general manager, along with a group of sales directors and marketing heads, gradually looked dumbfounded. For tiers of emperors and nobles correspond to ultra-luxury, high luxury, first line, and light luxury. In the first phase, establish around 20 brands, focusing on clothing, gradually expanding into bags, perfumes, cosmetics, jewelry, watches, and beverages. Global flagship store plan, in the world's top 100 cities, open top-tier flagships, showcasing historical depth and creating a sense of luxury. Blah blah blah, Yi Chen said a lot, but to sum it up, it was just 2 words: spend money. In the end, luxury goods are all about these 2 words. Talking about history or technology is all nonsense. The production lines of foreigners are now all in the country, and the fabrics are all outsourced. It's just a label. What real technology is there? A factory in Wui weaves 15 million meters for Armani a year. In comparison, Yunjin is genuinely difficult, only producing 20,000 meters a year, not even enough for a fraction. Yet the prices are similar. Where's the difference? Isn't it all based on daily hard and soft advertising, creating a sense of recognition and a sense of high-end? Why couldn't the 4 major brocades compete with them before? The marketing budget wasn't enough, no one invested, and there was no progress, just a bunch of people criticizing, machine-woven Yunjin is fake Yunjin, why is it so expensive? Put, as if Hermes and Chanel were hand-woven, what nonsense. As for haute couture? Hand cutting? Space is a good thing. Soon everyone will enjoy haute couture services, but it can't be too widespread, or else it won't be worth anything. After Yi Chen finished speaking, the general manager and his group were flushed with excitement. They felt that the highlight of their lives was about to arrive. Rest assured, Director Yi, I will do my utmost to sell Yunjin and the 4 major brocades globally. Yi Chen nodded. That's the spirit. We must make our brocade the best in the world. Back in the day, our ancestors could sell silk as a luxury item to foreigners, so naturally, we can do the same now. Our cloud brocade was exclusively supplied to the royal family for 1,600 years. Do the foreigners have that kind of heritage? After venting for a while, he began to outline the detailed steps. From product placement in movies and TV shows to celebrity endorsements and store location selection, he covered the entire framework. This is just a general idea. We'll modify it as we execute. Our competitors aren't dead. They'll inevitably pull some tricks, after all, he sneered. In Europe, they're now relying on luxury taxes to survive. Last year, they even came up with a rule to work only 4 days a week. Damn, they're just sucking our blood. He gestured with his hand. Within 2 years, we'll surpass them in the domestic market. Within 5 years, we'll crush them in the overseas market. If we can't do it, don't blame me for changing people. The general manager listened, his initial excitement cooling down. This demand was indeed a bit unreasonable. However, don't worry, if we can't do it, I'll resign myself. Unlimited support naturally comes with difficult tasks. It's not like being part of a state-owned enterprise where you can just tie a dog and still be number 1 in the country. After the meeting, Yi Chen went to the workshop behind the research institute. In the spacious workshop, several wooden looms were set up. The largest one was a large flower tower jacquard loom, made up of 1924 parts, requiring 2 people to operate, and could only produce 10 centimeters in a day. In a year, it could barely produce 30 meters. Such purely handmade items, which could be considered artworks, surprisingly couldn't compete with the branded products. Where could one argue about that? At that moment, Joshi was not busy at the large flower tower but was staring at a machine that was continuously spewing out fake cloud brocade. When he noticed Yi-Chen entering with a group of people, his expression became somewhat stiff, and he snorted coldly. Yi-Chen smiled and didn't mind. It was normal for the old man to be angry, especially since he had turned makeup flowers into machine production. Master Zhou, how does this makeup flower compare to what you make in terms of quality? Although he didn't care, Yi-Chen couldn't help but poke at the old man. Joshi's face darkened a few shades. He wanted to say that the machine-produced items lacked soul, but he didn't have the face to say it outright, so he grunted. The quality is acceptable. After thinking for a moment, he couldn't help but add, it's probably at my level of skill from 20 years ago. This meant he couldn't surpass his current self. Yi-Chen wasn't surprised. The manufacturing of makeup flowers emphasized the intricacies of weaving, and handmade production allowed for free variations. Although the loom he created, the brocade Thousand Journey loom, could imitate it, it was ultimately imitation and couldn't compare to a master's craftsmanship. But having Joshi's 20 years of skill was enough. In terms of efficiency, it was a complete blowout. It could produce 1,000 meters a day, while Joshi would probably never weave that much in his lifetime. Moreover, this was just one machine. Producing 10,000 of them wouldn't be difficult. Master Zhou, don't be angry, this is a good thing. You also hope to see cloud brocade flourish and be marketed both domestically and internationally, right? Joshi naturally hoped for cloud brocade to thrive, but you can already produce it with machines. Why do you still want me to recruit apprentices? Are you planning to use the guise of handmade production to cheat money? He was mainly angry about this, feeling used as a signboard. Yi-Chen waved his hand. It's not cheating. It's a marketing strategy. The makeup flower fabric is destined not to be mass-produced, it will only be used in top luxury products, which is why I asked you to recruit people. The general manager and a few others behind him looked at Yi-Chen with strange expressions. This wasn't entirely a lie, but it wasn't the whole truth either. It had been said before that once the brand was established, they would expand and produce hundreds of thousands of meters in a year. He also gave examples of diamonds and Lafite. Clearly, there are synthetic diamonds now. So why can they still be sold for such high prices? Clearly, in 1982, Lafite only produced 180,000 bottles in total, so why, after 44 years of drinking, with 3 million bottles each year, is it still not finished? It seems that the future makeup flower Yun brocade, along with the other 3 major brocades, will probably follow the same path. He talked with Joshi for a while about the revival of ancient crafts, and when it came to creating new techniques, Yi-Chen checked the time. Let's leave it at that for today. I have something to do. Anyway, everything is going according to plan. If there are any problems, just let me know. He nodded to the people around him and walked out. He came in a hurry and left in a hurry. At 6:30 p.m., New Street. At the entrance of the Dill Underground Plaza, Yi-Chen navigated through the crowded crowd, scanning for a long time, and finally found Luyu, who was wearing a dark blue JK uniform. Hey, why are you wearing this? Is that the school uniform from No. 1 High School? Luyu, with her ponytail, smiled and twirled around. How does it look? Yi-Chen was momentarily dazed, then chuckled. This version of the uniform was changed after we graduated, right? It wasn't this trendy back then. Luyu grinned. I know, but the clothes we wore back in school were so ugly that I wouldn't want to wear that out. Looking at Yi-Chen's formal attire, Luyu stepped closer and wrapped her arm around his. Doesn't this make it look like you're keeping a schoolgirl? Yi-Chen flicked her forehead. Not at all. As he spoke, his outfit shifted, transforming into a male version of the school uniform, similar to his formal wear, but in dark blue with a school badge on the chest. At that moment, the two of them looked somewhat like a high school couple. The clothes changed right before their eyes. This wasn't a space, but Luyu wasn't too surprised. She had become immune to Yi-Chan's endless stream of high-tech surprises. She paused for a moment, tightened her grip on his arm, and looked up at him. Yi Xiaoping Lu Xiaoyoha, no way, together we're over 70 years old, still trying to act young. Ouch, that hurts. Luyu, annoyed, pinched his arm hard and twisted around, pouting her lips. Oof, you're ruining the mood. Then she felt 2 large hands cover her cheeks, pulling her back. Suddenly, a wave of warmth rushed over. Time seemed to freeze at that moment. The two stood in the crowd, lost in a long kiss. After a while, Yi-Chen released her, stepping back slightly, looking at her gently. Lu Xiaoyu, I like you. Luyu's heart began to race wildly, and after a moment, she tucked a strand of hair behind her ear and bit her lip. I also. Just then. What happened? What happened? Oh my gosh, who bumped into her? Old lady, are you okay? A commotion erupted nearby, and a circle of people stepped back a few paces. Through the gaps, they could see an elderly woman with gray hair lying on the ground, clutching her chest, seemingly having difficulty breathing. Yi Chen frowned slightly, just as he was about to go over. The crowd that had originally stepped back began to move again. Make way, everyone, make way. Don't crowd here, let her breathe. I'm calling an ambulance, don't panic. Old lady, do you have heart disease? Do you have your medication? Let me help you move to a better spot. There's a pharmacy nearby. I'll go get some fast-acting medicine. Don't move around. If it's a heart attack, don't move. There seems to be an AED defibrillator nearby. Who can go find one? Better safe than sorry. Yi Chen watched as a group of people chattered, some looking for medicine, others looking for a defibrillator, feeling somewhat at a loss for words. The old lady who fell to the ground held her chest for a moment, and then someone brought medicine from the pharmacy. After taking a few fast-acting pills, she felt a bit better. After a while, with the help of a few people, she sat down on a nearby bench. Thank you. What happened? Are you okay, family? Just then, a middle-aged man came over with his wife and child. Mom, what happened to you? After a flurry of questions, the middle-aged man thanked everyone. At that moment, a few people with microphones and cameras approached, unsure if they were from a TV station or social media, conducting interviews. Yi Chen had already taken Lu Yu to the underground plaza of Delay. It's really strange. After a moment of silence, he chuckled and said. Lu Yu nodded in agreement. It seems like a couple of years ago, all we saw on TT were stories about old people falling down, with dozens of people passing by on the street, and not one person helping, and then the person died, and the family sued the passers-by. Yi Chen hummed in acknowledgement. I remember when we were in school, there was the case of Pingyu, and then whether to help or not became a big deal. Lu Yu thought for a moment. You can't really blame everyone, after all, the cost and risk of doing good deeds are so high. It's human nature to seek benefits and avoid harm. Yi Chen raised an eyebrow. So what was that about just now? Lu Yu smiled and wrapped her arm around Yi Chen's. Of course, it's thanks to our god of wealth Yi. Everyone has money in their pockets now. When the granaries are full, etiquette follows. Yi Chen laughed and shook his head. I'm not that arrogant to think I can completely change the atmosphere of society. In the end, there are still more good people. After discussing for a bit, they fell silent, wandering through the various stalls, looking at the trendy or retro little trinkets, just like an ordinary couple, strolling slowly. Probably no one would expect the richest man, god of wealthy, and the president of Tianxia Holdings to visit such places, and since they were dressed quite differently from usual, no one recognized them. Hey, there are photo booths. Come on, let's take a couple of pictures. They sell laser-engraved pendants here. Is that where you got the one you gave me? Oh my gosh, I couldn't even afford to eat this when I was in school. It was so damn expensive. Just as the two were enjoying their leisurely date, the news of the old lady falling in Nanchur surged to the trending topics. If you ask me why I helped, I didn't think that much. I just felt I should help. I think the Pangyu incident made us slide down for so long. As a small fry in Nanchur, I should stand up. Now that technology is so advanced, I'm not that afraid anymore. If I really encounter a black-hearted person, I can just sue them. There will definitely be evidence. Good job, small fry of Nanchur. It feels like the atmosphere of society has improved by 50% at this moment. Don't talk nonsense. Who knows if it was staged? You don't believe there are good people in society, do you? You just want society to be a filthy mess, don't you? You're just a maggot. Let's set aside the truth of the matter. I advise everyone to think twice if they really encounter such situations in the future. Set aside the facts. What else is there to talk about? It must be said that whether to help or not has indeed been a social pain point for many years, having seen too many negative news stories. At this moment, in Nanchur, with the old lady falling down, the sight of a group of people eagerly helping still moved many. Especially the sincere gratitude of the old lady's son and daughter-in-law at the end truly made those watching feel a weight lift from their hearts. Although Yi Chen did not see the follow-up, his mood improved a bit more. However, his good mood lasted only until he emerged from the underground passage and saw the large and small bags at Jinda Square, all of which were LV, Gucci, and Armani. Lu Yu understood him and smiled. There's no way around it. After so many years of deep cultivation, it's ingrained in people's hearts. Changing it isn't something that can be done overnight. Yi Chen exhaled and pouted. I risked my life to boost the stock market, they made money, and then they go pay luxury taxes. Damn it. Lu Yu lightly patted him. Alright, this can be seen as boosting the economy, and the country can collect more taxes. Those big brands are actually making small profits. Yi Chen snorted coldly. They shouldn't be the ones making this money. TCH once Jinsho's products hit the market, I'll smash out a bunch of international brands. Not wanting to think about these unpleasant things anymore, he took Lu Yu to the top floor of Jinda to watch a movie. Instead of watching the popular female agent, they chose a campus romance film. It was decently made, with a bit of a nostalgic feel, and Yi Chen watched it with some sentimentality. while Luyu was watching it with tears streaming down her face. Is it really that bad? You're really made of water. So much water. Luyu pushed him a bit, wondering what to say at this moment. Such an unromantic man. Yi Chen might not be romantic, but he knew how to unbutton clothes. Taking advantage of the darkness, he made his move. A rustling sound ensued, and moments later, Luyu lost her mood to feel touched. At that moment, it was indescribable. The social atmosphere had dropped by 5 percentage points. At 11 p.m., Villa No. 8, a 5-meter-wide bed. The vibrations continued. Master, the Eastern 10 Nations Travel Group has encountered a total of 432 crimes today, most of which are economic crimes such as fraud in substandard goods, including 12 serious crimes. Yi Chen kept moving and then asked, what was the result? Any abnormalities? If there weren't any abnormalities, Xiao Yi wouldn't have come to disturb him at this time. Among them, 11 cases have been reported and processed, and the victims are emotionally stable. However, one travel group, all 10 members, were arrested, suspected to be the work of a previously existing criminal organization. I am preparing to initiate the Divine Soldier Descending plan, requiring the Master's authorization. Yi Chen responded with a sound. They don't remember the pain of being hit. Seeing so many people going out this way, are you feeling itchy again? Check how many are still hiding, report those that need to be reported, and eliminate those that need to be eliminated. For those hiding abroad, try to bring them back. Xiao Yi understands. Then I won't disturb the Master anymore. /Yi Chen / omega / Yi Chen exhaled, muttering. Wild grass can't be burned out, spring winds blow and it grows again? I'll pull you out by the roots and see where you can run to, just eliminate them. Eliminate. Luyu tilted her head back, feeling a bit dazed. Yi Chen smiled, his ultimate move. Armstrong Spiral Acceleration Jet Armstrong Cannon. At the same time, on a dirt road leading to the countryside, a bus was speeding. 10 men and women were bound with zip ties, their mouths stuffed, helplessly sitting on the floor of the aisle. They looked around at the armed men with guns and military daggers, their eyes filled with fear. Woo-woo. Someone struggled and whimpered. Be honest, if you keep making noise, I'll blow you up right now. A guy with a bandage on his cheek gestured with the military dagger in his hand. The men and women stared wide-eyed in terror. The bandaged one snorted coldly, then laughed, slapping a girl's cheek with the flat of his knife. You're quite pretty. When we get to the place, I'll let you enjoy yourself. Woo-woo. The girl stared wide-eyed in terror, filled with regret, wishing she hadn't come out. If she had stayed in the country, in her own space, she wouldn't have encountered such a thing. After a moment of intimidation with the bandage, he raised his voice and asked, how much longer? Don't rush, it's 20 kilometers, we'll be there in a few minutes. Damn it, if the government hadn't gone crazy, would we need to hide so far away? The factories in the city have been taken down too, damn. Who says otherwise? It's getting harder and harder to live. Just as a group was cursing, a bunch of satellites were firmly locking onto their location. Even if they smashed those phones immediately after taking hostages, they would still be marked. Want to run? Not a chance. 3 minutes later, as their base factory came into view, 5 birds flew in from the horizon. Micro-drone Yuchen Swift nuclear version, manufacturing time, 10 units/1 second, total length, 15 centimeters, weight, 150 g, payload, 400 g, maximum speed, 300 kilometers per hour, endurance, 30,000 kilometers. As they passed over the bus, the Swift opened its belly compartment and released a swarm of even smaller drones. Ultra-micro drone Yuchen Mosquito nuclear version, manufacturing time, 1,000 units/1 second, total length, 5 millimeters, weight, 13 g, subsonic directional explosive needles, 10 rounds, a total of 150 mosquito drones, with 50 flying into the bus through the windows, while the remaining 100 went to the factory, some patrolling the surroundings. What's wrong with you? With low cries and muffled groans, those with guns and knives fell one after another. The driver sensed something was off and shouted, "What's going on? What are you doing?" He drove the bus into the factory, screeching to a halt. Just as he turned back, he felt a blur in front of him, as if something had flown past, and then, clutching his suddenly unbearable chest pain, his eyes widened, and without a sound, he breathed his last, dying with eyes wide open. Inside the factory, the 20 or so people who had stayed behind fared no better, almost being wiped out in quick succession. The hostages stared blankly at the scene, and after a moment of silence, the girl from earlier reacted, scooting forward cautiously. Carefully, she pushed the one with the bandage, and seeing him motionless, she held back her fear and cautiously took the military dagger from his hand. Woo-woo. The people around looked at her in surprise, and one by one, they gathered closer. Moments later, using the military dagger to cut the zip ties, the girl removed the stinky sock from her mouth, gagged a few times, and then couldn't help but cry. We're saved! After the others were untied, they also felt a wave of relief, followed by confusion. It seems like they're all dead? How did they die? I don't know. Was it some kind of emergency? Why worry about that? Call the police first. No. First call the customer service of the world. Right. Let's report to the world first. We should be able to get compensation for this mess. While they were contacting customer service to handle the aftermath, disturbances broke out in many places across the 10 countries. One by one, previously hidden strongholds were exposed, and many people around the world were captured by mercenaries, especially in Neon. In a certain tycoon's mansion in East Capital, a group from the Inagawa Society burst in. After a brief skirmish with a group of bodyguards, regardless of their pleas for mercy, they swiftly tied them up. They then sent them directly to the face country through various channels, leaving the subsequent handling, whether to deal with them on the spot or send them to Hua country, out of their concern. At this moment, Yuzu saw the extra 5 billion bitcoins in her account and smiled, narrowing her eyes. Thank you, uncle, please send my regards to him. Come visit me when you have time. Received, Miss Yuzu. I will convey your message. Thank you for your cooperation. The next day, the domestic response to yesterday's events was low-key, not ruining everyone's enthusiasm for the trip. However, those who encountered the incident shared their experiences on social media. That was so freaking scary. I think I'll just withdraw from the group. I really don't want to go to that kind of haunted place. I'm not scared anymore. Look, those who encountered the incident came back without a scratch, and there's a big compensation to be had. That's survivor bias. Who knows how many people are completely missing? Stop whining. Travel the World has already released data. Over 6 million people went abroad, and everyone is safe. That's Travel the World data, not everyone. There are other platforms. Alright. No one is forcing you to go out. Playing in the virtual space is the same. By the way, is anyone running a game? I'm in Mortal World, in the early stage of foundation building, and I have a talisman treasure. I'm in Fighting the World, a 2-star Doe Master, looking for an alchemist. I'm in Young and Dangerous, already joined Hunhing, looking for a little brother. Anyone need a hand? Whether it was indifference or the belief that those people were safe, at least no one was saying anything anymore, and they all started discussing how to tackle dungeons in the game space. At this moment, Yichin was also thinking about how to tackle the Ugly Country Apocalypse dungeon. The strength of Huagua was growing day by day, and the ugly country was not just sitting idly by. These days had been quite tumultuous. Oil, soybeans, and iron ore prices were rising. International capital was entering the big A market looking to buy at the bottom. Various tricks were being employed continuously. Of course, the home front was not without countermeasures. The recycling station had opened its 4th facility, processing over 2 million tons of solid waste daily, with the steel recycling output reaching 1 million tons, comparable to 60% of the daily capacity of the top 10 steel companies in the country. In addition, several large research institutes had jointly developed a type of graphene building material. It wasn't that super strong single-layer graphene, but it was significantly stronger than the previous graphene powder. When added to cement construction, it could replace part of the rebar, with strength several times greater, and had already moved from the laboratory to the commercialization stage. The ultra-large-scale photovoltaic power plant in the desert had been laid out over 100 million square meters, generating 600 million kilowatt-hours daily. It had surpassed the Three Gorges Dam, yet another super project. Moreover, it was still increasing. The Dragon series electric vehicles had shipped 15 million units, and the photovoltaic power generation could perfectly cover the consumption of these vehicles. This further compressed the demand for oil. All sides were moving towards an independent and large-scale circulation. The previous low-end production, like clothes costing $12 each, was gradually being eliminated. Simply put, we're done with the WTO model. We won't play that game anymore, and we won't be sweatshops. You can find whoever you want. However, this was all a grand scheme. Yichin was preparing to come up with some underhanded tactics. After all, who said you could only take hits and not fight back, right? On the 2nd, after spending a day with Xiu Yueying and Zhang Shul, Yichin left Nanshur. 5 days later, he quietly returned. Hey, where have you been these days? You didn't say a word. Naomi lay on the sofa and turned to ask when she heard the noise. Yichin first went to the fridge, grabbed a bottle of water, and gulped it down, then shook his head. I went abroad. Don't ask too much. Did your movie promotion finish? It's only been 7 days, right? Naomi replied. I finished the domestic part. I'm too lazy to run abroad. Let it be. Yi Chen was taken aback. What's wrong? Didn't you say you were going to push for the overseas box office record for Chinese films? Naomi rolled her eyes. It's already surpassed. The overseas box office in 7 days is 168 billion, exceeding the 155 billion record of Crouching Tiger back in the day. Saying this, she sat up, touched her chin, and tilted her head. I found out. Yi-chan sat across from her, smiling as he asked, "What did you find out?" Naomi responded with a hum. "It's just," she gestured in a circle. "Southeast Asia, along with the Koreans and the Japanese, doesn't really need much promotion." Well, not really, it's the local partner companies that are working hard, and the box office is quite good. She gestured again. In comparison, even if you buy Paramount, the situation in Europe and America isn't that great. Yi-chan scoffed. "I thought you discovered some big secret, and it's just this? Isn't that common sense? Just look at how competitive it is now. If your movie is released, it's all thanks to Paramount's channels, spending millions to pave the way. Be content." Naomi was taken aback. Has the relationship deteriorated to this extent? I didn't really feel it before. Yi-chan scoffed again. If you ordinary people feel it, then it must be serious. Naomi spat. I'm still an Oscar-winning actress. Yi-chan chuckled. Oh, come on. Alright, stop messing around, let me check the news. Saying that, he had Xiaoyi turn on the screen, then looked at the latest news. Yi-chan almost spat out his drink. Cough cough cough. Gustav took out the Mexican president? Naomi also glanced at the breaking news and opened her mouth. Gustav is the one who escaped from the federal maximum security prison a few days ago? The big drug lord from Mexico? He did this? Yi-chan stared at the news without speaking. President Mexico was unfortunately hit by a fuel truck while leaving after the Ugly Mexico conference, and the fuel truck exploded, engulfing the president's vehicle. Yi-chan rubbed his teeth. Wow, Gustav really doesn't wait to take revenge. First taking out his own foolish son after getting out, and now the president. Little cow is upside down. What a show. Master, the Mexican park has already started operating, and the Eden online chess game is also online. Yi-chan pondered for a moment. Still the same thing, funds go through the exchange, as previously discussed, use CAN's alias to intercept 30%, the rest doesn't matter. Xiao Yi understands. Naomi heard him mumble something and didn't quite understand, thought for a moment but didn't ask, just stared at the screen, clicking her tongue in amazement. Now it's lively over there in Ugly Country? Hey, will they send troops to catch people? I heard that the big drug lord in Mexico has an army. Yi-chan chuckled, not just an army, but they are all equipped with the most advanced weapons from Ugly Country, all supported by Ugly Country's arms dealers. TSK, shouting about drug prohibition while selling a large amount of arms to drug lords, then waiting to fatten them up before taking them out, replacing them with a new agent. They really know how to play. I estimate they won't catch him. Gustav has escaped 4 times. If he's caught this time, it's the end of the line. Naomi said oh but didn't care too much, after all, it was too far from her own world. Then she excitedly talked to Yi-chan about the filming plans for the next leading lady. Pan-fried dumplings are quite impressive, but one person's role is limited, so we plan to expand the director recruitment. Events thousands of miles away have limited impact on Huagua, but the trouble in Ugly Country is significant. After all, it's right at their doorstep. However, before they could take action, Gustav moved again. This cunning old guy first set off a smoke bomb about wanting to flee to Europe, then launched a counterattack, taking out the heads of several major groups. I have to say, this guy really has some tricks up his sleeve. No wonder he was the most formidable trafficker back in the day. Even after 4 years in prison, he still comes out swinging. He squeezed the several groups into the supergiant they once were, then began smuggling flour, scamming parks, and online chess games, walking on 3 legs, leeching off Ugly Country, along with the European powers, starting to suck blood. The furious old Schwan was at a loss. After all, old Mo was now without a president, and everything was in chaos, not the time to arrest anyone. He could only apply pressure while sending agents over to look for opportunities, but unfortunately, several times, Gustavo seemed to have divine assistance, escaping from the encirclement and then retaliating wildly, taking out a large number of agents. While this side was in an uproar, Yi-chan was also frantically making a list. In Seoul, at the Shilla Hotel, Yi-chan stood by the window of the top-floor suite, disdainfully curling his lips. Not impressive. It wasn't that the suite was unimpressive, but the capital of the sticks was not impressive. Even without the data from Xiaoyi, just relying on what he had seen along the way, it felt like the filter from the Korean dramas had shattered. Thinking back to more than a year ago when he was online cursing this and that, but after coming out to see it for himself, TSK, we were actually quite good. It would only get better. He was lost in thought when a light cough came from behind. Turning around, he saw Li Fujin taking a tablet out of her handbag and opening it. Here is the equity structure of Samsung Group, the situation of cross-shareholding among various subsidiaries, the information of responsible persons and major shareholders. Yi Chen nodded slightly. I'll look at those later. So does this mean President Li has agreed to my conditions? Li Fujin also nodded slightly. As long as I can obtain control, let alone 60% of the shares, even 80%. Yi Chen scoffed and shook his finger. Are you playing dumb with me? What use is it for me to just have shares? With a cold laugh, he glanced at Li Fujin's face. I'm not like those guys on Wall Street who only care about stock prices. If you're thinking about withholding profits for R&D or welfare, then we might as well not cooperate. Li Fujin frowned. Without sufficient funds for R&D, Yi Chen snorted. You're willing to cooperate with me because you've seen my R&D capabilities, right? In the future, Samsung can just focus on OEM work, and every year's profits, aside from expanding production capacity and advertising, will be shared. Li Fujin's heart sank. This was essentially going to castrate Samsung. Seeing her hesitate, Yi Chen lazily sat back on the sofa, casually scanning the documents on the tablet. If you don't want to, I don't care, sooner or later, I'll crush you. Li Fujin's heart sank again, and after some internal struggle, she slowly nodded. All right. Yi Chen looked up at her. Wise decision, don't worry, as long as you behave a little and stick with me, at least you can have some soup to drink, so you won't starve, or get cut for no reason. He placed his hand across the back of the sofa, crossing his legs. In the future, when we take down Europe and America, you can also suck their blood and eat their flesh. Li Fujin let out a low hum. Who can say for sure about such distant matters? Let's first secure Samsung. With so many people and such complex relationships, untangling it won't be easy. Yi Chen waved his hand. In the end, it's just a matter of money. Although cross-shareholding can ensure that small shareholders control large powers, if there's a determined hostile takeover, resisting will be even harder because there are too many companies and too many targets to attack. Small shares, in the end, are still small shares. At this point, Xiaoyi had already received the information and was simultaneously simulating the acquisition process tens of thousands of times, as well as the reactions of Li Jieyong and even the allies of the Li family, with a success probability of 87%. Among the remaining 13% of failures, 9% came from the crazy interference from the ugly country, with all of Wall Street fighting him head-on. But how could that be possible? It was almost a guaranteed win. Li Fujin didn't know why he was so confident, but at this moment, she, who was almost on board, could only trust this man who had created miracles in just a year. Alright, I'll persuade some people on my side first, but it will take some time, these days. She pressed her lips together and clicked a few times on the computer. Another list appeared, and Yi Chen raised an eyebrow after glancing at it. Goodness, this must be the special treatment of the... Li Fujin noticed his keen interest and cleared her throat lightly. They can be called over at any time. If you have someone you like, just call them over to accompany you and pass the time. Yi Chen responded with an "Oh." Let's go with Song Qiao. I'm more familiar with her. Li Fujin was slightly surprised by his choice, but thinking back to the preferences she had investigated earlier, it wasn't that unexpected. She then instructed someone to make contact and turned to walk towards the door. Then I'll take my leave. Yi Chen chuckled. The ones on the list are fine. But what about you, President Li? Li Fujin paused, turned around, and frowned at Yi Chen. What do you mean? Yi Chen shrugged. Nothing much, just that I have some interest in you. I want to know how far you can go to rise in power and ensure your son inherits the family business. Li Fujin's face flushed. I'm doing this to ensure that Samsung can be passed down and not be ruined by my brother's son. Yi Chen pressed his hand down. Alright, so the great President Li, how far can you go? Show me your capabilities. Li Fujin's expression changed several times, glaring coldly at Yi Chen. Are you serious? Yi Chen looked at her with amusement. Does it look like I'm joking? Li Fujin took a breath and nodded. Okay. Seeing her agree but still standing there unmoving, Yi Chen realized she was still concerned about her pride. The mountain doesn't come to me, I go to the mountain. He stood up and walked towards Li Fujin. Over an hour later, when the helpless Song Qiao arrived at the suite and saw Yi Chen opening the door, she quickly put on a smile and slightly bowed. Annyeonghaseyo. Yi Chen, wearing a bathrobe, nodded slightly. Come in. Song Qiao paused at the door for a few seconds, took a breath, and walked in. Bang! The door closed behind her. When she entered the bedroom, she couldn't help but cover her mouth and gasp. Li, President Li? Yi Chen followed her in, lifted his clothes, and continued the previous activity. He tilted his chin at the dazed Song Qiao. Go wash up. Song Qiao nodded blankly and walked towards the bathroom, but halfway there, she couldn't help but turn back to take another look. The scene before her was something she could never have imagined. That nationally renowned female tycoon, the former princess of Samsung, actually. A mix of emotions surged within her: sadness, disappointment, and a sense of satisfaction that she too had her day. A line from a Hong Kong movie she had seen long ago inexplicably popped into her mind. Look, that person looks like a dog. 3 hours later, the two women had left. Yi Chen yawned, poured himself a cup of barley tea, and took a sip. Xiao Yi, encrypt the video and send it back. Xiao Yi understands. Yi Chen responded with an then flipped through the menu. The two appetizers from earlier were a bit stale, so he planned to try something fresh and delicious in the coming days. As he looked, his thoughts wandered. It seemed he was not much different from those exposed by him, like Gates TSK. In the end, he had still lived to become the person he liked the most. After leaving the hotel, Li Fuzhen returned home feeling somewhat exhausted. Mother! Her son, Ren Xiandong, stood at the door, greeting her respectfully. Li Fuzhen looked at her handsome son and smiled. Xiandong, why are you back today? How's school? Ren Xiandong took the handbag and nodded slightly. The school is fine, today is. After hesitating for a moment, seeing Li Fuzhen looking over, he lowered his head and said softly, Shihaogu asked me to go. To participate in a party. Glancing at Li Fuzhen's increasingly serious expression, Ren Xiandong spoke lower and lower. Exhaling, Li Fuzhen rubbed her forehead. Who else is going? Ren Xiandong breathed a sigh of relief. There are people from the Zhang family. He listed quite a few names, all young masters and young ladies from wealthy families, some of whom Li Fuzhen had long heard of. She shook her head slightly. You'd better not go. A bunch of useless guys. Besides eating, drinking, and having fun, what else can they do? Ren Xiandong responded with an "oh," and then did not insist, nodding as he accompanied Li Fuzhen into the dining room to eat together. Li Fuzhen took a few bites, looking at her well-behaved son, and for a moment, she didn't know if she was being too strict. If she handed over Samsung to him in the future, without a bit of initiative, he would probably be controlled by that guy Yi Chen. Li Fuzhen found it strange that she seemed to have already determined that Yi Chen could take over Samsung. Thinking of Yi Chen reminded her of the previous hotel debacle, and her face flushed red. Ren Xiandong had been carefully watching her expression, afraid that the matter of going to the party would upset his mother. Seeing her face turn red, he couldn't help but ask, is it hot? Li Fuzhen was taken aback for a moment, slightly furrowing her brows. Eat, talk less. Ren Xiandong hit a snag and lowered his head to continue eating. In the following days, Yi Chen tried out several girl groups and arranged for Tianxia Financial to prepare for the acquisition. Li Fuzhen was also busy, chatting with her younger sister and discussing with several heads of companies under Samsung. The situation was not looking good. Most people, although they thought Li Zhihao was hopeless, admired Li Zirong. Faced with Li Fuzhen's vague attempts to pull them in and test the waters, they all chose to avoid the topic. That night, Li Fuzhen had just come out of Samsung Life Insurance when she received a call from her older brother, Li Zirong. Come back to the old house for dinner? Okay. After hanging up, Li Fuzhen frowned and sighed softly. Seems a bit rushed. Sure enough, when she got home, not only her brother and sister were there, but their mother was also present. The four of them, the Li family, were all the shareholders of Samsung. Li Zirong did not hold back. Before the meal was served, he began to question her. Fuzhen, you've been in contact with so many people from Samsung recently. What do you want to do? Li Fuzhen calmly replied, I am also a part of the Li family. Why can't I? Li Zirong waved his hand. Stop saying that. You are responsible for Shilla Hotel, Samsung Electronics, Samsung Life, and Samsung Culture has nothing to do with you. Li Fuzhen looked at her mother and sister, still speaking unhurriedly. Samsung's business has not been doing well recently. Is it wrong for me to care about the group's affairs? Don't forget, I also hold shares. Li Zirong twitched his mouth. Are you blaming me, the chairman, for not doing well? Li Fuzhen remained silent, tacitly agreeing. Come on. Li Zirong slammed the table in frustration, and their mother, Hong Shilua, coughed lightly and interjected. Fuzhen, your brother is not having an easy time either. Samsung's current business troubles are due to environmental changes, not his fault. Don't make things harder for him, okay? Li Fuzhen looked at her mother. Environmental changes? Since the environment has changed, why is Big Brother still clinging to the old ideas, stubbornly following that ugly country? Li Zirong pointed at her, laughing in anger. You tell me, if we don't follow them, who can we follow? Huagua, do you think that after they rise, just because we pledge allegiance, we will benefit? Naive. Li Fuzhen snorted coldly. Who is being naive? If one is weaker, they will naturally be controlled and drained. Yi Chen had made it very clear before that even if she secured the third star and aligned herself with them, she would still be in the position of a subordinate. However, at the very least, she should stand alongside the victors. Just like Italy back in the day, it was precisely because they switched sides in time and stood in the right position that they ended up as one of the victorious nations. When the conversation didn't go well, the meal ended on an unhappy note. After Li Fujin left home, she called Yi Chen. I had a falling out with Li Zirong. He insists on siding with the ugly country, and the third star will continue to supply the chips needed by the ugly country at low prices while also engaging in low-price dumping to seize the Southeast Asian and non-European markets. Yi Chen yawned while lying in bed. Alright, I understand. Once you're ready over there, I'll take action. Let's see whose strength prevails. After hanging up, Yi Chen looked at the few people happily dancing to K-pop and waved them over. Come here. The next day, Yi Chen was sleeping in late. He heard someone knocking on the door but ignored it. The ringing went on for quite a while before it finally stopped. He vaguely heard footsteps, opened his eyes, and saw a group of uniformed individuals standing at the bedroom door. We are from the Seoul Investigation Department. We have received a report and now suspect that you have sexually coerced several women, including Yijin, Huiyan, and Jixian. Please come with us for an investigation. Yi Chen's eyes widened slightly. This was truly shocking. I mean, if you want to take someone in, can't you find a different way? You're coming again? He snorted coldly. Get out. I need to change my clothes. No, to prevent you from destroying evidence, we must be present. Yi Chen looked at him and nodded slightly. Alright, I'll remember you. Half an hour later, photos of Yi Chen being taken out of the Shilla Hotel by the police began to spread wildly online, and soon they were taken down. The internet was in an uproar. What the hell? How many times is this? How many times? The imperialists never give up on their intentions to destroy me. Hey, I've warned before, top national researchers and heads of major companies should avoid going abroad if they can. Haven't they learned their lesson? First there was Alstom, then there was Changgu and Mangzhou. Even the god of wealthy has been tricked before. Why can't he learn? It's easy to say, commercial investment, how can you not go see the local situation? You can send a manager or a vice president. Is there a possibility that the god of wealthy really just went to play with a girl group? Here's a water army member, and a brainless one at that. Exactly. Do you think the god of wealthy is like you? Running thousands of miles to play with a girl group? Idiot, don't even talk about the level of the god of wealthy. Even those with a fortune of tens of millions would parachute in to understand the situation. Messy rumors began to spread online, one moment saying it was QJ, the next saying it was MJ, and then a video of Yi Chen in prison clothes confessing came out. The top company quickly issued a denial. The video is a fake created by AI face swapping. Our company is currently investigating the rumor mongers and has already gathered relevant evidence. We have now filed a lawsuit. We warn all those who slander and spread rumors. Don't say we didn't warn you. At the same time, the embassy also began negotiations with the Korean side, questioning the legality of their procedures. Just as the situation became somewhat chaotic, the Wall Street tycoons who had been suppressed by Yi Chen seemed to smell blood and rushed over, trying to take a bite. What is your relationship with Yijin, Huiyan, and Jixian? In the police station, someone was taking notes from Yi Chen. I don't know them. Yi Chen replied casually, he truly didn't know them. They all looked similar. Who the hell remembers who is who? Then how do you explain that they all insist you used your power in the entertainment industry to coerce? Stop right there. If you have anything else to say, wait until my lawyer arrives. I refuse to answer any questions. Yi Chen was too lazy to argue. The police station felt intimidated by this world-class celebrity. Even though there were orders from above to obtain a statement as soon as possible, they had no choice but to temporarily place him in a single room for detention. About 10 minutes later, a lawyer arrived. Mr. Yi, I'm here on behalf of President Lee. Don't worry, I'll handle everything, the lawyer said confidently, then quietly asked, Mr. Yi, after you were with them, did you leave any evidence behind? Seeing Yi Chen looking at the camera on the wall, the lawyer smiled. Don't worry, when a lawyer is present, there won't be any recording, and even if there were, it wouldn't be admissible as evidence. Yi Chen responded with an "oh" and then flashed a grin at the lawyer. Does Li Zirong think I'm an idiot? The lawyer's smile froze, and he cleared his throat. Mr. Yi, you might have misunderstood. Yi Chen scoffed. Try saying another lie, Jin Zhengmin. Jin Zhengmin, the exclusive lawyer for Samsung, was Li Zirong's person. Little Yi had already dug up everything about him. Jin Zhengmin's forehead was slightly sweating, but he forced himself to remain calm and nodded. I am Jin Zhengmin, but I. Before he could finish, another lawyer pushed the door open, and Li Fujin stood at the entrance. She looked at Yi Chen, who appeared unharmed, and let out a sigh of relief, then coldly waved her hand at Jin Zhengmin. You go back and tell my brother he has gone too far. Jin Zhengmin opened his mouth, sighed, and nodded. Yes, miss. After they left, Li Fujin exhaled and apologized to Yi Chen with a nod. I didn't expect him to do this, I'm sorry. Yi Chen shook his head. preemptive strike, I can understand, but the methods are lacking. Even if they accuse me, what can they do? Li Fujin's expression turns serious. Just now, the Commodity Futures Trading Commission of the ugly country accused the currency exchange of illegal trading, demanding a fine of $120 billion. At the same time, the Justice Department is preparing to accuse you of controlling the currency exchange behind the scenes, suspected of money laundering, unlicensed remittance, and violating sanctions. It seems they are preparing to propose special extradition to us. While Li Fujin was speaking, Yi Chen had already seen it. Little Yi showed him the changes happening outside. It wasn't just that, but Wall Street was also stirring up trouble, and there were some unusual movements from the ugly country's base on this side. He stroked his chin. Get me out of here first. Li Fujin took a breath. I'll try, but it may not be possible. Then she sent the lawyer out to handle things, and 20 minutes later, as expected, they were held up. Miss, they are demanding a review and claim to have victim testimonies, and they will conduct a thorough search of the new Luo Hotel. Li Fujin felt a slight heaviness in her heart but didn't panic. I'll think of another way. Yi Chen, is there anything you want to do? Yi Chen shook his head, still looking unconcerned. You take care of yourself. If they want to play, let them play. Li Fujin looked at him deeply. Then you be careful. After I go out, I will contact your embassy. Yi Chen responded with an After Li Fujin and her people left, he was alone in the room. Patch-type brain machine interface 500 compensation lets communicate smoothly with the machine. A patch resembling a band-aid appeared in his hand, and he raised it to scratch his neck. Little Yi, can you hear me? I can hear you, master. What are your orders? Send a message to the big boss, report safety, and keep an eye on Wall Street. Don't let them take advantage, and if there's a chance, bite back. Here, keep an eye on the reactions from all sides and see what they plan to do. Little Yi understands. Master, they are trying to crack your phone, but with their technical level, they don't dare to dismantle it violently. It's simply impossible. Be careful, upload those encrypted videos back, and then delete them. It's done. Just as Yi Chen was zoning out, everyone started to get busy due to this sudden event. The ugly country and Hua country were exchanging barbs. Eagle sauce, the exchange must hand over control. Furious Dragon Mom, go to hell. The exchange wasn't built by Yi Chen. The controller is clearly a foreigner. Don't shout nonsense. Eagle sauce, hey, why are you cursing at people? About to explode Dragon Mom. Not only do I curse, I also hit people. If you dare to step over the line, be prepared to die. At this moment, Li Zirong was also under a lot of pressure. His intention was merely to take the initiative, pin a harmless crime on Yi Chen, and then drive him away. He didn't expect the ugly country to come over crazily, and the Ministry of Justice had already arranged a big move. Now, the situation was somewhat out of control. Being at the center of the storm, if he wasn't careful, Yi Chen might get crushed first. In 3 days, while Yi Chen was eating and sleeping well, Li Zirong looked like he aged 10 years. Li Fujin had a cold expression. Are you satisfied now? If we're not careful, not just Samsung, all of us will be buried together. Li Zirong glared at him. Am I satisfied? If it weren't for you causing trouble, would I resort to such a desperate measure? The old saying is true. Big families and big companies all perish due to internal strife. If we really go down, you will be the sinner. After another intense argument, once Li Fujin left, Li Zirong's expression twisted for a moment, gritting his teeth. Since that's the case, don't blame me. He made a call to someone. Arrange for Asian and Huiyen, arrange their wills. As he was saying this, a mosquito-sized drone captured all of it. At the same time, 33 Swifts were deployed around Asian, Huiyen, and Jixian. In addition, there was a group of mercenaries. In the single room, Yi Chen looked at the incoming information and sneered. Truly unoriginal, still the same old tricks. Tomorrow, he should be able to get out. That night, a fierce gun battle erupted in Asian and Huiyen's apartment, with bullets sounding like firecrackers for nearly an hour. Subsequently, a team of mercenaries escorted the two pale-faced women to a nearby police station. Yi Chen was framed. We don't know him. That's right, the mastermind is Samsung's chairman Lee. We had no choice, Samsung is too terrifying. We had to do this, please forgive us, sob sob sob. Several female stars cried pitifully, stirring public sympathy, and the media was in an uproar. Li Zirong immediately began to clarify. This is a self-directed conspiracy, aimed at destroying Samsung. Destroying us. All compatriots should unite and not be deceived. The so-called framing absolutely does not exist. They were bought off. Those who went to carry out the mission that night were all Li family's death warriors, and they definitely wouldn't expose him, Li Zirong said calmly. Unfortunately, he forgot that they were Li family's death warriors, not his. He did not represent the entire Li family. Li family. Li Fujin looked at Hong Shiluo. Mom, you see the situation? Big brother has gone mad. he's offending Yi Chen and Hua country to death. Yes, he can please the ugly country, but the ugly country can't even protect itself now. If he continues like this, it will be a fight to the death. Hong Shilua's face was stiff, and after a long silence, she slowly exhaled. I'll let them speak. Your big brother should bear some responsibility. Li Fujian showed some joy on her face. Mom, you agree? Hong Shilua looked at her daughter with a complex expression, understanding her thoughts clearly. Ever since she married that useless security guard, she had always been aware. Unexpectedly, after so many years of stability, we still reached the point of family infighting. A bit tired, I waved my hand. Alright, you go talk to Yi Chen and see how we can satisfy him. Just as Li Fujian was happily going to visit Yi Chen, Hong Shilua was also in contact with her maternal family, the Hong family, which controlled the media. With her son causing such a huge blunder this time, those shares were likely to be lost. Yi Chen wanted them, her daughter wanted them, she wanted them, and her maternal family wanted them too. Now it was just a matter of who could make the highest bid. When Li Fujian arrived, Yi Chen was handling some paperwork. The people from Yixian had backtracked, and the police naturally had no reason to detain him. After seeing Li Fujian, he nodded slightly. Get in the car and talk. The two then got into the same car. Inside the car, Li Fujian exhaled, looking somewhat invigorated. My mom has already agreed. She will go persuade those people. Li Zirong is definitely finished this time. Yi Chen responded with an "oh," rolling his eyes. Don't celebrate too early. The Hong family might have their own plans. Li Fujian's expression darkened as she recalled how her uncle had crazily controlled the media to expose Li Zirong's bribery news a few years ago. What do you mean? Yi Chen smiled casually. Just be careful not to make a wedding dress for someone else. Anyway, I see your mom is preparing to give up on her son. With a grandson who can't be relied on, is this huge Samsung going to her maternal family or to her grandson? Li Fujian gritted her teeth. It's not that easy for the Hong family to get their hands on it. Yi Chen chuckled. It wasn't that easy. He wasn't dead, so how could he make a wedding dress for someone else? Alright, you continue to contact those small shareholders and management. I need to start moving on my side. Just as Yi Chen stepped out, the stock market in Huagua surged. There was no time to jump out of the car. Oh, this time Wall Street had learned its lesson, hedging everything and buying insurance. After timely exits, they mostly spat out the meat they had cut, making a slight profit, but there were no significant losses. Meanwhile, Samsung saw an average drop of 8% across the three major exchanges, with a market value evaporating by 192 billion. Tianxia Finance and Wall Street began a brutal close-quarters battle around Samsung Electronics and 13 other subsidiaries. Stock prices fluctuated like a roller coaster, going up and down. Every second saw tens of billions exchanged. The Hong family, which had initially wanted to get involved, took a look at the situation and decided to wait for the negotiations. Entering now could mean becoming cannon fodder. 2 days later, the person who attempted to assassinate Yixian spoke up, admitting to being instructed by Li Zirong. Li Zirong was furious and immediately denied it. I don't know him. Unfortunately, just like Yi Chen before, denial didn't exempt him from investigation. When Li Zirong was taken away that day, Samsung's major companies collectively plummeted again. Another 150 billion was lost, leaving a total market value of only 2 trillion. In the detention room, Li Zirong looked at his mother, 2 younger sisters, and uncle, and coldly laughed. You all came together to get my shares? Don't even think about it. I will leave everything to Zhihao. Hong Shilua looked at her son and sighed. Leaving it to him is harming him. Can he hold on to it? Don't forget what you've done and why it didn't succeed. Li Zirong was at a loss for words. He had arranged for so many people to deal with Yixian and the other female stars, but why did it fail? Wasn't it because that guy Yixian didn't play by the rules and actually hired a lot of mercenaries? Of course, on the surface, those people all claimed to be on vacation, just acting heroically. Thinking of Yi Chen's power, Li Zirong shivered. Mom, that's your grandson. Hong Shilua looked at him. It's my grandson, so I'll ensure he has a worry-free life. You can leave 0.5% for him to set up a trust, allowing him to withdraw 200 to 300 million won each month, which should be enough. At this time, Li Ziyang's shares were worth about 50 billion, and what a few people prepared to leave for Li Zhihao was only 250 million. The rest had to be handed over. Li Ziyang initially refused to accept this, then became furious. Once he calmed down, he began to bargain, but soon he became dejected and ultimately accepted it helplessly. This process lasted a long time and had many repetitions. However, even without his shares, with the support of a group of people, Li Fujian still took on the role of acting chairman of Samsung Group as the daughter of the former chairman and president of Shilla Hotel. In the Samsung chairman's office, Yi Chen was making demands while speaking. You handle the matters here yourself. if you can't resolve them, then come to me. Press the stock price down a bit more, and whether it's a directed issuance or a buyback, in short, clear out the foreign capital. As for the technical upgrades, I'll have Wanji Electric help you with that. I'll provide the equipment. Yi Chen wiped his sweat and casually rubbed it on her. Once you're done here, come to Nanshur, I'll give you a surprise. Li Fujian, somewhat dazed, leaned on the desk she had been longing for, and after a while, she softly responded with a low It was unclear if she truly understood. Before leaving, he had a little fun with the woman who was already referred to as the regent. Then Yi Chen returned to his country. This time, the ugly country didn't pull any tricks because, the military was deployed for escort. When his C-919 left the Korean airspace, 2 J-30CXS provided escort, 2 J-20s accompanied, and a carrier fleet was on standby in the waters. At this moment, it was truly a matter of who moved first would die. First, he went to the capital to check in, conveying some things that were only understood but not spoken to the big shots, clarifying everything, and then returned to Nanshur to start preparing for this year's Double 11. However, before that, he needed to attend a celebration banquet at Zidian Building. The movie Female Agent has been released for 30 days, with a global box office exceeding 7 billion. In the domestic box office rankings, it stands third. Indeed, it couldn't compete with Neza 2 and Neza 3, not even reaching half of Neza 2. However, it was still a reason to celebrate, after all. One could boast about being the #1 live-action film, and Jian Zhao also set a record, with the top 3 all being his films. Dear viewers, we are now witnessing the celebration banquet for the global box office of Female Agent reaching 7 billion. According to statistics, as of today, Female Agent has been released in 83 countries and regions, with a domestic box office of 4.52 billion and an overseas box office of 2.71 billion. The film stars Oscar winner Naomi as the lead, showcasing her ability to carry the box office as an Oscar winner. Statistics show that the total box office of films starring Naomi has reached 15 billion, ranking second in film history. The director of this film, Jian Zhao, is also the director of the Neza animated film series. This is his first live-action film, achieving 7 billion, making it the box office champion for live-action films. Yi Chen glanced at the long guns and short cannons outside the car window, along with a bunch of live broadcast vehicles, and twitched his mouth. The provincial government is really putting in the effort to build an entertainment center. Even the scale of a celebration banquet is almost comparable to a film festival. Naomi giggled beside him. There was no opportunity before. The domestic film and television industry has always been controlled by a few major factions. Although there's Nani here, we couldn't get a bite, and there was no big company investing. Now it's different. Yi Chen looked at her. Target individuals, don't target the circle. If it gets too big, it won't look good on the surface. Naomi pouted, looking aggrieved as she pointed with her finger. They all bullied me together before. Yi Chen rolled his eyes. Drama queen. He rubbed her head. All right. I know you were wronged in the past few years, but people, look at money, strive for wealth. What's the point of fighting over trivial matters? Naomi stuck out her tongue and made a face. You really have the nerve to say that. You suffered a bit in Han City, and then you schemed to take someone else's fortune, even replacing the chairman of Samsung. Yi Chen shook his finger. The cause and effect are reversed. I wanted to seize their fortune, so Li Jaeyong took action. This time, I initiated the trouble. Naomi chuckled and nudged him with her shoulder. You seem quite pleased with yourself. She looked at him strangely. I saw that Li Bujin on the news recently. Why didn't you put her in the rejuvenation pod? Yi Chen twitched his mouth. Seeing Naomi's teasing expression, he huffed. She's over 50. Naomi exclaimed, oh, so that means there's really no way? Yi Chen chuckled. Guess? Of course, there was a way. Nowadays, with the Wisdom Processing Factory, even a complete rejuvenation pod worth 10 million could be obtained. What couldn't be done? Getting a slightly upgraded version, breaking through the age limit, wasn't a difficult task. He hadn't done it before because he wanted to see Li Bujin's performance first, otherwise, raising a white-eyed wolf would be troublesome. I'm not guessing. Anyway, if there's something good, I want it. Yi Chen reached through the high slit, touching her, grinning mischievously. Haven't you had enough last night? Naomi shivered, lightly slapped him, and let out a low cat-like sound. No one. Yi Chen shivered and quickly withdrew his hand. Damn, this fairy. Naomi giggled, raising her chin a bit proudly. Let's see if you dare to mess around again. If you keep it up, you'll be showing up with a big tent later. Moments later, the black unicorn arrived at the red carpet entrance of the hotel. Naomi, Hua Yu, I love you. God of Wealth Yi, I love you too. Amidst the cheers, a rather discordant voice suddenly rang out. Prince Qian. Shi Yichen turned to look, and a small group of people stood there, holding up several big signs with the names Yizhen, Huiyan, Jihyun written on them. Naomi tugged at him. Look forward, turn back. It's pointless to get worked up. Yichen chuckled silently. Well, the boomerang hit him right in the forehead. He adjusted his collar and scoffed. I'm not angry at all. Naomi covered her mouth and chuckled lightly, waving to the surroundings while linking her arm with Yichen's. If you're not angry, then smile. You look like this now. Guaranteed to trend tomorrow. The richest man's celebration banquet was booed, the whole time with a black face. Blah blah blah. Giggle Yichen let out a laugh and wanted to reach out, but seeing Naomi's threatening gaze, he remembered it was a public place and cleared his throat. The corners of his mouth curled up. Even if I smile like a fool the whole time, they'll still blacken me tomorrow, alright? It's all about money. Naomi nodded. So, getting worked up over these things is the most pointless. Yichen shook his head. He really wasn't angry. His buddies played like that. Thinking about it, he stretched his arm, wrapping it around Naomi's slender waist, leaning down a bit, his pinky resting on the wrapped curve. A gasp came from behind, and Naomi looked at him speechlessly. The stingy man. Come on, with this, I'm going to lose 100,000 fans. However, forget it, such a petty man. How adorable. They walked down the red carpet, entered the hall, handled a few interviews, signed autographs for a bit, and then went to the banquet hall. They were among the last to arrive, and by this time, the hall was already sparkling with stars. The 85 flowers, 90 flowers, 95 flowers, and 00 flowers were all present. Well, in Yichen's eyes, these little flowers were all that mattered. As for the male actors and directors, he couldn't see them, really couldn't see them. He couldn't see others, but others could see him. From the entrance to the main table, everyone stood up, smiling and greeting him. Director Yi, Sister Mi, congratulations. Sister Mi is amazing, Director Yi is mighty and imposing. He wishing you both great success. Please help everyone out in the future with everyone lifting the flower palanquin, and not hitting those who smile. Yichen wasn't that aloof either, responding with a smile. Well said, let's all make money together. Set sail and conquer Hollywood. If you need support, just say the word. However, he didn't smile at everyone, for instance, at a certain director who spent his life proving that he didn't make the films himself. Yichen directly gave him a cold shoulder, treating him as if he were invisible. The difference in treatment was too obvious. No one was blind. Director Chen originally wanted to shake hands, but at this moment, with his hand outstretched, he watched Yichen walk past, and his whole body froze. No one had ever dared to treat him so rudely, so arrogant, so presumptuous. This is so damn satisfying. Naomi covered her mouth, otherwise, she feared she would burst out laughing uncontrollably. Ha ha, you tried to blacklist me, and I'm just a big girl from Beijing, and you actually didn't want to play with me? Humph, I'll play with whoever is popular, so what? If you're not happy, come and fight me now. It's really fun to vent this frustration. Ha ha ha. Thank you to all the guests. The leading lady film industry has had a great start, thanks to everyone's support and love. Also, thanks to director Jian Zhao for his hard work. In just 4 months, he completed such a high-quality film, and the efforts behind the scenes cannot be ignored. As the main investor of the film, the owner of the film company, and the lead actress, Naomi praised everyone from top to bottom. Not to say it was a string of brilliant remarks, but at least the atmosphere was good, with no awkward pauses. Except for one table. Chen Kai sneered disdainfully. Relying on that so-called space, with no acting skills to speak of, and Naomi actually managed to get an Oscar? And that young Jinli, with a stiff and wooden expression, exaggerated movements, and stuttering lines that pull people out of the scene. How can such a lousy movie make 7 billion? I don't believe it. It must have bought box office numbers. Otherwise, just like Little Steel Cannon said, this audience is not up to par. His wife couldn't take it anymore. Chen Hong frowned. Old Chen, say less. Saying this, she smiled at the others at the table. Old Chen drank too much, no other meaning, everyone don't mind. The others also smiled and said it was nothing. But inwardly, they couldn't help but curl their lips. Better to keep a distance from this couple in the future. Didn't you see how the god of wealth he had that I can't stand you expression on his face just now? It was clear he was there to back Naomi up. TSK. As the old saying goes, yesterday you were indifferent, today you can't reach them? Indeed, women, especially beautiful women, really shouldn't be offended. No one knows when a monster might appear behind them. The god of wealth is now that monster. What a stir it caused in Han City. Don't be fooled by the calm now. Those outside can only imagine the thrilling events that transpired. Our mom sent 4 military planes and a carrier fleet to escort them back. What does this mean? Who doesn't understand? Now, Naomi is truly our BQ. Well, don't get the wrong idea, it means someone you can't provoke. However, just look at Naomi's delicate skin and her explosive figure. No wonder God of Wealthy is going crazy for love. TSK. She's already 40, yet she still looks like a little flower. Even compared to those born in the 2000s, she doesn't lose a bit, and might even be better. Then there's the equally beautiful Lumiere and Liang Jinsho over there, and a bunch of people start having thoughts they hadn't noticed before, but now looking at God of Wealthiest few women, it seems they aren't just relying on makeup. It looks like they really have some rejuvenation going on. Could it be that some black technology has emerged in the world? Naomi spoke briefly for 20 minutes, then Jin Jiao spoke for 15 minutes, and after that, Yang Jinli and others spoke in decreasing order until they had filled an hour. Everyone together cut a 7-layer super cake worth 7 billion. After that, it was time for a bunch of people to freely mingle and chat. Sister Me, your dress is really beautiful. Where did you have it custom made? Hee, from the Jean Show Group, the former Nanchur Yin Jean Research Institute. Sister Me, your skin is so good, how do you take care of it? Oh, it's also a mask from the Jean Show Group. They have a research and development cooperation plan with Huiyao Pharmaceutical Company, and it's in trial production for now. I'll get you a few boxes to try, it should be on the market soon, probably just in time for Double 11. Not just Naomi, but Lumiere and Liang Jinsho, whenever asked about these things, all mention Jin Shou and Huiyao. The so-called upward influence and atmosphere are cultivated little by little. The fashion wind is changing. It's not just the fashion trends that are changing. The entire commercial system of Huawei is beginning to undergo changes. As November arrives, the activities for Double 11 start to heat up. However, everyone notices. Hey, where are the subsidies? Yeah, where are the subsidies? The coupons? The red envelopes? Don't think about it. I see that the major platforms have agreed this year, there are no subsidies, and correspondingly, they won't pull any tricks of raising prices first and then lowering them. What's the point of that? Actually, Double 11 has never been that meaningful. It feels like there are various subsidies and red envelopes from the beginning of the year to the end. It's like Double 11 all year round. This year is different. Double 11 has its own features, super customization. Oh, I saw that too. It seems like By the World is the first to do it. Yeah, anything can be personalized. That's awesome. After several rounds of subsidy wars, the major platforms really can't compete with By the World, and because some of the stores and merchants with strength have started to upgrade. So this year, everyone is coming together to test a new model domestically. Super customization. It's actually just changing the previous B2C to C2B. They started exploring this 2 years ago, and now that there's space, the technology, costs, and conditions have matured. Customers can first try products online in the space, and then personalize the product's appearance, size, functions, etc. And then the factory will produce it. Relying on AI and big data, production costs won't increase much, but it can effectively reduce inventory, achieve high turnover, compress storage costs, and so on. Of course, this is being played out domestically. As for abroad, the cat and dog battles are going crazy outside. Yeah, I saw the $1 trillion subsidies. Those dogs really dare to say that. The subsidies are for the damn Vietnamese dong. Converted to hard currency, it's already in the hundreds of billions. No exaggeration, no blackening, dog dong is still powerful. Foreign friends are in for a treat. They are indeed in for a treat. To open up the market, these 4 companies are genuinely bleeding money. This wave is prepared to wipe out all the other local app platforms. As for domestically, they have already given up. The power of the space in the family bucket has already shown itself. The original 4 kings really can't compete, so they can only open up the wilderness that others don't want. Otherwise, how can the stock price go up? The craziest one is that cat. Give me 200 million to shoot an advertisement? Yi Chen looked at Naomi with the eyes of a madman, his gaze unfocused. Do I lack that little bit? Naomi laughed, sitting on his lap and shaking. Don't be so quick to refuse. Aren't you looking to create a luxury goods group? Find celebrities to endorse? Who has a name as loud as yours as the richest? Shoot a short video, show off your home furniture, decorations, and car, let everyone take a look. She stretched out her little hand, one finger raised. Boom, those brand items will definitely explode in popularity. The premium will soar. Yi Chen stroked his chin. That seems to make some sense. Naomi nodded like a chick pecking at rice. Exactly, you don't need too many things, just a car, some clothes, and a bottle of wine. That should be enough. Yi Chen thought for a moment and nodded slightly. Alright, it wouldn't take much effort anyway. 5,000 years of heritage, 1,600 years of tradition, 500 hours of meticulous crafting, achieving the glory of the richest. On the big screen at Times Square in Apple City, Yi Chen was dressed in a deep black suit, his expression stern as he gazed into the distance. Emo Chilin, the peak vehicle, helping me surpass the summit. On the big screen at Leicester Square, Yi Chen sat in the Emo Chilin, holding a wine glass, leisurely watching the outside. The camera switched to a wide angle, the sharp supercar roaring down the street, treating the surrounding traffic as if it were nothing, weaving through with extreme flair. Huangzhou, the top choice for health. Huangzhou, I choose Huagua Huang. On the big screen at the Champs-Élysées in Paris at night, Yi Chen held a wine cup, tilted his head back to down a drink, exhaled, then burst into laughter, a chaotic kind of charm. I say, is our richest going bankrupt? Why is he shooting ads? Yeah, going bankrupt, a bankruptcy that earns 200 million in 3 minutes. What, earning 200 million in 30 minutes? Didn't you see the news? God of Wealthy shot those 3 ads and got 200 million in ad fees. Don't talk nonsense. The mochilin is produced by his own company, the clothes are from Jinsho Tiantang, and even the Huagua Huang is his. Get it straight, company assets and personal assets are not the same thing. His company has to pay him for shooting too. Ahem, well, I don't know if his company paid, but the 200 million came from the Cheap Cat. Yeah, you might not have noticed, the Cheap Cat has launched an exclusive page for Richest Man Style, top selection. I saw it too. Oh my, it's really scary. The mochilin is priced at 100 million, globally limited to 94 units. That set of clothes, including the top, pants, belt, and cloak, totals 18 million, limited to 250 sets, and the Huagua Huang, 36-year aged, is 128 million a bottle. Limited supply of 6,666 bottles. Pfft. Not to mention, the numbers set are 94, 250, 66, 66. Just 250, 6,666? Ptah, I didn't even notice until you mentioned it. That's quite a twisted sense of humor. No way, I heard someone interview, 94 cars plus his own means the supreme status of 95. Can it be sold? Adding them up is over 20 billion. What's the use of using the richest as a gimmick? Those foreign richest have been around for so many years, and I haven't seen them show off like this. I advise him to run his company honestly. Focus on technology, or learn from others and do some charity. Don't go down these crooked paths. Here comes another smart one. Your master has been the richest for over a decade, and he's been doing charity, saving fallen girls on Super Island. This idiot, still advising God of Wealthy to climb the tech ladder? If he brings out quantum computers and nuclear fusion, you'll have no money to make. Even an idiot knows they can't compete. Just lie flat. Can't sell? If it weren't for being sold only abroad, believe it or not, it would be completely sold out domestically. The online discussions in the country are buzzing, and it's pretty much the same abroad. Wealth has always been a common topic among humanity. And Yi Chen, the fastest rising and wealthiest figure in human history, naturally has an innate flow of attention. His taste and preferences are naturally branded with a golden label, especially after investing heavily, with various hard and soft advertisements and frenzied promotions. These 3 major products have exploded across all major platforms, and the rising traffic has made the Cheap Cat laugh crazily. There was no expectation that those people could afford these things. The same as the richest was not prepared for them, but following that was top-notch selection, which are all high-premium items, and the platform's commission is also high. As long as a portion can be ignited, 200 million? That's just a drop in the bucket on the day of Double 11. The global shopping carnival begins. The most eye-catching is the same as the richest. Everyone wants to see how well it sells. How well? Sold out instantly. 94 units of the export version hybrid mochilin sold out in 15 minutes and 44 seconds. 250 sets of Xianyu sets sold out in 35 minutes and 12 seconds. 6,666 bottles of Huagua Huang 36-year aged liquor sold out in 52 minutes and 19 seconds. Earned 22.4 billion in 1 hour. Crazy. Even earning 1 billion in 224 days would be good. At the beginning of the year, if you could mine 10 bitcoins, you'd have made about 1 billion by now. I heard the currency exchange is backed by the God of Wealthy. Is that true? Oh, I heard the ugly country is talking nonsense again. That's blockchain technology. It's not something one person can control. Besides us, all countries are investing, maintaining, and trading. Do you understand decentralization? Stop arguing. I think this year's price king has come out. 6 billion. 6 billion? Price? What's being sold? A spaceship? It's the super yacht. The one customized by the God of Wealthy, just went online and was gone in seconds. It should be the payment he made. I just looked at the introduction. Are you sure that's a yacht? I feel like it's an aircraft carrier. There is an introduction on the page of the Starfish. Eternal Life Super Yacht. Length, 270 meters. Width, 36 meters. Draft depth, 16.7 meters. Standard displacement, 20,000 tons. Full load displacement, 80,000 tons. Deck, 11 decks. Height, 56 meters. Total area, 74,512 square meters. Speed, 45 knots. Range, 2 million nautical miles. Crew, 55 people power system, small nuclear reactor, HDT-1 nuclear power integrated propulsion system, 400,000 horsepower, power generation capacity of 300,000 kilowatts, for steam turbines, 8-axis dual main rudders, hangar configuration, 1 super auxiliary boat of 112 meters, 1 super submarine of 105 meters, 4 28-meter shuttle boats, 3 20-meter speedboats, 2 or 9,000 p tilt-rotor drones. Well, without looking at the renderings or the actual object, just based on these parameters, if I say it's an aircraft carrier, I don't think anyone would object. Bro, you forgot to buy carrier-based aircraft. Bro, you're also missing vertical launch. You need to arrange for 128 vertical launch units to make it exciting. Bro, let's just say, can we get an electromagnetic catapult? Bro, add an electromagnetic cannon, and a laser launch tower. Don't add anymore. If you add more, we can cross the strait and solo the bending copy. General, you said he would drain the seawater on this side of the strait so that the eternal life can't come over. General, you also said that this ship has so few people, 1 spit from each person could crush it. General, you finally said, if you dare to come over, I will jump on the ship and do a pole dance. TSK, what a bunch of fun people. Yichen glanced around, then raised his glass to Zhang Hui, Wu Shao, Tong Rao, Zhou Yaiyang, Shubo, and Wang Xizong beside him. Congratulations, everyone has made it big, haha. We've known each other for so long, and Zhang Hui and the others are all very relaxed, casually laughing. This is Wang Xizong's first time meeting them. Although his father was also a billionaire back in the day, the worth of a billionaire is not the same. Plus, it's hard to gauge Yi Chen's temperament. At this moment, he cautiously raised his glass. Thank you. This time Yida was able to go public thanks to Director Yi's help. Yi Chen waved his hand casually at Wang Xizong's gratitude. Mutual benefit, just relax. Back then, when Wang Jian approached to seek a buyout, Yi Chen had Liu Yu handle it. They kicked out those foreign investors from Tama, then acquired 30% of the shares from Wang Jian, injected capital, and restructured a bit. At this point, Tianxia Holdings held 50% of the shares, Zhang Hui and the others combined held 10%, and Wang Jian still had 10% left. But just that 10%, looking at today's stock price, it was a huge profit. It skyrocketed tenfold. His net worth was approaching 1,000 billion again. However, in terms of potential, whether it's Yida's commercial plaza or the high-end hotels and resorts run by Zhou Yaiyang and Tong Rao, none could compare to Zhang Hui's Huiyao Pharmaceuticals. Yi Chen had helped him create a super heavyweight bomb with an estimated annual sales of over 100 billion. It covered hypertension, coronary heart disease, diabetes, hyperlipidemia, hypothyroidism, all those medications that must be taken long-term for relief. In addition, there were health products, supplements, and cosmetics developed in collaboration with the Jinsho Group. Now, Huiyao's shell looks unremarkable, but after a while, once the FDA in the ugly country and the EU EMA approve it, it would be surprising if the stock price didn't explode. While a few were chatting, suddenly a trending topic popped up, overshadowing Yi Chen's 36E. The 4 young masters of Magic City, Zhang Jin, makes a high-profile comeback. Yang Jili spends 500,000 on a live stream, chasing girls in a romantic flower sea. Put. Cough cough cough. A group of people nearly choked to death. Then they all looked at Yi Chen with strange, somewhat teasing expressions. Yi Chen stroked his chin, not reacting much, just mumbling. Sounds a bit familiar, who was it again? Wu Shao was surprised. Bro, you haven't heard of it? It was quite popular back then. The one who spent 900,000 on a meal and squandered 15 billion with his father. Tong Rao nodded as well. The old generation of the 4 young masters of Beijing, the 2 Wangs and 2 Wus, later they were also called the 4 young masters of Magic City, the emperor of Shanghai Qin Kuai, the rare earth king Zhang Jin, and Yida Sikong. I can't remember the last one, Shu Bo added at this time. There was also someone with the surname Yu, who spent 20 million on Dream Journey and then quit, and there hasn't been any news since. Wu Shao chuckled. This guy is still so clueless. His father lost the family fortune gambling, and he's still throwing money around, giving it to little Jinli? Does he think being the former boss means anything? It's really quite funny. Of course, not to mention anything else, Yang Jinli, following Brother Yi, earned a share of the box office from Female Agent. Even if it wasn't much, just 1%, and it was profit sharing, that was over 20 million. Throwing money? Brother Yi could crush you with just a flick of his finger. The few of them joked, and no one believed Yang Jinli would have anything to do with that guy. After all, Brother Yi was at most plain-looking, while Zhang Jin was a beast in both heart and appearance. However, Zhang Hui, Zhou Yaiyang, Yi Chen, and Wang Sikong all looked thoughtful. Wu Shao looked at them curiously. What's wrong, bro? If you're not feeling well, I'll find someone to beat him up. Damn, he's worse than a plucked phoenix now. Yi Chen smiled and waved his hand. Don't treat people like fools. A billionaire who once had over 100 billion lost 15 billion? Do you believe that? Wu Xiao hesitated for a moment. Everyone said that, and he hadn't thought much about it before, but now that he thought about it, Zheng Hui scoffed. Those who dare to play like that are definitely not foolish. They are absolutely bad. It's asset relocation, after all. Back in the day, our foreign exchange management was very strict. His money, even if it's his own, would be a hassle to get out. Wang Xikong nodded in agreement. Yeah, that's probably it. Losing 100 million at the casino and then getting 70 million back. It's not his fault that his rare earth company isn't doing well. The country controls resources and limits extraction. Even if he has a mine, he can't dig it out. Yi Chen thought for a moment and shook his head. If he's not foolish, then he probably wants to attract my attention. Let's go see what tricks he's playing. The group then put on their aurora glasses. They were teleported to Yang Jinli's live streaming event. The spacious venue looked like a sea of flowers, with walls, floors, and ceilings in vibrant colors. This was the effect of Jiang Jin spending 500,000. When Yi Chen and his group appeared, they immediately attracted the attention of the onlookers. Wow, is there going to be a showdown? Tisk, Wang Xikong is shaking again. Found a backer. Didn't you see Yida relist? His father is a billionaire again. So, working hard isn't as good as meeting a noble person. With someone supporting you, you can just, poof, ascend. The circle around the god of wealthy is filled with super rich people. I really want to get to know them. Yi Chen nodded at Yang Jinli, who was looking over, and then saw Jiang Jin walking over with people. With a wave of his hand, a black box was placed over here. Whoa, is this going to be a PK? Don't be ridiculous. What can you do in there? I've always had a question. Is it possible for that brain-machine interface to burn out a person's brain? I think your brain is the one that's fried. Stop watching those Hollywood brainless movies. If there were real safety hazards, would the country allow it to go public? While the outside was buzzing with discussions, inside the black box, Yi Chen nodded at Jiang Jin. Looking for me? Since you spent 500,000, I'll give you 2 minutes. Jiang Jin was not surprised by his direct and condescending attitude. He nodded as if it were only natural. I want to collaborate with Director Yi on the rare earth business. Yi Chen scoffed. National control is the big trend. Can't you see that? It's a trade war now, and that thing is. Jiang Jin nodded again. I know. I've been abroad for years and understand that our rare earth export market share is at 70%. Once supply is cut off, it could cripple most of their high-tech industries. Yi Chen responded with an "Oh." Then why do you want to collaborate with me? The domestic production can't increase, and even if it does, it just circulates within. Jiang Jin shook his head. Not domestically, it's about opening mines abroad. He licked his lips. Now that the ugly country is frantically looking for mines and alternatives, we can seize them. This is also a contribution to the country, right? It sounded good, but it was clear he saw the country's intention to reduce supply and anticipated a surge in rare earth prices, so he was preparing to do this. Yi Chen wasn't particularly interested in making money, but he was very interested in making things difficult for the ugly country. Be specific. After listening to Jiang Jin's enthusiastic and eloquent pitch for a few moments, Yi Chen's interest waned, and he waved his hand. All right, stop talking. Seeing Jiang Jin look at him in confusion, Yi Chen scoffed. So you want to come and pick up the ready-made benefits? The two sides of mine you are both led by state-owned enterprises. You want to use my connections to get a bite? Why should I bring you along? Originally, the rare earth reserves in Ma and you were only second to those in the domestic market in Russia, but they had previously lacked the technology for smelting and separation. Who is currently the best in the world at rare earth smelting and separation technology? Lanxiang. Oh no, I mean Huagua. After being a blood and sweat factory for 20 years, they have forced out a smelting technology that refines 99% pure material. Globally, there is no one stronger than us. The ugly country is still mining rough rare earths, then shipping them over for us to process, and buying the refined ones back. Of course, it's also because the domestic prices were relatively cheap before. When countries calculate the costs, buying from us is still the most cost-effective, so they didn't bother with this. Just like back then when they said the domestic production couldn't make the small ball for ballpoint pen tips, or the ugly country's shale oil mining technology. When life and death aren't involved, profit ultimately drives technological development. I digress. In short, this once important export industry for rare earths has gradually fallen to the second tier due to changes in the global landscape. After all, compared to the black technology on Yi Chen's side, which is worth trillions in chip technology every year, the total value of rare earths is only around 100 billion. What good does it do to teach you about Ma and you? Do you dare to ignore the rules and play with the pricing like we did back then? With the supply and marketing agreement in place, Whatever is produced will be fully taken by Huagua. How much to sell and at what price? It's all up to us. Zhang Jin felt a bit awkward hearing this. Well, Director Yi, my family has some mines in Australia. We could collaborate and develop them together. Just say the word, and we'll handle the rest for you, giving you a 30% stake. How about that? Yi Chen scoffed. Really, how has he not progressed at all after so many years, still playing this game? He waved his hand. I don't need your little money. Forget about Ma and you. Australia, I estimate you guys can't even get through to the government there. If you really want to do it, you know about Greenland, right? If you can get the mines there, I'll give you 30%. Zhang Jin was stunned, then looked at Yi Chen with a mix of laughter and tears. Director Yi, are you joking? The understanding king is always shouting about taking Greenland. Am I really going to confront him for 5 million tons of rare earths? Wu Xiao, who had been listening for a while, finally understood something and asked curiously, didn't they say there are 38 million tons there? Zhang Jin knew Wu Xiao's reputation as a second-generation rich kid and didn't mind his interruption, casually replying, that's just media nonsense. Reserve quantity and resource quantity are not the same. To put it simply, the reserve quantity is the amount that can be profitably mined at current prices. Resource quantity, even 30,000 meters underground counts as resource quantity. Who the hell would dig that up just for fun? Wu Xiao said, gaining a bit of strange knowledge. Yi Chen chuckled. 5 million tons is quite a lot, right? At the current average price of 500,000 per ton, that's worth 700 to 800 billion. Zhang Jin exhaled and rolled his eyes. You're just joking with me. The national annual production is only 50,000 to 60,000 tons. Our company, at most, can manage 10,000 tons of capacity. That place in Greenland is freezing cold, the infrastructure is poor, there are few people, and there's a military base from the ugly country. It's practically risking your life. Yi Chen shrugged. It's up to you, I'm not forcing you. If you want to make this money, either go for Greenland or go mine on your own. Countries aren't very friendly to mining companies these days. Not just unfriendly, it's downright harsh. Environmental issues, human rights, it's a mess. Especially for companies going abroad, like Zhang's, carrying the name of Huagua, it's a miracle if they aren't targeted. His Tianxianang mining has to wear several layers of disguises when operating abroad, or else it's just a pile of trouble. Zhang Jin sighed inwardly, this hit the nail on the head. If it weren't for the tough situation outside, why would he come back? Back then, his father moved away more than half of their wealth, buying nearly $1 billion in high-end properties across various countries. But now, everything has plummeted, and he has to pay a hefty tax every year. Damn. Then I'll go back and discuss it with my father. Thank you, Director Yi, for taking the time to come over. I really took the liberty this time. Yi Chen responded with a sound, and Zhang Jin directly logged off. Wu Xiao looked at him. You actually care about this kind of asset transfer? That's not like you. The others nodded in agreement, and Yi Chen rolled his eyes. If it weren't for the fact that he and his son haven't changed their nationality, I wouldn't bother with him. As for Run, he can roll as far away as possible. Wang Xikong nodded with some emotion. This is the first time I've learned that nationality has this kind of benefit. TSK. Yi Chen snorted. If your dad hadn't run away back then, I wouldn't care about Yida's life or death. Wang Xikong shook his head and chuckled. Fortune and misfortune depend on each other. Misfortune hides in fortune. The ancients truly do not deceive me. Yi Chen waved away the black box and didn't look for Yang Jinli, directly taking his people away. Subsequently, Xu Bo, the general manager of Boya MCN, called a group of young ladies and threw a party. While they were having fun over here, the power of Double 11 gradually revealed itself, with sales figures continuously breaking records. This year is incredible. The domestic online sales reached 30 trillion. The overseas figures are also exaggerated, 10 trillion. What's so incredible? Out of the 15 trillion from by the world, 7 trillion is from mobile phones, glasses, and electric cars, all supported by subsidies. Well, that 10 trillion overseas is mostly from the fierce competition among cats and dogs, crazy subsidies, plus merchants clearing their inventory, not making much profit, just watching the excitement. Actually, it's not bad. My boss sold off the inventory from the past 2 years and made some money. Next year I'll go out with him to explore the market. Tisk, is this going to roll out to foreign markets? No choice, the domestic situation is too exaggerated. If we can't compete here, we can only go out and fight for it. Upstairs is impressive. Being able to compete with the world is still an honor, high-end, classy. The entire Double 11 Carnival continued until the end of the month with sales increasing by 67% compared to last year, a year of explosive growth for cross-border e-commerce. However, compared to the explosion in the Big A market, it was child's play. Nearly doubling, the Shanghai Index hit 6,000 points. The Shenzhen market reached 20,000 points. The Hang Seng Index even surpassed 33,000 points, breaking the historical record of 31,638 points from 19 years ago. At this time, the three major exchanges had Shanghai leading with 80 trillion, Shenzhen second with 65 trillion, and Hong Kong with 55 trillion, totaling 200 trillion. There were 20 companies with a market value of 5 trillion, 10 private tech firms, and 10 state-owned enterprises. Compared to the New York Stock Exchange and Nasdaq, they were just short by 40 trillion. A group of overseas media shouted excitedly, "China is really catching up. It's catching up. It's catching up. Don't be cowardly, just go for it. What the hell, you guys are screwing me. Don't save me. Damn. What the hell? As long as the Green Mountains remain, I'll leave first and come back to help you take revenge." A group of people were shouting in the space. Desperate Battlefield, the game Wushou initially wanted to make, was now online. It was similar to Battle Royale games, but playing in the space was incredibly thrilling. After one round ended, everyone retreated to the battlefield's preparation area. Yichen shouted at a few people who were still blaming each other. "You guys play by yourselves. I need to go." Before he finished speaking, a few guys waved their hands. "Hurry up and go. Yeah, it's too tiring to bring you along. Brother Yi, next time we bring you, let's change the parameters." Yichen opened his mouth, a sentence stuck in his heart. Damn it, who is really screwing up? I at least killed 3, what about you? Too lazy to argue with these clueless guys, he flashed away and took off his glasses, shaking his head. Having a bunch of useless teammates is really despairing. After a moment of reflection, Yichen remembered something and asked, "Xiao Yi, how many people are in the space now?" "It's already 1.05 billion. Average online duration is 6 hours. Daily revenue is 3 billion, with consumption included, stabilizing around 11 billion. The area has been developed to zones 002-0086, covering a total area of 10,086 square kilometers, with a total investment of about 10 trillion. Yi Chan responded with an O. Has the government set up several offices now? A 3-level structure, a total of 932, Master, the listening has also been integrated. Do we need to shield its information? Yi Chen thought for a moment. It shouldn't be able to collect specific information, right? Currently, the open database only has transaction information, which was previously set up for tax calculation convenience, and now some people hope to view communication information. Yi Chen shook his head. That doesn't matter. The big boss hasn't mentioned it to me. If they want to check, they should come with an official letter. Little Yi understands. By the way, how much assets do I have now? Without waiting for Little Yi to answer, Yichen quickly added, just give me a rough number, no need for a list. It was obvious that if it were itemized, it would take forever. Little Yi understands. The master's total assets are about 500 trillion, mainly divided into technology, finance, energy minerals, overseas assets, and Tianxia holdings. By the way, the total global circulating assets from M0 to M4 are about 30 trillion. The master occupies 67%. So impressive. Yichen degree, however, due to regulatory and other reasons, the controllable asset scale hasn't increased much, around 60 trillion. Yichen nodded slightly, this was about right. In the future, there probably won't be opportunities for significant increases, right? Like cutting a slice from the ugly country? Master, currencies, stocks, bonds, etc. do not possess inherent value. According to my calculations, even if a large economic crisis occurs again, the benefits gained from harvesting may not be as much as what can be obtained through normal development. Based on this year's current revenue of 80 trillion, after deducting all expenses and budgets, as well as 7.8 trillion in taxes, there should be about 9 trillion in profit, which is better for purchasing assets or investing in construction than harvesting. Of course, this is under the condition that the master does not start a war. If we were to conquer another, Stop. The country does not allow us to usurp others' sovereignty, nor to interfere in politics. Stop it, or we'll get 404D again. Yi Chen, alright. Yi Chen wiped his virtual sweat and then chuckled. I won't act myself, but I can let my little brother take action. In that case, I'll transfer 5 billion to Old Mexico's Gustavo to stir things up. Little Yi understands. What are you laughing at? So creepy? Xiao Yueying walked in through the door, looking at Yi Chen with some confusion. Nothing. Yi Chen casually changed the subject. Are you done over there? Today is the celebration banquet for the streamers under Xiao Yueying's management. Over 10,000 streamers brought in 80 billion in sales during Double 11, which is worth celebrating. Yeah, I let them have some free time. This hotel is big enough anyway. The Zishan Golf Super 5-star Hotel is right next to Yi Chen's Villa No. 8. Xiao Yueying said, then clapped her hands, and a sweet smiling beauty walked in behind her. Yi Chen looked at the two in confusion. What does this mean? Xiao Yueying leaned down and whispered in Yi Chen's ear with a laugh. I specially selected her, the school flower from the art school, still original, guaranteed to satisfy you. Yi Chen raised an eyebrow. Well, you really are a little clever one. Glancing at the school flower wearing light white jeans, revealing a glimpse of her slender waist, he nodded slightly. She was indeed beautiful. Seeing him nod, Zhou Yueying smirked, then turned around, her expression serious as she stared at the school flower. Director Yi will personally guide you, so perform well. Yes, Zhou General. Zhou Yueying exhaled, stepped out of the room, and then didn't walk far, leaning against the wall of the corridor. After a moment of silence, she took out a pack of ladies' cigarettes, lit one, and the smoke swirled around her, her expression complex. Hey, why are you standing here smoking? Where's Brother Yi? Not around? Just as Zhou Yueying was lost in thought, Jiang Shul had come over without her noticing. She pushed the door open slightly, and just as a gap appeared, a scream was heard. Ah, it hurts. It'll feel better soon. Jiang Shul's eyes widened, her mouth opened, but before she could scream, Zhou Yueying reached out from behind and covered her mouth. Don't shout, don't disturb Brother Ye's mood. She's doing it willingly, no one is forcing her. She just wants to be like you and me. After whispering a few words, Zhou Yueying slowly closed the door and then pulled Jiang Shul aside. Jiang Shul gasped heavily, glaring at Zhou Yueying. You pushed her into the fire pit? Zhou Yueying smirked slightly, took another puff, blew out a smoke ring, and turned to look at Jiang Shul. You call this a fire pit? Do you know how many people envy us? Do you know how many I chose from to pick her? Jiang Shul, have you lost your mind? Just because you feel a bit famous and made some money, you think you can fly away? Looking at Jiang Shul, who pursed her lips and remained silent, Zhou Yueying scoffed. You brought in 4 billion this time? After deducting the platform and the guild, you can get nearly 1 billion? Jiang Shul huffed. You brought in more than me, 8 billion. Don't you know better than I do? Zhou Yueying nodded slightly. Just because I know better than you, that's why I say you've lost your way. Your heart has gone wild. Zhou Yueying tilted her head to look at Jiang Shul, a half-smile on her face. That young master who often comes to listen to you sing, what's his name? Want to get married? Jiang Shul panicked for a moment. Who wants to get married? Zhou Yueying chuckled. Whether you really want to or not, I advise you not to think about it. She waved her hand, stopping Jiang Shul from speaking. Let's not talk about other things. I won't discuss the vague stuff. If you're willing to part with that 10 billion, feeling that love can quench thirst, then let's pretend I said nothing. Jiang Shul was taken aback for a moment, frowning. What do you mean? 10 billion? Are you talking about the guild shares? Zhou Yueying exaggeratedly stared at her. You haven't studied the contract, have you? She held up 2 fingers. 15 years, the guild is bound to us for 15 years. Before fulfilling the agreement, we only get dividends each year, can't withdraw, can't transfer, and our monthly income has 90% invested, that's all income. Watching Jiang Shul's expression change continuously, Zhou Yueying exhaled. There are various clauses. If you breach the contract, then it's over, the shares become void, all previous income has to be returned, plus interest and double compensation. It's probably an astronomical figure. If I leave now, I'd have to pay about 3 billion, you'd probably have around 700 to 800 million. Jiang Shul bit her lip, her eyes glistening with tears after a while. Brother Yi Chen, is he deliberately setting me up? Zhou Yueying beside her extinguished the cigarette and patted her head. How is that setting you up? He probably just doesn't want you to do something foolish. Has he ever restricted you? Besides, I don't think he even knows this. It's probably that woman Luyu who helped him. She smiled self-deprecatingly. In his heart, you and I probably don't hold much weight, so you want to find an honest person to marry? Jiang Shul was hit by the thought. Having never been in a relationship, she naturally yearned for it. At most, Zhou Yueying patted her shoulder. Stop being silly, enjoy these 15 years properly. In a few years, when you've seen more, you'll realize how foolish your current thoughts are. A scoff followed. Do you really think that young master from that family likes you? He's just a scumbag. He flatters women with sweet words and then lives off them. You know about my friend, Xiaolan, right? Don't be fooled. If you really provoke Brother Yi, TSK, that's scary. Jiang Shul was a bit lost in thought for a while, then said, I'm going to check the contract. After saying that, she turned and left. Zhou Yueying leaned against the wall, took a long breath, and murmured softly, Silly girl, if it weren't for wanting to keep my position, I wouldn't bother with you. It's better if you leave. Just as her thoughts were complicated, the door opened, and Yi Chen peeked in. Upon seeing her, his eyes brightened slightly, and he waved. Come in, come in. Zhou Yueying raised a smile and walked over seductively. Brother Yi is still so impressive, Yi Chen chuckled. That woman can't hold on any longer. Wait until you come to put out the fire. Oh, by the way, where's that girl Jiang Shul? Zhou Yueying reached out to grab a handle, staring at Yi Chen with a half-smile. You still have the mind to ask about others? Yi Chen took a breath and nodded. Let's put out the fire first. Bang! The door was closed again. The fire burned all night. The next day, Yi Chen woke up early, full of energy. Brother Yi, good morning. Chiu Yueying mumbled with her eyes closed. Yi Chen climbed out of the warm bed, casually threw on a robe, and walked to the balcony. Hiss, whoa, it's cold, he shivered. Master, take a look at this, it was taken in the hallway yesterday. What is it? Yi Chen crossed his arms and went to the study, looking at it expressionlessly before chuckling. After all, she's just a little girl, so naive. Shaking his head, he didn't pay much attention. But that woman Lu Yu actually pulled this on me. After thinking for a while, he went to wash up and change clothes. Once he was ready, Chiu Yueying ran over with a blanket, looking a bit surprised. Are you going out? Yeah, I'm going to the financial city. If you're tired, just rest. There's nothing going on anyway. After a pause, Yi Chen didn't say anything more, nodded, and prepared to leave. Chiu Yueying stopped him for a moment. What about her? Yi Chen initially thought she was talking about Jiang Shul, but seeing her gesture towards the room, he realized. Her, what's her name again? Forget it, just handle it. Give her some resources to support her, that's it. Chiu Yueying wasn't surprised, responded obediently, and sent him off. After returning to her room, she looked at the alluring figure and beautiful face of the campus belle, tugging at the corner of her mouth. Indeed, things are not what they used to be. It's not just about climbing into this bed anymore. It's just a toy. Slap, get up, go back to your room and sleep. Just as Chiu Yueying was asserting her dominance, Yi Chen took a flying ride on the R6000P tilt-rotor aircraft to the financial city. Why did you come over today? In the 88th floor CEO office, Lu Yu was a bit surprised. Yi Chen rarely came to the company. I want to discuss something with you. Seeing his serious expression, Lu Yu quickly became serious as well. Okay, go ahead. Something that could make Yi Chen come over so early must be significant. Yi Chen smiled at the sight. Don't be nervous, it's a good thing. I'm preparing to give you 2% of the shares, 2% of Tianxia Holdings. You handle the paperwork. Thunder rolled. As the group president, she knew very well what kind of monster Tianxia Holdings was, stammering as she pointed at herself. Give me, 2%? That's trillions. Yi Chen waved his hand. Don't get excited, it should actually be 1%, but you probably don't have money to pay taxes, so the other 1% I'll buy back. Lu Yu's chest rose and fell rapidly a few times, and it took her a long time to recover. Yi Chen chuckled and walked over to pull her up, then placed her on his lap. You weren't this nervous when we were discussing business before, it's just 2% of the shares. Lu Yu rolled her eyes at his nonchalance. How could it be the same? But, why are you making such a fuss today? She tilted her head to look at him, frowned, and then silently mouthed, is someone trying to harm you? Yi Chen was taken aback, looking at her speechlessly. Her thought process, sigh, it really did seem like someone was about to harm him and then divide the assets. He shook his head. No, it's just that I found out yesterday that you secretly helped me get an agreement for Jiang Shul and Chiu Yueying. Although I don't really care, I think you did well. Yi Chen's voice gradually became softer because Lu Yu's expression started to turn ugly. With gritted teeth, she stared at Yi Chen, and after a long while, she coldly said, I worked my ass off to help you develop the company, and I didn't hear a word of thanks from you, nor did I expect anything. You come here today just because I helped you tie down your two little lovers, and you give me shares? So, my hard work is not worth it. You bastard. Let go of me. Yi Chen cursed his luck. He himself didn't care much about the company's affairs. After all, with various redeemable black technologies backing him up and Xiaoyi managing the planning, even if the management was poor or something unexpected happened, he could handle it. So he never took it seriously. But Lu Yu had put in a lot of effort. At this moment, having misspoken, he didn't know how to comfort her, so he decided to give her a shot and see. Huff huff. Yi Chen, you bastard. You. After a bit of kneading, when Lu Yu softened, Yi Chen placed her on the table. You turned it around. I give you shares, of course, because of our relationship and your hard work. As for what happened last night, that's just the prelude. Yi Chen argued back, then slapped a few times and kneaded her again. He mounted his horse. Oh, Lu Yu tilted her neck and let out a long moan, utterly enchanted. She felt that this was her reward. The equity change took about 10 days to finalize. After that, Yi Chen set off for Cheong Island to attend this year's seafood festival. His ship, the Eternal Life, was about to set sail. The dock was crowded with onlookers. Heavens, is this the Eternal Life? It's too extravagant. The overwhelming pressure. What's the difference from a cruise ship? The Titanic was also 270 meters, but that served thousands of customers, This one is the toy of the god of wealth, Yi. But, is it safe? After all, I heard they're going to ignite the reactor today. The god of wealth Yi has already boarded. If he's not afraid, what are we scared of? Don't worry, we never have accidents in such big matters. At this moment, Yi Chen was on the ship inspecting with the president of Haixing, Wu Bo. Everything is according to your instructions. Although there were several revisions, from 211 meters to 270, from conventional power to nuclear power, it was ultimately completed. After finishing, he added somewhat reluctantly, I still think the world's number one fits its name better. Yi Chen smiled and shook his head. In the future, we will build even bigger ships. What will you do then? The name the world's number one, wait until you make an interstellar battleship and use it then. Wu Bo felt like crying. Boss, do you know what you're saying? An interstellar battleship? I nearly lost my life making this one. Damn it, a 3-year construction period has been compressed into 1 year. The hull has been extended by nearly 30%. They also want a 100-meter super yacht in the dock, plus a submarine. They also want ice-breaking exploration capabilities. They also want to reserve all sorts of strange spaces. They also want. Wu Bo didn't even know how he got through this year. Fortunately, the country sent a lot of people to help. Yi Chen also provided technical support. In the end, the task was completed. He took a quick look around. Master, the self-check has been completed, no issues. Yi Chen nodded slightly and patted Wu Bo on the shoulder. Well done, cheer up. This is a living advertisement. There's only one in the world that can build a nuclear-powered super yacht, and that's you. This conference will probably get at least 100 orders. It's all thanks to everyone's help and your technical support. We were just lending a hand, Wu Bo said, exhaling again. Anyway, I appreciate your good words. The number of orders doesn't matter. I just hope I can sleep well without worrying about anything. It's been a whole year, and I haven't slept more than 4 hours a day. Yi Chen waved his hand. All right, you take the people off the ship. I'll handle things here. This time he brought 100 latex-suited ones. Black Super Robot Yi Chen nuclear power version, manufacturing time, 15 seconds, total weight, 84 kilograms. Maximum power, 10,000 horsepower, endurance, 30 days. You can use it as a bodyguard, and when necessary, you can also use it as a killer. Among them, 55 were distributed across various positions on the ship, while the rest could serve as waiters. After all, it was the maiden voyage, and with a seafood feast, there was no reason not to hold a banquet. Just as Yi Chen was busy mingling with domestic and Eastern 10 countries tycoons, toasting and chatting, foreign media also began to report on the Eternal Life's maiden voyage. The maiden voyage of a famous tycoon's private yacht, Yi Chen, and the romantic affair with a Chinese star. Indulging in pleasure, worrying prospects. A nuclear reactor on the yacht? Listen to what Harvard professors have to say. GPT founder Sam Altman claims the launch of a new generation of AI, with some metrics surpassing surpassing DeepSeek. The $500 billion Stargate project has now completed its layout across states. A well-known MIT professor raises 3 doubts about Aurora Space, confirming fraud. Has anyone ever seen the so-called space? In the studio, an old professor sat relaxed on the sofa, smiling as he asked the host. The host chuckled. Not really, after all, the Aurora glasses haven't been released to the public. The old professor pointed with his finger. That's right, if they really had such technology, why not promote it globally? I believe it would be a product greater than the iPhone, and the world would become a company as great as Apple. Before the host could respond, the old professor continued to speak passionately. So, all of this is a scam. A scam? Exactly, to deceive investors, they no longer use PPT, but instead employ realistic special effects to fool those ignorant investors and swindle their funds, to boost their depressed stock prices. Bang! The old professor pounded the armrest of the sofa. This is shameful. It will hinder technological development. I must stand up and expose it. Let everyone know the truth. Hearing this, Yi Chen yawned. The same old smear tactics. Let them say whatever they want. Xiao Yi, set sail, head north along the coastline. Xiao Yi understands. Eternal life is starting. Level 1 alert. Energy supply normal. Power system normal. Radar normal. A crowd gathered around the dock, watching the massive vessel slowly move, erupting in cheers. In the eyes of the public, since nuclear power can be used for yachts, aircraft carriers must be no problem at all. This is not a misunderstanding. The country already has 4 nuclear-powered aircraft carriers under construction in the dock, with the fastest one expected to launch next year. Over the next 10 days, Yi Chen traveled from south to north, visiting the 10 major ports he had invested in, staying an extra day in Island Shang. There was no way around it. The rich list had been updated, and his wealth could no longer be hidden. Moreover, the new year was approaching. 80 trillion. The richest man in history. Tianxia Holdings, controlling the world. Unveiling the business empire of the god of wealth Yi. From emptying the prize pool to becoming the world's richest, exploring the rise of the god of wealth Yi, the most powerful female CEO in history, with a fortune of 14.4 trillion, surpassing Bezos, ranked second globally. Miss Liu, a classmate with a story. Trending topics were dominated by Yi Chen, not just the top 10, but the top 50 were all related to him and his old news. Especially the story between him and Liu Yu, who received a 2% share, was brought up again for heated discussion. Of course, the most talked about was still the exaggerated wealth. Wait, Tianxia Holdings is valued at 80 trillion? What a joke! How is that calculated? Not a joke. Tianxia Group's other assets are not listed, and of course, Tianxia Holdings isn't either. I guess this is still based on the shareholdings of other listed companies. Well, you can see for yourselves, among the 6,200 companies in the stock market, Tianxia Holdings is a shareholder in the top 10, and it's one of the top 5 major shareholders. Our market value of 200 trillion has 40% from Tianxia Holdings. Damn, does that mean the god of wealth Yi is richer than the Saudi royal family? Ha, not necessarily all his, but he should definitely be the visible richest. Visible my ass, the shareholder registration of Tianxia Holdings clearly states there are only 2 shareholders, one is the god of wealth Yi, and the other is Liu Yu, with Yi holding 98%. Exactly, if he's not the richest, then who is? Even if you bring up the Rothschilds, it won't work. You guys don't understand, the country won't allow such exaggerated wealth to be controlled by private hands. I guess it's mostly held in trust. The national AI listening system can't hide invisible billionaires anymore, so they just put it all in Yi Chen's name, you get it. A stone stirred up 1,000 waves. Online debates about the source, authenticity, and legitimacy of Yi Chen's wealth were heated. Some, whether they had been paid off or were genuinely concerned for the country and the people, poured cold water on the situation. You're too happy too soon, it's all paper wealth, virtual wealth, just a stock market bubble. Yeah, just like the real estate bubble in Neon East back then, it'll burst as soon as it's exposed. Then it'll be a mess. Exactly, I think we should squeeze out the excess, otherwise, it'll be our turn to lose the 30 years. According to that list, there are now 4,370 people with assets over $1 billion, 5 times that of the ugly country. Is that possible? I advise everyone not to be blindly optimistic. Be careful of the ugly country shorting our stock market. Whether out of genuine concern or malice, this rhetoric had no market in the current atmosphere. Alright, what's the ugly country like now? Still licking? You guys aren't tired, but I'm tired just watching. Exactly, if you're short on a few bucks, we can chip in, let's all take a break, okay? These fortunes are not the same as the all real estate back then, just look at it, photovoltaics, lithium batteries, new materials, new energy, space games, space film and entertainment development, which one isn't high-tech? The reasoning was sound, but some people had been brainwashed for over a decade and could no longer see the world clearly, clinging to the lighthouse without letting go. Just a slight lead, with so many Nobel Prize winners in the ugly country, attracting so many high-end talents from various countries, it's only a matter of time. The ugly country is now backward because they respect human rights and personal privacy. Anyway, I won't use any Aurora glasses, who knows if they'll steal my information or read my memories. How much is your information worth? Well, I just want to ask, why is the ugly country getting worse despite the high-end talents immigrating there? A soul-searching question, a fatal blow. The reason is simple. Because the past was all about donkeys and horses. In the past, there were also some products and technologies in the country that surpassed those abroad, even the ugly country. But every time it was mentioned, people would mock. It wasn't that the ugly country couldn't do it, but that they didn't want to. If they wanted to, they could do it in no time. And what about the number of Nobel Prizes? Many talented Chinese have immigrated, saying the domestic research environment is too poor, and so on. It's hard to discern the truth, and there's no way to refute it. Until Yi Chen appeared. Super AI, super chips, super space. One after another, all are irrefutable super black technologies. Everyone has a scale in their hearts. They know that in some fields, we have finally taken the lead. It's not because the ugly country's manufacturing is hollowed out, nor because they have transferred backward production capacity and can't increase output. It's just that they want to chase but can't catch up. The big A is so popular not because it has sucked its own leaks dry but because it has sucked the leaks of the whole world. This time, even if we get cut, even if we get halved. It's better not to, it's better to rise to 12,000 points. That would be even more uplifting and satisfying, of course. This is from male netizens. Female netizens are all in unison. I really want a boyfriend like this. I can be anything. I can be Xiao 5, Xiao 6, no problem. God of wealth Yi. I'm beautiful and sweet-voiced. My address is. A group of women dazzled by wealth, but probably most are just joining the fun. Yi Chen is also joining the fun. With 10 minutes left until the new year, Yi Chen followed Liang Jinxiu to the beach, watching the LED light show from the building across the way. There are really a lot of people. Yi Chen wrapped his arms around Liang Jinxiu, surrounded by robots in every direction. 6 bodyguards in black sunglasses surrounded them, separating them from the crowd. Otherwise, he was afraid he would be recognized and taken advantage of. Liang Jinxiu tilted her head back and teased, "You must be feeling proud, right? There are quite a few people here for the light show, but even more for your eternal life ship." Saying this, she glanced at the building over there and shook her head slightly. "After your aurora comes out, this light show seems rather ordinary." Yi Chen chuckled. What could be done? It really couldn't be compared. No matter how dense or dazzling those LED lights were, how could they compare to virtual enhancement? He took out 2 pairs of glasses and put them on himself and Liang Jinxiu. It should be starting soon. Just as Yi Chen finished speaking, people around wearing glasses gasped in unison. Look, how spectacular. I knew there would be a show. Good thing I brought my glasses." What did you see? In everyone's line of sight, the Eternal Life ship on the sea suddenly lit up with white light, shifting through red, orange, yellow, green, blue, and finally turning black, transforming into a black tiger. Roar, roar, roar. After running a lap along the beach, the roar stirred everyone's emotions, and a countdown appeared on the giant black tiger. 10, 9, 8. The crowd couldn't help but shout along, their voices growing louder until 3, 2, 1. Boom! The countdown numbers exploded into a sky full of fireworks, and then from the fiery trees and silver flowers, an enormous Yi Chen emerged, dressed in a red robe, wearing a crown of wealth, and holding a gold ingot fan. "Happy New Year, everyone!" The crowd by the seaside was momentarily stunned, then erupted into cheers. "It's Yi Chen! Dressed like a god of wealth. God of wealth Yi!" Soon the shouts began to unify, turning into one voice. "God of wealth Yi! Give out red envelopes! God of wealth Yi! Give out red envelopes!" The virtual Yi Chen laughed heartily, waving his treasure fan. Countless red envelopes were scattered into the sky. 2027. Wishing you prosperity. You must believe that the new year will be even better. Ha ha ha, ding ding dong dong. Notifications appeared. I won. 88. Did I win the grand prize? 8,888? Damn, 588. Liang Jinxiu also saw a red envelope hit her, and as she curiously clicked it open, her eyes went blank, and her head bumped back. You did that on purpose, right? 5, 8. Yi Chen chuckled, resting his chin on her head. What do you need so much money for? Just a little something to show. Come on, let's go back to the ship. I have what you want most. Liang Jinxiu's eyes lit up, and she eagerly grabbed him and ran. In the new year, she had to take good care of herself. On the Eternal Life, 4th deck. After passing through several sealed doors, Liang Jinxiu's face full of anticipation turned into confusion. Why is this different from the previous therapy cabin? The one in front of her looked like it was a size larger, and its shape had changed from the original roundness to one with diamond facets. Yi Chen chuckled. Upgraded version, the effect will be better. Alright, go lie down. Super Micro Human Cell Repair Therapy Cabin. Yi Chen High Configuration Version. Manufacturing time, 8 hours. Usable for those under 120 years old. Maximum lifespan 160 years. For details please consult Xiaoyi. Liang Jinxiu exclaimed and didn't hesitate. She smoothly lay down inside. Once the cabin cover closed, a selectable menu appeared before Yi Chen. Everything from the repair time to the repair areas could be individually fine-tuned. Tisk, if this thing becomes popular, those plastic surgery hospitals in Korea will probably all go bankrupt, and there will be beauties everywhere. Although this thing couldn't completely change a person into another appearance, it could definitely make minor adjustments, turning those decent-looking 70-point women into 85-point ones without a doubt. And for someone like Liang Jinxiu, who could already be a template, it could naturally be optimized a bit. For example, Yi Chen scrolled through the options, cleared his throat, and selected a lighter shade for certain areas. After hesitating for a moment, Zhao Gongming rides a black tiger, so I'll go for a white. After making various adjustments to the areas he was previously dissatisfied with, Liang Jinxiu looked at the cabin cover with confusion. Yi Chen pressed start. Virum, the bottom nuclear reactor, delivered a massive amount of electricity, and the diamond-like facets gradually lit up with a ghostly blue glow. After nearly 20 minutes, the glow began to dim. The cabin cover opened, and Liang Jinxiu blinked in confusion, then suddenly came to her senses and eagerly climbed out. In the adjacent bathroom, Yi Chen admired Liang Jinxiu, who was twisting and turning, and couldn't help but praise her. She truly couldn't be more beautiful. Just as Liang Jinxiu was happily admiring herself in the mirror, Yi Chen leaned over. He pressed her against the mirror. What's the rush? Liang Jinxiu playfully complained but still cooperated by standing on her tiptoes. Moments later. Ouch, 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 why does it hurt so much? Ha, why is there blood? Liang Jinxiu called out in a bit of panic. Yi Chen also grunted. Don't shout, I just helped you with a little repair. The first time, it's inevitable, you'll feel great afterward. Hiss. On the first day of the new year, the knife drew blood, great luck and prosperity. Because Liang Jinxiu was quite injured, Yi Chen stayed an extra day. In the morning, while Liang Jinxiu was still resting, Yi Chen was in the study looking at the information compiled by Xiao Yi. From time to time, he glanced at the hurriedly approaching Jiang Jin, frowning. Back then, he had casually mentioned that this guy, no, it should be said his father, Jiang Longquan, truly lived up to being a trendsetter of the 1980s, bold enough to pull teeth from a tiger's mouth. However, TSK, this is quite a hassle. Jiang Jin swallowed hard. Their family had nearly exhausted all their funds and connections, banking everything on this one big gamble. If Yi Chen didn't get on board, they would probably end up with no place to be buried. Director Yi, it's quite a hassle, but as long as it works out, the returns will be substantial, right? Yi Chen twitched the corner of his mouth, inexplicably reminded of a familiar line. I have a mine on Grand Island, the risks are a bit high, but the profits are great. Once it's done, how about a 70-30 split? Returns? That only matters if we can actually mine it. TSK, I really didn't expect you to bring a company from down under. That's right, with the ugly country blocking the way, directly buying a mine wasn't realistic. The major mines on Grand Island were either in the hands of ugly country companies or had been taken over by down under mining enterprises, with no involvement from Huagua. However, with the global landscape changing in the past 2 years, domestic reliance on ore was gradually decreasing, so logically, ore prices should be falling. But a bunch of mining companies went crazy raising prices, artificially reversing supply and demand. While the domestic side was certainly feeling the pinch, the other side was also suffering heavy losses. In this context, Jiang Longquan risked most of his fortune, betting everything on Grand Island, bringing in a down-under energy transition mining company that had mining rights. However, just because a company bought it doesn't mean they can start mining. If the government decides to deny the agreement and concocts some nonsense about your investment not being in place or environmental standards not being met, they can snatch the mining rights back in an instant. That's why Yi Chen felt it was troublesome. Seeing the anxious look on Jiang Jin's face, Yi Chen pressed his hand down. Well, don't worry. Since we've decided to do this, I definitely won't let you waste your efforts. But this matter has to be approached slowly. Great, he had also learned the big shot's way of speaking. The higher the status, the more one sees, and the more one understands that things can't be rushed. Even if he could bring down the ugly country, he couldn't play around like that. Once social order collapses, the pain of rebuilding could drive people to despair. It's fine to stir things up, but it has to be done with a bottom line. After getting the assurance, Jiang Jin relaxed a bit and then settled down on the eternal life. The next day, they set off, not continuing north but turning east towards Hansheng. First, the Samsung matter was almost wrapped up, and second, they were preparing to show their claws. Busan Port, the ugly country's military base, a group of 5-star generals, including MacArthur, stared at the map, watching the small dot getting closer to Hansheng, scratching their heads. What to do? Has the Pentagon said anything? Should we intercept? Someone broke the silence, and the surrounding group wore serious expressions, but no one spoke up. There were just too many points of contention. Intercept? How to intercept? On what grounds? They were the world's richest, cruising the world on a yacht, and had already notified Hansheng, which was reasonable and legal. Of course, the ugly country never really cared about reason, and their overseas troops paid no heed to local laws. They could say QJ and investigate your fishing boat without a second thought. Intercepting a yacht, even if it was the world's richest, cough cough, if it were 5 years ago, they might have had the guts to do it. But why was the Pentagon silent now? No other reason than that the other party wasn't alone. They were accompanied by 2055 destroyers for escort. How the hell do you intercept that? Who takes responsibility if things go wrong? After a long silence, seeing that small dot had already traveled halfway, the base commander let out a breath. Send a ship over to follow them. No unauthorized movements without my orders. The 8th deck bridge of the eternal life. Yi Chen looked out the window at the missile destroyer anchored in the distance, blocking the way, neither revealing its identity nor communicating, and sneered. Ignore it, just go past it. If it blocks the way again, we'll ram it. Little Yi understood. Ram past it? Jiang Jin looked pale as he turned to Yi Chen. Mr. Yi, do we really have to do this? Let's talk it out. Yi Chen whistled. They aren't following the rules first. I came through the proper procedures. What's blocking the way? See, bully? Please, I'm used to their bad habits. Little Yi, play me a song, tough guy. As soon as he finished speaking, music started playing, and Yichen began to hum along. They're just ordinary folks, why should I give you 3 points? Just as Jiang Jin was sweating, suddenly, panels dropped from the bridge, and the originally transparent glass transformed into electronic screens. From the outside, this super yacht, which was even larger than the missile destroyer across from it, began to lower its armor on all decks, sealing tightly. Like an arrowhead, it charged straight towards the opposite side. Not far behind, on 2 armed escorts, the 2 captains were communicating. TSK, really brave. Are we betting that the other side won't dare to act? You still have the mood to laugh. Get ready, just in case. What if? They're all paper tigers. Fine. I'm starting preparations here. Yeah, better be careful. A ship sails for 1,000 years. Best not to have any accidents. While they were communicating, the missile destroyer was also nervously contacting the base, which was in turn contacting the Pentagon. The whole world was watching this scene. God of Wealthy is really brave, not afraid of any accidents? God help us if this causes a major earthquake. No matter what you all think, I just feel that God of Wealthy is a real man, not scared at all. As everyone watched nervously, the Eternal Life suddenly opened up its full power, speeding ahead, cutting through the waves. The blocking destroyer ultimately didn't dare to stand firm and hurriedly retreated. Hey! Across the globe, it seemed countless people sighed at the same moment. This small step back was a big step back for the ugly country. Why are you being so cowardly? Just block it. Although the tonnage was half, that Eternal Life was just a yacht. What the hell is a destroyer afraid of? The onlookers were unaware of the fierce competition behind this simple retreat, how the capital and Washington communicated. But the result was, the Eternal Life sailed into the Korean waters without a care, welcomed into the port by the Korean Navy. After losing face, the ugly country's destroyer seemed to demonstrate, circling around the 2 armed escorts, as if regaining its dignity, before returning to base. On the Eternal Life, Jiang Jin wiped the sweat from his brow, feeling somewhat drained. That was so damn thrilling. If you weren't in the midst of it, you couldn't experience that life and death feeling. In the past, just hearing about a certain ship encountering another ship at sea, almost leading to a gunfire incident, or a certain aircraft driving away another aircraft. The reports were simple, but the heart-pounding excitement within was truly indescribable. Yichen glanced at him and laughed. What are you afraid of? With your guts, you still want to take on the ugly country's mines? If it weren't for the layout later, I wouldn't be so aggressive. Be content, besides. Yichen slapped the control panel and sneered. Do you think my $3.6 billion was spent for nothing? The nuclear reactor didn't cost money. The main funds are all piled into the hull steel plates, all the latest special steel. Even if hit by missiles head-on, it won't break with just a few hits. We still have 2 armed escorts behind us. If the other side dares to act recklessly, that's looking for death. From today onwards, the world, the bandits can go, and so can I. Jiang Jin chuckled dryly. Well, Chairman Yi, mighty and imposing. Yi Chen listened and knew this guy didn't quite agree, but he didn't care. This matter, though it seemed simple, actually involved many interests, but he was too lazy to explain. He yawned. All right, you can stay on the ship or go for a walk. I have things to attend to. Can't focus on you for now. After saying that, he left the bridge and took Liang Jinshu ashore. They were escorted by a convoy to the Blue House. After talking for a long time with a group of old foxes in this cursed place, he returned to the ship. Li Fujian was already waiting there, looking a bit tired but with a happy expression. Li Ziyong has surrendered, agreeing to hand over most of the shares, keeping only 1% for Zhihui, with the condition that he wants probation. Yi Chen responded with an "oh" and nodded. All right, I have no objections. Then he fixed his gaze on Li Fujian, a half-smile on his face. However, I remember the initial condition was to eliminate the foreign capital, and now I've only gotten 40% from them. Can you explain this to me? Li Fujian felt like she was being stared at by some wild beast under his gaze. She bit her lip. There's no way around it. The stock price has plummeted by half, and the market value is now only 1 trillion yuan. Wall Street is unwilling to sell anymore, and the Blue House is putting a lot of pressure on us. This is already the limit. Yi Chen sneered. The so-called limit was just betting on both sides to maintain balance. It seemed that Li Fujian, when she initially mentioned betting on Huagua, still had reservations. But that was normal. Transactions involving international politics were like this, hard to measure by price. Moreover, Li Fujian probably hoped to tie him to Wall Street's capital, which would be more beneficial for controlling Samsung Group. At this moment, even if he offered a higher price, without cooperation from Li Fujian, it would be difficult to obtain more. Then let's leave it at that for now, but you still owe me an explanation. He pointed at Liang Jinqiu, who was quietly listening nearby. You know her, right? How's the fashion show I mentioned to you arranged? Skipping the previous topic, Li Fujian let out a breath, a hint of pride on her face as she nodded. No problem, although it was a last-minute notice. I've already arranged it. DDP, Dongdaemun Design Plaza. I've sent invitations to domestic media, fashion companies, and the entertainment industry. It won't be worse than a formal fashion week. Yi Chen nodded in satisfaction. Using both soft and hard approaches, cultural exchange couldn't be neglected. I said I'd take you to Nanshur after you're done, as a reward. This time, I brought you along. Let's go, let you experience the world's technology. That night, the newly crowned female tycoon of Korea, Samsung chairman Lee Fujin, found the pain and pleasure of her youth again. The next day, at Dongdaemun Design Plaza, Yi Chen looked up at the oddly shaped building and glanced at the terrain map on the display board next to it. This looks like... Lee Fujin stood beside him, looking radiant, and smiled as she interjected. Like a spaceship, right? Just like the one in Alien, Prometheus, but this one has a few more curves. Some people think it looks like a catfish. Yi Chen chuckled. That Prometheus one looks like a toilet to me, and this one, well, it looks like poop. Lee Fujin was taken aback for a moment, then realized, her expression darkening as she didn't know how to respond. She wanted to curse but was afraid this guy would find an excuse to settle the score later. Not cursing made her feel stifled. This was their landmark building. Damn it, it looked like poop. She huffed and walked towards the exhibition hall. Yi Chen shrugged. Although it was a bit hurtful to her pride, he just spoke the truth. He was that straightforward. Moments later, a crowd of reporters at the entrance were frantically taking pictures of the two, with some wanting to come forward for interviews, but they were all stopped by security. As soon as they entered the exhibition hall, they saw a large number of celebrities and important figures from various fields. The reputation and organizational ability of Samsung are truly impressive. The fashion show for Jinxiu Tianxia should be a good start. While Yi Chen was lost in thought, he noticed someone waving in front of him. He glanced over and smiled slightly. It was Naomi, that social butterfly. He walked over with Lee Fujin. You came too? Let me introduce you, President Lee Fujin. This is Naomi. Hello, President Lee Annyeonghaseyo. After exchanging greetings and chatting for a bit, Lee Fujin looked at Yi Chen and pointed to the core area of politics and business ahead. Shall we go over there? Yi Chen casually waved his hand. You go ahead, I'll just sit here. At his level, it didn't matter where he sat, even in the corners, he was still the focus. Lee Fujin glanced at Naomi, nodded thoughtfully, hesitated for a moment, and then walked away on her own. Naomi stared at Lee Fujin's back, suddenly smirking and teasingly looking at Yi Chen. Impressive, you've really made it. Does this count as bringing glory to the country? Yi Chen chuckled, knowing that Lee Fujin's changes couldn't be hidden from her. Did you come alone? Seeing he didn't respond, Naomi didn't bring it up again and shook her head. No, I came with Sure. I brought her out to relax. Sure. Yi Chen was puzzled for a moment before realizing. The dragon Kuei who acted with her in Xian San. He nodded slightly. She seems to be quite popular lately. Naomi was taken aback, then glared at Yi Chen in mock anger. What do you mean by quite popular? What are you implying? Yi Chen laughed. Weren't you two at odds before? Just as Naomi was about to explain, a group of people came rushing over from a distance. Brother Yi, old Yi, Director Yi. Well, Zheng Hui and his crew all showed up. Wow, you all came together, on vacation? Yi Chen asked curiously. Zheng Hui shook his head. No, we heard you were putting on a big show, so we came to support you. And by the way, Wang Si-tsong chimed in. By the way, to check out the market, everyone is preparing to expand their business here. Yi Chen laughed. You can send someone to check the market. You guys coming personally? Heh, I see it's not about market research, but about checking out the idols, right? Wu Xiao chuckled. Bro, see through but don't say it out loud. Sister me, don't worry, we'll have our own activities tonight. We definitely won't bring my brother Naomi spat. I couldn't care less about him. After saying that, she swayed her hips and ran back to her seat, whispering with Zhang Sure. Wu Xiao was taken aback and looked at Yi Chen. Bro, did I say something wrong? Did Sister me get mad? Yi Chen shook his head and explained after sitting down with the others. No, I was just joking with her about who she's hanging out with. Look, she's back with Zhang Sure. Wang Si-tsong looked over thoughtfully. Sister me got close with Zhang Sure a couple of years ago. Hey, didn't she introduce you to her circle of friends? Yi Chen was momentarily stunned, unsure how to respond. Zheng Hui burst out laughing. Introduce him to her friends? You must be joking. Tong Rao also teased with a smirk. Naomi and her friends are all stunning beauties, and they're all married. TSK, is that introducing friends or introducing comrades in arms? Hey, don't tarnish my reputation. I'm not that kind of person. Seeing Yi Chen's flustered expression, Zhou Yaoyang and the others couldn't help but stifle their laughter. Wang Si-tsong poked Yi Chen in the side. Zhang Sure has a chance now. She broke up with Wu Long. Yi Chen was taken aback. They broke up again? It seems like they have to go through this every year. Is it just to stir up some buzz? Wang Si-song shook his finger. This time it's really over. In fact, the division of assets started 2 years ago. They just maintained the facade of being in love. Shu Bo clicked his tongue. After 2 years of division, TSK, Wulong's 100 billion fortune really shows how big his family business is. Wang Si-song scoffed. Bullshit about 100 billion fortune. It's all media nonsense and wild fabrications. As he spoke, he gestured with his fingers. Take the wedding for example. Wulong sold 10% of Daochao film and television shares to Zhang Shishir, and the media said it was worth 1 billion, pure nonsense. That was when Baofeng was preparing to invest. Wulong was just using Zhang Shishir for hype, but in the end, Baofeng didn't recognize the valuation, and it fell through. Later on, after a lot of twists and turns, he actually got listed in Hong Kong, but it peaked right at the start. I remember the stock was at 15 yuan, and within a year it collapsed by 90%. Now it's down to 50 cents. Oh, it might have gone up a bit recently, but that's just the overall market rising. Wang Si-song, being the entertainment industry's watchdog, spoke with authority about various gossip and anecdotes, and concluded, so, when self-media says someone has 100 billion fortune, or that it skyrocketed by 50 billion, just listen to it. There are quite a few making money in the industry, but those worth over a billion are few and far between. No one can genuinely make 100 billion just from acting or endorsements. Look at the business and capital side. Just look at Demi and that Lume. No one at their level has made it, and the others, heh. Wu Xiao couldn't stand his smugness and deliberately said, who says Sister Me and Sister Lu haven't made it? Just one film, Female Agent, has a box office income of at least 2 billion. With copyrights and merchandise, each of them can earn at least 1 billion, definitely over 100 billion. Wang Si-song retorted angrily, I'm talking about before, you're talking about now? Sister Neo and the others can earn, but that's because Yi Chen is ridiculously wealthy, a guy whose leg hair is thicker than my waist. What are you even saying? Yi Chen pressed his hand down. Alright, the big show is about to start, let's argue later. At that moment, the lights shifted, and boom. Amidst the swirling smoke, Liang Jinxiu, dressed in a white gown with a black phoenix design that trailed on the ground, walked out with her chin held high and hands on her hips. She exuded an overwhelming presence. Jinxiu Group, the grand show. It was set to last for 4 days, featuring emperors and nobles, with 4 levels and 21 cell phone brands. The first day showcased the imperial-level powerhouses. Sun, moon, stars, mountains, water, dragon, phoenix. These 7 great powerhouses brought darkness to the sun and moon, changing the colors of the mountains and rivers, with dragons and phoenixes singing together. Ahem, no more nonsense. The grand show went off without a hitch, no one tripped, and no clothes fell off, proceeding as planned. As for the response, it was just okay. It's just a grand show, as long as it goes smoothly, that's enough. Promoting the brand and implanting the concept of luxury is tough, Liang Jinxiu said, raising her glass and taking a sip, shaking her head at Yi Chen. It's hard to create a sense of recognition. There's a line in Neza that says people's prejudices are like a mountain. That's pretty much the idea. After so many years of rising domestically, now it's exploded, but there are still many people who only recognize foreign brands. This is still our country, go outside and see. Wanting to influence the world and make foreigners recognize us as high-end, heh. Yi Chen saw her smile without speaking and nodded indifferently. I don't expect to get rich overnight. Just help me establish Jinxiu's territory domestically first. I can't stand a bunch of LV, Gucci, and Armani sucking my blood. Liang Jinxiu chuckled. Don't worry, we know this stuff better than you do. How to market, how to operate. We won't lose on our home turf. Once the big female lead produces a few hits, half the entertainment industry will have to listen to us, and then we can force their endorsements, a choice between 2. Within a year, we can definitely occupy half the market. Yi Chen hummed in agreement, raising his glass to clink with hers. Come on, cheers, Liang Yi. Liang Jinxiu shot him a reproachful glare and downed her drink in one go. Hey, are you done chatting? Yi Ge, it's your turn to sing. The familiar melody began to play, and Yi Chen laughed heartily as he walked over and grabbed the microphone. The beautiful spring is not as good as a dream in the dream. The grass smells sweet, fly away, fly over the 4 oceans good. Yi Ji's high notes are impressive. It's got that flavor. A group of people cheered, and Nilmi nudged the dazed Zhang Shishir. What are you thinking about? Come out to have fun, cheer up. Still thinking about that bastard Wulong? Don't overthink it. Zhang Shishir came back to her senses, tucked away her thoughts, shook her head, and smiled. No, I just didn't expect the richest man to be like this privately. Quite easygoing. Nyomi pouted. That's not easygoing, that's just casual. She pulled Zhang Shishir's arm and went to the karaoke stage to browse. Come on, let's see what we can duet. How about Love Even If I Die? Hee hee. The group was lively for half the night, and it was almost dawn as they stumbled out. The cold wind blew, and Yi Chen felt even hotter, just thinking about whether he could get Liang Jinxiu and Nyomi to cooperate tonight. Ah, let go of me. I am a Huagua person. I am a Huagua person. A scream came from nearby. Yi Chen and the others turned to look. They saw a soldier in a uniform from a certain ugly country tugging at a woman, cursing various profanities. Let go. I am a Huagua person. This sentence was spoken in English, and the soldier hesitated for a moment before releasing his grip. He shrugged. I just wanted to make a friend. While he was explaining, Yi Chen, hearing the scream, felt his blood boil. Damn it, let go of me. Just as he was about to take action, a figure in black sunglasses rushed forward first. What the F*******. The ugly country soldier was momentarily stunned, raising his fist to retaliate, but was then grabbed by the neck and lifted up like a chick by the figure in black. Yi Chen took a breath, his face flushed. Hit him, break him to pieces. Nyomi pulled him back. Don't make it a big deal. Yi Chen huffed. The bigger the better. Xiao Yi, break his limbs. No, all 5 limbs. Damn it. Boom. Under Xiao Yi's control, the figure in black lifted the soldier high and then slammed him down to the ground. Thud. The soldier was thrown into disarray, opening his mouth to vomit. Before he could curse again, the titanium alloy foot of the figure in black crushed down on his 5th limb. A tragic and piercing scream tore through the air. Wang Sikong and the others felt a chill in their groins and began to advise. Old Ji, that's enough. Yeah, this could lead to a diplomatic conflict. We just had a little trouble with them yesterday, and this is their territory, be careful. Yi Chen waved his hand, he knew what he was doing. Just then, a few soldiers who heard the commotion rushed over from a nearby bar. Shuopu you or Waipeng, Shuopu you or Waipeng. While shouting, they drew their guns. Bang bang bang, crack crack crack. The figure in black was hit a few times but stood firm, as if nothing had happened. He picked up the soldier beneath him, using him as a human shield, and protected the woman who had just been harassed. At this moment, 2 more figures in black rushed out, while the remaining 7 surrounded Yi Chen and the others, on high alert. What's going on? What's going on? Old Ji, don't let it turn deadly. Whatever you do, don't let it turn deadly. Yeah, that's enough. Just as a few were persuading, the screams outside suddenly stopped. At this moment, the Korean police also rushed over, and upon seeing the chaotic scene, they were taken aback. The American soldiers were beating people, even firing shots, which was a problem. But it was even more troublesome that the American soldiers were the ones getting beaten. My head hurts. I glanced at the few expressionless men in black sunglasses, and just as I was about to speak, I saw Yi Chen and his group walking out of the nightclub. Recognizing the world's richest man, the Korean police no longer had a headache. Well, you guys go ahead and fight your celestial battle. They politely invited the group to the police station while calling for an ambulance to deal with the fallen soldiers. Meanwhile, some passers-by recorded videos and directly posted them on TT and Instagram. In an instant, it attracted immense attention, and soon, one high-definition video that captured almost the entire process went viral. Then, the Koreans collectively lost their composure because, why did the soldiers let go when that woman shouted, I am a Chinese? A soul-searching question that hit the nail on the head. Originally, everyone knew about the American soldiers on the Korean side, dining without paying, teasing little girls, and seducing other people's wives. It was nothing strange. But once it was revealed that the party involved was Yi Chen, the heat skyrocketed, becoming a global topic. American netizens, this is an attack, a terrorist attack, must be severely punished, must be sanctioned. Chinese netizens, God of wealth he, come on, you come at me, let me see you move, I'll smash you with money. I have an 80 trillion revenge fund, enough to fight 8 Gulf Wars plus 4 Middle Eastern wars, come and try. Chinese netizens, punish you? You directly fire guns on the street. Do you think this is Los Angeles? Korean netizens, good job. Japanese netizens, welcome God of wealth he to Japan, there are great bubble baths near Yokosuka base. Indian netizens, actually, that soldier just wanted to make a friend, but he was too rough. Chinese netizens, we are not like your casual countries where women are treated like that. If your women were violated, you would still applaud, huh? Chinese netizens, TSK, the whole world promotes women's rights, and now comes this, the ugly face. Double standards. There were discussions about women's rights and the discipline of American troops stationed overseas, but soon, the topic began to unify. Chinese netizens, although I already knew that God of wealth he had robot bodyguards, this time the black sunglasses are too cool. Chinese netizens, they look just like real people, I didn't notice before. Korean netizens, it's very likely that they use technology from our Samsung group. Yes, it must be that way. Japanese netizens, in terms of robots, we are still better, it must be our technology. Indian netizens, actually, we also have robots now. American netizens, this is inhumane technology and must be banned. The online uproar was chaotic, and the United Nations and the Foreign Ministry were also in disarray. The so-called chain reaction. The previous tensions in the sea had not yet passed, and now this erupted. The Americans began to pressure the Koreans. Eagle sauce, Yi Chen must be severely punished, and those robots must be handed over. The Chinese responded directly. Dragon Mother, you wish. We were acting in self-defense, and we will also hold you accountable for your lewd behavior towards women and your violent acts in public. You must give an explanation. For a while, no agreement could be reached, but Yi Chen had already come out of the police station. He wanted to leave, and the Koreans did not dare to keep him. When Yi Chen came out of the police station with a group of people, facing various media, he cleared his throat. Once the chattering quieted down, he spoke with a face full of anger. I express my strong indignation at the crimes committed by American soldiers in foreign countries. This is a lowly, vulgar, despicable, dirty, and shameless act. Beneath the so-called civilized exterior lies a beast. People of Huagua love peace and are not afraid of any challenges. He paused for a moment and grinned. Fellow compatriots of Huagua, when you go out traveling, if you encounter any issues, don't be afraid, don't back down. The money everyone pays for global insurance is not in vain. No matter how far, they must be punished. Boom! The country was in an uproar. Damn, this overwhelming aura. Love it, love it. Damn, this sudden sense of security. Actually, this isn't the first time. Back in October, when traveling in Dongshiguo, there were so many incidents, all caused by local people cheating and deceiving, and the result, hee. No matter how others criticize the great god Yi, I will support him for 10,000 years. He really dares to speak and act. What a character! How much is a robot? Let's all pool together $1 billion and push the world forward. Push forward, push forward, push forward. On the Eternal Life ship, Yi Chen watched the big shots in the space and chuckled awkwardly. I drank a bit too much last night, hee. The big shots waved their hands, looking at him with a mix of amusement and exasperation. I thought you were doing it on purpose. Turns out it was just a coincidence. After a pause, he shook his head. I'm not saying you did anything wrong. Encountering such situations and acting bravely is never wrong, especially. The corners of his mouth curled up. The timing was just right. Seeing Yi Chen's confused expression, the big shot explained the reasons behind it, the clashes with the ugly country on the side of the sticks, and the gains from this incident, etc. After listening, Yi Chen exclaimed, stroking his chin. So causing trouble has its benefits, huh? Then, I'll go to Neon in a couple of days. He licked his lips, feeling a bit tempted. The big shot waved his hands repeatedly. Stop, stop, stop. Don't go messing around. The situation there is different. Yi Chen sighed regretfully. Alright, actually, I didn't plan to cause trouble. I'm a person who loves peace. Several big shots looked at him speechlessly. You love peace, yet you're always talking about revenge funds and global insurance, as if you're afraid others don't know your big name in the global mercenary organization. After discussing this for a bit, Yi Chen remembered to bring up the mineral resources on Gran Island in the land of the soil. The big shot pondered for a while before shaking his head slightly. That place is more troublesome. It's too close to the ugly country. Well, let's see if there are any opportunities later. Just don't go messing around. Tisk, Yi Chen knew it wouldn't be that easy, nodded slightly, and temporarily suppressed his thoughts. One day later, Yi Chen and Li Fuzhen held a press conference. Samsung's technology is absolutely top-notch worldwide. Yi Chen praised Samsung for a while before getting to the point. In the future, our Tianxia group will collaborate with Samsung in multiple fields, and we will also promote companies like Gongwei to jointly develop technologies with Samsung in areas such as mobile phones, AI, electric vehicles. As the press conference was ongoing, Samsung's stock price began to soar, continuing for nearly a month, reaching a peak of 20 trillion again. However, at this time, Yi Chen was long gone from Han City. As soon as the press conference ended, he went to the port, and before boarding the ship, he looked at Naomi. Aren't you coming with me? Naomi crossed her arms in front of her chest and shook her head. No, I'm here to help Sister Liang with the press conference. After it's over, I'll take Shirshir back to the country to join the group. You have fun by yourself. She wrinkled her nose again. Anyway, you just wave your hand, and countless women will rush over. You don't need me to accompany you. Yi Chen chuckled, reaching out to poke her, and didn't refute. He really didn't lack company. Since Naomi was busy, that was fine. However, when he turned around, he saw Jiang Jin beside him and felt a bit annoyed. Didn't I tell you? We can't do anything about Gran for now. I'll first use the Westba minerals to exchange with you. What else are we doing? Jiang Jin rubbed his hands. It's not that. I was thinking, since Chairman Yi wants to travel the world, and I'm quite familiar with the major cities of various countries, I could be a guide, hee. This golden opportunity must be secured. Previously, I heard Yi Chen chatting with Wang Sikong in that group, and I knew how much profit could be made in this small circle. Not to mention, with the current market for Samsung, it could at least recoup the money spent on mining back then. Leaving now? Only a fool would leave. Yi Chen guessed his thoughts, but it didn't matter. Having someone to play games with on the way was also nice. It's up to you, Xiao Yi. Get the ship ready. Xiao Yi understands. Moments later, the Eternal Life ship slowly departed from the port, heading towards Neon. As for the protests from the ugly country, wanting to keep people for investigation? Who cares about them? If you have the ability, sink me. In a hotel banquet hall in the eastern capital, the welcome ceremony had ended, and Yi Chen followed the heads of the 6 major financial groups to a small conference room nearby. After listening to their cooperation conditions, Yi Chen flicked the ash from his cigarette with some exasperation and chuckled. You want AI, chips, and brain-machine interface technology? Oh, you don't want electric vehicle technology? The 6 people across from him nodded simultaneously, the head of Mitsui wearing a somewhat proud expression. Toyota's hydrogen energy technology is not weak. A few people next to him laughed to ease the atmosphere. It's also for easier digestion. Too many new technologies aren't good for development. Yes, that's the point. And the 3 technologies are just right for us 6 to share. Each of our companies takes 30%, and Tianxia takes 40%, Chairman Yi. Yi Chen raised his hand, looking at them with a mix of amusement and disbelief. Are you all misunderstanding something? He grinned, staring at them. Who told you I was going to transfer technology? The group froze in unison, and then the Mitsui family frowned. If we don't cooperate, then Tianxia's products, they might not even sell in Neon. Yi Chen scoffed, lazily shrugging his shoulders. Phones, chips, AI, including electric vehicles, have you seen any Tianxia products sold abroad? Seeing them all stunned, Yi Chen chuckled. Of course, because of Ye's influence and Tianxia Holdings' connections, most of the manufacturing in the country, all products actually have Tianxia's technology. He raised an eyebrow. If you could ban all products from Huagua, well, I'd give you a thumbs up. Impressive. Extinguishing his cigarette, Yi Chen stood up. All right, I came here for a vacation, not to discuss business with you, so that's it. With that, he walked out of the small conference room, leaving the 6 heads furrowing their brows. After a while, the Mitsui family took a deep breath. Is he serious? Or is he retreating to advance, trying to force us to make concessions? The other 5 looked conflicted. Logically, it shouldn't be like this. Based on Tianxia's current production capacity, they will soon saturate the domestic market in a few years. How could they not expand abroad? Didn't he also discuss technology exchange over in the sticks? Isn't it technology for market? We might have underestimated him. He's probably planning to keep the core technology domestic, and when it's about to be phased out, promote it abroad to attract funds and conduct technological colonization. Baka. His conscience is seriously bad. We need to think of a way to counter this. If we fall behind again, it might be another 30 years of disappearance. As they guessed, Yi Chen was not planning to export Tianxia's core technology. First, to maintain technological suppression, and second, it was too troublesome. He did all the work. What would others do? With the currently optimized second-tier technology in the country, it was already enough to compete. Having a Samsung as the global leader was almost sufficient. On the Neon side, it was optional. Moreover, he was a native of Nanshur, and if he were to cultivate a batch of competitors, he would probably be drowned in domestic spittle. The main purpose of this trip was just to embark on a round-the-world journey. After all, the world is so vast, he had to see it all, right? How could one discover the beauty of the world without exploring? For instance, right now, he saw a woman with somewhat sensual, full lips. Hi, Miss Xiwan, how are you? Xiwan Raimai was taken aback for a moment, not expecting the richest man to take the initiative to greet her, and quickly bent down to nod. Hello, Mr. Yi. Yi Chen looked her over. TSK, those lips are really thick when not smiling. I've watched quite a few TV shows starring Miss Xiwan, like 9 to 5, The Handsome Monk Falls in Love with Me and Unnatural Death. You acted very well. Xiwan Raimai was slightly surprised and a bit pleased. Thank you for your appreciation. After a pause, she smiled a little shyly. I haven't used Tianxia's products, but I've seen your news and reports. Tianxia's technology is impressive. You are a genius. Yi Chen felt a bit embarrassed by the praise, but he accepted it all. Oh, not at all, just average. The two were chatting happily when Jiang Jin walked over. Brother Yi, this place is a bit dull. Shall we go out for a stroll? Yi Chen gave a thumbs up in his heart. Despite being older, he could still consider himself a younger brother, and this subordinate had a knack for seizing opportunities. If you don't make money, who will? Miss Xiwan, I wonder if I have the honor to ask you to be our guide? Xiwan Raimai was momentarily taken aback, then without thinking, she directly refused. Sorry, my husband is here too. We have plans after the cocktail party. I'm really sorry. After saying that, she nodded to the two and turned to leave. Jiang Jin glanced at Yi Chen. Brother Yi, do you want to? What did he want? He didn't say, but he believed Brother Yi would understand. Yi Chen tugged at the corner of his mouth. Nervous, just got rejected. What's the big deal? Jiang Jin showed a wronged expression. I didn't say I wanted to do anything. Ahem. What I meant was, I heard about a pair of famous twin sisters recently, Sin Fengahua and Dong Chichi. Should I arrange something for you? Yi Chen stroked his chin. Twins, huh? Well, okay, let's bring them back tonight. Jiang Jin patted his chest. Don't worry, absolutely beautiful, top-notch. Yi Chen yawned, not paying much attention. He had seen too many beautiful women and was somewhat faceblind now. If they weren't someone he had a previous impression of, he wasn't too interested, but twins, that could be worth a try. Let's see if there's any telepathy. This is for scientific research. Just as the two were discussing their evening plans, Xiuan Raimai walked back to her husband, Shimuyu, suppressing her anxiety, and finally breathed a sigh of relief. Shimuyu, the managing director of Goldman Sachs in the Neon District, was at the top of the professional technical positions in investment banking. Above him were either regional heads or senior executives of the headquarters. Shimuyu glanced at his wife, then chatted a few words with the head of the investment department of Itochu Corporation before excusing himself to leave. What's wrong? Xiuan Raimai pursed her lips and shook her head slightly. Nothing, just feel a bit stuffy. Shimuyu smiled. If you feel stuffy, go outside for a walk. This cocktail party is rare, most of the financial circle is here, all the senior executives of major consortiums. Leaving now would be too rude and a pity, just hold on a bit longer, okay? Hi, I'll wait for you. Xiuan Raimai smiled sweetly. Shimuyu nodded, then said somewhat regretfully, it's a pity I didn't get a chance to meet Yi-sang. If I could land one or two projects, my promotion to partner would be more assured. Xiuan Raimai hesitated for a moment. If not, I can help. You, right? She turned her head to look around, somewhat surprised that Yi Chen had disappeared in such a short time. The next day, Yuan Li Mei was tangled up all night but still came over. As a result, looking at the empty dock, she was a bit dumbfounded. Where's the ship? Where's the eternal life? She had come today with the determination to give everything, even if it meant sacrificing anything. But where was the ship? Yi Chen? The ship? It left port this morning. Didn't you see the news? The dock worker looked at Yuan Li Mei strangely. Oh, I see, thank you. Yuan Li Mei bowed in thanks, exhaling, unsure whether to feel disappointed or relieved. Yi Chen was unaware of all this. After leaving Dongdu Port, he first went to Hokkaido and played with Yuzu, who was handling business there, for 2 days. Then he continued north, crossed the Bering Strait, circled around Gran Island, and then took the northern sea route to Europe. In Han's country, Hamburg. Oppose cuts to public welfare. Oppose cuts to unemployment benefits. Oppose the new Immigration Act. We want human rights. We want equality. We want freedom. Shouts echoed from downstairs into the hotel, as Yi Chen held a cup of hot tea, standing on the balcony with a smile. It wasn't that he was gloating. Well, okay, he was a bit gloating. In 2 days, there had been 3 protests passing by below his window. One can only imagine what it was like in other places, other countries. After glancing a few more times, he turned back to his study. Xiao Yi, show me the current economic situation of various European countries. Xiao Yi understands. The total GDP of the EU is 15 trillion US dollars, which has fallen to the level of 2019. With the global total GDP at 110 trillion, accounting for. Just as Yi Chen was checking the data and looking at Xiaoya's analysis, Jiang Jin knocked and entered. This guy had a smug smile on his face. Brother Yi, you've been here for 2 days, and you haven't gone out to have some fun? The red district here is legal, you know. Yi Chen casually curled his lip. Are you kidding? What identity do I have to go to such places? Jiang Jin sat down on the sofa chair in front of the desk, his eyes wide open. It's not a roadside shop. There are many high-end goods here, with all sorts of noble ladies, and they're the real deal. Yi Chen responded with an "oh," waving his hand. I'm not interested in foreign horses, you can go play by yourself. Jiang Jin shrugged. It's no fun alone. Brother Yi, what are you looking at? Seeing Yi Chen focused, he knew the other party was checking information, and he also put on his aurora glasses. He smiled at Yi Chen in a flattering manner. Yi Chen rolled his eyes and had Xiao Yi grant him access to see the information in front of him. Jiang Jin quickly scanned it, and after a moment, he smacked his lips. Although I felt a few years ago that the great powers were declining, I didn't expect it to happen so quickly. He smirked sarcastically. The white left Saintus must be going crazy now. There are over 5 million refugees in Hans, who were originally expected to serve as cheap labor, but now, Well, they have people but no factories. The data on Yi Chen's side showed that in 2026, Hans had closed down 340,000 companies, with design retail, catering services, construction, and especially manufacturing accounting for 70,000 of them, leading to a surge of 1.3 million unemployed. These people would have to compete with refugees for the already scarce jobs, so it's no wonder that conflicts have been rampant lately. Thinking about this, he looked at Yi Chen. Brother Yi is impressive. The Dragon series electric cars seem to have sold 40 million units cumulatively, right? They've wiped out those foreign brands like Volkswagen, Mercedes, and BMW in one go. Yi Chen rolled his eyes. They originally didn't have a high market share domestically, and after it dropped below 30% starting in 24, it hasn't stopped. What does Guanlong have to do with this? In the end, it's still the economy that's not doing well. All the funds are running outside, factories are closing, wages are being cut, prices are soaring, consumption is downgrading, and it's not just cars, nothing is selling. Jiang Jingdan chuckled. How could he not understand that? It was just to flatter him. Well, actually, if a few leading countries could cooperate, they could play around with a big cycle, but each one has their own little thoughts, and the ugly country is keeping an eye on them to prevent integration. It's tough. He said this with some confusion. Brother Yi, you wouldn't be thinking of integrating manufacturing resources here to expand the market, would you? The environment here is even worse than in Neon. Talking about the economic environment and cultural origins, no matter how you think about it, at this moment, Neon is much better than Europe. If you want to do business, Neon is actually better. Yi Chen stroked his chin. No, technology output has the Eastern 10 nations, and adding a stick is about enough. Here, TSK, there's nothing to be had. In today's world, there is no shortage of minerals, technology, or labor. He was stuffed from trying to set up a factory here. I'm planning to set up a big data center here, in conjunction with the sale of glasses. Jiang Jin was taken aback. Brother, weren't you not planning to sell externally? It seemed he had mentioned it before with the 6 major conglomerates in Neon, but Yi Chen had denied it. Yi Chen waved his hand. It's not Aurora, they dared to create a flashy light. Simply put, it's also a brain-machine interface with a large space, but it's been castrated, lacking the functions of auxiliary manufacturing and design, mainly focusing on socializing and gaming. Jiang Jin clapped his hands. Exactly, when the economy is down, games will actually sell well, a mental opiate, huh? I can already imagine people here working hard to earn a little money, all recharging in the space. Impressive, brother, truly impressive. Yi Chen smiled faintly. Making money was secondary. The main purpose was to provide resources for Xiaoye's upgrades. Even if it's a game, even if it's social interaction, Xiaoye can gain something from the different behaviors and choices of humans, adding a bit of fuel to stimulate wisdom and creativity. Over there in the ugly country, the guys led by OpenAI's Sam Altman have been busy with the Stargate, making general-purpose artificial intelligence hot and heavy, so he couldn't slack off, right? Just as the two were chatting, someone knocked on the door. Heichao went to open it, and a moment later, he let in the general manager of the Four Seasons Hotel. Mr. Yi, sorry to disturb you, there are some protesters gathering downstairs. They seem to know you're here, so we hope you can avoid it for now. We are preparing. Yi Chen cut him off. Why should I avoid? Doesn't your hotel have any security measures? Where are the police? Watching them storm the hotel? He stared at the general manager with a half-smile. Or do you hope something happens to me? Or are you preparing to take me to some ghost place, to make me disappear? The general manager began to sweat, hurriedly shaking his head. No, absolutely not. Our hotel has nothing to do with the protests. After a pause, he nodded. I understand your meaning. Our hotel will definitely ensure your safety. The customer is God. After saying this, he left with a serious expression. Jiang Jin looked at him suspiciously and after a while asked, Brother Yi, could there really be a conspiracy? Yi Chen yawned. Who cares? Right now, there are probably 1 billion people globally who want me dead. Who knows if there's any connection here? But it doesn't matter. If they dare to come, they'll be buried. He had satellite surveillance 24 hours a day. Even if there was a missile attack, he wouldn't be afraid. Let them do as they please. Just a few minutes after he refused to relocate, in a nearby residence, several CIA agents exchanged glances. What do we do if the big fish doesn't take the bait? We'll find another opportunity later. Even if we rush in now, we probably won't find a chance to act. We must have 100% certainty before we act. Otherwise, if he hides in Huagua, we'll have even less chance. After some discussion, messages were quickly relayed, and soon local police arrived to disperse the crowd, preventing a conflict that was about to erupt. Yi Chen didn't take it to heart and began his European tour as planned. Berlin. At a high-end seminar, Yi Chen casually followed Minister Hans and looked ahead to the future. When it came time for questions, someone asked, Mr. Yi, what do you think about the recent collective price increase of Huagua goods? Is this taking advantage of the situation? The minister's expression darkened. Damn it, who is this guy causing trouble? Can't he see I'm trying to attract investment? Just as he was about to signal Yi Chen not to answer, Yi Chen had already spoken up. Hey, he laughed rudely and shrugged. Where's the increase? It's been this price for years. He pointed at the reporter. Don't just open your eyes and talk nonsense, look at your own situation. Have you been working hard? Have your salaries gone up? He shrugged again. The price increase is due to exchange rates, and there's also a part due to rising labor costs in Huagua. Oh, by the way, you guys raised tariffs too. So, what's up? The extra money didn't get subsidized to you? That's not Huagua Company's problem. Go ask the government for benefits. When you used to work 4 days a week for 6 hours a day, I didn't hear you complaining. Looking at the reporter who was clearly struggling to hold back, Yi Chen sneered. You really take it for granted that things produced in Huagua should be so cheap? Oh, when you were profiting, you were all shouting about anti-dumping. Now that prices have gone up, you're not happy? What? Is it your turn? Should Huagua people work for 1/10 of your salary to help you curb inflation? He shook his finger. Let me tell you honestly, those good days are over. Oh, maybe you're looking forward to products from Dongshiguo or Asan. He chuckled. Of course, you can produce it yourself. Haven't people been shouting for strategic autonomy? Go ahead and give it a try, really. Yi Chen pretended to consider the other side's situation. It would be best to drive all Huagua products out, and also get rid of products from the ugly country, be self-sufficient, and close the borders. Anyway, cough, cough, cough. Alright, mister. Yi has already answered your question. The minister interrupted before Yi Chen could say anything more provocative. Yi Chen looked at him, still wanting to continue, snorted, and didn't insist. Back home, some people stayed up late watching the live broadcast. Wow, the god of wealth really doesn't hold back at all, not giving any face. It's oddly satisfying, just what they deserve. Tisk, have developed countries really reached this point? I heard the unemployment rate is a complete mess. Protests everywhere. Nonsense. Developed countries, any country that can't maintain military defense, no matter how rich, is just meat on the chopping block. Exactly, that Liechtenstein, a small country of a few square kilometers, has a per capita income of $1 million, pretty developed, but who knows when it will be wiped out. Hey, stop laughing at them, our unemployment rate is high too. Don't confuse concepts, their factories closed down and they have no work, while we are upgrading our industries, understand? Factories can't go away, they can work in space, doing some brain work. Isn't that better than screwing bolts? Don't be fooled by Yi Chen, he just donated $1 billion. Come, get out of here. This guy is stirring things up. The god of wealth Yi is giving out New Year red envelopes to the Chinese community over there. I think, since those people have already left, they shouldn't be counted as one of us. Hey, don't blame everyone for the actions of a few. There are indeed many who forget their roots, but there are also good people who remember their hometown. At this moment, with Yi Chen's identity, every move he makes is analyzed under a magnifying glass, not just by ordinary onlookers. Heads of state from various countries, research offices, and large corporations are all studying it, wondering if there is any deeper meaning behind it. He specifically mentioned the Eastern 10 nations and ASEAN. Does he know there's intent to compete and plans to suppress? Shouldn't we be more cautious with our investments in ASEAN? The quality of workers there really can't compare to Huagua. The Eastern 10 nations are currently supported by Huagua, and their environment and infrastructure are developing rapidly. Why not try going to the Eastern 10 nations? In reality, Yi Chen wasn't thinking that much. Besides talking to the big shots, he hardly thought at all, saying whatever came to mind and doing whatever he wanted. For example, after the meeting, "Little Yi, are those CIA agents still watching me?" "Yes, master. Should I send black sunglasses to take care of them? They're so annoying." Yi Chen chuckled. What's the use of taking out a few small fries? We should deal with the king of hell instead. How's Gustar doing now? According to your instructions, I gave him 5 billion in funding. He has contacted the military-industrial complex of the ugly country and has now opened up production and sales channels, also spreading into the European market. It's not just the traditional flower business, but also park scams, black market hospitals, and so on. Most of the funds are coming from the cryptocurrency exchange, plus the Eden Online Entertainment City we control, with daily profits of 3 billion. Gustar can take home 900 million. Yi Chen was slightly surprised. Didn't you say you only take a 30% toll fee? But this was a small matter. After muttering a bit, he didn't care anymore. Forget it, 70% is fine. By the way, let's find an opportunity to take out the head of the CIA and pin it on Gustar. After all, he's the #1 wanted criminal. Little Yi understands. Just watch me, master. One day later, while Yi Chen was traveling south, enjoying the scenery, over in Old Mexico, the CIA was already investigating Gustar, and at this moment, they suddenly received news from several informants that Gustar was personally contacting buyers to ship goods, immediately setting up a capture operation. CIA, put down your weapons immediately. Fire. Rat-a-tat-tat. Bullets flew as Gustar, who was trading at an underground passage exit on the ugly Mexico border, reflexively dove into the tunnel, relying on his familiarity with the terrain to escape without a word. As for the group of subordinates behind him, they were on their own. Half a day later, in an underground fortress, Gustar was panting and banging on the table. Damn it, it's 200 million worth of goods. Who the hell leaked the information? Don't let me find out. And that damn John Rat, he just won't leave me alone. Those guys at the skunk factory are also unreliable. They took the money and didn't do the job. Fuck. After cursing for a while, he hardened his expression. Go spread the word outside. If they keep watching me, it'll be a dead end for everyone. Let John Rat watch his own head. Yes. Although the news was spread through secret channels, it was still intercepted by Little Yi. 2 days later, while Yi Chen was watching a game in Munich, John Rat was assassinated right at his doorstep. The world was in an uproar. This was the first director from the ugly country to be publicly taken out. The national fortune has arrived. The national fortune has arrived. The ugly country originally had a GDP growth of 8% last year, reaching 32 trillion, which is 2 trillion more than us. I thought we would have some competition in the future, but unexpectedly, may heaven bless Huaxia, the director of the ugly country was taken out by the big drug lord from Old Mexico. In this situation, the understanding king absolutely cannot tolerate it. Just watch, after he finishes investigating the internal traitors, he will definitely send troops. How can he endure someone not following the rules at his doorstep? There will definitely be a fight. In the past, when the ugly country moved troops, it was always outside its own territory. This time, it's chaos right at the doorstep. Everyone, keep an eye out. There will be some fun to watch. It would be best if it drags on for 3 to 5 years. With these 3 to 5 years, we can develop steadily, and by then, they really won't be able to catch up. After Yi Chen received the message from Xiao Yi, he felt a bit strange. The big shot actually didn't look for him. Tisk, could it be that he didn't guess? Xiao Yi did well. Not really. Yi Chen / / omega / / the ugly country indeed didn't find out about Yi Chen's connection to this matter. Old Chuan glared at Defense Minister Peter and a group of senior agents, pouting his big mouth and spitting out words. I want you to immediately, right now, formulate a feasible action plan. I don't care how much they sent you, or how much they sent to others. Take out or capture that Gustar. Peter looked a bit troubled at Old Chuan. He was originally just a big soldier who had been to the battlefield once, and later became a television host for a few years. Now as the defense minister, asking him to stir up trouble and reign in the Pentagon was one thing, but to lead military operations? What a joke. However, he was ultimately just a puppet, and at this moment, he had no room to refute, so he could only grit his teeth and agree. Yes. As for how to do it, sigh, it's a headache. After Peter left, Old Chuan also rubbed his forehead in frustration and looked at the senior agents. Is there anything else? One of the deputy directors cleared his throat. Mainly Director John's memorial service, and a secret operation he led during his lifetime to capture Yi Chen in a third country. Do we still need to continue? Old Chuan irritably paced back and forth a few steps and shook his head. The memorial service will be held shortly. I will make a televised speech. As for that Yi Chen guy, forget it, let them pause for now. We shouldn't provoke Huagua any further, just like this. Yes. 20 minutes later, Old Chuan faced the nation and delivered a televised speech. Director John demonstrated heroic spirit in defending his country today. We will forever respect their sacrifice and be eternally grateful for their bravery. As for the murderer, we will absolutely not let him continue to roam free. If the old Mexico government is powerless, we will take action ourselves. America has the strength to make anyone who dares to disrupt us pay the price. Just as the world's attention focused on the old Mexico border, Yi Chen had already headed south to Prato, Italy. This small city in Europe is one of the largest Chinese communities. There are really quite a few Chinese here. Yi Chen looked around at the shops. Basically, everyone walking on the street was Chinese. The president of the Wenzhou Chamber of Commerce beside him smiled. Prato is not big. There are a total of 200,000 people, of which 68,000 are Chinese, so it looks like many. Yi Chen nodded and smiled. I see there seem to be a lot of clothing businesses. Are they all from Wenzhou? The president replied, about 80%. Yes, 80% are. After all, the first batch was us, then one family brought in another, and it kept growing. making clothes is a traditional craft. As he spoke, he sighed and looked at Yi Chen. But now business is hard to do. Previously, we occupied a significant share of the local market in Italy, and the conflicts were not small. After all, we can roll with the punches, but they can't. Then there was the pandemic, and then the financial crisis, all sorts of problems. Now there are 7,000 factories in the city, and they can't even fill their orders. Hearing him mention 7,000 factories, Yi Chen couldn't help but twitch his mouth. It's fortunate he saw it locally, otherwise, he might have thought it was impressive. Basically, most of them are small family workshops, working from dawn to dusk, supplying those large factories in the suburbs that have already completed their initial accumulation. However, I'm afraid it's not just local competition. From what I know, many of your fellow townsmen from Wenzhou are also doing fast fashion domestically. Previously, you relied on price advantages, being close to Milan, and quick responses to gain some benefits. Now, the president chuckled dryly. Who could argue with that? Ever since cross-border e-commerce exploded, their business has become very difficult, especially after the emergence of the Aurora space. It is said that there are already 10 million people engaged in design work in that space. Even if only 1/10 of them are in clothing, and 1/100th in fast fashion, that's still 100,000 people. With information so advanced now, they no longer have the advantage of being close to the source. The products and styles emerging domestically every day completely outshine what they have here. If it weren't for the exchange rate adjustments and rising export prices, they would probably be squeezed out by their fellow townsmen. After thinking for a moment, the president felt that since the conversation had reached this point, he might as well bring it up a bit earlier. Director Yi, we have some thoughts recently. I wonder if you could help us if we want to return to the country. Yi Chen was not surprised at all. He had been to several cities and dealt with many Chinese community chambers of commerce. Usually, after a round of reminiscing about the hardships of establishing roots and how to give back to their hometown, they would always bring this up. The return of overseas Chinese is now considered a major trend. After all, even a blind person can see that it's tough abroad, and the domestic market is about to explode. However, regarding their request, Yi Chen's consistent response was one sentence. The country has policies, just give up your nationality and then apply. The president chuckled dryly. You know how difficult it is to apply for nationality over there. Can't you suggest to the higher-ups that for us early immigrants, there should be some policies, like a green channel? With Yi Chen's current influence, not to mention affecting national policy, helping a few thousand or tens of thousands of people settle down wouldn't be a big problem. But why should he help with this? Whether it was feeling that the moon was rounder abroad back then or whatever, you chose this path yourself. Whether it was through hard work or deceit. Now that you've built up a family business and feel that life outside is tough, you want to go home? To continue reaping the benefits of the domestic explosion? Come on. Are you the only ones who get to enjoy the good fortune? Many people who have spent most of their lives contributing to the country haven't even been taken care of yet, and now you're bringing this up with me? Where do you get the audacity? Seeing that Yi Chen didn't engage, the president sighed inwardly and understood. He then stopped bringing up the topic and shifted to discussing the local customs of the festive decorations. It's all an old tradition. Tomorrow is New Year's Eve, and there will definitely be dragon and lion dances, as well as market fairs. Due to the time difference, when the Spring Festival Gala started, it was only afternoon here in Prato. After lunch, Yi Chen followed the president to the theater in Prato to watch the Spring Festival Gala together. I have to say, the Spring Festival Gala is becoming increasingly uninteresting, resembling a large report meeting. But the president and the local Chinese, even some foreigners, watched with great interest, even exclaiming in surprise. A 200 million square meter photovoltaic array in the desert? Generating 1.5 billion kilowatt-hours of electricity every day? That's unbelievable. After the photovoltaic array was activated, plants actually started to grow in the desert. The Chinese have conquered the Sea of Death. All the cars in the city are self-driving? Fully automated? That's so advanced. Delivering food with drones? Carrying 20 kilograms? Wow, at a critical moment, switch to bombs. That's definitely justice from the heavens. Yi Chen glanced to the side, wondering which genius was saying such discordant things on New Year's Eve. He couldn't see who it was, but he noticed the varied expressions on people's faces. The Chinese looked somewhat joyful and nostalgic, while the foreigners mostly appeared worried. He scoffed inwardly. What did the old saying say? Those who are not of my race must have different hearts. Indeed, no matter how well the Chinese and locals integrated, for these foreigners, the rise of China probably didn't seem like a good thing at all. But it didn't matter. If they couldn't like it, learning to respect it was also good. Let's count down together. 10, 9, 8, 7, 3, 2, 1. Happy Year of the Horse. After entering the Year of the Horse, while other countries were still in turmoil, China began to surge forward again. On the second day of the new year, at the Chinese base in Djibouti, after leaving Plato, Yi Chen went to Rome, visited the Colosseum, and then boarded the Eternal Life at the port, entering the Red Sea through the Suez Canal, and then came to this rare military base to see something new. Tisk, it's a bit small. After circling around the perimeter, Yi Chen remarked. The colonel sitting next to him shook his head repeatedly. The scale has already expanded 3 times compared to 10 years ago. The Comprehensive Support Squadron, the Guard Squadron, the Maritime Escort Ship Squadron, the Intelligence Electronic Communication Squadron, the Medical Squadron, and the Base Logistics Squadron, totaling 2,300 people, equipped with assault vehicles and infantry fighting vehicles, plus some field artillery. This strength is already sufficient here. Yi Chen tilted his head to look at him. I thought at least they would send over 2 heavy combined brigades. The colonel looked at him with a mix of amusement and exasperation. Don't even mention 2. Just 1 heavy brigade would mean over 5,000 people. Adding logistics support, at least 50,000 would need to be arranged. Oh, now with AI robots and robotic dogs, maybe it could be less, but not by much. He shook his head. Not to mention whether they can be deployed here. What about the feelings of the other countries' bases nearby? Why bring so many people over? It's not like we're fighting a war of extermination. Yi Chen smacked his lips. Looking at the ugly country's base next door, with planes and tanks, it feels like our home is being suppressed a bit. The colonel understood his desire to show off. He had felt the same when he was first sent here, wanting to make a name for himself. However, after so many years, he realized that the reason they were sent out was to protect the shipping routes and handle emergencies, not to flaunt power like the ugly country or the former emperor here, or the Gauls. He smiled. We also have to consider the feelings of the locals, right? Don't put too much pressure on them. Yi Chen nodded non-committally. After circling around twice and finishing his observations, Yi Chen originally intended to continue walking east, but then a vice president from Wado came over. Director Yi, long time no see. I've really missed you. Yi Chen was taken aback for a moment, only recognizing him after a reminder from Xiao Yi. Oh, Director Chen, what a coincidence. Here on business in Djibouti? After borrowing a conference room at the base, Chen Zhong smiled and nodded. Yes, I came with a mission. I was originally going to Tanzania, but I heard Director Yi was here, so I just came over to catch up. Chen Zhong had no airs about him. Even though he was a deputy ministerial level official, he knew that his rank only allowed him the opportunity to speak with Yi Chen. Without waiting for Yi Chen to ask, he began to spill the details like pouring beans. Wasn't there a port project in Tanzania that fell through last year? This time it's coming back to restart, with a total investment of 140 billion. The original plan for Bagamoyo port was $10 billion, but this time it's been increased to 140 billion. Building a comprehensive economic zone that includes a port, industrial park, free trade zone, and tourism facilities. If Chairman Yi is interested, we can participate together. This isn't just about the strength of the Tianxia Group, which has substantial investments both domestically and internationally, so he's looking for someone to share the risk. It's about giving benefits. After all, a lot of Wado's funding relies on the profits generated by the funds under Tianxia Finance, covering some losses. It's about reciprocity. If this project goes through, a large volume of African oil and natural gas can go directly through Bagamoyo port and then into Pakistan's railway, bypassing the Malacca Strait, saving a lot on shipping costs, leading to significant future profits. However, Yi Chen wasn't very interested. He pouted. I know about that. Back then they said they would tear up the contract and did it. Now they're back to begging us? Where were they earlier? He looked at Chen Zhong. Why bother with such fickle things? Seeing Chen Zhong about to speak, Yi Chen waved his hand. I understand the national strategy, expanding into the African market, not focusing on immediate gains and losses, long-term benefits, blah blah, I get that. Even if he didn't understand before, now that he's in this position, he can grasp some truths. It's not just about being a major power, or the lofty talk of friendly trade. There are real benefits, economically and politically. Especially now, the country is about to, has already begun to face overcapacity, and with Europe turning to isolationism and trade protectionism, the domestic market needs some external markets. However, while Yi Chen can understand the grand principles, my simple personal likes and dislikes can't agree. Yi Chen shrugged. And I'm not going to talk about lofty ideals with you. I don't like foreigners, whether they're white or black. Especially the locals here. I mean, just look at Djibouti. We already have troops stationed, yet there are still local police daring to extort Chinese people. Damn, bullying honest folks. If we help them develop and they turn around and tear up the contract like before, what then? Chen Zhong chuckled in disbelief. The current situation is different from before, and once they develop, we will definitely have enough ways to control it. Chairman Ye's concerns aren't unfounded, but at least the probability of that happening is low. Yi Chen snorted and shook his head. Forget it, with that money, I'd rather give it to domestic agricultural subsidies. I don't want a bunch of people online catching me and cursing, God of wealth, he has money but doesn't give it to the country, instead donating to Africa. Ugh, I can't stand that. Moreover, no matter how many arguments there are, he still holds some simple Taoist thoughts. That is, not everything is mine, but everything can be used by me. Simply put, things don't have to belong to me, but I can use them, like the mineral resources here. Of course, he understands the need for the country to maintain its image, but he doesn't care about appearances and doesn't want to manage the lives and deaths of this place, so he appreciates Chen Zhong's goodwill. However, Chen Zhong's trip did remind him that some minerals do need to be secured first. For example, those on the moon. On February 14th, the Eternal Life is about to enter its new home port. Yi Chen was still in the study discussing electromagnetic launch with Academician Sun from Dongshan. In short, it can be launched now, right? Academician Sun stroked his beard and exhaled. I have to tell you several times, it hasn't gone through pre-launch tests yet. Yes, it has been tested in space, and there were no issues, but the actual situation is much more complex than the space simulation. If the launch fails, 500 million will be wasted. Yi Chen stroked his chin. I'll probably go back in about 10 days. I'll give you a month to prepare, that should be enough, right? Without waiting for Academician Sun to respond, he waved his hand directly. If it doesn't work, we'll just launch it as a test. It's decided then, if it blows up, it blows up. It's just 500 million, no big deal. Academician Sun looked at him speechlessly, knowing he was rich, but could he not be so smug? He exited the space, too lazy to continue watching this guy. Yi Chen smiled and left, then went to another secret area. Looking at the various modules piled up in front of him, he asked, Xiaoyi, can it be done? Yes, master. After dismantling the large Universal Intelligent Processing Factory, there are about 1,200 modules. Disguising them as satellites is not a problem, however. Some of the module components need you to personally exchange them with that compensation money. Here's the list. With a swish, a row appeared in front of him. Yi Chen looked at it for a moment and hummed. The items weren't many, but the quality was very high. For example, a small nuclear fusion furnace. This thing couldn't be directly produced by the factory, it had to be exchanged. Altogether, it was about 200 million, which meant Xiaoyi helped him save 300 million in compensation. Not bad at all. Then it's settled, you arrange for the factory to start production. Making about 3,000 satellites should be enough. After saying this, Yi Chen looked at the factory parameters with a bit of confusion. 1200 modules, small nuclear fusion furnace, atomic level processing factory, minimum size 100 picometers, 0.1 nanometers, 60 million types of blueprints. 60 million types? I remember there were only 58 million, right? Master, there are 2 million types that I added during this time. I must say, humans are really amazing. Yes, your fellow humans are very impressive. They invented many things that weren't in the original blueprints. They gave me a lot of inspiration. Maybe if I see more inventions and creations, I can try it myself. Yi Chen #carrot. Carrot Yi Chen responded with an O, somewhat unexpectedly. If anyone dared to say that the Chinese couldn't innovate, he was ready to slap their face. Ha, then you work hard to learn. Wait, I'll go back to Europe and open that up for you, as your rations. Master is awesome. Smiley face. After chatting with Xiaoyi for a while, when they reached the shore, Yi Chen exited the space. Outside a cafe near Mermaid Park, Lu Yu, dressed in a white suit, sat under a sunshade, wearing a pair of Aurora glasses, occasionally moving her fingers, clearly looking at some information. Her enchanting figure exuded an intellectual aura, attracting a lot of attention. Some couldn't help but approach, wanting to join her table or strike up a conversation. However, before they could get close, they were stopped by a bodyguard in black sunglasses. Standing nearly 2 meters tall, the bodyguard looked down with an oppressive gaze, something ordinary people couldn't resist. Usually, they would retreat within 3 seconds, but some people were reluctant to leave, sitting at nearby tables, stealing glances and guessing Lu Yu's identity. At that moment, Yi Chen, also wearing sunglasses and dressed casually, walked over. Hi beautiful, want a companion? I guarantee top-notch service. He greeted in a somewhat slick manner, while those around who were not giving up wore expressions of watching a show, thinking if this worked out. What the hell? Why didn't those bodyguards stop him? Do women still fall for this nowadays? Lu Yu looked at Yi Chen speechlessly. Can you be serious? Yi Chen shrugged. What's not serious about it? Hee, you know what I'm like when I'm not serious, hee. Lu Yu's face turned slightly red, and after spitting out a retort, she stood up. You arrived a bit early. I've already contacted those people. The gathering won't start until tonight. Yi Chen responded with an I originally wanted to stay an extra day in the Maldives, but I found it boring, so I came back early, he said as he took Lu Yu's hand. Come on, while there's still time, let's have some fun together. It's better with you. That guy Jiang Jin just knows how to chase girls wherever he goes, not even afraid of losing his vitality. Hearing his complaints, Lu Yu scoffed and looked at him with a half-smile. Are you sure you're talking about that Jiang Jin, not yourself? Yi Chen looked at her with an innocent face. I swear, I've been celibate for over a month since coming from Europe. He stared at Lu Yu's pretty face and licked his lips. Tonight, had Lu Yu felt her face heat up from his gaze and deliberately changed the subject. So, where are we going to play? Yi Chen chuckled and wasn't in a hurry. Universal Studios? I haven't taken you to an amusement park yet. Let's go check it out. Saying this, he pulled Lu Yu along, while the bodyguards in black sunglasses gathered behind them, following closely. Wow, I got it. It's God of Wealth Yi and his girlfriend. It's that lucky Lu Yu. No wonder I didn't recognize her. She has been exposed much less than others. It's definitely God of Wealth Yi. I just saw the news that the Eternal Life ship has docked. In less than 10 minutes, the news of encountering God of Wealth Yi at the Merlion Park hit the local trending list. Soon, many people began to gather here. Who wouldn't be curious about 80 trillion walking around? However, at this moment, Yi Chen and Lu Yu had changed into low-key sports hoodies and had their bodyguards keep a distance, blending in with ordinary tourists as they headed to Universal. While they were having fun, a large group of wealthy Chinese from the Eastern 10 nations began to gather here. They were the first generation of entrepreneurs, like the Rubber King and the Sugar King, with assets over 100 billion. They were also connected to each other, and before the banquet organized by Yi Chen started, they had a small gathering. Do you guys know the reason for this gathering? Not sure, a formal invitation from Tianxia, but it didn't say what the purpose is. I don't know either, but I guess it should be related to investments in the Eastern 10 nations. Is Tianxia preparing to expand abroad? From previous reports, aside from Samsung in Korea, it seems they haven't made any big moves in Japan or Europe. My people have analyzed it. Yi Chen has a strong sense of hometown connection, probably has some basic goodwill towards us old overseas Chinese, planning to make money together. Sigh, after working hard for decades, I can't even compare to what they earn in 2 years, so embarrassing. Alright, times are changing. In the past 2 years, no, let's go back 20 years, those internet tycoons who got rich quickly, didn't they rise in a short time? We're in the real economy. It's different, theirs is virtual. TCH, don't even talk about the virtual economy now. The internet is almost turning into a real industry, even real estate is involved. It's like a second world. Hey, do you think Yi Chen wants to promote the Aurora space to the Eastern 10 nations? Does he want us to invest? After all, when he was developing it in Huagua, it was all big groups that entered for the first wave. Tisk, those big companies in the country were heavily scraped by him. Is he eyeing our wealth now? Alright, stop overthinking. When the people arrive tonight, we'll naturally find out. The discussions were inconclusive, and these people didn't waste time, simply agreeing on a mutual support protocol. By the evening, they realized they had all guessed wrong, and quite absurdly so. However, Yi Chen indeed had his eyes on them.